Crawling out from under the quilt, he put on his clothes and trousers, washed his face, and brushed his teeth. With a nutrition bar between his teeth, he squatted down, both hands busy tying his shoelaces. In the 30 square meter room, Zhou Long swept his gaze around with a wooden expression and stared at the woman lying on the bed. Sunlight filtered in through the small window high on the wall. Beside him, a window barely the height of a person. Zhou Long casted a sidelong glance, wondering if the sun had risen in the west today, or if the world had somehow stepped overnight into a utopian equality. In his mind, every man, regardless of height, looks, or income, had been assigned a woman. Yet the small clock inching forward on the only table in front of him reminded him that such fantasies were impossible. Not far away outside the door, the captain's voice again rang out like a pig being slaughtered, bellowing for people to get up. On the bed, a pair of beautiful large eyes, fair skin, and an obedient-looking face peeked out from beneath the quilt. Even with her covered, Zhou Long could still be certain that this woman's figure was more than commendable. He could still feel the warmth of her body. Just as Zhou Long was savoring all this, the woman on the bed woke up, slowly sat up, and wrapped the quilt around herself. Barefoot, she walked over to him, staring at Zhou Long in confusion, and then at the clothes scattered messily all over the floor. There was a sharp snapping sound. Suddenly, a pair of scissors appeared in the beauty's hand. "Big sis, listen to me. This is a misunderstanding." Zhou Long cried, one hand covering his lower body. He bolted toward the door beside him, yanking at it with all his strength, sweat breaking out all over his body, yet the door did not budge in the slightest. Another sharp snip sounded. Zhou Long turned his head and saw his only luxury item. The quilt he had bought for 3,000 yuan had already been transformed into a thick garment draped over the beauty's body. Heavens! With a miserable cry from Zhou Long, the door was pushed open. Under the astonished gazes of the co-workers outside, the beauty simply walked out like that, while Zhou Long slumped to the floor, clutching the corpse of the quilt in his hands, his eyes brimming with tears. Buying a new quilt will cost another 2,000. Zhou Long thought to himself, eyes fixed on the beauty's back as she left through the door. "Oh, don't worry, I will compensate you." Her sweet voice floated back through the gently swinging door. After a brief pause, she added, "It's not what it looks like. Let me explain." Before Zhou Long could finish, the co-workers in the corridor shut the door in quick succession. "Hurry up and get into the game." A man with a full beard, large eyes, a cap perched on his head, and a suit reeking of smoke stood outside Zhou Long's door, roaring, "Do you not want to live here anymore? So what if you lost your virginity?" There was a sharp smack. Before Zhou Long could stand up and say anything, the group leader pulled the door shut. Zhou Long turned around, opened the small refrigerator beside him, took out a bottle of vodka, twisted off the cap, and took a deep swig. "When I become a gold-ranked gamer, we'll see how arrogant you still are," he muttered. Muttering to himself, he slapped his hand casually on the wall. The most expensive appliance in the small room whirred to life. A narrow doorway just wide enough for one person slid open. Zhou Long stepped inside, and the little door closed behind him. In the cramped compartment, a display screen before him scrolled through the latest and most popular games. As Zhou Long's gaze moved, the games on the screen switched one after another, slaying monsters, to level up, killing players, to seize treasures, founding guilds, and launching wars. All of this had long lost its flavor in Zhou Long's eyes. In the lower left corner of the display, a small avatar was flashing. The game group leader was urging him on. "You bastard," Zhou Long grumbled, glaring impatiently at it. In an instant, everything went pitch black. When light returned, he murmured, "I'm done for." He was sitting on a rock with 4 small houses behind him. Absent-mindedly clicking into a certain game, he had entered it. In this advanced age, as long as one stared at a spot on the computer without moving, the system would automatically confirm, so Zhou Long had entered the game without even checking the official strategy guide. "At least it's a new game," Zhou Long said, looking at a single line of text floating in midair. "Welcome to Planetary Civilization. As you are the 1 millionth player to enter the system, we'll grant you a bonus game pack. Please check your warehouse to claim it." "What the hell kind of game is this?" Zhou Long swore. A voice boomed from the sky, "Insult detected. Luck 1. Damn it." Zhou Long cursed again. "Insult detected. Luck 2. What a piece of junk. Won't even let a man talk to himself." Perhaps the vodka was finally kicking in. Zhou Long stared at the sky, spitting out curses nonstop. After a while, as he continued ranting, the sky fell silent. He sat back down on the same rock as before. In light of the player's extremely disruptive verbal abuse, the duration of the initial reward protection period will be shortened, the sky announced. Zhou Long opened his mouth, but the word never left his throat. After sitting there for a long time, the alcohol finally wore off. Squinting in a daze at the 4 houses in front of him, he murmured, "Could it be?" "Yes, master. This is a construction-type game," came a reply. Zhou Long looked more closely and realized that at some point a little figure reaching only to his waist had appeared beside him. "And you are?" Zhou Long asked. "I am your assistant," it replied. "I mean, what is your name?" Zhou Long asked. "I have no name. Please begin developing your base." "All right, first I wanna..." "You must have a name," it interrupted. "Fine," Zhou Long said. "Sorry, that name is already taken," the little figure announced, its eyes rolling rapidly for a moment. "Pioneer," Zhou Long said. "Name registration successful," the little figure replied. Your next task is inspection. With that, it tugged the still slightly unsteady Zhou Long toward the four houses. Following the little fellow around the four houses, Zhou Long finally understood. They were the main control room used to choose and construct various buildings, command different personnel, query all kinds of information, and serve as a place to rest. Zhou Long took the opportunity to check his existing resources and found them pitifully scarce: 20,000 planet coins, 20,000 tons of basic minerals, 20,000 tons of basic goods, zero technology, no special technologies, and special resources yet to be detected. There was also a planting room used for growing various plants, an information communication room used for receiving messages from allies, guilds, and armies, and a storage room used for storing all kinds of goods. All right, I've seen enough. Zhou Long reached out to click on the main control room in front of him. A one-person tall building with a gray exterior that from a distance blended seamlessly into the desolate landscape around it. Congratulations, player. You have received a reward of 5,000 planet coins. Zhou Long's raised hand dropped. The pocket of his gray uniform trembled slightly. He reached in and pulled out a handful of silver-colored coins. Congratulations, player. You have discovered a savings pouch. It can store items, but do not exceed its slot capacity, the little fellow in front of him said. Hold on. This is my savings pouch, and here are the 5,000 coins. What about the 20,000? Zhou Long demanded, staring at his assistant. The 20,000. That's right there, the assistant replied. Following the assistant's raised arm, Zhou Long looked over at the four buildings before him. Fine, Lucy sighed. Go on, Zhou Long muttered to the sky. Who would have thought these four shabby huts were worth 20,000 coins? Anger surged in him, and he opened his mouth ready to unleash another tirade. Gasping for breath with his mouth wide open, Zhou Long forcibly swallowed back the words that were about to leave his lips. Tell me what I'm supposed to do now. He turned to the tiny figure beside him and said, from now on your name is Xiaobai. I can manufacture 3 robots, Xiaobai replied in a metallic mechanical voice, pointing toward the control room. Zhou Long gave a grudging reply and walked inside with Xiaobai following close behind. The control room was clearly much larger than the place where Zhou Long had been living. Aside from the wall with the door, there were 2 windows set into each of the side walls. Opposite the entrance stood an inactive display screen, and in the center of the room sat a circular table. Or rather, it was some kind of device. Its center was sunken, etched with all sorts of circular patterns. It appeared not yet activated. Zhou Long stared at it without speaking. Call up the mission display, Xiaobai said as he came over. He lifted Zhou Long's right hand in both of his own, and with an unknown motion drew a line so that a single drop of blood fell onto the circular table. Ow! Zhou Long hurriedly stuck his finger into his mouth. Next time give me a warning first, will you? Or I really will turn you into a little idiot, he grumbled inwardly. Before the thought had fully formed, Xiaobai said, I am company property. Master, you are not allowed to damage me. Oh, is that so? Zhou Long's expression instantly softened into a kindly smile. As the drop of blood fell, something suddenly flooded into Zhou Long's mind. At the same time, the circular table before him flared with white light, and several phantom figures rose up to stand upon its surface. Master, this is blood recognition of ownership, Xiaobai said from the side. Only after this does the control room formally belong to you. Zhou Long's eyes widened as he stared at Xiaobai. Of course, for the time being, I also belong to you, Master, Xiaobai added perceptively. Then why don't you explain what this place actually is? Zhou Long said. Xiaobai turned his head back and gave Zhou Long a look as though he were regarding an idiot. Talk, Zhou Long said, enduring that gaze. Interstellar coordinates 2555556. 830. An undeveloped X10008 planet on the outer rim of the Milky Way. Resources unknown. Danger level unknown. Civilization level 0. Technology level 0. The main components of the planet are oxygen, silicon, aluminum, iron, and calcium. Enough. Put it simply, what do I need to do? Zhou Long interrupted. Develop the planet, bring prosperity to this world, and then, Master, you may decide what else you wish to do, Xiaobai replied. Xiaobai finished speaking. No sooner had he spoken than Xiaobai's voice shifted into a cold, emotionless metallic tone as it began an introduction. Humanity on Earth has developed to an extremely advanced stage. On Earth, or rather among the forces that grew from it, 4 great blocks emerged: 1. The American Union, 2. The Greater China Regional Union, 3. The European Union, and 4. The Non-Euro-African Union. There were also some smaller scattered alliances, but they all survived under the shadow of the 4 major blocks. Among them, the American Union was the most powerful, while the Greater China Regional Union, the European Union, and the Non-Euro-African Union existed in a relationship of mutual restraint with it. The leaders of the 4 blocks would choose a single person every 20 years to govern the world. Yet as time went on, fierce turmoil erupted within each union. As social conflicts intensified, the unions ultimately decided that for the sake of prosperity, all the young people of the planet would be sent to alien worlds to develop on their own. Each development zone would have fixed interstellar patrol officers assigned to patrol it. Therefore, Master, this is your planet, Xiaobai said. If there is anything you do not understand, you may ask me. With that, Xiaobai closed his mouth and fell silent. With new information crowding his mind, Zhou Long raised his hand and tapped the edge of the round table. The three human-shaped shadows on its surface instantly expanded in size and automatically transformed into fully formed bodies. At the same time, streams of text, more like data, appeared beside each of their bodies. Small class micro robot builder. Entire body gray-white, nearly 5 meters tall, an engineering unit primarily used to construct all kinds of planetary structures. Given sufficient fuel, it can work indefinitely. Equipped with an automatic cannon, attack power 515, with flame damage range 50 meters, defense 510, maximum load capacity 100 tons. Up to 5 units can be manufactured, each consuming 300 tons of minerals. Small class micro robot devourer. Entire body grayer 10 meters tall, a close-range combat unit equipped with laser weapons, attack power 1030, range 500 meters. Sufficient ammunition is its only demand. Defense 520, maximum load capacity 200 tons. Up to 10 units can be manufactured, each consuming 500 tons of minerals. Small class micro robot digger. Entire body black, towering at 30 meters, unarmed, but endowed with the ability to detect and excavate resources. Defense 1050, maximum load capacity 500 tons. Up to 15 units can be manufactured, each consuming 400 tons of minerals. At the current stage, only one type of robot may be selected. After a brief moment of thought, Zhou Long pressed a button. A thunderous rumbling erupted and the lights throughout the control room flickered incessantly. What the hell? He shouted. Is this an earthquake? He cried, quickly throwing himself into a crouch against the corner wall. Amid the flashing lights, Xiao Bai walked over holding a display panel. Master 4 diggers have been completed, he reported. Seeing the new figures outside the control room, Zhou Long stood up, about to head out. Master, you should at least put on some clothes first, Xiao Bai said, lifting an arm to stop him and pointing toward a corner of the control room. There stood a transparent capsule as tall as a person. Zhou Long raised his hand and tapped it. Accompanied by curling wisps of mist, the transparent shell slowly opened. Beside it, small letters appeared: emergency escape and recovery pod. When the player's planet is destroyed, they may enter this pod, or when the player's body or a robot body is damaged, they may enter for repairs. Entering and choosing escape will be regarded as deleting the account. At that moment, a thin garment appeared within Zhou Long's field of vision. He picked it up and put it on. Primary combat suit, defense 832, attack 510. As soon as he donned it, a thin transparent visor automatically wrapped around his face, displaying the suit's information as well as data on everything Zhou Long looked at. The suit fit him perfectly. Not bad, Zhou Long said, admiring the fit of the suit before he had even finished showing it off. A prompt sounded. Player has completed the beginner mission, manufacture robots. Reward 10000 planet coins. Player has completed the trial mission, try on low-level combat suit. Reward 2000 planet coins. Player is penalized 1500 planet coins for previous verbal abuse. At this, the smile that had blossomed across Zhou Long's face instantly furrowed into a frown. After a long moment, he raised his head. Great system, Lord, how wise and utterly correct you are, he declared. Please just give me one more chance. Zhou Long clutched the doorframe with both hands, eyes brimming with tears. It was all really just a misunderstanding. Great system, Lord, overlook the offenses of a mere nobody and spare me, he implored again. As the saying goes, where there are rewards, there must also be punishments. With technology advanced to this level, who could say whether the system might have a mind of its own? He wailed for a long time, showering the heavens with exaggerated praise. Even Xiao Bai at his side seemed on the verge of wanting to vomit. Or so Zhou Long guessed, who knew whether the system had any emotions at all. Player has gained 10 points of favorability. Luck increased by 50 points. For a moment, rumbling sounds echoed from the sky above. Who says systems are devoid of emotions? Zhou Long stood up and thought perhaps on the other side of this black sky is a beautiful woman controlling the system. Master, master, a discordant voice sounded beside him. What do you want? Didn't you see I was admiring the grace of the system? Zhou Long looked up at the sky with sparkling eyes. He followed Zhou Long's gaze, staring at the dark sky with confusion. Players, please be aware that malicious attacks on the system will result in severe punishment. This phrase emerged in the sky, but Zhou Long was not afraid and quickly responded, yes. Yes. Xiao Bai, tell me what I should do. Without further ado, Zhou Long stepped outside, seemingly disdainful of his master in front of him, and Xiao Bai immediately followed. Excavators reporting in. The 4 robots in front shouted at the top of their lungs upon seeing Zhou Long enter. Covering his ears and tilting his body, Zhou Long said, not bad. Please issue your orders, Commander. The thunderous roar of the 4 robots nearly knocked Zhou Long to the ground. First, keep your voices down. Zhou Long hesitated, and as he spoke, the massive heads of the 4 robots turned toward him, staring intently. The pressure made it hard for Zhou Long to articulate, but the new clothes he wore did seem to have an effect. In front of Zhou Long's face, a transparent dome displayed the data of the 4 robots. He could select any information with a mere glance, but the displayed content was no different from what was in the control room. There were just a few more options. 1. Send robots to survey the planet's resources and archive them, requiring 2 excavators. Reward 5,000 planet coins. 2. Send robots to construct a star energy station to store resources, requiring 1 excavator to use 15000 minerals. Reward 8,000 planet coins. 3. Send robots to excavate the nearest resources near the base. Reward 3,000 planet coins and 5,000 minerals. 4. Please construct a remote sensing center to contact Mother Earth. 5. Build a mechanical station and upgrade it to enhance the robot's capabilities. 6. Build. At that moment, at least 50 construction requests appeared in the transparent dome on Zhou Long's face, leaving him bewildered. Master, proceed with the first and second items, and for the fourth, said Xiao, by holding a small display screen. Zhou Long raised his hand to point at the 2 robots, just about to speak. Yes, Commander. The 2 excavators in the queue instantly stood up, and 2 propellers soared into the sky. I haven't even finished speaking yet. Zhou Long was puzzled. Master, what is it, Xiaobot? Zhou Long replied with a glare. Your outfit has intelligent functions that can sense your brain. As long as you focus your gaze on the command you want to select. You don't need to speak, just send a consent command with your mind. Of course, speaking is also an option, but it's redundant. Xiaobai explained. Trying it out, the excavator moved, standing beside him like a guardian, nodding in satisfaction, while the other 2 excavators set off, one constructing the star energy station at Zhou Long's designated location. Sorry, no suitable troops. A series of prompts echoed in Zhou Long's ears, leaving him with a pig liver complexion. He returned to the control room, staring at the round table, or rather the control center. Zhou Long raised his hands, but found it hard to take action. The patterns displayed on the round table were too abstract, but he looked back at Xiaobai, whose face seemed to say, ask me. If you press that, you'll regret it. Xiaobai said from behind. Zhou Long hurriedly withdrew his finger, ready to press another pattern. Master, aren't you going to continue to prosper the planet or continue the game? I suppose I am the one playing the game, right? Zhou Long squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. Of course, Xiaobai replied. Great. Then why do you have to intervene in everything? Who's playing, you or me? Zhou Long shouted, seemingly genuinely angry, as the 2 excavators outside the control room crowded at the door. They looked at their commander to see what happened, but at a glance from Xiaobai they all retreated. You? Zhou Long said. The excavator's actions made Zhou Long feel a thrill, but Xiaobai's gaze extinguished that excitement. The system stipulates that every player entering the game will have a steward, which is me, to assist players in the initial phase of the game until they can control the planet rather than being controlled by something on the planet. During this time, the steward has the right to intervene in any situation, including soldiers and how to develop. Xiaobai said slowly. Of course, controlling the planet means that you, my master, have completed the first step of planetary civilization, and after that, as your steward, I can keep quiet. Get off the machine. Zhou Long uttered a single sentence. Yes, perhaps this game may not be suitable for you, my master. This was Zhou Long leaving the game, hearing Xiaobai's final words. Immediately gather for a meeting. The alarm in the room emitted a piercing sound. Before he could catch his breath, Zhou Long stepped outside. This was a 30-story building with each floor belonging to a different company. Unless ordered by the court, it was hard for anyone to know what the people in these companies were doing. Times are progressing, laws are evolving, companies are changing, and people's work status is also transforming. Nowadays, online players have already formed a corporate management system. This building contains countless small rooms for employees to eat, live, and sleep, of course also for work. The only content of their work is, of course, to fight in designated games. Zhou Long graduated from a third-rate university and signed a contract upon entering. He could leave anytime. His monthly salary relied on exchanging the game currency he earned for the company's RMB. The only advantage is that this is a place to live and extremely cheap food, though lacking in nutrition. Just enough to fill the stomach. The monthly meeting is when the company announces its entry into new games or adjusts the exchange rate of game currency to RMB. Sometimes it's 1 game coin for 1 RMB, of course, during the peak of the game, and sometimes it's 0 game coins for 1 RMB. This wasn't even the worst of times. In the large room on the floor aside from the CEO's office, there was the meeting room. The bright meeting room had everyone looking for a place to sit, chatting about their achievements, with posters of some gold medal gamers and examples of success hanging on the walls. Zhou Long walked in with his head down, searching for his familiar spot. As soon as he sat down, a slightly familiar fragrance wafted into his nostrils. He instinctively turned his head and said, "Sister, that was just a misunderstanding," Zhou Long said. With a single remark, several gazes in the conference room turned towards him, and Zhou Long felt the intensity of those stares. Take it. The woman opposite said, dressed in a thin white coat, black stockings, and a red hairpin. She was the same woman who had appeared in Zhou Long's bed, now sitting beside him. It's not what you think. Zhou Long reached out to take the check from the woman's hand, which had a 1 followed by 4 zeros. Only a fool would refuse it, yet no one in the conference room was looking at him. Young man, when did you switch careers? Damn it. Zhou Long said. At that moment a chubby figure walked in through the door. Seeing the scene he approached Zhou Long and sat down. Zhou Long's buddy from university had graduated together and both became professional players. Before Zhou Long could continue, the chubby Huang had already fallen asleep. This was what Zhou Long admired most about him. Apart from earning money in games, he could fall asleep anywhere. A pleasant fragrance wafted into his nostrils. The woman beside him was diligently jotting something in her notebook. It's still the alcohol causing trouble. Last night, during a gathering with colleagues, Zhou Long only remembered drinking heartily with many acquaintances and strangers. What happened afterward was truly a blur. He woke up this morning to that scene, his head still aching and peeking sideways. Zhou Long gazed at the woman's face. Did nothing happen? Hello, here is my business card. Zhou Long frowned as his gaze left the notebook, and upon looking up he saw the woman beside him speaking and handing over her card. Don't take it. The slumbering Huang whispered softly in Zhou Long's ear, a voice only he could hear. Why, oi? Looking at the woman listening to Huang, Zhou Long asked, raising his hands unconsciously to take the business card. Hey, young man, your good days are over. Huang murmured in his ear. Just as Zhou Long took the business card, someone walked in at the door of the conference room. With a full beard, big eyes, and a baseball cap, dressed in a suit smelling of smoke, the game team leader waddled in his hefty frame. Upon seeing Zhou Long take the woman's card, the leader's face, which had been devoid of smiles, suddenly brightened with a radiant grin. However, Zhou Long did not see it. If he had, he would have approached the leader for a heart-to-heart chat, shared some tea, sung a few songs, and perhaps had a drink, and you know what that leads to. The last time the leader smiled like that, two colleagues not only lost their jobs, but ended up in jail. Meanwhile, Zhou Long's attention was fully on the woman beside him, her warmth still lingering. Zhou Long vowed that when he returned, he wouldn't change the sheets for a month. The blanket could be patched and reused. The woman's smile seemed to have been etched in Zhou Long's eyes, and his body began to sway slightly. A series of calls echoed in his ears. Zhou Long. A stern voice pulled him back to reality. Up. Zhou Long responded only to find the colleagues in the conference room staring at him with blank expressions, while Huang beside him had his head bowed deeply. With a face full of drool and eyes shining brightly, you must agree with the company's decision, said the team leader from the other end of the conference table. Leader, this is a misunderstanding. Zhou Long quickly stood up and said, the task of entering a new game to open markets is entrusted to you. You will have a helper, Huang. And there's also one more spot, who's willing. Before Zhou Long could say anything, the leader spoke in rapid succession. I. A sweet voice rang out as the woman beside raised her hand, looking at the leader. After a moment of silence, the chubby leader said, all right, meeting adjourned. Everyone go back and calculate the currency exchange rates. The next meeting will wait for the results from the trio. After finishing, the leader left the conference room amidst the crowd. So what should we do? The woman asked. It's tough. Young man, we need to switch companies, Huang said lazily. Looking at the woman on his right and Huang on his left, Zhou Long bellowed. What on earth happened? Can either of you explain it? The company has decided to venture into a new game, but we can't obtain internal testing information because no one knows when this game will be in beta testing. Not even the internal testers have any information. It's said that this is a tactic developed specifically for online gaming companies. The reason is for the benefit of the players. There is no information available about this game. Even the official website is only open to players with accounts. Others can only obtain accounts by being invited into the game under system surveillance or through automatic account releases by the game system. At the same time, all players entering the game have coincidentally revealed no information, but this game is undoubtedly explosive and promising. Listening to Huang and the woman beside him speak back and forth, Zhou Long stole a glance at the business card. Xia Dai, a nice name. What? The two beside him said in unison. Nothing. I just want to know the name of this game. Name. Do you understand? Zhou Long shouted. Trying to compete with me. You have no idea what I studied in university. Intelligent programming. What a lousy official website inviting accounts is all nonsense. Zhou Long thought to himself, wearing a smug smile. Don't expect too much from your limited skills. That game has backing from various governments. Do you know what the company said exchange rate for the game currency to renminbi is? 1000 to 1. Zhou Long said while the two beside him shook their heads. 1000 to 1. The two still shook their heads. Is the company president insane? 100 to 1. Zhou Long said, saliva flying as he spoke. Facing the two's wave-like head shaking, he added, 1 to 1. The two suddenly stopped moving, looking at Zhou Long. You're not burning up, are you? Do you think the company is a charity? They said, reaching out to touch Zhou Long's forehead. Say, the name. Zhou Long nearly roared, startling the cleaning lady who had just entered, making her turn around in terror to look at him. The game is called Planet Civilization. As long as you enter regardless of the cost, suggest a power or dominate a territory, or even just having an account can lead to a promotion in the company, like us hardcore gamers. You can upgrade to silver level at once, but if you fail in the game or are discovered by the game system, the company will immediately fire you because your ID and biometric data have already been recorded in the database. In the future, entering the game may be out of the question. This is also the reason why those few golden level gamers in the company have not entered the game. Letting us in is merely cannon fodder. This is truly a misunderstanding. Upon hearing the two's introduction, Zhou Long's unparalleled roar echoed in the conference room. This person is insane. Oh, let's go get some late-night snacks, and then have a heart-to-heart with the leader. Good idea. Let's go, Xiao Dai said. Watching the figures of the two depart, Zhou Long's slightly parted lips closed. The game room was one thing, but life was another as the cleaning lady in the conference room finally left. Zhou Long slowly left the conference room, taking his time, perhaps deep in thought. Colleagues passing by merely hurried past, and he had just returned to the door. Don't tell me you're really considering changing companies or jobs. As he placed his hand on the doorknob, the voice of the plump Huang echoed from behind him. A faint fragrance wafted over, stimulating Zhou Long's brain as two figures, one plump and one thin, appeared behind him. I don't even know how I ended up in your bed that night. Xiao Dai's sweet voice softly said. All right, I confess Zhou Long replied, suddenly pulling the two of them over. Little buddy, I will be your loyal ally in the game. Just wait for your invitation. The plump man said, his tiny eyes seemingly glowing. My email is on the business card, Xiao Dai said, leaning forward, her fair face almost touching Zhou Long's. All right, wait for me to return. Boom, Zhou Long said as he opened the door and left. Adequate sleep is necessary for good mental energy. Although the company provides free stamina pills, Zhou Long rarely takes them. Despite the constant advertising, he prefers deep sleep. It's better to use stamina pills during game sprints. At 6 a.m. sharp, he woke up, got dressed, washed up, and after eating a nutritious cake, he did some light exercise in the small space, remembering past painful lessons. There was once a top gamer who accumulated wealth through long gaming hours only to give it all to the hospital due to lack of exercise, and Zhou Long would not let himself become like that. After preparing, he stepped into the gaming pod. On the high-definition display, several games were controlled by the smart programming he had developed exclusively. As soon as he sat down, countless messages appeared. Deaf idiot. Zhou Long's nickname. What are you doing? Deaf idiot. Hurry up and send the invitation code. It was all messages from Huang, and there were even a few from Xiao Dai Fatty. Zhou Long said, and someone on the floor suddenly sneezed. Shrinking the page, Zhou Long noticed a new icon on the screen. A red sun flashed beside a planet with the words Planet Civilization appearing next to it. He clicked to enter the official website, which surprisingly required another scan of Zhou Long's eyeball. The graphics were beautiful and the game introduction was simple. Develop your planet, prosper it, and expand your planetary civilization. The system was rooted in governments around the world, establishing foundations in every corner of the globe with a warning from the game company. There were also many cliched elements, including a digital contract stating that players guarantee they are merely players. If classified as a commercial entity, the government would initiate lawsuits. After glancing at it, Zhou Long skipped the lengthy terms filled in his agreement and immediately began searching for the so-called invitation link. What the hell? Even invitations come with contracts. One per line. Zhou Long skipped the content again, heading straight for the invitation link, sending it to the two. Pressing his account to enter the game, he skipped the promotional screen. The control room remained unchanged, but the glaring sunlight made it hard for Zhou Long to open his eyes, and before he could raise his hand, a transparent cover over his face automatically enveloped him with a thin film. Master, hurry up and start construction. Your ranking among newcomers is already quite low. Saying this, Xiao Bai walked over with a display screen adapting to the light. Zhou Long said, send out the last excavator to patrol around the base. Yes, master. I suggest. Before Xiao Bai could finish, Zhou Long, now adjusted to the light, had just pushed off the thin film of the cover when he bumped into two large boxes. Congratulations, player. Inviting friends into the game is a special reward gift from the system. Keep it up and step into the starry sky. Touching his forehead, it wasn't much of a bump, but the realistic pain made Zhou Long reflexively touch it. I suggest opening the boxes. Zhou Long looked at Xiao Bai, who was pointing at the boxes. Yes, opening both will greatly help your initial game construction. Xiao Bai slowly said, as the person who previously stated that this game wasn't suitable for Zhou Long seemed to not be him. Open. Zhou Long issued the command. Congratulations, player, you have obtained a Juggernaut ship. Congratulations, player, you have obtained a Juggernaut landing pad. The cold mechanical voice of the system echoed in the air. In the brief introduction on the official website, there was information about this Juggernaut, and Zhou Long clicked on it. The Juggernaut is an indispensable battleship in planetary wars. When the main ship is destroyed, it can serve as the command center, equipped with fierce mid-range and short-range laser attacks. Defense 50100, attack 50150, range 1,000 kilometers. Capable of jumping between planets. Payload of 2,000 tons with enormous energy consumption, making it its only weakness. Can be upgraded. Sorry player, your level is not high enough to board the ship. Sorry, your flying skills are not sufficient to enter the arena. Zhou Long clicked repeatedly, and these two messages kept popping up in the sky. Oh no, I can't use it. Excited Zhou Long couldn't wait to conquer a few colonies. Now possessing this juggernaut battleship is undoubtedly a killing machine, nearly 500 meters long, with a silver-gray flattened hull featuring 4 gun ports at the front and middle. Why does it feel like a J-20? Zhou Long murmured, recalling that it was emphasized during his visit to the museum, where it was said that the J-20 played an indelible role in history. It gave the Greater China Alliance strength at that time. Master, now it's still. Xiaobai beside him said. Xiaobai, you must know how to board this battleship the fastest. Zhou Long said lightly. I know, but Master, your ranking in the game has been dropping, which means many players are developing quickly. Xiaobai said, starting a war now doesn't hold much significance. It will only increase trouble. Alright, what do you suggest? Zhou Long asked, shrugging. Establish a remote sensing center to develop new troops, and most importantly. What? Zhou Long asked. Investigate the situation around the base. Xiaobai said, looking towards the distance. The bright and gentle sunlight bathed the earth with 2 suns, one large and one small, hanging in the sky, accompanied by 3 moons. Perhaps due to the abundant sunlight, the surrounding vegetation grew remarkably tall. The last excavator returned every 10 minutes, bringing back little information, but countless goods which were stored in the storage room. Zhou Long, stepping on the muddy ground, was filled with curiosity. In real life, people are born into a world of concrete and steel, having never seen a patch of soil. Even the oldest individuals could only glimpse the world known as nature through the diaries left by their ancestors. After walking around the base, Zhou Long noticed the uneven terrain with mud splattered all over his pants. He knew from the history books at school that this was something only people of the past could experience, perhaps a coincidence. Dragonfly, Zhou Long exclaimed, gazing at the sight before him. This was a species long extinct, yet now it flitted around Zhou Long's head, the moist air filled with the vitality of the earth. Such depictions could only be found in history books. We need to fix the ground at some point, Zhou Long muttered. Master, my suggestion is to build a barracks, said the little white figure beside him. The remote sensing center was just 2 minutes from completion. Great. In that case, I can go raid and recruit soldiers. Ha. As Zhou Long walked towards the under construction remote sensing center, the little white figure followed closely. Master, the current players. But before he could finish, an alert rang out. Your soldiers are under attack. Help is needed. At that moment, a message flashed in the sky, while Zhou Long's transparent dome immediately displayed the location of the attack. Congratulations, player. The barracks have been completed. Immediately produce soldiers up to the limit. Zhou Long said, running out without waiting for the little white figure to respond. This time, the little white figure did not bargain, picking up the display screen and starting to issue commands. After swiftly arranging everything, the little white figure dashed towards Zhou Long. Standing at 30 meters tall, completely black, one hand wielding a pair of pincers and the other a drilling device, its crocodile-like head and massive body harvested what it referred to as goods from the vast forest. Its dark eyes emitted beams of light as they surveyed the surroundings, plucking every fruit from the large tree in front of it, while binding the remaining trees to prepare for transport. This was the repetitive action of the excavator, and as it harvested the fruit, once more several long spears suddenly shot from the back of the forest. As it dodged to the side, a spear grazed its body. For days, this excavator had been under attack, but such attacks were merely a tickle to it. Until today. The crude spear, now fitted with a metal tip, caused a short circuit upon impact. With its pitifully simple processor, the excavator could only emit a request for assistance. Having completed its evasive maneuver, it continuously issued commands, dodging countless spears shot from the grass and trees, while the excavator resumed its fruit harvesting without even noticing the attackers. Perhaps this action enraged the enemies. In an instant, numerous spears erupted, piercing the excavator's body, making it appear as if it had been toppled by a tempest of spears. Damn it! Zhou Long exclaimed. Master. Lying in the grass, he stared at the transparent dome's display, pinpointing the trouble spot. Watching his robot about to fall, yet still unaware of the enemy, Zhou Long felt furious. His body was about to leap out when the little white figure behind him said, Master, don't stop me. If you won't come, just return to the base. Zhou Long said to the already fallen robot, taking a step forward, causing the surrounding trees to fall silent. Just as he was about to take another step, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. His mind gradually regained consciousness, a dull pain in the back of his neck. Little white, Zhou Long shouted. Master. Dressed in white, standing at waist height, holding a display screen, the little white figure walked in from outside, sitting on the bed in the control room. The two exchanged glances, of course, if one considers the little white figure a person. Master, that was just to protect your safety. During your time with me, as your steward, nothing must happen to you. Except for construction and development, the little white figure added. No, next time. If there is, I will definitely dismantle you. Zhou Long said, holding his neck. Master has 3 messages. Zhou Long replied impatiently. One good news, two bad news, the little white figure said, lowering its head and continuously gesturing on the display screen. Speak. The remote sensing center has been completed with 5 devourers and 1 builder, said the little white figure. Now for the bad news. Zhou Long said. There are no minerals left. What else? Zhou Long grimaced. Although the nearby mineral sources have been explored, they cannot be mined because they are occupied by unknown creatures. Master, our base is under threat. Our civilization. The little white figure began, but was interrupted. Yes, my base, what civilization? Then what do you suggest, my steward? Zhou Long rose, taking a few steps and bending down to stare at the little white figure. His eyes sparkled with light, leaving the little white figure speechless. Send out those 5 devourers. Zhou Long commanded. No, master, the enemy situation is unclear. Then send yourself out. I don't have that setting, master. Oh my, if only I could operate that excavator. Zhou Long exclaimed, tearing his hair out. This might work. My master, said the little white figure, continuously tapping something on the display screen. Congratulations, player. The game assistant has leveled up to level 1. Listening to the voice that echoed from the sky, Zhou Long felt no joy in his heart. He would rather see this so-called assistant perish in that forest. All right, master. The excavator lying in the forest remained motionless, surrounded by spears and scattered fruits, with broken branches showing the aftermath of the earlier events, its massive head adorned with 2 eyes. The eyes flickered with a faint glow, and in the quiet forest several figures emerged. If Zhou Long saw them, he would only think they were a few scorpion-like creatures. These creatures were a pale silver color, 2 meters in length, their tails curled upwards and tipped with a venomous stinger, while they had 2 pairs of hands holding gleaming long spears. They surrounded the fallen excavator, occasionally prodding it with their spears, and seeing that the giant on the ground showed no reaction, they finally mustered their courage. One by one, they jumped onto the body of the excavator, bouncing and making a cacophony of sounds, seemingly celebrating their victory or reveling in their new toy with confidence. Woo! A loud, strange cry rang out as the frenzied creatures jumped down to the ground. A larger, sturdier creature emerged from the forest, walking upright. It looked at the robot on the ground and let out a cry, prompting the smaller creatures to approach it in awe. At this moment, the excavator, previously with a faint glimmer of consciousness, gradually brightened and its fingers twitched slightly. The massive head rotated 360 degrees, and then the fallen excavator somewhat unskillfully propped itself up with both hands, right foot in front, left foot behind, and with a spin the excavator stood up. However, the head was still spinning rapidly, and the standing body appeared rather stiff. Perhaps those spears indeed inflicted some substantial damage, as the excavator's upper body was swaying in circles disconnected from the lower half. It looked like a drunken fool ready to topple at any moment. Let me take control, master, Xiao Bai said, holding the display screen in its hands, although the term regret did not exist in Xiao Bai's intelligent processor. Yet Xiao Bai was now feeling this sensation. If it had eyebrows, they would be furrowed together. Just a few minutes ago, during Zhou Long's moment of anger, Xiao Bai had accessed the display screen. It discovered that the excavator could indeed be controlled remotely by hand. The recent fall was merely the excavator's intelligent computer protecting itself, though after all, the excavator was not a combat-type robot. Now Xiao Bai made some adjustments, putting the excavator's intelligent processing system into a state of slumber, effectively paralyzing it. In the control room, it installed the control system into the repair escape pod. Then Zhou Long squeezed himself inside, saying, "Activate the backup power. Set the energy frequency to the lowest. Open the visual feed. Extend the tool arms." With Zhou Long echoing the commands he heard from Xiao Bai, he focused on the screen in front of him, where yellow soil and several towering trees came into view. Zhou Long reached for the control handle before him. "Master, don't swing too much. The robot's sensors will amplify your movements many times over. Master, extend your arms. Keep your legs apart. Let me handle it, master," Xiao Bai said. "Shut up," Zhou Long retorted. "It's just a robot, I can control it just fine." "Master, the energy frequency is too high." "Master." As Xiao Bai shouted at the display, one screen showed the robot's view, while the other displayed Zhou Long's control screen. Xiao Bai felt as if its circuits were on fire. Bang! The enormous body, perhaps due to the muddy ground beneath its feet, slipped and fell shortly after it stood up. Crack! The door of the repair pod opened, and Zhou Long stepped out. "Stop talking and distracting me. I was already standing fine, it's all your fault." As Zhou Long complained and squeezed back inside, Xiao Bai clenched its hands tightly, and then said, "The computer will automatically store and archive the information. It will be permanently sealed." A few milliseconds later, "Master, the robot's spine has been damaged. It might not be able to stand up again, but you can crawl back and repair it," Xiao Bai said, looking at the display screen. "What do you mean, are you joking?" Zhou Long exclaimed, once again shaking the control handle. At that moment in the dense forest, perhaps due to the noise made by Zhou Long controlling the robot, a reaction occurred. Several heads poked out from the nearby trees along with a few spears. Seeing the robot's upper body move a few times, one of the crawlers rushed over, shouting and waving its spear. "Damn it. Just watch me stomp you into paste." Zhou Long shouted, forcefully manipulating the control stick, but the robot only moved its upper body. The screen in front of Zhou Long displayed. Indeed, the robot's back had sustained damage. Damn it, Zhou Long cursed. Outside the control room, the 4 devourers had already been targeted by Zhou Long, but Xiaobai said that due to the excavator's intelligence system being asleep, information could not be relayed back. Not knowing where the devourers had been dispatched to and unable to locate them, it was better to bring the excavator back. Hearing this, Zhou Long became even more annoyed. So I can't accomplish anything without you. With a rigid face, he squeezed back into the repair escape pod. After a moment of silence, Xiaobai said, Master, the robot sent to explore planetary resources will return in 2 minutes. All right. I leave the matters here to you. You decide how to construct. I'm off to work. Zhou Long gritted his teeth. Yes, master. Xiaobai said while walking out the door. I will definitely dismantle you when I get the chance. Zhou Long continued to try adjusting the control handle. Just as Xiaobai stepped outside, it lost its footing and slipped. Xiaobai got up and looked at the small stone that had tripped it. With a flash of red light in its eyes, 2 red beams shot out, hitting the stone, and that unfortunate stone vanished. Turning around, Xiaobai glanced at the sky. Thankfully, I wasn't discovered. After speaking, it continued forward, holding the display screen and hastening construction. What do you mean not discovered? A voice came from the display screen. It's nothing, master. I was just saying there are no new functions discovered to expand our civilization. Before Zhou Long could respond, Xiaobai clicked on the display screen, muttering, the communication switch that should have been turned off is still on. Sitting in the repair escape pod, Zhou Long was drenched in sweat. Although it wasn't hot here, he was anxious. Just as he calmed down, he heard a nonsensical remark while looking at the display screen. I don't believe this. Zhou Long exclaimed, once again moving his hands. Standing on the excavator, the little crawler waved its spear, continuously thinking of accomplishing a monumental feat in its not-so-large brain. Only in this way could it become a hero in the tribe, possessing independent mating rights rather than being at the beck and call of the high-ranking mother bug. Watching the robot beneath it thrash about, the little crawler grew even more excited. Holding its spear, it aimed at the spot sparking with electricity and thrust down. Squeak, 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 squeak. The other crawlers hiding in the woods saw the normally timid companion sneak back, with everyone else climbing onto the prey and showing off, wishing they could also do the same. But they saw the crawler stab down with its spear, and its whole body emitted blue light, shaking violently and releasing a burnt odor, drool immediately rushing out. The remaining little crawlers immediately crawled out, roaring and baring their fangs as they pounced. A companion's body was often the best food. Wah-wah-wah-woo. The fallen little crawler clearly had not passed out. It immediately got back up. However, everyone could see that it was already extremely weak, yet it still bared its teeth, trying to buy more time for itself. Usually the weakest, it was now incredibly fierce, but the rushing companion seemed to know that it was at the end of its rope, launching a desperate assault. Boom. Just as several crawlers were in disarray, the excavator stood up at that moment. Wah-wah-wah-wah-woo-woo-woo-woo. The besieged little crawler immediately knelt before the robot, gripping its large foot with both hands and shouting loudly. Woo-woo-wah. I don't know how it happened, but Zhou Long managed to stand up quite smoothly this time, his massive body swaying slightly. Warning. Energy frequency is gradually increasing. This was the voice of the robot's internal computer after the health check. Looking at the screen, Zhou Long tried to adjust the robot's posture. Warning, low-level organisms detected nearby with low destructive power. He'll turn them into mush. Zhou Long said as he lifted the digger's massive foot. Wah-wah-wah-wah. The weak little crawler screamed even more desperately. The system prompted, congratulating the player that the civilization quest was activated, rewarding the hero upon completion. Unidentified species require communication. Would you like to switch languages? The mechanized voice of the digger's onboard computer inquired. Switch, Zhou Long said, simultaneously lowering the lifted foot, crushing the few attacking crawlers into pulp. Oh God, please forgive my sins. From now on, your will shall be my action, your favorites shall be my treasures. The little crawler looked at its companions, who had just been flattened into meat patties, directly addressing the shaman of the tribe. The prayer was spoken, and at that moment Zhou Long felt an overwhelming urge to vomit. As soon as the little crawler finished speaking, it seemed to turn around in an effort to express its loyalty. It swallowed the bodies of the crawlers in one go, and soon the corpses on the ground disappeared. Looking at the crawler, Zhou Long exclaimed, "Wow." Zhou Long said, surprised that the little crawler had grown quite a bit. Just after filling its belly, the crawler found itself lifted into the air. Its body flipped abruptly, and the little crawler was directly grasped by the robot and held in its hand. "Don't kill me." The little crawler shouted frantically, flipping back and forth in the digger's enormous palm. "What use do you have left?" Zhou Long said, controlling his arm to shake his hand. The crawler began to tumble in the digger's hand. After a few shakes, the little crawler with its spear wobbled and said, "There's treasure in the tribe." Suddenly, 2 red beams shot from the digger's eyes, precisely targeting the little crawler. "Actually, we in the tribe don't really know what that thing is." Seeing the red light approach, the little crawler screamed, covering its head with both hands trembling all over. Mineral analysis, high-purity mineral. The mechanized voice of the digger's onboard computer reported to Zhou Long. Zhou Long quickly controlled the joystick, zooming in on the display screen. It turned out to be the spear held by the crawler. Soon the crawler was thrown back to the ground. Lead the way. The digger's deep voice echoed in the air. Zhou Long replied, but saw that the crawler on the ground hadn't moved, just staring at him. My king, I want to be the leader of the tribe so I can protect the civilization for you. The crawler seemed a bit excited as it spoke. That depends on your performance. Hurry and lead the way. As Zhou Long spoke, the digger stomped its foot, causing the crouching crawler to flip over and move forward, quickly tapping on the machine to follow automatically. Stepping out of the repair escape pod, Xiao Bai stood in front of him and said, Master, based on the records on the digger, we have located the digger's location and created 15 devourers. What do you want to do? Zhou Long said, supporting his waist. Even though it was just a game, he still preferred to move his body after sitting for so long. Master, the formation is your command. I do not have that ability. We can destroy them. Xiao Bai said coldly. You must have seen that high-purity mineral. Yes, Master, but we can create more diggers. For the purity of our civilization, we do not need low-level organisms. Xiao Bai said mechanically. Oh, Zhou Long replied, raising his voice by 8 degrees. At this stage, we still need them. Send out 10 devourers to follow behind the diggers. When to attack is up to me. But, Xiao Bai seemed to want to say something, but Zhou Long turned to look at the round table in the control room and said, do as I say. For my civilization. Zhou Long asked, what is this? Almost 2 seconds passed, and Xiao Bai's voice came from behind. The probing digger has returned. At this moment, a spherical image formed on the round table, displaying red, yellow, blue, and green. This is the general distribution map of resources on this planet. Xiao Bai said. The yellow areas represent ordinary resources, generally dangerous, widely distributed. The blue areas have low-level life forms and resources with medium danger. The green areas have scarce resources with almost no life forms. The red areas are very small in size with concentrated and abundant resources, but also extremely dangerous. There are a total of 5 such areas on this planet. On the spherical image, Zhou Long saw his base and the route he had just controlled the digger to take clearly recorded on the screen. What caught Zhou Long's attention even more was the small dot moving on the screen, getting closer and closer to a red dot. Master, the remote sensing center has been established. Xiao Bai said beside him. Zhou Long replied. Your fingerprint is required for it to operate. Xiao Bai said beside him. Really? Lead the way. Zhou Long raised his voice dramatically. Following behind Xiao Bai as they walked out of the command center, Zhou Long glanced around. Master, the base currently has 15 devourers, 20 diggers, and 10 builders. The current issue is the insufficient purity of resources and the population limit. Holding the display screen in his hand, Zhou Long nodded in agreement. Seeing Xiao Bai with a display screen, Zhou Long also wanted one for convenience. It was thin, about half a meter long, like a portable computer that could control everything in the base. Then why not purify the resources, eh? Zhou Long casually asked as they walked. As soon as the words left Zhou Long's mouth, he heard Xiao Bai, who was leading the way, pause for a moment, turn around to look at Zhou Long, the light in its eyes flickering. If Xiao Bai could cry, it would have done so by now. Where did this master come from? Just wanting to go out and have fun, and then asking why the buildings have not been constructed yet. With a tilt of its head, Xiao Bai said a few words to its onboard computer, of course, archiving some content forever. These contents made Xiao Bai feel like its circuits were burning. Master, because you did not return, I do not have these permissions. After finishing, Xiao Bai continued to turn and lead the way. What is this? Zhou Long asked. Remote Sensing Center. Xiao Bai said, feeling its circuits heating up again. The white building with its circular exterior looked unmistakably like an astronomical telescope. Zhou Long thought to himself, what the hell? Could it really be an astronomical telescope? After all, such an object should be in a museum. Zhou Long raised his hand and pointed. Congratulations, player. The Remote Sensing Center has been activated. A voice echoed from the sky, and immediately the circular Remote Sensing Center took off, spewing 4 flames as it soared towards the heavens, while the white walls of the center glowed. A perfect gap opened wide enough for a person to enter. Zhou Long stepped inside, and the pitch-black room suddenly lit up, revealing a circular control room. Xiao Bai walked over without saying a word. Fingers flew across the keyboard. At that moment, the things in Zhou Long's mind gradually became clearer, and the keyboard in front of him was clearly useful. Master, the reconnaissance device attached to the Remote Sensing Center has just taken off, Xiao Bai said without looking back. Reconnaissance device? Zhou Long asked in confusion. The reconnaissance device would survey the main planets of this star system, including their civilization, technology, and resources, conducting 2 rounds of analysis. After that, it would orbit our planet, serving as the best satellite. Its full name is the Defense Alert Satellite. Of course, the collected data would be saved in 2 copies, one for us, and the other sent back to the home planet Earth. All right, I should log off too. Zhou Long said, disregarding whatever Xiao Bai had to say. He clicked to log off, and as he opened his eyes, he slowly pushed open the game pod door and began to stretch his body. Looking at the clock, it was already 7:30 p.m. Eat a bite of the nutritional cake early in the morning. You won't be hungry all day. Zhou Long recited the advertisement as he tidied his clothes and opened the door to the dimly lit hallway where not a single voice could be heard. Strangers who came here would be scared to death. At this hour, everyone was busy fighting in the game to earn money. Passing through the hallway's center, Zhou Long paused to glance at the performance chart. Was there any new news or notifications? It recorded how much in-game currency had been exchanged for RMB by the players in the company over the past month and who was at the bottom of the list. In a daze, Zhou Long surprisingly did not see his name among the last 20. He then took the elevator down to the cafeteria, ordered 2 small dishes and a bottle of beer. Wait a minute. I should have had performance last month. Zhou Long exclaimed as if suddenly regaining his senses. He quickly finished his meal and dashed back into the hallway, frantically pressing the elevator button. The elevator's lights remained dim. Hey buddy, pay up. The cafeteria worker shouted as the elevator doors were about to close. Next time, Zhou Long yelled back, seeing the worker speed up and rush over, shouting, Do you think this is a game? Ding. The elevator doors finally shut at the last moment. Phew, Zhou Long sighed. I'm glad I pressed it quickly. Game team leader. Zhou Long gritted his teeth as he counted down 7, 8, 9, 10. Looking at the floor indicator, Zhou Long kept moving his head, arms, and legs. Anyway, I already have an account and a small territory, so I'm not afraid of you. Zhou Long fantasized about slamming the game team leader to the ground. A smile spread across his face. Damn it, how dare you swallow my performance? Zhou Long set his eyes fixed on the floor indicator. 15, 16. Just about to reach the 17th floor. The dim light in the elevator began to flicker incessantly. It can't be. Zhou Long watched as the indicators for the 16th and 17th floors went dark. Whoa, whoa, it's an illusion. It must be an illusion. Zhou Long murmured to himself. Whoa. But after the flickering lights, the faint sound of crying seemed to draw nearer. Don't take the elevator after 7 p.m. This long-standing rumor in the company seemed to echo in Zhou Long's ears. Damn it. Zhou Long whispered just as he entered the elevator without even looking back. It seemed that the cafeteria worker who had come in drunk also had a strange expression. At this moment, Zhou Long stared at the floor indicator, completely motionless, his body slightly stiff. From the faint sound of crying, he felt as if someone was breathing next to him. A chill ran through him. Have I been drinking? Zhou Long thought to himself. Could it be? As if responding to Zhou Long's thoughts, the elevator lights flickered twice more. Whoa! A mournful cry echoed. Zhou Long did not move, but his eyes slowly glanced back. In a pure white dress, a woman swayed slightly back and forth as if inebriated. She looked just like him, with long jet black hair cascading down to cover her face. Whoa! The sound of her crying grew louder. Zhou Long could feel her breath as she moved closer to him. He frantically pressed the buttons, but the floor indicator in the elevator showed no reaction. It felt like something was still missing. Zhou Long glanced beside him and saw that the woman in white had already reached the edge of the elevator, gripping the handrail tightly, her head bowed, her long dark hair still hanging down. Even if I die, I will love. I won't stop crying until I smile. The universe may perish, but my heart remains. Let's love each day as if it were the end of the world. Every second is so beautiful that tears fall. I don't care if others see it as good or bad. As long as you bravely follow me, love doesn't need to be arranged. Zhou Long felt himself sweating, and his phone buzzed at his waist. The music was an old, supposedly popular pop song, and at that moment the sound of the music gradually grew louder. The woman's crying grew louder. Zhou Long was now drenched in sweat, his heartbeat accelerating. He quickly switched to using his left hand to press the elevator button, while his right hand fumbled in his left pants pocket. With his left hand feeling around, now was not the time for Zhou Long to be adjusting his posture. He struggled to pull out his phone and pressed it with his thumb. From the phone came the words, "I'm so cold," followed by a flicker of the elevator lights. "It's so dark here." Ah! He immediately pulled the phone a bit farther away. Of course it wasn't Zhou Long who was screaming, but the person on the phone. Zhou Long realized who it was in the second of hearing it. "Huang Pengzi, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Zhou Long shouted. "I don't want to die, but if you don't come and keep me company, I really will." The almost desperate scream came from Huang Pengzi's end of the line. "It's really dark here, and I'm a bit hungry." Huang Pengzi was still talking. "You are already dead, stop bothering me." Zhou Long said, about to hang up the phone, while occasionally glancing at the woman beside him. Slowly the woman leaning against the wall approached. One delicate white hand emerged with even a wound on her wrist bleeding profusely. Her body swayed slightly as she walked up to Zhou Long, using her other hand to brush aside her long dark hair. "I need help," she softly said before collapsing to the ground. A girl in a white dress lies peacefully on the bed, her long hair parted on either side, her playful face still bearing traces of tears. The chubby man leans against the gaming pod, greedily chewing on instant noodles. Xia Dai gently bandages the girl's wrist, while tying a bow saying, "Zhou Long, what are you doing?" Zhou Long, sitting on the floor and rummaging through the girl's handbag, looked up and said, "Of course. I'm looking for her home address." As he spoke, he held a handful of red paper, preparing to take it out. Smack! Zhou Long had a particular fondness for stockings, especially those that reached just above the knee, which looked especially alluring. However, at that moment, he gained a new perspective on the girl wearing them. Sitting by the bed, Xia Dai exudes gentleness and kindness, always speaking in a soft voice, yet she can also hide sharpness beneath her sweetness, as demonstrated by her long legs clad in stockings. With a speed undetectable by Zhou Long, a swift kick sent the cash he was holding flying away. "Are you trying to rob me?" Xia Dai exclaimed, placing the cash into her bosom. "Hey, call the security to open the door that requires payment," Zhou Long said, watching Xia Dai's legs elegantly crossed and clad in stockings. What was initially a forceful statement gradually diminished. 10 minutes ago, Zhou Long and the girl were trapped in the elevator, while the chubby man was locked inside his ancient gaming pod, watching blood beginning to pool on the floor. After shouting for help yielded no results, Zhou Long called the last person he knew at the company, Xia Dai. Perhaps it was the charm of a woman, but under Xia Dai's guidance, the usually lethargic security guards in the office building became lively and spirited, successfully rescuing Zhou Long and the girl. Shortly thereafter, with a loud bang from the chubby man's room, he was freed and eventually followed Zhou Long into Xia Dai's room. It was Zhou Long's first time in a woman's boudoir, and he showed no restraint in his demeanor, sitting directly on the floor while the chubby man slurped noodles beside him, only to learn on the way that the guards expected tips. "Paying should be the responsibility of you, man," Xia Dai said as she tidied the blankets on the bed. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Long had just begun to speak. "I'm still a kid." Suddenly, countless legs in stockings appeared before him, not just numerous thighs clad in stockings rushing out of Xia Dai's room. The towering security guards encircled Zhou Long before he could regain his footing. "Ahi, you guys also play this?" Zhou Long said, straightening his back and forming a pistol shape with his right hand. The security guards before him, sternly staring at him, seemed to convey a single word: money, money, money. Yet with Zhou Long's gesture, the guards' expressions softened considerably. "Kid, the matter from tonight requires this amount. My brother should have been snuggled up in bed by now if that girl hadn't said someone would pay. Who cares about you?" The most imposing guard stepped forward, glancing at Zhou Long's gesture with a slight nod. "Ha, then that makes things easier. I'll give you the top-tier gear for this game. How about we forget about tonight's tip? Just leave your email," Zhou Long suggested. Zhou Long gestured toward an outdated shooting game, which still had a substantial player base, and he happened to have some inventory in it. As soon as Zhou Long stepped out of the door, he noticed that all the security guards had an ornament dangling from their waists, a commemorative item from the game only obtainable by seasoned players. "That can work, as long as what you give is genuine," one of the guards said in a high-pitched voice as another burly man joined in, their hands naturally clasped together. "Ahi, of course." Zhou Long quickly gathered the email addresses from the guards, dashing off. "If anything comes up, just let me know." He heard shouts coming from behind him. Hearing this, Zhou Long nearly stumbled down the stairs, hurriedly diving into his own house. He decided not to visit the gaming team leader. From what the chubby man said, the so-called trio consisted of Zhou Long, the chubby man, and Xia Dai. Last month's performance was average, calculated per person, all for the sake of the trio's gaming, but it was said that this was the chubby man's decision made overnight. When did the team leader become a good person? Zhou Long mumbled as he dove into the gaming pod. He first handed out gear to the guards, not feeling any loss since it was all grinded. He clicked to enter the official forum, a must-visit for gamers hoping to find something here. He might uncover some blind spots in the game or unexpected surprises. As anticipated, the forum was bustling. Many expressed strong dislike for the in-game butler, with some believing he was a pawn set up by the game company. However, the game company did not respond at all. Some players adored the butler, and out of all the posts, 3 were the most popular. One was about a player who acquired a colossal battleship. This player was featured on the front page, and everyone was discussing who the person behind the battleship acquisition was. Naturally, some players suspected it was a publicity stunt by the game company. Another player named Steal the Heart and Pluck the Moon obtained a special unit, a thief battleship. The base was entirely handed over to the butler for development, and Steal the Heart and Pluck the Moon immediately piloted the thief battleship to roam the universe, including humanity's home planet Earth, in the depths of space that no one had ever ventured. He even visited several different alien planets, moving freely, already blacklisted by Earth and the aliens, yet who could find him? Perhaps it was curiosity that drove him, as Steal the Heart and Pluck the Moon began to explore planets belonging to players who were no longer under newbie protection. Perhaps out of confidence, he arrived at the first planet. He made a grand entrance. Although friendly messages had already been sent, he was not welcomed with flowers, but rather by 4 drones closing in from different directions. They skillfully cornered the thief battleship, and as the battleship descended onto the planet along its predetermined trajectory, the players on the planet turned out to be members of the Wild Wolf Guild, a notorious guild in the online gaming world. During battles, members of the Wild Wolf Guild often eliminate their allies at the last moment or aggressively demand allies to withdraw. Even during combat, one could be stabbed in the back by a wild wolf at any time. No one willingly engages in conflict with them, not because the Wild Wolf Guild is strong, but because they are too ruthless. It is said that the first president of the Wild Wolf Guild stepped down under unclear circumstances. As soon as the thief battleship landed, Steal the Heart and Pluck the Moon received a message demanding he abandon the battleship and join the Wild Wolf Guild. Of course, he refused to reply, and the surrounding robots immediately initiated an attack. Unfortunately for the pirate battleship, although it is not a high-level warship, the robots that players can currently create are utterly incapable of harming it, while the Wild Wolf Guild is engaged in a protracted battle. The system stipulates that as long as you remain in the war, you cannot log off, only able to do so when the war ceases. Of course, if players become tired and fall asleep, they can be considered logged off, and the Wild Wolf Guild dispatches robots. Every 30 minutes they strike at the pirate battleship, and due to running out of energy, the players Stealing Hearts and Plucking the Moon continues to hold the fort on the ship. After 5 days of effort, unable to resist the drowsiness, they finally logged off. Meanwhile, while the Wild Wolf Guild is in a frenzy, the pirate battleship surprisingly binds to Stealing Hearts and Plucking the Moon's base. As long as the base exists, the player can return to reclaim it at any time. However, after logging off, Stealing Hearts and Plucking the Moon discovered that their gaming pod had been attacked by a virus. Shortly after, strangers began inquiring about them, and there were unidentified individuals lurking nearby. One day, while Stealing Hearts and Plucking the Moon was out shopping, their only residence suddenly caught fire. From then on, they began to hide in several cities, finally finding a moment of respite. They posted about their plight online, and while major websites deleted the posts, the official forum of the planet civilization remained. Stealing Hearts and Plucking the Moon tearfully recounted their experiences, once wanting to seek resolution through judicial channels. Yet, lacking any evidence, Stealing Hearts and Plucking the Moon lost faith in planet civilization, and even in the reality of society, ultimately leaving behind a few words: there is no justice in this world. Players on the official site supported Stealing Hearts and Plucking the Moon. Perhaps due to pressure, the judicial authorities issued a statement: a player cannot take conflicts that erupt in the game into real life to file a lawsuit. With no legal support. In Shanghai, China's most prosperous city, the top floor of the tallest building was brightly lit. The executives of the Planet Civilization China distribution company Blue Sky Group were in a meeting. At the round conference table, a high-definition image displayed Stealing Hearts and Plucking the Moon's post. Ladies and gentlemen, as the president and the largest shareholder of the company, I believe we should proceed this way. What do you all think? Said Long. The surrounding shareholders said nothing, merely pressing their voting devices, satisfied as they watched the results. Long looked at the high-definition image before him and typed a reply: return you justice. The current president of the Wild Wolf Guild was actually a local tyrant with considerable assets, influential across the land of Shenzhou. When this post emerged, Long had dispatched people to investigate. Posts across major forums were deleted by agents of the Wild Wolf Guild, and the pressure on the judicial authorities was due to Long secretly wielding influence, but it was merely a facade. Now Long decided to privately alter something in the game. This was the last effort Long could make, establishing a planet arbitration court within the game. At 22 years old, Long was a graduate from a prestigious university and the son-in-law of the former president of Blue Sky Group. Looking at the post's content, Zhou Long quickly scanned it and said, justice. Planet civilization. He then saw the third post. What the hell? They actually want to charge. Zhou Long exclaimed, planet civilization guide, don't miss out. Cost 1,000 credits. Hesitating, Zhou Long was in doubt. Not entering. My development is no worse than yours, Zhou Long said as he logged out of the official site and entered the game. In the remote sensing center, as Zhou Long entered, he looked around, but Xiao Bai did not appear immediately. He approached the control console, everything was normal, and Zhou Long was just about to leave. However, a light in front of him lit up. What is this? Zhou Long raised his hand to press it. Don't. Xiao Bai shouted as they entered and saw Zhou Long's action. But it was too late, or perhaps Zhou Long did it on purpose. Regardless, his hand had already pressed down. Developers of the star system. For the prosperity of our mother planet Earth and its civilization, you have traveled thousands of miles to come here, and you have finally taken the first successful step. To encourage you and boost your motivation to promote the civilization of the mother planet, we hereby appoint you the rank of Lieutenant Pioneer, for you have established the remote sensing center and made contact with the mother planet. We will record the coordinates of your planet, and resource transport ships from the mother planet will arrive on schedule. After this announcement sounded 3 times, Xiao Bai approached, raised a hand, and said, Master, did I make a mistake again? Zhou Long shrugged and said, isn't having a military rank a good thing? Plus, there are transport ships coming. As soon as the announcement finished, the system's voice echoed in the sky. Congratulations, player, you have obtained a military rank. Congratulations, player, you have received a new military uniform. Congratulations, player, you have acquired self-defense weapons. Congratulations, player. Due to obtaining a military rank, all attacking troops at your base will receive a slight boost and non-attacking troops will receive high-energy cannons. Congratulations, player. Your base has reached the upgrade standard. The resource ship is indeed for transporting resources, but the ship arriving here is actually to purchase your resources at a very low price, unless you have an entertainment center. What is that for? Without waiting for Xiao Bai to finish, Zhou Long asked. Looking at the display screen that Xiao Bai picked up, Zhou Long saw the entertainment center can recruit barracks commanders, heroes, and scholars. The higher the level of the entertainment center, the more advanced barracks commanders, heroes, and scholars can be recruited. I see. Zhou Long stroked his chin and said that's a good thing. But what does that have to do with the resource ship? It can allow the captain to rest inside. After hearing Xiao Bai finish, Zhou Long looked at Xiao Bai with that kind of expression, and he chuckled knowingly, a smile that all men understand. Then let's build it. Zhou Long picked up his display screen and selected to construct. Master, you have a one-time right to upgrade a building. Do you really wish to build this? Xiao Bai leaned in and said, This? Zhou Long frowned as he looked at the construction on the display screen. Master, this is the reason I was stopping you. Xiao Bai said, True. In that case, it would be equivalent to wasting an opportunity. Zhou Long remarked, his face slightly flushed. Master, outside. Xiao Bai was about to speak. Right, I can upgrade now, right? Zhou Long said there shouldn't be any problems now. Indeed, my master. Xiao Bai replied, no problem. Zhou Long picked up the display screen in his hand and clicked on upgrade. The entire base trembled, white mist rose, but after just a second the base reappeared. The sky was still blue, constructions were still a few, and many had changed. It seemed that some new functions had been unlocked, and the buildings gleamed, as if waiting for Zhou Long to click on them. Congratulations, player, your base has been upgraded. You have received 300 planetary coins, and the new building entertainment center has been unlocked. Zhou Long immediately stepped outside, and the once muddy ground was now covered with steel blocks. What are those things? Zhou Long asked as he looked into the distance. A group of creatures clearly resembling small reptiles approached. Specifically, they appeared to be elders, distinguished by a tuft of hair on their mouths. Master, I am about to eliminate these creatures, said the little white one that had come along. Eliminate? Zhou Long replied, glancing at the display screen in his hand, which indeed showed a task. Task 45. For the purity of your planetary civilization, please eliminate the low-level creatures on the planet. I don't think we are low-level creatures, said the elder reptile from a distance, and after speaking, a bundle wrapped like a rice dumpling was thrown out. Ready. Before continuing, the little white one picked up the display screen and said. The 15 devourers at the base immediately formed a triangle and approached, their arms swiftly transforming into laser guns, while cannons automatically set up on either side of their heads. Wow, 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 wow. Except for him, eliminate the rest. Zhou Long pointed at the small reptiles on the ground. Understood, Commander. The 15 devourers roared as they accelerated towards the elder reptile, who looked at Zhou Long with some surprise, then began to cry out loudly. Without caring for its companions behind it, pounced toward Zhou Long. Perhaps it had already gauged the distance, and Zhou Long found himself unable to evade as the reptile leapt toward him. A beam of red laser shot over, striking the elder reptile mid-pounce, igniting it in flames as its body was blasted away. Before it could hit the ground, it was turned to ashes by the devourer's laser. Zhou Long realized it was the laser from the little white one's eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a series of explosions, numerous craters appeared on the ground, and most of the visiting reptiles fled in panic, while the 15 devourers formed two lines and followed closely behind. Heavens! Zhou Long exclaimed. The once pristine building now had missing sections. The accuracy is too poor, Zhou Long thought to himself. The little white one looked at Zhou Long, his face dark, and said, Master, the current robots lack combat experience. Saying this, he recalled the 15 devourers that were about to enter the forest. True. Our warriors need experience, Zhou Long said, reaching into his pocket. A new style of military uniform and self-defense weapon emerged, which he quickly donned. However, in Zhou Long's eyes, this military uniform resembled a small robot, only slightly taller than himself. A silver snake laser gun with a range of 500 meters and attack power of 1030 when used with both hands, and 890 rounds of ammunition. It felt as if something had been added to the outside of his body, resembling a small robot. Zhou Long took a couple of steps in place, looking at the only surviving small reptile tied up like a rice dumpling. Controlling the extended steel arm, he raised the gun and fired a silvery fire snake. Wow, 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 wow. Master, you must take responsibility for me. The small reptile just freed rushed over, crying and wailing, calling out for its master like the little white one. Looking at the small reptile before him, Zhou Long did not want to kill it, yet he felt deep down that it still had its uses. Master, the robot following him has been taken out, the little white one said innocently while holding the display screen. Is that so? Zhou Long looked at the little white one, seemingly trying to discern something from the metallic face of the butler. Regrettably, it was a metal face, revealing nothing about whether the little white one felt guilty. Zhou Long was merely puzzled why the little white one who had control over the base hadn't noticed when the robot was destroyed, only mentioning it now. Perhaps it was just an accident. Zhou Long thought to himself. Congratulations, player, you have unlocked the civilization conquest mission. In the following time, species on the planet will attack the base. For the sake of your civilization, win the war, and the task reward is a special building. Alright, what comes must come, Zhou Long muttered. I will lead these 15 devourers to attack. You repair the base and produce more troops to come with us. Don't say you don't know the way. The little white one replied. Well, master, I have not led troops outside the base. Before he could finish. Permission, right? I think I can grant that. Looking at the little white one nodding, Zhou Long addressed the military uniform he was wearing. Computer, grant the butler permission to lead troops outside the base. I'm sorry. The butler must have a time limit for leading troops, came the mechanical metal voice. Then 3 days. Master, that elder is no good. They killed my entire family. My whole family. Before leaving the base, the little reptile began to complain, while the little white one, fearing being splashed by the creature's drool, turned and left. You can call me Wang Kai, Zhou Long said. Throughout the journey, the small reptile continued to narrate the tragedy of its family, and finally, Zhou Long managed to say something during a lull. Thank you, master. Ignoring the fact that it was a small reptile, or rather Wang Kai, it rushed to Zhou Long's feet. Had Zhou Long not quickly stopped it, the nearby devourers would have immediately opened fire. In fact, reptiles tend to reproduce many offspring throughout their lives. Wang Kai also had many offspring, all of whom were the result of passionate nights, with countless female reptiles. No one knows whose they are. The elder reptiles secretly eliminated those they normally disapproved of. As for the accompanying excavator robots, due to the lack of Zhou Long's control, they were quickly taken down by the lurking reptiles. Wang Kai's tribe is a very powerful tribe, and there are 4 species on this planet. Each species possesses a powerful force, and the greatest power of the reptilian race belongs to the tribe where Wang Kai resides. Zhou Long learned from Wang Kai that the reptilian tribe was under attack. Most of the reptiles in the tribe had gone to battle, and it was precisely because of this that the elders of the tribe came to show goodwill, tying up Wang Kai to demonstrate their threat. The airborne devourers had 2 enormous propellers spinning on their shoulders, with Zhou Long and Wang Kai held in the arms of 2 devourers. Originally, the devourers had jet devices. However, Zhou Long felt the noise was too loud, and looking down at the vast forest beneath him, he didn't feel much. Meanwhile, Wang Kai nearby was trembling with fear. As a ground creature, he had never been in the air during his life. Although they were propellers, the speed of advancement was not slow. Following the path Wang Kai indicated, Zhou Long finally saw the territory of the reptilian tribe. Lower the altitude quickly, Zhou Long shouted. The devourers faithfully executed the command, stopping at a distance of 50 meters from the ground. Zhou Long shouted towards the distance. Before them, nearly 1,000 meters away, was the realm of the reptiles, but in Zhou Long's eyes it resembled a city composed of countless small hills. Each small hill resembled an anthill, where ants live long-term, only larger and taller, with some white resembling silk nets. Surrounding the small hills were countless streets of various sizes, forming the semblance of a city. Furthermore, in the distant sky, there was a dark mass echoing with desperate screams. As soon as Wang Kai landed, he eagerly ran forward and shouted, "The master is right ahead." However, Zhou Long did not take a step forward. Looking at the reptilian city before him, Zhou Long felt a chill. Something was hidden within. Advance. Zhou Long cautiously issued the command. Computer, instruct the scout to gather information from this area. Zhou Long ordered. Understood. The intelligent computer embedded in the military uniform faithfully obeyed. The scout dispatched from the remote sensing center began observing the planet, and soon the information was transmitted back, displaying the same scene as before Zhou Long. However, one area was marked by the scout as a red, which turned out to be the largest small hill in the city before him. What is inside there? Zhou Long said expressionlessly. Wang Kai, what exactly do you want to do? To draw an outsider or an alien species to attack one's own race, while also wanting to exterminate them all, was something that Zhou Long could not comprehend. Through the information from the scout, Zhou Long saw that countless insect eggs were placed in those small hills. They were not large, but their numbers were many, and it was obvious that they could evolve into numerous reptiles at any moment. In the distance, a dark mass in the sky indicated another type of creature, clearly waiting for the right moment to attack, aiming to significantly reduce the current number of reptiles before the next generation appeared. It was enough to maintain the peace of 4 races, yet what Wang Kai was doing was to completely destroy the reptilian tribe. Seeing Zhou Long's skeptical expression, Wang Kai continued to urge. Without offering any explanation, Zhou Long commanded, advance. Eliminate all the insect eggs in front of us. 15 devourers unleashed lasers aligned in a row, shooting 30 beams of light simultaneously. Boom. With muffled explosions ringing out, the small hill of reptiles before them shook. A series of muffled sounds erupted as countless unborn small reptiles were instantly turned to ashes, while, in the distant battlefield, a more chilling cry echoed. Through the transparent shield before him, Zhou Long zoomed in the lens. In the distance, dozens of enormous reptiles, their eyes bloodshot, stared towards the city while their enemies hovered in the sky. It seemed they also sensed what was happening, swooping down from the sky like bats, their eyes glowing green as they looked at the ground, where countless reptiles waved their claws in resistance. The giant reptiles were the core of the entire group. Sensing the impending danger at home, they wished to retreat, but the enemies in the sky would not let them go. Walk. With a tremendous howl, a silver-white reptile with a hint of golden edge leaped out from the reptilian group. Its blood-red eyes glared, and its body began to swell. Other reptiles nearby watched this scene and began to follow suit, their bodies starting to grow larger. Winged tribe, you have achieved your goal. Reptilian warriors, show those guys in the sky our might. The leading reptile roared as it saw the enemy diving down again. Pull up. The largest creature in the air shouted. Boom. Before the sound could disperse, a massive explosion erupted around the reptile on the ground. Through the computer's language translation, Zhou Long vaguely heard the conversations on the battlefield. There was no need to look further. With the explosion, all the reptiles on the ground had perished. Commander, the danger level ahead is increasing. The report from the nearby devourers pulled Zhou Long's attention back. Attack, Master. Wang Kai appeared quite excited, his body trembling. Boom. The largest hill of reptiles in the city was destroyed. Tears. At the moment the hill exploded, Zhou Long saw tears. A transparent reptile larger than any he had ever seen lay there, its joints long since degenerated. Only its body remained massive, its pair of murky eyes lacking brilliance, yet trails of tears flowed from its keen eyes as it trembled, slightly crawling towards Zhou Long. This is the mother insect. Master, kill it. You will gain a brand new reptilian race. Wang Kai shouted beside him. Time seemed to freeze as Zhou Long raised his arm. The 15 devourers beside him raised their weapons in unison. Whoa! It was neither a lament nor a plea for mercy. It seemed they were trying to say something. Struggling to reach Zhou Long, the mother insect expelled an egg. The language translator had long been turned off, yet Zhou Long seemed to completely understand what the mother insect wanted to convey. I'm sorry, Zhou Long said as he lowered his arm. The mother insect fell silent, having used its last strength to crawl over. Zhou Long turned around, flames blazed behind him, and a scream erupted. Why? That was Wang Kai's voice. Just at the last moment, Zhou Long received information from Xiao by revealing that Wang Kai and the other reptiles had no blood relation in the biological connection. According to Xiao Bei's deduction, Wang Kai was not the offspring of this mother insect, but belonged to the previous group of reptiles. The reptilian group continually staged one insect dynasty after another centered around the mother insect. Wang Kai belonged to the previous one, and now he was determined to destroy this reptilian group at all costs. Although it was not one mother insect group, annihilating the entire insect group meant he could not ensure that he would not betray himself one day. As for that one remaining insect egg, Zhou Long had only one attitude: let it fend for itself. Flames blazed behind him. Whoosh. Alert. In the moment Zhou Long was distracted, the nearby devourers automatically opened fire towards the sky. Bastard. Zhou Long shouted as he rolled on the ground, tumbling several times. Although he couldn't see the enemy clearly, he instinctively reacted, hearing the rush of wind by his ears. Immediately followed by the sound of devourers firing wildly. As Zhou Long lifted his head from the ground, he noticed that only 5 of the devourers brought with him remained, while countless strange creatures in the sky swooped down madly. Like eagles hunting for prey, they attacked the devourers one by one. Winged tribe, Zhou Long thought to himself. Master, please do not stand up. I'm almost there. Xiao Bei's voice came from the computer. At that moment, Zhou Long's gaze was drawn to another object, a red light everywhere. The earlier flames were extinguished in an instant, leaving only the remaining devourers enveloped in red light. They immediately collapsed, their bodies flickering with electric sparks, seemingly short-circuited, while those creatures in the sky had lifted their altitude. Zhou Long glanced over. At the location where the mother insect's nest had just been, there was now a gigantic red gemstone radiating brilliant light, and within the gemstone there seemed to be a humanoid figure. The treasure of the reptiles. Zhou Long exclaimed, immediately standing up, picking up the silver serpent laser gun in his hand, and fired towards the sky, squeezing the trigger. The fire snake shot out, and the already scarce winged tribe in the sky diminished greatly. Although they were indeed enormous, they kept running on the ground, changing positions. Zhou Long continuously fired, moving closer to the red gemstone, which alerted the winged tribe. Screech. With 2 sharp cries, the few creatures in the sky suddenly circled above Zhou Long's head, diving down together. Standing still and looking at the sky, Zhou Long kept firing. Though the battle had not lasted long, Zhou Long knew that those charging in front were merely cannon fodder. As long as he fired a few more shots accurately, they would eventually fly past. The real attackers had yet to appear, as the largest one had disappeared. Zhou Long firmly believed that it would be the final one to strike, keeping his eyes fixed on the creatures swirling in the sky. Consider this an act of revenge for the reptilian tribe. Zhou Long muttered, gripping his submachine gun, aiming effortlessly. Screech. Two very close cries rang out, stunning Zhou Long. Behind him, a gun swung around as the head turned. You might not get that chance. The voice from the computer's translator echoed as Zhou Long, turning with his gun, immediately regretted it. A claw glistening with cold light and resembling a hook slashed toward him. There was no time to dodge. The timing and speed were calculated perfectly. Who told you that our winged tribe can only fly in the air? The creature across from him, resembling a giant bat, spoke. As the glistening claw was about to slice his neck, Zhou Long closed his eyes, disregarding everything, and squeezed the trigger in his hand. Ding ding ding. Boom. The anticipated recoil was absent, and there was no harm done to his neck. Only the rush of wind was heard by his ears. As he slightly opened his eyes, the bat-like creature was gone, and dozens of laser beams shot forth. Xiao Bei's metallic face appeared before him, saying, "Master him here." Zhou Long responded, feigning calmness. "Humans will visit again, next time." A voice echoed from the sky. Zhou Long looked up, and the largest winged creature had already flown into the sky. "All right, let's see what that is." Zhou Long pointed at the red gemstone. "Alert!" Xiao Bei commanded the devourers he brought. The newly created devourers immediately formed a battle stance, showing no clumsiness. Seeing Zhou Long's surprised expression, Xiao Bei explained, "As long as the robots experience battle, their combat experience will automatically be transmitted back to the base and downloaded to each new robot." Zhou Long nodded in understanding and quickly walked beside the red gemstone. "Congratulations, player, you have completed the first step of planetary civilization purification, earning 1 hero level unknown." As soon as he approached the manhwa red gemstone, the system's voice echoed in the sky. The closer he got, sparks began to fly from the combat suit Zhou Long was wearing. It seemed there was a risk of short-circuiting at any moment. "Computer, lower the energy frequency to the minimum," Zhou Long said immediately upon seeing Xiao Bei about to speak. "Take this thing back to the base." "But master," Xiao Bei replied, "this object is extraordinary. It resembles the work of an unknown advanced life form." Xiao Bei exclaimed, "Perhaps we should destroy it." Zhou Long elongated his voice and said, "This is exactly what I need." Perhaps hearing Xiao Bei's words, the ruby in front of them shook in discontent. As Zhou Long approached, he noticed a shadowy figure inside the ruby, which contained a spherical body. Though small, it emitted a radiant glow from within, supporting the external silhouette, resembling a fiery mass that radiated red light, almost as if it were alive. Countless tentacles extended from the base of the ruby, belonging to the motherworm's nest used to absorb energy from the gem, though those tentacles were now rendered useless. With a slight tremor similar to a heartbeat, Zhou Long commanded, "Take it back. Research it thoroughly." "Yes," Xiao Bei replied, refraining from further comments, and directly instructed the devourer to lift the ruby and ascend. Throughout the journey, Xiao Bei circled the ruby, no longer uttering anything about destruction. The rejuvenated base was being simply adorned by the 25 builders. As soon as they returned to the surface of the base, a package appeared. "Ah, this is a hero." Zhou Long approached and raised his hand to tap it. "Congratulations, player, you have obtained the hero cultivation nest." With the system's voice echoing in the sky, a new structure appeared before Zhou Long, a circular pool about 20 meters wide, continuously flowing with white liquid, emitting white vapor and smoke. Zhou Long was tempted to jump in for a swim. Looking at the display in his hand, he saw the hero cultivation nest, a monumental achievement of human civilization used for transforming discovered extraterrestrial life forms and pledging allegiance to humanity. Congratulations, player, you have initiated the planet formatting task. Completing the task will reward you with 1,000 civilization points and 5,000 planetary coins. Looking back at Xiao Bei, who followed him, Zhou Long said, "I'm logging off now. We'll talk about this hero when I return. You just focus on construction." After finishing, without Xiao Bei saying anything further, Zhou Long clicked to log off. Pushing open the door of the gaming pod, he saw the two eyes of the clock on the table shining brightly. "Speak up," Zhou Long said, tapping one of the clock's eyes. "Message deaf? Hurry and add me as a friend. I have a package." The voice of Huang Pengzi exclaimed, "Damn. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Zhou Long replied, "While exercising, my sister needs an invitation link for a planetary civilization. Be quick or you'll find out why my stockings are so dark." "Darling." Xia Dai's voice was still as flirtatious as ever. "Your sister." Zhou Long, having just worked out a bit, thought there were no more messages, when suddenly, he heard Zhou Long, "Come down to my office for a moment. You're late, and it will affect your bonus." The voice of a game team leader rang out. "Damn, who's afraid of who?" Zhou Long shouted as he pushed the door open. "A team leader. What a coincidence." A formatted smile instantly appeared on Zhou Long's face as he stepped out and bumped into this guy. Silver Sword, a 38-year-old veteran employee of the game company, currently the leader of Game Team 15, is regarded as lecherous by Zhou Long and his colleagues. "Come on. It's not easy for me to find you, little Zhou. Let's talk in my office." As Silver Sword spoke, he walked ahead. Anyone personally invited by the team leader into his office is said to go mad. This is another saying circulating in the company. As soon as Zhou Long sat down, Silver Sword said, "Little Zhou, how have you been lately? Are you managing to keep up with the work?" He poured Zhou Long a cup of tea first. "As always, I heed the leader's decisions, charging forward on the front lines of the game. I would never dare to slack off," Zhou Long replied, looking at Silver Sword's smiling face. His mind began to make a 180-degree turn down the trap, or preparing to set a snare, or gently killing. Zhou Long's nerves were tightly wound. While chatting casually, Silver Sword spoke of the East, while Zhou Long never mentioned the West, discussing everything from the gaming world to the gossip of the company president to global situations and the future of humanity. Silver Sword eloquently spoke. Zhou Long listened, enraptured, his face full of admiration, even taking out a small notebook from his pocket to jot down notes. All his previous hesitations vanished. Like a lost lamb responding to the call of its mother, he rushed over. Half an hour later, all the pleasantries were over, and the formal topic was brought to the table. "Little Zhou, my position is coveted by many," Silver Sword said, still squinting. "Little guy, the meat show has started." In his heart, Zhou Long thought, "Who dares? I would be the first to disagree. This will always be your position." After saying this, Zhou Long wore a face full of righteous indignation. Recently, there have been many stirring winds, so the company has decided to conduct an internal random survey. It will be sent to your emails in a few days. Before Silver Sword could finish. "In any strong wind, this little grass will cling to your big tree." Zhou Long immediately stood up, fist over his heart. Of course, if it weren't for the contract when entering the company, Zhou Long wouldn't be this way. He could leave at any time, but the company could also let you go at any time. "Little Zhou has been in the company for over a year now. Yes, I've received a lot of help from the group leader," Zhou Long said. As the saying goes, people seek higher ground, while water flows to lower ground. "Zhou Long, don't you want to change positions?" The smile remained the same as Silver Sword said lightly. "Actually, the group leader's position has a decent income belonging to a mid to senior level in the company. The advantage is to supervise the underlings to submit the required game currency monthly. One could easily profit in this position, and those who sit in this role have no idea how many times they have been scolded by the people below." Silver Sword, at 38 years old, is certainly considered young in today's world. But in the realm of online gaming, he is considered old. If he doesn't rise within 2 years, he will have to retire and switch industries. And as Zhou Long knows, although Silver Sword's popularity isn't great, he has connections above, and the company has a semi-public, semi-private nature. Zhou Long caught a whiff of something unusual. "Hey team leader, if I want a promotion, according to company standards, that would require..." Zhou Long was just saying, "As long as I become the head of the company, you will be a golden player. Just think about it," Silver Sword said, pouring himself a cup of tea. "Being a golden player means what? It means an income of 5 million renminbi a year. Your gaming journey will become a poster for promotion, becoming an idol for every gamer. The game company will actively seek you out, providing you with funding to enter the game and advertise for it. At that time, if luck is on your side, perhaps the morning newspaper will have rumors about you alongside beautiful stars." With a surge of excitement, Zhou Long stepped out of Silver Sword's office, his legs feeling somewhat weak, while a few passing colleagues looked at him with strange eyes. "Hey young man, you are Zhou Long, right? How about we go for a drink?" a slightly gray-haired man said. His office was twice the size of Zhou Long's room, with an antique desk holding a cactus and a high-definition display screen. His hair was dark but thinning, and it was obvious that it was dyed. The cigar between his fingers emitted a faint tobacco scent, with every breath flanked by 2 rows of bookshelves. Many years ago, the government invested in integrating the gaming market, and with the influx of government funds, related personnel surged in igniting the gaming industry. At 50 years old, Peng Hua, who once served in the government, came to this company, perhaps due to being favored or sidelined as a newcomer in the gaming industry. Cough, cough, cough. Shortly after sitting down, Zhou Long was choked by the lingering smell of tobacco in the room. "Hey young man, take a puff." Peng Hua said this without waiting for Zhou Long's response, and took out a cigar from the drawer. "Thank you." Zhou Long merely sniffed the cigar he received, as he usually only smoked small cigarettes, and he was not accustomed to this cigar. Upon entering the company, he was appointed as the deputy director, indeed a leadership position. In Zhou Long's eyes, this person seemed like the type who was rigid and always ready to reprimand others. There might be significant adjustments within the company in the near future. Peng Hua looked at Zhou Long and said, "A person with little power in the company seemed no more important than a silver sword to Zhou Long." Zhou Long responded and shifted his gaze elsewhere, his eyes landing on a photograph. It seemed to be a youthful picture of Peng Hua. "I might very well become the head of the company. So come join my team," Peng Hua said casually, as if discussing a trivial matter with a friend. "In that case, I truly wish my room had a large window with ample sunlight, and the area should be at least 5 times that of my current one." Zhou Long actually did not know what he was saying. Perhaps it was merely a wish. After speaking, Peng Hua's brows furrowed, clearly deep in thought. "All right." Zhou Long said this and left the room without courtesy. Walking in the corridor, Zhou Long felt a bit dazed. The 2 biggest rivals in the company had both approached him, and it seemed he had suddenly become a sought-after individual. Strange. Zhou Long remarked as he looked at the brilliant sunlight streaming through the small window at the end of the corridor. He also saw some employees being warmly called into the office by Silver Sword. Give me strength. Erguodo. Whenever faced with something perplexing, Zhou Long would go to Huang Pengzi for a drink. If there's anything I can help with, leave a message with Xiao Bike. Zhou Long swiped his card and opened Huang Pengzi's door. He looked at the message and sipping on Huang Pengzi's treasured Erguodo, he quickly figured out where to go. Creak. Zhou Long pushed open the door to Xiao Dai's room. Wearing golden-rimmed glasses and a blue outfit with a super short skirt, Xiao Dai sat quietly calculating something while not glancing toward the door. What are you calculating? Zhou Long asked as he walked in. Nothing. Xiao Dai abruptly closed her notebook and sat on the nearby sofa. The data in the game is sometimes just fleeting clouds of it, depends on how much you can utilize, not just the total value. Zhou Long said as he also took a seat. A hint of surprise flashed across Xiao Dai's face as her eyes darted. As part of a trio, shouldn't you be guiding the members of the foreman team? After saying this, Xiao Dai had a playful expression on her face. Indeed, Zhou Long said as he quickly got up and closed the door. We should communicate well and not let anyone become a burden. After saying this, he looked around Xiao Dai's room, feeling a pang of unfairness. As employees of the same level, Xiao Dai's room was larger, equipped with a sofa and refrigerator. Was it? Zhou Long glanced at Xiao Dai. I just became the lucky employee of the company and got this room. Xiao Dai seemed to know what Zhou Long was going to say and happily said, every colleague who comes in has that expression on their face. Oh really? Zhou Long said casually. What did you do before? Zhou Long asked. I pursued my doctorate at the California Institute of Technology in the United States. Xiao Dai said. Oh. Zhou Long responded, elongating his tone. After returning, both my parents passed away. That's how I came to this company. Listening to Xiao Dai recite her past like a script, especially emphasizing the loss of her parents, Zhou Long sensed there was a story behind it. Really? Zhou Long said, feeling a strange chill around him along with a pair of curious eyes staring at him. The chill made Zhou Long feel as if his blood had solidified, while the warmth of those eyes intensified the cold. In the room, there were actually two people who had been silent since Zhou Long entered. One girl had long black hair, wore a dress, and had a red hairpin in her hair. With eyes like warm stones, she curiously looked at Zhou Long. Oh, it's you. Zhou Long said cautiously. Thank you so much for that day in the elevator. The girl replied, my name is Wanru. Nice name. Zhou Long said politely. However, the source of the chill now made Zhou Long somewhat at a loss for words. Hey Huang Pengzi, you're also here exchanging insights. Zhou Long said. Wanru. Huh. Wanru. Huang Pengzi sat beside them looking dazed. There was no doubt that Huang Pengzi was the source of the chill. The moment Zhou Long entered, Huang Pengzi was restless beside Wanru. Here you go, beautiful. Have one. What's your name? Huang Pengzi offered fruit from the fruit plate on the table to Wanru. Oh, I'm allergic to lychee. Wanru replied. Oh, how long do you plan to stay here? If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. What's your surname? Wanru. Wow, such a beautiful name. Huang Pengzi exclaimed excitedly. Huh. For 2 consecutive hours, Huang Pengzi asked her these questions. Wanru sat there smiling slightly as she answered. You guys should get to work now. Xiao Dai said, standing beside the game storage with her legs crossed and shaking continuously. Yeah, we have to get to work, Zhou Long said as he stubbornly dragged Huang Pengzi out of the room. Wanru, if there's anything you don't understand, just come ask me. Or you can move your game storage over here. In the corridor, Zhou Long called out while dragging Huang Pengzi. Sis, do you fancy that one? When Wanru saw the door close, she hopped over to ask. Fancy? Your sister isn't that uncultured, Xiao Dai said as she entered the game storage. That fat guy seems to have a good impression of you. The moment the door to the game storage closed, Xiao Dai's voice could be heard. How annoying, Wanru said as she walked over, extending her small hand to open her own game storage. About this matter. In Huang Pengzi's room, he said. Apart from being sensitive to games, Zhou Long's mind was quite muddled. He had come to find Huang Pengzi to discuss the conversation between the 2 team leaders today. Hey, you can consider what they said as mere nonsense, Huang Pengzi said while blowing smoke rings. On the surface, the company appeared to be thriving, but think about it, if they were exchanging RMB for game currency every day without sufficient funds backing them, how would the company sustain itself? Moreover, there are still after effects from the financial crisis. Who knows if those executives might use some excuse to embezzle funds. The minor leaders below are these team leaders. They must have caught wind of some rumors, just like gathering most of the gaming personnel in the company under their control. They are all backed by someone, and it is quite common for them to make a comeback. So you understand, Huang Pengzi said grandiloquently. I don't understand, Zhou Long replied. Haven't you seen that there are more messages in your display, eh? What more? Huang Pengzi widened his not-so-big eyes and asked. Information from headhunting companies. Huang Pengzi looked at Zhou Long as if he were an alien. In such situations, those headhunters are busy collecting information. If that gaming company collapses, they will immediately have a large number of people ready to fill in, and a new company will emerge. Pengzi, if you don't study financial analysis, it would be a loss for China. Zhou Long joked as he left Pangzi's room. What? You should go to the cafeteria more often. Eating there a few more times will teach you more than this. Huang Pangzi's voice came from behind the closed door, and Zhou Long nearly stumbled. Back in his room, Zhou Long suddenly felt mentally exhausted. After finishing up, his gaming biological clock had also arrived. Lying in bed, he fell asleep as the light flickered. What is that? Zhou Long thought to himself. He looked up at the ceiling light, which still had not lit up. Why does this feel so familiar? Zhou Long mused as his eyes slowly shifted to the side. Xiaobai! Zhou Long shouted loudly. Master! Accompanied by a mechanical voice, Xiaobai walked over. How can you be here? Zhou Long said. Master, please take a closer look and see who I am. Before him, the outline began to change, long hair sprouting from Xiaobai's metallic shell, which was enveloped by flesh in an instant. A pair of spirited eyes appeared wearing a short skirt and black stockings. Xiaodai, Zhou Long said hoarsely. Master, let's begin. Xiaodai's voice was somewhat seductive. What are you going to do? Zhou Long shouted. Oh, Master, don't you remember that night? As he spoke, Xiaobai and Xiaodai's faces constantly shifted before Zhou Long rushing towards him. Ding! Just as the elevator opened, Zhou Long was about to step out. Why hasn't Zhou Long gone to work yet? A cold voice echoed and a hook extended from the dark elevator. Then Silver Sword's figure entered. Ah! Zhou Long immediately yelled, taking advantage of a gap to hide in the corner of the elevator. Master, do you not want me anymore? I am Xiaobai. Zhou Long, our knight. The person in front transformed back and forth, calling out to Zhou Long. Hurry and go to work. Meanwhile, Silver Sword shouted frantically. The two gradually merged into one, and a brand new body appeared. Wang Kai! Zhou Long screamed. Master, I die without closing my eyes. What do you want? Zhou Long roared. I want you to go to work. Enough! Zhou Long shouted as he sat up in bed. The alarm clock on the bedside table emitted Silver Sword's usual silly voice. Hurry and enter the game. Ever since that day in the elevator when Wanru scared him, Zhou Long's dreams had grown increasingly vivid. Looking at the morning light outside the small window, Zhou Long decided to head to the cafeteria for breakfast. He didn't dare to take the elevator. According to Xia Dai's private instructions, Wanru had previously walked into the company's elevator after a breakup, so the words romance should never be mentioned in her presence. Zhou Long jogged down an unknown number of flights of stairs and arrived at the first floor, where he saw many colleagues having breakfast, picking up bowls and preparing to get food. It's you, the guy who eats without paying, the uncle serving food shouted. Is that so? Zhou Long didn't need to turn around to know that countless pairs of eyes were watching him. Uncle, you must be mistaken. After saying that, he pulled out money from his pocket. Oomph. The greasy-handed uncle reluctantly served Zhou Long his meal. He brought the food over and looked for a more crowded spot to sit down, but as soon as he sat down, the unfamiliar colleagues around him immediately closed their mouths, silencing the previously lively atmosphere. The sudden silence was palpable. Come on, it's just entering the Silver Sword's room. What's the big deal? Zhou Long thought to himself, quickly finishing his meal and putting down his tray before heading upstairs. Watching Zhou Long go upstairs, the remaining colleagues began to chatter once again. In the room next to the table, Zhou Long had a pair of headphones in his ears. This was a remote listening device he had made in college, essentially a bug which he had installed under the table before leaving the cafeteria. Hey, I heard the chosen one for the team leader is him. Chill. Quiet. Once you're on the Silver Sword ship, you won't even know how you die. But his team's performance is quite good. Who knows how much he has swallowed? Didn't you see he changed cars in the first half of the year? What about that surnamed Pang? He just has an old director above him. In the gaming industry, he's nothing. We should wait for the right moment to jump ship. Look, I have a plan. Boring. Zhou Long caught the gist of it and said, in the lab rat. What are you all? He opened the game pod and dove, and noticing that the official website had new updates. The game was now completely open and newcomers no longer needed invitation links to join. The game forum was still bustling with many new posts. The few strategy posts occupied the top spots, while the Planet Civilization game had also opened its war mode. According to the official explanation, a player had triggered the war mode and had already received rewards from the game. Countless players left comments, all questioning whether this was just a ploy by the game company. Additionally, a patch had been released that added free player professions, making the game even more popular. Zhou Long quickly glanced at the official website and entered the game. Damn it, Zhou Long cursed. Since he had to download the patch for the free player profession system, 3 hours later Zhou Long was snoring loudly, fast asleep. Congratulations, player, you have entered the game. The game's voice system woke Zhou Long and pulled him into the game. Master, hurry up and check out the new content for your base's buildings. Little Bai immediately appeared. Picking up the display board, he saw 5,000 tons of minerals, 5 Euro planet coins, 20 devourers, 15 miners, and 10 builders. Zhou Long elongated his voice, looking at the construction before him. Let's summon our heroes. Little Bai quickly directed the devourers to place the ruby in the hero cultivation nest. As soon as it was placed, the liquid in the hero cultivation nest began to bubble, immediately enveloping the ruby, while a devourer that hadn't managed to escape was also caught inside. A cloud of mist emerged, obscuring everyone's vision. Holding the display screen, Zhou Long could only see the silhouette of the devourer whoosh. Little Bai directed the robots to disperse the mist. Inside the hero cultivation nest, the devourer stood there as the liquid in the pool began to flow again. Damn it. It failed, Zhou Long said. Congratulations, player, you have obtained a hero. Since this is your first time cultivating a hero, the level is unclear and the attack power is unknown. Please name it. Looking at the words flashing in the sky, Zhou Long was stunned. Isn't this my hero? Yes. The devourer in the pool stepped out, walking directly in front of Zhou Long. Commander, how may I serve you? You should patrol the base and await the master's orders. Little Bai said from the side. That's my authority. Bang. Only the commander can give me orders, the hero said. Seeing the hero before him, he instantly knocked Little Bai away. Zhou Long immediately turned around and said, your name will be Bloodthirsty. Now take these devourers and practice around the base. There are still many low-level creatures. Understood. Bloodthirsty replied, placing his hand on his chest and saying, Commander, I think we should produce more soldiers for battle. Saying this, he took the robots and left. Congratulations, player, you have successfully named your hero and received a hero weapon that is automatically equipped to the hero. 5 minutes later in the control center, Little Bai said, Master, you can now build the barracks and the entertainment center you want. Stepping outside to find a suitable location, Zhou Long selected for construction. As soon as he confirmed it, the builder robots came in 2 batches and began the construction. Looking at the limping Little Bai, Zhou Long felt a bit relieved. Master, we can. Little Bai was just saying. All right. Zhou Long suddenly remembered something and hurried into the control room. No friends. Zhou Long said after clicking a few times. Master, adding friends is via the remote sensing center. All right, you go repair the repair pod. Zhou Long said, watching Little Bai slowly walk, pieces of him falling all over the ground. Zhou Long still felt a bit distressed. Yes, Master. In the control center, after upgrading 2 new functions had been added, the ability to summon soldiers to resist attacks. You can build a radar. Without thinking, Zhou Long clicked on it. Congratulations, player, the control center has been upgraded. Stepping out, he arrived at the remote sensing center, clicked, and found a friend list. He entered the nickname of the fat guy to add, and there was also an auction system. However, there wasn't much for sale at the moment. Congratulations, player, the barracks have been completed. Congratulations, player, the entertainment center has been completed. Once the buildings were completed, a few robots automatically appeared around each structure. Goodness. Building things also comes with population, even if it was just a few more builders. Without a second thought, Zhou Long directed the builders to continue constructing the barracks. Alert. The population has reached its limit. Please build more mechanical stations. Alert. The mineral storage is nearing depletion. Please collect resources. Master. The repaired Little Bai walked over, glancing at the 2 alerts. Little Bai felt his circuits burning again. Gather the diggers. Xiao Bai commanded the onboard computer. Boom. Warning. The heroes are under attack. Warning. The number of devourers is decreasing. 2 lines of text flashed across the sky. Damn it. Zhou Long exclaimed, what's going on? In the distance, the recently dispatched hero Bloodthirst rushed over with a few devourers, shouting, Commander, we are under enemy attack. Very many. He commanded the remaining few devourers to stand around. Silence enveloped the surroundings, gradually accompanied by the sound of drums rising from low to high, building to a climax, while trees around the base fell in droves. Emerging was a mass of white humanoid creatures, nearly human in shape, grayish-white, all over, standing about 15 meters tall, advancing with weapons in hand. Stay alert, Zhou Long said, immediately commanding all robots through the display in his hand, with diggers and builders standing on the perimeter and devourers inside. What is this? Zhou Long asked as he looked at the scene before him. Master, this should be another type of low-level creature from the planet. Xiao Bai replied mechanically. The creatures that appeared around slowly pressed forward, stopping at a distance of 1,000 meters, while the drum sound became faint and the creatures in front began to doze off. Bloodthirst led the devourers, adjusting the sights on their weapons, striving to form a crossfire net. The drum sound gradually subsided, and the nearby creatures looked ahead with their eyes wide open, waving their weapons angrily, yet no one moved. From now on, you all call me Master, Zhou Long declared. Master, the current situation should allow for negotiations. If we attack recklessly, we might not be able to defend ourselves, Xiao Bai said, scanning the few remaining devourers around him. Master, if anyone dares to step half a foot into the base, they'll tear them apart, Bloodthirst remarked. I really don't know who ran back outside the base just now, Xiao Bai responded. That was to conserve strength, Bloodthirst said, raising his fist. Perhaps it's a coward. What did you say? Enough, Zhou Long asked, pointing at the display screen. What is this? A shield. As long as we concentrate all the energy of the base in the control room, it's fine, Xiao Bai replied. Very well. Zhou Long hadn't finished speaking when the muffled drum sound outside the base began to echo again, and the low-level creatures slowly pressed forward without any other noise. The only sound in the air was the bothersome drum beats. Xiaobai seemed to still be in the novice protection period. Zhou Long suddenly remarked. Yes, master. Why is that? Zhou Long asked. Because the ones attacking you are not players. But those things. Xiaobai pointed outside. 800 meters away. Bloodthirst shouted. This is quite strange. Zhou Long said, the system shouldn't require players to complete an impossible task. Looking up at the sky as if seeking an answer from the ethereal expanse. 500 meters, entering range, master. Bloodthirst shouted, holding his gun. Very well. Report when they reach 200 meters. Zhou Long said. Xiaobai, how is the shield preparation going? Zhou Long asked. Master, even if all the energy of the base is concentrated now, it can only protect the control room. Entering range at 150 meters. Bloodthirst shouted. Attack. Zhou Long immediately yelled. Just as Zhou Long issued the attack order, the rhythm of the drum beats suddenly changed. If the previous rhythm was that of a gentleman speaking softly, the current rhythm was that of a dancer inspiring the crowd. All the low-level creatures became incredibly frenzied, advancing, without any formation, their eyes bloodshot as they rushed forward, as if the drum beats echoed their innermost feelings. They charged forward wielding crude weapons while laser beams shot out in response. Inside the base, Xiaobai continuously calculated while holding the display. The goal was to form a shield at the last moment while Bloodthirst controlled the Devourer's fire through the onboard computer step by step, leading to a fierce tug-of-war within a 600-meter radius of the control center. At the closest point, the gas emitted from the low-level creatures almost sprayed onto Bloodthirst's face. This was Zhou Long's command to let them in, and then fight, watching as the creatures fell one after another. Bloodthirst was puzzled. The attacks faced earlier were definitely not at this level, and now the opponents clearly only had an advantage in numbers. Watching the energy of the laser gun in hand deplete gradually, Bloodthirst's weapon continued to fire. Meanwhile, someone who should have been present disappeared from the control center as all the base creatures surged towards the vicinity of the control center, focusing on the moonlight, where a white figure flickered. Zhou Long, dressed in military uniform, holding a silver snake laser gun, emerged just before being surrounded in the control center, now crouching low as he advanced. The air was still filled with the fervent sound of war drums, and in front of him there was a flickering azure flame surrounded by low-level creatures racing about, minotaurs. Zhou Long muttered. Though they were humanoid, they had two curved horns on their heads. Suddenly, with a loud noise, a minotaur stumbled and fell to the ground. Bastard. As it rolled over, the minotaur shouted, preparing to get up. Suddenly, a figure pounced over without a word, shoving a cold object into the minotaur's mouth. Speak. What is that fire ahead? If you say one wrong word, it'll take your life. A cold voice echoed in his ear. That is the general's base. The minotaur whispered. Woo-woo. If he had more to say. Zhou Long forced the laser gun back into the minotaur's mouth, seeing tears. Zhou Long saw tears again, just as he was about to apply pressure with his index finger. The minotaur's eyes were filled with tears. You mother. So many little stars. Zhou Long silently complained, withdrawing the gun and turning to leave, having just taken 2 steps. You mother. Still can't leave any alive. Zhou Long turned around, bang. He unexpectedly collided face to face with the minotaur. Damn it. Looking for death, huh? Zhou Long shouted as he turned, wiping his mouth. This was my first kiss in the game. He raised his hand for a butt of the gun, of course, not wanting to fire as the noise would be too loud. Bending low using the cover of night, Zhou Long quickly advanced again as the drum sounds in the air grew steadily closer while the azure flame grew ever brighter. Glowing with a hint of green light, his body emaciated, slender hands waved 2 thin branches in the air with an azure flame floating beside him. Around him, several rows of minotaurs formed circles, striking the drums in rhythm with the waving hands above, while the conductor in the center was completely lost in the performance. It seemed like a music conductor's orchestra. Master, the energy of the laser gun is about to run out. Bloodthirst said. Master, if you don't come back, he's going to pull out my circuits and use my energy. Xiaobai, said the voice from the onboard computer, suddenly pulled Zhou Long back to reality. Hold on a little longer. Zhou Long replied to the onboard computer. His body slowly advanced as there seemed to be no danger here. Zhou Long progressed cautiously. As soon as he stepped into the illuminated range of the azure light, the conductor in the center stopped conducting abruptly. Silence surrounded them. All the minotaurs only stared at the drum surface, while behind them, the base minotaur suddenly erupted with a deafening roar, intensifying the attack. Master, now it's my turn to alternate cover with Bloodthirst. He's observing my shooting. If you don't come back, both of us are going to perish. The voice in his ear rang out just as Zhou Long raised his hand to turn it off. His body trembled slightly, and the conductor's arms began to move again, the drum beats resounding while the shouts from behind became deafening. Without hesitation, the laser gun in his hand fired. Bang! His body jolted, the conductor's raised hands fell, and his eyes opened wide, looking at Zhou Long with an expression of grievance, as if Zhou Long was the one who struck first. Who? Just at the moment when their gazes met, a shadow suddenly appeared in the space between them. Before Zhou Long could see clearly, he rolled away, crouching down to look. The spot where he had just stood bore a deep knife mark. A massive minotaur wielding 2 knives with eyes glowing red said, "Continue conducting." The conductor behind him responded immediately, his expression pain, blood flowing from the hit areas. Zhou Long raised his hand and fired again. "You can't kill me." The opposing minotaur approached step by step, completely ignoring Zhou Long's attacks. "You mother!" Zhou Long shouted, continuously firing his laser gun, yet the shots always passed through the opposing minotaur's body. "Die? The treasures of the Zerg are mine." The opposing minotaur shouted, waving his twin blades as he lunged forward. Zhou Long hurriedly retreated, but his speed was still too slow, watching helplessly as the twin blades swung toward his neck. His eyes instinctively shut. The sound of wind whistled in his ears, and after a moment the minotaur in front was still howling, yet his body bore no injury. Zhou Long cautiously opened one eye, seeing the minotaur still swinging his blades. As the blades came closer, they suddenly vanished. Looking back, he realized he had just jumped out of the Azure Light's range. "Come here. Let's duel," the minotaur shouted after stepping back a few paces. Bang! Zhou Long raised his hand and fired. "Ha ha, fool, you can't kill me." Bang! Bang! "No!" the minotaur yelled. Zhou Long shot at the nearby drumming minotaur, each shot dimming the azure fireball beside the conductor. The massive minotaur was in a frenzy, and with Zhou Long's attacks, the drumming minotaurs around him dwindled in number. The glow of the ethereal blue light grew dimmer as it roared in place. Zhou Long, of course, was unaware of the minotaur's weakness. It was only because the conductor had been glancing at the drummers nearby that Zhou Long found the right approach. As the number of drumming minotaurs decreased, the attacking minotaur's momentum weakened, much like in a single-player game. Once you find the weakness, you can overcome any boss in front of you. There was still one last drummer desperately beating on the small drum before him, his body already drenched in blood, yet he continued to strike tirelessly. Zhou Long hesitated for a moment before pulling the trigger. With a slight recoil, the drummer completed his final task and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, the ethereal blue light flickered out, and the gigantic minotaur had already stood beside the conductor. The double blades in the minotaur's hands vanished. Although its body remained massive, it was no match for Zhou Long now. "Let him go, I will go with you," the conductor said, lowering his head. Boom! A red laser shot out beside Zhou Long, striking the minotaur that had just turned around, causing it to fall to the ground. "Master, I'm late," Xiaobai said. All the way Zhou Long looked at Xiaobai, who no longer had a body, or rather Xiaobai's body had taken on a new form, a metallic sphere surrounded by thrusters. The two chatted along the way, encountering retreating minotaurs that fled at high speed, seemingly as if they had seen a ghost. Zhou Long did not comment on Xiaobai's earlier actions. Letting a tiger return to the mountain was not a good idea. Behind them, a thin figure followed closely. It was the conductor. "God, is this still a game?" Zhou Long shouted as he entered the base. In front of him, apart from the control center, the other buildings were reduced to their foundations, with the only consolation being that the Star Energy Station still stood strong. "What is that?" Zhou Long exclaimed as he looked into the distance, where a large group of dark objects gathered. "Master, these are all our captives." A robot emerged from the mass of dark objects. "Bloodthirsty?" Zhou Long took a few steps back and asked. "Yes, it is I, your loyal subordinate," Bloodthirsty said in a fluctuating voice, collapsing to the ground. "If it weren't for him, the base wouldn't have suffered such losses," Xiaobai said as he pulled Bloodthirsty's body into the construction center. "What? You're talking nonsense," Bloodthirsty shouted from the maintenance chamber. "Xiaobai, where's the protective shield? Why hasn't it activated?" Zhou Long inquired. "Too much energy. Calculation error," Xiaobai replied, the round sphere bobbing up and down. He picked up the display screen. "Resources 0 star, coins 10000. "God, what can I do now?" Zhou Long yelled at the displayed information. "How can we still play? And we have those captives. Oh, we can't even sustain them," Xiaobai said. As he spoke, the only flickering eye on the sphere began to gather energy. "Wait," a crisp voice called out. The conductor, who had followed behind, immediately stepped into the dense crowd of captured minotaurs, seemingly saying something. As he turned around to speak, the conductor was about to say something. "You should call him master," Xiaobai prompted from the side, the laser in the only eye gathering energy. "All right, master, you owe me a favor, right?" The conductor said, his bright eyes looking at Zhou Long while his hands clutched the gunshot wound that was still bleeding. After a brief pause of a few seconds, Zhou Long nodded. If it weren't for the conductor's signal, the war might not have been won. "Your base needs labor, and you currently have no surplus," the conductor said as he walked forward. "Ladies, please maintain your distance," Xiaobai shouted while floating in the air. Making a restraining gesture, the conductor said, "These captives, the minotaurs, are willing to work for you and gather resources. Because their leader has just died, they need a new leader." "All right, Xiaobai, calculate how much loss they have brought me," Zhou Long said while blinking. "Yes, master." Xiaobai clicked on the display screen. "Master, they will work for us for 5000 solar cycles." "What a scoundrel," the conductor not far away said with a face full of disdain. 5000 solar cycles, with one cycle being the time it takes this planet to orbit the sun for 5000 days. However, it is worth noting that there is more than one sun here. After a night of reorganization, Zhou Long discovered early in the morning that there were as many as 300 captives from last night divided into 3 teams, with bloodthirsty Xiao Bai and the Devourer each leading 100 minotaurs. The 3 teams alternated going out to gather energy. Master, this woman is not a native of this planet, Xiao Bai said immediately upon returning. Yes, I know, Zhou Long replied. The lady from last night told me everything. Once on a planet where a civilization had vanished, humanity discovered her and activated her, transforming her. They initially intended to bring her back to Earth, but encountered an accident along the way. She hid in the escape pod until one day when it floated to a planet where the life form saved her and she repaid the favor. Now she is my second untrained apprentice. Then we need an entertainment center, Xiao Bai said. Yes, let's get to work, Zhou Long replied. Minotaurs are actually very docile, at least for now. Amidst Xiao Bai's disdainful gaze, Zhou Long lay on a wooden recliner while beside him a minotaur was present. With its rough hands it peeled the fruit for Zhou Long. These 3,000 minotaurs happened to be from the same tribe. Although there had been intense battles last night, it did not hinder their service to their new master. Congratulations, player. Barracks construction completed. Congratulations, player. Mechanical station construction completed. Congratulations, player. Remote sensing center construction completed. Hero cultivation nest construction completed. In the afternoon, when Zhou Long stepped out of the construction center again, most of the buildings that had been destroyed overnight were already rebuilt. The warehouse's resources were overflowing, and Zhou Long stroked his chin, gazing at the sky. Does this mean I won't need to build constructors anymore? These minotaurs can do it. They don't need energy and don't require wages or vacations. Zhou Long smiled broadly as he looked up at the sky. Suddenly a fireball appeared, wobbling as it flew toward the base. Damn it! Zhou Long shouted another reconstruction. Master, that's our detector, Xiao Bai said from the side. Accompanied by Xiao Bai's voice, a massive fireball collided with the remote sensing center. It warned the player, a sword flies red, that an attack had been launched against you. Congratulations, player. The Minotaur's revenge quest has been triggered. Xiao Bai directed the Minotaurs and robots in the base to extinguish the fire. At the round table in the control center, Zhou Long was rapidly tapping away, transferring all the data from the remote sensing center. A 3-dimensional image was generated on the round table. Next to the planet where Zhou Long was located, the satellite had unexpectedly acquired additional weapons which launched an attack when the detector returned. Master, that is an automatic cannon. Xiao Bai, who followed in, said, the remote sensing center is under repair. I should have one too. Zhou Long turned to look at Xiao Bai. Of course, master. But the downside is that the number of soldiers will be pitifully small. Xiao Bai explained. What is that? Zhou Long asked. Automatic cannons. It is estimated that in 3 hours these things will soon enter the orbit of our planet. If that person seems to manufacture more, the time will be extended. Xiao Bai added. Inside the control center, it was the first meeting of all formal members at Zhou Long's base. Xiao Bai, Bloodthirsty, the commander, and a representative of the Minotaurs stood behind the commander. Master, that player might just want some resources. Just give him some. If we continue producing more Devourers, we might not be able to afford it, Xiao Bai said. Zhou Long responded, elongating his voice as he stood at the round table. Master, my goal is to tear apart any invading enemy, even if it requires using a wooden stick. Bloodthirsty, looking at Zhou Long's sweeping gaze, said. Stroking his chin, Zhou Long pondered. How can I get the behemoth to move? After a night of battle, the behemoth battleship and its landing area remained intact, which was Zhou Long's only temporary weapon of mass destruction. I want to know what can make it move, Zhou Long asked. Xiao Bai seemed to be calculating something as the spherical body bobbed up and down. Bloodthirsty can use the battleship. Just click to upgrade the flight status at the barracks. Very well, Zhou Long said as he was about to step out. But, Xiao Bai interjected, but master, we still lack a type of mineral, a gaseous energy source. The planetary display on the round table began to rotate slowly, and Xiao Bai divided the surface into 5 areas. Master, please look here. Xiao Bai pointed at the planet's image. In the northern part of the planet, there was a large gray area rich in gaseous energy. As Xiao Bai explained, the image on the round table transformed into a real scene. The camera zoomed in rapidly, overlooking the gray area filled with dense forests and countless strange stone mountains. Plants were scarce, and smoke filled the air with a bat spiraling in the sky. Master, said the Minotaur standing at the back. Master, he means that place is the Minotaur's habitat, which was previously occupied by the Winged Clan, the nearby commander said. The Minotaurs may not be articulate, but their big, glimmering eyes revealed everything. You must have a way to obtain that gas, right? Zhou Long smiled. Yes, we have a secret passage, the Minotaur quickly replied. Great, go now, Zhou Long said, looking at Xiao Bai. Understanding, Xiao Bai nodded and took the Minotaur outside. Exiting the control center, Zhou Long headed straight for the barracks, raising his hand to click on 2 additional troop types: Micro-Robot Reaper, a ground-ranged unit with a range of 1,000 meters, attacking power of 1535, defense of 515, unable to carry items laser attack. Micro-robot Howler, a ground unit with extremely fast movement speed, range of 800 meters, attacking power of 1520, defense of 1015, unable to carry items laser attack. Picking up the display screen, Zhou Long clicked to create 20 of each type, filling the ranks with 20 devourers. Bloodthirsty, wait for your soldiers to appear. After finishing the operation, Zhou Long said, casually granting Bloodthirsty the authority to create troops. At your command, my lieutenant. Bloodthirsty shouted. Congratulations, player. The hero's trust level has increased and information has been unlocked. Evolved hero skill Fission can create 100 clones for combat. Within 1 hour, skill can be upgraded. Associated skill increases the attack of all soldiers in the base by 5%. Mastering battle formation inverted triangle. Satisfied, Zhou Long left the barracks and walked into the entertainment center, followed by the commander. The circular theater with countless lights on the ceiling had rows of tables and chairs beneath the lights. Silence reigned with only the pounding of heartbeats heard. Zhou Long turned around seeking support and noticed the commander looking uneasy. Until a new sage arrives, you are the master here. You shall be called the drummer. Zhou Long said as he walked out. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the first sage, and the civilization level of the base has increased by 50, with a reputation increase of 2. The skill excels at using music to boost morale and confuse enemies. Each use increases the player's attack cap and has an affinity for low-level creatures, attracting other heroes and sages. Congratulations, player. You have named the sage, increasing the planet's civilization level by 20 and reputation by 5. Unnamed formatted planet, civilization level 70, a reputation 4, technology level 1, attack power 1, defense power 0, mineral energy 0, gaseous energy 0. Smiling at his attributes, Zhou Long said, after a whole day of work, there are no achievements at all. I still have to be beaten by others. Xiaobai, am I no longer in the novice period? Zhou Long asked the onboard computer. Master, since you have started to gain reputation and have a sage. Moreover, due to the penalties for just entering the game system, you are no longer in the novice period. Xiaobai replied. Cutting off contact with Xiaobai, Zhou Long typed on the keyboard, retrieving the data sent back by the scout. It pinpointed the location of that player on the planet's second moon. Zhou Long zoomed in, noting that there were 10 mechanical stations along with the control center, star energy station, and barracks, but there was an additional building that Zhou Long had never seen. On the screen, the opponent's builders were few. Only 5, and it was an image from a few days ago. A sword goes astray. Zhou Long muttered, sending the image to Xiaobai. After a while, Master, that is a special building. Xiaobai's voice suddenly cut off. Zhou Long sent Xiaobai with the Minotaurs, of course, for the secret passage. He would not easily trust the Minotaurs, especially after they had just fought a battle. Sending Xiaobai was the right choice. The round table image showed that Xiaobai and the Minotaur's signal had not been interrupted. Zhou Long tapped the keyboard on the table, upgrading the flying status of the barracks. Sorry, insufficient gaseous mineral resources, unable to upgrade. Hearing the system's voice from the sky, Zhou Long opened the onboard computer and said, Xiaobai, hurry up. I do not want to rebuild again. Yes, master. There is a countdown below. Xiaobai said. Zhou Long looked and indeed saw 43059. Exiting the control room, Zhou Long clicked on the display screen in his hand while walking. He intended to look around the base. The newly created robots ran to report to Bloodthirsty one by one. In the remote sensing center, Zhou Long raised his hand to click on nearly 50 friend requests, accepting them all. While checking, he heard a commotion outside the base. Zhou Long stepped outside and saw the Minotaurs hauling gaseous minerals back, but at that moment a round object was being tossed into the sky by the Minotaurs. Master! 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 As he was tossed, Xiaobai called out to Zhou Long on the ground. Throughout the journey, Xiaobai had not done anything significant. Only the Minotaurs had suffered a leg injury along the way, but none of them were willing to abandon anyone. In this situation, Xiaobai only did one thing: healing. The lasers in Xiaobai's eyes could also heal, otherwise Bloodthirsty would have been finished under the fierce attack. It was all thanks to Xiaobai's healing effort that he survived. This little effort only consumed a bit of Xiaobai's energy. Initially, the Minotaurs held little regard for this round object, but when Xiaobai miraculously healed their companion, they were carried back on the way home. Upon returning to the base, they were unwilling to let go of him. Perhaps Xiaobai's deeds had spread throughout the tribe, as all the Minotaurs were cheering. Wow, 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 wow. They want Xiaobai to be their village chief. A gentle voice came from behind. No way, Zhou Long said, knowing without turning around that it was the drummer speaking. Though the Minotaurs are ugly and some can't even speak, they are generous. If you do them a favor, they will surely repay you. Conversely, the same applies, said the drummer. Mr. Village Chief, I think we can start building the automatic cannons now, said Zhou Long, gazing at the giant creature soaring through the sky. Yes, master. Let's get started right away, replied the little white creature, still wobbling on the ground. Nearby 9 barracks began reconstruction as the little white creature continuously tapped on the display screen in its hands while the minotaurs behind him worked diligently under the leadership of the new village chief. Meanwhile, someone lay peacefully on a wooden lounge chair eating fruit. Although it was in a game, the taste remained delightful. The entertainment center slowly filled with the lively rhythm of drums. "Commander, we are 500 kilometers from the target," a devourer said, staring at the screen. "Pull up. Deploy the directional detonation device," Bloodthirsty remarked while observing the sphere on the command hall screen. With dark walls and rows of lights flickering along the edges, the nearby robots systematically controlled the massive battleship. As he boarded the ship, Bloodthirsty noticed the weapons equipped within. A battle plan emerged in his mind. The moment he stepped out of the hero training nest, Bloodthirsty knew he had been reborn, with all previous memories evidently erased. However, this did not hinder Bloodthirsty from pursuing the past, for it was the red fireball within him that bestowed upon him his mission, and of course loyalty to Zhou Long did not conflict with this. "Commander, we are about to enter the firing range of their automatic cannons," the devourer beside him said. "Continue pulling up," Bloodthirsty replied calmly. Bypassing the automatic fire, they charged towards the enemy base, following Zhou Long's command before leaving, which could also be interpreted through the analysis of the little white creature. "Lock onto the automatic cannons. Drop the directional detonation device," Bloodthirsty commanded. "Understood, Commander." The devourer next to him conveyed the order, fingers swiftly dancing over the keyboard. In the vast universe, the approaching behemoth battleship quickly ascended, opening several hatches at the bottom to release countless spherical bombs, emitting lasers that locked onto the automatic cannons in space, flying toward them. Boom. Watching the display screen before him, Bloodthirsty felt a sense of unease as something seemed amiss, as it felt too easy. "Commander." The devourer beside him pointed at the screen and shouted. "No," Bloodthirsty yelled. The spheres hid in space did not explode or extend cannons as expected. Instead, they flew toward Zhou Long's planet. Like meteors, their spherical bases igniting in flames, propelling forward with full force. "Full speed ahead, target the enemy base," Bloodthirsty shouted. "Huh, looks like it's working." Holding a wine glass, taking a small sip while dressed in a new-style military uniform, like Zhou Long, his ordinary appearance featured almost invisible small eyes. Standing at just under 1.5 meters, the game system mimicked each player's appearance almost identically upon entering the game. In the control room, a player named Jian Piaohong was watching everything unfold on the screen. His face bore a smile of cunning triumph. "Fairness. I'll take it back myself," Jian Piaohong declared. The former identity of stealing hearts and plucking the moon had already been replaced. "Master, can the jammer be activated?" the steward beside him slowly inquired. "The opponent seems to have never studied the rules of war." "Wait a moment," Jian Piaohong said. "In peacetime, the first to attack would be marked with a red name. If defeated, there was a high chance of dropping weapons and money." The name was innovative, but the content was quite cliché. Upon entering the game, Jian Piaohong triggered a hidden profession, the parasite. Floating in space, he could land on any planet, but must come close to players and engage in war, developing through war points. This was also a result of his former identity as stealing hearts and plucking the moon obtained in a drunken haze one night while playing the game. He himself did not know how he acquired this profession within the game. "Master, 10 destroyers have entered the opponent's atmosphere," the steward beside him said, looking up as he recorded something. "Great. Lock on and attack. Let's see what the guests have," Jian Piaohong said, stepping outside where a massive battleship was rushing toward them. "Come on, my darling," Jian Piaohong shouted. The rapidly advancing behemoth battleship, which had extended its laser cannons, slowly retracted them, gently landing above Jian Piaohong's head. "Master, the jammer has successfully decoded the behemoth's processor. It's yours now," said the steward behind him. "Yes, perhaps the robots inside too." Jian Piaohong laughed heartily. Beside the planet base, Zhou Long was still munching on fruit in a lounge chair. "Does the master really want to go on like this?" the little white creature asked. "Then what do you suggest? Should I use the energy for the energy shield, or to support the automatic cannons?" Zhou Long replied lazily. The little white creature felt a bit overwhelmed. Looking around, 10 robots, nearly 5 meters tall, descended from space, crazily shooting at the base. According to the plan, they were supposed to raise the energy shield and counterattack with the newly constructed automatic cannons. Until Bloodthirsty returned piloting the behemoth, a coordinated effort would suffice. However, the current issue was that the behemoth suddenly lost contact, and the little white creature was feeling dizzy due to the minotaurs. Calculations went awry again. Energy could only be used in one place. Zhou Long did not wish to see the base again, and firmly insisted on creating the energy shield until Bloodthirsty returned. Looking at the display in his hand, "Master, the energy at the base is depleting rapidly," the little white creature said beside him. Watching the 10 robots outside the base shoot continuously, Zhou Long remarked, "Little white, don't you have any secret weapons? What are you planning to do?" Zhou Long had not finished speaking when the little white creature shouted. Zhou Long immediately adjusted from the lounge chair surrounded by minotaurs, each holding the simplest of spears. They want to fight, the drummer said, stepping out from the crowd. Looking at the luminous pearl in the drummer's hand, which was radiating a ghostly glow, Zhou Long asked, "Can I use the power of this thing?" "Of course, but..." The drummer had not finished speaking. "Master, the energy is almost depleted," the little white creature shouted beside him. "Then let it be," Zhou Long said. In the entertainment center, the drummer held his hands together, chanting quietly, flanked by 2 rows of minotaurs with small drums placed before them, all covered in various runes. "Begin," the drummer said after finishing the incantation. As he began to wave a metal rod, Zhou Long commanded, "Let's start." On the empty ground of the base, all the minotaurs were covered in peculiar symbols, exuding an odd aura. The energy shield before them grew fainter, and as the sound of drums filled the entertainment center, Zhou Long felt an explosive power surging within him as 2 blades slowly materialized in his hands. Seeing the dual blades fully manifest in his hands, Zhou Long lunged forward. "Lower down, I want to take a good look at my spoils and those captives," Jian Piaohong said as the loyal butler executed the command, and the massive behemoth slowly descended to the ground. "Prepare the autocannons," Jian Piaohong shouted as countless cannons suddenly rose from the unremarkable corners around the base, all aiming at the behemoth from various directions. The hatch behind the behemoth began to open slowly while the butler beside him held a monitor, continuously tapping on the keyboard. "Master." "Yes, I know. We should thoroughly torment these captives, even if they don't feel pain," Jian Piaohong remarked. "Master, there's no one inside," the butler said. "What?" Jian Piaohong shouted as he turned around. He snatched the monitor from the butler's hands, preparing to watch, when a cold beam of light struck Jian Piaohong's eyes, followed by countless lasers. "Damn it." Jian Piaohong yanked the butler to shield him from the fatal blow, shouting, "Autocannons, return fire." He rolled and crawled into the control room. "Impossible." Jian Piaohong saw on the control room's display screen that robots appeared from all directions of the base, and they first destroyed his autocannons while the butler was already reduced to rubble. "Surrender. My master is benevolent to captives." Shishue raised his right hand and said. Behind him, the robots gripped their laser guns tightly, their fingers poised on the triggers, waiting for Shikshu's signal. "Give up your last resistance. We will not harm you," Shishue said, glancing around as the energy of the laser guns in the robots' hands approached maximum capacity. "Once the energy of the laser guns is fully charged, their firing power will double. With 60 robots at full energy, they could easily obliterate the control room. Shishue would not give the enemy any opportunity." "Capturing me won't be so easy," Jian Piaohong shouted. "Back off 500 meters to show your sincerity." While saying this, he continuously tapped on the keyboard. "You have no chance left. Just come out." Shishue looked around. Just as Shishue spoke, the control room in front of him suddenly transformed in shape, with electrical sparks dancing on the surface. It was clear that the control room was currently harboring immense energy ready to explode at any moment. "Get down," with Shikshu's voice boom. "Ha ha, you can't catch me, I will be back." The anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, the control room soared into the sky, and standing up, he fired wildly into the air with his gun, as if Shishue was venting something. After a while, Shishue said, "Board the ship. Return." As soon as the behemoth entered the atmosphere, Shishue realized the ship was out of control, so he forcefully led the robots to leave, slowly following the behemoth. At the moment the energy shield disappeared outside the base, Zhou Long leaped out, filled with immense power, swinging his twin blades at the surrounding robots. As the rhythmic drumming reached his ears, the tempo of Zhou Long's twin blades gradually synced with it. This process was brief, taking only 5 seconds for Zhou Long to reduce the 10 surrounding robots to fragments. Yet it also felt prolonged as Zhou Long unwittingly aligned each of his strikes with the rhythm of the drum. However, it was also very slow enough for Zhou Long to see the robots that had been cut down, watching as their fragments shattered piece by piece. As the light from his body faded, his strength was instantly drained, and while he was still processing the system's notification in the air, Zhou Long collapsed to the ground. Wow, wow, wow. At the moment he fell, the drumming in his ears ceased, and not far away the minotaurs emerging from the entertainment center were rushing towards Zhou Long, shouting something. "Master, hold on." The little white creature came over to support him. Zhou Long felt light as he was helped into the control room. He couldn't afford to deal with the minotaur's antics in his current state. Just as Zhou Long lay down, he was about to speak. "Congratulations. You have triggered the Cosmic Thief Invasion mission. Completing this mission will reward you with 200 planetary coins, an upgrade item. Warning: the thieves wandering in the universe are gathering and may attack at any time." "Damn it." Zhou Long lay on the bed, weakly shouting. The drummer beside him stood nearby, cradling a luminous pearl while silently reciting something. The pearl emitted a faint glow that illuminated Zhou Long. Fatigue. Zhou Long felt utterly exhausted, as if he had just sprinted 5 kilometers at full speed, while the light from the luminous pearl felt like a gentle stream. It made his body feel less weak, although it was just a virtual body, it felt incredibly real. Ha ha ha. In the periphery of the planet, a meteor streaked across the sky, and upon closer inspection, it was a circular flying device with a sword glinting red as it controlled the steering rod. While tapping on the keyboard in front of him, he chuckled, Hey Race, a great gift for you before I leave. Yes, master. The newly created butler responded from behind. 1,000 meters outside the flying device, countless small warships followed closely, all spewing flames and rushing towards them. In the base control room, the little white creature was frantically switching through displays. If it had eyebrows, they would be furrowed together at this moment. Master, there is no such mission. Or rather, this mission is entirely artificially triggered, said the little white creature. I need to log off now. Little White, give yourself full permissions to gather resources and create troops. Level up my flying skills, were Zhou Long's last words before logging off. Once offline, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him as he exited the gaming pod. A sudden urge to urinate hit him, and he hurried to the restroom to relieve himself, glancing at the alarm clock. Damn, it's 7 o'clock. Zhou Long quickly adjusted his clothes and pushed open the door. The hallway's lights were dim, silent, lacking any signs of life. Following the pale light, Zhou Long hurriedly ran down to the first floor. Across from the company building, a row of small shacks had been set up. Zhou Long stepped in and sat down at a familiar place. Jianghan City is located in central Hubei. The economy here can't compare to coastal cities, but it is not a backward area either. It has Zhou Long's favorite things. Boss, bring me a pot. Zhou Long called out loudly. By the stove, the boss in an oil-stained jacket nodded and soon served a plate of red, greasy, oil-braised shrimp. Zhou Long picked up a piece of tape nearby and just put it on his hand. Boss, another beer, the fat man exclaimed as he sat down. Come on, you can't sleep, Zhou Long replied, pouting. This is oil-braised shrimp. My one true love, the fat man said lazily, reaching out to grab it without even taking the paper. Spicy and oily, the taste lingered in Zhou Long's mouth. He savored the flavor while downing the beer beside him, barely reaching his throat. A familiar fragrance wafted over. Brother Long, you didn't call me when you came out. A sweet voice floated into Zhou Long's ears. If it were a romantic encounter, he would never let it slip by, but listening to the voice. Turning around, he saw Xia Dai looking so gentle and considerate. The beer in his throat nearly spewed out, but his face was instead covered with beer. Uffed. The fat man across from him was the first to burst out laughing, and Zhou Long hurriedly swallowed the beer. Xia Dai moved in closer, their faces nearly touching, exuding the charm of a pair of lovers. Zhou Long tilted his head slightly, trying to see how many stars were in the sky. Usually when drunk he would count the stars, but through Xia Dai's hair he noticed about 10 black sedans parked not far away. Of course, Zhou Long was not a country bumpkin. In this day and age, who hasn't seen a sedan? But these cars all bore the emblem of Blue Sky Group, the kind of custom cars that weren't available just because you had money. And beside the frontmost sedan stood a man. With sparse stubble, clad in a fitted suit, seemingly short hair that didn't grow much, and eyes ablaze with intense focus, Zhou Long felt as if his eyes were being scorched when the man's gaze swept over. Many women around were drawn to this man, and Zhou Long sensed numerous predatory gazes from the surrounding men. Come on, dear, have one. Xia Dai sweetly peeled the shrimp shell and fed the greasy shrimp meat into Zhou Long's mouth. Suddenly, a fragrant figure descended beside him. Manhwa, this is how you eat it. The fat man in front of him immediately raised his fork and tore open an oily shrimp. Before he even withdrew his gaze, Zhou Long saw that the man had already stepped forward, approaching him. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a wave of the most excruciating pain he had ever experienced since birth radiate through his arm. If you say one wrong word, you won't see the sun tomorrow. Xia Dai's soft voice remained soothing, her obedient smile making everyone believe she was whispering sweet nothings. Wanhua, let me show you how to play the game, the fat man said. Sure. Wanhua obediently stood up, completely ignoring Zhou Long's desperate and furious gaze. The fat man led Wanhua away, and while the man's pace was not fast, it exuded a dominating aura, a gaze that looked down upon others. Baby, come give me a kiss. Zhou Long felt very nervous, so anxious he didn't even know what he was saying. As he watched the man sit down, and the pressure he brought with him, avoiding him was not a good option. It was better to play along. Just as Zhou Long finished speaking, a passionate kiss came over. Xia Dai's red lips stuck to his, and it seemed like only 3 seconds passed before their lips parted. My name is Long, said the man across from him, calm and composed as if they were engaging in a bilateral negotiation, his eyes now filled with disdain. You eat this kind of food? Fake cultivated products. Dayo, we get the real deal from the street vendors. Long spoke slowly. In today's world, there was barely any green left on the entire planet. Even the Yangtze and Yellow rivers were designated as restricted zones by the government, prohibiting anyone from entering within 100 kilometers, let alone the small rivers and ditches which had long since dried up. Now the food people ate was all cultivated by scientists through DNA food cultivation nests. The more pure the extraction, the more nutritious it was, but it all required money. The oil-braised shrimp on the table, for instance, was just trash, not pure. If someone like Long ate too much of it, they would fall ill. Not because of a weak constitution, but because impure food lacked many essential nutrients. You might not have realized yet, but this is my boyfriend. Right? Brother Long. You were so annoying last night. Xiaodai said, wrapping her arms around Zhou Long's neck. Yes, we're very happy, Zhou Long said calmly. Hee happy. Together we will waste away. Eating this kind of food one day you won't even be able to satisfy my Dyer in some aspects. Long said slowly, as if discussing a piece of art. Look at Dyer's earrings. Pure South African diamonds crafted without a hint of impurities. Oh, and Dyer's clothes. Did you know they were personally tailored by the Queen of England? Long continued. Mind you, she is mine now. Zhou Long extended his finger and said, watch your wording. Pain. Excruciating pain. Zhou Long felt like he could scream as he watched Long slowly rise and leave. He really wanted to stand up, but the immense pain in his neck was almost numbing him. $1,000. Otherwise I will spill everything. Zhou Long whispered, looking at Long, who was less than 5 meters away. Deal, Xiaodai said. Watching Long get into the sedan and leave, Xiaodai got up and walked away. Hey, but that's a grand a time. Zhou Long shouted as Xiaodai, wearing high heels, unexpectedly stumbled and fell. Sitting at the entrance of the company, Xiaodai's tears fell unconsciously. The cold wind at the entrance blew, and looking at everything before him, Zhou Long stood up to pay the bill. Bastard, what are you doing? Xiaodai shouted. Ignoring her, Zhou Long ran over and picked her up. Perhaps it was really malnutrition, or he was drunk, or that kiss just now had made Zhou Long's head spin. Staggering as he carried Xiaodai down the stairs, he allowed her arms to hit his back repeatedly, while pain shot through his shoulder. Damn it. A dog still bites. Entering Xiaodai's room, Zhou Long shouted as he threw her onto the bed, completely disregarding the gazes of the fat man and manhwa on the nearby sofa. Whoosh. A pillow flew over. Wow, that hurt. Zhou Long's face contorted in pain as his right hand reached up and his body slowly collapsed to the ground, motionless. Xiaodai's eyes sparkled with both tears and laughter watching Zhou Long in his dramatic pose of sacrifice. Ah, you all get out. In a girl's room, how could you just barge in? Manhwa waved her jade hands and shouted. Just as Zhou Long managed to get up, he and the fat man were kicked out of the room. Oh. As soon as they exited the room, the fat man yawned repeatedly. Hey, what are you doing? The fat man shouted from behind. Sleeping. Zhou Long said, walking down the stairs under the pale hallway lights. He collapsed into bed as soon as he got home. Master, I am yours. Wearing a red cheapao, Xiaodai said with a face full of happiness, while Zhou Long stared at the alluring Xiaodai before him, speechless. Master, we are all yours. As countless voices echoed, Zhou Long turned around to survey his surroundings, where countless women of various charms were calling out and running towards him. In everyone's eyes there was a burst of fervent gazes, a sea of flowers, all the beauties of the world converging here. No, you are mine. A voice rang out from the sky. Zhou Long looked up. It's you. Damn it, Long. Today is destined to be the day you descend into hell. Long said as he waved his hands. The ground trembled and a crack appeared before them, beneath which lay countless greasy oil-braised prawns crawling upwards. We want to go too. Millions of beauties shouted in unison, and Zhou Long's legs began to weaken as he gazed at the countless women whose human skins began to peel away. The shells of the lobsters burst forth, waving their large pincers, shouting, Master, we have come to accompany you. No, Zhou Long roared. Huff. He sat up, still wrapped in the patched quilt, coughing dryly. Give to my master. As a voice rang out, a cup of water was handed over. Zhou Long drank from the cup in one gulp. Zhou Long howled, looking beside him to find Xiao Bai with a pair of lobster pincers waving in front of him. Zhou Long sat up again, glancing at the alarm clock on the table, which was still slowly ticking forward 6 o'clock. So it was a dream, Zhou Long said while reminiscing about Xiaodai's figure in the dream. So great. Another map, Zhou Long said, lifting the quilt with a face full of disdain. After brushing his teeth and getting dressed, he opened the window beside him, letting the sunlight in. Zhou Long mainly wanted to check if the noodle stall below had set up. As long as it wasn't raining, the stall would always be out. Turning around dressed, he took out the change from under his pillow. Just as he stepped out the door, his phone on his waist rang. Mom. Okay, what? You're coming. The day after tomorrow. Zhou Long hadn't finished speaking when the call was disconnected. Zhou Long's mom was already in Jianghan City, and with the phone call she wanted to meet her daughter-in-law. Zhou Long had told his mom last time that he had a girlfriend, but hadn't had the chance to call and say they had broken up, so she wanted to come and see. Heavens. After leaving the company and sitting at the noodle stall across the street, Zhou Long bit down hard on the hot, dry noodles. Young man. Last night was quite the party. The stall owner in front of him, who had sold oil-braised prawns last night, said, grinning. Not at all. I'm not a casual person, Zhou Long said, swallowing a mouthful of hot, dry noodles. When one becomes casual, they cease to be human, right? Someone nearby said, sounding somewhat familiar. Zhou Long suddenly turned around and poof. A mouthful of hot, dry noodles sprayed out, splattering the person in front, whose short hair and expensive suit were instantly decorated with new embellishments, including the hot, dry noodles and Zhou Long's saliva. Xia Dai is not a casual person either. Long, standing nearby, said while holding a cigar, tossing his suit onto the ground. Lingering spirits. Zhou Long said, hurriedly eating the hot, dry noodles in his bowl. A puff of smoke came over. Cough, cough, cough. Do you want to fight? Zhou Long shouted loudly, putting down the bowl he had picked up not far behind Long. A few men in black stood beside the car. Hearing Zhou Long shout, they raised their legs and kicked the nearby garbage can, which was now made of pure steel. Zhou Long watched this scene. His slightly raised buttocks sank down again. Aha, Igongzi, right. What brings you here? Zhou Long squinted as he said. In front of him, Long took out a piece of paper with his right hand, confirming it was a check with an Arabic numeral 1 followed by 6 zeros. Zhou Long instantly felt that a wonderful life was beckoning to him. He seemed to see the CEO living on the top floor of the company being knocked down by him, with all his colleagues on every floor looking at him with envy, jealousy, and hatred. As long as you, Long was saying. Zhou Long replied, okay, I agree, and reached for the check. Whatever I say, you agree. Long crossed his legs and said, of course I agree. I'll beat you up. Zhou Long said, grabbing the bowl in his hand and swinging it forward. Bang. Long executed a beautiful turn and dodged. I really didn't see that coming. He raised his hands, making a pressing gesture, causing the men in black behind him to halt their advance. Well, that goes without saying. A light voice came from behind Zhou Long, and Xia Dai, dressed in form-fitting attire, stepped forward. With flowing long hair, fair skin, a composed stride, a swaying waist, and eyes that sparkled with light, the men in black behind Long couldn't help but be captivated. Just moments ago, Zhou Long had made a difficult decision, gazing at the check before him and inhaling the faint, sweet fragrance that wafted into his nose. His mind quickly made a decision. Whoosh. Just as Long turned to dodge, the check in his hand was snatched away, turning into countless fragments in Xia Dai's hands. Let's go, husband. Xia Dai linked her arm with Zhou Long's and said, last night, I wasn't satisfied. Zhou Long was already numb, feeling neither full nor hungry, unsure of how he walked into the company and sat on the sofa in Xia Dai's room, staring ahead. Hey, young man, you also came to participate in my game explanation class. Huang Pengzi walked in through the door. No, Zhou Long said numbly. Wanru, let's talk about my exclusive secrets. Huang Pengzi immediately sat down next to Wanru. In front, Xia Dai sat quietly, holding a notebook, seemingly jotting something down, the ruby ring on her finger dazzling. After a long pause, I have a condition. After a long silence, Zhou Long finally spoke. Huff. Without a second thought, Xia Dai took off the ring and threw it to Zhou Long. That's not what I meant. Zhou Long said. Then what do you mean? Xia Dai turned her head calmly, placing her notebook down, her hands overlapping, producing the sound of creaking bones. Big sister, please spare me. The other party is the young master of the Blue Sky Group. One careless word could ruin me. Zhou Long lamented about the various possible lives he might lead in the future. I can make you pay right now, Xia Dai said with a smile, rubbing her fair hands. I have an elderly parent up top and a child below. Zhou Long tried to stealthily cry, rubbing his eyes hard, wanting to squeeze out tears, but to no avail. You don't want the ruby? What else can I give you? This is very precious, Xia Dai said sweetly. I want. Zhou Long whispered in Xia Dai's ear. After he finished speaking under Xia Dai's stunned gaze, Zhou Long, filled with joy, took the ruby and walked out. Entering the room, Zhou Long first opened the official website after sitting in the game pod. The planetary civilization and battle missions are now open. Any player with soldiers and courage can participate. The thrilling process comes with generous rewards. Players above level 3 can enter if they are builders, while free players must be above level 10. What are you waiting for? Command your soldiers to enter and expand your civilization. The official website displayed a few large characters, and the forum was filled with countless speculations about this mission. Currently, the hottest posts are those recruiting members for various gaming guilds, with countless players replying. The topic gained traction. Some boasted about acquiring a resource-rich planet devoid of other life forms, while others claimed to have obtained mysterious troops. One player even posted online claiming he would unify the game within a year. You deaf? Do you know what I've got? Just then the face of a chubby man appeared on the screen, shouting, I don't want to know. Zhou Long squinted and was about to close the info box. The chubby man's face suddenly turned bright red. All right, you say. I'm very interested. Zhou Long was afraid the chubby man would choke. A lover's outfit set, luck 100, civilization 1000, a reputation 500. Isn't that awesome? The chubby man said loudly. What? Like that shemale? Zhou Long responded, exactly. What a disaster. Zhou Long said, disregarding the chubby man's info box, entering the game. Damn, I still need to download a patch. Zhou Long yelled. And it was during the game's entry, which meant Zhou Long couldn't sleep yet. Looking at everything around him, dark and dull, Zhou Long, bored, said, Is there anyone here? Friend. Upon hearing the voice, Zhou Long screamed, looking around. A shadow approached from the darkness ahead, glowing green, wearing a suit. This person appeared to be in their 20s with a flat top and an ordinary face. Get lost. Stinky seller of cheats, I'm a serious player. Zhou Long said with righteous indignation. Who said I'm selling cheats? The flat-topped man seemed a bit wronged. After entering the virtual world of the online game network, marketers immediately transformed into virtual characters entering the virtual world to promote products. Moreover, they are tireless while some game publishing companies transform into online bodyguards, initially concealing their identity when approaching players. Once they discover a player has the intent to purchase cheat software, they classify them as commercial players, expelling them from the game and recording their identity and retinal information. I'm certainly not what you think. The flat-topped man said, it's just a survey. I'm sorry, I'm very busy. Zhou Long said lightly. There are rewards for answering questions. All right, hurry up. How did you find out about this game? What do you want to say about this game? What changes do you hope to see? The flat-topped man continued without pause. Zhou Long answered one by one, and 5 minutes later, hee. The flat-topped man smiled at Zhou Long. Hurry up and give the prize. Zhou Long said expressionlessly. The prize is a mysterious gift pack, which will only appear after your base reaches level 5. The flat-topped man said as he vanished. Damn. As Zhou Long finished speaking, he appeared in the game. Warning. Robbers wandering outside the planet will attack immediately. Warning. Under attack from low-level creatures, the civilization of the planet is declining and reputation is decreasing. Congratulations, player. Basic defense system completed. Reward 500 planet coins and a hero recruitment certificate. Congratulations, player. Flight skills upgraded. Reminder, heroes have returned to the planet. Master, the robbers are about to attack, and there are those Tauren. Xiaobai said beside him. Attack, Zhou Long commanded. But Xiaobai still wanted to say something. Where is Bloodthirsty? Zhou Long asked, looking around. Master. Outside the control room, Bloodthirsty said quietly, poking half of his body out. What? Bloodthirsty, are you afraid? Zhou Long said with wide eyes. Master, it's like this. Then Xiaobai explained Bloodthirsty's unauthorized change of the battle plan. Zhou Long seemed to not have heard the end of Xiaobai's explanation. Bloodthirsty, I command you as the pioneer of my planet to resist those cosmic scum. Zhou Long said, stepping out of the control room. In the sky, Zhou Long could see the attacking robbers' spaceships, and at the periphery of the base, countless Tauren gathered, while a few members of the winged clan circled in the sky. Nearly 100 robots in the base assembled. Attack! At Zhou Long shout, 60 robots followed Bloodthirsty onto the gigantic battleship. The rest stayed in the base, confronting the nearby Tauren. Xiaobai? Zhou Long asked, looking at the growing number of Tauren before him. Holding the display screen, Xiaobai clicked rapidly. Master, in our planet's atmosphere, layer defensive cannons have appeared around the planet. Whether they can hold depends on. Xiaobai said. It's all about luck. Zhou Long interjected. And the Tauren at the base have all gathered in the entertainment center. Xiaobai said slowly, the drummers are with them. Very well, activate the automatic cannons at the base. Command Bloodthirsty to survive and return for rescue. Zhou Long said as he returned to the control room. In the control room, the circular table displayed the entire planet's image. Xiaobai, what's going on with those Tauren? Zhou Long turned to look at Xiaobai, who was still typing on the keyboard. He was gathering energy at the base to form a force field at the last moment. Because of you. Master, before Xiaobai could speak, the drummer at the door spoke. That day you killed the leader of the Tauren, and most of the remaining Tauren were controlled by the winged clan. In fact, this planet has a power distribution. Before you and I, the Master, dealt with the insect clan. You should have visited the Tauren or the winged clan, or you could have occupied the territory of the insect clan. All of that was possible, but you didn't, which caused fear among the Tauren and the winged clan. What do you want? The drummer asked. Listening to the drummer's introduction and questioning, Zhou Long suddenly found himself speechless. Outside the control room, the group of Tauren quietly held their weapons, turning their gaze to Xiaobai. Zhou Long suddenly had an idea. For civilization. For the continuation of our planetary civilization, anyone within my civilization can do what they want. Any act that destroys the planet's civilization is an enemy to me. Zhou Long spoke in one breath, almost out of breath, causing his face to redden. In the past, Xiaobai, who often spoke about civilization when entering the game, Zhou Long unconsciously repeated it. Civilization. The clumsy pronunciation echoed from the mouths of the three Vivro Tauren outside the control room, and the drummer turned and walked out, the sound of drums rising. For our civilization. The display screen on the circular table suddenly switched to a scene of Bloodthirsty shouting with the robots, not knowing when it happened. Master! Xiaobai shouted as Zhou Long exited the control room. Not far away, a Tauren cut his wrist with a crude weapon, drops of blood dripping onto the luminous pearl in the drummer's arms, accompanied by the low, somber sound of drums. 3-0 Tauren lined up in a row, and as the drumbeat suddenly became rapid, they charged forward, while countless of their kin rushed toward them, waving the same weapons. The drummer struck the drum surface while silently chanting something. Brothers, for countless days and nights we have been oppressed, deceived, and betrayed. Now that the drums have sounded, it is time for me to act, no matter which camp you belong to. Please see clearly the people in front of you and those behind you who are more connected to your blood. For our civilization, please stab your spears into the hearts of the enemies. The drummer's drumming and deep words floated like a breeze into the air, reaching the ears of the countless Tauren clashing on the battlefield. The ethereal glow flowed through every drop of blood, reaching the 300 Tauren, and their deep voices echoed together. Attack! What are you waiting for? With a whip in hand, the flying members of the winged clan lashed out at the Tauren before them. Countless blood-red eyes turned towards them, and the flying members of the winged clan raised their whips again, shouting, "Dare to glare." On the battlefield, a large and small group of Tauren finally collided, almost in a pause as both sides advanced step by step, the air thick with tension. A small Tauren, bursting with ethereal light, let out a low growl, holding a spear, as he faced a fellow Tauren less than 5 meters away. Taking out a cigarette from his waistband, he said, "Hey brother, can I borrow a light?" A large, robust Tauren stepped forward and said, "Sure." He walked over and struck a spark from the horn. The battlefield was chaotic, with all the Tauren casually greeting each other. The small Tauren took a deep puff of the cigarette and said, "Brothers, we have no labor here and no endless work. The only thing we do is build our village." The robust Tauren replied, "Then do you need people?" "We do." "All right, count me in." Whoosh. "Don't you want to live?" A young member of the winged clan, temperamental, yelled as he swung his whip. Countless spears greeted him. "Kill them. For our civilization." Someone among the Tauren shouted, and everyone began to move, charging towards the winged clan before them. Congratulations, player, for completing the Tauren revenge mission, earning 100 civilization points and 50 reputation points. They aren't avenging their leader's death. Zhou Long observed the system prompt in the sky. That chieftain was selected by the winged clan, possessing half of their bloodline, so you understand. The drummer, not far away, responded. A dense crowd loomed like an unstoppable torrent of the Yellow River, while the winged clan, still unaware of the situation, had already been pierced like a hedgehog by countless spears. This is getting more interesting. Facing the surging minotaurs, a massive figure stood up, the winged clan leader remarked as he shook his wings, preparing to take flight. "What are you going to do?" A figure flashed nearby. If Zhou Long were present, he would recognize this winged clan leader as the one who had nearly taken his life that day. And the person before him was the former Minotaur leader taken down by the small white creature beside Zhou Long. "Useless thing," the winged clan leader said, flapping his wings in a dive. His shining claws emerged, and the slow-moving former Minotaur leader was struck down. At the same time, dozens of massive figures soared into the sky. "The leader must eliminate him," an aide inquired. "Leave it to his companions will handle it," the winged clan leader with his red beak said as he flapped his wings and flew away. In the base, countless minotaurs cheered as a circular object covered in patterns was tossed around among them, not from side to side, but up and down. This was one of the few ways the minotaurs expressed loyalty to their new leader. "Master! Master!" In the air, the small white creature was calling out, while Zhou Long, of course, was not walking over to display his royal demeanor, but rather lounging in a reclining chair, gazing at the sky and sampling the food passed to him by the drummer. "It's up to you, Bloodthirsty," Zhou Long said while looking at the sky. "Bastard!" Bloodthirsty shouted, "Fire!" The robots nearby reacted to the command, quickly typing on the keyboard, unleashing a barrage of lasers. In the planet's atmosphere, Bloodthirsty piloted the colossal battleship, roaring towards the screen. Bloodthirsty observed, unmoving, as the spherical defensive cannons encircling the planet connected to the colossal battleship. There was no need to lure the wandering pirate-controlled ships. They charged directly into the firepower defense net. With Bloodthirsty's command, the attack commenced. Those wandering pirate-controlled ships, after being hit, fell like headless flies, crashing onto the planet. "What is that?" Bloodthirsty exclaimed while watching the screen. The robots nearby clicked on their keyboards, zooming in on the scene. A flame-spewing aircraft appeared. "It's him," Bloodthirsty said. "I see now." If it were merely a typical pirate attack, encountering fierce resistance and sustaining heavy losses, they would have long fled, but this gang of wandering pirate-controlled ships continued to gather. Each time the number of ships before them dwindled, new ships would join in, increasingly so. "Automated cannons. Cease fire temporarily," Bloodthirsty said, observing the dwindling number of pirate ships before him, and began to manually control the colossal battleship. Suddenly, the colossal battleship, which had been floating within the automated cannons, activated, spewing flames as it charged towards the pirate ship fleet. "He's gone mad," One Sword Floating Red exclaimed, quickly controlling the aircraft and changing direction. Though a special profession, One Sword Floating Red could rebuild on any planet using the aircraft, but the condition was that the aircraft could not be destroyed. Watching the rapidly approaching colossal battleship, One Sword Floating Red accelerated frantically. "Master, don't go there," the steward beside him yelled, suddenly grabbing the controller. "Get away, you worthless piece." One Sword Floating Red snatched back the controller and kicked the steward away. Bang! "What thing?" One Sword Floating Red shouted with red eyes glaring at the screen's content. "Anyone who blocks me shall die." As he shouted, he activated the attack. The only weapon on the aircraft, a laser gun, fired a laser. Its power was minimal, but very effective. Boom. In front of the aircraft, a dark object trembled violently, and one sword floating red gaped at what was before him. With a dark metallic exterior, it even emitted a rumbling black smoke. Its massive round body flickered a few times before appearing before them. If Zhou Long were present, he would certainly know what this was. The official website had quite a few descriptions of certain monsters. Level 10 pirate flagship perpetually in slumber accompanied by a few pirate ships. A successful attack could yield level 10 pirate treasure chest and a varying amount of planetary currency, with random items for free players below level 10 and constructive players below level 4. Once awakened, one would face the wrath of the pirate leader aboard the flagship with extremely frenzied attacks. Idiot. Bloodthirsty remarked while looking at the screen. Having been drawn deep into the pirate horde, Bloodthirsty reduced the speed of the colossal battleship, discovering that as long as these ships did not actively attack them, no one would attack. Following steadily behind, Bloodthirsty waited for the energy of the aircraft in front to deplete. The automated fire on the planet's outskirts would automatically fire to eliminate the few remaining pirate ships once the time was up. With no one to lead, it was of course safe. Don't move. Bloodthirsty commanded instinctively. The colossal battleship slowly came to a stop. Who is it? Disturbing my slumber. A message appeared on the screen. Commander, this battleship exceeds our metrics in every way, but its energy consumption is enormous. Activate immediately. Lift off. Bloodthirsty suddenly shouted. It's him. It's definitely him. One sword floating red shouted with bloodshot eyes. Before he could send a message, he saw the colossal battleship move, and the massive flagship before him also began to shift. Aha! We can leave now. One sword floating red said to the steward beside him while controlling the aircraft heading into the vast darkness. The colossal battleship suddenly hit maximum speed, but instead of fleeing, it opened fire around the massive level 10 pirate flagship. Good. Hang in there, bastards. Bloodthirsty shouted while watching the screen. The level 10 pirate flagship emitted countless automated laser cannons from numerous places, while the colossal battleship appeared small in comparison. The commander has locked onto the energy center of the pirate flagship. The robot beside him had not finished speaking. Fire. Bastards. Bloodthirsty shouted. As the colossal battleship ascended and dived in a sweeping attack, a massive explosion occurred on the entire pirate flagship. Bring the drummer. This is for Bloodthirsty, Zhou Long shouted, while looking at the screen, gulping down strong liquor, a treasure of the Minotaur tribe. Watching the lethal strike of the colossal battleship on the screen, Zhou Long disregarded the taste of the liquor and downed it in one go. The drummer beside him held the wine cup, questioning, "Can Bloodthirsty handle this?" Due to your bravery, the destruction of the pirate flagship has occurred, and the level 10 pirate respawn point has moved next to your planet. Warning: the base may be attacked by pirates at any moment. Congratulations, player, for triggering the pirate's revenge. Amidst the continuous sounds from the game system, the colossal battleship slowly descended, and the bloodthirsty figure emerged with robots in tow, causing the Minotaurs in the base to cheer loudly. Abandoning their chieftain, the Minotaurs surrounded the bloodthirsty figure. In their eyes, he appeared as a deity descending from the heavens, singing and dancing around him. Had he not been so large, they would have thrown him into the sky. After a day and night of revelry, Zhou Long, sitting in a recliner, was adorned with an array of vibrant colors from the exuberant Minotaur maidens who, it was whispered among the drummers, expressed their affection in this manner. Perhaps influenced by the alcohol or the Minotaur's enthusiasm, Zhou Long could not help but join the crowd, dancing and singing around the bonfire, unsure of what he was shouting. Feeling dizzy, his body slightly numb and cold, it seemed there was a furnace nearby radiating warmth. He heard incomprehensible murmurs, and a warm breath brushed against his forehead, prompting him to slightly lift his eyelids. A gigantic Minotaur appeared before him, and the tribe erupted into an earth-shattering shout. 3 hours later, at the control room entrance, what is the master doing? Xiaobai asked, swaying. He must be contemplating when to launch a war. A grand strategy is in play, Bloodthirsty exclaimed. You wouldn't understand, the drummer said, looking at the Minotaurs outside the base. Wow. The Minotaur representative behind the drummer exclaimed, not knowing what had transpired, but seeing the frowning expressions of the others, he joined the conversation. Scrub, 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 scrub. A large wooden tub adorned with various deities carved by Minotaurs and vibrant colors contained boiling water emanating steam. Holding a towel, Zhou Long shouted as he scrubbed his body thoroughly. Recalling the previous nights spent with the Minotaurs, Zhou Long frantically scrubbed his skin with the towel, faint memories of the satisfied face of the Minotaur maiden flashing in his mind. Although this was a game, Zhou Long could not psychologically accept it. In the afternoon, as a dark bucket of water was carried away by the Minotaurs, Zhou Long dressed neatly, preparing to convene the second full meeting of the base. Everyone, for the development of the base and the continuation of our civilization, everyone has made indelible contributions. Omitting thousands of words, Zhou Long finished his opening remarks. The Minotaur representative had already dozed off, and after being pulled by the drummer, he finally woke up looking at Zhou Long with a hint of shyness. Master, your ranking has dropped again. There are many buildings that need to be constructed urgently, Xiaobai said, bringing over a display screen. What is this? Zhou Long asked, puzzled. Or, Xiaobai replied. Zhou Long shot him a glance as if to say, I already know. Master, it's my fault for not explaining clearly, Xiaobai said, raising his hand to take out a small energy crystal, touching it against Zhou Long's military mech uniform. Electricity surged, and Zhou Long nearly fell to the ground. What are you doing? Bloodthirsty exclaimed, ready to intervene, but seeing Zhou Long steady himself, he held back. What do you mean? Zhou Long scratched his head. Xiaobai, holding the small or slowly, explained, although human technology has been continuously advancing, the demand for energy remains the core issue. Whether on Earth or the commanders developing planets away from it, the need is for energy crystals. The weapons used by the previous reptiles, and now the Minotaurs, are all embedded with this type of energy crystal. Moreover, they are all high-purity energy crystals. Xiaobai continued, Master, I have found a potential gathering place for energy crystals. What should we do? Zhou Long asked directly. Due to the high frequency of energy at the gathering place, our robots would have their circuits burn out if they go there. Other biological beings won't have this problem, Xiaobai said, glancing naturally at the drummer. Although Xiaobai appeared to be the village chief of the Minotaurs on the surface, getting the Minotaurs to do anything still required the drummer and the Minotaur representative beside him to contribute. Master, that's not an issue, the drummer said without hesitation. The Minotaurs will go excavating. Afterward, the Minotaur representative nodded vigorously. In any group, there are always those in power. This Minotaur represented the upper echelon of the Minotaur tribe. Master, I have a gift, Bloodthirsty eagerly said from the side. Behind him was an object covered with a black cloth. With a flick of his body, Bloodthirsty pulled off the cloth. Great reward. Upon seeing the object before him, Zhou Long thought to himself. It resembled the gem that Bloodthirsty had shown before, except it was a green gem radiating a green glow. Excellent, Zhou Long said. This was something that dropped when the pirate flagship was defeated, and Bloodthirsty had brought it back because it had a natural connection to the red core within him. Like a kindred spirit. Excellent. I, the Pioneer, hereby confer upon Bloodthirsty the rank of Second Lieutenant, Commander of the Soldiers. I also confer upon the Steward Xiaobai the drummer and the Minotaur representative the rank of Second Lieutenant, Zhou Long said. You will take charge of the threats posed by the pirates, ready to strike at any moment. The matter of the energy crystals will be your responsibility. Yes, Master, Bloodthirsty said as he walked out. Let's go, ladies, Xiaobai said, extending a hand to link arms with the drummer, leading the Minotaur representative out. Congratulations, player, for your appointment. The sense of belonging among the base members has increased, and you received a civilization bonus of 30. After giving instructions, Zhou Long eagerly moved the green gem to the hero cultivation nest. Conversion failed. A large amount of high-quality crystals is required for conversion. Damn, what a great item, Zhou Long shouted upon hearing the system voice from the sky. Players, please note, insulting the system will result in a cancellation of rewards. Zhou Long stared at the empty sky, closing his mouth. If eyes could attack, the sky would have shattered countless times. Carrying the green gem back to the control room, Zhou Long wandered around the base with the display screen, clicking on various buildings. The ground was still somewhat uneven, but at least it was not the time when each step felt like falling thrice. The robots were busy with their respective tasks. Hey, could you be a bit gentler? Sure. Zhou Long noticed that several robots were lined up, and at the end of the line a devourer robot was busy with something. What is this? What are you doing? Zhou Long approached to ask. Commander. The robot in front of him ran away as if it had seen a ghost. They were so quick that Zhou Long could not even see their numbers. I think you can answer me, Zhou Long said to the only devourer who had not run away. They see you as scrap that could be discarded at any moment, and I am just helping them shorten that time. The robot in front said. Commander, what are you doing? Zhou Long asked. Or rather, what are you helping them with? Zhou Long chose his words carefully, sensing something might happen. I am just helping them repair. If there is enough energy, I can. The robot said a lot while looking at Zhou Long. Wars are always happening, yet the commander's gaze only focused on those active robots, while the fallen warriors were never noticed. What about them? They just lost a leg or an arm. Do they have to be discarded on the battlefield? The robot in front said, somewhat agitated. What can you do? I can help them recover, essentially giving them the ability to return to the battlefield. But the commanders would never waste that energy. The robot said. Beyond that, I am only helping them repair wear and tear. Are you going to continue repairing or not? Zhou Long asked. As long as you can repair, I am not afraid of wasting resources. The robot looked at Zhou Long as if he were a monster, yet it replied, yes. I can build a repair station. Great, Zhou Long said, raising his hand joyfully as the robot began constructing the building. From now on, you shall be called the repairer, and you will hold the rank of second lieutenant. Zhou Long said, feeling pleased as he continued to wander around the base. Congratulations, player. Due to your concern, the attack power of the base soldiers has increased along with their sense of belonging. Hearing the voice from the sky, Zhou Long strolled around the base greeting one robot after another. Regrettably, none of those robots engaged in lengthy discussions. They would only say, "Yes, Commander." "Understood, Commander." No matter how Zhou Long tried to converse or greet them, it was of no use as he looked at the distant Minotaur tribe. Zhou Long pondered, isn't it necessary to go there? After that night, he felt a bit of reluctance towards the Minotaurs. In reality, this was a game setting. The higher the civilization level, the more the members of the base would showcase their strengths. All this was mentioned on the official website, but regrettably Zhou Long had only skimmed through it. Phew! Enemy attack! A robot shouted. A massive figure suddenly appeared, flashing steel claws, and tore apart a robot. With just a glance, Zhou Long rolled away the winged clan. Leaning against the mechanical station, Zhou Long gritted his teeth. "I wasn't looking for you, yet you still came." The robots in the base automatically retaliated, while the winged clan, skilled in guerrilla tactics, had only about 10 in the sky. Inattention led them to dive down, grabbing one precisely. The time from detection to firing for the automatic turrets usually took a while, but for the winged clan it was enough. "Warning! The base is under attack." The system's voice echoed repeatedly in his ears. Leaning against the mechanical station, Zhou Long rapidly clicked on the display in his hands, looking around. Xiao Bai was gone, and the bloodthirsty had already reached outside the planet. Holding the keyboard, Zhou Long canceled the shooting pause. The automated artillery erupted in a barrage of firepower, seeming to have too many flaws in front of the winged race. "Bastard!" Zhou Long exclaimed. Bending his body, he dashed towards the control room, the strongest fortress. Whoosh! The sound of rushing wind filled his ears, and the distance between his body and the ground increased. The entire base grew smaller in his view, followed by countless projectiles fired from the automated artillery. A loud shout came from behind, stretching nearly 20-meter-long wings. In just a moment, he had distanced himself from the base. Raising his head, Zhou Long shouted, "You want to catch me?" Boom! Just as he took out the laser gun from his arms, a metallic spear shot in from nowhere, striking the winged race behind Zhou Long, resulting in a violent explosion. Accompanied by the winged race's shrill screams, the claws that had captured Zhou Long earlier loosened. Damn it! In the high sky, Zhou Long could not ascertain how high he was, but as he looked at the increasingly large ground below, he felt certain he would crash down unless an extremely rare situation occurred. In the game, whenever a player falls from a height, if their body collides with another player's body or controlled equipment, even in the last second before hitting the ground, the falling damage would be mitigated by 50. This is a rule established in the online gaming world for many years, one that has stirred much debate, and is also a covert way to kill, but for now Zhou Long could only pray. As he fell, he hoped that someone would appear at the moment of landing, or at least a living creature to cushion the fall. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the air, as Zhou Long's body descended, he heard a tearing sound. His body, which had been falling rapidly, began to sway up and down, slowly becoming still. His body felt as if it were wrapped in a sack. What's going on? Zhou Long thought to himself as he slowly opened his eyes. A pair of pure blue eyes, beautiful bangs, 2 fish-shaped earrings, a hat with a hole in it, a black skirt that reached the knees. If it weren't for the cold laser gun, Zhou Long would have thought this girl in front of him was definitely worth striking up a conversation. Swish! In a flash of cold light, the woman across from him brandished a small knife, cutting through the net that had wrapped Zhou Long. She raised her hand and pulled down the eye mask from her forehead, covering her left eye. Before he could get up, the laser gun was pressed against his forehead again. "Put it down," came a soft yet slightly shy voice. "Pat." The silver snake laser gun in his arms had just gone off when the woman kicked it aside with her long leg clad in a boot. Zhou Long half squatted on the ground, while the woman stood there seemingly drooling. Zhou Long suspected he was seeing an illusion. "I'm hungry." The two were locked in a standoff, and after a while the woman uttered this phrase. "Pat." As she finished speaking, the woman collapsed to the ground. Zhou Long just moved his body naturally to retrieve the silver snake laser gun, not far away. "Hold me. Back to your base. Don't test my marksmanship." Zhou Long turned around, and the woman on the ground opened her eyes again. Although her body wasn't moving, the laser gun in her hand was still aimed at Zhou Long. "Okay." Zhou Long, seeing the woman's eyes about to close, slung the silver snake laser gun behind him, slowly sat down, and reached out to embrace her. In the virtual world of the game, players' appearances can be simulated with 95% accuracy. As players enter the game, changes to their appearances won't be significant. The woman in his arms curled up like a cat, gazing at the distant base, while Zhou Long walked into the wind. A faint fragrance filled his nostrils. Along the way, Zhou Long wanted to speak, but that woman forcefully shoved the laser gun into his mouth. After finally returning to the base, Zhou Long held his head high, walking in under the curious gazes of the Tauren. Xiao Bai, who had rushed back, and the drummer could only stand obediently from a distance. "If you dare come closer, I'll take out your master. Bring in the food." The woman dropped this line, aiming the gun at Zhou Long as she entered the control room. Inside the control room, the Tauren were bustling about. Clearly, to Zhou Long's eyes, the food they brought in was just data. No player would use these items to satisfy hunger except for NPCs in the game. Now sitting at the only table in the control room, the woman was gulping down the food on the table, which had 7 or 8 large portions now empty. The woman continued to urge the Tauren to hurry up, even smiling charmingly, but showed no expression towards Zhou Long. After a hearty meal hiccup, the woman burped and the Tauren retreated, closing the door. Without Zhou Long needing to look, he knew there were countless people gathered outside, and he believed they would come in to rescue him at any moment. He even heard the booming sound of the behemoth warship landing. Bloodthirsty had returned. Xiaobai, I heard the master's mistress has appeared. Bloodthirsty shouted as the behemoth warship appeared. What nonsense. They are clearly just a couple. Xiaobai said, sticking to the wall. He must be a heartless man. The drummer next to him directly tapped the display screen in Xiaobai's hand, which could connect directly to the round table in the control room. Miss, what's your surname? Zhou Long said confidently. As a promising youth of the new century, Zhou Long was actually quite traditional to the point that he had never officially courted a girlfriend, let alone interacted with girls. As for whether he was still a virgin after that night, Zhou Long had a lingering question in his mind, often becoming the subject of mockery from the overweight guy. What era is it, and you're still a virgin? The girl blinked her blue eyes, stood up, and walked over to Zhou Long, who was about the same height as her, switching the laser gun to her left hand and quickly raising her right hand. Slap. A red palm print immediately appeared on Zhou Long's face. Robbery. Hand over everything valuable. The woman enunciated clearly, and call me big sister. Perhaps due to the force, Zhou Long naturally fell down. Big sister, Zhou Long said, and before he could get up, he was stepped on by the woman. Speak, the woman commanded. I really have no money. Zhou Long lay flat on the ground and replied. Then you might as well die. The woman raised her gun and shouted, since you have no money. Boom. With an explosion, Zhou Long lay unharmed on the ground, while the woman flew onto Zhou Long's bed. Master. Bloodthirsty stood in front of Zhou Long, the cannon in hand, still smoking. Just then he had shot his way in, kicking up a storm. Go take out that woman. Zhou Long shouted as he stood up. Tears flowed from those azure eyes. Wah 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 wah. The woman leaning against the bed began to cry, seemingly the one being bullied. A red laser flashed by, sending the bloodthirsty one stunned by the cries flying. With a muffled sound, several plumes of smoke rose, obscuring everyone's vision. Could it be a ninja? After the smoke cleared, Zhou Long spoke to the empty bed. Minotaurs maintained strict vigilance around the base. Zhou Long turned back to say, yes, my master. The Minotaur representative replied, and together with the drummer they left. By the way, what is your name? Zhou Long asked. Alala. After exchanging glances with the drummer, the Minotaur representative finished speaking and walked out. Leaving the control room, Zhou Long held the display screen, selecting options to build a mechanical station and a barracks. The resources now, due to the addition of those Minotaurs, had become very abundant. Master, now is the time to eliminate the winged clan. Xiaobai said, following behind. Oh, but our military strength is insufficient. Zhou Long said, glancing at Xiaobai. When did this guy become so warlike? The bloodthirsty one beside him merely hoped for more devourers and reapers to be created. What does he want to do? Zhou Long wondered. Master, look, Xiaobai said, handing over the display screen he was holding. It was clear that Xiaobai's display screen showed the number of Minotaurs as 5000, and it was still increasing, while the robots under Zhou Long's command were less than 3000. Now he might be able to acquire a lot of resources, but if this situation continues, who would call whom master in the future? So what do you say? Zhou Long turned to look at the interconnected Minotaur tribes. Reorganize them. Train them. Attack the winged clan. Yes. Xiaobai said. Zhou Long nodded slightly and said, okay. Is there anything else to say? Master, after we fought with the thieves, there are always unidentified devourers gathering near the planet. As soon as Bloodthirsty finished speaking. Who is it? Zhou Long asked, picking up the monitor while walking, noticing that indeed there were quite a few robots near the planet. Master, I sent out information without permission, but there was no reply. Bloodthirsty said. According to the information returned by the scout, there are 5 large planets in this star system. Civilization values are increasing. Xiaobai said. Master, please build a starport. There are things you need inside. Selecting the construction tab on the display in his hand and clicking confirm, several builders came over. Damn, it will take another hour. By the way, why haven't I leveled up yet? Zhou Long said, looking at Xiaobai. Master, you can check the upgrade requirements on the display. Xiaobai said faintly. Damn it. Zhou Long exclaimed after finishing selecting. Upgrade requirements: barracks at level 3, mechanical station at level 3, star energy station, control room, mechanical station, remote sensing center, all upgraded to level 3, hero level 15, sage level 15, civilization degree 300. Zhou Long painfully clicked through all of them, watching the stock resources plummet. After working hard for half a day, but the civilization degree can't be upgraded. Zhou Long said. Master, actually I have many tasks left undone. Xiaobai said. Entering the control room, Zhou Long clicked the button on the round table. The circular tabletop immediately displayed the task chain. First, launch 3 attacks on the creatures on the planet, reward 50 civilization degrees. Second, find any level 10 thief point outside the planet to attack, reward 30 civilization degrees for each, can do this 10 times a day. Third, establish requires 1,000 civilization degrees, or join a guild, reward 50 civilization degrees. Fourth, establish a core, reward 100 civilization degrees. Fifth, repair all buildings in the base. 100, establishing a nation requires 3 million civilization degrees, followed by at least 100 more tasks. These are daily tasks, and if one is bored, they can also slowly explore development. Looking at the tasks, Zhou Long said, while clicking the display screen, bloodthirsty, those thieves pose a huge threat to us. You take those 200 soldiers to handle them. Be careful, it's not an attack, but a defensive fire probe. Every time you come back, make sure to find time to train the Minotaurs. Yes, Commander. Bloodthirsty said, placing a hand on his chest as he walked out. In a moment, the booming sound of the behemoth resonated. Shall I find out who that guy next to the planet is and what he wants? Yes, my master. Shall I replied. Zhou Long said while clicking to go offline. As soon as he opened the game pod, he rushed into the bathroom, hurriedly coming out with a satisfied face, shaking his arms and legs as he exited the room, rubbing his hungry belly. Zhou Long entered the elevator and pressed to go down one floor. Wait a minute, Zhou Long said, realizing he was once again in the elevator. Don't let anything happen. Don't let anything happen. With his hands together, he silently prayed. Zhou Long was indeed scared by the elevator, and as soon as the door opened, he stepped out. Zhou Long. A 50-year-old woman happened to be standing at the elevator door looking at Zhou Long and calling out, pushing him back, and look, you've lost weight again. You should look for another job. What future is there here? The woman said, touching Zhou Long's face and patting his shoulder. Mom, didn't you say you'd come in 3 days? Zhou Long said expressionlessly, feeling his head swell instantly. Isn't this a surprise for you? Good son, his mother said beside him. Ding. The elevator door opened again. It was only the 17th floor. Oh, you're here, Auntie. Hurry over. Silver Sword appeared at the elevator door, speaking with a warm smile. Zhou Long's mother had come to the company many times, and every time she came, the team leader would comment during the meeting, causing Zhou Long's performance to drop. In the office, his mother and Silver Sword were chatting happily, while Zhou Long sat to the side with a basket full of eggs in front of him. Not bad. A talent. The pillar of the company. One beautiful word after another emerged from Silver Sword's mouth. Half an hour later, Silver Sword was almost out of words while Zhou Long's mother was still chatting gracefully. Mom, come see my room. Silver Sword is very busy, Zhou Long said, forcibly pulling his mother away from the conversation with Silver Sword. Zhou Long, you. Just as they stepped out, a scream rang from behind. Xia Dai, it turns out to be you. Zhou Long turned around and shouted at Xia Dai, his gaze darting sideways. Auntie. Seeing the woman in front of her, Xia Dai's words, which were about to explode, were instantly swallowed, her face turning red as she had thought after a night. Giving Zhou Long a red gem was indeed a huge loss. Stepping out of the room and seeing Zhou Long appear, she wanted to muster the courage to ask for it back. Zhou Long, is this your girlfriend you often talk about? The woman enthusiastically held Xia Dai's small hand, touching her again, her face full of redness, which in the woman's eyes was clearly a shy expression. Looking at Xia Dai with a beaming smile, Zhou Long blinked his eyes vigorously and said yes. After finishing that sentence, Xia Dai's face turned even redder. It wasn't shyness, but rather holding back her anger. How old is your daughter? The woman asked gently. 25. Oh, just the same age as my Zhou Long, the woman said with a smile. In Zhou Long's room, the woman eagerly inquired about Xia Dai's background, clearly taking on the demeanor of a mother-in-law. 2 hours later, in the shared gaze of Zhou Long and Xia Dai, the woman walked out of the company door with a smile, a shiny red ring on her finger adorned with a large red gem. Then, you don't owe me anything. Zhou Long immediately turned back to Xia Dai and said, it's just a red gem. Xia Dai twisted her slim waist and walked into the elevator. Trying to compete with me, Zhou Long said as he ran up the stairs. That day, Zhou Long held the red gem ring, intending for Xia Dai to pretend to be his girlfriend in front of his mother. If he didn't have a girlfriend, Zhou Long would have to leave the company with his mother. You beast. Huang Pengzi said from inside the room. I am a gentleman, Zhou Long said while playing with the red gem ring in his hand, drinking erguo too. Of course, the ring for his mother was a fake worth 20 yuan, while the real one was in Zhou Long's possession. Where's your coordinates? Huang Pengzi asked, casually leaning against the game pod. What makes you think you can eat me first? Zhou Long said, getting up to leave. That place just needs a helper. After all, I'm part of the 4 bandits, right? The voice of Huang Pengzi came from behind as the door closed. Returning to the room under the influence of alcohol, Zhou Long entered a dream. Being a gamer in the company, Zhou Long knew very well that having a helper in the game would definitely bring many benefits. However, that was for ordinary players. Working in the company was different. The company was a place of competition, and once friendly colleagues could often be the first to stab you in the back in the game. I wonder what my mom said to Xia Dai at that time. Xia Dai was about to explode in anger, but lost it. When he woke up, this was Zhou Long's first thought. Glancing at the clock, it was 8 o'clock. After washing up and getting dressed, Zhou Long dove into the game pod. Clicking to enter the game. Warning. The player blood color has declared war on you. Please prepare for battle. Congratulations, player. The starport has been completed. Master. A large number of enemy troops have gathered outside the planet. There should be 300 devourers. Xiao Bai said from the side. Do they really think they can eliminate us with just this military strength? Zhou Long said, clicking on the display in his hand. 200 devourers, 200 reapers, 300 howlers. Master. Bloodthirsty has 1000 devourers on the behemoth. Xiao Bai said beside him. Master. All soldiers have been upgraded. Bloodthirsty said as he walked in through the door. In the control room, Zhou Long glanced at the two people in front of him and said, Bloodthirsty, set out. Bring your team with you. In the vast sky, a colossal ship soared into the air. At the starport of the base, Zhou Long raised his hand and selected the options in front of him. The female demon stealth fighter, a small aircraft entirely shrouded in gray resembling an F-22 fighter displayed in a museum, equipped with ground artillery capable of 500 meters and mid-range lasers up to 800 meters, along with stealth functionality, which requires a substantial amount of gas minerals to operate. The attack power ranges from 20 to 50, with a payload of 300 tons and a mineral consumption of 800 tons per unit. The Annihilator fighter, featuring a black and white body, resembled historical bombers, boasting long-range anti-aircraft artillery effective up to 1,500 meters and ground artillery for landing use at 800 meters, with an attack power varying from 25 to 80 and a payload of 500 tons, consuming 900 tons of minerals per unit. There were countless more options available, but Zhou Long's level was insufficient to create them. Let's create a female demon, Zhou Long said as he raised his hand to make the selection. With a whistling sound, a female demon warship appeared before him. Turning around, Zhou Long looked at Xiao Bai behind him. Master, you did nothing wrong, Xiao Bai said. Perhaps accustomed to Xiao Bai's constant chatter, Zhou Long felt a bit uncomfortable with the sudden silence. Shrugging his shoulders, Zhou Long was about to move forward. But master, next time you create something, please check the energy reserves of the base. Xiao Bai's voice roared from behind. While selecting options on the display, Zhou Long occasionally glanced at the sky, worried about news of Bloodthirsty. Xiao Bai, prepare the automatic artillery and calculate the energy, Zhou Long said, shaking his head. This was the last resort. He could not afford to make mistakes. Zhou Long thought to himself. Looking at the display in his hand, Zhou Long checked the upgrade standards. The building levels in the base had reached level 3, but the civilization index was only 300 and an upgrade required 500. What the hell? What more do we need to do? Zhou Long shouted. Warning. Player. War has begun. Congratulations, player, for initiating your first war and completing the war task, earning a civilization bonus of 150. In the boundless space, the colossal battleship spewed flames, charging straight towards the gathering of robots near the planet. Attack. Looking at the large screen, the player Bloodthirsty shouted, quickly striking the keyboard. The devourers in the air under the hero's command formed a long serpentine formation. Bloodthirsty was undoubtedly fortunate, as shortly after entering the game, he eradicated the life on the planet and received a reward of 500 devourers. It was precisely for this reason that they decided to go to war without waiting for the hero to appear. As Bloodthirsty's roar echoed, 500 devourers in space raised their laser guns and opened fire on the colossal battleship within range. What is going on? Bloodthirsty shouted at the display. He can't possibly have so many soldiers. Impossible. At that moment, just as Bloodthirsty's devourers opened fire, nearly 10,000 robots suddenly appeared behind them, accompanied by a barrage of lasers and artillery. Hee. My clone skill is no mere decoration. Bloodthirsty laughed coldly as he maneuvered the colossal ship swiftly. As soon as the battleship exited the planet's atmosphere, the robots under his command disembarked and quickly flanked the enemy from behind. Damn it. Mobilize the troops. Bloodthirsty roared at the steward behind him. Gazing at the sky, Zhou Long observed the results of Bloodthirsty's efforts through the display in his hand. Master, I believe we can eliminate them now. Bloodthirsty spoke through the display. Zhou Long remained silent. Suddenly a message appeared in the sky. Planet civilization battle task initiated. Any player with soldiers and courage can participate. A thrilling process with generous rewards. Construction type players of level 4 and above may enter, while free players of level 10 and above may also enter. What are you waiting for? Command your soldiers to enter and expand your civilization. Upgrade. I need to upgrade. Zhou Long immediately selected the display, ignoring Bloodthirsty's presence. Ha! After a moment, Zhou Long's roaring voice echoed through the base. Bloodthirsty, return immediately. At once. Zhou Long shouted through the display. Congratulations, player, for completing the construction of the special building Pioneer, earning a civilization bonus of 150. Congratulations, player, for successfully upgrading Pioneer. A flash of white light passed, and the entire area of the base expanded significantly, appearing much more comfortable. Zhou Long clicked on the display and selected the battle task. Master, Xiao Bai said slowly beside him. I've heard the rewards for this task are quite generous. Zhou Long replied with a smile. Before Xiao Bai could respond, the colossal ship that had been whistling in the air had already come to a halt, with Bloodthirsty looking at Zhou Long with a face full of resentment and confusion. I've already decided to participate in the battle task. While I'm away, Xiao Bai, you will be in charge of the base. Zhou Long said. Master, when I left, the enemy did not initiate an attack. Bloodthirsty remarked. Very well, let's take a look at the special buildings. Zhou Long said, selecting the special building in front of him. The Special Operations Center was taller than any other building in the base, entirely white, with the words Special Operations Center glowing blood red, sending a chill through Zhou Long. He selected an available Unit 1, Special Laser Gunner, armed with a laser shotgun, effective within a 500-meter range with a 50 lethality rate. This unit appears within a 2-kilometer radius of the Special Operations Center and can engage both aerial and ground targets. It possesses both stealth and anti-stealth capabilities with exceptionally strong individual combat skills. Within a 2-kilometer radius of the Special Operations Center, its defense ranges from 50 to 100, and it can transfer damage taken to the player. Upon death, it can be revived after a 24-hour interval, requiring 5.0 tons of minerals. Note that once it leaves the Special Operations Center, its defense drops by 90, converting to attack power, which ranges from 60 to 300. The initial production of this unit is free. What a good item, Zhou Long thought as he looked to see if there were more units available. Sorry, level insufficient. Cannot unlock the next unit. Please upgrade the base to level 10 and the Special Operations Center to level 2. Alright, let's take a look at the tasks. Zhou Long said as he selected the battle task. The flames of rebellion are spreading. Our shared civilization is being destroyed. The rebels are fiercely attacking the human past star region. For the sake of our civilization, all sowers of civilization, please heed the call of Mother Earth and accept General Hui Cubing's command in the human past star region to exterminate the remnants of the rebels and restore our planet's civilization. Completing the task and surviving will grant 1 million prestige, 1 million star coins, and a level unit reward, and a guild token, along with 1 million civilization points, 2 million tons of minerals, and 1 million experience. All participants will receive 3.0 prestige, 3.0 star coins, 1.0 civilization points, 3.0 tons of minerals, and 3.0 experience. The victorious dead will receive an experience reward of 5.0 prestige, 0 star coins, and 4.0 minerals. Click Confirm. Congratulations, player, on accepting the task. Units that die in battle can be revived upon returning to the base. Please proceed to the designated coordinates in the galaxy. After giving a few instructions to Xiao Bai, Zhou Long shouted, Brothers, let's set off. Bloodthirsty boarded the behemoth battleship behind Zhou Long as the behemoth soared into the vast universe under the sunlight. The coordinates had already been inputted into the ship. Bloodthirsty stood in front of the screen, directing the robots to control the behemoth's advance while someone lay sleeping on the side. It would take 3 hours to reach the designated location, and Zhou Long did not have the energy to wait. Master, Master, the soft calls of Bloodthirsty beside him woke Zhou Long, who was drooling. What is that? Dazed, Zhou Long stood in front of the display screen and said. The planet's surface had been completely metallicized, with various metal buildings towering, and there were large areas of destruction scattered across the surface. Countless battleships moved nearby, along with more or fewer robots flying. Master, we have arrived, Bloodthirsty said beside him. General Hui Cubing of the Human Pass Star Zone welcomes you. Please land according to the instructions. On the screen, a message displayed, Execute. Zhou Long said, and Bloodthirsty thus activated the automatic navigation system. A quarter of an hour later, Zhou Long dressed and exited the behemoth battleship. Damn, even the poor guys are here for the mission. Just don't drag us down, and we'll be grateful. It's fine, they're just cannon fodder. They're the main force for us. All the way since Zhou Long disembarked, he had been hearing such voices. The reason was simple, he only brought Bloodthirsty with him, while all the robots remained on standby aboard the battleship. You can talk a lot, but I can fight, Zhou Long thought to himself. The vast battleship landing site was a silver-gray expanse with walls and floors missing chunks, a complete scene of a post-battle landscape. Zhou Long spent half an hour just to find the receptionist. Looking at the broken pillar not far away, Zhou Long walked over. Meanwhile, Bloodthirsty remained silent, only showing vigilance towards anyone who approached within 5 meters. Hello, Lieutenant. Welcome to the support. A person in old military uniform looking about 30 smiled and greeted everyone who entered the door with the same words. The incoming players paid no heed to this welcoming NPC hurrying past, at most reflexively replying, which drew laughter from their companions. Who would talk to an NPC? Hello, Lieutenant. Welcome to the support, the NPC said. Hello, who are you? Zhou Long said, stepping forward cautiously. Zhou Long, the receptionist of the Human Pass Planet, Lieutenant, under the direct command of General Hui Cubing. The NPC straightened his body, his eyes filled with pride. Oh really? I'm an explorer. Zhou Long replied with a twitch of his mouth. What can I help you with, said NPC Zhou Long. I'm not very familiar with this place. I keep getting lost. Zhou Long said. Then you must need a map. NPC Zhou Long said, clicking on his military uniform, data transmission. Thank you very much. Zhou Long looked at the transparent shield downloading the data and said, there is a repair center here for fixing damaged robots. If you have unwanted items, you can discard them in the warehouse where someone will recycle them. There's also a shop that sells equipment and regular units. NPC Zhou Long continued, that's great. General Hua Tsubing is really thoughtful. Zhou Long said, actually that warehouse has a lot of junk that General Hua Tsubing doesn't need. NPC Zhou Long blinked as he spoke. What are you talking about? Suddenly a person appeared nearby looking coldly at Zhou Long and the NPC. Chatting. Yes, just chatting. Zhou Long said. Chatting. The person stepped closer. I see you've been chatting for half an hour. You can't be talking to an NPC for that long, can you? The person said. Well, we are indeed chatting. Zhou Long replied, his face showing difficulty. Huh. Definitely a newbie. Still talking to NPCs. Do you really think this game is the same as before where talking to NPCs can get you hidden professions? The person tugged at his clothes and said, remember my name is Tang Jige, if you have any trouble look for me. Free player. He winked at Zhou Long and walked in with a black laser gun. Hello, Lieutenant. Welcome to the support. The NPC began repeating the same words again. Zhou Long walked over with satisfaction, faced with row upon row of metal buildings and one intersection after another. Looking at the data that evolved into a map, Zhou Long directly found the so-called warehouse. The dilapidated metal building was in ruins. The entrance was estimated by Zhou Long to be about 100 meters high, but the door had long since disappeared. Stepping inside, piles of metal objects sparkled with sparks. There were various wrecks of battleships Zhou Long had never seen before, and various robots lay their missing arms and legs seemingly still able to move. As he walked around looking at the so-called scrap, Zhou Long's eyes sparkled. Who are you? Turning at the sound, Bloodthirsty was still outside the door and had not come in. Meanwhile, the person who made the sound stood right in front of Zhou Long, almost touching his face. Wearing an already blackened military uniform, the person looked young, but had thinning hair, and his eyes emitted a gaze that seemed to be catching thieves. Come to take a look. I'm here to offer support. By the way, Zhou Long turned to look at the piles of metal in front of him. I am the warehouse manager of the Human Pass. Directly under the command of General Hua Tsubing, the warehouse manager said with a serious face. Is that so? Zhou Long said flatly. It's rare for anyone to come here. You're the first one this year. Here things are 10% off, buy one get 100 free. The warehouse manager said loudly. His voice echoed in the spacious and drafty building, and as the sound echoed repeatedly, those piles of metal objects suddenly moved, as if machines were assembling themselves. Soon in front of Zhou Long, rows of variously shaped robots stood up along with various shaped battleships, placed there, all of which had various deficiencies. Squinting at the sight before him, Zhou Long thought, wow, if I take all these back, after a little repair that would be several legions. Yes, Lieutenant, just as you think. A robot with a roller-supported body, its upper half resembling a sphere, walked out and said with antenna-like things shaking on its spherical body. This is a mind probe robot, the only one here. The warehouse administrator said, leading Zhou Long past one incomplete robot after another. 10,000, 3,000, 8,000, 800, 7,000, 500. After 3 hours, 3,050. You cut too deep. Without me, they can only lie here. Zhou Long said, looking outside. Bloodthirsty's silhouette was still there, seemingly having a natural fear of this place. 1 hour later, 1,000. 10, 800 come back to collect goods after completing the task. Okay, 800. The deal was made, Zhou Long said, and without caring about the warehouse manager's pale face, he walked out. Oh my God, the first employer in 10 years, the first income. The warehouse supervisor cried out to the sky with tears in his eyes. If Zhou Long saw this scene, he would definitely reduce the price by 90%. 5,000 Devourers, 1,000 Behemoth battleships, 5,000 automatic artillery robots, 1,000 Tiger Roar war chariots, and the only mind probe robot along with its bonus of 3,000 builders. Of course, all were damaged items and did not count as personnel before being officially used. What a good deal. Oh, Zhou Long said happily as he followed the map, walking for nearly half an hour before arriving at the so-called shop, similarly tall, similarly silver gray, with obvious signs of repair, and 2 robots standing guard at the entrance. There were evidently more people here. As he stepped in, Zhou Long discovered a counter in front of him behind which stood several attendants with various models of weapons and equipment displayed. Zhou Long casually glanced around. A single Behemoth battleship cost 300 star coins, and everyone here wore frowns as Zhou Long was searching. He looked for something suitable for himself, preferably at a reasonable price. As he stepped forward, Zhou Long's eyes stopped moving. Phantom shield capable of covering the entire planet. It reduces defense by 50% within 3.0 kilometers of the shield's outer perimeter and converts that into attack power for the Guardian, lowering the enemy's momentum. It consumes a huge amount of energy and has no level requirement. Offered at 8,000 star coins. What a good item, Zhou Long thought as his eyes sparkled. But it's just too expensive. The attendant behind the counter clearly did not have much regard for the incoming players. However, Bloodthirsty was blocked outside the door by the robots. Having just entered the game for a short while, it was surprising to have money to spend. Seeing the attendant's almost disdainful gaze, Zhou Long wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and turned to leave. The number of people on the street suddenly increased. Following the flow of people with Bloodthirsty, Zhou Long moved to a similarly dilapidated house that had clearly just been repaired where 2 or 3 players gathered. It was obvious that the deeper one went, the stronger the forces were and the more robots they brought. Hey, friends, come over. A person in the distance greeted Zhou Long friendly, and he walked over following the voice. Hello, I am an explorer, Zhou Long said succinctly. I, Feihua. His name is Feiyu and another is called Feimu. The chubby person in front pointed at them one by one. At a glance, the 3 were dressed uniformly, but they all lazily leaned against the wall. Casually chatting, the 2 people beside showed no intention of coming over to talk. Ignore them. Just a bunch of lazy bugs, Feihua said. With an understanding smile, Zhou Long looked inside and asked, what's going on in there? A group of self-righteous people. Isn't it just that they have more troops now? They're occupying the territory inside, Feihua said excitedly. As soon as she finished speaking, several gazes shot over. Look, it's the lackeys, Feihua whispered. While chatting, Zhou Long roughly understood the situation here. 7 or 8 of the strongest players occupied the hall, and the personnel sent by General Hua Tsubing were speaking inside. Most players, however, were blocked outside. Some who were hot-headed wanted to break in, but were immediately knocked away by groups of subordinates. The crowd felt helpless. After all, there were just too many of them. Zhou Long made small talk, finding an excuse to walk away. He wasn't keen on befriending low-level factions, but it was good to make acquaintances. In Zhou Long's eyes, the current free players were even weaker than a devourer. Stepping out of the building, Bloodthirsty, you stay here, Zhou Long said, about to walk away. But master, it's too dangerous here, Bloodthirsty replied. It's fine, Zhou Long said, but I'm scared. What? Zhou Long turned back to look at Bloodthirsty as if he didn't recognize him. What are you afraid of? Just wait here, Zhou Long said, ignoring Bloodthirsty, turning to look at the map and walking into a small alley beside the building. Master, came Bloodthirsty's wailing voice from behind. After crossing a dirty ditch and navigating through a narrow alley, Zhou Long finally arrived at a small lane where a previously sealed wall had already been blown apart. If it weren't for the map, no player would come back to such a ghostly place. Even if they did, they couldn't get out. Zhou Long's map clearly showed that there were places around the building that connected to the outside. The only obstacle was a wall, and Zhou Long was also hoping to find an entrance. The rubble from the blown-up back wall was piled up in front of him. Just the right height compared to the thick wall, Zhou Long climbed over the huge stones in front of him. Just as he flipped over the last stone, he froze before jumping down. There were a few people standing below the wall, their backs to Zhou Long, and on the ground lay a woman with striking blue eyes. Her beautiful bangs were now disheveled, one fish-shaped earring was missing, and she wore a torn hat and a black skirt that reached her knees. Damn it, it's that woman again, Zhou Long thought to himself. He didn't move and didn't want to meddle. Little sister, speak up, the skinny leader said. If you don't speak, we'll make you. He raised the laser gun in his hand. The 2 beside him also let out knowing laughter. Who told you to come here? He raised his hand and shot at the ground beside the woman's left side. Instinctively, she turned her head, and it seemed the woman caught a glimpse of something, her eyes flashing with light, but it was just a fleeting moment. Stop wasting words. I've never played with a woman in the game, don't know what it feels like, said the fat guy, drawing out a short knife as he walked over alternating hands. The woman seemed not to see any of this, raising her head and staring straight up. Oh heavens, don't bring this on, Zhou Long muttered as the woman's gaze swept over. With her hands tied behind her back, the woman was gagged with strips of cloth, but still struggled to make sounds. The fat guy's knife grazed the woman's skirt, slowly rising up, directly cutting to her beautiful face, saying, Are you going to talk or not? If you don't talk, I'll make you ugly. Otherwise, no one will want you in the game. Get lost. You're all beasts. I'll do it, said the previously silent bald man, pushing the fat guy aside, his hands firmly holding down the struggling woman. Beautiful girl. My first time in the game. It's mine, said the bald man, his face covered in scars, one eye fake. The woman seemed terrified by the bald man before her. Is it a glitch in the game simulation, or is this person just like this? A thought flashed in the woman's mind as she looked at the bald head, so close as she kept nodding. That's more like it, the bald man said as he removed the cloth from the woman's mouth. Huh. A mouthful of water sprayed out. Huh. The bald man replied. I don't believe it. Let me show you what I can do, he said, covering the woman's mouth again with the cloth and drawing out a knife from his waist. Swish. The black shirt was cut open, revealing the long strip underneath. As soon as he lifted his hand, the shirt would fall off. Tears. Leaning against the wall, Zhou Long raised his head and saw tears again. The woman's gaze was filled with tears, and those eyes seemed to convey, "Help me." "Looks like she still won't talk," said the bald man as he raised his hand, and the other two lunged at her together. "Huh?" The three laughed as they raised their hands while the woman's gaze remained fixed on a certain spot, her eyes still holding a glimmer of hope. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Long could guarantee that he only fired one shot, yet there were only 3 sounds. Watching the 3 lying on the ground quickly enveloped in a cloud of white mist, Zhou Long turned away, knowing that was the state of player death, requiring a return to the base to respawn. MMM. The woman on the ground cried out, shaking her body desperately. Turning around, Zhou Long raised his hand to touch his face, seemingly still feeling the pain from that day. Seeing Zhou Long's action, the woman seemed to understand something. Her body began to move slightly. Her eyes conveyed apologies, but her body conveyed. Approaching, Zhou Long picked up the knife from the ground and said, 1. I don't follow me. 2. Even if you see me in the future, keep a distance of at least 10 meters and maintain a particularly respectful attitude. 3. That's the way it is. As Zhou Long spoke, he raised his right hand. Slap. A red palm print immediately appeared on the woman's left cheek. "Oh, I feel great," Zhou Long said. MMM. The woman on the ground protested, her eyes looking at Zhou Long with a very strange expression. TSK. Zhou Long flipped the woman over, swinging the knife to cut the ropes binding her hands. As he turned around, the woman noticed Zhou Long sprinting away. "Oomph." With a low grunt, the woman looked around, tidied her clothes, and followed Zhou Long's direction. "What sound?" In the hall of the building, a plump man sitting in the center said. "Boss, it seems the bald man and the others are interrogating that woman," said a subordinate whispering beside him. "All right, now I will start issuing General Hua Cubing's orders," said a man in a brand new military uniform in the middle of the hall. "In accordance with the command of Mother Earth, we hereby summon the vast civilian populace to join the battle. All who reach the Human Pass Star region shall be under the command of General Hua Cubing. For the sake of our civilization, let us unite our efforts." In the darkness, Zhou Long stealthily maneuvered his body, slipping past one stone pillar after another as the hoarse voice drew nearer and receded. "Thus tonight, General Hua Cubing has tasked me with rewarding everyone. The war could erupt at any moment. Please be prepared," the old officer declared as he folded the notice in his hand, casting a fleeting glance over the few people before him. No one stopped him. To the surrounding players, the old officer was merely an NPC. As he exited the hall, the officer's gaze inadvertently lingered on the dark corners of the room. As Zhou Long felt the murky eyes of the old officer upon him, he had a strange sensation of being seen through. 8 people were seated in a circle within the hall. "We should unite and concentrate our strength, for that is the true way, right?" the stout player proclaimed. The others around him nodded slightly, seemingly in agreement with his opinion. "Even wolves speak of unity. I think we need not fight." A player wearing a cap with a duck bill and a sword at his waist stepped forward, his frame lean and wiry. "Whose dog is this making a fuss?" the stout player declared with righteous indignation. The vice president of the Wild Wolf Guild, Fat Lion, had a seemingly honest demeanor, yet his notorious tactics were well known throughout the game. Saying this, he leaned forward, gesturing at the clothing before him, since no one claims it. Meanwhile, his subordinates had already raised their weapons. "This is not the headquarters of the Wild Wolf. Anyone can speak their mind." An elderly man with graying hair and a weathered face was not dressed in military attire, and there were no others standing behind him. He appeared to be a frail elder conversing with the younger generation. Cough, cough, cough. It seemed to be disregarded, or perhaps something peculiar was occurring as the subordinates behind Fat Lion retracted their laser guns, while the young player in the duckbill cap surveyed the entire scene. It appeared that the elder's words carried some form of permission. "Friends, may I choose the Wild Wolf Guild and let them lead us?" The player in the duckbill cap spoke while turning around. All eyes in the room were drawn to him. Zhou Long, hidden in the shadows, glanced at Fat Lion's expression, which was calm and devoid of discomfort. That honest face seemed to convey to everyone, "I am very honest." "So who should we choose?" asked a subordinate behind him. Fat Lion, upon hearing this, turned his head to look, a twitch appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Boss, I was just asking," said the subordinate in a voice as faint as a mosquito, clutching his laser gun tightly. "That question is quite appropriate, brother." "Then let's take a look at the Cold Arrow Guild." The player in the duckbill cap spun around and gestured, and the gazes of the crowd followed suit. If Fat Lion was the hefty one, then the president of the Cold Arrow Guild was a mass of flesh sitting there, as his chubby body quivered continuously when pointed out by the duckbill cap. No, I can't do it." The president of the Cold Arrow Guild, still chewing on something, shook his hands. "Being the boss and commanding battles is exhilarating, and you will receive the greatest rewards, dear," the player in the duckbill cap said, stroking the president's resilient chin. "No, really not. No. What a joke. Who knows how the Wild Wolf will take us down, yet you want to be the boss." The president of the Cold Arrow Guild pondered his head, shaking vigorously. "What about the Arrogant Guild?" No. What about the Mingwei Guild? No. What about the Thief Guild? The president of the Thief Guild, sitting in a corner, raised his head with a hopeful expression. No. Everyone shouted in unison. The remaining four were free players who naturally responded with a resounding no. What a joke. In this situation, what could free players do? It was hard to say even after some time. Then it seems that none of us can find a suitable candidate, right? The player in the duckbill cap shouted while surveying the crowd. All eyes were gathered upon him. Undoubtedly, no one wished to see the Wild Wolf Guild take command as the boss, yet none were willing to submit to anyone. Then let us choose. The player in the duckbill cap had not finished speaking. You're not suggesting yourself, are you? Fat Lion shouted, who had been silent for a while. Him. The player in the duckbill cap shouted, pointing to the dark corner of the hall. Me. Damn it. Zhou Long thought this was some sort of sick joke, wishing to retreat. Suddenly, he felt a chill at the back of his head, and a faint fragrance wafted through the air. Don't move. If you run, we both die, the woman behind him said. Come out, our commander. The player in the duckbill cap shouted, raising his hands. Slowly, Zhou Long walked out of the hall's darkness, or rather, he was compelled out by that woman. Aside from holding a gun to the back of Zhou Long's head, she also extended her slender fingers, pinching his lower back. Why do women behave like this? Zhou Long thought to himself, adjusting his breath as he slowly stepped out of the shadows. Looking at the faces before him, both familiar and strange, Zhou Long steadily advanced step by step with the woman behind him, not falling behind, linking her arm with his. Damn it. This. The subordinate clutching the laser gun was about to shout, but was silenced by Fat Lion's stern glare. With a beautiful woman on his arm, he was surrounded by top figures from the Chinese gaming world, whose images and gossip were plastered on posters and gaming news. Now all eyes were fixed upon Zhou Long. Swallowing hard, Zhou Long walked steadily to the center of the hall. Hello, everyone. Zhou Long said mechanically, believing himself to be quite polite. Not a sound was heard from the surroundings, and sweat soaked his back, even feeling a need to urinate. Anyone present possessed the power and capability to eliminate him. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps sounded as numerous players poured in from outside the hall, curiously observing everything within. He is my boss. Now he commands us. The player in the duckbill cap walked to the side and pointed. Oh. The crowd of onlookers seemed momentarily stunned. Zhou Long even spotted the figures of Fei Hua and the others among the crowd. Boss. Fei Hua called out loudly, giving him a knowing look. Like an infectious chant, the players who entered began calling boss. Boss. The reason was simple. Zhou Long bore no special insignia of any guild. The guild leaders seated in a circle exchanged glances, though they did not speak. Their eyes communicated a spark of electricity, conveying mutual intentions. Standing among the crowd, Zhou Long could only respond with a confident smile, greeting everyone as if he were the host, accompanied by the woman by his side, engaging in pleasantries with all present. As he walked, Zhou Long smiled as if greeting everyone, but in reality, he was searching for an exit, yet the crowd of players before him only grew larger. The players outside were completely unaware of what was happening, still pushing forward in a crowded mass. Zhou Long quickened his pace, yet still more people surrounded him. He wanted to see what the commander was like, observing various gestures of goodwill and flirtatious glances from female players, while Zhou Long simply wished to leave this place, thinking be the boss. Zhou Long had no interest in this. It was far more tangible than the company's performance. However, there were simply too many players in front of him, and with every step he took, he had to retreat 3 steps, looking at the door, so close, yet feeling overwhelmed. The Fat Lion signaled to his subordinates around him. Suddenly, the players surrounding Zhou Long were unknowingly pushed aside and driven away by members of various guilds. But this only granted Zhou Long a slightly larger space to maneuver. Everyone was concerned that the decisions made here would affect their interests. Why are you driving us away? We have the right to know. Don't think you can act tough just because there are more of you. Like waves crashing, the incoming players shouted, while the subordinates of various guilds seemed unable to maintain order, and the faces of the bosses appeared increasingly grim. Zhou Long felt as if he were in the ocean being pushed around. The players around him shoved each other, and before long they all had their guns drawn, pointing at one another. The woman beside him still clung to Zhou Long's arm, perhaps out of anxiety or some other reason. Zhou Long felt a sharp pain from his arm, thinking, damn it. Even if you get harassed, don't take it out on me. Zhou thought, a sudden spark of inspiration flashing through him. He raised the gun in his hand and fired it upwards. Bang! Who the hell is harassing my wife? No one dared to truly fire a shot, but when someone did, the crowd immediately aimed their guns at him. After firing the shot and shouting, Zhou Long felt a tingling sensation, facing the countless guns, large and small, aimed at him. All right. Remember me. I'm the boss, Zhou Long declared, looking around. The elderly man sitting alone had murky eyes that suddenly shone with approval as he watched Zhou Long surrounded by players, albeit just for a moment. But that brief moment of approval did not escape the attention of the player beside the elderly man wearing a duckbill cap. He had come to stir up trouble and to show off in front of the elder, only to find the elder's gaze shift to Zhou Long. Yes, you are the boss, but we also have the right to know, right? We also want to attend the meeting. Then please keep away from my wife. Zhou Long shouted. Countless players nearby heard this and slowly shifted their feet. Zhou Long suddenly felt like an animal in a zoo trapped in a cage and being watched. Brothers, as the boss, I will take a break now. Is that too much to ask? Zhou Long said. Wait. The younger brother behind the fat lion holding a laser gun stepped forward. Zhou Long turned around to look. Boss, this woman is a spy. We can't let her go. Oh. Zhou Long spoke, intending to free his arm, but to his dismay the woman's slender arm felt like a golden hoop firmly holding onto his. With a slight inclination of his body, Zhou Long struggled to free his arm, but to no avail. Take him down. You are our boss. The younger brother holding the laser gun shouted loudly. Yes. Take him down. Take him down. The surrounding players echoed in unison, raising their laser guns once more, but all aimed at the woman beside Zhou Long. Swallowing hard, Zhou Long shouted, Put them down. Do you not see your boss here? It wasn't that Zhou Long had suddenly developed a kind heart to protect anyone, it was just that he felt a chilling sensation under his arm as if pressed against by a metallic object. Without even needing to speak, Zhou Long already knew. If he said the wrong thing, he would immediately respawn back at the base, losing the chance for this mission. Looking at the younger brother holding the laser gun with a smug expression, Zhou Long really wanted to shoot. Game code. The woman suddenly broke free from Zhou Long's arm and gently called out, surveying everyone around her. To hell with your game code. That younger brother raised his laser gun, shouting to fire. Bang. His body was kicked aside. Miss, what do you want to say? The fat lion kicked the younger brother away and said, according to the game code, I can invoke negotiation rights and request a secret meeting with your boss. The woman said calmly. After her words, the scene fell into silence with no one speaking, only the sound of many breaths. All right, we will comply, the fat lion said. In the blink of an eye, a younger brother approached. What are you going to do? The woman asked, somewhat flustered. Of course we are going to let you negotiate with our boss. The fat lion replied. The location, of course, will be determined by us. After speaking, the younger brother raised his gun once more. Whoosh. The wind howled as they landed at the battlefield. Looking at the map before him, Zhou Long realized this was the very edge of the city with a sheer cliff not far below. This was also the very edge of the landing zone. It was said that the entire landing zone used to be much larger, dozens of times bigger than now, and nearby the subordinates of those guild leaders stood watch. They occasionally glanced this way while the nearby players had long lost interest, leaving only a few still lingering to watch. Achoo! Facing the wind, the woman sneezed. Don't! She shouted, trying to dodge. Perhaps due to the instinct of men to protect women, Zhou Long took off his military coat and draped it over her. In the sky, a giant sun slowly rose, casting dazzling sunlight that warmed his body. If it weren't for the current situation, this scenery, coupled with sweet words, would be enough to move any woman. Sister, do you have anything to say? Zhou Long asked, cradling his hands. As his gaze shifted from the giant sun, the woman slowly approached Zhou Long, saying, I want to take you away. Sister, this matter has nothing to do with me. Zhou Long shrank back, tightening his arms even more. The game code was a set of rules established by the first Global Players Conference, where representatives from players of online games worldwide gathered to formulate game regulations. These representatives were legendary figures from online games across the 5 continents. It contained various rights that players could exercise in different situations within the game. Although there was no official acknowledgement, every player adhered to these rules at all times. The game code is something from many years ago, younger brother A said. Indeed. Younger brother B replied as a few guild subordinates nearby muttered. Hey, no way. The boss is going to commit suicide, the younger brother said. The two watched as the woman and Zhou Long charged toward the cliff beside the landing zone. Whoosh. Sister, what are you doing? Zhou Long shouted, of course not intending to commit suicide. As the woman spoke, she swiftly cuffed Zhou Long's wrist. Before Zhou Long could react, he was suddenly yanked, his body dragged. Just as he stumbled, he was about to use his gun to break the cuffs. Whoosh. The woman jumped down, and with a strong pull, Zhou Long's body lost balance, crashing to the ground, dragged towards the edge of the cliff by the cuffs on his wrist. Damn it! Zhou Long shouted with closed eyes. It was too high. Zhou Long suffered from acrophobia, and the last time he was captured by the Wing tribe, he didn't react in time. Now looking at the increasingly distant landing zone made him panic. His heart raced, and just as he was about to faint, a sharp pain came from his wrist where he was cuffed. He flailed his legs, feeling as if he wanted to die, shouting ahead, "Are you Batman?" As the woman leapt down, a pair of small wings unfurled from her back, propelling her into the air. Boss, don't worry, we're coming to save you. The younger brothers and players at the landing zone raised their guns and began shooting into the air. Damn it! Zhou Long shouted loudly as the beams of laser lit up around him. The stinging pain caused Zhou Long to pass out. Damn it! He shouted as he opened the game pod, thinking, I can respawn even if I pass out. Saying this, Zhou Long rushed into the bathroom to wash up. When he came out and checked the time, he exclaimed, damn it. It's 11 o'clock. Time for a midnight snack. He grabbed some change from the bed and walked into the empty corridor. Turning around, he walked down the stairs just as he passed through the company lobby. Bang! A figure crashed down, landing heavily on the distant lawn. It must be an illusion. It has to be an illusion. Had he played too many games? He muttered to himself as he walked out to the late-night food stall across from the company boss. The usual. Zhou Long shouted. Soon a steaming hot pot was served. Oh right boss, another beer. A lazy voice called out from behind. Damn it. You're everywhere, fatty. Your nose is really sharp. Zhou Long said to the chubby Huang sitting in front of him. I just had a breakup. Huang fatty grabbed the beer handed over by the boss and gulped it down. Your boss jumped off a building and you still have the mood to drink. The nearby boss chuckled. Uffed. Huang fatty sprayed a mouthful of beer and Zhou Long unfortunately became the target. Fatty. Zhou Long pulled out a tissue to wipe off the liquid on his body, only to see that a crowd had gathered at the place they had just passed and a patrol car had arrived nearby. If I'm going to die, then so be it. Why are there so many people watching? Huang fatty seemed genuinely drunk and yelled, why doesn't anyone care about me? Standing up, Huang fatty threw the beer in his hand to the ground and staggered toward the company, muttering to himself. Hey fatty. Zhou Long said, preparing to pull his gaze back, only to see two officers stepping out of the patrol car, one of them asking the late-night food stall owner something, their gaze sweeping over. The dark blue coat accentuated a prominently curved chest with a brimmed hat revealing glossy black hair. The fitted outerwear exuded an air of authority, further highlighting her devilishly attractive figure. Sir, could you please describe the situation at that time? A composed police officer politely asked in front of Zhou Long. Please tell us what happened at that time. Seeing Zhou Long's lack of response, the composed female officer stepped forward, her tone slightly irritated. Beautiful. Zhou Long simply uttered a single word. What? The composed female officer took a small step forward, her voice growing louder. Like a bee drawn to the scent of flowers, the composed female officer leaned against the table in front of Zhou Long, urgently asking questions. Watching the female officer step closer, Zhou Long seemed entranced, captivated by the police uniform barely half a foot away, filled with a faint yet alluring fragrance. Though subtle, the scent was incredibly fragrant, yet fleeting, leaving one with a lingering desire. Nothing. I just had a late-night snack. This boss can vouch for me. Zhou Long pointed to the side where the boss should be, only to find the place utterly empty. The boss had abandoned Zhou Long's table and chair. This. Zhou Long looked at the scene before him, thinking, Boss Wang, you are ruthless. You ran faster than a rabbit. Now you have to come with me. To take a statement, the female officer said again with a smile. No need. I haven't seen your badge yet, right? And there are so many people there, and you only want to take me. Because everyone identified you as the first person at the scene. Moreover, you and the deceased are from the same company, the female officer said, handing over her police badge. Wan Qing. Another beautiful name. But the person is even more beautiful. Zhou Long thought as he returned the badge, primarily wanting to see the woman's name. Zhou Long decided to believe this was fate, though fate sometimes arrives in such a mesmerizing manner. In a small room, the flickering lights shone blindingly while his hands were restrained behind him and his shirt had been stripped down to a white tank top. Speak. Someone in front held a light towards him. What do you want me to say? Zhou Long replied, shaking his head with half-open eyes. How many cattle do you have at home? How many acres of land? Where do you come from? Where are you going? The person across from him shouted loudly. My family. Zhou Long suddenly couldn't articulate. What is a cow, and what about land? Zhou Long wondered internally. In this era, people could only see a species called cow from educational films. As for land, modern people had no idea what else it could be used for besides building houses. That was something scientists pondered. Liar. The person across said. Oh right, liar. Zhou Long, half squinting his eyes under the light, replied. You really are a liar. The voice of the person across suddenly rose an octave. Why do you have a Shandong accent? Zhou Long thought silently. Suddenly the light in front flickered a few times, causing Zhou Long's vision to blur completely. The brightness intensified, and soon his restrained hands were freed. Zhou Long felt it was all worth it, as that faint fragrance wafted back to his nose. Bang! Zhou Long rubbed his eyes, and heard a muffled sound like a heavy object being knocked away. Slowly he began to see the scene before him clearly. Xiao Wang, be polite when interrogating suspects from now on. Wan Qing said, sitting at the opposite table, quietly writing something with a pen, while nearby, about 10 meters away, a very young police officer lay on the ground rubbing his chest. Then a fish-like motion sprang up, standing beside the table with no sign of discomfort. In the future, make sure to clarify others' identities. This is just to take a statement, not a criminal. Yes, Xiao Wang replied, standing straight again. I'm sorry, we're just new intern police officers, and we don't understand anything yet. Wan Qing joked. Looking at Wan Qing's gentle smile, Zhou Long felt no displeasure. Throughout the ride in the police car, Zhou Long was very well behaved. Name. Wan Qing began the formal inquiry. Hurry up and say it. Xiao Wang shouted immediately, without waiting for Zhou Long to speak. Oh, I'm so scared. Zhou Long said, really putting his hands under his chin, eyes wide with fear. Xiao Wang, step outside. Wan Qing said, smiling at Zhou Long again. Zhou Long could clearly sense that when Xiao Wang walked out, there was a look of reluctance in his eyes towards Wan Qing. Name. Wan Qing gently inquired, lowering her head to prepare to write. Zhou Long, what are you doing here? Just as Zhou Long was about to speak, Wanru walked in, eyes wide. Zhou Long swallowed, and said, I came to take a statement as a concerned citizen. Isn't that right? A familiar voice shouted from behind Wanru. Fatty, you're here too, Zhou Long exclaimed. Wanru walked in and whispered something in Wan Qing's ear, continuously pointing at Zhou Long. It turned out that the moment Zhou Long was taken away, he was spotted by Fatty and Wanru. After a while at the police station door, Zhou Long reluctantly stepped out, with Huang Fatty following closely. Sister, you should hurry back too, Wanru shouted as she quickly ran out. Sister, Zhou Long exclaimed, instantly focusing on Wanru. Meanwhile, another pair of eyes directed a much more intense feeling at Zhou Long. If looks could kill, Huang Fatty would have killed Zhou Long millions of times. You've known Wanru for so long and haven't done anything yet, Huang Fatty thought to himself. Skipping over, Wanru ran over and linked her arm with Zhou Long's while saying that she and Wan Qing were sisters, reminding Zhou Long not to forget the events that happened inside. How could I not remember? I'm not taking it to heart, Zhou Long replied, moving forward while still glancing back at Wan Qing, who was watching his sister at the police station entrance. Oh, Wanru exclaimed, no way. Are you still holding a grudge over such a small matter? Of course, Zhou Long said, feeling the grip of his arm with Wanru tighten. You dare? Huang Fatty shouted. You dare not enter the game. Game? Zhou Long replied, yes. My game, I need to hurry. With that, Zhou Long shook off Wanru's arm and rushed back to the company, running straight upstairs, ignoring the strange looks from the colleagues around him, heading directly to his floor. He opened the cabinet, quickly chewed on a few pieces of nutritional cake, grabbed the stamina pills that hadn't been touched for a long time, downed them, and dove into the game pod. Level 35 ready to play. Upon entering the game, Zhou Long found himself bound to a wooden post, clearly inside a tent with a torch lit not far in front of him. The sounds of countless people cheering filled his ears, as if there were many shouting outside. A silver snake laser gun lay casually beside him. Whoosh. The door curtain was lifted. Two small figures walked in, and in the dim light of the torch, two furry beings up to Zhou Long's thighs approached him with long spears. Gagagagaga. Gagagagaga. Ah. The two creatures took turns making various fierce appearances to frighten Zhou Long. To him, they resembled clowns performing, but to avoid angering the two monsters in front of him. Zhou Long could only feign an expression of extreme fear, though he felt an uncontrollable urge to laugh. After half an hour, Zhou Long's eyelids felt too heavy to open. Perhaps he was tired, or perhaps the two monsters in front of him failed to pique any interest. Gaga. One of the creatures suddenly turned its attention to the silver snake laser gun in the corner, reaching out its furry paw and grabbing it, as if it had discovered a toy. That's not how you play, Zhou Long said, regardless of whether the monster understood or not, with a face full of profound mystery. Gaga. The small monster called out anxiously, seemingly eager to know how to play with the toy in its hands. Zhou Long remained silent, watching as his hands were still bound. Gagaga. Zhou Long was waiting for the monster in front to free him when 4 or 5 more monsters walked in through the door, rushing in and lifting Zhou Long along with the wooden post behind him. They seriously applied paint to Zhou Long's skin, a strange smell invading his nostrils. What the hell? Zhou Long mumbled. He saw the one holding the silver snake laser gun with a reluctant expression, seemingly unwilling to do so. After a while, Zhou Long was carried out, and a huge bonfire came into view. Surrounding it were countless small monsters singing and dancing around the fire, exceptionally excited as rhythmic drumming filled the air. On the other side of the bonfire sat a noticeably larger creature. Nearby, Zhou Long recognized a familiar figure. Samba, Zhou Long shouted. It was that woman who was now sitting gracefully beside the creature. The woman looked at Zhou Long, bound up, her eyes shining with an unusual light, slowly rising to speak to the creature beside her, which emanated a strong odor. As she turned and walked down, the creatures behind her held up the wooden post binding, Zhou Long circling around the bonfire, repeatedly glancing at the fire and then at the woman approaching. Zhou Long shouted, "You bitch." As soon as he finished speaking, the woman approached gracefully, leaning down to whisper, "Quick, save me. Otherwise we'll both die." "Oh." Zhou Long turned to look at the woman who was so close, shouting, "Ah." Zhou Long screamed. Suddenly, he felt a bite on his shoulder from the woman. Looking at the blood at the corner of her mouth, Zhou Long felt as if she were looking at food, sending a chill down his spine. As soon as he finished speaking, their advance halted, and Zhou Long, bound to the wooden post, watched as the woman gestured toward the larger creature. Though he couldn't hear, Zhou Long could tell that she was clearly indicating that his meat was not worth eating. Zhou Long's mother had the same expression at the market when selling pork. Seemingly having listened with a nod from the hefty creature, the previously rising drum beats abruptly ceased, and the small monsters around Zhou Long, looking dejected, placed the wooden post they had bound him with into the ground. They then ran back to their group. In the distance, the woman was surrounded by several small monsters as she left, but before leaving, she looked back at Zhou Long, filled with anxiety. In the stillness of night, the surrounding small monsters had long since scattered, with only an occasional one coming to add firewood to the bonfire. However, the way it looked at Zhou Long made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Gagaga. Zhou Long saw a monster approach the one adding firewood saying something. Although Zhou Long couldn't understand, he could tell from the gestures what it meant. Brother, are you tired? Yes, very tired. Then let me take over for tonight. You've been around for a while. Go back and find a wife, enjoy the warmth of your bed. Gagaga. The newly arrived monster shouted excitedly in front of Zhou Long. You little brat. Are you trying to sneak a bite? Zhou Long mumbled. Looking at Zhou Long, who was completely unresponsive, the monster slapped its forehead and ran off. Shortly after, it brought back something. Silver snake laser gun. Zhou Long exclaimed. After all, these monsters looked quite similar, and Zhou Long had a hard time distinguishing them. Congratulations, player, you have gained 0.1 favorability with the Goblin Tribe. Congratulations, player, you have triggered a campaign quest, eliminate the goblins. Hearing the voice that emerged from the sky, Zhou Long felt a sense of helplessness. Gaga gaga. The goblin in front of him shouted excitedly while holding the silver snake laser gun. Zhou Long said, you want to play, right? Gaga gaga. The goblin holding the gun shouted wildly. Zhou Long glanced at the ropes binding him, feeling utterly helpless. Gah. With the goblin's shout, the ropes around Zhou Long were loosened. Slumping onto the ground, his body felt numb. Zhou Long looked at the goblin, whose face was filled with anticipation, slowly moved his body, and stood up. The goblin in front of him looked excitedly at Zhou Long, raising the silver snake laser gun in its hands. Firstly, this is how you play, Zhou Long said as he took the silver snake laser gun, pretending to fiddle with it dramatically while the goblin looked on with rapt attention. The goblin watched Zhou Long's every move, closely memorizing each action. Zhou Long, after busying himself for a while, was not unwilling to eliminate this little goblin in one go. Unfortunate, Zhou Long said, swinging the laser gun in his embrace, changing its shape. As soon as he took it, a swarm of goblins emerged from countless hiding places. Countless goblins, their eyes shining, looked at Zhou Long. Ah! Zhou Long raised his hands in a welcoming gesture, greeting each goblin as they approached. The surrounding goblins gradually surged forward, lining up behind Zhou Long in a long line. Whatever Zhou Long did, they mimicked. Seeing the increasing number of goblins around him, Zhou Long felt a headache coming on. But looking at the goblin in front of him, Zhou Long's eyes twinkled with an idea. Raising the gun in his hands, he aimed secretly and turned off the safety at the goblin's head. Zhou Long pulled the trigger. Bang! The silver snake laser gun flashed, and Zhou Long instantly turned into a painted face. His body lurched as he secretly turned off the safety, tossing the gun to the nearest goblin. Then Zhou Long simply fell to the ground. The goblin catching the gun was the same one that had freed Zhou Long. It excitedly waved the silver laser gun. It mimicked all the actions of Zhou Long when he untied him, then aimed it at its own head. Bang! A laser shot out, and that goblin fell down. The next goblin hurriedly picked it up, and before it even hit the ground, it started waving the silver snake laser gun. Shortly after, with a bang, one by one goblins fell beside Zhou Long, lying on the ground. Zhou Long was trampled by countless little feet, while more goblins continued to surge in. This isn't over yet, Zhou Long thought to himself, glancing at the goblin's green blood flowing out beside him. Without thinking, he directly touched it, and soon a tall green creature stood up. Gaga gaga! It shouted excitedly, and this was Zhou Long, who kicked away a goblin about to complete its final act and snatched the silver snake laser gun from its hand. The surrounding goblins looked at the tall figure appearing before them, along with the same scent and skin color, and cheered Gaga gaga, brother. Their respect for a fellow strongman. Alright, let's play something big. Zhou Long raised the gun high, standing where the chubby goblin had just been, instantly drawing the attention of the surrounding goblins. Gaga gaga! As Zhou Long held the gun level, its body glimmering with light, indicating that it was fully charged, the chubby goblin leader shouted as he appeared. It seemed someone was challenging its authority, holding a piece of rope in its hand. Zhou Long looked up to see the other end tied to the woman, her clothes reduced to rags. Her eyes were slightly red, staring blankly at Zhou Long. Everything had not been like this. The day the woman had taken Zhou Long into the sky was supposed to be a return to their base. Who would have thought that at the last moment a beam of laser hit the jet wings behind the woman, causing them to plummet? Fortunately, they fell into goblin territory, but unfortunately the goblin leader here was in its prime, in a state of heat. In their eyes, humans were not suitable targets. But this goblin fellow showed no interest in fellow goblins and spent all day with male goblins. All the goblins could hear the leader's howls at night. And until now, the goblin leader, upon seeing the woman for the first time, didn't know what had gone wrong and took a liking to her. Zhou Long became the leader's rival, preparing to wash himself clean and be cooked. Oh, Zhou Long looked at the woman raising the gun. You made me end up like this. As Zhou Long was about to pull the trigger, the surrounding goblins shouted, not because Zhou Long was aiming at their leader's woman, but because there were still many goblins who hadn't played this game, which was very displeasing to the goblins. With a forceful press of his finger, Zhou Long disregarded everything else. The woman before him seemed like a thorn in his side, and as the trigger was pulled, her expression captured his attention. There was not a trace of anger in her eyes. Instead, she appeared to desire the laser from the silver snake gun to pierce through her body. Kill me, otherwise I will hate you, the woman screamed. Gaga gaga. The nearby leader of the insect tribe suddenly howled, his body shifting to block the laser's path. Damn it! Zhou Long shouted as he observed the scene before him, thinking, at least he is still a man. He saw the goblin leader blocking the laser, while he himself fell, his head turning away. The woman seemed extremely unwilling to witness this scene, while Zhou Long was more concerned about everything unfolding before him. The surrounding goblins had fallen silent, yet they did not glance at their fallen leader. Instead, their gazes were collectively directed at Zhou Long. Gagaga! Someone shouted, prompting all the goblins to begin their cries. Don't be cowardly. Come at me, unknown. Zhou Long held the silver snake laser gun, observing the overly excited goblins before him. Most of the goblins were shedding tears, primarily the males, as the days of being favored by their leader were gone forever, while many female goblins felt as if spring had arrived. They could finally seek heart companions within their clan, which in Zhou Long's eyes resembled a moment of silence for their fallen leader as he nervously held the laser gun. Zhou Long's body was tense, his finger on the trigger applying constant pressure. Countless goblins in front of him swung their long hair towards the ground, letting out roars. Don't worry. They won't do anything to you. A woman's voice suddenly startled Zhou Long, making him jump. Bitched. You seem to know them quite well. Zhou Long whispered. First, please call me lady. My name is Wan Bing. As she spoke, she struggled free, the vines binding her body falling away as she stepped closer to Zhou Long. You wouldn't actually pull the trigger, would you? Wan Bing asked. You definitely need a good translator, right? She straightened her chest and raised her chin, gazing at Zhou Long. With the gun still raised pressed against the woman's lower abdomen, Zhou Long replied, All right, lady. It seems I indeed have a position for you. The sun continued to shine brightly, the wind remained gentle, and the earth felt ever so unfamiliar to Zhou Long. As the sun rose, he merely turned over in bed. Beast! Wan Bing cursed inwardly while sitting beside a basin scrubbing someone's clothes. Next to her was a large pile of foul-smelling garments, all worn by goblins who hadn't been washed in years. Thanks to Wan Bing's explanation last night, Zhou Long learned that overnight he had become the new leader of all the goblins on the human past planet, and he had an ally. The rebels spread throughout the universe. On either side of the bed, 4 goblin beauties recognized by the tribe fanned him with leaves crafted into fans. The gentle breeze made Zhou Long feel so comfortable that he didn't want to get up. However, it was likely due to the 4 exceedingly enthusiastic goblin women beside the bed that Zhou Long dared not leave, even though the smell in bed was worse than that of a toilet. This was a high platform, where Zhou Long lay against the pillow, clearly able to see the goblins streaming in from all directions. Although a battle could break out at any moment, they brought offerings as a sign of loyalty. They presented what they believed to be the best gifts held high above their heads, including shining skulls, but Zhou Long could tell at a glance that they were parts of the body devourer along with various unfamiliar fruits. Among them were also the most beautiful maidens each tribe considered stunning. Each goblin had to do one thing today to show their loyalty, which was the only command Zhou Long had issued, and even Wan Bing unconditionally agreed with it. In the direction of Zhou Long's gaze, there was a flowing river, crystal clear and bright, a perfect place for relaxation and recreation, while countless goblins lined up at that moment. They leaped into the river, which was the highest form of expressing loyalty. Zhou Long's original words for the command were that goblins were simply too dirty and foul. The river had already turned murky within half a morning. The surface of the river was already floating with countless fish, victims of the filth from the goblins, suffocated to death. Only those goblins who received clothing from Wan Bing were deemed acceptable. Seeing the long line of goblins gathering before him, Zhou Long suddenly stood up and walked towards the large bed where countless offerings were piled up. They were stacked into small hills. What good things could there be? Zhou Long rubbed his hands together, thinking, hopefully I can find a hidden treasure. Zhou Long mused as he still lunged towards the pile of tributes. Inside the tall building, the heads of the guilds were still shouting at each other in the lobby, no longer discussing who would be the leader, but rather the pressing issue of environmental pollution. The planet's surface was indeed covered in metal, but that was built upon a solid foundation on the ground, then expanded outward. In other words, what was visible was merely the metallic surface. In reality, it was like a castle in the air. If it weren't for the backward goblins living on the ground below, the guild leaders might genuinely believe that this situation was caused by the rebels. The metallic surface was distant from the ground, very sturdy and safe, but all the water sources were drawn from the ground. This wouldn't be a problem, except that within just one day, those previously usable water sources suddenly turned toxic. Though it only caused diarrhea, running to the toilet 50 times a day was unbearable for anyone. Sometimes overly realistic games are not a good thing. When done too well, people may take them seriously. Someone must have poisoned it. Otherwise, how could everyone be like this? The fat lion shouted while lying in a chair. His once proud, plump figure had now slimmed down considerably. But there are only goblins on the ground. Why not ask them? A woman from the manhwa guild, the vice president, said, dressed in tight clothing with a golden proportioned figure. Though slightly thinner, she appeared even more alluring. The manhwa guild was composed entirely of women, and no one had seen their president. What they took the most pride in besides their figures and faces was their sharp attacks. In any game, the Manhwa Guild was a winning ally, whether in solo PK commanding battles or turn-based games. The Manhwa Guild was a force that all guilds sought to recruit. Sometimes women themselves are the most powerful weapons, the president of the Manhwa Guild often said. Charge into the forest and take down the goblins inside. The arrogant vice president of the guild, Zhou, shouted. The minions around him, though feeling a bit weak, were more willing to fight than to remain idle. The scene fell silent as the leaders of various guilds listened to reports from their subordinates. Starting today, the goblins in the forest had ceased their attacks. In fact, for players stepping into the human past planet, their first enemy was always the goblins. Some were curious to know what lay beyond the city. Were there unknown treasures or hidden quests awaiting them? However, when the foul-smelling goblins appeared, it shattered the players' dreams. Many did not know about the rebels, but they knew what the goblins looked like. Fat Lion had actually finished listening to his subordinate's report long ago. He was still in position, his eyes darting around to gauge the expressions of several players, which were unable to hide their surprise at the news. We're here to complete a quest, not to clean up the human past planet, Fat Lion said slowly, seeming unwilling to move from his seat. The minions behind him stood dejectedly. We're girls. Those goblins are too dirty. Deputy President of the Manhwa Guild Jinghong said, carefully adjusting her outer clothing. A bunch of cowards. Zhou shouted, standing up and surveying the few people in front of him. Count us in. Nearby, several free player representatives raised their hands and shouted, perhaps having not spoken in a long time, or maybe feeling young and confident in their abilities. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth, said the old officer, relaying orders as he appeared again. It's just like last time, no one stepped forward to speak. The last time the old officer came, these guild leaders had not yet chosen their commander. Whoever could speak to the NPC would mean that they became the representative of the players to accept the mission, yet now the one chosen as leader was absent, albeit in a ceremonial sense. However, no one dared to speak up openly. Anyone who rashly stepped forward to respond, even if they accepted the mission, would later face attacks from their guild. Thus, the guild leaders present had flushed faces, both hoping for the old officer's arrival and dreading it simultaneously, while a few free players simply offered the old officer friendly smiles. Even this would earn them scornful looks from nearby players. Surveying the hall, the old officer felt no discomfort at the lack of attention. Then, like last time, he pulled out a notice from his pocket. By order of General Huatsubing of Human Pass, due to the tense military situation and to eliminate the remaining strength of the rebels, the following military orders are issued. 1. Anyone who eliminates 50 goblins regardless of rank will receive 500 planetary coins and 250 battlefield merit. 2. Anyone who eliminates 100 goblins regardless of rank will receive 1,000 planetary coins and 500 battlefield merit. 3. Anyone who eliminates 1,000 goblins regardless of rank will receive 1,000 planetary coins and 5,000 battlefield merit. 4. Anyone who eliminates 1,500 goblins regardless of rank will receive 1,500 planetary coins and 9,000 battlefield merit. 5. Anyone who eliminates 10 elite goblins will receive 1,500 planetary coins and 300 battlefield merit. Anyone willing to accept the orders can go to Lieutenant Zhou Long to receive the mission. The old officer took nearly an hour to issue nearly 100 orders, during which countless players and guild leaders' subordinates had eyes shining with excitement. Those participating in the tasks were merely serving their guild leaders, but now with tasks of their own, they were of course extremely thrilled. The planetary coins might not mean much. They might have to hand them over to the company behind them like Zhou Long, but the battlefield merit could elevate their ranks, directly impacting the internal hierarchy of the guild. The current ranking was based on players' standings from the previous game, and this task could undoubtedly break the existing order as long as they could increase their ranks. Then their status in the guild would also rise, and none of the lower minions would pass up this opportunity. So who is Lieutenant Zhou Long? A minion holding a laser gun asked next, not avoiding the gaze of Fat Lion, who turned around. You all should have seen him. The old officer looked into the distance and said, "Want to know? First go take down 10 goblins, and then he'll tell you." With the old officer's words, all the players in the hall became excited and rushed out. Go! Each guild leader shouted at their minions. Now was not the time to make things difficult for others. Perhaps that day they themselves would become the minions, and the surrounding minions quickly turned and left. The remaining guild leaders frowned and said, "Everyone, General Huatsubing requests your presence." Watching the players swarm away, the old officer slowly said, "You can leave this to me. This is the map. The marked locations are where General Huatsubing is waiting for you." The old officer said, "Download," as he tapped his uniform, causing the eyes of several guild leaders to light up. What the hell? What is this? In the midst of one small hill after another, a figure moved about. Hair adorned with fish bones covered in dirt, and his military uniform had long turned grayish white. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the setting sun, Zhou Long smiled foolishly. Throughout that day, Zhou Long had rummaged through all the offerings, but he held a deep disdain for goblins' aesthetics, giant fishbone, frames the fur of some creature, and so on. All were treasures in the eyes of goblins, and it wasn't until the sun set that Zhou Long finally found something that looked valuable, a transparent ring set with 2 small wings. It fit perfectly on his hand, and as the sun went down it emitted a faint glow and was quite hard, so much so that Zhou Long couldn't break it even with his silver snake laser gun. Once worn, it could not be removed, and Zhou Long felt speechless, looking at the sky with no prompts. "Damn it!" Zhou Long exclaimed, kicking the nearby small hill. "Oh." Jumping in place, Zhou Long held his foot and sat down on the ground. "What the hell is this?" Zhou Long slowly stood up, holding his silver snake laser gun. He leaned forward and cleared the small hill in front of him. "Damn. Bloodthirsty. If you're still alive, come to me," Zhou Long said, tapping into the smart computer in his military uniform. The rhythm of music suddenly playing, boom, a long sound, boom, 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 boom. "Bloodthirsty, I don't need that kind of music. Can't you read the tracking display?" Zhou Long shouted. "Yes, master. Just bring 5 devourers and be discreet. Do not engage in combat with any living beings." Zhou Long shouted. "Repeat that." "Yes, I will bring 5 devourers discreetly without engaging any living beings in combat." Bloodthirsty said, closing the communication. As the sun gradually set, the round surface glowed with white light, and as the sunlight faded, the orb-like glow became more intense while inside. There was also a core radiating light. Under the sunlight, its eggshell-like surface now gradually turned liquid in the dark. Upon touching it, ripples formed on the surface. "Good stuff," Zhou Long remarked, looking at what lay before him. This was what he had kicked earlier in the day. It was as hard as ever during the day, yet at night it presented a liquid state. "Ha ha ha ha." Just as Zhou Long admired the scene before him, a discordant sound echoed from behind. "Bold." Zhou Long turned and shouted. Though he had only been a so-called leader for a day, Zhou Long had already developed an air of authority. Standing before him were 4 goblins, clearly older, their wise eyes gazing at Zhou Long. "They have something to say. He is the elder of the tribe." Wan Bing, who had also come along, said slowly, as if warning about something. "Gaga gaga. Chief, just now our people were attacked." As the computer in his military uniform scanned, Zhou Long finally understood what the goblin across from him was saying. "Oh, who did it?" Zhou Long asked while moving his footsteps. "It was your kind," the elder replied. "What do you want?" Zhou Long said, walking behind the goblin elder. "Let me tell you a story." The elder began to speak, mumbling to himself. As he spoke, he searched. Just as Zhou Long was about to run out, he halted in his tracks. On the small hill before him, goblins of various colors emerged, looking exceptionally clean today. What Zhou Long could not ignore was the hopeful gaze of those goblins fixed on him, as if he were a savior. Turning around, Zhou Long paused. He suddenly became very interested in the story. A very cliché myth: a goddess used all her power to create this world, and her blood transformed into the world. The only living beings were the goblins. After an unknown number of years, the goblins lived what was called a happy and free life in their own world, and this story would have continued indefinitely. But one day, when a fallen warship appeared on this planet, everything changed. When the fallen warship appeared on the planet, the goblins immediately rescued the survivors and provided various forms of assistance. After that day, the biological leader aboard the warship designated that day as Thanksgiving, and in the countless days and nights that followed, more warships emerged. The beings on the warship began their lives on this planet, yet the cost was driving away and even slaughtering the very beings they had once been grateful for. The goblin elder was still speaking, but Zhou Long had no mind to listen, although he appeared more focused than anyone else, mainly because a line of text had flashed in the air. "Congratulations, player pioneer, for advancing the campaign mission and triggering the civilization rescue mission. Completing the mission will earn you the final reward for the campaign. System announcement: player pioneer has advanced the campaign mission and triggered the civilization rescue mission. Completing the mission will earn you the final reward for the campaign. Everyone participating will receive secondary rewards." Looking at the sky, the message flashed 3 times in a row, filling him with displeasure. "Damn you, system. Let it be. Just tell me. Don't you dare announce it as a system announcement." Zhou Long's face scrunched up. This expression under the moonlight appeared profoundly noble in the eyes of countless goblins. The elder's story was reaching its conclusion when he turned and said, "Once we had cities, though they may appear simpler than yours. We once had a civilization, yet it was destroyed by your cannon fire. Once we lived cleanly, and it was you who forcefully changed everything. Now you come to demand that we cleanse ourselves." The elder's voice was resonant, his gaze revealing a hint of determination. "Gaga gaga gaga." Turning around, the elder shouted something to all the surrounding goblins. His words seemed to have a significant impact as the goblins' expressions turned resolute. "We are finished," Wan Bing said beside him. "What are they saying?" Zhou Long asked anxiously. "What do you mean finished? As long as we complete the mission, that's all that matters." Zhou Long thought. "This is their clan's secret language. Your computer cannot translate it." Wan Bing replied. "They want to sacrifice you to the heavens." "What?" Zhou Long exclaimed, raising his gun, but then he lowered it. Now was not the time for desperation. Zhou Long shouted, "Can we talk?" The words halted and the elder slowly turned back and said, "Talk about what? Look, we can cooperate. Right? You can be my allies." Zhou Long said, looking around. This was not the elder speaking, but laughing. Laughter filled the elder's murky eyes with tears, and even his whole body began to tremble, as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke. After a while the elder stopped laughing and said, "Our current allies are the rebels of the universe. If it weren't for you, the rebels would have come long ago. But they are still just rebels lacking significant power. We can offer much more," Zhou Long said slowly. The elder walked slowly towards Zhou, casting a wary glance at Wan Bing beside him. "Do you know who our first ally was?" the elder asked. "Who?" Zhou Long had not finished when he was interrupted. "It was General Hor Tsubing, the grandfather from your human pass, Star Domain. And the second ally is Hui Tsubing. The third ally is those rebels." The elder continued coughing incessantly. Tap. At the moment the elder finished speaking, Zhou Long gathered his silver laser gun and pointed it at the woman. "Capture her." "Look," Zhou Long said to the computer in the military uniform, and the translated voice emerged. "Gaga gaga gaga." Several loyal goblins approached. The woman offered no resistance, merely gazing at Zhou Long with a bewildered expression as she was taken away. If the goblins and the rebels were allies, then there was only one contact person between them. Reflecting back, there was indeed something suspicious about a goblin treating a human woman in such a manner. It was a coincidence that she was hit and fell into the hands of goblins who harbored deep hatred for humans, as she should not be alive. Other than being a messenger of the allies, what else could she be? Zhou Long would not believe her nonsense. "Since we have already formed alliances 3 times, why not ally with me again? The strength of the rebels, do you still not understand? Perhaps one day they will betray you." Zhou Long said, "Give the goblins a chance, give me a chance. Those rebels are inherently traitors. Can you still trust them? Trust me. I am the leader among the people of this planet. I can accomplish many things." With aged faces and murky eyes, the 4 elders looked at each other. The one who had just spoken said, "Do you know how we form alliances?" "Ah." A drop of blood dripped from the cut on his white index finger. Zhou Long quickly put his hand in his mouth, while the elder stubbornly held onto it. Using a small knife that had not been used for many years in the tribe, the elder cut Zhou Long's finger. Countless goblins knelt on the ground watching the ritual before them. After speaking, the 4 elders brought Zhou Long here to perform the most sacred ritual of their tribe before all the goblins, a ceremony that would bind Zhou Long's soul with those of the goblins. Any being that accepts this ritual and their descendants must remain on this planet for life. Taking a single step away would turn them to ash unless the goblin race is exterminated. Zhou Long naturally did not believe this to be true. After the ritual was completed, no information appeared in the sky, but according to the elder beside him, General Hui Tsubing's family had never left the planet. And the one sent to form an alliance was Wan Bing. "All right, my dear ally, you can now do what you need to do. Return to the city and clarify things with your friends." The elder had not finished speaking. Bang! On the dark horizon, countless lasers flickered, accompanied by the screams of countless goblins. Hearing the sounds, the elder turned and said, "Friend, you better make your friends stop this behavior quickly." "Okay," Zhou Long replied, looking at the countless goblins still lying on the ground, not one raising their head. Good opportunity, Zhou Long thought, raising his silver snake laser gun suddenly. Bang, 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 bang. With 4 consecutive shots, the 4 elders fell to the ground, their bodies already devoid of life, yet their wide-open eyes seemed to want to convey something. "Gaga gaga gaga." "Open the computer in the military uniform," Zhou Long shouted to the surrounding goblins. "Your elders have returned to the goddess after the sacrificial ceremony, and I am your new chieftain. I will guide you." In the jungle, Fei Hua raised the black laser gun in his hand and swept fire at the groups of goblins before him, while countless shouts erupted from the dark forest behind. Fei Wu stood not far behind, forming an inverted triangle, and shouted, "Big brother, there are too many goblins," while not stopping the fire from the laser gun in his hand. After speaking, Fei Wu and Fei Yu used their peripheral vision to observe Fei Hua's movements. He raised his hand over his shoulder and slowly waved it back, waiting for 3 seconds. The 3 of them silently counted in their hearts, lifted their steps, and slowly formed a triangle as they moved backward, facing a pitch-black void filled with countless goblins rushing out of the darkness. The goblins surged forward with claws and fangs, and suddenly a loud explosion occurred. Fei Wu fell to the ground, and Fei Yu immediately crouched beside Fei Wu on the right, leveling the gun to spray lasers. Warning: weapon overheat. The onboard computer of the 3 emitted a series of mechanical sounds. However, due to the ferocity of the goblins' attack, they didn't even have a chance to lift their hands to press a button. Years of coordination had allowed the 3 to develop some hand signals to communicate during crises. Feeling that the gunfire behind them had diminished, Fei Hua quickly dashed over with his machine gun. The 2 exchanged fire while Fei Wu lay motionless on the ground. The laser gun in his hand exploded from overheating. Fortunately, Fei Wu was only knocked unconscious. Unfortunately, the three were surrounded by goblins, and the glow from their laser guns grew dimmer, with the flaming serpents they spat out becoming shorter and shorter long before the sun had set. The Fei Hua trio were among the first to enter the forest. At first, the goblins showed no resistance at all. Upon seeing humans, they fled, and countless fell under the gunfire. However, by midnight, the goblins suddenly changed their demeanor, still wielding their crude long hair, or even stones and wooden sticks. They appeared everywhere, in the tall trees and the grass piles, and in the ditches. Seemingly the entire world belonged to the goblins as they charged at the trio. After being repelled, a chill surged in Fei Hua's heart as he counted silently 1, 2, 3, as the countless goblins in front of him drew closer. Perhaps they did not understand the concept of tactics, but the goblins knew how to hunt. When their opponent was strong, they would retreat. However, when the opponent grew weak, they never missed an opportunity. Click. Pulling the trigger, Fei Hua felt despair as he watched the goblin before him tightly pressed against Fei Yu. Can you still shoot? Fei Hua spoke rapidly. Click. The sound answering him was Fei Yu pulling the trigger. Let's go for broke. Fei Hua shouted, spreading his arms and standing up, waiting for the goblins to pounce ever closer. No. A terrified shout came from behind Fei Yu. Fei Hua shouted back, what are you doing? As he crawled slowly forward, tossing his gun aside. Don't kill me. Fei Yu shouted, crawling slowly. Dying in a game isn't scary, but the feeling of death is particularly painful. After all, the game is so realistic that players with high blood pressure and heart disease are absolutely prohibited from entering. Moreover, for free players, being killed costs them a level, while construction-type players face a higher cost to their base level and overall damage. This is a heavier loss for free players. Oh, don't. Fei Hua glanced back and saw that Fei Yu had already been surrounded by goblins screaming in terror. Without paying attention, he suddenly lunged forward. With a small knife in hand, he stabbed a goblin in front of him and moved quickly. Bastard! Fei Hua shouted as he took down dozens of goblins in succession. Gagaga! Fei Hua was unexpectedly tripped by a goblin, and more goblins lunged from all sides, pinning him to the ground. This scene unfolded across the entire forest, with players being knocked down one after another. With a mouthful of dirt, feeling the pressure on his eyes, Fei Hua waited for the pain, anticipating the goblin's revenge. After a while, he discovered that his hands and feet were bound in wood. Like people tying up pigs in educational films. Coward! Fei Hua shouted at Fei Yu, who was similarly trapped beside him. I'm afraid of pain. Fei Yu said, tears sparkling in his eyes. Come on, who dies in CS a million times and says it's fine? Fei Yu shouted loudly. Gagaga! Just as Fei Yu finished speaking, a small handprint appeared on his face, and a goblin next to him shouted and waved its tiny hand. It seemed to say, stay quiet. Spit! Fei Hua shouted, turning his head, and spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the goblin's face. Gagaga! What are you going to do? No. The surrounding goblins shouted and lunged at Fei Hua, while Fei Yu was left on the ground half awake with his eyelids twitching. Fei Wu also remained motionless, perhaps still unconscious. There was a bonfire, a huge bonfire surrounded by numerous thick logs. Fei Wu didn't know if he was truly unconscious or what. Although asleep, the snoring grew louder, while Fei Yu lowered his head, lost in thought, occasionally glancing at the goblins, adding firewood to the bonfire. They won't burn us to death, will they? Fei Yu muttered to himself. Logging out was impossible, as long as in combat mode players couldn't log out, and just beside Fei Yu, a goblin gazed longingly at the small needle in its hand, poking Fei Yu every so often. Fei Yu didn't fear the pain. What he feared was the goblin's gaze. Not the gaze of hunger. More like the feeling of seeing a lover. No, Fei Yu whispered. Don't. Fei Hua's eyes were dazed, his clothes already in disarray. Just on the way here, Fei Hua had used the weakest method in his gaming life to attack monsters. Saliva. Just saliva. In fact, Fei Hua was a very clean person both in the game and in real life, usually spitting into tissues he carried. Just a moment ago, Fei Yu's action of spitting was seen by the goblins as a friendly gesture, even as a declaration of affection within their tribe. In the goblin tribe before Zhou Long arrived, there were only 4 occasions in their lives: when they bathed, when they were born to court, when getting married, and when they died. And in the goblins' eyes, saliva undoubtedly contained essence. Though they bathed rarely, only 4 times, they also did not spit much. Typically, goblins spat on others. Just a moment ago, upon seeing Fei Hua's action, numerous goblins flocked over, opening their mouths to spit, hoping Fei Hua would spit back at them. In the end, Fei Hua was shouting, and to win Fei Hua's response, the goblins covered him entirely with spit, leaving no spot untouched, even licking his body with their mouths. Gagaga! The surrounding goblins began to chant rhythmically, their eyes filled with tears. Is it time? Fei Yu thought to himself. The long spear in his hand struck the ground repeatedly, while all the goblins gazed longingly at the high platform not far away. Damn it! Fei Yu called out, stepping forward as Zhou Long emerged, followed by the 4 most beautiful goblin women, with goblin representatives coming behind, each one brimming with arrogance. Gagaga! 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 As Zhou Long stepped onto the high platform, several goblins below came forward shouting, reporting to Zhou Long. Having imprisoned Wan Bing, Zhou Long awaited the arrival of the bloodthirsty, but what followed was the chaos among the goblins, ultimately leading to simple and brutal education under the bloodthirsty. The goblins learned the first tactic, the human wave tactic. "Master, it's very dangerous here," said the bloodthirsty who walked over next. "It's very safe. At least the rebels won't come." Zhou Long looked at the people bound to the wood before him, and a sudden impulse surged to step over even though he had only seen them once. Zhou Long still remembered the Fei Hua trio, but surrounded by goblins, he couldn't express his enthusiasm too openly, slowly stepping forward. At this moment, Zhou Long appeared human, but his body was still covered in paint. If it weren't for Zhou Long's strong insistence, those goblins would have dressed him up differently. Zhou Long directly overlooked the pitiful sight of Fei Yu. Fei Wu's snoring had already begun. Looking at the scene before him, Zhou Long was reminded of the chubby guy, and he moved in front of Fei Hua. "Beast." The word slipped from Fei Hua's lips, soft and light, but carrying a sense of deep hurt. Seeing Fei Hua like this, Zhou Long's body trembled. What happened? He thought inwardly as his finger touched Fei Hua's skin, feeling a sticky substance. A thought flashed through his mind. Zhou Long smiled and took a few steps forward, pointing at Fei Hua, who brought her back. The onboard computer in his military uniform translated simultaneously. Just as he finished speaking, a group of goblins rushed out before him. With greedy looks directed at their leader, Zhou Long, it was clear that their words were not just for rewards. Looking at the goblins before him, Zhou Long turned to the bloodthirsty and said, "Take this player to that woman's room, have her take good care of him, and he must return to normal by tomorrow. That woman knows what to do. Then take them to collect their rewards." The red eyes of the giant leader flickered, and after a moment's thought, the bloodthirsty executed the order, leading the goblins jumping behind him. Turning to look into the distance, Zhou Long wore a broad smile. With a dazed expression, disheveled clothes, and lifeless eyes, Fei Hua was constantly murmuring something as he was pushed into the room. "Serve him," the master said. "You understand, otherwise you won't see the sun tomorrow." Bloodthirst said as he closed the door and left. Gaga gagaga. Bloodthirst's massive figure was followed by a group of chattering goblins, seemingly shouting at each other about who contributed the most and should receive a larger share of the reward. "Shut up." After walking a few steps, Bloodthirst turned back and shouted, casually looking around. Perhaps they didn't understand what Bloodthirst was shouting, but his colossal body was enough to intimidate the goblins. With greedy eyes, the goblins looked at Bloodthirst, anticipating their reward. "You want a reward, right?" Standing at attention. With Bloodthirst's voice, the goblins in front perked up, only to see that two automatic cannons had risen on either side of Bloodthirst's head. The cannons shimmered with light, and as energy gathered, the brightness intensified before exploding into countless fireballs, engulfing the goblins before they could even scream. In just a moment, all that remained before Bloodthirst was a charred ground. Through the barred window, Wan Bing watched Bloodthirst, who did not leave after finishing the task, but stood not far from the house. "Damn it, I really have to do this," Wan Bing muttered to herself. Turning around, she looked at Fei Hua sitting by the bed, her face full of helplessness, and bowed her head, wanting to break out of the room. The wind was clearly blowing in, and she could still see the sturdy wooden house outside. Wan Bing couldn't imagine that this was actually the place of treasures belonging to the Goblins clan. Hence it had been transformed like this, and due to Zhou Long's arrival, the offerings increased, all placed outside. Wan Bing looked up and saw Bloodthirst's massive head suddenly appear in front of her. The master said, "If you don't serve him, he'll send dozens of goblins in." With that, Bloodthirst turned and walked away. "Beast! Beast!" Wan Bing shouted loudly. After a moment sitting by the bed, she thought, "Fine, I'll do it. It's just a game." She secretly thought, even her face flushed as she gazed at the closed Fei Hua. Still mumbling about something, Wan Bing suddenly pushed Fei Hua onto the bed. Just as she leaned down, she heard Fei Hua whisper, "Beast. You are all beasts." As she spoke, her body trembled slightly. "Yes, today we are all beasts," Wan Bing said to Fei Hua's face, then took off the outer garment she was wearing. A scene that would provoke a reaction from any man appeared, but Fei Hua before her showed no reaction at all as Wan Bing reached out her hands to remove Fei Hua's clothes. Suddenly, Fei Hua tightly wrapped her arms around her shoulders and cried softly, "No, go away, you beasts." "Tonight, I will be a beast," Wan Bing said as she lunged at Fei Hua. "So that's how it is." Bloodthirst's big eyes blinked, glowing red as he sat far from the house, capturing everything through the lens. Just as Wan Bing lunged forward, everything went dark before her eyes. "What happened?" Bloodthirst stood up anxiously, his big head shaking. "Master," Bloodthirst whispered. "Oh, you are here. Not going back after finishing your task," Zhou Long said with a smile on his face. "Master, I was just curious. Doing some observational work." Bloodthirst said if he had skin, he would surely be blushing while speaking. "Let's go. There's more to do." Zhou Long turned and said, "Yes, master." Bloodthirst replied, following without looking back, but in Bloodthirst's onboard computer, everything he had just seen replayed over and over again. Although it had a metallic body, everything that just happened stimulated the red core within Bloodthirst, as if a feeling arose that something was about to be unleashed. The more he thought about it, the stronger the reaction of the red core became. An indescribable feeling surged up, making his vision of Zhou Long before him somewhat blurred. Master. Bloodthirst trembled as he called out. What is it? Zhou Long said without turning his head. Master. Quick, get down. As soon as the words were out, Zhou Long lunged forward. Several beams of laser erupted, and lying on the ground, Zhou Long saw Bloodthirst's automatic cannons and laser guns firing wildly. Damn it, Bloodthirst, Zhou Long shouted, not daring to move. Perhaps Bloodthirst slightly controlled it, as those cannons only exploded a few meters in front of Zhou Long. Master. Oh, Master. I'm so sorry. As he spoke, Bloodthirst's body spun in place, as if paralyzed with weapons firing and destroying everything around. Heavens, Zhou Long thought, watching the scene before him, slowly moving his body, shouting, "I'll hide for a while, Bloodthirst, take care." With that, Zhou Long didn't wait for Bloodthirst to reply. Looking for a gap in the fire, he crawled up, taking a step out, and slowly returned to the high platform, glancing back at the lasers still erupting not far behind him. He instructed the nearby goblins, "No one is allowed to approach that person." The goblin beside him relayed the order, and waving his head, Zhou Long looked again at the bonfire. "Mom," Feihua cried out, her body burning with heat, tightly embracing the woman in her arms, tears streaming from her eyes. Just a touch from Wan Bing's gentle body made Feihua feel as if she were electrified. Hugging the woman in her arms, she exclaimed, "Mom." Tears. Wan Bing's eyes were filled with tears. Heavens! Who is this person? After all this time, how did such a phrase come out? Wan Bing complained inwardly. The suppressed emotions erupted, and Feihua held the woman in her arms, her eyes reflecting the figure of her mother, the eternal silhouette in Feihua's heart. The bonfire flickered, and many people were tied to the surrounding pillars, all with bruised faces, but their clothes were noticeably neater, no longer in disarray, yet they looked at Zhou Long before them. The captured players had tears in their eyes, just having gone through a fierce battle, suddenly taken captive, feeling that their only option was death. Now, however, they saw the guy standing on the high platform. The players found it both laughable and pitiful. Zhou Long was not their relative, but at that moment, he felt more like family. "Why don't you recognize me?" Zhou Long said, reaching out to wipe the color off his face. Among the bound individuals, those with less clarity in their eyes gasped in astonishment. But it quickly fell silent again. No sound emerged. Most people raised their heads to look at Zhou Long standing on the high platform. "You traitor. Still our boss. Come on." Player Xiao Budian shouted, his body trembling violently despite being tied up. Just after he yelled, the other captured players echoed his cries. "Traitor! Traitor! Traitor!" Zhou Long frowned and waved his hand, collapsing onto the bed behind him. Seeing Zhou Long fall, the shouts of the players grew even louder. "Look, the traitor is scared." Player Xiao Budian shouted, but the surrounding players immediately fell silent, while Xiao Budian laughed wildly. Tears welled up in his eyes again as he looked around to find the area filled with goblins, and not a single player echoed him anymore. There were indeed some clever people. This is just a game. The term traitor doesn't apply here. Moreover, in such a situation, a wise person wouldn't stick their neck out. In front of him stood goblins with pairs of green eyes bursting with desire. "No!" Player Xiao Budian shouted as he was surrounded by a group of goblins who carried him away, leading him to a night he would never forget. The remaining players were searching for familiar faces, some with their heads down, perhaps calculating something, while more were watching Zhou Long lying on the high platform through the firelight. "Boss! Boss!" After a moment, an excited voice rang out. Player Mao Maochong called out with an ingratiating expression. "There's someone with sense." Zhou Long murmured as he stood up and quickly walked down from the high platform, looking at the obsequious player Mao Maochong. "What do you want?" "Of course, to pledge loyalty to the boss. Who would want to be like that ignorant one just now?" Player Mao Maochong replied eagerly. What about your previous boss?" Zhou Long said, glancing around at the many players tied up, but no one looked at him. They all kept their heads down. "I'm the kind of person who serves whoever feeds me," Player Mao Maochong said with a serious expression, his face looking very loyal. "Ugh." Zhou Long responded, raising his hand again. The surrounding goblins closed in once more. "Why?" Player Mao Maochong shouted in fear, looking at the goblins, and Zhou Long yanked Mao Maochong's collar. A small insignia suddenly appeared. "Do you think I wouldn't see it just because it's inside your clothes?" Zhou Long said, then stepped back a few paces. "Uft." Mao Maochong's face changed, spitting as he stepped back with Zhou Long, and it landed on the goblin, causing it to screech gaga. No need for Zhou Long to speak again. A group of goblins lunged forward. You guys." "No." Player Mao Maochong shouted intermittently as he was taken away. He turned in a circle, and under Zhou Long's gaze, the surrounding goblins untied the players' ropes. Zhou Long walked toward the high platform, observing the astonished expressions of the players. "Everyone, I trust no one has been discussing topics that upset me," Zhou Long said loudly. The surrounding players moved their arms and legs. Their weapons had already been confiscated by the goblins, and they looked up at Zhou Long speaking on the platform. "We all came here to complete a task, and although everyone has suffered a bit, I believe it's worth it." Zhou Long continued. Damn you. You're the boss here. We were just fighting hard. One player shouted, and the rest of the players joined in the uproar. In an instant, Zhou Long's voice was drowned out, and he believed that if these people had weapons, they would surely shoot at him. At this moment, without Zhou Long's signal, the surrounding goblins instinctively raised their weapons and closed in. The players' voices quieted somewhat, but some still murmured. To keep it short, I am now the leader of the goblins, and I have never thought about completing the task alone. We can all cooperate, Zhou Long said in one breath. Looking at the expressions of most players below, some looked joyful, some frowned, while others were sneakily observing their surroundings, as if assessing the terrain. Fei Wu had already awakened, looking brightly in Zhou Long's direction, as if saying, "A brother, I agree, this group is full of idiots." Beside him, Fei Yu stood with her head down, her body twitching slightly. Cooperate? What nonsense cooperation? Don't you just want to use us as cannon fodder? Some players shouted, "We won't believe your lies. Go die." Zhou Long remained silent, listening to the insults from most players, and raised his hand to form a blade gesture. This was a gesture understood by anyone, even the goblins who couldn't speak the language didn't need any translation. Damn, you're ruthless. Hey, don't stab here. Rows of goblins raised their long knives under Zhou Long's command, stabbing into the players' bodies. Soon puffs of smoke began to rise. Of course, Zhou Long didn't even want to glance at it. Standing in front of him were the seemingly indifferent Fei Wu and the trembling Fei Yu. "Where's my brother?" Fei Wu said lightly. Perhaps the injuries on his hands still throbbed after his ropes were untied. He kept holding both hands together. "He is doing well. Your brother is having the happiest days of his life. I guarantee it," Zhou Long said, raising his hand in a welcoming gesture. On the table in front of them lay a feast. Just moments ago, Fei Wu pretended to be serious, but now he spread his arms wide, feeding himself, while Fei Yu was gulping down the goblin-brewed delicacies. If the gaze was right, friends didn't need words, at least that's how Zhou Long felt. But watching Fei Wu eat when their hands that had been holding together finally opened, Zhou Long instantly felt a chill in his throat. A finely crafted palm-sized gun appeared, thin and light, with a range of maybe just 20 meters, its power possibly even less than the laser from Xiao Bei's eyes. But if Fei Wu had acted just now, Zhou Long felt he wouldn't have had any chance of survival. He lifted his cup and clinked it with Fei Yu's. A round building, the only house in the city that looked pleasant, with rows of guards standing straight at the entrance, their laser guns gleaming. Hanging at the entrance was the only sign: one small step forward, a giant leap for civilization. Looking at the sign, the visiting guild leaders exchanged glances wide-eyed. "You go." With a word from Fat Lion, the leader of the Thieves Guild was pushed out. "Umph, I said it. I should be the boss." As he stepped through the door, the leader of the Thieves Guild opened his triangular eyes cautiously, taking small steps, quickly pressing himself against the wall, bending down as he moved. "Heavens! No wonder he's the head of the thieves," exclaimed the vice president of the manhwa Guild, Ling Hong. The Thief Guild leader with small, shifty eyes watched the increasingly approaching window. Slowly he lifted his head, shaking his hands as two bright, reflective small blades emerged. As he reached the window, the thief's small hands immediately danced, creating a flurry of knife-like movements, and the window's glass silently shattered, leaving a circular hole as he reached in with his right hand. Upon opening the window, the thief turned back, raising his left hand to make an OK gesture, beckoning to the crowd in the distance. "Hurry." No matter how the thief gestured, even shouting "click," the window opened, yet the people in the distance remained unmoving. "A bunch of cowards." The thief shouted, "Aren't you the guild leaders anymore?" The leaders in the distance shook their heads. "Damn it." The thief took a couple of steps closer and shouted, "You guys." Before he could finish, the guild leaders in the distance uniformly stepped back 2 paces. Click, click. Just as the thief was about to speak, a metallic scraping sound echoed in his ears. He shook his head and looked around, noticing countless automatic cannons extending from all directions aimed at him. Boom. A cloud of smoke floated by. "We will remember the brave performance of the Thief Guild leader, and we will share his reward," the Fat Lion said indifferently. Throughout, the guards at the door had not moved. The leaders looked at each other. "Fine, let me handle it," the vice president of the manhwa Guild, Jing Hong, said. "Women, especially beautiful women, always serve as special passes wherever they go." As Jing Hong led the leaders toward the door, the originally steadfast gaze of the guards changed. In an instant, their previously upright forms slightly shifted, as if Jing Hong's arrival was the command, and the soldiers all aligned to the left. As Jing Hong faced the newly decorated door and had just raised her hand to knock, the door swung open, revealing a figure in a brand new military uniform adorned with medals that seemed to tell tales of the owner's past. Not very old, but with sparse hair clearly dyed black, "Honorable Miss General Hua Xiubing, commander of the Human Pass Star District, welcomes your arrival," said Hua Xiubing, extending a friendly right hand. "General, you are as handsome as the legends say," Jing Hong replied, her hand firmly held, unable to pull away as Hua Xiubing's grip tightened. "General, look, those are my friends," Jing Hong said, raising her other hand to introduce, and under the watchful eyes of the guild leaders, the two tightly held hands finally parted. In a bright hall with huge windows, gentle sunlight streamed in. Ladies, please have a taste. General Hua Xiubing politely offered a delicate wine glass. Thank you. Jinghong replied courteously, taking a small sip. The moment it entered her mouth, it was incredibly smooth, but as it passed her throat, it suddenly transformed into a wave of warmth, not fiery, but rather comforting. A thrilling sensation swept through every hair on Jinghong's body. What is happening? Jinghong thought. General. My friends, and I have come here at your command. She hadn't finished speaking. Very well. General Hua Xiubing's expression suddenly softened, displaying a courteous demeanor, but Jinghong could tell that before drinking, General Hua Xiubing had definitely felt something for her. It seemed that just one sip of wine had changed everything. Without overthinking, General Hua Xiubing stood at the entrance of the hall, calling out, "All right, friends, let's talk." The nearby guild leaders had long awaited impatiently, but seeing the NPC character, Hua Xiubing, and the vice president of the manhwa guild, Jinghong, conversing joyfully, none dared to step forward to interrupt. Not because the leaders were polite, but because in such situations, if players could talk so warmly with an NPC, it surely triggered some hidden quest. Anyone who dared to interrupt would become enemies with the player accepting the quest, and even if that player wore a displeased expression, it was against the game's code of conduct. Moreover, the officers accompanying the leaders were equally not to be trifled with. While they appeared to be drinking companions, each leader felt an indescribable sensation. In another room, slightly outdated but exuding the owner's authority, orders from the mother planet Earth hung everywhere, along with various displays of the owner's battlefield demeanor. Hua Xiubing sat at a large wooden desk, and soon the guild leaders entered. Then Hua Xiubing addressed the seated players, discussing the current dangerous situation on the planet, the whereabouts of the rebels, and the state of the mother planet Earth, even touching upon his own future. "General, tell us what we should do." The arrogant vice president of the guild, Taiyu, suddenly shouted, interrupting Hua Xiubing's speech. The others were certainly not more patient than Taiyu. Some, like the leader of the Cold Arrow Guild, had already fallen asleep. The fat lion was examining his palm, while Jinghong was fixated on the ring on her finger, polishing it for quite a while. "The situation is dire, and the tasks are heavy. Are you willing to serve for the prosperity of the mother planet?" Hua Xiubing proclaimed loudly. "We are willing." Everyone replied in unison, as there was no choice but to comply. Following that, the expected events began. NPC Hua Xiubing finally issued a quest. "Congratulations, players, you have received the resource transport quest with a reward of 800 star coins and 1 construction player resource ship. For free players, the reward is a pocket warehouse. For each transport, you earn 300 battlefield merit. Congratulations, players, you have received the laser cannon repair quest with a reward of 800 star coins and 1 construction player repairer. For each repair, you earn 500 battlefield merit. Congratulations, players, you have received the extermination of the tribal leader goblin quest with a reward of 100 star coins and 300 battlefield merit." "Are you kidding me?" shouted the excited leader of the Cold Arrow Guild as he stood up. This quest was perfectly suited for the Cold Arrow Guild, which had always assumed the role of assassins in every game. They may not have the largest numbers or the highest overall strength, but the Cold Arrow Guild's members excel at discovering various ways to kill within the game world, and these 3 tasks did not require much attack power. They seemed quite easy. Under Hua Xiubing's hopeful gaze, several guild leaders exited the room. Along the way, the leader of the Cold Arrow Guild suddenly felt much warmer as leaders from various guilds hurriedly approached, exchanging glances and words in that silvery gray house. "General, the rebels are gathering." Hua Xiubing turned back after closing the door, and the officer who had issued the command handed him a display screen. At this moment, the general instantly regained that innate military demeanor. The previous politeness vanished without a trace. If Zhou Long were here, he would surely exclaim, 10% discount. Then multiply it by 10. Cargo. The warm sunlight spilled over the land. On the high platform, 3 people lay carelessly on the table, wine jars scattered around them, with more still pouring out their contents. Zhou Long slowly lifted his head, noticing that Fei Wu had already awakened, facing the sun with his back against Zhou Long, while a gentle breeze caressed them. Fei Wu's figure appeared more melancholic. "Isn't it me who's the protagonist?" Zhou Long thought, and seemingly sensing something, Fei Wu slowly turned his head and approached. "I want to see my brother." Fei Wu said a simple statement that carried a chill. Zhou Long stood up and pointed beside him, saying, "Forget about him." "Forget it," Fei Wu replied, urging Zhou Long to lead the way. Turning around, Zhou Long raised his hand, gesturing at Fei Yu, and the 2 of them left. Fei Yu lay on the table fast asleep, occasionally shaking and mumbling something. The 4 beautiful goblins nearby observed Zhou Long's gesture and nodded in understanding, then quietly stayed beside Fei Yu. As they traveled, the 2 exchanged pleasantries. "Wow, what is this?" Fei Wu exclaimed, looking at the oddly shaped robot in front of him. Bang! Zhou Long kicked it, shouting, "Bloodthirsty. Get up already." With Zhou Long's shout amidst Fei Wu's astonished expression, the pile before them transformed into a bloodthirsty creature, sparking as it fell to the ground without standing up. "Master," a faint voice emerged. "All right, let's take a look at your brother." Zhou Long said, stepping forward to lead the way. Fei Wu glanced casually at the massive form of the bloodthirsty creature, seeming to want to say something, pouting slightly, yet still followed along. At that moment, the bloodthirsty creature entered a peculiar state. The scenes from last night seemed to have greatly stimulated the core of the bloodthirsty creature. Currently, it was weaker than an infant, its metallic body harboring turmoil within. The consciousness of the bloodthirsty creature had become extremely feeble. If nothing unforeseen occurred, it would slowly fade away, yet the red core inside the metal body was undergoing drastic changes. If there were no accidents, once the red core stabilized, the combat power of the bloodthirsty creature would significantly increase, but it would become a mindless killing machine. At this crucial moment, Zhou Long's kick and that vital shout suddenly awakened the consciousness of the bloodthirsty creature. Congratulations, player, your hero has leveled up. Congratulations, player, the hero has evolved. Skill fission capable of generating 5000 clones for battle within 1 hour. Skill can be upgraded and stacked onto soldiers. The auxiliary skill increases the attack of all soldiers in the base by 10. Mastering battle formation inverted triangle. Within 5 minutes of combat, it can enhance the morale of all soldiers and boost combat effectiveness by 50. Approaching the small house, Zhou Long glanced at the information in the air, his face lighting up with joy. What are you laughing at? Fei Wu asked, watching Zhou Long smile while drooling. Nothing. Look, your brother is inside the house. Zhou Long pointed out. Aren't you coming in with me? Fei Wu took a couple of steps forward and said, of course not. Zhou Long replied, looking towards the sky. Beast. You are worse than a beast. Just as Fei Wu was about to enter, Wan Bing stepped out from the house. Their eyes met, and Fei Wu found it hard to move his body, turning as if under Wan Bing's influence, seemingly forgetting that his brother's fate inside the house was still uncertain. You bastard. Wan Bing exclaimed, striding over and raising her right hand. Whoa. Zhou Long raised his hand to block, shouting, what's wrong with you last night? You. Wan Bing was momentarily speechless, unsure if she was angry or shy, her face flushed. After hesitating for a moment, Fei Wu walked into the room. Disheveled and dazed, Fei Hua sat motionless on the edge of the bed. Brother, are you all right? Fei Wu said as he leaned against the bedside. Sister Fairy. Fei Hua mumbled, seemingly responding to Fei Wu's question. I said, brother, are you okay? Fei Wu said, raising his hand to touch Fei Hua's head, then wiggling his fingers in front of Fei Hua's eyes. Fei Hua's eyes gradually sparkled. Big brother. I saw Sister Fairy, he exclaimed, grabbing Fei Wu's collar and shouting, it's true. He won't be called Wang Yuyan, will he? Fei Wu said, raising his hand to use a technique to free himself from Fei Hua's grasp as he was about to be choked by his own collar. All right, brother. Your Sister Fairy is outside the house. Fei Wu said, pointing outside. Fei Hua did not respond and immediately dashed out. Damn, that was a night to remember for a man. Fei Wu said, then followed Fei Hua outside. I think we can cooperate with each other. Yes, but how do we cooperate? You are the goblin leader while my task is to eliminate goblins. Fei Wu replied. Note, it's not about exterminating goblins. Zhou Long slowly continued. The ultimate task is to resist the rebels. Previously, the goblins were allies of the rebels, so they had to be eliminated. But now, as Zhou Long the leader, I can certainly change that stance. All right, happy cooperation. Fei Wu said, extending his hand. However, you also need to return to the city and inform them about this situation. Zhou Long said, extending his hand as well. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Long felt an overwhelming chill. Wan Bing suddenly clung to Zhou Long's left arm like a gentlewoman, remaining quiet all the way. Like a little bird relying on a person, that chill made Zhou Long shiver even more. Sister Fairy. Fei Hua softly called from the side, and the other three exchanged glances, communicating through electric sparks. What to do? Fei Wu thought. How about we let him stay in the house for a night? Zhou Long thought. Get lost. The two protested in unison. Stinky man. Wan Bing said, shaking off Zhou Long's arm and taking 2 to 3 steps forward. Bang! A loud explosion followed, and smoke quickly filled the area. Cough, cough, cough. The three of them emerged from the smoke, their faces blackened. Damn, what a woman. Zhou Long coughed, saying, I forgot she had such a trick. Sister Fairy. Fei Hua shouted at the densely wooded forest around them, take me with you. In a certain part of the forest, a figure had just jumped to the treetops, seemingly hearing something, lost balance and fell. Soon after, wings spread out from behind. Fire serpents shot into the sky. General, I'm back. I have important intelligence to report. Wan Bing called out against the wind, speaking into her wrist. All right. Looking forward to it, came a cold reply from her wrist. As a free player, Wan Bing accepted the battle mission, but chose to align with the rebel camp. At the outset of the battle mission, there was naturally a choice of factions. Most players, hardly glancing at the details, opted to join, while the other faction was the rebel camp. The sound of the howling wind whipped past as I gazed at the vast, boundless universe before me. Despite numerous attempts to break free, I remained stagnant within the atmosphere. However, the moment I left the atmosphere, a wave of dizziness struck me. What do you have to say? A voice suddenly appeared before me, causing my body to tremble. A player has become the goblin chief. I can take him down, I declared. Suddenly, a half-spherical object drifted into view, displaying a screen that was entirely black. Ever since I chose the rebel faction, I had never encountered the existence of the rebels. All that lay before me was the half-screen. When I first saw it, I exchanged glances with the pitifully few players in the same faction. You don't need to eliminate him, you just continue transmitting intelligence. After the screen spoke, it floated away. Hey, my curse, I shouted, but the screen had vanished into the night sky. Sighed. With a soft sigh, I turned and flew in the direction it had come from. The Goblin Tribe's ritual had also been performed on me. Next to the high platform of the Goblin Tribe, Feihua and the other two were about to leave, needing to clarify the situation with the remaining players in the city. You won't leave? Feiwu looked at Zhou Long and asked. Stay here as the chief. I still have matters to attend to. He'll return to the city after finishing. Saying this, Zhou Long was surrounded by goblins and turned back. All right. Feiwu seemed to want to say something, but with a pouting of the lips, he remained silent and turned to follow the two brothers in the distance. Upon returning to the goblin camp, Zhou Long began directing the goblins in various tasks. Watching the goblins busy at work, he turned and walked towards the room where Wan Bing was held. How could this be? It doesn't exist. Impossible. After a brief interaction with the goblins, Zhou Long learned that the room contained inconspicuous turtle shells or bones inscribed with their history. The important records were written on them, but only the tribe's chief and elders could understand. Upon hearing this, Zhou Long rushed inside, rummaging through the room. He needed to find even the slightest clue. What the hell? Zhou Long shouted, holding a bone that was clearly a dog bone, and the inscriptions on it were of no use. The sky was devoid of any system sounds. Just as Zhou Long turned to leave the room, a goblin appeared at the doorway, still lacking in fur. This goblin held a very low status within the tribe, with sparse yellowish fur, only slightly larger than a newborn goblin. Though Zhou Long was the chief of the goblin tribe, he had never treated these goblins as his personal possessions and had never abused any of them, which could be considered commendable. However, this did not mean that goblins could come and go as they pleased, especially into this room, which most goblins would never know about, while the smaller goblins often went hungry. To avoid being bullied by larger goblins, they would not leave their mothers. And now, right in front of Zhou Long, there was such a goblin entering with a body that was not very agile. Looking around the room, when it saw Zhou Long, it had an expression that seemed to say, I knew you'd be here, with eyes that were strikingly anthropomorphic. What the hell? Is this a goblin? Zhou Long instinctively stepped back as the approaching goblin, for in the tribe no goblin would dare to approach Zhou Long directly. Ordinary goblins would only huddle together. This was something only an elder could do. Hello. The goblin trembled as it walked over, clearly struggling to control its unfamiliar body. Rebel! Zhou Long shouted as he drew a silver snake laser gun from his military uniform and shot. Boom! The weak body of the goblin was thrown against the wall. Trying to deceive my eyes, Zhou Long said as he advanced slowly, gun in hand. I said, am not. The goblin on the wall replied. What do you mean not? Zhou Long quickly raised the gun and fired again. Am not. Bang. I really am not. Bang. Bang. After 3 hours, the goblin on the wall had been pulverized, almost unrecognizable. Humph. Zhou Long coldly huffed as he exited the room. Actually, I'm not a rebel, sir. Just as Zhou Long stepped out, a voice sounded from behind him. Damn it. I don't believe I can't kill you, Zhou Long said, turning to aim his gun. Please don't. It's happened many times already. You really shouldn't shoot. The goblin behind him suddenly hugged Zhou Long's waist tightly, refusing to let go. Half an hour later, inside the room. You really are. Zhou Long was utterly astonished, internally lamenting his lost luck. Yes, I am from the game company, the goblin stated. Is there something wrong? Zhou Long pointed at the sky. Sir, it seems you have activated a task that does not belong to you, the goblin said. What task? I don't feel anything. Exactly. You have formed an alliance with the goblins. What does that count as? Both sides must agree. Zhou Long indignantly pointed at the sky and said, besides, it didn't object either. It refers to the core consciousness system of the game, which controls everything from the grand changes in the universe to the tiniest ant's movement. It dictates the tasks within the game, yet sometimes unexpected events occur, such as when a player first enters the game. They might see 10 gift bags appear before them, while 9 other players receive none. This is trivial, but if a player accepts a task they shouldn't, it becomes a significant issue. The core consciousness system will only default to what the player receives, which in turn reduces the opportunities or quantities of rewards available to other players. As the issuing company, they have absolute control over the game. However, Lantian Jitian is merely an agency possessing low-level modification rights, while the absolute control truly belongs to the government. This is one of the reasons players believe in the fairness of the game and flock to it, but once it detects unreasonable modifications by the game company, it will immediately initiate an emergency state. This could mean a complete game restart, a significant alteration of the game, or even the shutdown of the entire core consciousness system of the game. This is a free player's task. But I accepted it. and it didn't object. Zhou Long pointed at the sky. Sir, as long as you agree to our company's proposal, we will compensate you. Zhou Long said, rubbing his hands. 3 mysterious gift bags. 10, 5, 15, Zhou Long stated. 8, 10, Zhou Long said. All right, then lead the goblins to attack the city immediately, not leaving a single one behind. When will I receive the gift bags? Zhou Long asked. Soon, replied the other party, collapsing to the ground as a bottle rolled to Zhou Long's feet. With a loud clang, the door suddenly opened. Turning around, Zhou Long discovered that the goblin beside him had already seeped into the ground. As a gust of wind swept through the doorway, Zhou Long picked up the bottle and without a second thought walked out. As he reached the doorway, Zhou Long felt something was amiss. Everything around him had stopped moving, as if time itself had frozen in that small area. Suddenly, Zhou Long lost all feeling. The branches of the large tree nearby ceased swaying. Looking up sharply, he felt his whole body numb as a massive golden eye floated above him. Filled with a gaze of love, or perhaps pity, the eye said, System Master, I am a good person. I haven't done anything. Zhou Long exclaimed, wanting to pull out the bottle from his pocket to smash it, but before he could move, the enormous golden eye in the sky vanished, replaced by the ordinary sun. Once the eye disappeared, Zhou Long felt much more at ease. What the hell, mysterious gifts almost got me. Zhou Long muttered as he walked. In truth, from the moment that goblin entered, Zhou Long had his doubts. No goblin should look like that, yet he had no desire for it to be true. If left undetected, it could completely alter the game's progress. Standing atop the platform, Zhou Long looked at the gathering goblins and uttered 2 words, attack. Because at that moment, perhaps by coincidence, a massive warship was visible in the sky, and through the display in front of his face, Zhou Long recognized the emblem of the home planet. However, it was only half. Only the rebels bore such a mark. Within the entire planet's forest, all the goblins were mobilizing, carrying whatever they could, and advancing toward the city in a grand march, knowing only to move forward. Watching the long line of goblins rushing toward the city, Zhou Long turned to the back of the platform and said, Bloodthirsty, where are you? Through the onboard computer in his military uniform. Master, I feel unwell. The computer emitted the pained voice of Bloodthirsty. Computer, locate Bloodthirsty. Zhou Long had just finished speaking when the display in front of him indicated Bloodthirsty's slow advancing direction. Damn it, Zhou Long said as he followed the map. He sped through patches of forest over grass taller than a person, even stepping in the excrement of an unknown creature, yet he paid no mind and continued to advance rapidly. Just then, Zhou Long saw the wreckage of 4 devourers that had been destroyed, and the protected night pearl was also missing. Observing the scene, Zhou Long concluded that it was the work of Bloodthirsty. With a silver laser gun in hand, Zhou Long pushed aside the grass in front of him, staring at the Bloodthirsty not far away, trembling all over, clutching the night pearl tightly. Damn it, Zhou Long said, stepping boldly through the grass. This is my first hero. How did it turn into a traitor? As he thought, Zhou Long walked into the Bloodthirsty and said from a distance of 5 meters, Bloodthirsty, explain this. No response came. The Bloodthirsty's body shook violently, perhaps due to Zhou Long's words, and its body turned around. Warning. Energy frequency rapidly rising, cause unknown. The onboard computer emitted 3 consecutive warnings. In front of the Bloodthirsty, its originally large head now had 2 pairs of eyes emitting white light, while in its embrace. The huge night pearl was now emitting a faint glow, gradually seeping into the Bloodthirsty's body. This is the thing that made you level up. Zhou Long urged, don't be afraid, Bloodthirsty. Just wait patiently. As if hearing Zhou Long's voice, the intensity of the Bloodthirsty's trembling decreased. Master, I feel unwell. After much effort, Zhou Long finally listened to the Bloodthirsty's words. All right, don't be so dramatic. I still need you, Bloodthirsty. Zhou Long felt a bit awkward after speaking. He wasn't good at comforting others, looking at the Bloodthirsty in front of him suffering in such a way. Master, the Bloodthirsty said in extreme pain. Zhou Long raised his laser gun and said, let me relieve your pain. As Zhou Long spoke, his finger on the trigger applied pressure. Suddenly a chill ran down his neck, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. I say, why can't you just leave me alone? Zhou Long said, turning around, and indeed it was Wan Bing. Upon returning, Wan Bing flew directly to the goblins' location, discovering that all the goblins had rushed into the city, while the instigator hurriedly fled, so he followed. Tears filled Zhou Long's eyes as he turned around to see them again. Sister, it seems you pointed a gun at me, Zhou Long said, raising both hands. Boom. The sound of an explosion rang in his ears as Wan Bing tackled Zhou Long, both hiding in the grass motionless. The rebel battleships in the sky began their attack, and coincidentally, the Bloodthirsty remained unharmed. You just had to steal someone else's mission, Wan Bing complained while sitting next to him. It's yours now anyway, Zhou Long said as he immediately pulled a bottle out of his pocket with a note attached reading curse removal water. He uncapped the bottle. Don't, Wan Bing shouted in front of him, but Zhou Long paid no attention, and directly poured it into his mouth, tossing the bottle aside after drinking. Zhou Long wanted to exclaim, "Damn it," as darkness enveloped him. In his mind, he shouted, and when he saw the light again, it turned out to be the display screen in the game pod. "Damn it!" Zhou Long yelled, quickly exiting the game pod and rushing to the bathroom. "Damn you, game company. Playing tricks on me." Zhou Long shouted as he lay on the bed, having been online for a whole day and night. Despite taking that stamina potion, he still felt an ongoing wave of drowsiness. Behind the Blue Sky Group building there stood a circular white house, unlike the bustling skyscrapers in front, but still had a fair number of people. After overwhelming promotions, everyone knew this was the core consciousness system of the Planet Civilization game, where the staff rarely came out for a month. Surrounding the building, both open and concealed guards stood watch, all retired soldiers, and it resembled a rocket launch center with a large screen in front. All around were rows of advanced intelligent computers or several game pods, personnel secretly arranged by the game company, whose purpose was naturally to carry out covert operations when necessary. "Damn it, who told you to give him those 10 mysterious reward packs? And that potion, how could you forget it and leave it there?" A woman shouted, dressed in luxurious clothing. "Just a glance would make anyone's eyes sting." "Boss, that really hurts," a man said softly until the woman reached his height. He had 2 mustaches and wore glasses. "It hurts. Are you saying it hurts?" The woman shouted, raising the chair beside her. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a couple fighting?" With that shout, countless staff around immediately lowered their heads and began to work diligently. "Odd." The short, chubby man ran while whispering, "Actually, she's just my fiancée." "What?" The woman screamed, throwing the chair she was holding. Bang. Half an hour later, "You go in again. Get the potion back. You can't let him drink it." Amidst the woman's roaring, the short man trembled as he entered the game. Before long, he crawled out again. "He's not here," the chubby man said, not even looking up as he ran away. "Damn chubby. Just wait until tonight to see how I mess with you," the woman said, chasing after him. Half an hour later, "Ah!" a terrible scream echoed from somewhere in the room. Someone once asked, "How is life for the chubby man?" He replied, "In hell." "Then just leave." "But I would die worse," the chubby man said in fear. Screams echoed in the air as Long sat beside the display screen, coldly watching. The chubby man was a scientific genius locked away at home all day, and now only he could grasp the core consciousness system of the game, or rather control it. Such people usually have a very significant weakness, which is a lack of a woman in their lives. Therefore, Long didn't mind that his female secretary had a husband. Of course, Long paid a hefty price for this. "President, time's up," a subordinate said softly as he walked by. Long stood up, taking slow steps. Female colleagues passing by displayed their perfect sides, but Long ignored them, following the subordinate out of the building and into a car, which Zhou Long had seen that day. "Cold Wind, you're 22 now, right?" Long said, looking out at the scenery. "Yes, President," Cold Wind replied, meticulously controlling the car, seemingly not wanting to say another word. The luxury car sped through several intersections, rushing past before the traffic lights changed, and in the blink of an eye it arrived beside a lavish villa. Kong Feng flung up a cloud of dust and came to a steady stop, swiftly exiting the car to open the door for Long, then parked the car beside it and respectfully opened the main gate. Kong Feng walked ahead, calling on the housekeepers inside to get to work. This was a daily routine for him, with little change except for the different people following behind. At the age of 3, Kong Feng was taken from the orphanage by a middle-aged man, and from then on he enjoyed a life free of worries about food and clothing thanks to his adoptive guardian. His adoptive parent was the former president of the Blue Sky Group, Xiahou Ba, who taught Kong Feng everything a man should learn from a young age, but Xiahou Ba only allowed him to call him president, maintaining the guise of an adopted son. Serving as the chief bodyguard of the Xia family after graduating from Tsinghua University, he directly entered the Shijiazhuang Army Command Academy, and his subsequent experiences can be summed up in one sentence: he retired from a certain unit in a certain year. All of this was Kong Feng's own choice. He felt a sense of gratitude and believed that to repay this debt, he had to ensure the happiness of the Xia family's eldest daughter Xia Dai, but Xiahou Ba was more concerned about his company. One night at a family gathering, Xia Dai met Long, marking the beginning of a romantic love story between a princess and a farmer, though Xiahou Ba did not approve of Long. However, one night Xiahou Ba suffered a cerebral hemorrhage, and the doctor said that barring a miracle, he would be bedridden for the rest of his life, followed by the wedding, which was undoubtedly melodramatic on the day of marriage. Another woman appeared, visibly pregnant, claiming that it was Long's child. The marriage had to continue, but the feelings seemed to have faded significantly, and the company was handed over to Long. Xia Dai, however, left home. In the house, everything was too familiar to Kong Feng. After instructing everything, he would not leave this home casually when there were no other options, and he turned and walked up the stairs. Opening a door, he casually brought in the unconscious Xiahou Ba, who lay in the room. "Dad, it's me." Now Kong Feng came every day to talk to his comatose father about company gossip. He shared amusing stories and his innermost thoughts, often talking through the night before falling into a deep sleep. Suddenly the door behind him opened. You can't keep avoiding this forever, Yilong said lightly. Get lost. Kong Feng suddenly stood up, bending instinctively, and a side kick came his way. Yilong did not dodge, and the lightning-fast attack stopped just short of his nose. The outcome is easy for me, but Xia Dai's happiness is gone. A woman finds it hard to forget her husband. Many times before in similar situations, Yilong's calm words halted Kong Feng's attacks. Prove yourself. If you can protect Xia Dai, then let's play a game. Yilong gestured as if inviting him. You know I never play games. Kong Feng replied, immediately turning back to look at his father on the bed. But now there is someone who has entered the game and is teaming up with Xia Dai. Yilong's voice faded away, and after a moment Kong Feng sat closer to the game pod. Listen, this is a competition between you and me. Let's see who wins Xia Dai in the game. Of course there might be another guy, Yilong said, closing the game pod door behind Kong Feng as he entered the game. As a well-educated Kong Feng, it was a lie to say he had never played online games. That during his time in the military there was training that involved entering games. Of course Kong Feng first skimmed through the information about planetary civilizations, and even those costly upgrade guides, not missing a single one. Currently, there was a hot topic on the forums. It was about a player named Pioneer who had slaughtered the majority of players. That battle mission led to countless complaints, and it was undoubtedly a pawn of the game company claiming to seek a manhunt. Of course, there were also people supporting Pioneer, arguing that it was entirely justified in the game, while the game operator Blue Sky Group made no statements at all. Kong Feng logged out of the official website and then entered the game. Hello, I am your butler. The nearby robotic butler recited everything like a script. Alright, your task is to build a mechanized station, Kong Feng replied, walking into the control room without looking back. Yes, master, the butler said and left. Before long, a digging robot flew out, followed by 4 digging robots that walked out of the base, with Kong Feng completely ignoring the butler behind them. Watching the encroaching forest, a smile crept onto Kong Feng's lips. In the forest, the digging robots began to collect the most basic minerals while Kong Feng toyed with a small knife in his hand. Before long, the grass in front of him started to rustle. Several scorpion-like creatures appeared. Snap! With a snap of his fingers, the 4 digging robots nearby immediately came over upon hearing the sound, swinging their fists and smashing the creatures in front of them into a pulp, leaving just one behind. Kong Feng laughed. All of this was recorded in the game guides, and the fighting techniques of the diggers were something Kong Feng had taught in the base, proving true to the guides. The remaining creature crawled over, expressing its loyalty. Following the guide, Kong Feng proceeded with the creature, just as the plot dictated. The last creature tribe did not perish. Kong Feng disliked following the script. Just like after graduating from Tsinghua University, when Xiahou Ba wanted him to pursue studies at Cambridge Business School, Kong Feng chose the military academy instead. In the distance, the winged clan was repelled, and the creature clan gained a new leader. The traitor was still dead, and in front of the 5 devourers brought by the butler, the new leader was Kong Feng. Looking at the forest in the distance, Kong Feng shouted, "Go! I want more minerals." "Yes, my queen." Countless creatures rushed toward the infinite forest. Gazing at the starry sky, Kong Feng thought to himself, "I have arrived." Achoo! Waking up in the morning, hunger roused Zhou Long, making him sneeze repeatedly, feeling utterly weak. Damn it! Game company! Zhou Long glared at the game pod. He immediately got out of bed, rushed to the restroom, and dressed quickly before dashing out the door. Running down the stairs, no matter how the game was, his stomach still demanded food. Sitting at a noodle stall, he was about to feed himself a bite of hot, dry noodles. Just as he was about to take a bite, his phone rang again, and the more he tried to eat, the more urgent the ringing became. Putting down the noodles, Zhou Long shouted, "Hey, I'm eating noodles." "Oh yes, 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 yes," Zhou Long immediately whispered. After hanging up, Zhou Long hurriedly paid for his noodles and rushed to the 18th floor of the company, eating as he ran. There was no other choice, he was just too hungry. As he reached the 18th floor, he placed the bowl in front of him, possibly due to the strenuous exercise. Wow! Zhou Long involuntarily vomited, looking into the bowl and thinking, at least it's still my saliva. The noodles were mixed with gastric acid. In the conference room, Zhou Long rushed in breathless, even placing the bowl down before sitting. "Not bad. You all see, this is the most diligent employee in the company," Jian said, looking at Zhou Long, who had just taken his seat, and immediately took the bowl of noodles. "Look, it's not even the workday yet." Jian surveyed the room, saying, "Everyone should know that the boss hasn't eaten yet." Jian said, sniffing the bowl of hot, dry noodles. "Boss," Zhou Long called out, standing up nervously. "What's the matter?" Jian picked up chopsticks and started feeding himself the noodles. "It's nothing," Zhou Long said seriously. "Boss, do you still need yogurt? This is the company's meeting place. How can you let everyone watch their boss eat noodles?" Jian said, "What if the higher-ups find out? It would cause trouble." After saying this, Jian looked around. "Boss, you really work too hard. None of us will say anything. Do you think we are so blind? If anyone spills this, I will deal with him. If you lose money because of this today, we will all compensate you." Colleagues nearby stepped forward, smiling at Jian, but once they turned their heads, they shot a fierce glare at Zhou Long. "Team leader, eat slowly. You can eat while speaking. That would be embarrassing. Jin said, picking up his chopsticks and feeding himself, I say. Last month. Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang, you performed well. A freckled Xiao Wang stood up and said, really? Not bad, this noodle is excellent. Xiao Zhou, where did you buy this? Jin said, turning the conversation back to Zhou Long. This is... Zhou Long hadn't finished when Jin laughed and suddenly turned to Xiao Wang with a mouthful of noodles. Entering the game may be slow, but you've actually been controlled by the creatures outside the base. And as if that weren't enough, you have to pay tribute to those creatures. Jin shouted like a barrage of fire. Hurry up and get out. Leave my team. Jin said, gulping down the noodles in his bowl. Zhou Long vaguely saw the gastric juice mixed with the noodles as they slid into Jin's mouth. Delicious. Zhou Long, where did you buy this noodles? Jin asked with a broad smile, as if the noodles were indeed very tasty. Just downstairs at the company entrance. Zhou Long said haltingly, his face contorted as if in pain. Why are you still here? The meeting is over. Today we came to get rid of this kid. Jin said, and the surrounding colleagues echoed, walking out. When the boss speaks, the lowly employees dare not plead. In jobs like this, there is a place to live, albeit small, and something to eat, though lacking in nutrition. It ensures you won't be homeless on the street. Boss, please give me a chance. Xiao Huang stood at the table, tears streaming down his face. Chance? What chance do I give you? Jin said, I don't keep idlers in my team. Who will give you a chance? Looking at the two people before him, Zhou Long slightly shifted his body, thinking, could this be a trap? He slowly began to speak. Boss. Before he could finish, what? Zhou Long, are you willing to give him a chance? Silver Sword interrupted with wide eyes. Big brother, you are such a good person. Little Long in front of him staggered over and hugged Zhou Long's thigh, crying out, big brother. Thank you for the opportunity. I will definitely work hard. Facing Little Huang's cries, Zhou Long felt a deeper sense of helplessness, thinking talking is all wrong. He thought Zhou Long really wanted to say this is a misunderstanding. But looking at the smile on Silver Sword's face and Little Huang clinging to his thigh, he suppressed his words, swallowing a lump in his throat. Nail it down. Just nail it down. As for that, he thought. Zhou Long said, let go. My pants are very expensive. Looking at Little Huang, he finally released his thigh, and there were still traces of tears on those pants. So ruthless. Zhou Long looked at Little Huang and said, when did you join the company? I don't think I've seen you before. I just joined the company not long ago. Little Zhou, you should show more kindness and help him. Silver Sword said with a smile as he walked out. Thank you, big brother. Little Huang said as the two took their seats. Wiping his tears away, Zhou Long looked indifferently at the table, while Little Huang brewed tea and poured water to show loyalty. Seeing Zhou Long's lack of reaction, his eyes squinted, threatening to spill tears again. A man should not cry. What are you crying for? Zhou Long said calmly. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Little Huang's loud cries erupted from Zhou Long's indifferent remark. Hearing footsteps at the door, Zhou Long stood up and walked over to close the meeting room door. Big brother, you can't ignore me. Little Huang shouted and immediately clung to Zhou Long's thigh again. What are you looking at? Zhou Long said, while closing the meeting room door, dragging Little Huang along. I must say, you're really too professional at acting. Zhou Long looked at Little Huang, who was hugging his thigh. Not at all. Little Huang squatted down and raised his head. Then let me go and we can talk about anything. Zhou Long almost shouted. The two sat down again, and Zhou Long asked, how old are you? How's your health? As the tears receded from his eyes, Little Huang revealed a hint of fear, not quite understanding what Zhou Long meant. Big brother, I want do that. Little Huang said tentatively. It seems you don't lack opportunities. Zhou Long pretended to stand up. Big brother. No. Little Huang's tears flowed even more. Then the two sat down again. I'm very busy. I'm about to dive into a game, so if you have something to say, just ask directly. Zhou Long said impatiently. Yes. Little Huang replied repeatedly. Where were you born? Zhou Long asked, taking out his phone and examining it closely. China. Little Huang said. Is that so? Zhou Long said as he prepared to stand up again. Hubei. Jianghan City. Guanghua District. Building 166. Little Huang blurted out in quick succession. Political background. Zhou Long immediately asked, his eyes glued to the phone in his hand, as if he was not very concerned. 2 hours later, what did your grandfather do? Zhou Long asked next. He was an athlete. Little Huang's face had already started twitching. You dare to come to me planting nails, or I won't let you off easily. Zhou Long thought. You. Before Zhou Long could finish, he felt an unprecedented chill wash over him, and he suddenly looked up, seeing Little Huang sitting there. With his head down, trembling all over, he suddenly stood up. Okay. Finally exposed. Zhou Long felt a surge of joy in his heart. Don't. Zhou Long looked up at Little Huang. He lunged forward. Don't stop me. I'm a useless person. Just let me go. Little Huang roared as he turned to lunge at the window behind him. Go ahead. Zhou Long shouted as he suddenly let go. What a shame for a good apprentice. Please don't jump. Please don't jump. Zhou Long tightly gripped his phone, thinking, just wait until I leave before you jump. His advancing body stumbled. What? Little Huang looked at Zhou Long with tears in his eyes. Actually, after all these years, I've always wanted to take on a patient apprentice. Zhou Long said, raising his hand to take out a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it, his face filled with gloom. Finally found one. Sigh, Zhou Long said as he prepared to open the door to the meeting room with a resolute expression. Master. A beast-like roar erupted from the meeting room. Zhou Long trembled all over, thinking, this is serious. Honestly, how did you get into the company? What is your relationship with Silver Sword or anyone else in the company? Zhou Long said seriously. My dad introduced me last month. He jumped off a building a few days ago. The company wants me to continue. As a result, Little Huang's cries grew louder. Gazing at Little Huang, Zhou Long said, all right, you. Come with me. Looking at Zhou Long, who was very different from earlier, Little Huang felt somewhat dazed. Well, you need to think it over. Silver Sword roared in the office. All right. I've thought it over very clearly. Zhou Long said word by word. All right. Silver Sword said, pulling out 2 contracts from the drawer, and Zhou Long and Little Huang signed their names and then walked out. In the gaming company, there are always some things that are hard to explain, such as taking on apprentices. For an employee of a gaming company, taking on an apprentice means that the player will either rise to glory or is about to quit. Taking on apprentices is generally a privilege of elite players. Our regular employees can also take apprentices, but if regular employees can't even support themselves, who would want to take on an apprentice? Moreover, having apprentices somewhat represents the face of the master, and the reality is that there are countless examples showing that players who take on apprentices often do not fare well, and some even. The gaming company deliberately sets traps for players. In a dim room, the air was filled with choking dust with outdated furnishings. In the cramped space, there were even rows of low bookshelves covered in dust. They were all books like game guides. This is my dad's room. Little Huang behind him said. What is your father's surname? Zhou Long asked, initially intrigued by the books on the shelves, but his curiosity was extinguished by Little Huang's response. Huang Shuren. Today is the 7th day? Damn. Zhou Long slapped the wall, turning on the light. He glanced around the room, where Xiao Huang stood nearby, still sighing incessantly. Finally, I see the game pod. Zhou Long stroked it with his hand, muttering in his heart. What the hell? It's a luxury collector's edition. Although there was no wind in the room, Zhou Long still felt a chill, especially when he saw Xiao Huang pull out the fire pit from under the bed. All right, you'll enter the game tomorrow, Zhou Long said as he hurriedly walked out. Then, master, what profession should I choose? Just as he was about to speed up, he heard Xiao Huang's voice behind him. You? Freedom, Zhou Long said while turning down the stairs, refusing to take the elevator. All right, free player, Xiao Huang said, his face showing an unexpected maturity for his age. He turned and closed the door behind him, entering the game unnoticed by anyone. The moment the door closed, a cool breeze blew and stirring the dust on the low shelves, which vanished in an instant. Squeak! Zhou Long tiptoed and pushed open Xia Dai's bedroom door. Pervert! A scream echoed from inside the room. Bang! 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 In the hallway, countless doors opened. There! The pervert is over there. Can't kill him. Break his legs. Colleagues who had walked out of the room searched for an hour, finally cursing as they returned inside. All right, this is everything I said. Inside Xia Dai's room, the chubby guy was closely pressed against Wanru, while Xia Dai stood at the door, seemingly ready to open it at any moment. So ruthless. Zhou Long looked at Xia Dai before saying, beautiful lady. Do you really need to shout so loudly? Zhou Long muttered. After a day of frustration, having inexplicably taken on an apprentice, Zhou Long felt like his head had been caught in the door. He wanted to find the chubby guy for some advice, but that damned Huang was only focused on one person, Wanru. As soon as he pulled the door, Zhou Long just wanted to see if the chubby guy was there. He didn't expect that even the slightest noise would not escape Xia Dai's sharp eyes. Upon noticing, she rushed out and yelled. She scared Zhou Long so much that he hurried back inside. All right, it seems that I can only receive the rewards for that battle game by myself, Zhou Long said as he was about to walk out the main door. Wait! The 3 people behind him shouted almost simultaneously. Go to the mission point immediately. Find the pioneer, it's me. Zhou Long walked out, closing the door behind him. The corridor was still empty. As he closed the door, he was about to take a step when a voice said, thank you for your concern. A figure approached, handing Zhou Long a book, and then inexplicably vanished. You're welcome, Zhou Long replied, feeling a chill, holding the book in his arms and laughing loudly. Zhou Long's roar echoed in the corridor as he quickly ran back into the room. He rushed into the room, tightly closed the door, locked it, and placed the book he was holding on the table. He opened it carefully, not particularly concerned about who had given it to him. Throughout the night, Zhou Long's room remained lit until dawn. He rushed out of his room and dashed downstairs, quickly devouring hot, dry noodles. Before long, he was out of breath as he climbed back up. However, he noticed the door was ajar. Bastard! Zhou Long's roar echoed in the corridor. In just a moment, the book on the table disappeared. Rubbing his head, he said, oh no. Zhou Long rushed back to his room. Fortunately. He. Looking at the cash still under his pillow, Zhou Long felt relieved. This person is sick, hurry and leave. Right? Anyone who comes into contact with Silver Sword is no good. Voices from colleagues echoed at the door. Damn! Zhou Long shouted as he slammed the door, saying, You'll regret this sooner or later. He opened the mini fridge and took out some vodka, downing it until it reached his throat. Quickly enter the game. Are they all dead pigs? The voice of the squad leader, Silver Sword, echoed in the corridor. Bang. With a swift motion, the game pod activated and opened, and Zhou Long sat down. Boom. The sound of cannon fire roared in the distance. His body felt a vague pain, yet it was filled with power. Warning. Military uniform damaged. Physical mutation, increased melee attack power, can be upgraded, 30 of opponent's defense ignored. The on-body computer repeated this 3 times. Zhou Long, looking at his body, suddenly sat down. I like it. After a moment, Zhou Long said. His military uniform had been torn apart, revealing robust muscles filled with explosive power, yet he still felt a bit weak. Looking at his new body, Zhou Long smiled foolishly. Turning around, he saw the Bloodthirsty still there, quivering all over. The difference was that Bloodthirsty was radiating white light, and a white light shield had formed nearby, with not even a single laser beam falling. What the hell? Is this what they call luck? Zhou Long said, watching the lasers raining down, crawling slowly toward Bloodthirsty. Before long, seeing Bloodthirsty within arm's reach, Zhou Long raised his hand and slapped it. Bloodthirsty, hold on. At the same time he raised his hand, a voice screamed from the other side of Bloodthirsty's massive body, as Bloodthirsty stood up, shouting, ah. Looking at the ground, he roared. What the hell? Why haven't you left yet? Zhou Long hadn't finished shouting at Wan Bing opposite him when his voice vanished. Shoo. Wan Bing opposite him raised her index finger to her lips. Then she rushed over and whispered in Zhou Long's ear, are you looking for death? I finally managed to calm him down. Zhou Long just responded with an, You are guilty. Bloodthirsty turned around facing Zhou Long, saying, you are guilty. Killing your own kind. Instigating war. You. As he spoke, Bloodthirsty clasped his head and roared, ah. Radiating white light, Bloodthirsty soared into the sky, crashing through the air like a meteor, destroying battleships. Bang. Zhou Long lowered his head, feeling the cold laser gun pressed against the back of his neck. Sister, you're pulling this again. Zhou Long said, intrigued, as he watched the forest ablaze from the laser hits. This is something only visible in that game. In this era, if a family has a piece of real green vegetation, it indicates that the family holds a significant social status, or that someone in the family is a scientist. Those vast mountains and rivers had long been sealed off, and the vast majority of people had never seen real greenery. What do you want? Zhou Long asked, tilting his head slightly. Of course I'm taking you away, Wan Bing said from behind as the handcuffs clamped on again. Huh. Perhaps due to his hands becoming larger, his wrists hurt terribly looking at the receding ground. What the hell? Here we go again. Zhou Long yelled as he looked up. Oh. Zhou Long shouted. The pain in his wrist didn't matter, and fear of heights was nothing, but that pair of bat wings behind Wan Bing was hit again, with only one shooting flames. The rebel battleships slid past one after another, narrowly avoiding collisions as Zhou Long maneuvered his body in the wind. What the hell? Zhou Long shouted as he darted through the air, a massive battleship appearing before him. The materials used to construct the battleship were many times harder than rebar, and there was even a small window on it. Wan Bing pulled out a laser gun to shoot, leaving no mark whatsoever. Watching the approaching hull, Zhou Long instinctively threw out his fist. Bang. Perhaps due to the instinct of men to protect women, or a woman's instinctive fear, Zhou Long, cradling Wan Bing's soft body, punched through the hull, and they rolled on the steel plate. Gasping breaths and chaotic breaths made the two who had stopped momentarily stunned. Bang. With a sound, Zhou Long looked around, seeing several cold laser guns pointed at his head, the gun bodies radiating various colors of light, indicating they were fully charged. Bang. Wan Bing struggled to break free from Zhou Long's arms, shouting, I'm here to see the general. She then pulled something out from her neck. I believe you brought something good. A voice rang out from nearby. Yes, that's him. The current leader of the goblins and the boss of those players on the surface. Wan Bing said, pointing at Zhou Long behind her. Lying on the ground, feeling the wind whistling past, as soon as the handcuffs on his wrist were unlocked, Zhou Long didn't think of getting up. Looking at the large hole he had made, he slowly moved. Bang. Zhou Long stood up, realizing he had already hit himself, yet still hadn't gotten up, which was pointless. In front of him was a large circular display screen, and below it sat a person dressed in military uniform similar to Zhou Long's, but with a much higher rank. With a fair face, looking no older than 20. Hello? I am the commander here, General Huashan. Standing up slowly with a smile on his face, the visage reminded Zhou Long of someone from the warehouse on the surface. Looking at the slender white hand reaching out, Zhou Long hesitated. Congratulations, player, you have triggered a hidden quest. Completing the quest rewards 100 favorability with the rebels. Click to accept. Hello. Zhou Long responded lightly. Boom. The entire battleship shook slightly. Zhou Long vaguely saw Bloodthirsty's figure through the large hole that had been created. Congratulations, player, you have accepted the quest. Time limit 30 minutes. Repeatable acceptance. What the hell? Accepting the quest is indicated by a handshake. Zhou Long cursed inwardly, but still wore a calm expression. A few NPCs dressed in military uniforms stood around, pointing their guns at Zhou Long, the barrels even slightly aimed at Wan Bing. A pair of black eyes sparkled with a hint of sharpness. Join us. You will gain freedom living for yourself, not for some mother planet, Huashan said sincerely. Zhou Long seemed to be contemplating. The entire battleship appeared to have been severely damaged by the earlier explosion and was slightly swaying to the left. Walking slowly, Zhou Long seemed interested in the surrounding dark walls. A row of climbing stairs made of steel pipes led directly to the top. After a brief moment of silence, Zhou Long turned around, his eyes swollen and filled with tears as he spoke from the heart. General, in truth I have long wanted to quit. Huh? Huashan said. Why? As he walked, Zhou Long cried out. Those players are truly despicable. They all want to eliminate me. And those goblins, each one more foul than the last, and that so-called mother planet. I have absolutely no fondness for it. After saying this, Zhou Long bent down and tightly hugged Huashan's thigh, shouting, I will definitely follow you, General, to live a life of freedom. Huashan looked at Zhou Long, who was clinging to her leg, and with a glance the nearby NPCs began to approach to pull Zhou Long away. General, what about my benefits? Wan Bing, who had not spoken until now, finally spoke up. Kill him, General. I loathe this woman to the core. Zhou Long continued to wail as the NPCs held him, his head shaking as he looked at the nearby gaping hole. General, I believe you won't go back on your word. Wan Bing stepped closer. As Zhou Long drooled and pledged, Huashan felt a hint of doubt, but Zhou Long's words convinced her completely. A woman trapped in a predicament who would not want to take advantage of her. Huashan took out a vial of potion from her bosom, shaking it, as she said, satisfy him. She hurled the vial. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Huashan finished her words, the nearby NPCs immediately pulled the triggers, yet at the same moment smoke billowed up around them, and after a while the smoke cleared. Several NPCs lay on the ground, their heads and hearts shattered. This was undoubtedly the work of Zhou Long, who had just acquired close combat skills, swinging his fists after breaking free. He reached out towards the smoke. Don't move. Wan Bing's voice rang out. Zhou Long paused, yet his steps continued to move slowly. Hey, you really can't believe this, NPC. Zhou Long said, pressing the icy laser gun against Huashan's temple. I knew you were no good. Wan Bing shouted, player. Huh? Zhou Long held up his hand. Get him for me. This is yours. Shaking the vial in his hand in a flash, Zhou Long caught the vial Huashan threw. Perhaps it was all part of Huashan's plan. Why should I believe you? Wan Bing said. You have no choice. You wouldn't want to be stuck here playing Planet Civilization forever, would you? Zhou Long said, raising the vial as if to throw it. What do you want him for? Of course, to hand him over to General Hua Tsubing. Zhou Long replied. This way this mission should be completed. Bastard. Two voices said in unison. This was certainly not Zhou Long's nonsense. It was recorded in the book from last night on how to complete the battle game. If they did not capture the leader of the attacking rebels and hand him over to Hua Tsubing, the mission would continue indefinitely. Of course, Zhou Long suspected this was information from the game's beta test. To play indefinitely aligned perfectly with the interests of the game publishing company, Profit. You will die a terrible death if you go against a female player. Wan Bing said flatly. It doesn't matter, it's all just a game. They exchanged questions and answers while Huashan, held captive by Wan Bing, furrowed her brows. In the game world, whenever players mentioned anything related to the game in front of NPCs, it would be automatically converted into some kind of logic by the system, which would then be transmitted to the NPCs, allowing them to understand what the players meant. Can I say something? Huashan, caught between the two, quickly interjected. If we don't take control of the battleship, it will crash. Previously I switched to manual. Just as Huashan was about to raise her hand to press something, a loud rumble erupted. A violent shaking caused the entire battleship to tilt sharply to the left, and the three of them rolled towards the left, their bodies crashing against the steel plate. Zhou Long felt no pain, reaching out to grab Huashan, who was on the verge of collapsing, by the throat while holding the vial in his other hand. At the same time, the cold laser gun pressed against Zhou Long's head, and a massive head simultaneously leaned in. Master! My master! Bloodlust said, I finally found you. As he spoke, he extended his enormous arm. The white light in Bloodlust's enormous eyes gradually faded, or rather gradually calmed down. Why don't you want to leave? Zhou Long said as he gripped Huashan, climbing onto the giant arm. Oomph. Wan Bing responded, following suit. Sitting on Bloodlust's shoulder, Zhou Long forced his eyes open, gripping Huashan, unconcerned about what Wan Bing might do, still holding the vial. The moment Zhou Long first saw the vial, he concluded it was the same as the one left by the game company's staff used for contact curses, except Wan Bing's vial was actually a reward for the mission. As they slowly descended, Zhou Long had just steadied himself when he looked up to see the massive battleship plummeting towards the city. Gagagagaga. Gagagagaga. Before they could take a few steps, countless goblins sprang up from everywhere, brandishing spears and wooden sticks, rushing towards Zhou Long, cheering, keep an eye on them. Zhou Long commanded. The nearby goblins faithfully executed the order. Although the curse on the altar had been lifted, the goblins' loyalty had not diminished. Master, we can attack now, Bloodlust said beside him. His pure white body seemed to have changed quite a bit. Bloodlust's form was no longer that of a devourer robot, but rather elongated with some protruding parts, becoming more pronounced while a gigantic round lid formed on Bloodlust's chest. Gazing at the sky, Zhou Long muttered, "Why hasn't there been any prompts with things like this?" "Master." Bloodlust looked at Zhou Long and inquired. "Attack. Surround them first. Because I want to live. Not a single one dead." Zhou Long shouted, "Gagagagaga." The surrounding goblins erupted with thunderous shouts. The goblins' battle had commenced. All the goblins were already worn out, yet Zhou Long's command was the sound every goblin wanted to hear. "Boss, those goblins have stopped attacking. Continue to be vigilant." "Young man, what is your name?" Fat Lion asked. "Feiyu. Free player." At one end of the city, the guild leader amidst the chaos who remembered any tasks desperately fought back against the goblins' omnipresent attacks. However, the city still had automated artillery for protection, managing to hold on. On the other side of the city, similar events were unfolding. In the transparent hall, officers moved back and forth. An old officer stood aside, giving commands next to a recliner, a small table, and a glass of inferior white liquor. Though lacking in quality for Chu Bing, who had served in the army for many years, a strong drink was good enough. On the table lay a family portrait with the figures in the frame animated. Again and again the family smiled together, grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, wife, and son, all calling out to the photographer, "Cheese." Fueled by the liquor, Chu Bing vaguely remembered that day. It seemed to be a sunny day when his grandparents, who had been estranged for months, reconciled due to the arrival of their grandson, creating a warm atmosphere for his parents. His gaze shifted to the edge of the frame where a green-skinned goblin was cleaning. At that time in this city, everything was green, with goblins and humans living together. At least for Chu Bing, since he could remember, this was a very ordinary occurrence. Until one day when his grandfather passed away and his father became the commander of the human past planet. From that day onward, the whole world turned blood red as childhood friends among the goblins were expelled. One by one, they were asked to leave the house. At that time, the naive Chu Bing thought those green-haired friends were merely returning to their kin and starting new lives. Until one evening, a crude long hair pierced through the door of the house, and his grandmother and father erupted into a fierce argument before going to meet grandfather, a situation that remains until now. This was originally a house for living, but it had become the highest command center of the military organization in the human past star domain. "General, the daytime offensive has ceased. Those rebels were struck down for unknown reasons by the battleship. They retreated, but those goblins are still surrounding us." The old voice pulled Chu Bing back to reality. "Colonel Li Gan, order the entire city into a defensive state, especially watch for the enemy digging tunnels." Chu Bing said, raising his glass and downing it in one gulp. "It's time to go to the old place." Muttering to himself, Chu Bing stood up, surrounded by numerous busy officers, no one wanting to be seen as idle by the general. Walking through the corridor of the house, he arrived at an inconspicuous wooden room at the back, pushed open the door, revealing a dark object covered in a thick layer of grease. 30 seconds later, an officer clad in dark armor walked onto the street, while soldiers on the tall buildings by the roadside controlled high-energy cannons, shaking their detectors as they scanned the area. The officer passed countless intersections and arrived at a half-destroyed building with a door so high and dilapidated that it lacked a proper entrance, stepping into the dark room with a snap of his fingers. Buzz. Buzz. The lights in the room turned on one by one. "Did you guys miss me? I'm your warehouse manager." Wearing the dark military uniform, Chu Bing grasped a wrench, shouting at the damaged robot in front of him. Watching the mechanical tide rushing towards him, Chu Bing dove in. Who would have thought that during the day he was a formidable general, but at night he was an enthusiastic repairman. Meanwhile, outside the city, Zhou Long was surrounded by countless people. Although they encircled the city, it felt more like a grand party happening simultaneously in different locations as the bonfire blazed once more. The goblins who fought during the day erupted with vigor at night, Zhou Long regretting not resting for just one night. "Do you guys know who I am?" Huashan shouted loudly, while in front of him were two underage goblins making various fierce faces. Slap. Huashan, tied up, trembled as something fell out. Gaga gaga. The two goblins scrambled for the object on the ground. In the chaotic scuffle, one of them pressed something, and a light yellow glow flashed out, causing one goblin to topple over. "Oh, he. Want to know how to play with it?" Huashan said, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the remaining goblin. The goblin, howling, didn't even glance at its fallen companion, and hastily picked up the object from the ground, examining it closely, yet no matter how it pressed, nothing happened. The object showed no reaction at all. Gaga gaga. The goblin held the object in its hands, looking with an inscrutable expression at the bound Huashan. Not far away, several strong goblins approached, carrying torches, snatching the object from the goblin and inspecting it with great interest. In Huashan's disdainful gaze, one even bit at licking it with its tongue, seemingly finding it unpalatable, and tossed it to the goblin squeezed beside. Come. It's like this," Huashan shouted, watching the goblin's eyes clearly signaling, "Untie me." He'll teach you how to play with this. Gaga gaga. The goblin slowly approached, its eyes filled with tears reflecting a hint of resentment face to face. Come on, calm me, Huashan was saying when suddenly, Pak. At that moment Huashan felt a suicidal impulse. Just then the goblin pressed its mouth against its tongue swirling inside Huashan's mouth. No. As Huashan instantly spat out phlegm onto the goblin, another unfortunate incident occurred. Lying on a simple chair, he saw goblins cheering around the bonfire in the distance. Not far beside him was a woman, Wan Bing bound, whom Zhou Long did not want to leave his side, preferring her to remain within his sight naturally with a few goblins on guard. Gaga gaga. Just as he was looking at Wan Bing, a sharp voice rang out. Gaga gaga. A goblin called out, pulling with a rope, leading the disheveled Huashan over and throwing him to the ground. Ugh. Through the translation of the onboard computer, Zhou Long finally understood the goblin's words. Suddenly the surroundings fell silent. And a token of affection, Zhou Long said as he took the object from the goblin. No, Huashan shouted, staring in terror at Zhou Long playing with the item. It looked like a thin piece of wood, oval shaped with patterns, and even had a thumbprint stamped on it. It was very light, seemingly just a decorative object, yet it bore a thumb impression. What is this? Zhou Long asked, casually looking at the object in his hand. Just a collectible. If you want to take it, Huashan said firmly. Just then when the object fell as the goblin approached Huashan with it, it only thought the item was amusing, leaning forward to express gratitude. And the phlegm from Huashan needed no mention regarding its significance in the goblin clan, especially since it was a young female goblin, instantly taking Huashan's item as a token of affection. Standing there, the fluffy little face even turned slightly red, resembling a little girl. Since that's the case, as the clan leader, I shall grant you this, Zhou Long said, raising his hand with a wave. No, Huashan shouted sharply, surrounded by adult goblins who looked at Huashan with a smirk. However, to them it resembled a grand feast, as any act that disrupted the token of affection was seen as justification to roast Huashan over the fire. The anger from the battlefield during the day now found its outlet. Then what use are you? Zhou Long said, lowering his head. As his thumb slid across the thin object with each movement, Huashan's body trembled. Observing Huashan's reaction, Zhou Long summoned the young goblin and inquired through the onboard computer. Gaga gaga. Gaga gaga gaga. Ugh, is that so? Zhou Long said. Before long, the earlier fallen goblin was brought over, covered in long hair, with not much liquid flowing from its body. Zhou Long examined it closely, noting a narrow and tidy wound on its chest. Although there were many goblins, they didn't care much about the few that died. However, at this scene, the surrounding goblins were filled with fury. I really don't want to say, Zhou Long said, lying back down in the chair with the object in hand. Nothing to say. Huashan gritted his teeth. Very well. Zhou Long glanced over at Wan Bing, who was tied up not far away, his gaze conveying a message. Why don't you speak? I can make your life more comfortable. Oomph. Wan Bing coldly glared at Zhou Long, turning her head away. It seems today will be a double celebration. Zhou Long immediately stood up, shouting at the goblins in front of him. Wait. Wan Bing turned back while speaking. Thinking about it with a thumb, those two pieces of good news would definitely not be anything pleasant, certainly unforgettable for a lifetime. Wan Bing did not want to experience another night like this. Just press your thumb on that thumbprint, Wan Bing said casually. You filthy old hag. Huashan roared from the side. Gaga gaga. The goblin watched Huashan yelling, even extending its fluffy little hand to try to comfort its beloved. Get into the details. Zhou Long stood up and walked over to Wan Bing. It's like this, Wan Bing said, pouting. Each officer awarded a general rank is equipped with a laser sword by the mother planet of Earth. Regardless of their past experiences or identities, they cherish their weapons exceptionally after being granted the rank, as it symbolizes the honor of being a general. Even a general of the rebels is no exception. Wan Bing shouted. If you don't believe it, go check the official website. Ugh. Hee. Zhou Long replied. Looking at the thumbprint on the object in his hand, he said, good stuff, raising his hand to press it. A beam of laser, or rather a laser shaped like a sword, shot out. That thin piece of wood was actually the sword hilt. I didn't expect that. Zhou Long held the laser sword horizontally as he spoke. Congratulations, player, you have received the general grade laser sword, increasing your melee attack power. The melee attack power of the heroes and soldiers used within the base has been enhanced by 30. System prompt: player explorer has obtained the general laser sword, which enhances melee attack power by 50. The equipment is bound and cannot be dropped. Hearing the game prompt in the air, Zhou Long grasped the laser sword tightly in his hand. He held it horizontally, unsure from which direction the blade would thrust out. It's yours, Zhou Long said to the goblin in front of him, but just for one night. No, shouted Huashan, lying on the ground. Don't. I still have my uses. Unfortunately, Zhou Long could no longer hear what he was saying. The gentle goblin had carelessly stuffed a handful of grass into his mouth, and as the rope was pulled, it dragged his lover along. Attack 2 hours before sunrise. Zhou Long turned around and issued the command. Zhou Long slept soundly throughout the night, especially with the wailing cries that pierced the night sky, making his sleep even deeper. "Oh, you're here." Upon waking, Zhou Long found Wan Bing lying beside him, her limbs bound, eyes closed, still asleep. A ray of sunlight streamed in, illuminating her fair skin and playful expression as she slept. Despite the grinding sounds, they were oddly mesmerizing, and Zhou Long leaned in closer. "Oh, the intoxicating aroma. Not bad," Zhou Long said. "You?" Wan Bing, startled awake, scolded. "Let me see what good stuff you have." Zhou Long smiled, stretching out his hands. "You bastard. Scoundrel. Thief." Wan Bing began to curse. Soon after, some items were placed on the table in front of them. "Let's see what we have," Zhou Long said as he picked up an item. Smoke bombs, which can be used for tasks within a radius of 50 meters, immobilizing actions for 5 minutes without aggression. Bat-shaped wings, allowing the user to fly between planets with no offensive power. Skeleton handcuffs, capable of restricting others' freedom with no offensive power. There were nearly 30 items. Zhou Long couldn't fathom how such a slender body could hold so much. "Master," Bloodthirsty approached, saying, "The goblins have begun their attack. Ooh, our behemoth." "No," Zhou Long interrupted directly. "Just command those goblins to charge." "Yes," Bloodthirsty said, glancing at Wan Bing as he walked out. "Let's see our groom," Zhou Long said as he walked. The simple bridal chamber was basically a pigsty. The furry goblins were cautiously attending to their husband nearby, eyes red and clothes disheveled. Seeing Zhou Long appear, Huashan's expression turned somewhat wooden, then he burst into laughter. "Ha! Damn it, you're crazy." As Zhou Long walked in, the nearby goblin hurriedly tried to retreat. A laser flashed out, and the goblin collapsed on the ground, green blood flowing from its throat. "Good stuff," Zhou Long thought as he looked at the laser sword in his hand. "You don't hate me." Zhou Long spoke as if he was merely dropping by, not directly meeting Huashan's gaze. I hate everyone on this planet." Huashan said, his voice cold, and his eyes suddenly filled with rage. At noon, under the blazing sun, the area surrounding the city was a sea of green, with green liquid flowing everywhere on the ground, and countless goblin body parts lying haphazardly. In the distance, countless goblins were gathering, with Bloodthirsty at their center. Watching the multitude of goblins at his feet, Bloodthirsty frantically commanded, as goblins from all over the planet rushed over. In Bloodthirsty's eyes, no matter how many there were, they were just cannon fodder. Looking at the city, though there weren't many high-energy cannons, they were sufficient. On the city's edge, during a break, all players gathered together. No one was going to complete any repair tasks. When the laser cannons from the rebel warships fired down, it was already fortunate to be alive. At this moment, Fei Hua, Fei Wu, and Fei Yu stood back to back, facing the players who had fought through the night. "If the explorers don't come, you three will die a miserable death." Fat Lion gritted his teeth. The players who had previously been eliminated returned once more. Of course, their numbers had decreased by more than half. Watching Fat Lion speak in front, there was little noise. After all, no one wanted to make enemies with the Wild Wolf Guild. "They're coming," a player shouted from the city wall. With that shout, all players scrambled up the city wall to observe. In front of them, besides the recently fought battlefield, there was nothing. "Nothing," a player said, scratching his head as he turned to look back, his face filled with surprise. Before he could shout, dozens of lasers shot out, and the players lying on the city wall vanished into mist. "The Wild Wolf Guild truly strikes with exceptional skill," Fei Wu said, rising from the ground, while Fei Yu and Fei Hua looked on, their faces filled with trepidation. "Some minor obstacles must always be cleared," Fat Lion said. "Keeping you around is a favor for that explorer." Immediately, his underlings moved closer, and NPC officers not far behind rushed over. From the very beginning, the players of the Wild Wolf Guild pretended to go out of the city, merely looking for opportunities to take out powerful players one by one. Otherwise, the goblins wouldn't have won so easily in the first battle in the Night Forest. The remaining guild members had long since banded together, leaving mostly the ungilded players in trouble. "Look," someone on the city wall shouted, looking outside. "Big brother, are you still at it?" Fei Yu shouted, looking up. "Shut up. Call me Lieutenant." "All right, Lieutenant." Fei Hua was speechless. The one shouting was an NPC. Fei Wu and the others immediately climbed back up the city wall, where in the far distance, an endless green line was slowly approaching. Perhaps 2 hours passed slowly, and the faint green line had transformed into a vast expanse of green, countless goblins advancing with rudimentary spears in hand. Some carried mere wooden sticks, or even clumps of dirt, slowly pushing forward, not rushing like before, as if they paused for a moment after each distance. Only then did the goblins slowly advance, always remaining outside the range of the city's high-energy cannons and laser cannons, let alone the players' weapons, which couldn't reach them at all. Perhaps due to the sheer number of goblins, or the prolonged standoff, the defending players waited in silence. Who was commanding the goblins? Looking at the massive display screen in front of him, Hui Xiubing squinted and said. The people in the room were bustling about, the officers walking back and forth, controlling every resource that could be utilized in the city, as Hui Xiubing raised a question while gazing at the enormous display screen before him. No subordinate came forward to answer. General, a message has come in from over there. Li Gan whispered beside him. Hua Tsubing nodded, indicating for Li Gan to operate the keyboard. General Hua Tsubing, I, your former subordinate, and now General Liu Bode of the Free Alliance, invite you once again to join us. Look at that distant home planet Earth. Not even decent regular reinforcements have been dispatched. Only those conscripted civilians. Cut to the chase, my dear Colonel. Before Liu Bode on the screen could finish, Hua Tsubing interjected, his expression clearly tense. Liu Bode was once Hua Tsubing's colonel, of course. That was in the past, before Liu Bode became a rebel. Every time he spoke with Hua Tsubing, Liu Bode always felt like a subordinate reporting to a superior. We demand a ceasefire. We also request that warships land on the human pass planet for negotiations and to incorporate our stranded soldiers. Why? We have already repelled you. You are finished. Surrender. The home planet will forgive your crimes and will judge you fairly in a military court. My dear Colonel, Hua Tsubing said as he lay back, lifting the wine glass from the table beside him. Do not call me Colonel. I will make you cry in rhythm. Just wait for the next battle, turn on your detectors, and see how many warships are coming. Liu Bode finished and cut off the signal. General, we should seek reinforcement from the home planet. Li Gan said beside him. Let the reinforcements hurry, not those civilians. The surrounding officers seemed to halt their actions, all waiting for Hua Tsubing's decision. General, this is the result transmitted back from the detector outside the planet. Li Gan said, drenched in sweat, and the words he spoke could easily lead to his execution by Hua Tsubing. On the display, countless bright spots were swiftly moving, each one representing a main battleship, while the other smaller ships would not be displayed. All those lights were heading in one direction. Human pass. Enter a state of first-level combat readiness. Send them a message stating that we agree to negotiations. But both sides must cease fire for 3 days. After 3 days we will negotiate. Hua Tsubing said as he closed his eyes to rest. Yes. Li Gan acknowledged, turning to leave. We still need to do one more thing. Hua Tsubing's voice came from behind. A cold and exquisite laser pistol exclusive to free players with a range of 3,000 meters and an attack power of 1030 was being toyed with in Zhou Long's hand. This was the same gun that had been pressed against his head many times. Not a man. Bound to a pillar, Wan Bing looked at Zhou Long with tear-filled eyes, feeling wronged. In the previous hours, Wan Bing had used various words to describe Zhou Long, extensively referring to Zhou Long's relatives and ancestors down to descendants 15 generations later. Zhou Long merely smiled and set the laser gun down, pulling out a bottle from his tattered military uniform's pocket. I'm sorry, I'm just a boy, Zhou Long said, shaking the bottle in his hand in front of a rectangular table where Hua Shan was sitting. Hua Shan was eating heartily. 2 strong goblins stood beside his body, while on either side of the table sat the elders of the newcomers in the tribe and the leaders of various goblin clans. They were discussing something, but in Zhou Long's eyes they were all goblins, and he couldn't tell any differences. Half an hour later, boss. I should have rushed straight in and wiped out all those outsiders in the city. Yes, boss, let's do it. The surrounding elders seemed to forget that Zhou Long and the people in the city were of the same race. They silently scanned the room, perhaps due to Zhou Long's sharp gaze. The goblins nearby fell silent. In front of them lay several empty plates. As Zhou Long's gaze swept over them, Hua Shan's lips twitched slightly, yet he remained silent. Speak. Useless things I do not need, Zhou Long said coldly. I know the secret passage to the city, but the space is limited, Hua Shan replied. A passage? Zhou Long said. Goblins can dig out in secret passages at any time, and the space is ample. After reading the book that evening, Zhou Long realized that completing this task hinged on Hua Shan. If he handed him over to General Hua Tsubing in the city, the task would be accomplished. This was all recorded in that inexplicable book. But the question was how to hand him over, completing the mission while ensuring that General Hua Tsubing in the city would not open fire and that the elusive rebels outside the planet would retreat. Master. Just as Zhou Long was pondering, a bloodthirsty voice came through the onboard computer. Speak. Master. All right. I'll be there soon, Zhou Long said as he stood up. Keep a close watch on them. The guarding goblin bowed slightly. The goblin leaders on both sides stood up to follow, watching a large group of people leave with Zhou Long. Wan Bing's gaze turned to Hua Shan. General. On the front line, countless goblins surged together, their footsteps slowly advancing, having already neared the laser cannon's range on the city wall, yet they faced no attacks. On top of that city wall, a flagpole was raised with a white chess piece and 3 people hanging from it. Fat Lion. This is how you show good faith to the pioneers. No, it's just to show him what I have, Fat Lion said. Just moments ago, watching the advancing goblins, Fat Lion made a decision, tying Fei Wu and the other 3 to the flagpole. Naturally, the white chess piece was added at the request of the NPC nearby. What are they trying to do? Zhou Long said, looking through the transparent shield in front of him, zooming in to observe everything on the city wall. Master, there are 2 possibilities. 1. Surrender. 2. Negotiate, the bloodthirsty one said beside him. Zhou Long responded, resting his hands against the transparent shield on his head. Ever since his body underwent a transformation, his military uniform barely hung on him, but the transparent shield on his head was still usable. If not for Zhou Long's strong objections, the nearby goblins would have long since changed his outfit. What's that? Zhou Long asked, looking ahead. Suddenly, more than 10 detectors flew up from the city, soaring into the sky in all directions, with only one detector flying towards them, covered all around with white flags. Stand down, but do not engage, Zhou Long instructed. Bloodthirsty. Now we can contact our behemoth. The only probe flying in the sky stopped 800 meters away, lowered the ladder, and several individuals descended, silently waiting. Zhou Long remained silent while the goblin leaders behind him bore unusual expressions. Hello, I am Colonel Ligon, Deputy Commander of the Human Pass Planet. Walking over, he looked at the goblins before him, especially the striking devourer, and Zhou Long, and cautiously spoke. Accompanied by several NPC officers, he stared sternly at the crowd. Approaching, Zhou Long said lightly, Hello, I am the Pioneer. To make a long story short, I don't want to know why you as a human became the leader of the goblins, but I must inform you that General Huotsubing requests a ceasefire, and also to search for our missing personnel. Colonel Ligon added. Sure, I agree with this idea, Zhou Long replied, indicating he would take a few steps forward. Oh. Looking at Zhou Long's calm smile, Ligon felt a bit like facing a venomous snake. The probe in the sky had already flown away. Master, we should attack the city immediately, shouted the bloodthirsty beside him. This is our best opportunity. No, Zhou Long stated. It seems that an important figure has gone missing. Looking back at the furious goblin chieftain, Zhou Long commanded, Ceasefire. Conduct a thorough search. Bring all the humans you find alive. The elder in front bowed his head and went to carry out the order. Damn, what happened here? Upon returning, he saw that the goblin guarding the area lay on the ground and 2 individuals had vanished. They shouldn't have gone far, Zhou Long stated. Yes, send someone to capture them immediately, the bloodthirsty beside him shouted. In the mountain jungle, countless goblins emerged from the dense forest, searching thoroughly. The banks of the creek atop trees, behind rocks, and the grass, even in ant hills, were all scoured repeatedly by the goblins. After a long time, they finally discovered a new footprint. Upon closer inspection, it belonged to a previous goblin. The goblins across the entire planet seemed to have gone mad searching for something, and rumors began to spread that the chieftain's treasure had been lost. The goblins who found it would be rewarded with a goblin beauty. Lying on a crude lounge chair, one individual had no time to go out while the bloodthirsty was in complete command. On the castle wall, I think I can send you off on your way, the fat lion said, glancing at the 3 individuals on the flagpole. The subordinates behind him raised their laser guns in response. Bang, bang, 2 gunshots rang out, and the flagpole snapped, sending the 3 tumbling down. Damn, the fat lion muttered, falling from this height shouldn't kill you. At a critical moment, Fei Wu's gun in hand was once again effective, firing twice to break the flagpole. Looking at the towering city walls, the 3 fell down. Wow, Mama, Fei Wu shouted. My fairy sister. Fei Hua was still in a daze. 2 idiots. Fei Wu looked at his 2 brothers in front of him speechlessly. The 3 landed on several goblins that had already been smashed to death below, which was a stroke of luck, as those goblins had rushed to the base of the castle in search of individuals and happened to be crushed by Fei Wu's trio. As soon as he got up, Fei Wu froze. Countless long-haired spikes suddenly shot over. Although they might not be very sharp, there were enough of them. The gun in hand was not suitable for use, and the 3 had no resistance, soon being tied back to a wooden frame. Hey, how many did you kill? Not a single one, right? Hey, you guys aren't scared, silly, are you? On the way tied to the wood, Fei Wu didn't want to say a word, but midway it seemed a battle had occurred somewhere, as many goblins lay dead on the ground, and only one player was captured. You guys should talk. I am Tang Jiajda. Looking coldly at Tang Jiajda, Fei Wu kept his mouth shut. Hey, are you mute? Tang Jiajda shouted loudly. Slap. A leading goblin beside him struck him across the mouth. In an instant, Fei Yu, Fei Hua, and Fei Wu all turned their gazes over their faces, still bearing faint smiles. Pa, you motherfucker, Tang Jiajda shouted, spitting in anger. What do you want? No. After a while, the ears of the 3 finally fell quiet. It was cold, still cold. Zhou Long felt a chill at the back of his head, watching outside the house as the bloodthirsty inspected the items the goblins had brought back. Zhou Long really wanted to shout, wanting the bloodthirsty to turn around. Just as everyone was dispatched, Zhou Long was about to lie back in his chair when he felt the cold barrel of a laser gun pressed against the back of his head. The most dangerous place is often the safest. A phrase flashed through Zhou Long's mind. Wan Bing and Huashan did not escape, but instead hid. Let's make a deal, Wan Bing said as she walked up to Zhou Long. She tossed a bat-shaped flying device onto the table before him, and it instantly broke into 2 halves. If they couldn't fly out and had no weapons, they would simply be killed by the goblins. This was Zhou Long's plan. Huashan, who was trying to escape together, was instead captured by Wan Bing, binding her up. It seems you have nothing that interests me. Of course I do. I just don't know if you'll keep your promise, Wan Bing replied. That depends on what you have. Zhou Long said, his gaze passing through Wan Bing's flowing hair to see the bloodthirsty still busy there. He tilted his head slightly to open the communicator and call the bloodthirsty to turn back. But if he did that, the laser gun in front of him would probably speak up. Damn, let's see how I can make you die. Zhou Long thought to himself, his face displaying a faint smile. So what do you have to say? I know a secret. Enough for you to complete the mission. And I want that bottle in your pocket. Wan Bing said, her eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. No, you filthy BTCH. Huashan, bound behind, yelled. Then you must give me that bottle in your pocket. Wan Bing said, pressing closer their lips, perhaps only a millimeter apart. Then it depends on the value of your information. Zhou Long said, slightly moving his head back. Perhaps seeing Zhou Long, Wan Bing blushed slightly, her face breaking into a joyful smile. Speak. To make a long story short, Zhou Long said with a sideways glance. As an office worker who spent most of his time in the company, Zhou Long indeed rarely interacted with girls. The only son of Hua Tsubing, and also the leader of the rebels near Yumen Pass. He is very popular in the rebel ranks. Wan Bing pointed slowly at Huashan. This indeed is good information, Zhou Long said, taking out the bottle from his pocket. He tossed it over. Drink up. Zhou Long smiled, thinking, could it be that she will undergo a physical transformation too? Grabbing the bottle, Wan Bing drank it down without a second thought. Ha ha ha. Zhou Long watched as Wan Bing disappeared before him, laughing. Completing the mission was important, but if one had to remain on this planet forever, that was something no player would want to accept. General, I believe we can talk. Zhou Long turned around and said, I'm afraid there's nothing left to discuss. You are finished. Huashan declared firmly. Many years ago, when Hua Tsubing became the commander of Yumen Pass planet, his son Huashan left the planet with a portion of loyal subordinates, taking along his father's most beloved bottle. I was born before he allied with those damned goblins. Ha ha ha. Huashan laughed almost maniacally. Rebels? Who exactly are the real rebels? You better understand this. My grandfather and I, we intend to purify the planet. For our civilization, we must eliminate every lowly being on this planet. Huashan continued, while my father wants to coexist with those goblins, defiling our civilization. I don't care about your family affairs, Zhou Long said flatly. Family affairs. Sooner or later you will have to deal with your own. You have your own planet. Sitting on the ground, fully bound, Huashan leaned forward and whispered, unless you're prepared to be an enemy of Earth. There was a moment of silence, and Zhou Long was left speechless. Soft footsteps approached from behind, and goblins carried the captured players inside, though their expressions were not very good. In front of them stood the goblin tribal elders, their piercing eyes fixed on Huashan as the goblins raised their spears and slowly advanced. Congratulations to the player for completing the battle mission, earning 1 million reputation, 1 million planetary coins, and a class troop reward, and a guild establishment token, along with 1 million civilization points, 2 million tons of minerals, and 1 million experience points. Game announcement: player Pioneer completed the mission, earning 1 million reputation, 1 million planetary coins, and a class troop reward, and a guild establishment token, along with 1 million civilization points, 2 million tons of minerals, and 1 million experience points. Other survivors will receive 300 reputation, 200 planetary coins, 100 civilization points, and 300 tons of minerals. Experience 300,000. The dead will reward 500 experience, 400 reputation, 400 planetary coins, and 400 minerals. Failed to complete the rebel line task, rebel hatred increases by 100. Looking at Huashan, who had already been pierced like a hedgehog, Zhou Long thought, damn, it was that simple. Suddenly understanding, Zhou Long realized that the battle mission was to defeat Huashan and the rebels she brought. Still gasping for breath, Huashan weakly said, we will meet again. As soon as she finished speaking, Huashan's military uniform seemed to flicker. Almost simultaneously, several probes flew in from the sky, and the weak Huashan was lifted up by several officers. Chieftain. Watching this scene, the goblins behind suddenly spoke. They didn't even use a mounted translator, but their pronunciation was quite awkward. Turning in surprise, Zhou Long saw a young goblin stepping out beside the group of elders, saying, thank you. Subsequently, Zhou Long was politely escorted out by the goblins. On the way, Zhou Long learned that the goblins could survive on the planet primarily because Hua Tsubing had been lenient, while the one who had killed the most goblins was indeed his son Huashan. The alliance between the goblins and the rebels may have been a ruse from the start, aimed at luring out Huashan, yet they did not know who Huashan was. Now sparing Huashan's life might just be a desire to avoid a bitter feud, for they are father and son after all. The so-called rebel warships in space began to quietly depart. As they bid farewell, Zhou Long firmly declined the offer of the most beautiful woman from the goblins. After a day's trek, the five of them gradually approached the city as the sun began to set. I must say you're doing quite well. Tang Kijij clapped Zhou Long on the shoulder and said, it's nothing, just scraping by. Zhou Long replied, gazing at the city that was drawing closer. Bloodthirst followed closely behind, and in his current state, everyone could tell he was a hero. No one underestimated Zhou Long's strength, and the three from Fei Wu also received rewards, but as free players they did not disclose their rewards. Their expressions spoke volumes. Fairy sister. Someone murmured from afar, greeting each other. Upon reaching the city gate, the five parted ways. The three from Fei Wu politely declined Zhou Long's invitation to return to the planet together, strolling down the street, where groups of players debated various topics. That bastard. I'll take him down for completing the task. Hey, isn't he that so-called pioneer? Who knows what he looks like? And the big reward is all his. How about we go rob him? With bloodthirst trailing behind, a few conversing players turned their attention elsewhere. There were still plenty of people around, perhaps more players hoping to try their luck. Zhou Long stepped back into the equipment shop. There were more players than before, and bloodthirst remained outside, perhaps because he was a newcomer, staring at the various items displayed in the cabinet, drooling. Inside the cabinet, the attendant still looked down on them with disdain, unwilling to even acknowledge them. Striding forward, Zhou Long approached a counter and tapped on the transparent glass cover. You break it, and you can't afford to pay. A staff member not far from the counter said, while fixing her nails. What do you want? You can't even look. Not far off, several attendants were shooing players away, shouting, Time's up, we're closing. Stop yelling. As the shout echoed, the guard at the entrance walked in with his gun, coldly surveying everything inside the shop. The players immediately took the hint and retreated. Why does he get to stay inside? Oh, right. Why does he get to stay inside? A group of players outside the shop shouted, their eyes almost blazing with anger at Zhou Long. Sir, please. The attendant who had been fixing her nails was about to say something, but couldn't get the words out. I think I can stay, Zhou Long said, pulling an item from his ragged pocket. The item was palm-sized, edged in silver, bearing the exclusive mark of the Earth Bank, exchangeable for planetary currency anywhere in space. This was a planetary card which had automatically appeared in Zhou Long's pocket when the reward announcement rang out. 1 million planetary coins, which Zhou Long's pocket could hardly contain. For players at this stage, owning a planetary card, even if it had no money in it, was an absolute symbol of strength, not to mention Zhou Long's card contained 1 million. Smack. Seeing the silver-edged card in Zhou Long's hand, the attendant in front snapped her fingers, her face suddenly breaking into a very warm smile. That person must have accomplished a task we don't know about. Definitely. There must be some place here with some tasks we are unaware of. Right? Let's go find out now. Standing at the shop entrance, Bloodthirst remained motionless, watching the group of players leave as if they were fools. Several attendants immediately returned to their posts, particularly the one in front of Zhou Long. Sir, take your time looking, the attendant said gently, wearing a blue hat and black clothing, her hair slightly yellow and hidden beneath the hat. She was originally quite shapely but had a long face typical of a man. If not for the items she was selling, Zhou Long thought he would never come to this counter in his life. Damn it. That programmer set the attendant up, he muttered to himself. Zhou Long said, not wanting to say much more. What would you like? I'm just looking. Oh. They think this is quite good. Zhou Long hadn't even seen what she was pointing at, only hearing the sweet voice of the attendant making him feel uncomfortable as he looked at the models in the counter. I want that one. Zhou Long pointed at something in the counter. Are you sure? The attendant seemed a bit incredulous. It's me confirming that what I want is not a model. You must have the real item here, right? Zhou Long exclaimed. Yes. Indeed, it's just a model. The attendant responded a bit shyly. What? Zhou Long shouted. His voice echoed, even making the guard at the entrance turn his head. Don't worry, sir, hey, race the thing. A man in a suit spoke as he walked over from behind the counter. Sir, we certainly have stock. The suited man shot a stern glance at the attendant beside him, who was as pretty as a flower. Great. You must have a card swiper, Zhou Long said, shaking the planetary card in his hand. Of course. The suited man replied, raising his hand to pull out a card reader onto which Zhou Long's planetary card was placed. Click. Zhou Long saw his planetary card suddenly disappear from the card reader. What's going on? Zhou Long exclaimed, his heart racing. What's going on? A roaring shout spread throughout the city. On the other side of the city, Hui Xiubing, who had just entered the warehouse, shuddered. Sir, just a moment, the suited man said as he took 3 hours right in front of Zhou Long to completely disassemble the card reader. Upon removing the last screw, he sighed in relief, drenched in sweat, having seen the number displayed on the card earlier. If it were lost, the store would not know how much they would have to compensate, the suited man thought. After another 3 hours, he finally reassembled the card reader. All right, sir, you can use it now. The suited man smiled, though it was quite difficult. Zhou Long swiped the card again. Ding, 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 ding. With several ringing sounds, congratulations to the player for their first transaction success, earning 100 planetary coins. Great job, sir. You are this store's first customer this year, so you will receive a reward. Listening to the sounds echoing in the air, Zhou Long felt no joy. He glanced at the card reader, which displayed 100, meaning he only had 3 star coins left. However, the illusion shield he purchased still hadn't appeared. Could this be a scam shop? Zhou Long thought as he looked outside at the darkening night, instinctively reaching into his pocket to grip his silver snake laser gun. Ahihi. Sir, please take this, it's your discount card, the suited man across from him said with a smile as he handed over a small yellow card. Where's my big array? Zhou Long said in a low voice. Oh, about that. The suited man smiled and replied, it will arrive at your planet along with the resource ship. What? Zhou Long shouted. That's called delivery to your door. The suited man continued to smile. Please input the coordinates of your planet. He pushed the card reader towards Zhou Long. Damn it. What the hell? Zhou Long muttered as he pressed the shabby onboard computer, entering the information. Welcome to visit again. Zhou Long stormed out of the equipment store, the voice of the attendant following him. What the hell? I won't come back even if I'm a ghost. He stepped onto the street, passing through another intersection, noticing that the number of players was decreasing, likely due to some areas being unknown to them. He looked at the warehouse door ahead. Zhou Long quickened his pace. Zhou Long turned back in confusion, hearing the increasingly distant heavy footsteps behind him. Master, I will keep watch outside in this kind of place. Treachery said ambiguously. All right, bring the giant over. Zhou Long said this and was about to step into the warehouse. Creak, creak. A few scattered footsteps echoed behind him. Crack, crack, crack. Just as he stood at the door, Zhou Long rolled away for 5 meters. Boom. A laser shot struck the spot where he had just been. Perhaps it was intuition or luck, but Zhou Long raised his gun and fired into the darkness ahead, trying to escape. Zhou Long looked at the map in front of his visor. He reached out and saw a few shadows sprinting through the alley, firing their guns. Further away, several figures were leaping, and Treachery had already flown into the air in pursuit. A few flurries of white mist swirled up as the giant warship roared in simultaneously. Humph, you dare to fight me? Zhou Long spoke to the onboard computer. Treachery, come back. Keep an eye on the giant. Boss. No need to say. I already see it. Treachery said, looking at the display screen before him. We need to keep an eye on this person. Yes. In the dark alley, a figure stood, still observing. With a turn, Zhou Long stepped into the warehouse, and as he stepped inside, he felt a chill. It was still an empty space. As soon as he stepped in, the lights on the ceiling turned on one by one, and it seemed there were more broken robots in front of him. What the hell? These are all mine. Zhou Long muttered to himself. In a daze, Zhou Long felt someone breathing behind him, very faint, but indeed present, rapidly approaching. He drew his silver snake laser gun and turned around to swing it out. A face suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Long. I'm here to collect goods, Zhou Long said as he stepped back 2 paces. That's it. The warehouse manager in front of him smiled broadly. Zhou Long's reaction surprised him greatly. Nowadays, it was rare for anyone to detect the sound of their own movements. Actually, after Zhou Long's body underwent a transformation, he unconsciously became more sensitive to the surrounding environment, even to the point of being somewhat abnormal. Manager, I want more, Zhou Long said, looking at the rows of discarded robots in front of him. Of course, the price. You have to give me a discount. After all, these are all from the warehouse, all junk that your general doesn't want, Zhou Long said, looking at the manager. 800. What? Too expensive. 100 pieces. Zhou Long shouted to the sky. After finishing his sentence, the chill he had felt upon entering intensified, undoubtedly from the tearful eyes of a certain warehouse manager. You're too ruthless. 500. I can't go lower, the warehouse manager said. 80 each. He'll take them all. Zhou Long's not-so-loud voice echoed in the air while countless sounds of metal clashing erupted from the heaps of metal in front of him. 100 each. Deal. I also want several transport ships. Do you have any? The price is negotiable. I'm sure your general wouldn't mind if a few were scrapped, Zhou Long said with a smile on his face. The warehouse manager, with a serious expression, gritted his teeth and said, all right, Treachery, come in and move the stuff onto the giant. Zhou Long spoke to the onboard computer, then raised his hand to take out the planet card from his pocket. After a moment of hesitation, the warehouse manager took it and hurried back to his repair room to swipe the card. At the giant entrance, one by one, the devourers came in, faithfully transporting the piles of discarded robots before them. Where's that guy Treachery? Zhou Long muttered, and after a while he exclaimed, what? Why is there only 250000 star coins left? As he grabbed the planet card. You should know that the extra 5 transport ships are private goods. They're riskier, so they're more expensive, the warehouse manager said, wearing an expression that implied Zhou Long had taken advantage of him and was still not satisfied. What's your name? The manager asked casually as he watched Zhou Long leave. Pioneer, Zhou Long replied. I may come back in the future. He walked out the door. The dark walls of the giant flickered with rows of small lights, and Treachery was directing each devourer to move the discarded robots. Upon entering, Zhou Long changed into a new military uniform and lay back in the chair, recalling the days and nights with the goblins, meeting the namesake staff at Human Pass, that damn woman, and the moment he became the boss in the hall. Everything flashed through Zhou Long's mind, seemingly drifting away with the spaceship's takeoff. Treachery, are you feeling scared? Zhou Long said casually. The metallic body seemed to tremble slightly. Yes, master, Treachery replied, sounding a bit nervous. That's just a warehouse, Zhou Long said indifferently. To me, master, that's a grave, Treachery replied, speaking with a tone of fear. That kind of warehouse only stored robots considered useless in the eyes of humans. Their only fate was to be scrapped collectively or left half alive like this. No one wanted these discarded goods. But I need them. Zhou Long stood up and said. In front of the two, the robots huddled together suddenly fell silent. After a moment, Master, look. Treachery shouted. Peering through the small window nearby, Zhou Long saw a large transport ship slowly taking off not far away, but it moved slowly, likely because it was overloaded. It's him. Treachery shouted. Who? Zhou Long replied. Master, there's a message. A nearby devourer said, tapping at the keyboard. A message appeared on the display screen. Hello. Dear neighbor, it was just a misunderstanding before. I believe you won't hold a grudge. We are all newcomers, and there's no need for hostility. If you need any compensation, it'll come to your planet and provide it, okay? Zhou Long pondered, saying, send him a reply. Great. We all need allies. Let bygones be bygones. The game has just begun. I need friends, don't I? Zhou Long finished speaking, and the nearby devourer had already sent out the message. It's an honor to befriend someone as clever as you. Zhou Long smiled as he saw the reply. Staring at the information relayed on the display screen, the player Blood Color let out a breath. Upon arriving at human past planet, Blood Color didn't rush to look for any tasks. He was just like Zhou Long. He found an NPC officer, but not a warehouse manager. It was another NPC officer who successfully completed a hidden task and obtained a large amount of second-hand warships and their equipment. Master, this person can't be trusted, the steward beside him said. Humph. I don't think so. We are all still newcomers. At this stage, I doubt anyone would want to make enemies. But since a promise has been made, I believe he won't casually go back on his word. Blood Color looked at the screen, speaking with a face full of longing. The giant warship and the transport ship beside it slowly left human past planet, and looking at the display screen, the radar could no longer detect the warship behind them. Accelerate. Faster. The fastest. Zhou Long shouted immediately. But Master, there are still 5 transport ships behind the giant. Treachery hurriedly replied. The robots on the transport ships will ambush the player Blood Color on the way. No matter what, they must attack him, and then provide them with the planet coordinates. Send a message to Xiaobai to receive it. We need to be quick, understand? Zhou Long shouted loudly. Understood. With Shikshu's voice, the surrounding devourers hurriedly tapped at the keyboard. The giant warship in space spewed fire and roared away. Alliance. In Zhou Long's eyes, it was just a title of betrayal. Who knows what that guy was doing with such a large transport ship, surely carrying a lot of big goods. If he hadn't declared before coming that he wanted to take Zhou Long down, Zhou Long might not have acted, but now that the matter existed, it was different. Leaving a hidden danger was unacceptable, so he had to deal with it. In 1 hour perhaps, that was the fastest speed of the giant. A planet resembling Earth appeared in sight, and the display screen showed that it was just an hour's journey to Zhou Long's planet. Outside the planet, dozens of automatic cannons were operating, and a few laser cannons were deployed. Tapping at the keyboard, Zhou Long shouted attack. Dozens of lasers shot out. Clearly the giant had a much greater range. Attack! Treachery shouted in response. Before the automated artillery and laser cannons beside the planet could fire, they were destroyed. The colossal battleship accelerated forward, commanding, rapidly descend. Bloodthirsty shouted at the onboard computer. Once they entered the atmosphere, Bloodthirsty shouted, leading the 1,000 devourers on the battleship to jump out like scattered soldiers, weapons unleashed, while Bloodthirsty at the forefront resembled a shooting star. At the base, builders were busy repairing all the damaged structures, while even more excavators continuously transported countless minerals into the base. This was the command issued by the player Blood Color before leaving. Through the display screen, Zhou Long observed the rapidly developing images of the base. Is it progressing so quickly? He murmured. From a scale perspective, it was indeed much larger than Zhou Long's base. If a battle had broken out from the start, Zhou Long would have likely gained little advantage. The defensive weapons at the base, which had yet to react, were destroyed by the colossal ship. On the ground, Bloodthirsty aligned the devourers, and without a hero commanding them, the robots were slaughtered. Master! A familiar voice, seemingly filled with anger, rang in Zhou Long's ears as he watched Bloodthirsty's assault on the screen. Xiaobai. It's fine now. Ha ha. Zhou Long replied, feeling a bit timid as he realized he hadn't spoken to Xiaobai for a long time. Master, you must recall the troops now. Xiaobai said. Zhou Long could tell that Xiaobai's tone was extremely restrained. Sure, Zhou Long said, if only I could control that person's base. Suddenly, the onboard computer fell silent. Master, the opponent is no longer at home. Xiaobai replied coldly. Yes, this is a good opportunity. Zhou Long felt more like a subordinate. Master, open the colossal ship to receive my message. You give the order. Bloodthirsty ceased the attack. Xiaobai commanded. 2 minutes later, under Bloodthirsty's puzzled gaze, the remaining robots in front collapsed, and the defensive weapons of the enemy base became ineffective. Master, there are low-level creatures here. Bloodthirsty said, zooming in on what he saw and transmitting it to Zhou Long's display screen. Several small figures were hiding in the forest surrounding the enemy base, seemingly observing something. Bloodthirsty, you stay here. This is our subbase, Zhou Long said, not waiting for Bloodthirsty to respond as he maneuvered the colossal ship upward. Perhaps due to the weight of the colossal ship being slightly less, or because Zhou Long didn't want to be yelled at by someone, the colossal ship hurried back to the base at maximum speed. Hey, what is that? Zhou Long exclaimed, looking at the display screen, which showed his planet, half of which was blackened with the dark areas continuously devouring other parts. He quickly typed on the keyboard to zoom in. What the hell? What is this? Zhou Long shouted at the display screen. At the base, the colossal ship landed. Xiaobai explained what is going on. Zhou Long pointed at the screen, recalling the earlier images seen in space. Master, that is. Xiaobai looked at the broken robots descending from the colossal ship. These are what I purchased. Look, with just a little repair they can definitely form into an army. And there's more. They haven't arrived yet. Zhou Long said, his face full of pride, seemingly forgetting what he originally intended to say. In space, the enormous transport ship was moving slowly while emitting smoke, surrounded by 5 transport ships tightly encircling the damaged robots. They were desperately firing lasers and automatic artillery. Unfortunately, the surrounded large transport ship was not equipped with weapons. Damn it, the player Blood Color shouted, slamming his hands on the keyboard. Why? His eyes reddened as he watched the small robots still attacking on the display screen. Master, perhaps I have an idea, the steward beside him said. Abandon the original route. Is that the plan? Blood Color replied coldly, of course I know that. But the game rules dictated that if a construction-type player did not return to their planet for a month, the game system would automatically classify them as having abandoned the planet, converting them into a free player. At that point, it would be the most tragic scenario. Restarting as a free player would grant no advantages, which was intolerable for someone like Blood Color, who was among the first batch to enter the game. Hello? If you are willing to give me the equipment from the large transport ship, I will take revenge for you. Additionally, you will receive a substantial reward. Just leave your email. Ha ha ha. Blood Color lifted his head, seeing a line of text flashing on the screen, and laughed loudly. Get lost. Why should I trust you? Blood Color sent a message using the detector to find a person floating not far from the transport ship, dressed like a complete newcomer with their planet likely nearby. You have no choice. By the time you enter the game again, your enemies will have grown stronger, and that will be a matter of months. The message reappeared on the screen. I still have options. Blood Color suddenly seemed to think of something and abruptly cut off the connection. Master. No, the steward shouted. Blood Color had already inserted a small knife into his neck, and his body instantly transformed into a mist, drifting away. Just a little trick. Bloodthirsty said. Alert. The surrounding robots immediately positioned themselves around the base, while the control center continuously downloaded information. Or rather, it was the control information forcibly downloaded by Xiao, by previously uploaded onto the colossal ship, functioning like a computer virus capable of paralyzing the enemy, but only when neither player nor steward or hero was present. Hello, I think I can meet your master. Upon seeing the player appear before him, Bloodthirsty's first reaction was to raise his gun, as resurrection was quick and Blood Color saw Bloodthirsty as soon as he revived at the base. Take him to the new planet we attacked last time. Make sure he doesn't escape or log off unless he abandons the base or a month passes. Bloodthirsty just opened the onboard computer and issued the command after hearing Blood Color's voice. You guys, wait, damn it. I will return. 3 devourers took Blood Color into space. As Bloodthirsty turned around, bang, a sharp wooden spike suddenly protruded and struck towards him. Control room level 3, a mechanical station level 3, a remote sensing center level 3, planting room level 3, a information contact room, level 1 is storage room, level 3, a mechanical station, level 3, hero cultivation, nest level 1, entertainment center, level 1, a special building, level 1, technology, center, level 1, stargazing port, level 1. Planet currency 3500 basic minerals, 1050 tons basic goods, 200 tons civilization, 1050 basic technology, special resources under exploration. Congratulations to the player for constructing the A-class unit, the House of Prophets, at the cost of 900 civilization points and 200 planet currency. Zhou Long howled as he took out the A-class unit summoning certificate from his pocket and clicked on the empty space in front of him, causing a wooden house to appear. The Prophet, the most mysterious unit in the universe, possesses unfathomable power with unknown defense and attack. Once summoned, it can produce significant effects on both enemies and allies summoned with caution. Creating a Prophet consumes 300 planet currency, 700 minerals, and 500 civilization points, requiring basic technology. An A-class unit is so expensive, Zhou Long muttered, suddenly feeling as if he had returned to a time of hardship, and immediately clicked again. Congratulations to the player for being the first to create a Prophet earning 100 reputation. Master, Xiaobai said through clenched teeth. Oh, what is it? Zhou Long replied kindly. We should develop the base, not create A-class units. As Xiaobai spoke, Zhou Long could even hear the sound of Xiaobai's metallic teeth grinding. Allah, Allah. With this perhaps there will be a surprise, Zhou Long said with a smile. 1 minute later, 5 minutes later, 30 minutes later, the so-called prophet's small wooden house remained firmly closed. Playing hard to get, huh? Zhou Long muttered, raising his hand to knock on the door. Creak. The sun is nice. I can still take a nap. At that moment a massive egg emerged, opened the wooden house door, glanced outside, and then closed the door again. Looking at Xiao Bai next to him, and then at the wooden house, Zhou Long shouted at the wooden house, "Open the door." Half a second later the massive egg appeared in front of Zhou Long. The prophet, possessing mysterious predictive abilities, will bring infinite luck to the player at the base when summoned. If the prophet becomes angry, the effects will reverse. Listen, I am the prophet, so no matter who you are, you must worship me. After saying this, the massive egg stretched out a small hand to take out a mirror, using the other hand to comb its hair, and surprisingly, it was still putting on makeup. Damn it. Zhou Long cursed inwardly, raising his foot to kick, but his body was firmly held back. Xiao Bai. Zhou Long turned back, gritting his teeth. Master, look. Following Xiao Bai's pointing direction, Zhou Long glanced over and saw the robots working in the base. Their once clumsy hands were now much more agile and skilled. The working speed had increased several times. All right, we'll get off the machine first, Zhou Long said, observing the scene before him. Feeling drowsy, Zhou Long stepped out of the game pod and collapsed onto his bed, not knowing how long had passed before he was finally awakened by hunger. He got dressed, brushed his teeth, and went to the bathroom. As he grabbed the change from under his pillow and prepared to head out, Zhou Long abruptly stopped. Damn it, is it haunted? On the small table in the room, that tattered book appeared again. Damn it, could it be that playing games always causes hallucinations? Looks like I need to change the lock. Saying this, Zhou Long walked out. Looking at the display light above, Zhou Long was certain and stepped into the elevator once more. Damn it, I'm so hungry, he muttered as he glanced sideways. Fortunately, there's no one here, Zhou Long murmured. Jade Emperor, Buddha, Jesus Christ, Allah, don't miss your chance. Please ensure my safety this time. Crazy, ignore him, keep your distance. Just as Zhou Long was praying, randomly the elevator door opened. This time the elevator was much faster. He hadn't even finished speaking when they arrived at the designated floor and 2 people entered. Hearing Zhou Long's prayer, they both wore faces of disdain. Go, haven't you seen anything like this? Zhou Long shouted as he walked out. Master. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, Zhou Long heard a lamenting voice. Xiao Huang, Zhou Long said blandly, looking at the old Wang outside the company, who was still preparing late-night snacks. His face was pale. If it weren't for his freckles, Zhou Long would have thought that Xiao Huang had fallen seriously ill. Go home and rest well. You have to work tomorrow, Zhou Long said casually as he stepped forward. If you have any questions, just come and ask me, and quickened his pace. Just as he sat down and watched Boss Wang bring over the late-night snack, Zhou Long suddenly felt energized, picked up his chopsticks, and was ready to start. A faint chill appeared behind him. Master. What is it? Zhou Long said, stopping the rice he was about to eat. Damn it. Just a casual word from me, and you came. Are you going to let me eat or not? Walk. Xiao Huang cried out loudly again. All right. Stop crying. Tell me what's going on, Zhou Long said kindly, while many strange eyes around the late-night stall were staring at them. Master, my dad. Last night, he came to me in a dream, Xiao Huang said. Cough, cough, cough. Just as Zhou Long tried to take a bite of his food, he choked. Tears welled up in his eyes, not from being moved, but from choking. Boss, hurry, bring me 2 beers. Saying this, the chubby Huang sat down, pried open a bottle cap, and Zhou Long immediately drank from it. Chubby, why don't you go keep your Wanru company? Zhou Long said after finishing a drink. Distance creates beauty. Huang said, I heard you took on an apprentice. This must be it. Indeed, a talented person, with a bright future, a great potential. Huang said one phrase at a time, clinking glasses with Xiao Huang as Zhou Long continued to feed himself. Smack. Perhaps excited from drinking, Xiao Huang placed his wine glass in front of Zhou Long. Master, my dad has something to say. Cough, 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 cough. Crack. Zhou Long turned around and nearly choked, rushing to one side to vomit. Damn, Huang shouted. A brand new pair of pants was now drenched in vomit from Zhou Long, and the belly that had finally been filled was now empty once more. Xiao Huang, just forget about what happened, Zhou Long said, covering his mouth. If you keep this up, I'm sure your dad down there won't have it easy. No, Master. Xiao Huang seemed to be fueled by alcohol as he shouted, Master, my dad said in a dream that you are a good master. And most importantly, you have a secret manual. After saying this, Xiao Huang collapsed on the table. Heaven, are you messing with me? Zhou Long shouted, and upon hearing Xiao Huang's last remark, he instantly felt as if he had fallen into an icy pit. Come have a drink. Why worry so much? Said the plump Huang, pouring out the liquor. By the way, when did you get a secret manual? It's just my gaming insights from before, and this kid believed it. You know how it is. Zhou Long casually replied. As they continued to drink, a gust of cold wind swept by, and both of them truly felt cold. They hoisted Xiao Huang up and headed towards the company. Upon reaching the floor, they tossed Xiao Huang onto the bed. What do you think his father used to do? Zhou Long said in the stairwell, determined not to take the elevator as long as he was even slightly sober. Huang had a look on his face that seemed to say, "You beg me, and he'll tell you. Speak, or he'll tell Wanru about all your previous girlfriends." Zhou Long proudly glanced down the stairs. "How many have there been?" Wanru said as she walked up from below. "Yeah, I want to know too." The nearby Xia Dai softly said. Zhou Long admitted that at that moment he was somewhat transfixed. Xia Dai was dressed too lightly, and he hardly knew what to say along the way until they arrived at her room. The fragrance was truly delightful. Although Zhou Long didn't often drink, when Xia Dai took out the white liquor from the fridge the moment she opened the bottle, the aroma filled the entire room. What the hell? Zhou Long thought, it smells great. But why does it taste like there's no alcohol at all? Of course this isn't liquor, Xia Dai said, striding over. This is just my exclusive invention, an alcohol neutralizer. You wouldn't want to know what it's made from. Huang Shuren, a senior employee at the gaming company, specialized in internal testing of games to gather data. 3 days ago, he fell from a building, and the police said it was a suicide. Xia Dai spoke as if discussing her own affairs. Sister, if you like my apprentice, you can have him. As Zhou Long was speaking, he noticed Xia Dai's exposed thighs shaking continuously, causing him to swallow his words. He could be a poor child. As Zhou Long pushed open the door, he heard Xia Dai's voice. The plump Huang remained shamelessly behind, walking in the corridor. Poor thing. Is that term still used in this world? Zhou Long murmured as he returned to his own room. Lying in bed, he fell asleep. In the morning, he woke up to the sound of Yin Jian's pig-like howls outside the door. He got up, dressed, brushed his teeth, and looked at the tattered book on the bed, feeling chills run down his spine. Zhou Long was sure he hadn't touched that book last night. Although it contained some internal testing data from the planetary civilization game, its strangeness made him hesitant to touch it. Bang! The door swung open. Hey, let's get into the game. We have a monthly meeting tomorrow. The game team leader Yin Jian stood at the door. All right, Zhou Long said as he pulled out a nutritional snack from the cabinet and swallowed it in one bite. Now that's a good employee, Yin Jian said as he closed the door. Damn it. Zhou Long raised his middle finger towards the door. The game team leader having a key to the employees' rooms was something that left the staff quite dissatisfied. He raised his hand and slapped open the game pod, then climbed inside. As he selected, Zhou Long saw the official website, where a few posts were pinned. They weren't very popular. It turned out that several gaming companies had been discovered engaging in commercial activities in the game and were immediately taken to court by the game publisher Blue Sky Group. There were also many posts about battle missions, with countless people inquiring about who the pioneer was. Some even resorted to hacking techniques to infiltrate Blue Sky Group and search for the pioneer's information. However, none were successful. Seeing there was nothing new, Zhou Long clicked to exit the official website. As soon as he entered the game, the screen went black. Hey, hello. Get lost. I don't want to do any surveys. Zhou Long shouted, visibly annoyed, as a man with a face full of pockmarks wearing a long robe walked in with a smile. Sir, I'm not here for a survey, the pockmarked man said gently. Then I don't need to buy any hacks. Zhou Long replied, looking very righteous. Sir, I am. The pockmarked man began, and his body suddenly changed. Ghost! Zhou Long exclaimed, striking at the creature before him, a goblin that had transformed from the pockmarked man. Sir, I am from the gaming company. Last time I transformed into this form to speak with you. The pockmarked man said, transforming back into human form while rubbing his bruised eye from Zhou Long's punch. I'm very busy, Zhou Long said flatly. Sir, last time you made me miss a mission. Zhou Long shouted directly. Yes, that's not the point. The pockmarked man said, looking quite aggrieved. What? That's not the point. Is this how you serve the players? Zhou Long nearly roared. Rogue, overbearing, shameless. Each piercing term erupted from Zhou Long's mouth. Half an hour later, Zhou Long was still pondering new words while the pockmarked man before him had long since gone still. Big brother, give me a chance to speak. The pockmarked man pleaded, suddenly lunging forward to cling to Zhou Long's thigh, and cried. Squinting down at the pockmarked man, he said, that depends on your sincerity. Zhou Long said slowly. For example, a mysterious gift pack. Zhou Long continued. Big brother, you already have 10 from last time. I almost lost my job because of this. Before the pockmarked man could finish speaking, he looked into Zhou Long's fiercely righteous eyes and said, 1 at most. Oomph. Zhou Long snorted, clearly dissatisfied. You can leave now. Hey, I'll leave right away. As he watched the pockmarked man's face begin to fade into darkness. Wait, big brother. I have more to say, the pockmarked man shouted as he turned to leave. I'm very busy, Zhou Long said, kicking out, causing the pockmarked man to completely vanish into the darkness. Behind the Blue Sky Group building inside the game system control building, a fat man pushed open the game pod and squeezed out with surprising agility, moving at a speed that exceeded his normal capacity. He dashed through several aisles in front of him. Fatty, did you not do it right again? A woman next to him, the secretary of Blue Sky Group's president, Mei Ji, shouted as she picked up a folding stool and chased after him. Mei Ji shouted, if you don't bring back the potion soon, you'll be dead tonight. The The surrounding staff focused intently on their keyboards, not a single head lifted, but their expressions were all flushed. Ah! A wailing cry of despair echoed from somewhere in the room. Get in there quickly, Meiji shouted, tugging at the back of the fat man's collar. There's no choice. Only 2 chances in a month. Otherwise, the fat man looked at Meiji, who was about to explode again, and his legs ran off at an unusual speed. Fatty, Meiji yelled. Congratulations to the player pioneer for achieving the first victory in player-versus-player warfare since the inception of planetary civilization. As a reward, you receive 100 reputation points, an increase in the defensive capabilities of all buildings in your base, and a 10-point boost to all offensive weapons, equipment, and soldiers. Keep up the good work to unify the surrounding star domains. System announcement. Player Pioneer has launched an attack and destroyed an enemy player, winning the first victory in player-versus-player competition since the game began. This is an official announcement of the game system rewards. Congratulations to Player Pioneer. The opposing player has lost control over the base, and you have won the victory. This message immediately sparked a massive reaction from the majority of players on the official website, with many claiming it was a trick orchestrated by the game company, while others speculated that a wealthy heir had paid the company for this outcome. Countless posts spread rumors such as the secrets of the Pioneer, the untold secrets between me and the Pioneer. And the Pioneer is not just one person. Even the evening program of CCAV invited 3 experts to discuss from various perspectives the impact of this news on the planetary civilization game, online gaming, and even the broader Chinese civilization. Of course, none of this was known to Zhou Long. As soon as he entered the game, he saw Xiaobai. Master, that doesn't hurt, Xiaobai said, looking at his master with disdain. Really? Then be gentle, Zhou Long said, tightly shutting his eyes. Oh, it's over. After saying this, Xiaobai turned to the side to study something. Zhou Long's mutated body piqued Xiaobai's curiosity, and he insisted on taking a sample of blood from Zhou Long. Xiaobai, what's going on? Master, you must know the resource ship is coming soon. Let them come, Zhou Long said nonchalantly. Master, you need to understand. Some people really dislike those low-level creatures. They always say it's for the purity of our mother planet Earth. Really? What does that have to do with me? Zhou Long said, raising his head. As he turned around, Xiaobai looked at him with the gaze of someone observing an animal. Speak, Zhou Long shouted. They are coming. Xiaobai said, his gaze fixed on the display screen. Turning back, Zhou Long looked at the screen where a massive ship was approaching near the planet. The dark hull of the ship appeared as if it hadn't been cleaned in years, resembling a dust-covered aircraft carrier in a museum, except it was stationed with silver demon fighter jets. Inside that gigantic battleship was a treasure trove. Anyone who could shoot down one would undoubtedly strike it rich, but only if the player was prepared to join the rebels. At this stage, no player had the strength to attack a resource ship. Then, tell me what's going on. Zhou Long pointed at another image on the display screen. Master, we haven't yet eliminated the low-level creatures on the planet. So at the very least, we need to put on a show, right? Xiaobai said. Watching the round little Xiaobai leave the control room, Zhou Long felt a strange sensation, as if he was merely a passerby, while Xiaobai was the true master of the base. From the beginning of its development to now, the base has largely been supported by Xiaobai. Then I want to know what the situation is. Zhou Long suddenly became very eager to understand. As he turned around, Xiaobai quickly explained that ever since Zhou Long left the planet, nothing significant had happened, but the resource ship had sent a message indicating it was coming, which made Xiaobai anxious. The people on the resource ship are NPCs from Earth, essentially sent for inspection, and they are most averse to low-level creatures. If there are too many low-level creatures on a planet, it will be classified as a potential rebel faction. Stepping out the door, Zhou Long looked up at the sky, where the resource ship was already visible to the naked eye. Adjusting his military uniform, Zhou Long even intentionally changed his hairstyle. Seeing the 4 old men coming down from the resource ship, a faint smile appeared on Zhou Long's face. Of course, this was all requested by Xiaobai. On the other side of the planet, the drummers were engaged in a fierce battle with the Minotaurs, which was the dark scene Zhou Long saw when he returned on the massive battleship. With silver-white hair and a uniform adorned with medals, he stepped off the battleship with a blank expression. Zhou Long shouted as he walked over. The 4 seemingly old officers glanced over Zhou Long directly, their legs moving swiftly, as if they did not see him approaching, wandering around the base. Master, this shouldn't be necessary, Xiaobai said beside him. It is essential, Zhou Long replied. Look at my gestures. Zhou Long shouted to the rows of robots in front of him. Begin. Bang, bang, welcome, welcome, a warm welcome, bang, bang, welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. The 2 rows of robots swung their hammers vigorously, striking the newly made large drum in front of them, while behind them was a queue composed of some shabby robots. Perhaps attracted by the loud sounds, or perhaps due to never having seen such a spectacle, the 4 old men ran over in unison, lining up to review the troops. Hee little tricks. Trying to play it cool with me, Zhou Long thought, vigorously waving his hands as the drum beats intensified. Seeing that the moment had arrived, Zhou Long suddenly raised one hand. Hello, commanders. In service to the mother. After several calls, Zhou Long noticed the same glimmer in the eyes of the four old men. With a wave of his hand, the robots on either side retreated. Generals, as the master of this planet, I welcome you. Zhou Long stepped forward to say. His raised hand remained steady in the air, and Zhou Long did not feel awkward. However, the four old men in front of him stared at him without blinking, or rather looked at Zhou Long with a certain gaze. It was as if scientists were observing mice in a cage, creating various conditions for them, but not communicating with them at all. The 8 eyes just fixed on him. Cold sweat trickled down Zhou Long's back. He would rather talk to the goblins, at least they could communicate. He awkwardly chuckled, Master, it's best not to. They might be grading your planet. The voice of Xiao Bai came from the onboard computer. Who is it? Who disturbed my peace? Upon hearing the voice, Zhou Long glanced over to see a giant egg at least 2 meters tall and 8 meters wide standing outside the wooden house and shouting. The prophet. Yes, it is the prophet. Oh my God, there is a prophet. The four old men suddenly became quite excited, shouting as they rushed to the so-called prophet, silently praying for something with a look of devotion. Zhou Long and Xiao Bai exchanged glances, speechless. Yes, I am your prophet. Did you not know I was sleeping? You disturbed my sleep. How can I guide you towards the light in the darkness? Said the giant egg. The four old men bowed deeply, their faces full of reverence. Yes, yes. Prophet, your words are our will. Prophet, please rest well. Yes. After a long time of fussing, the giant egg finally walked into the house, satisfied by the flattery of the four old men. Oh dear, did I say that the prophet is just a charlatan? Zhou Long muttered. The four old men gazed at the wooden house for a while longer before turning around, finally noticing Zhou Long, and they marched over directly. Hello, what is your name? Do you now know that the prophet has been born among you? Why are you not speaking? Damn it, Zhou Long thought. Everyone speaks at once without any order. They don't even know my name. My name is Pioneer. First, Zhou Long had not finished speaking. Very good, Pioneer. Do you know what you should do? The prophet should be protected. The place where the prophet resides should be safe. Half an hour later, bang, a beam of laser shot out immediately, creating a large hole in the ground in front of everyone. Zhou Long tightened his grip on the silver snake laser gun and said, Can I start speaking now? Of course. Please speak. Right away. Immediately. Looking at the four old men in front of him, Zhou Long's throat moved. Do you know what the prophet needs? Zhou Long said mysteriously. What? Speak quickly. Right away. Hurry up. I think I have a phantom shield on your ship. Zhou Long looked up at the sky and said, Bring that phantom shield down. One of the old men wearing earrings spoke to the onboard computer. Soon several devourer robots came down from the resource ship carrying a round object into the control room. After placing the object down, the four men stared intently at Zhou Long. Fearing that Zhou Long might run away, Zhou Long leaned down and whispered something to one of the old men. Xiao Bai, standing behind, looked at her master with disdain. After a while, the old man with the earrings shouted, holding a notice. After the inspection by the Mother Star Patrol Committee, all members have decided to promote Pioneer to the rank of Major, granting him preferential rights for trading with the resource ship. As soon as he finished speaking, the four old men turned and boarded the resource ship. Hey, I haven't bought anything yet, Zhou Long shouted. The discount will take effect the next time the resource ship arrives. With that voice, the massive resource ship took off, the flaming tail swiftly departing as if it didn't want to stay here any longer. Master, what did you say to them? Xiao Bai asked, standing to the side. Nothing. I just said that the prophet particularly enjoys finding a devourer robot in the house at night, not knowing what for, and it's a very close relationship. Cough, cough. Master, what use do these defective products have? Xiao Bai looked at the pile of shabby robots in front of him. Of course they have their uses. Zhou Long raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A devourer came over, or rather a repairer. This is all yours, repairer. Zhou Long exclaimed, pointing at a large number of broken robots behind him. Yes, the repairer shouted as he walked over. Stepping forward, Zhou Long arrived at the control room and looked at the object in front of him. Master, this thing. Xiao Bai followed closely behind and said, This thing is called the Phantom Shield. Zhou Long said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes, it consumes a tremendous amount of energy. Xiao Bai replied while tapping on the display screen in his hand. Master, I suggest we do not activate this formation for now. All right. Zhou Long had no objections this time, as there was a person standing behind Xiao Bai. Drummer, Zhou Long said. Covered in sweat, and even some blood, he was filthy, while several minotaurs stood outside the control room. Master, the drummer said, looking at Zhou Long seemingly to confirm that he was indeed in front of him. He lunged forward, a foul stench enveloping Zhou Long, who turned red, but did not step back. What is it? Zhou Long asked. His gaze briefly swept over Xiao Bai as the drummer continued, Master, I believe the war between the Minotaurs and the Winged Tribe has reached a stalemate. Continuing this battle holds no significance. Some say the attack on the Winged Tribe was your command. Of course. Zhou Long was about to speak when Xiao Bai interjected, Of course we can't stop. Now is the best time to strike the winged tribe. Thinking with his toes, Zhou Long concluded that Xiao Bai must have issued the command after he left, claiming it was Zhou Long's words as he gazed into Xiao Bai's eyes. Let's take a break, but we cannot cease hostilities, Zhou Long said indifferently. After a pause of nearly 2 seconds, the drummer replied, Yes, master, as he walked out. Xiao Bai's actions were merely a means for the low-level beings on the planet to slaughter each other in pursuit of a so-called purer civilization. Zhou Long didn't care as long as it developed and made money. That was enough. Wait, the repairer shouted as he walked in. What is it? Zhou Long asked. What the heck? When did the people in the base become so full of personality? Master, most of those robots are too severely damaged. Then what do you suggest? Zhou Long asked, spreading his hands. Buying them is for you to repair. Then just discard them. Keeping them only wastes more resources. Xiao Bai said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Long could hear the sound of metal clashing outside the control room. Stepping out, he found 5 transport ships had already returned with various robots crowding in front. In front of Zhou Long, there were more than 10 rows lined up. Master, we can accomplish the most valuable tasks with the least amount of energy. That semicircular mental detection robot stepped forward and said, but they ultimately hold little value. Even the winged tribe they. Xiao Bai started, but suddenly fell silent. In an instant, Zhou Long could feel countless cold eyes piercing through cold enough to freeze Xiao Bai's circuits into ice blocks. A hush fell over the room, the air seemingly thickening. Zhou Long even saw some broken robots nearby, their weapons raised, although their bodies were already crooked. But the term mutiny flashed through Zhou Long's mind. Master, I have something to say, the repairer said. What the heck? If you say one wrong word, I'll have you dismantled immediately, Zhou Long thought to himself and promptly turned around saying, Speak. Actually, master, although they have been somewhat disabled, some can't even move. However, the repairer stepped forward and said, I have a way to get them back on the battlefield. But it will require quite a bit of energy. Xiao Bai muttered beside him. The people around them had now ignored Xiao Bai's words. What do you plan to do? Zhou Long took a step forward and asked. Master, I need your permission. I can combine them with the Minotaurs. This way they will become useful. The Minotaurs' attack power will definitely see a significant increase. And it won't require too much energy. Agreed, Zhou Long shouted without hesitation. But who can prove they are capable? They are just a bunch of scrap. Xiao Bai shouted loudly from the side. Then we'll showcase our skills on the battlefield. The mental detection robot beside the queue shouted, Aren't they just low-level beings? We can handle them. Let's start combining now. All right, begin, Zhou Long shouted, turning his gaze to the drummer, who nodded in agreement. Long live, long live, long live, the broken robots in front shouted as they followed the repairer. The guild token with a brass exterior is actually made of pure gold, bearing the seal of the home planet Earth. It resembles a plaque that would have been displayed in front of a county magistrate in ancient times, as Zhou Long toyed with it in the control room. Guild token obtained as a reward for tasks typically found in rebel headquarters. It has no attack or defense power. As long as you possess enough energy and a colonel rank, players can establish a guild recruiting like-minded individuals. Establishing a civilization requires a civilization level of 30 and 50 planetary coins. What the heck, it's so expensive, Zhou Long exclaimed as his finger touched the guild token and the information began to display repeatedly. Xiao Bai, your provocation method is indeed effective, Zhou Long said, noticing that the round body seemed to tremble slightly. Master, this is all for, Xiao Bai said. Civilization, right? Zhou Long interjected. The previous scene was merely a performance, as Zhou Long did not have that much kindness to nurture these robots, while Xiao Bai was communicating between Zhou Long and the repairer through the onboard computer. Master, we should, Xiao Bai was saying when suddenly Master, the screen on the control panel screamed bloodthirstily. What is it? Zhou Long said, glancing at Xiao Bai and shrugging. He felt something was off, sensing that Xiao Bai was truly the master of the base, which made Zhou Long uncomfortable. Master, they want to see you, Bloodthirsty said, pointing into the distance. What are those things? Zhou Long thought to himself and replied, Who wants to see me? Bloodthirsty, can't you see clearly? This was of course a lie, as Zhou Long had a clear view of the screen displaying several groups of people. What do they want? Xiao Bai asked from the side. To pay tribute. Yes, we are willing to come to pay tribute. A gigantic voice echoed, looking more like a giant tree with a body covered in bark. All right, Bloodthirsty, just bring them here. A few representatives will suffice, Xiao Bai said from the side. Turning around, Zhou Long said, Xiao Bai, isn't there no lower-level life on that planet anymore? The call had already been disconnected, but the faces of several people on the screen were still clearly identifiable. Undoubtedly, the one on the far left was Bloodthirsty, and beside him stood a few others. One fellow covered in bark had branches growing from every part of his body. If he didn't move, one might not recognize him as a person. To the right, the next two looked much more agreeable. One wore a leather coat and displayed 10 shiny rings on his fingers, indicating one thing: I am very wealthy. Another was clearly in military uniform sporting a laser gun at his waist, yet he didn't look like an officer at all. The military attire seemed awkward on him, and his demeanor suggested, "Don't mess with me." That creature your master mentioned is likely one that previous players failed to discover. Xiao Bai was saying as subtitles from Bloodthirsty appeared on the screen before them. Tree spirits, beings living on the surface of planets, revere nature and dislike conflict. They can appear on the ground anywhere with soil, requiring that their homes be preserved while planets are developed. Merchant Roger, a trader operating across various planets, requires trade permission. Arms dealer Gun King Zhang, involved in transport trade across planets, also requires trade permission. Interesting. Where did these people come from? Zhou Long exclaimed. Master, first you fought with the thieves, then drove away one player, and now you've eliminated another player. It's impossible for these people not to contact you, Xiao Bai remarked. So you know about these people, Zhou Long said, turning to bend down and look at Xiao Bai. The tree spirit can survive as long as it touches the soil. Apart from our planet, other planets probably have their territories, and their potential for eruption might not be as gentle as described. Merchant Roger and arms dealer Gun King Zhang each command their own forces. Master, these three are definitely not easy to deal with. Bloodthirsty is very dangerous there. We should abandon that planet. Moreover, our own planet isn't completely cleaned up yet. Xiao Bai introduced. Can you show me the rings you have? No, Zhou Long replied, raising his hand to tap on the screen before him, bringing Bloodthirsty into view. Master, Bloodthirsty, can you control that base? Zhou Long asked. Absolutely no problem, Master. Very well. Right now our strength is insufficient, so you just need to pacify these people. Arrange for the tribute slowly, Zhou Long instructed. Yes. Xiao Bai, from now on you are solely responsible for the matters of this planet, Zhou Long said as he walked out. Wandering around the base, Zhou Long produced some devourers in the barracks and visited the entertainment center, inspecting the base, while the robots diligently executed their orders. The display in hand showed a hero devourer led by Bloodthirsty. What the hell? Why is it only an intern? Zhou Long shouted. Master, once your hero leads the troops, the system automatically forms a troop. As for levels, you need to upgrade, Xiao Bai, who had followed behind, explained. Alright, how do I upgrade? Zhou Long inquired. Xiao Bai looked at Zhou Long with a pair of confused eyes as if he didn't know how. Speak. You should know this. Master, I really don't know, Xiao Bai replied. You don't know? How am I supposed to upgrade then? Zhou Long shouted, sighing as he tapped the display in his hand repeatedly. System announcement: a selection mission has begun. Players who are construction type at level 4 and free players at level 35 can participate. Victors will be rewarded with war value used for troop upgrades, battlefield merits, and military ranks. What the hell is this mission? Zhou Long yelled. But that war value is indeed a good thing, Master. Zhou Long didn't want to wait for Xiao Bai to explain anything, raising his hand to accept the mission, allowing for 3 buildings and 1 hero along with their corresponding troop. Looking around the buildings in the base, Zhou Long contemplated. The barracks were definitely essential, and he wished he could take all the buildings before him. Master, take the seer with you, Xiao Bai, who was following behind, suggested. What? Zhou Long shouted as he turned to look at Xiao Bai, trying to discern even a hint of deviation from Xiao Bai's metallic face. Alright, they'll bring him, Zhou Long said, while making his selection. The third item was the Special Operations Center, an absolute weapon of mass destruction. After selecting everything, he said, Xiao Bai, the base is up to you, Zhou Long said as he patted Xiao Bai on the shoulder. God, how can there be such a master who spends all day playing outside? He hardly manages anything in the base. Xiao Bai suddenly felt as if the circuits in his body were about to explode. Seeing Xiao Bai's dazed eyes, Zhou Long felt a sense of bullying others. Do a good job. Besides, you are my good steward, Zhou Long pointedly said, leaving the last words, next time he'll take you along. Before him stood a tall gray wall. The sky was gray, and in front were rows of gray buildings. If it weren't for the NPC officers passing by not far away, Zhou Long would truly believe he had arrived at Human Pass. As Zhou Long confirmed his selection, the space in front of him twisted, transporting him here. Beside him stood Bloodthirsty, who immediately commanded the 1,000 devourers behind him to stand guard. Still holding the display, but it only showed a few simple options to place the 3 buildings selected earlier onto the ground. First, the barracks, Zhou Long said as he clicked, finding the 1,000 devourers in front too. Catching you, it was better to put them away. As soon as Zhou Long clicked, he saw the barracks he had selected fall from the sky, directly smashing down. What the hell? This is how it's built, Zhou Long muttered. Under Bloodthirsty's command, the devourers entered the barracks one by one. Fools. Build it here. Let's go. Just as they finished building, several passing players looked on disdainfully and strode away. What a joke, Zhou Long shouted while Bloodthirsty stood nearby, still protecting him. Regarding why he was here, Bloodthirsty had no doubts in his eyes. The only priority was to ensure Zhou Long's safety. Boom. Just 2 steps out, while Zhou Long was still surveying the terrain, a tremendous explosion sounded nearby, opening a large breach high up on the seemingly sturdy city wall. Several beams of laser shot out. Damn, this place. Zhou Long began to regret. Let's go take a look. Zhou Long thought, heading up along the stairs at the side of the wall. Zhou Long was walking up the stone staircase, realizing that his bloodthirsty companion had not followed. The barracks also needed protection. Ouch! Zhou Long suddenly tripped over something, rubbing his painfully throbbing knee. Damn it. What the heck? You tripped me, Zhou Long shouted. Hey, first of all, I'm not an object major. A cold, familiar sensation emerged at the back of Zhou Long's head as a gun was pressed against it. A voice came from behind. Big brother. I didn't step on your foot, did I? Zhou Long replied with a laugh, sitting on the steps. He didn't want to return to the base after just entering the game over a trivial argument. No problem. Just get off my right leg and pass it over, the voice behind him said. Got it. Zhou Long jumped up and turned around. An NPC, a captain in military rank, was in front of him, his uniform stained with what was indistinguishable, blood or something else, holding a laser gun that seemed to have little energy left. One of his legs lay right in front of Zhou Long. Oh dear. I thought it was a corpse, he thought. Brother, do you need any help? Zhou Long picked up the prosthetic leg and handed it over. Hee. Nothing I need help with, the officer replied. Notification gained favor with the disabled officer. This is the battle report. And here's the map. It might be useful for you. Download. The officer said, raising his weak right hand to tap the onboard computer in his uniform. Garbage area task. When the warriors of the mother planet develop unknown planets, various wars occur. The damaged robots from these wars are collectively gathered and discarded on a planet, and no one knows how long it has been. These robots have united to form a force threatening human civilization. Right now, this is the front line against the garbage army. Notification: they are weak and badly damaged, but they have rich combat experience. Hey, buddy, Zhou Long shouted, quickly finishing the introduction only to find the officer in front of him seemingly asleep. Get lost. I'm going to sleep. He lifted his gun and shouted at Zhou Long. Go report to General Li Guang. Notification: acquired reporting task. Search. Zhou Long swiftly dashed up, thinking, if I accidentally discharge my weapon, it won't be good. Muttering to himself, Zhou Long strode up the steps leading to the city wall, where more NPC officers were stationed. No matter how much Zhou Long greeted them, there was no response. The city wall was missing chunks, and lasers occasionally streaked through the air. Leaning against the wall, Zhou Long straightened slightly to look outside. The land was vast and desolate, covered in various models of robots. Although their legs had long been severed, the robots on the ground did not attempt simple repairs. They continued to raise their guns, howling, shooting lasers at the wall in front of them. If it weren't for the battle, those lasers would have undoubtedly been beautiful colors. Meanwhile, various artillery pieces on the wall sporadically fired. It was clear that a battle had just occurred here. Turning back down the city wall, the disabled officer was still lying there silent. After exchanging a few words with the bloodthirsty companion, Zhou Long began to follow the map in front of him. Walking down the street, Zhou Long checked the map, while observing the players scattered everywhere, randomly greeting each other, while both sides of the street were indeed littered with NPC officers. No one was willing to approach and greet them. On the road, Zhou Long saw a player being surrounded and beaten by NPCs at the roadside, crying out in distress. Zhou Long tried to avoid drawing attention. Following the map, Zhou Long finally found the center of the city, a rather modest building but surrounded by fully armed officers. There were quite a few players who had arrived early, standing outside the building, yet none dared to approach it even a step. Zhou Long walked directly to a corner. Let's observe the situation first. Muttering to himself, crouched in the corner, no one would spare a glance in his direction. What a ridiculous task. We came here, and they're not letting us in. What does this mean? A tall player shouted as he entered the building. Goodness, this is how meat chickens come into being. Zhou Long thought to himself. A so-called meat chicken refers to players who, upon encountering unknown situations in the game, tend to test the waters. Sometimes, in certain moments, some self-righteous players would be brought out to probe the way. These types of individuals appear very strong on the surface, but their rapid progress is merely a stepping stone for others. I say, what's going on? Why isn't anyone coming out? Do I have to go in myself? The player shouted at the entrance, his words growing increasingly colorful. I say. The tall man continued, stepping forward step by step. At that moment, the NPC guards outside the building, with their unblinking eyes, turned their gaze towards the shouting tall man, their bodies remaining utterly still. Their gaze fixed on the man's footsteps, and a white line was drawn a few meters in front of him on the ground, clearly a warning line. Crossing it would mean an abyss. The surrounding players ceased their conversations, even the distant sounds of cannon fire diminished, leaving only the tall man's voice echoing. His steps swayed left and right, still advancing slowly, with his shouted words varying with each utterance, while the guarding officers. At that moment, their faces turned red, their eyes nearly bulging out as the tall man seemed ready to step into the white line. Who? The officers raised their laser guns and charged forward, all halting just inside the white line, while the tall man's foot still hovered outside it. With arms outstretched, right leg forward, his body swayed, a broad grin on his face. I just want to complete the task. No need to make such a fuss. The tall man shouted, if you have the ability, send me back home. Everyone saw the laser guns pointed at him by the guards glowing, indicating that the energy had fully accumulated and could be fired at any moment. This guy is reckless, or perhaps he doesn't want to complete the task. That was what everyone thought. All right, he'll help you out. The tall man stepped forward. Boom. Zhou Long could hardly bear to watch the scene. Countless lasers erupted. Bang. A boot was blasted into Zhou Long's embrace. Damn, how long has it been since I last showered? Zhou Long thought. An indescribable scent wafted out from the boot. Damn, Zhou Long exclaimed as he tossed the boot aside. Crazy. Goddess. Hello. 3 voices suddenly came from nearby, familiar words and tones. Zhou Long turned around and said, damn. 3 non-players. What a coincidence. The 3 in front of him wore brand new military uniforms adorned with medals, and Zhou Long could tell with his back foot that they were rewards from completing tasks, possibly with additional attributes. What kind of ridiculous task is this? Are we just supposed to wait here? Zhou Long said. It shouldn't be. Fei Wu replied, looking at the entrance of the building. Hi, I'm back. Just then the tall man who had just been blasted to pieces walked out from a side alley, appearing in everyone's sight. Like a star, he waved his hand, greeting the surrounding players. Hi, friends, I'm back. The tall man shouted. So, we are here to complete the task, right? So we must go in. But this bunch. After contacting for half an hour, the tall man was again standing outside the white line, shouting words without a single curse, yet greeting all the female relatives of the building's owner. Then with a loud bang, the tall man was blasted into smithereens again. Just 5 minutes later, with a loud sound, the tall man reappeared. Who is this guy? We should go look elsewhere, Fei Yu said. But this is the command center of this planet. Zhou Long whispered. He should be the immortal one. Fei Wu said casually. What? Immortal? Zhou Long asked, shaking his head. A free player had entered a task shortly after the game started for some reason, and in this task, he had to complete it to exit. Unfortunately, that task was only for constructive players, and he had chosen the enemy camp. As a representative of the enemy, he had to negotiate under peaceful conditions with human generals. Sadly, the general inside the building had never come out, as the map had not yet been activated until our arrival. This post on the forum has been fluctuating wildly. Few people believed it was true. It was said that the player wanted to sue, but it came to nothing. Who knew how this game worked? How could a free player take on a task meant for constructive players? I see. Zhou Long listened and replied. Yeah, you rarely check the official website. No wonder you didn't know. Fei Wu said. Zhou Long suddenly felt this matter had something to do with him. He had taken on a task meant for free players at Human Pass, while the core of the game's consciousness. To maintain fairness in the game, a free player was suddenly tasked with a mission meant only for constructive players, and he had to enter that mission. One could not deny that this could be a deliberate arrangement by the game's consciousness core. Hey, let's cooperate again. Fei Wu extended a hand. No problem, as long as I don't become a burden to you. Zhou Long replied with a smile. You definitely won't be. Fei Wu said, looking at the side. Fei Hua with a dazed look whispered, Goddess. Is he alright? Zhou Long asked as he walked. No problem. Completing a game task is still nothing. Just don't say. Fei Wu said, leaning close to Zhou Long's ear to whisper something. Clang. While they were talking, the door of the guarded building suddenly swung open, and a middle-aged officer walked out holding a notice and surveying the crowd. General Li Guang's military order from the garbage start domain. The assault of the Garbage Legion is about to begin. All officers prepare to leave the city and face the enemy in defense of our mother planet. After speaking, the NPC officer stood still without even glancing at the player in front of him. Damn, is this the task? Go and fight those garbage robots outside the city. I should have known better than to come in here. Nonsense. Many players complained, but more players ran over, surrounding the NPC officer, asking, Why aren't you going? Said Fei Hua beside him, her eyes seemingly asking, What scheme do you have this time? Nothing. I just don't want to compete with so many people. Zhou Long said indifferently. He slowly moved forward, and it was obvious that the NPC officer was waiting for the players to come over and take the task. Anyone could see that. Then we will go first. Fei Wu said as he led the 2 people beside him, diving into the crowd of players taking the task. After a while, nearly 300 people had come to take the task, happily leaving, while Zhou Long hardly moved at all. Watching as the crowd in front of the officer finally dispersed, Zhou Long walked over. Major, you should have more tasks to take. You are required to eliminate 3,000 garbage robots, and you can earn 3,000 battlefield merits and 300 war points. The NPC said, showing no expression, as if he were a robot. Actually, I came to see General Li Guang. There is a wounded officer lying on the city wall, and no one is taking care of him. Zhou Long said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Long saw the NPC's expression twist, or rather a look of hurt appeared as he said, I understand. I will handle this matter and report back to the general. System gained the officer's appreciation, rewarded with a battlefield map. Actually, my friends and I would also like to meet the general. Zhou Long said, turning around to see the burly man reappear not far away. Get lost. Even though you are a major in my eyes, you are still a rookie, the NPC said in a low voice. but I am still a major. Right, Captain? Zhou Long quickly replied. Humph, the NPC huffed. Are you not planning to take the task? Of course I am. My captain, Zhou Long said, especially emphasizing the words captain. All right, the NPC officer said as he clicked on his military uniform. Downloading battlefield map. Hint: accept the task to eliminate 3000 garbage robots. If the player dies once, the previously eliminated count cannot be added, and you must start over. What the hell? Zhou Long exclaimed as he looked at the prompt before him. The NPC officer once again returned to his expressionless demeanor, looking as if he were asking for a beating. Zhou Long muttered to himself, turning around and leaving. 3000 robots, huh? Still those broken robots. Zhou Long gritted his teeth as he stood in front of the barracks. Bloodthirsty, bring out the troops. Yes, master. Soon 1,000 robots stood at attention. By the way, also, Zhou Long pointed at the display screen, and the robots nearby automatically moved aside. Bang! A wooden house fell from the sky. Squeak! A giant egg-shaped body emerged, saying, I am the prophet. Who is calling me? The prophet spun around in place, shouting, and Bloodthirsty raised his hand to press a button, finally bringing it to a halt. First you will be called Egg, then you must follow my orders otherwise, Zhou Long said as he raised the silver snake laser gun in his hand. I am. Egg was about to say something, but seeing the surrounding robots raise their guns, he started to roar even louder. Do you know I am the prophet? I am the beacon in your darkness. I am your lighthouse. Without me you will be lost sheep. Egg shouted as if possessed by a spirit. Bang! A beam of laser swept through, and the giant egg before him shattered into countless pieces. I feel like bringing you along was a mistake, Zhou Long said, regretting that special soldier. Zhou Long did not want to expose himself so soon. He thought this so-called prophet might still be useful. Unexpectedly, he just spewed nonsense. Hi, you will be in big trouble. The already shattered egg on the ground continued to shout. Oh, Zhou Long replied, exchanging glances with Bloodthirsty, and hurriedly began to piece together the scattered egg fragments. After a while, my prophet, you are truly invincible. Just follow us, Zhou Long said with a smile. The group followed Zhou Long out of the city gates, where a loud explosion erupted at a distant gate. It was obvious that many players had already engaged in combat with the robots. No, I still prefer to stay inside the city for safety, the prophet said, turning around to face Zhou Long with a dark gun barrel. Let's go, Egg. Let us, Zhou Long said. Oh, that way. Egg pointed in one direction and said, good. You lead the way. Amidst the wreckage of robots, a round body slowly advanced across the desolate land, where not even half a tree could be seen, yet on that round body lay 2 withered branches. Not long after they walked a few steps, boom, boom, they were blasted to pieces by several lasers. 6 o'clock direction, Zhou Long shouted. The robots behind lined up and charged forward, their lasers firing, and the hidden bunker in the dark was destroyed. Very good, continue, Zhou Long said. In the next few hours, the prophet egg exploded countless times, while Zhou Long only saw the task completion count on the display screen approaching half. Not bad indeed, a prophet. He knows where the enemies are, Zhou Long said calmly as he watched the prophet slowly advance in the distance. Back in the city, Zhou Long noticed that egg was still able to speak after being shattered completely unharmed. Glancing at Bloodthirsty, an idea suddenly struck him. Why not use this big scouting stone? Master, there are no bunkers ahead, Bloodthirsty said. Then let Egg go check it out, Zhou Long said. Master, there really are none. All right. Zhou Long looked at the display screen, having already killed 20,000, and in his line of sight, there were no robots left. Advance, Zhou Long shouted. This place must be a low-level monster area. As they continued forward, Zhou Long led his subordinates onward while Egg stubbornly refused to go ahead, trailing behind slowly. It was quiet, with countless robot fragments on the ground and not a single intact broken robot in sight. How strange. Didn't they say there was a garbage legion? Zhou Long pondered as he walked. Meanwhile, at the back of the group, a large number of figures were slowly following from a distance. Zhou Long advanced slowly with his robotic subordinates, occasionally eliminating any lone crippled robots they encountered, while the bloodthirsty creature followed closely, dedicated to protecting him, with Zhou Long commanding his men. The monsters they had faced earlier could be easily dealt with when the surrounding robots swarmed them. Zhou Long's initial commands were simple. By ordering them to follow, the robots would encircle him and the bloodthirsty creature. Seeing the trash robots, which were the monsters, was enough. The 1,000 devourers gained combat experience rapidly. As Zhou Long studied the map displayed in his helmet, he led his team forward step by step. However, one subordinate at the back had gone completely silent. Boom! A beam of lasers shot forth, and Zhou Long's robots retaliated collectively, but 3 of them were still taken out instantly, leaving a block-shaped item on the ground. Zhou Long approached and selected it. A small box appeared before him, a small energy block capable of providing 10 energy points to a robot. What a good thing, Zhou Long said. Master, the enemies here are very dangerous, the bloodthirsty creature warned. I think so too. We should head in that direction. Oh my god. The one at the back, Dandan, suddenly spoke in a broken voice behind. Behind. Don't panic or it'll turn you to dust. Zhou Long shouted back. Dandan seemed frightened and fell silent, but his feet were still moving forward. Zhou Long did not notice, instead focusing on the multitude of monsters in front, their drool dripping down. What constituted a more formidable monster was simply that the monsters ahead had higher levels. As long as the previous monsters did not actively attack, they would not retaliate, and they were slow to react. Zhou Long now understood the meaning of the battlefield map, which marked certain areas with numbers 0, 10, 10, 20, 20, 25, 25, 30, 30, 35, 35, 40, beyond which the map displayed nothing, perhaps indicating deeper areas. These numbers represented the level of monsters within a specific area, and just now Zhou Long had been wandering in the 0-10 zone. Follow my command. Zhou Long shouted at the recording computer. This way. Damn it, Dandan. Zhou Long yelled, come back. He raised the laser gun in his hand, about to search for Dandan, but found that Dandan had unknowingly strayed 50 meters from the team. The formation of the entire team changed in an instant. Zhou Long pulled back, while the bloodthirsty creature remained surrounded by the Devourer robots. I can't protect you if you do this, Master. The bloodthirsty creature shouted loudly. It's okay. This way I feel very safe, Zhou Long said, pointing with his gun. Oh God. I am a prophet. You can't treat me like this. Dandan shouted while waving his hands. Exactly. Just because you are a prophet, you must lead the way. Boss, I was wrong. Please let me go. I really was wrong. Dandan's enormous egg-shaped body charged forward, shouting as he tried to cling to Zhou Long's leg. And Dandan continued. There's no one. Hurry up, Zhou Long shouted as he stepped forward and kicked Dandan's enormous egg-shaped body, which rolled ahead. They had now entered the 10-20 area, where the number of monsters had significantly increased. Moreover, they were actively attacking, causing the continually reshaped Dandan to attract a lot of firepower. He dropped several new items, medium and small energy blocks, 1-5, an old laser gun, and an old automatic cannon. Zhou Long did not hesitate, directly distributing the equipment to the robots by his side. Although the number of Devourer robots had slightly decreased, the weapons they had equipped were already overheated and needed replacing. However, with the increasing experience, some Devourer robots had even been promoted to the rank of colonel, significantly boosting their attack power. Their attacking stances surpassed that of the bloodthirsty creature as fiery serpents of laser shot forth, each trash robot being instantly destroyed. Zhou Long, standing at the back of the team, seemed a bit tired. Seeing that there were still 1-0 left, he muttered, damn it, while holding the silver snake laser gun, which shimmered with light, the energy already fully charged, but Zhou Long wanted to save it. Continuing to advance with the team, Zhou Long ordered the onboard computer, slow down a bit. We seem to be entering the next area. He placed the silver snake laser gun in his pocket and drew out a class laser sword. Holding the hilt of the sword, Zhou Long felt it was very light. The light yellow laser emitted from the hilt quickly formed into a long sword. As the radiance faded, the sword's physical form became apparent. Nearly 2 meters in length, it was engraved with densely packed square recesses. As long as he gripped it tightly and exerted force, the entire blade would emit a faint yellow glow, seemingly changing in brightness with the user's emotions. Class Laser, Sword, General Rank. Close Combat Attack 200500. A symbolic weapon coveted by high-ranking officers from the home planet, yet its attack power cannot be underestimated. Sword named Firefly. Attached attribute increases close-range attack power of heroes and soldiers used in the base by 30. When equipped with the Class Laser Sword, close combat attack power is increased by 50. Equipment is bound, non-drop item can be bought and sold. What a good item. Zhou Long said, smiling broadly at the Firefly information displayed on his visor. Wielding the laser sword, Zhou Long looked for an opportunity to test the Firefly. Nice name, Zhou Long murmured, holding the sword in his right hand and extending his left index finger to touch the blade. Swish. Oh. It felt like an electric shock, and Zhou Long gasped as his left palm made contact and was swept by the suddenly vigorous laser. Master. The onboard computer suddenly erupted with the bloodthirsty creature's roar. Handle it as you see fit, Zhou Long said, impatiently observing the Firefly in his hand. Whoosh. A wave of imposing aura suddenly surged in front of him, prompting Zhou Long to look up. A robot standing 50 meters tall was unrecognizable in terms of model, but seemed to have the shape of a devourer, clearly cobbled together, wielding 2 axes. It was swinging them, chopping at the surrounding devourer robots. The bloodthirsty creature constantly shifted positions nearby, unleashing firepower from its automatic cannons and laser guns. Although they had gained some experience, the devourers, lacking command, could only make simple movements. They loyally fired to protect their master behind them, but were still cleaved in half by the lasers erupting from the axes. Damn, Zhou Long shouted, looking up at the suddenly appeared monster, seemingly losing focus for a moment, instinctively swinging his laser sword horizontally in front of him. The fierce robot in front of him trembled as if electrocuted and quickly stepped back, its blinking big eyes seemingly questioning. Is this a player just entering the game? So strong. How am I supposed to play? Name Angry Elite Robot Mutation. Level 20. Attack Power 50,100. Defense Power 50,200. With exceptionally strong melee capabilities often hidden among the trash soldiers modified from extremely angry devourer robots, the axe in its hand bursts with laser representing its fury, particularly fond of capturing lone officers. 500 durability. Upon being hit in the head it displayed 400. Zhou Long chuckled softly. The master isn't foolish, is he? Not far away, the bloodthirsty murmured. Zhou Long was certainly not foolish. He just smiled at the information displayed in front of him. Congratulations to the player for creating a skill that can be upgraded. Unintentional strike, delivering a fatal blow to the opponent inadvertently. Attack Power 50,150. Reward Reputation 1000. Civilization Level 100000. Game Announcement. A player has created the first self-developed skill and received game rewards, hence this announcement. He bows as it. Zhou Long chuckled softly, gripping his laser sword and advancing step by step. The game announcement in the air suddenly rang out 3 times. Perhaps it could understand. The mutated robot began to step back, the long mark made by the laser sword across its belly crackling with countless electric sparks. Trying to run isn't that easy, Zhou Long thought, closely following step by step, while the devourers around him fired their laser guns with no effect whatsoever. What the hell? Who's the game planner? A freak player like this, how are we supposed to play? The retreating robot suddenly shouted. Then go meet him, Zhou Long said, suddenly stepping forward, swinging his sword down. He certainly wouldn't let the robot in front of him go, especially behind its massive body. Zhou Long vaguely saw someone bound on it, and that was the most important part. Perhaps there would be rewards again. Master. Truly a master. Could it be that the game company cheated? How am I supposed to complete the mission like this? A burly man said, but was ignored by the surrounding players. In the distance behind Zhou Long, a large group of people watched the scene before them with lewd expressions, whispering. These were players who had rushed out of the city at the very beginning after their death. However, they did not return to the base, instead respawning at the officer who issued the task, then pairing up to leave the city, just in time to see Zhou Long's departing figure, of course, all wanting to take advantage. Zhou Long acting as cannon fodder, but unexpectedly, Zhou Long killed his way in step by step, seemingly knowing the way, while the players following behind grew more and more, clearing out the newly spawned monsters. One player suggested suddenly attacking Zhou Long from behind. Of course, most of the players did not explicitly agree, but did not oppose either. Who told you to appear so formidable at this moment? Dandin shouted out upon seeing them, but was pushed to the front of the team by Zhou Long. The players trailing him exchanged glances, seemingly preparing to attack at any moment. Zhou Long's lone battle against the mutated robot completely quashed the thoughts of many players wanting to ambush such ferocious close-range attacks no one wanted to face. At this moment, Zhou Long was still unaware that his actions battling the mutated robot were being recorded by keen players on the official website and all the other websites. Posted online. Coupled with that announcement, the internet went wild. That night, major TV stations repeatedly played footage of Zhou Long battling the mutated robot. Many experts present engaged in heated discussions, from macro to micro, analyzing Zhou Long's identity, from his overall momentum to the slightest blink. Countless players replayed Zhou Long's sword-swinging actions over and over, studying them intently, particularly the free players who were fixated on the high-definition screen. They did not blink, striving to glean insights to create their own skills, and as a result of Zhou Long's unintentional actions, numerous in-game masters were born. Zhou Long was completely unaware of all this, gazing at Bao's before him, who seemed a bit flustered, holding dual axes. The players behind him did not let this opportunity slip by and shot down. Walking with a casual gait, Zhou Long swung his laser sword at the mutated robot. 400. Damn, there's even a negative number, Zhou Long shouted. As the mutated robot's durability was depleted, its massive body collapsed to the ground. 200 large energy blocks, 50 elite automatic cannons, 100 elite laser guns, 100 star coins, and 1 furious metal. Master, the bloodthirsty behind him rushed over, saying something. Quickly change your equipment. Forward, Zhou Long ordered. The players behind had already been spotted by the bloodthirsty. Of course, it was the reorganized Dandin, who said that he did not dare to directly speak to Zhou Long after the recent fierce battle. Surprisingly, only 400 devourers were left. Zhou Long scanned around, walked to the side of the mutated robot, and picked up the furious metal. Name Furious Metal, awarded to exceptionally brave, high-ranking officers from the Mother Star. Wearing it will increase reputation, troop morale, and attack power significantly. Attack power 0. Defense power 10. Reputation 100000. Function for display purposes. Wearing it adds 200 to troop attack power. Good stuff, Zhou Long murmured, preparing to stow it away, while the surrounding devourers were also quickly changing their equipment. Friend, that's mine. A voice suddenly appeared. Following the sound, Zhou Long glanced over and saw the officer bound behind the mutated robot with a rank not low, a colonel. Oh, Zhou Long replied nonchalantly, hanging the medal on his chest. Looking at the already equipped robots, Zhou Long seemed to have not heard anyone speaking. On the road, Zhou Long turned and said casually, "I am the son of Li Guang. Hurry up, don't you know I'm impatient?" Zhou Long immediately shouted loudly. "Master, what's going on?" the bloodthirsty thought to himself. "I can give you money. Just take me back." "Speed up." Zhou Long almost roared, shouting at the robot before him. "I have a map." Whoosh. Zhou Long's laser sword erupted with pale yellow laser, gently slicing through, and the ropes binding the person on the mutated robot instantly snapped. "Bloodthirsty. We need to have compassion. There's a person here, how can you pretend not to see?" Zhou Long shouted loudly, immediately helping the young officer up. The bloodthirsty suddenly felt a grievance stronger than Does. "Still dare to argue? Deduct a year's salary plus bonuses." Zhou Long shouted without turning his head. The bloodthirsty, with his mouth agape, thought, "Salary? What is a bonus?" He got up, adjusting his tattered colonel's uniform, even carefully fixing his hairstyle. The young officer said, "Li Donghu, Colonel." It seems your injuries are serious," Zhou Long said with a faint smile. "Then you should recuperate here. You little one. Playing with me, it's not going to kill you, and you still use your rank to pressure others." Zhou Long thought to himself. Looking at Zhou Long's nearly fake smile, Li Donghu said, "The map and my military uniform can help, but if you go inside, the danger is extreme. Without my guidance, you guys will be doomed." After speaking, Li Donghu's gaze subtly glanced at the crowd behind, clearly hinting Zhou Long to make a decision quickly, as the people behind could attack at any moment. "My military uniform. It's already severely damaged. It's likely to break with just a touch. Moreover, the map can no longer be downloaded." Li Donghu said, watching Zhou Long smile fade, his eyes flashing with a glimmer. His hands immediately raised defensively. "It seems, Colonel, it's indeed necessary for you to join us on the road," Zhou Long said, glancing at the bloodthirsty. Then 3 devourers followed Li Donghu. "Congratulations to the player for completing the 30 million trash soldier extermination task. Please return to the city to receive rewards." "Congratulations to the player for triggering the hidden task Colonel's wish. Completing this task grants Li Donghu's favor and a rewarding gift." "What is called character? This is called character," Zhou Long exclaimed joyously upon seeing the triggered task. "Yes, I've been a good student since childhood, 5 stripes, and after joining the army, there's no doubt about it." Li Donghu, who was leading the way, chimed in. "Just focus on leading the way," Zhou Long said coldly. Along the journey under Li Donghu's guidance, Zhou Long and his group rarely engaged in combat with monsters, but in the distant background, thunderous explosions could be heard. "Hey, how about that?" Li Donghu said, looking at Zhou Long as if seeking credit. "Not bad. What exactly do you want?" Zhou Long asked while walking. Perhaps intentionally, though the followers behind did not fall off even a step, there was still some distance between both sides. Taking advantage of familiar terrain, Li Donghu led Zhou Long's group. After a few random turns, those behind inexplicably engaged with high-level monsters on the pursuit route, but still a few players followed closely, even swaggering behind. It wasn't that Zhou Long didn't want to turn back to clear things up. This area had already been inhabited by level 3035 monsters. Even the slightest sound of gunfire would cause the high-level monsters lurking in the dark to pounce. Suddenly turning around, Li Donghu stopped and turned back, gazing at Zhou Long with tender eyes. "Give it back to me." The soft words sounded like a conversation between lovers. Zhou Long trembled all over, thinking to himself, "What the hell? What tone is this?" Zhou Long replied, "That's what I looted from the monster, and that monster took it from you. I merely took it from the monster. If you want something, you should go find that monster. It has nothing to do with me." "You?" Li Donghu gritted his teeth. With a disheveled hairstyle and dirty military uniform, Li Donghu gritted his teeth, glaring at Zhou Long. If looks could kill, he would have wanted to slay the man before him 1,000 times over. "Just lead the way honestly. I can ensure your safety now," Zhou Long said, glancing at the remaining devourer robots around them, seemingly hinting that he could throw Li Donghu away at any moment. "Then I want this." After a moment of silence, with a complex expression that suggested an internal struggle, Li Donghu spoke with a twisted face. "No way," Zhou Long replied. "Keep leading the way. You didn't come here just to sightsee, did you?" He pressed a button on the laser sword in his hand. Gently stepping through the grass, Zhou Long and his group had slowed their pace significantly, avoiding the high-level monsters around them as they moved towards the small path ahead. Instinctively touching the ring in his hand, Zhou Long was puzzled. Li Donghu wanted this ring as a trade, but Zhou Long wasn't foolish enough to hand it over immediately. "Hoo-hoo!" A loud snore came from ahead, and Li Donghu's body became even slower. Zhou Long looked up and saw a figure towering 80 meters ahead. It was still the robot, sitting on the ground, snoring loudly, clutching an oversized black laser gun in its arms. Its body seemed to be pieced together, and it was assembled quite well. Throughout this journey, with Li Donghu's quiet introduction, Zhou Long learned that these junk robots were mostly low-level types, all missing arms or legs. As the mutated robots began to evolve, those broken-down robots would install useful components from the ground onto themselves. Although the compatibility was not perfect, their attack power was formidable. However, they were not something players could contend with right now. Zhou Long was indeed an exception. The laser sword in his hand was undoubtedly a lethal weapon. Though not the top-tier weapon, it was powerful enough for the current situation. If it were to hit the auction market, players would definitely be eager to buy it. The robots deeper inside were even more formidable, each one a terrifying powerhouse, completely focused on devouring their own kind to grow stronger. After walking for a while, the surroundings were indeed quiet. The only robot they encountered was still asleep, which spoke volumes about its strength enough to reign over this area and claim its own territory. Slowly, definitely, quietly advance. Zhou Long whispered, issuing commands to the onboard computer while watching the robot beside him. Calmly sleeping, Zhou Long followed behind, Li Donghu moving like a clown on stage, slowly waving his arms, gently lifting his feet, and carefully placing them down. His body movements reached their minimum, while the bloodthirsty robots behind imitated him, each bending forward, stretching their necks, and raising their legs to advance. "What are you all doing?" "I'm getting a bit hungry," said Dan Dan. The entire team froze in place. Everyone stopped moving and collectively turned around breathless. "You guys?" Dan Dan said, looking at the people who turned toward him, several hundred murderous eyes glaring at him. "I'm scared." Dan Dan looked and said, "Woo-woo. You don't need to act like this when you're hungry." As he spoke, he raised his hand, sighing. He slapped the thigh of the sleeping robot beside him. With each slap, the eyes of everyone followed the movement. With consecutive slaps, their eyes rolled back and forth. "Let me take him down," Zhou Long thought to himself. Holding the laser sword, he was about to step forward when Li Donghu suddenly pulled him back. "Don't." Li Dang's voice came in his ear. He seemed to sense something. Dan Dan immediately stopped slapping, and although Zhou Long didn't speak, a smile appeared on his face as he stood still, raising his hands in a gesture. "Come here." A gesture to come closer. "No." Dan Dan suddenly shouted. "No? I've already exploded so many times, I'm not going to the front again this time." Saying this, he leaned against the thigh of the robot beside him, crying out, "I won't go to the front again." Whoa. While saying this, he clenched his fists and pounded on the thigh of the robot in front of him. With every punch, Zhou Long's heart beat in unison. "What are these guys doing? Just fight the monsters, don't complain about the lack of monsters or loot," said Wolf Cub, who was lying far behind the same one from Human Pass. The henchman holding the black laser gun behind the fat lion was now lying in the grass, watching Zhou Long and his subordinates' actions in the distance, seemingly dissatisfied. The number of players following him was steadily decreasing. It wasn't because they were being taken down by monsters, but rather because they were secretly eliminated by members of the Wolfpack Guild. "Shut your foul mouth, or you'll attract the monsters," the fat lion said, glancing at the trio from the non-fog guild who had come along. With their eyes constantly darting left and right, fearing any monsters might appear, the fat lion had indeed been playing to the strengths of the Wolfpack Guild, eliminating those he deemed useless. However, among the players who had been eliminated, there were indeed those from the Wolfpack, which made the fat lion a bit anxious. It felt as though an unseen hand was secretly harvesting the lives of players one by one. In terms of offensive and defensive battles on the battlefield, the Wolfpack Guild was not top tier, but secretly setting traps and quietly making some people disappear. Their methods were absolutely expert level, and insiders would never take action. Glancing ahead, the trio from the non-fog guild didn't concern the fat lion. It seemed that somewhere unknown a pair of cold eyes were watching him, and as soon as he relaxed his guard, they would pounce. This was the fat lion's instinct, developed over many years, a sense that had saved him multiple times in dangerous situations in the game. "Damn it. They'll give you a whip," said the player Wolf Cub. He raised his laser gun and a beam shot out. "Idiot," Non-Fog said, firing a shot at Wolf Cub from behind him. Of course, shooting someone in the back was not Non-Fog's preferred method. On the contrary, whether in the game or reality, Non-Fog despised attacking from behind. He preferred to face his opponents openly, but now faced with Zhou Long, who could be considered a friend, Non-Fog took action. Although their time together was short, Non-Fog felt a certain rapport with Zhou Long. Sometimes when two people hit it off, a basic trust and fondness can develop. "What are you looking at? Keep lying down," Non-Fog quietly said as he withdrew his gun. "Big brother, you like this move too," said Non-Yu softly. Non-Hua replied in confusion. Seeing Non-Fog's fierce gaze as he turned back, both immediately buried their heads and lay still. "Damn it." Just after reviving in front of the officer, Wolf Cub shouted until the end. Wolf Cub couldn't understand why the fat lion who had been next to him suddenly disappeared. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so careless exposing his body. "Damn it. It used to be us in the Wolf Pack, sending others off. How did it get reversed now?" Wolf Cub shouted. "What are you looking at?" He shouted at Joe, who turned to look in response, exuding a boss-like demeanor. "Are you one of the Wolf Pack?" someone from the crowd asked. "Yes, what's it to you?" Wolf Cub shouted, his anger boiling over, scanning the crowd. In front of him, countless players raised their guns. "Haha, we just came back from the monster hunting area sent back by your Wolfpack people," a tall, lean player said, his face beaming with the joy of discovery as he stepped forward with his gun. "Hold on. You need to know the consequences." Wolf Cub shouted, raising his gun high. He said, "It's true. It is strictly forbidden to fire recklessly in the city. Violators will be locked in the general's backyard, where there are dark rooms. The officer issuing the order said, seeming more like a tour guide introducing the place to the visitors. Yes, there are prohibitions here. Wolf Cub said, his voice trembling, seemingly trying to support his statement. The officers guarding the house raised their guns in unison. Wolf Cub immediately felt a surge of security, standing there swaying his right leg looking quite cocky. However, hand-to-hand duels are absolutely fair. The general never interferes. That is a man's freedom, the officer issuing the order said nonchalantly, while the armed officers behind him lowered their guns in unison. Great. We need a duel. A tall player shouted, and as soon as he finished, a large group of people surrounded Wolf Cub. No, no, no. In the alley, the last cries of Wolf Cub echoed, save me. Of course, Wolf Cub was calling for help, seeking assistance from other members of the wolf pack present, but all he received were hurried figures passing by and indifferent gazes. In the dark corner, muffled sounds echoed. Holding his gun, the fat lion moved silently, fishing with bait, and the wolf cub beside him was the best choice, slowly moving through the grass, never losing that feeling of being watched. The lurking attacker seemed to be wandering in an unknown place at all times. This was a battle of wits, as well as a PK of patience between both sides. Who would crack first? Whoever does would become the food for the other. The fat lion relished this feeling, especially at the end, gradually pushing his opponent into a corner and witnessing the despair in their eyes. This would exhilarate the fat lion. This was the process of the game he enjoyed. The grass in front of him slightly swayed, almost imperceptibly. The fat lion wouldn't think it was the wind. That's it, the fat lion thought to himself as he approached the swaying grass. This was a place he had just passed, and he was quite familiar with the terrain. Holding his gun, moving sideways slowly, the fat lion was certain that behind that patch of grass his prey was right there. He tightened his grip on the gun, and his finger on the trigger gradually applied pressure. The preloaded force was increasing. Die. The fat lion thought, a victorious smile just beginning to surface on his face when a look of fear appeared right on his neck. A sudden chill swept across the side of the neck while Feisher's gaze remained fixed on the grass ahead, his body twitching slightly, and the almost imperceptible coldness grew increasingly frigid. At that moment, something else was also moving alongside Feisher's body, spiraling from below up around his neck, a slender black figure. The line-like object emitted sparks, seemingly composed entirely of scales, yet it moved with incredible agility, gradually wrapping around Feisher's neck. Suddenly immobilized, when Feisher's eyes caught sight of the creature, it felt as if his heart had stopped beating. Damn! Feisher shouted in his mind, the laser gun in his hand suddenly aimed at his own head, intending to blow the creature away. He had great confidence in his shooting skills. Boom! Lying on the ground, Zhou Long had not raised his head for a long while the surrounding robots, including the bloodthirsty one, also lay flat. Only the egg-shaped figure stood obliviously. Unbeknownst to him, the shot that had just been fired accurately hit a nearby robot. According to the game rules, any player who attacked a monster first would be the one to receive the monster's attack. Even if the underlings attacked the monster, the player themselves would also be attacked by it. With no furious shouts in his ears, Zhou Long slightly raised his head and glanced over. A wave of dread washed over him as he found himself staring into a pair of enormous eyes, almost frozen for 2 seconds, during which Zhou Long felt his heart cease to beat. It was akin to a person walking unprepared through a large door, only to be confronted by a gigantic, ferocious wolf dog that appeared suddenly in the first couple of seconds. Surely he'd be startled at first, but upon recovering, he'd realize it was merely a fake dog. Zhou Long's situation, however, was quite different. He stood dazed for 2 seconds until he was gently nudged by Li Donghu behind him. He quickly snapped back to reality, muttering, "What the hell? Sleeping with my eyes open." It turned out that the previous gunfire had only caused the robot to roll over in its sleep. What the hell? Clear the way, Zhou Long shouted as he turned around. Help! A figure cried out, bursting from the grass, clad in a bulky military uniform, half of his head singed black from a laser gunshot. In a final desperate move, Feisher flipped his laser gun around and pulled the trigger, then tossed the gun aside, rushing over and grabbing Zhou Long's leg. Bro, pull me up. Sure, why not? Zhou Long replied, kindly helping Feisher up, thinking that the latter had been scared witless by the high-level monsters here. However, upon seeing Feisher, Zhou Long had an idea in his mind. Bro, here you go, Zhou Long said as he took a laser gun off the side of a devourer robot. He handed it to Feisher, saying, please. With a smile on his face, Feisher thought to himself, damn it, in the bait now, as he took the laser gun, itching to unleash a barrage. But recalling the cold chill from earlier, Feisher would rather play the bait now, especially since Zhou Long had more people on his side. Confronting the enemy head-in wasn't the style of the Wild Wolf Guild. Zhou Long gestured for the team to advance, leading with Li Donghu at the front, Feisher next in line, the egg figure still at the rear, with Zhou Long behind Feisher and the bloodthirsty one in the middle. Surrounded by devourer robots, the group gradually formed a single file line, moving forward slowly in silence amidst dense grass taller than a person. Heavens! The egg figure let out a loud shout from behind. The entire team turned around at lightning speed. All right, let me take him down. Fei Shi shouted as he was about to fire at the egg figure, but suddenly halted. Zhou Long's piercing gaze stopped him, but more importantly, heavens! Li Donghu exclaimed, and with his voice everyone saw. The monster robot that had been lying on the ground had mysteriously vanished. Damn! Zhou Long waved the laser sword in his hand and shouted, "If I had known, I would have just slashed it with my sword earlier." Zhou Long thought to himself. Of course he was just saying that. Who knew how high the monster's defense was? 1 meter apart advance. Li Donghu commanded, stepping ahead of Fei Shi, and without realizing it, everyone obeyed the order. What the hell? I'm the protagonist here. Zhou Long thought to himself, but still followed, advancing with the team. Crouching low, holding his gun, swaying left and right, everyone from Li Donghu onward mimicked this posture. I'm the prophet. The egg figure murmured, also crouching as they moved forward. Meanwhile, the three from Fei Wu back to back raised their guns towards the grass ahead, advancing slowly. They had not seen how that monster had risen. Or rather, they had not seen it at all. However, they had a vivid impression of another creature entirely black, resembling a leopard, especially its tail. Had it not been for the three of them always sticking together and being very close friends, they would have been taken away by that creature long ago. Boom, boom, boom. Fei Yu, conserve energy, Fei Wu whispered. But I'm scared. Fei Yu said, holding the gun, the barrel trembling. The grass in front of them did not move at all, yet Fei Yu felt the monster was on the move. Why don't you look at how calm Fei Hua is? Fei Wu almost shouted. Fei Hua chuckled softly, unsure if he was mocking Fei Yu or just being silly. Little cat, bring it to the fairy sister. She will definitely like it. Fei Yu laughed as he pounced into the grass ahead. Don't! Fei Wu shouted, pressing closely against Fei Yu. Watching Fei Hua leap quickly into the grass, Fei Wu felt speechless. Turning his head, Fei Wu's gaze pierced through the grass ahead, spotting a group of people advancing not far away. Big brother, I'm scared. Fei Yu spoke. You should be. Fei Wu replied. Then let's join them. Holding the sword, Zhou Long walked on. Glancing over, he noticed the grass ahead, shaking violently, thinking, just you wait. I see you hiding. He stepped forward, and everyone around him all simultaneously noticed the same target, holding their guns and making their way over their breaths, synchronizing into a single rhythm, all aimed at taking down the monster before them. With the sword in hand, Zhou Long's mind instantly conjured countless scenarios of how to eliminate the enemy, while the players around displayed expressions of surprise, envy, jealousy, and hatred. Thinking of this, Zhou Long quickened his pace. Looking at the violently shaking grass ahead, everyone wore smiles of victory. Oh, heavens! I don't believe I can't complete the mission. A person shouted, unaware of what was happening, only to turn around and find hundreds of guns and a sword pointing at him. Bro, clad in military attire, albeit somewhat tattered, but still intact, he walked towards them without fear or pretense. Zhou Long had used the egg figure to scout, and with Li Donghu leading, had barely made it here. The big man before him was the one who had been killed countless times in the town in front of the house. Speak. Zhou Long raised his sword, the tip of the laser sword pressing against the big man's throat. Free player Chao Shangfei, level 20. I have been here for a long time, but my mission has never been completed. Chao Shangfei said, tears in his eyes, as if he were the one most wronged. Tell me what I should know now. Zhou Long said, if not, let me show you what 1,000 cuts feels like. He thrust the laser sword forward. Big brother, what do you want to know? Chao Shangfei responded. Everything you know. Zhou Long almost shouted. When I first entered the game, I inexplicably received this mission. Big brother, you know that anyone would take on a mission. Sigh. I must be incredibly unlucky to have taken on such a task. If I can't complete it, I can't take on any other tasks. This is really... Get to the point. Zhou Long urged. Point. Fei Shi interjected, stepping forward, raising his laser gun at Chao Shangfei. I accepted a mission. To represent the garbage army, to negotiate with General Li Guang. Chao Shangfei replied, but could never see the man himself. Sigh. After saying this, he looked like an unfulfilled hero. You started your mission with the garbage army, didn't you? Zhou Long said flatly. Yes, then I came out. Chao Shangfei responded. Then what is this? Zhou Long asked. This is... Chao Shangfei replied. Just the reward for my first stage mission. Is that so? Zhou Long said. I just want to take a look. He snatched the item from Chao Shangfei's arms. It was simply a vest made of metal, looking very ordinary. Zhou Long glanced at the vest before him, a deep voice rumbling from his throat as he swiftly thrust a sword forward. I will help you complete your mission. As Zhou Long spoke, Chao Shangfei transformed into a mist, indicating that he could indeed enter this place. He must have entered many times, and with so many monsters here, even the most basic ones could easily claim his life, yet he still managed to enter to carry out missions. Otherwise, there would be nothing like a pass, as Zhou Long absolutely did not believe he could simply come in and put on the vest. A chilling sensation crept from the back of Zhou Long's head. Without even looking, he knew there was a laser gun aimed at him. Damn it. Another sneak attack. Zhou Long thought, friend, do you need help? Is this person out of their mind? Li Donghu and Fat Lion exchanged a glance, both feeling an identical thought, Behind them, someone had also tapped a gun against their backs, their bodies immediately tensing. At this moment, all they could hope for was that the person behind them wouldn't take action to silence them. If help was needed, it wouldn't be announced in such a hostile manner. The back of his head was firmly pressed against the barrel of the laser gun, and he could hear the heavy breathing of the person behind him. It seems I indeed haven't mistaken the person. A voice both strange and familiar. Zhou Long swiftly turned around and shouted, "The non-human trio, why are there only two left?" "Don't run. I'm going to offer you to the goddess," came a shout from afar. Zhou Long and the others exchanged knowing glances. In this game, in this place, all there was between players was slaughter. As long as they formed an alliance, if someone suddenly appeared with a gun at the back of your head, there was no need to worry. At least the person behind hadn't killed you in one shot. This meant you still had value. In the split second the gun was pressed against his head, Zhou Long's mind raced to a conclusion. The person behind him wasn't here to take his life. This was a precaution to avoid friendly fire. The group exchanged smiles and continued to advance in a long line. The two non-humans walked ahead of Zhou Long, perhaps feeling safer, and Li Donghu, who was leading, gradually quickened his pace. Boom, boom. Don't run. They heard gunshots and the frantic shouts of manhwa from nearby, or even farther away. "Master, we still need to advance this way," Bloodthirst said. Through the onboard computer in his military uniform, Zhou Long heard Bloodthirst's faint question. "Of course we continue." Zhou Long replied briefly. The deeper they went, the more intelligent the monsters, which were robots. The one that had just been lying on the ground vanished without a sound, definitely lurking in the shadows. Listen, I'm starving to death and dying of thirst. If I don't get something to eat, I'm going to die." At the back of the line, Dan had been shouting intermittently since they started moving. And earlier it sounded more like a shrew shouting, "Oh my God, I need the right to eggs." Dan said the last few words, becoming softer as Zhou Long stood before him. Wielding his laser sword, he wildly swung at Dan's round body. Crack, crack, crack. With a few splitting sounds, Dan fell apart on the ground again. "Next time you shout, I'll turn you into dust," Zhou Long shouted. "Master," Bloodthirst called from behind. "What are you doing? Can't you see I'm busy?" Zhou Long said, looking at the bits of Dan reassembling on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh. A gust of wind swept past his ears, and it seemed something behind him was breathing heavily, even emitting warm air. "What the hell? What is that?" Zhou Long thought, slightly tilting his head. Behind him was a giant mechanical cat, black all over its head, 3 times larger than Bloodthirst's. At that moment, the mechanical cat was only a millimeter behind Zhou Long, while the hundreds of robots behind had already turned into scraps on the ground, and Fat Lion and the others were directly captured, tightly bound to the mechanical cat's tail. From the ambush to the attack, this creature had taken just a few seconds. Meowed. Perhaps due to the lack of scent or the effectiveness of Zhou Long's camouflage vest, as he turned around to face the mechanical cat, it was howling at the sky. It was less than half a meter away from him. What the hell? Is that really a cat? Zhou Long thought, gripping his laser sword tightly, his body rigid. "Quick, save us!" Fat Lion shouted. The mechanical cat's tail swayed left and right as the players tied to it cried out, "Ah!" The tail was laid flat on the ground, and the mechanical cat chased its own tail. "This must be a cat," Zhou Long thought, remaining motionless. Bang! Nearby, a beam of laser struck, causing a massive explosion. A robot in the distance was jumping around, seemingly calling the mechanical cat over. "Aim!" While shouting, the mechanical cat ran over. "That was close," Zhou Long muttered, finally relaxing his entire body. "Don't run." A shadow quickly jumped out behind him. "Damn it!" Zhou Long shouted and kicked Manhwa, who was running out to the ground. The laser sword quickly pointed at Manhwa's throat. "But I can't let that cat come back," Zhou Long thought. Who knows if Manhwa was fully aware? Zhou Long hesitated to strike, as he still recognized the other person. Peering ahead, the cat was running swiftly. It leapt onto the giant robot, both racing forward with all their might, suddenly jumping and disappearing. "Damn it!" Zhou Long shouted. "Be honest. I know where your goddess is." "All right." Manhwa obediently stood up. "Advance," Zhou Long said, and the two quickly moved forward. Despite the robot not having run far, it vanished. That was because it was originally large, and with each step it covered more ground. Zhou Long and Manhwa took nearly half a day to finally reach the spot where the robot had disappeared. "Bloodthirst, respond," Zhou Long said, pressing the onboard computer in his military uniform. "Master. Master. Haha, master. Ah, master." The military suit transmitted Bloodthirst's intermittent voice. "Bloodthirst must be suffering," Zhou Long shouted. Before him was a massive basin. The drop was nearly 100 meters, and the mountainsides were extraordinarily smooth, clearly showing signs of artificial carving. Before him stood a city radiating light, not because it was prosperous, but because the entire city was emitting electric sparks. The walls outside the city appeared very imposing, but they were made up of countless robot bodies, and above them were countless automatic cannons and laser guns, almost every place sparking with electricity. "Listen, Manhwa, the goddess you're looking for is inside," Zhou Long said, pointing at the city wall. "She's been imprisoned by beasts inside, and now she needs a warrior to rescue her. Hurry, Zhou Long shouted beside him. You're lying to me. Do you think I'm insane? Manhwa turned her head and said. Looking at Zhou Long's serious face, Fei Hua said, You just want me to be the cannon fodder. She picked up the laser gun in her hand. All right then. The beautiful woman, let me go save her, Zhou Long said. He turned to look at the nearly 1,000-meter drop in front of him, seemingly lost in thought. Huh, you'll never be able to go down. On the slope ahead, Fei Hua's rolling body shouted, Idiot. Zhou Long said, turning around and jogging, raising his hand to pull up a small grass that was as tall as a person. In no time, a sturdy rope was formed in Zhou Long's hands. After securing the rope, he slowly moved down along the other end. Who said I can't go down? Zhou Long muttered as he descended. The massive display screen continuously replayed the places Zhou Long and his group had visited. General, that place has strong interference. Our detector cannot transmit the images. An NPC officer beside him said meticulously. Gather the team. The general, dressed in military uniform with his buttons undone, his flowing silver hair, and a roll of dry tobacco between his fingers, was emitting smoke rings. General Li Guang, the commander of the trash planet, issued the order. General, your son. Upon hearing Li Guang's words, the busy officers around stopped their work, and someone seemed a bit excited, saying, That's Colonel Li Donghu. For the prosperity of the mother planet's civilization. It's understandable for the colonel, no matter what situation he is in. Li Guang said indifferently. But he is your only son. He is also an officer. Li Guang replied. Gather the team and wait for the opportunity. Yes. The surrounding officers instantly sprang into action, their speed noticeably quicker than before. General, perhaps I can help you. As soon as the voice sounded, Li Guang, who was sitting in the chair, suddenly had a sparkle in his murky eyes. He scanned the room, and the officers immediately left. Bring him back. Li Guang said, his voice seeming to come from his throat in a rough manner. All right. A thin man about 1.8 meters tall said briefly. What do you want? Li Guang said abruptly, pulling out the dry tobacco in his hand, coughing, cough, cough. Your sword. The player, the lone wanderer, replied. Good. Let's go. I want him alive. Li Guang seemed a bit anxious as he spoke. With a turn, the lone wanderer stepped into the darkness, and like a magician, he adjusted his robe and vanished. Atop the city wall, the lone wanderer appeared as if he had vanished into thin air, standing on the wall, watching the sun slowly set in the sky, a slight arc forming at the corner of his mouth. Not far away, several NPC officers were obviously watching, ensuring that other players did not appear in the city, but the lone wanderer was different. He easily appeared in the general's room silently, without a hint of warning, which particularly made Li Guang feel uncomfortable and cautious. As soon as the player, the lone wanderer, entered the game, he obtained a hidden class in the game, one of the free classes called Dark Mercenary, where various data skills were significantly enhanced in the night. Of course, the lone wanderer also had another name, Long. Coming from a poor family but having the stature of a young master, he worked as a server. After finishing college with a legendary experience, the poor boy suddenly became the ruler of the Blue Sky Group. Before long, the sun had set, and the night occupied the entire world. The lone wanderer jumped down from the city wall, rapidly advancing towards the vast land ahead, while countless players were still fighting monsters around. He saw a shadow swiftly crossing, without stopping for even a minute, directly advancing deep into the earth, leaping over numerous monsters of all sizes. The lone wanderer didn't even take a glance. Focusing on the road ahead, looking at the map displayed in his hood, the lone wanderer sprinted in a straight line, occasionally bypassing powerful, high-level, intelligent monsters, then continued forward, having traversed the night. Finally, the lone wanderer saw the electrifying city leaping down. Just as he raised his head, he saw countless lasers shooting towards him. Damn it! Crying out, the lone wanderer lowly muttered, rolling down to the ground. It shouldn't be. No one should know my whereabouts. The lone wanderer thought, lying on the ground and slowly advancing. In the darkness, what he saw was like daylight, while the city ahead erupted with countless lasers and automatic cannons, yet it was still a series of flashes. Having crawled for an unknown distance on the ground, the lone wanderer used the light from the lasers to vaguely see a jumping figure weaving through the countless laser beams. It was that figure. A master, the lone wanderer thought to himself. Whenever that figure appeared, countless lasers swept across, yet that figure struck an extremely graceful pose. In an instant, he evaded all the laser attacks. A master. If I could use someone like this, it would definitely be a good thing. The lone wanderer murmured, but it seemed unlikely he would ever get to meet them. The lone wanderer continued crawling forward, when suddenly a very bad feeling arose, as if someone was watching him. He clearly knew of their existence, but just couldn't see them. His laser pistol was drawn from his chest. The lone wanderer glanced around, taking advantage of the absence of the overwhelming lasers. He immediately sped up his crawling in the darkness. At that moment, a figure shifted. If the lone wanderer turned back, he would discover a person crawling out from a pile of robot remains, also crawling slowly on the ground, just like himself. This person was, of course, Zhou Long, who originally thought Fei Hua was a scout to attract the firepower ahead. Unexpectedly, that crazy Fei Hua was still alive. He continued to assault the trash city, being driven back time and again, rushing forward again and again. Zhou Long saw countless places emitting lasers. Instantly losing the urge to move deeper, he thought about waiting until night to see if he could get in. But unexpectedly, upon moving, he spotted the crawling figure of the lone wanderer, initially not moving. Seeing the lone wanderer move, Zhou Long also learned to crawl on the ground, following from a distance, while the city in front of Zhou Long appeared much clearer, which was certainly a result of his Bodis mutation. Slowly crawling, the lone wanderer occasionally glanced back, feeling the uncomfortable sensation of being watched, but could find no one. In such circumstances, it was impossible to turn around and look for someone. Watching the increasingly close city wall, the overwhelming lasers stopped their barrage. The lone wanderer stood up and sprinted to the base of the wall, and without pausing for a moment began to climb. The system prompted, "You have entered the garbage city." Looking at the information displayed above, the wanderer exerted force with both hands and leaped over the city wall. The dark barrel of the gun and the bright light emanating from behind it confirmed everything. The laser gun in front was fully charged, and a shabby devourer robot stood before him. The wanderer had just climbed over the wall when he collided head-on with the gun barrel. "Huh, so soon another human has arrived," the devourer said, gesturing with the gun barrel, signaling the wanderer to continue moving forward while his laser pistol was confiscated. Taking a couple of steps forward, the wanderer noticed that many captured players were lined up ahead, all bowing their heads. Sigh. With a sigh, the wanderer helplessly walked over. 100 of them. "You take them away," shouted the devourer robot, while the robot at the front of the crowd did not respond, merely pointing the gun barrel, leading everyone to proceed in that direction. "Damn it, why aren't you capturing that person?" The wanderer sighed and turned back just in time to see Zhou Long climbing over the wall, while the robots around the wall showed no reaction. The wanderer couldn't help but shout, "Be quiet." The leading robot turned back upon hearing the noise and shot the wanderer in the thigh with pinpoint accuracy, the shot not taking his life, but leaving a hole in his leg. "Oh, it hurts. You can't move anymore," said the guiding robot beside him, tilting its head. The wanderer rolled on the ground, clutching his thigh, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead. "Oh, it hurts. So painful." His whole body trembled, as if that shot truly was excruciating. "Send 2 people to bring a stretcher," the devourer robot said to its onboard computer, and shortly after 2 humans rushed forward. The robot in front, while appearing identical to the devourer robot, certainly had a different level of intelligence. The only apparent difference was that its eyes occasionally glowed red. They lifted the wanderer onto the stretcher. "Shout loudly. Just say you're in a lot of pain," the human NPC carrying the stretcher quietly said in his ear. "Oh, I'm really dying from the pain. I can't move," the wanderer immediately shouted loudly. "What the hell? You're just playing a game. Is it necessary?" The players in the line chimed in. Zhou Long, who had just climbed in, also said, "Is it really necessary?" Thanks to this metallic vest, Zhou Long had already passed by several rows of patrolling robots without being noticed, watching the players ahead. As the escort team moved forward, Zhou Long followed closely behind. Though he instinctively hid, none of the robots beside him noticed him. Once they were past, Zhou Long followed generously, but did not act too boldly. After all, the line in front consisted of captured players, and it would not be good if someone noticed and shouted out. In the city, aside from the various robots standing on the road, there were various houses, but unlike the city walls, these houses were all wooden. It seemed someone lived inside, but at a glance Zhou Long thought they looked more like shops, as every house had a sign hanging outside, watching the group that had already walked far away. Zhou Long stepped inside, and the sign outside read "Jewelry Store." "Hello, would you like something to drink?" A man in a black leather jacket wearing reading glasses held a towel to wipe a glass, looking at Zhou Long with a hint of excitement in his voice. "I think this should be." Zhou Long stepped back, glancing and thinking, "I wasn't mistaken. It is a jewelry store." "Sir, you are not mistaken. This is indeed a jewelry store." Upon entering again, Zhou Long said, "Don't tell me you sell jewelry." In front of him was a counter, but it was obvious that it was filled with bottles of alcohol, and the air was thick with the scent of alcohol, almost making Zhou Long want to retreat. "Of course I sell jewelry," the old man said, pulling a rope in front of him. The counter filled with bottles of alcohol suddenly sank down, and when it rose again, it had transformed into a display of dusty jewelry. The entire counter was covered with a thick layer of dust, and seeing Zhou Long's strange expression, the old man said, "Don't mind it. The goods here are top-notch. Look at this bracelet, this necklace, these earrings, and this ring." The old man pointed at the counter, introducing them, but when he mentioned the ring, the last 2 words undoubtedly carried more weight. Sir, your ring." The old man squinted and asked, It's nothing. Just show me the rings you have." Zhou Long stepped forward and looked at the rings in the counter. Although they were dusty, Zhou Long didn't mind. As long as they were usable, it was fine. The rings he wore on his hand were merely decorative, which Zhou Long didn't like. "Sir, I also handle equipment repairs here," the old man said, looking at Zhou Long, extending his hand, and saying, "And I buy back jewelry too. Sir, this ring of yours is damaged. I can replace it for you, okay? It will only cost 1,000 star coins. It's not expensive at all." "Are you robbing me?" Zhou Long shouted. I just want to repair my equipment. All right. Bang. Sir, do you want a single repair or a full repair? Is it a standard repair or a premium repair? The old man said, snapping his fingers, and a door in the wall of the room opened, revealing a robot that walked out, its body thin as a straw, but with extraordinarily large eyes extending its arms. Its hands were constantly switching between drill bits, wrenches, and pliers, and Zhou Long asked, all of them. Premium repair. How much will it cost? Sir, this is really not expensive. Only 5,000 star coins. What? Zhou Long shouted. And you're giving me a discount? The old man's eyes sparkled as he spoke. Seeing the tools in the robot's hands, Zhou Long was genuinely a bit worried. If it accidentally hurt him, it would not be fun at all. About my ring. Actually, it's a family heirloom. I really don't want it. Zhou Long said, regretfully, raising his hand and caressing the ring as if it were his most treasured possession. Sir, I can assess it and give you a fair price. The old man said, his eyes fixed on the ring, and then he quickly looked away, although it was just a fleeting expression. Bang. Just as Zhou Long was about to take off the ring, a loud bang echoed, and a small child unexpectedly ran out beside him, igniting firecrackers in hand. Get back, you little rascal. The old man shouted as the child ran around joyfully, making faces and hopping away, laughing heartily. A little girl laughed as she threw firecrackers at Zhou Long's feet. What is this? Zhou Long asked, puzzled. Don't you know today is the Spring Festival? A counter about 10 meters away displayed a microscope-like device where an old woman stood surrounded by running children. Children were running around joyfully, and Zhou Long remarked, Spring Festival. With a look of confusion, but in the next moment excitement filled his face as he recalled what the festival meant. For Zhou Long, or for current professional players aside from National Day, the Spring Festival was the only holiday that left a slight impression, and the only reason was. During National Day and the Spring Festival, every game would have some events or prizes. It was quite common for games to give gifts during festivals many years ago. However, many players later claimed that giving gifts during festivals and games was unfair, yet more players had no objections, and after some disputes, a consensus emerged among nearly all games. Gifts were only given on National Day and the Spring Festival, and often appeared in the form of quests. The old man's at it again. The old woman said with a knowing expression. Zhou Long handed the ring to the old man, who pulled out a magnifying glass from somewhere, examining the ring carefully. A piece of scrap metal. Young man, this ring is worth only a few hundred star coins. The old man said scornfully. The only saving grace is that it still needs to be appraised. Perhaps there's a new discovery. Zhou Long took the ring and put it on his finger, looking at the old man in front of him, who had a scheming look. Zhou Long didn't even want to glance at him a second time, having pulled it from the goblin's tribute. Zhou Long was not convinced it could be that bad. Cough. Cough. The old woman in the distance seemed to cough intentionally a few times, casually placing a sign on the counter in front of her. Appraiser. Zhou Long read as he walked forward. You old hag. You're stealing my business. The old man shouted from behind. Upon hearing this, Zhou Long undoubtedly quickened his pace and handed the ring to the old woman. The appraisal fee is 1,000 star coins. The old woman said while holding the ring. Zhou Long immediately felt an indescribable emotion. What the heck? Zhou Long thought to himself, each one is more scheming than the last. Can you make it cheaper? Zhou Long exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with hope. Well, considering you are the first customer of the new year, it's free this time. The old woman said as she placed the ring into the device in front of her, a flash of light passing through. Item name: Cursed Ring. Attack 0. Defense 100. Skill: can curse any person or item for 3 days, inflicting moderate damage. Can also curse a specific target, inflicting the same damage as the user. Requires the cursed person's hair, fingernails, or fur. Cursed set: a complete set of equipment, can possess prophetic abilities. The cursed ring has a limit of 8 levels, with each layer of restriction lifted, enhancing the curse's effect. There is still unknown information awaiting restriction removal. Why is this? Why is there still information I can't see? Zhou Long said as data automatically appeared in the visor before him upon wearing the ring. I've already said this one is free. The old woman said kindly. After so many years, just because you're the only visitor, I'm giving you a discount. Just as the old woman finished speaking, the old man behind shot back, I guess your appraisal skills are so bad that nobody needs you. What do you mean? The old woman said, her kind eyes fixated on Zhou Long. Oh, that. I have something else to do. Zhou Long said as he turned to leave. If he didn't get out now, the 5,000 star coins on him would truly be gone, and that little white-eyed monster's gaze. Young man, don't you want to take a quest? The old woman called out. Not interested. Zhou Long replied, thinking to himself, taking a quest, there isn't really taking one. How about another free appraisal? As soon as the old woman said this, Zhou Long's right leg, which seemed about to step out, moved back. Actually, I'm a very warm-hearted person, Zhou Long said nonchalantly as he appeared in front of the old woman's counter. System prompt: congratulations, player has gained the shop owner's favor, receiving a free appraisal of an item. Looking at the prompt above, Zhou Long immediately felt that the old woman in front of him was so kind and amiable. The story is like this. The old woman began to speak as if chatting about everyday life. A very cliched beginning. Once upon a time, this place was not called a garbage planet. Countless humans lived here, and of course at that time, there were also broken robots. However, back then robots and humans coexisted harmoniously. Ordinary people had one or two robot friends, and even secretly things happened that shouldn't have. As the days and months passed, the entire situation changed. The resources of the mother planet were depleted, and the garbage robots were blamed for wasting the increasingly scarce resources. Thus, a movement whose origin was unknown began. At first, only a small number of humans deliberately exterminated the garbage robots, but later on, the number of those garbage robots continued to increase, which was a strange policy. While saying they wanted to exterminate all garbage robots, they also transported garbage robots from various battlefields. As they gradually formed a legion, a legend arose that their garbage king commanded his subordinates to defeat the mother planet's army that came to suppress them. Moreover, they captured countless local humans as hostages, which made the mother planet unable to use special means, a weapon called Starburst capable of instantly destroying one or several nearby planets. Thus, a protracted war began. The mother planet sent troops here every year to fight, while the garbage legion grew stronger day by day. Now the garbage planet was no longer under the complete control of the mother planet. The old man and old woman in the shop undoubtedly were the middlemen who survived between the two warring sides, possessing certain advanced skills, loyal to the mother planet, yet still having affection for the garbage robots. Hey, what can I do? I really want to continue listening. I'm sorry. I'm very busy. Two messages appeared before Zhou Long, seemingly for selection, and Zhou Long chose a. The system congratulates the player on obtaining the task from the jewelry store in the garbage city. Completing the task will reward the player with discount coupons from the jewelry store owner, as well as 500 planetary coins and 500 prestige points. In the depths of the garbage city, there are still a large number of humans. They have long been captured by garbage robots to do hard labor. The old woman in front of him said sorrowfully. He needs humans. Zhou Long asked curiously. Yes, legend has it that something was discovered beneath the garbage city. The old woman said, among those people there is also my daughter. If you can find her, even if you can bring back news about her, that would be great. Saying this, the old woman took off her ring and handed it over, saying, this is our family's token of affection. If you can find him, show him this. He will believe you. The old woman said, good luck, young man. The last girl just set out. What? The last one? Zhou Long asked while touching the ring in his hand. It was a small ring that Zhou Long managed to fit on his pinky finger. It was crystal clear with diamonds faintly emitting a white glow. Information prompt task equipment ring of affection. Thank you very much for your help, the old woman said, and then began to busily tend to her work. After Zhou Long spoke, the old woman asked only one thing. Did you bring my daughter back? There were no other words, and the old man behind her showed no reaction. All right, Zhou Long said as he stepped out of the store. The dark street was clear to Zhou Long, who walked cautiously along it with numerous high-level monsters brushing past him. He had no intention of entering the surrounding houses. There were various shops, but Zhou Long actually wanted to rescue his hero from the bloodthirsty. Of course he would take on the task if he could. Holding the handle of his laser sword, he almost jogged along. As he passed a few wooden houses, Zhou Long's swiftly moving body came to a halt. In front of him was a large open space filled with gigantic robots. They showed no signs of wear and were entirely new. Good heavens! Zhou Long exclaimed just as he was about to step forward. Bang! Bang! A powerful arm suddenly wrapped around Zhou Long's neck, pulling him into the darkness beside him. A faintly familiar scent rushed into his nostrils, and in an instant Zhou Long recognized who was holding him. Wan Bing. These two words appeared directly in Zhou Long's mind. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight back, it was because simultaneously a cold laser gun was pressed against his head. Be quiet. Wan Bing's cold voice rang in his ears. Dare to move, and he'll blow your head off. With extraordinary vision, Zhou Long saw the robots in the square across from him, looking at the spot where he had just stood. That spot now had several large holes. Seemingly not having detected anything, the robots resumed their previous positions. Sister, we are quite fated, Zhou Long said softly as he raised his head. You, Wan Bing replied, her tone clearly indicating that she had to grit her teeth to say it. If encountering Li Guang could lead to a task, then players who saw Li Guang would definitely not just be a lone traveler, and Wan Bing was another one also there to rescue Li Donghu. And just like Zhou Long, find that NPC's daughter. Actually, I really want you dead, Wan Bing said succinctly. But you can't bear to now, Zhou Long said lightly. Oh. As soon as Zhou Long finished speaking, the arm around his neck tightened. This was a narrow space, and their bodies were pressed closely together. Although it was evident that Wan Bing had undergone a significant change after drinking the potion that day, becoming stronger and more powerful at the same time, her body had also become more supple. Zhou Long leaned against Wan Bing. Now, apart from his neck feeling uncomfortable, the rest of his body was incredibly comfortable, with her long hair draped over his head. Sister, are you done? I have a task for you. Wan Bing's soft voice came. Otherwise you can just die. Zhou Long whispered, "Don't. Sister, please don't." He saw Wan Bing loosen the hand that was gripping his neck while the gun still pressed against the back of his head. With great effort, she removed the disguised vest from Zhou Long. "Sister, you." Zhou Long thought to himself, "You little vixen. What bad luck it is to run into you. Now you can go out." Zhou Long exclaimed, suddenly being kicked out by Wan Bing from behind. "What the hell?" Zhou Long shouted, managing to stop his boat's forward momentum and slightly tilted his head. With his eyes darting, he noticed the robots standing not far away, turning their heads to look at him. Zhou Long remained motionless, rigidly maintaining his previous posture. "Can't see me. Can't see me. Can't see me." Zhou Long silently chanted in his heart. Click, click, click. In an instant, the sound of metal grinding and wearing out echoed. Zhou Long was very familiar with this sound. During the war with the Bloodthirsty and the Tauren at the base, this sound was the prelude before the weapons fired. "You vixen, I won't let this go." Zhou Long shouted behind him, turning and running at the fastest speed he had ever achieved. Of course, Zhou Long didn't know the way. He just ran into every intersection he saw. "Wait." The boss said not to shoot randomly in the city. A robot said as it watched Zhou Long run away. "All right. Then we'll go catch mice." Sure. Sure. All the robots in the square put away their weapons and chased after the direction Zhou Long had fled. Phew. Phew. Zhou Long had no idea how fast he was running, but apart from his own breathing, all he could hear was the sound of the wind in his ears. Perhaps due to his Bodis mutation, his steps were exceptionally quick. "Freak." Wan Bing, hiding in the shadows, remarked on Zhou Long's frenzied speed. After drinking that bottle of potion at the human pass, she noticed her body underwent tremendous changes once she logged into the game. Although she didn't develop the bulky muscle she had imagined, the speed of her limbs' attacks was undoubtedly enhanced to an inhuman level as she watched the robots in the square chase after Zhou Long. Wan Bing stealthily walked out, and on the other side of the square stood a massive round white stone building that looked more like a Roman amphitheater. Moving swiftly along the dark wall, Wan Bing made no sound at all. Perhaps it was caution, or perhaps it was excessive care, but it took her quite some time to reach the base of the wall of a structure resembling a European-style gladiatorial arena. A wave of cheers erupted from within the building, suggesting that countless people were celebrating on the other side of the wall. As Wan Bing walked slowly along the edge of the wall, she thought to herself, "This is too easy." Perhaps it was a woman's nature, but in the darkness Wan Bing felt a twinge of unease, always wishing for the presence of a man beside her, even though she had just kicked one away. Holding a laser gun, Wan Bing stealthily advanced along the wall. Perhaps due to her Bodis mutation and enhanced vision, she observed the wall before her uneven and rugged. She had a plan in mind, secured the laser gun at her waist, and with a powerful push from her limbs, she began to climb up, looking toward the top of the wall, where a bright light shone, coming closer with every ascent. The cheers from within the wall grew more fervent. Accelerating with all her limbs, she approached the wall's edge, wondering, are they having a party? "Let me add some spice for you," Wan Bing declared. With a sudden grip on the wall's edge, she pushed herself up with all her might, not pausing for a second. Wan Bing's body exaggeratedly twisted as she flipped over the top, airborne and yet to land. Bang! With her developed hearing, Wan Bing had already detected someone to her left ahead, had spotted her, and launched an attack, kicking towards her waist. Looking for death, she thought. In that moment of twisting in the air, Wan Bing's body swiftly contorted, and in a flash she kicked out. As their legs collided, both parties were momentarily stunned. Wan Bing was unharmed thanks to her mutated powerful body. Ordinary players' close-range attacks had become nearly ineffective against her. The previous kick had only rebounded off her. She adeptly shifted in the air, soaring far away. Once she landed, she was confident she could quickly find a hiding spot. To her surprise, the kick just aimed at her was equally forceful. Had it not been for her Bodis mutation, Wan Bing mused that she would have had no chance to retaliate just now. Upon landing, she intended to move swiftly, but instead crouched down and remained still. Opposite her stood a man, and Wan Bing was certain he was the one who had just ambushed her. He looked somewhat familiar, wearing a cap and a sword at his waist. If Zhou Long were present, he would definitely recognize this person. He was the one who had pointed Zhou Long out at the human pass planet, becoming the so-called leader of the players. Yet now Wan Bing felt uneasy. The man seemed like a wild beast, standing merely 5 meters away from her, unyielding even after her mutated body had attacked him. It appeared that he had sealed off all of Wan Bing's escape routes. Fortunately, from the moment she climbed up to the ground where they clashed, only the man in front of her had noticed her, while a few meters behind him stood numerous robots. Countless robots turned their backs to Wan Bing, flailing their mechanical arms and shouting, "Go for it. Kill him." They seemed to be cheering for someone. At that moment, the man slightly turned his body aside. What a great opportunity. This is my chance, Wan Bing thought, as the tense atmosphere between the two dissipated. Crouching on the ground, Wan Bing suddenly pushed off with her leg lunging forward. Her right leg followed with a kick. If her earlier ascent had been hurried without a chance to prepare, this time, she unleashed 80% of her strength. Breath. Just as Wan Bing leaped into the air, launching a lightning-fast strike at the man before her, her keen hearing caught wind of another swift and powerful attack coming from the side. A kick aimed at Wan Bing's lower body came swiftly, driven by instinct to protect herself. She desperately altered the angle of her attack. Bang! As their legs collided, Wan Bing's entire body was propelled forward. This had been her intention all along, as she never intended to engage in a protracted battle with the man before her. The longer she delayed, the more people would discover her. Wan Bing's forward assault was meant to leverage her strength to fly further away, but suddenly someone emerged beside her. In an instant, everything changed for Wan Bing, leading her off course. As she flew out, she caught a glimpse of the man before her, his face contorted in pain as though enduring something, while the one attacking her was an old man. The old man, with graying hair and a face full of weariness, did not wear military attire, but slowly approached the man, appearing as if he might collapse at any moment. Wan Bing found it hard to imagine that such a person could engage her in battle without a scratch, and yet he moved forward slowly. Suddenly turning in midair, Wan Bing aimed a kick at the enormous head before her. Wow, wow, wow. Master, it hurts so much. The player named Ting Feng cried out, sitting on the ground, clutching his thigh from which he had just attacked, his face filled with a pitiful expression. Master, it hurts so much. The player Ting Feng shouted. The kindly-looking old man replied, gently, disciple. Endure it. Ah! The agonizing cries were instantly drowned out by the cheers of the countless robots behind them. In that fleeting moment, all of Ting Feng's limbs and bones were shattered by the old man's strikes. The only reason he did not pass out was that right before his bones were broken, a pill was shoved into Ting Feng's mouth, the overwhelming pain flooding his brain instantly. The drug acted like a stimulant, keeping the player Ting Feng on the ground extremely alert and awake, while he also had to endure the immense pain radiating throughout his body. He. The old man lifted his head and smiled at Wan Bing, who was leaping in the distance before carrying Ting Feng and following suit. At that moment, Wan Bing was leaping from one large head to another. Who the hell is that? What the heck? Who is jumping on my head? Each cheering robot roared as Wan Bing's sharp shoes pressed down on them. Perhaps it was a special occasion, although surrounded by robots, many of which had already spotted Wan Bing, every robot merely drew their guns and fired into the air. It seemed that Wan Bing's appearance had given them a reason to cheer. Breath. Just as Wan Bing continued to bounce on the heads of the robots, she felt another rapid attack from behind. She hurriedly turned and jumped up. It was that same old man. Hoo. Zhou Long was sprinting, quickly pursued by countless robots. The place he had just passed was where Wan Bing had kicked him out. Zhou Long had already run around 3 laps here. The robots behind him seemed to have crossed some circuit line. Initially, a few stray lasers shot at him, but now there were simply more robots chasing him. Even when Zhou Long hid and was found, those robots merely laughed heartily, shooting at the ground in front of him repeatedly, and Zhou Long finally realized. These robots were playing hide-and-seek with him. Zhou Long had already run countless laps around the city. Each time he hid and was found by the robots, he was fortunate to find an exit. He continued to run out. It's really fast, Zhou Long remarked. At this moment, he stopped hiding, not for any other reason, but because he was running too fast, and the robots behind him were not firing. They simply took strides to chase Zhou Long, while around him the scenery began to change. The buildings on both sides were gradually slowing down, yet Zhou Long's own pace did not falter. In fact, Zhou Long even slowly outpaced the robots pursuing him. Although he did so at a very slow speed, none of the surrounding robots noticed him, and every movement of the robots was extremely slow. What is going on? Zhou Long thought, a bad feeling surfacing in his heart. In a daze, he looked ahead, and surprisingly saw that a door had opened not far in front. Faint light from a lamp illuminated the ground, and beside the door on the wall stood a street light. In, Zhou Long shouted, as if making up his mind. He strode confidently into the doorway. Clap! As Zhou Long rushed in, the wooden door behind him closed. What the hell? What is this? Zhou Long exclaimed, looking at the person in front of him, feeling as if he had fallen into a trap. Inside the room, the walls were all made of dirt. Beside Zhou Long, there was also a lamp. In the dim light, he noticed a person standing not far away, wearing a grayish-white hat. Dressed in a gray robe, slightly hunched over, there was also a door beside him. Hello, Zhou Long said, taking a step forward. Cough, cough. Hello, I am the owner here. The person in front said, gently stepping aside to reveal a shabby sign embedded in the dirt wall. Mysterious shop. Zhou Long read aloud. Yes, I am the owner of the mysterious shop. You can call me the shopkeeper, the person in front replied. As he spoke, the shopkeeper shook the 2 sleeves of his garment, throwing them up. He appeared quite young, yet perhaps due to rarely being exposed to sunlight, his skin was exceptionally pale. Not pale in a healthy way, but in a manner that suggested illness. So what do you sell here? Zhou Long asked tentatively. Clearly the number of customers received here thus far could not have been many, or perhaps Zhou Long was the very first. The shopkeeper opened his clothing, revealing various bottles hanging inside, along with a couple of large square boxes. Must be energy blocks, Zhou Long mused inwardly. This city does have places to buy items, but the prices are definitely exorbitant. If you go out to shop, the cost will be substantial. However, here you can buy and sell various goods, and the prices are absolutely fair. We'll take a look then, Zhou Long said as he reached for the object in the store manager's clothes. Wait. The store manager suddenly shouted, his white face with eyes fixed tightly on the hand Zhou Long had extended. Zhou Long looked and found that the task ring was on his right pinky. This ring of yours is crystal clear. Although it's not a rare treasure, its craftsmanship is extraordinary, a fine piece. The store manager said in front of him. I wonder if you would be willing to part with it. I'm not willing, I'm just here to see what good things you have for sale. Zhou Long replied, thinking to himself, if I sell it to you, how will I complete my task? If you're out and about, you definitely need a full set of fine steel. The store manager said, reaching behind him with both hands, as if performing magic, and produced a complete set of clothing. Item: special fine steel military uniform, rank of Captain, Earth, grade, attack 50150, defense 80180. When enough materials are available, the military uniform can be upgraded to enhance its defense. 10000 star coins. Zhou Long reached out to select the military uniform in front of him, which indeed suited him well at present. The equipment levels in the game are divided into initial level, the first military uniform obtained by players upon entering the game. Earth grade military uniform Sky, grade military uniform Cloud, grade military uniform Void, grade military uniform Fearless, grade military uniform. At the same time, military uniforms also have rank restrictions. For example, a player wearing a Cloud grade captain uniform could defeat a player with an Earth grade colonel uniform. Each level of military uniform corresponds to a rank level. Do you have any other military uniforms? Zhou Long said, turning his body to clearly show his major rank. Of course. The store manager said, waving his hands behind him. A series of military uniforms were brought out. Indeed, he has the potential of a magician, Zhou Long thought to himself, curious about what the store manager had behind him to be able to produce 5 or 6 pieces of clothing in an instant. This one, and let's see this one, Zhou Long muttered, picking and choosing among the 5 or 6 military uniforms in front of him. What's this? Zhou Long said, reaching for the store manager's clothes. This is nothing. The store manager said, hurriedly retracting his hands. Several pieces of clothing quickly hidden behind him, his hands crossed protectively over his chest, a slight blush appearing on his white face. Isn't that a man? Zhou Long thought, surely it can't be a she-male. The thing I want is in your clothes. Zhou Long said. All right, the store manager said, adjusting his breath and opening up again. Yes, this is the item. Zhou Long said, stretching out his hand to take an object from the store manager's clothing. A round object about the size of a palm with a surface displaying a radar-like pattern. Item: map detector, used for detecting maps in a small area. 100 star coins. Good item, Zhou Long said as he confirmed the transaction. Sir, you have a really good eye, the store manager said with a beaming smile. Sir, what about your ring? The store manager continued to ask. I'm looking for someone, Zhou Long said, ready to turn and push the door open. Sir, the person you're looking for might be just behind this door, the store manager said, pointing to the door next to him. Zhou Long replied, pulling open the door across from him and stepping out. Bang! Once the door shut, Zhou Long felt a twinge of regret. The path before him resembled an artificially dug passage, and it was apparent that it was of considerable age. His head displayed cave level 1. Damn it, Zhou Long said, turning around and reaching for the door behind him, but to his disappointment, it wouldn't budge. Looking ahead, there was a bend in the path. Dim light was cast on the ground at the bend. Well, a dead horse can be treated as a live one, Zhou Long thought. Zhou Long held the map detector in his left hand and took out the laser sword with his right, moving slowly step by step. As he made the turn, damn, another turn, Zhou Long exclaimed. Before he could move, the map detector in his left hand reacted, showing his location on the small round display indicating from the door behind him. Up until now, Zhou Long's front was at the bend. He wouldn't have known what was around the corner if he hadn't walked over. Now that he was there, the map detector indicated a red dot at the bend. Little one still hiding there, Zhou Long thought, pressing the button on his right hand's laser sword, gently pressing it against the wall corner as he cautiously approached. As he neared the bend, a series of snores, alternately loud and soft, reached his ears. Hey, what a good opportunity, Zhou Long thought, moving forward, spotting a shadow on the ground. Taking another step forward, he could see the monster. Zhou Long slowly pressed against the wall, stretching his head out. Just as he exposed one eye to peek around the corner, he quickly pulled back. What the hell, what a piece of junk. Zhou Long thought, looking at the map display. Just a glance around the corner revealed a large group of robots, each over a person's height, standing there. Zhou Long shivered at the thought of just walking past them. I won't believe it, Zhou Long muttered, gripping his laser sword, and taking a step forward, met with no storm of attacks. No countless lasers were fired at him. Instead, a multitude of snores, both loud and soft, echoed through the air. Looking at the numerous, seemingly sleeping robots in front of him, Zhou Long felt a surge of inspiration. Zhou Long swung the laser sword in his hand. Bang! 150. The first robot was instantly killed by Zhou Long. A small explosion woke up the nearby sleeping robots, who looked at the dismembered parts of their companion, surrounded by other robots. They immediately rushed over, directly attaching any usable parts to themselves, while others fought over the scraps, causing a flurry of laser fire in the confined space. Ghost Robot Attack 80100 Defense 90120 Close Combat Type Robot. After Zhou Long finished his attack, he quickly retreated, watching the display inside his helmet show the monster's information. Zhou Long originally planned to attack them one by one based on his speed, but unexpectedly achieved an unintended effect. After a while, the gunfire ceased, and Zhou Long pressed against the wall. Peeking out, Zhou Long took a glance, and then quickly withdrew, seeing heaps of robot remains on the ground and several parts crawling around. What a pity, and nothing exploded. Zhou Long muttered, what a stingy game. In truth, it wasn't fair to blame the game for being stingy. The robots were primarily busy destroying each other, so naturally, they wouldn't drop anything. Looking ahead, Zhou Long walked past another bend. Almost every corner had a light hanging on the wall. Using the map detector in his hand, he could always spot the robots around the corners first. No one knows how many twists and turns he took, nor how many robots Zhou Long had slain with a single sword strike, but the only notable outcome was that his comprehension skill had inadvertently leveled up. Damn it, is there no exit? Zhou Long thought to himself, stepping lightly as he swung his sword, causing 3 robots to fall simultaneously with each strike. Perhaps due to the prolonged attacks, Zhou Long had mastered the strength of his sword strikes perfectly. Bang! After another robot exploded before him, something scattered on the ground. A rough laser gun. Attack 1020. Defense 1015. Attack range 100 meters. There were also a few energy packs, but Zhou Long no longer cared about these, as some new robots appeared not far ahead, still active and slowly moving. While moving, they could also awaken the nearby ghost robots. It was evident that these were of a higher level, equipped with more advanced weaponry. Nevertheless, the awakened robots quickly fell back asleep. Zhou Long stood quietly at the corner, observing silently, gradually following behind. He refrained from attacking any robots he encountered along the way. Following the new robot ahead, Zhou Long pressed on. Perhaps after half an hour, after countless turns, the new robot finally arrived at a door and stepped inside. Should I go in, or should I not? Zhou Long murmured. Watching the new robot enter the door up ahead, Zhou Long hesitated and stepped in. This was a cave, silent except for the sound of flowing water beneath his feet. A robot about the height of a person, entirely white, was bound by extremely thick iron chains, with important parts of its body pierced through by cables that occasionally sparked with electricity. Kneeling on the ground, the robot's head hung low. Crushed stones flowed beneath its feet, and countless streams of water trickled down. Above, a massive beam of light shone down, seemingly accompanied by intermittent cheers. The ground was covered with long chains, as if someone didn't want this robot to escape. The newly entered robot looked at the bound robot and said, "Can't you figure it out yet?" As it spoke, a sphere emitting white light opened in front of the new robot, directly striking the bound white robot's body. Oh. As the light sphere slowly merged into its body, the bound robot shouted as it raised its head, saying, "I truly don't have that thing." "Haha," the new robot laughed, "but you know where that thing is. As long as you tell me once I find it, I'll let you out." Though it spoke enticingly, the new robot did not advance a single step, instead slowly retreating. "You think you can do that?" the bound robot replied. "Machine King, don't forget, I am the Ghost Commander, the only one trusted by the current city lord, and I came to see you because I know you're still alive. You have no choice but to cooperate with me," the Ghost Commander said, excitedly taking several steps forward. Whoosh. As soon as the Ghost Commander finished speaking, he saw the Machine King, who was bound, swing his arms, causing the chains to rattle. With every movement, the cables embedded in its vital areas released massive sparks. At the same time, the iron chains that had likely not moved for years suddenly formed a net in midair, lunging toward the Ghost Commander before he could even fire his weapon. The Ghost Commander realized that his body was now airborne, and in the next moment, with the help of the chains, he looked up to see the Machine King looming very close. Though his fear was not visible, the slight trembling of his metallic body revealed his current feelings. "You wouldn't dare kill me, nor can you," the Ghost Commander said swiftly. "Oh, I'm afraid you don't know why I'm called the Machine King." The Machine King tilted his head and said, pulling his right arm, tightening the chains around the Ghost Commander. The Machine King lifted his left arm. A screwdriver and other tools were embedded in it, clearly crafted from stone, and he was about to gradually open the Ghost Commander's metal head. "It's useless to alter my computer program, it must be checked," the Ghost Commander shouted loudly. "Of course I have no interest in that. I just want to install this in your head," the Machine King said as a sphere appeared on his left arm, its exterior made of thin stone plates, while the interior contained highly unstable energy. In no time, this item was installed in the Ghost Commander's head. "So what do you want me to do?" "There's no way I can let you out," the Ghost Commander said, standing up and touching his recently opened head, gazing into the distance. "Nothing much, you just need to visit me twice a month and tell me some things," the Machine King said. "And bring some energy along." "But the City Lord only allows me to see you once every 6 months, the Ghost Commander said. "Then I'm sorry, the thing in your head is like an alarm clock. If it's not wound at the right time, you will." the Machine King said, raising his fist then opening it again. Alright, I should be leaving now, the Ghost Commander said, immediately turning around, seemingly not wanting to stay any longer. What happened today? There were more cannon shots than in previous years, the Machine King immediately asked. Nothing much. Since the City Lord trapped you here, every year on this day, there's a celebration, the Ghost Commander said, stepping out. Listen, don't even think about removing that thing in your head. As your former boss, I tell you, only I can remove it. Anyone else trying will cause it to explode, the Machine King shouted. Thank you for your advice, the Ghost Commander said as he walked out, slamming the door shut behind him. Come out, my dear guest, the Machine King called, his eyes fixed on the darkness beside the now closed door. Hello, I was just lost. I'll be leaving right away, Zhou Long said, stepping out in a flash, having seen the earlier scene. This Machine King was definitely a big trouble he could not afford. Wait, human, the Machine King shouted, noticing Zhou Long's eagerness to leave. What do you want? Zhou Long said, reaching up to touch his head. Help me get out, the Machine King said. I don't have time, Zhou Long replied indifferently. You must be an adventurer from the garbage planet, right? I know where to find gear suitable for you, the Machine King continued. There is a school-level laser sword hilt at a location in the city. They'll tell you where it is, and then you can retrieve it. After that, I'll let you know how to repair it, said the Machine King, making it obvious to anyone. The expression on his metallic face was one of predictable calm. Of course, if it were any other player, they would have accepted without hesitation and embraced the suggestion. Whoosh. Zhou Long, expressionless, pressed the hilt in his hand, and when the yellow laser sword erupted, if the Machine King had a face, its expression would have been noteworthy. Without a doubt, you are a lucky one. You must want to know the secret of the heart energy, right? The Machine King said, each word articulated very clearly. Heart energy, a creation of Earthling technology, fused with alien science, can produce endless energy. When Earthlings manufactured this item, a massive explosion occurred, and afterward no one ever mentioned it again. However, rumors say this item was stolen, with some claiming that aliens secretly sabotaged the experiment, leading to its failure. The Machine King had once stayed on Earth. It was because of that explosion that he was injured and sent to a garbage planet. He was among the first batch of robots to arrive here, but he was not the most powerful robot. After countless battles, he finally emerged as the leader of the robots. At that moment, a rumor began to circulate among the robots about the heart energy, which possesses endless energy. The heart energy was said to be owned solely by the Machine King, which is why he could succeed. Initially, this was just a small rumor, but all his subordinates expressed their loyalty to him. However, when all the robots inquired about the heart energy, the Machine King fell silent. Facing military assaults from humans, all the robots temporarily set aside this matter. Then one deep night, a small-scale riot occurred, which could also be called a coup. Several of the Machine King's most trusted subordinates imprisoned him. To the outside world, they claimed that the Machine King was injured during a scientific experiment and exploded. What awaited the Machine King was countless years of imprisonment. Of course, if other players heard the term heart energy, they would surely jump with joy, because this item had a detailed introduction on the official website. This item was not something that possessed endless energy, but rather a collection of energy crystals. Each planet has varying amounts of energy crystals, but these must be mined to be used. More importantly, these energy crystals have sparked numerous wars. The emergence of heart energy could effectively resolve this issue, as one heart energy is equivalent to the energy reserves of 10 energy crystals from different planets. This item is undoubtedly what every player dreams of. Even if it were just one in the current game, as long as players are not too foolish, they could certainly achieve success in the game. Unfortunately, Zhou Long had not spent much time on the official website. Is that so? Zhou Long said flatly. Then what do you want me to do? His body did not move forward even slightly. The Machine King seemed a bit anxious as he said, just come over here. Zhou Long responded, but instead took 2 steps back. I need your laser sword to cut the iron chains binding me, the Machine King stated. If I'm not mistaken, that is a class-level laser sword. First, let's talk about the heart energy, Zhou Long interjected, thinking, you want me to walk over and get bound by your iron chains? Do you think my brain is rusted? I have data on constructing heart energy, which can be downloaded into your armored suit's computer. Download a portion first. I think your onboard computer doesn't have enough memory, the Machine King said slowly. So my friend, please come over. That's easy to say, Zhou Long said. Then he kicked back with his legs, swiftly moving forward and landing 10 meters in front of the Machine King. He felt quite confident about the effects of his body transformation. As soon as he landed, the iron chains on the ground began to move again. Without a second thought, Zhou Long swung the laser sword in his hand. It seemed casual, yet he precisely shattered each of the iron chains lunging towards him. Is this the help you need? Zhou Long finished swinging the sword, and the attacking chains fell to the ground, and he instantly appeared 5 meters in front of the Machine King. Of course, I just wanted to see your skills, the Machine King said. Computer decrypt and download. Zhou Long's onboard computer received the data, and if he were to take off his armored suit, one would see he was already drenched in sweat from the few strikes he had just made. It was simply because after Zhou Long's body transformation, his limbs had become faster. Meanwhile, during Zhou Long's movements, the actions of others seemed to slow down. What does that mean? Zhou Long asked, looking at the data downloaded into the onboard computer of his armored suit. It was clear that it was not the complete set. On my friend, that was only 1/3. For the rest, you must do as I say to receive it, the Machine King stated. First, go find me a high-class robot body, okay? The Machine King continued, the higher the class, the better. We'll talk about the rest once you get that done. Okay, Zhou Long replied, stepping backward step by step. He wanted to leave without dragging this guy along. Although the current Machine King could only control the iron chains in Zhou Long's eyes, he was more dangerous than any robot. Wait, you must find this useful, the Machine King said. Download the map. This is the cave map from when I was just locked up. The cave should not have changed much and should be useful to you. Great, see you next time, Zhou Long said, and after receiving the map information, he opened the door and walked out. It was just a wooden door that could be easily broken, but for the Machine King, who was bound by iron chains and cables, it was not so simple. As soon as he stepped out, Zhou Long quickened his pace, swinging the laser sword in his hand, causing items on the ground to explode into piles. However, Zhou Long didn't even glance at them. The ghostly robot lying ahead was swiftly cut into fragments by Zhou Long's rapidly swinging laser sword, not because Zhou Long suddenly took an interest in these robots, but because Zhou Long was currently following the map on his armored suit's onboard computer, and who knew that the deeper he went, the more ghostly robots appeared ahead. Zhou Long's hands were starting to feel a bit numb. Damn it, is this a trap? Zhou Long muttered as he continued to swing the laser sword. A vaguely familiar figure hurriedly walked by in the distance, chased by a large group of ghostly robots. Ghostly Commander, Zhou Long muttered, quickening his pace to follow. Suddenly appearing before her, the old man effortlessly tossed the player named Ting Feng behind him onto the ground, while his left hand swept through the air, slowly, very slowly. However, Wan Bing did not attempt to intercept it, hidden, and her disguise vest was shattered. Though the old man's move seemed extremely slow, it contained immense power. Wan Bing hurriedly retreated, stepping on the heads of countless robots beneath her feet, continuously leaping. The old man's slow movements and Wan Bing's rapid jumps appeared completely unrelated to onlookers, resembling two individuals engrossed in their own actions, though only the two of them, especially Wan Bing, were aware of the truth. Each perilous strike was known only to her. Despite Wan Bing appearing as light as a swallow in the air, she felt as if she was facing a formidable adversary. The old man, though slow in motion, emanated an aura that was unmistakably threatening. Or rather, it was a kind of energy that firmly locked onto Wan Bing's body, and every movement she made directly influencing what she would do next, all while she leaped. Wan Bing surveyed her surroundings with clarity. The circular stands nearby were packed with countless robots, resembling a horde of drunken spectators fervently shouting. Below the stands, a circular track was littered with numerous robot parts, while at the center of the arena stood several pillars occupied by familiar and unfamiliar faces. Fei Shi, Dan Dan, Bloodthirsty, Fei Yu, Fei Wu, and the also captured Fei Hua. Wan Bing looked at these individuals, blinking her eyes, while continuing to jump, searching for an exit. Just then, at the moment Wan Bing was distracted, a beam of laser shot towards her. Her body instinctively dodged, but no matter how she twisted, the result of being hit could not be changed. The shooter had already calculated the trajectory of Wan Bing's jump. With a clap, the old man's slow, withered hand also arrived. Wan Bing witnessed an unbelievable scene. The laser, just a second before hitting her, was struck by the old man's hand. Then miraculously the laser vanished, and just as Wan Bing was stunned, the old man's hand followed up with another slap, causing her to feel an overwhelming force. It was a force that she simply could not resist pushing against her. Her body lost strength and fell to the ground. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye, while the people atop the pillars watched. Witnessing Wan Bing's arrival, the eyes of those who had previously shone brightly dimmed instantly, except for one person who remained calm. Fei Hua was desperately trying to vocalize. Though her mouth was full, those around her, especially Fei Wu and Fei Yu, already understood what Fei Hua wanted to convey. A low, cold grunt resonated throughout the venue. Suddenly, the entire venue fell silent. What had been a lively atmosphere was extinguished with that one grunt, leaving not even a hint of sound. Damn it, Wan Bing thought. Lying on the ground, Wan Bing struggled to move her body, but after being struck by the old man's palm, she felt utterly powerless. At that moment, she caught sight of the people atop the pillars. From her current angle, Wan Bing could see a robot sitting alone at the opposite stand, flanked by two frail robots behind it. That solitary robot was likely the weapon that attacked her, carrying something that resembled a rocket launcher on its shoulder. The solitary robot spoke. "My friend, on this grand night, what do you wish to do?" "City Lord, I only have a small performance to present to you," the old man replied as he hopped down to the ground, his staggered steps lacking the imposing presence he had just shown. The robot City Lord in the stands nodded in acknowledgement, seemingly interested in the performance the old man had planned. "Thank you," the old man said, offering a warm smile to the robot City Lord. "Master, Ting Feng on the ground cried out desperately. Currently, he lay uncomfortably, the immense pain causing him to feel somewhat dazed. "Good disciple, just wait a moment," the old man said. slowly approaching the old man, then stepped onto the so-called disciple's body. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Ting Feng's mouth. The expressions of the people atop the pillars shifted as they regarded the old man. Initially, Fei Wu had a perfect plan to escape after observing the terrain during their capture, intending to kidnap the old man. However, upon witnessing the old man's skills and treatment of his disciple Fei, Wu immediately felt relieved that he had not acted. "What do you want?" Wan Bing asked through gritted teeth as she shakily stood up. "Not bad," the old man replied, not directly answering Wan Bing's question, but expressing surprise at her ability to stand. "Your body," the old man said as he walked closer. The few people atop the pillars thought to themselves, old and senile. Ting Feng on the ground secretly cursed, old pervert. Meanwhile, the robots in the stands collectively thought, who would want a body so skinny? Hee, the old man said, circling around Wan Bing's swaying body. "Now you have two choices." "What?" Wan Bing inquired, gritting her teeth. Perhaps due to her mutated body, she was recovering quickly and felt her strength returning, albeit slowly. With a clap, the old man snapped his fingers and a robot, or rather a mechanical cat, appeared in an instant, moving at incredible speed to stand beside the pillars. The people atop the pillars dared not breathe, while one individual chose to ignore it. With a wave of his hand, the old man removed the items from the mouths of those atop the pillars. "Help!" Dan cried out loudly, while those nearby who had intended to speak found themselves rendered speechless. "I need the blood within your body," the old man stated. "What will I gain from it?" Wan Bing immediately asked. "You can save any one of them," the old man replied casually. "I don't seem to know any of them," Wan Bing remarked. "I choose to save myself." "Miss, you might be misunderstanding something," the old man said. "Saving one of them is to help you." "What do you mean?" Wan Bing inquired. "If you want to save yourself, you must compete with it, the mechanical cat, to determine the victor," the old man said. "And your blood can only rescue one of these people to help you through." "Is my blood really that useful?" "Of course it's useful. My disciple needs your blood to modify his body," the old man said as he picked up the player Ting Feng from the ground and carried him on his back. "Here, start drawing blood," the old man said, extending his hand and offering a syringe. "What if I refuse?" "Right now you need something from me," Wan Bing said, not even reaching for the syringe in front of her. "Lady, you should know where this is. Surrounded by robots, you have no chance to escape," the old man said, tossing the syringe, which Wan Bing caught. "How do I know you can keep your promise?" Wan Bing said. The old man seemed to be momentarily taken aback, then said, "You have no choice. Either you fight this little cat right now, or you surely want to help her, right?" "What happens if I win?" Wan Bing asked, slowly pacing as her eyes scanned the surroundings, seemingly observing the terrain, perhaps just casually glancing around. "I can let you go, but those few can't," the robotic city lord on the stand said. "All right," Wan Bing replied, her hand trembling as she plunged the syringe into her own arm, blood flowing into the syringe's tube. The old man watched the blood flow and instinctively stepped forward. "What are you going to do?" the old man asked. "I need to compete first. When I reach a safe place outside the city, I'll give it to you," Wan Bing replied, placing the syringe in the pocket of her military uniform. "All right, the game starts now," the old man shouted. "Who do you choose as your partner?" A mechanical cat by the pillar lazily opened its eyes, watching Wan Bing, who was hopping on the ground, its eyes flashing with green light, before it suddenly leaped down. Stepping lightly with soft cat-like movements, it circled around Wan Bing, seemingly conducting a thorough observation of her. "Hey, I seem to have forgotten to unbind my partner," Wan Bing said as she approached the pillar. "Meow," the mechanical cat shouted as it pounced. Wan Bing performed a backflip, watching as the mechanical cat's claws, flashing with laser light, grazed her chest. Having landed, Wan Bing coldly glanced at the old man who had walked up to the stands. "Don't look at me, what can I do?" "That mechanical cat isn't following the rules," the old man said, standing beside the robotic city lord. "The old man still wants to play games," Wan Bing shouted as she drew out her laser pistol, aiming at the mechanical cat. The cat's movement speed was too fast. "Meow," the mechanical cat called out as it circled around Wan Bing. The laser pistol might not be very effective against the mechanical cat, but it still posed a threat to someone who appeared seemingly weak like Wan Bing. The mechanical cat didn't want to sustain too much damage. "Meow," it shouted, noticing Wan Bing's gun was aimed at it, and quickly dashed away. With the sound of a gunshot, the running mechanical cat suddenly changed its course. Wan Bing shot at the rope in front of the fog, and before she could turn back, she felt the mechanical cat pouncing from behind. Wan Bing crouched down, spinning around to shoot as the laser shot out. At the same time, a dark shadow lunged at her, knocking the laser pistol from her hand. Wan Bing felt the mechanical cat's laser claws just graze her face. "How's that? Can you still stand?" Fei Wu said, rushing over as soon as he could move. "I'm fine," Wan Bing said, standing up. The two stood back to back, their eyes scanning the surroundings. The laser pistol on the ground was already shattered, while the shadow of the mechanical cat lingered before them. What shocked Wan Bing even more was the information displayed on her military uniform. The laser pistol had indeed hit the mechanical cat, and its information was now shown before her eyes. Mechanical cat. Unknown attack. Unknown defense. often appears beside the robotic city lord. It is the strongest guardian skilled in ambushing enemies and slowly killing opponents. Wan Bing pointed to transmit the data to Fei Wu, and she could feel his body trembling slightly behind her. Yellow, Fei Wu whispered. Be careful, Wan Bing said quietly. The two turned back to back. The scene before them was still shadowed by the mechanical cat. The robots in the stands had fallen silent, seemingly waiting for the final outcome, ready to shout at any moment. Suddenly the entire arena fell eerily silent. Not a sound could be heard, and an inexplicable sense of fear spread. I'm scared. Dandan, bound to the pillar, was the first to shout. Ha ha! The robots in the stands erupted in laughter, but neither Wan Bing nor Fei Wu in the middle of the arena paid any attention, showing no signs of slackening. The information they had just seen about the mechanical cat being yellow indicated that it was a super elite monster, far more intelligent than the lower-level monsters outside the city. In the Interstellar Civilization game, the levels of equipment and monsters are categorized by color: white, blue, green, black, yellow, and red, with white being the lowest level. Ignoring the specific information about each monster and equipment, one can discern their levels just by looking at the color of the displayed information. Red equipment signifies top-tier gear in the game. Only the leaders of the highest level bosses would drop such items. Current players lack the strength to face them and could easily turn into ashes before even encountering them, while yellow equipment is the second best after red. The mechanical cat in the arena was surprisingly of yellow grade, which made both of them cautious, yet extremely excited. If they could defeat it now, it would undoubtedly fetch a high price. Holding on to nearly the same thought, they focused intently on the empty space before them, never considering the possibility of being taken down by the mechanical cat. Fei Wu, I'm not playing with you. Fei Hua shouted incessantly. Goddess. In Fei Hua's eyes, the one fighting alongside Wan Bing should be her, not anyone else. The frantic cries of Fei Hua and Dandan's wails echoed in her ears. Meanwhile, Fei Wu and Wan Bing dared not relax. Just then, in the air before them floated a thin, shadowy mist, slowly moving. Click! Fei Wu's handheld gun gleamed. If Zhou Long were here, he would certainly be taken aback, for Fei Wu's gun had indeed become more refined. She must have upgraded her weapon. Although Wan Bing had no weapon in hand, her stance indicated that she was well trained. The two streams of black mist gradually solidified, revealing the shape of the mechanical cat. Fei Wu's finger was already on the trigger, ready to fire at any moment, but she was waiting for a critical moment. While her upgraded gun had tremendous power, it had a cooldown time of 1.5 seconds after each shot. If it were an ordinary monster, Fei Wu wouldn't be worried, but the unseen mechanical cat posed a significant danger. Although its attack power was unknown, judging by its previous appearance and speed, it would undoubtedly be very fast. Watching the ghost leader walk through a door in the distance, Zhou Long quickly dashed over. In an instant, Zhou Long swung the laser sword in his hand, instantly reducing the robot before him to a pile of debris. Without a glance, he stepped forward through the door, closely following the ghostly robot that moved slowly ahead. System notification: entering the robot Grand Palace. Gently maneuvering past one pillar after another, Zhou Long closely followed the ghostly robot. After a few steps, he suddenly found himself in a spacious circular arena where several familiar figures caught his eye. The ghostly president circled the arena and approached the robot city lord, bowing and saying something. Although Zhou Long did not know what the robot was doing. However, as soon as the ghostly robot emerged, it walked over to speak, clearly indicating that it was the city lord. Everything in the arena, however, captivated Zhou Long's attention. Fei Hua and Wan Bing were leaning against each other, while two swirling masses of black mist hovered in front of them. Such speed, Zhou Long thought to himself. Those two masses of black mist in his eyes were merely the effect of an object moving at high speed. He was uncertain what was actually running. Yet he was confident he could create a similar effect. With a sharp cry, Zhou Long focused his gaze only to see two masses of black mist floating in the air. Gradually they began to disperse like being blown away by the wind. The two black mists transformed in the air, forming slender black strands that eventually shaped into a mechanical cat. A mere parlor trick, Zhou Long used, watching the distant silhouette of the ghostly robot. With a powerful kick, he dashed forward, thrusting his laser sword. The body of the ghostly president did not shatter into pieces, but Zhou Long's thrust seemed to merge into the ghostly president's form. Zhou Long felt a terrible sensation. Hee. The ghostly president chuckled softly, shaking his head. The city lord's words were indeed correct. Get lost, Zhou Long shouted as he withdrew the laser sword and kicked out. Regardless, with his mutated body, he sent the ghostly president flying. If you move again, your friends will all die, the robot city lord said calmly, with Zhou Long's yellow laser sword at his neck, yet he remained unperturbed. I don't know them. Zhou Long had just finished speaking when a piercing scream echoed through the arena. Fei Wu and Wan Bing, who had been standing back to back, were suddenly toppled to the ground, sustaining 5 gashes on their bodies. If you're going to kill, then do it. I don't mind, Zhou Long said, pressing the laser sword closer to the robot city lord's neck. Perhaps in response to Zhou Long's words, the ropes binding the people on the columns fell away. But before they could regain their footing, they stumbled, and fell appearing as though they were drunk from a distance, though it was actually the result of the mechanical cat's rapid aggressive attacks. Congratulations, player hero has fallen. Congratulations, player prophet has fallen. Congratulations, player devourer robots have all fallen. Damn it. Zhou Long grumbled, watching the notifications in the air as his anger boiled over. With a flick of his wrist, he thrust his sword, instantly severing the robot's head before him. Damn it. So easy, the defenses are too weak. Zhou Long exclaimed, kicking the head of the fallen robot city lord. Kill him. The head of the robot city lord, still airborne, commanded. On the boundless ground, resurrected players were battling the surrounding robots. No one dared to venture deeper. Beams of laser fire rained down as everyone fought against the robots before them. What is that? A player in the crowd shouted, pointing into the distance. System announcement: siege task has been triggered. The enraged mechanical army vowed to crush everything before them. The announcement in the air went unnoticed as the dense mass of robots in front created an overwhelming sense of dread, causing the players to flee back to the city. On the display screen connected to the horizon, robots advanced in disarray. Li Guang stood with his hands behind his back, observing everything. Close the city gates and activate all automated artillery and laser cannons immediately, he commanded succinctly. Yes, the officers around replied. Having just witnessed the chaos on the display screen, they were understandably frightened. Without Li Guang's orders, their legs would have given way. Now they busied themselves once more. Fatty, what's going on? Meiji, the secretary of the Blue Sky Group president, asked while manipulating a whip tied together in her hands. Let me see. Fatty stood nearby, clicking on the keyboard. However, a multitude of data suddenly appeared on the display screen before Fatty. His hands skillfully maneuvered the keyboard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Damn fatso you. Meiji was about to speak, but held back. Mr. E, a soft and sweet voice escaped her lips. What's going on? Elong slowly asked from behind Fatty. In the chaos of the square, Elong was taken down by a robot. Confused, he arrived here unaware of this siege battle, something even the president of his game publishing company did not know. President, this task should have taken at least a year to activate, Fatty said, finishing his input. Countless incomprehensible data displayed on the screen. At the very least, players in the game would need to remain online without logging off for a year to be strong enough to trigger this task, Fatty added, pointing at the data on the screen. So you have no way to stop it? Elong asked. I can't stop it, but I can control this task. For instance, I could set it to trigger 1 year later during the next siege battle, Fatty replied confidently. Engineer Su, I hope you can maintain the game's stability in the future, Elong said calmly before turning to leave. Fatty was momentarily stunned. His surname was Su. As he stepped out of the door and saw the cars rushing away, a smirk appeared on Elong's face. The president is too ungrateful, the bodyguard beside him grumbled. President Xia has been lying down for so long. The entire company continues to operate under your management. Who does he think he is? The bodyguards muttered. To the company, Elong said, turning and heading towards the company building. It was Lung Feng who drove away Elong's car during the siege battle. Lung Feng arrived here at the first opportunity, knowing that he would gain first-hand information about the game. He certainly wouldn't let this chance slip by, yet he did not follow the usual protocol and waited for Elong to get in the car. He also did not wait like a subordinate for the person behind him to enter the car. Elong sat in the office, a cup of Longjing tea placed on the table before him. Just after New Year's Eve, this was freshly picked rain preceding tea from newly sprouted tea trees. Currently, no more than 500 people in all of China could drink this tea. Beside the cup, a piece of paper was laid out prominently listing Zhou Long's name and detailed information. Of course, there were other people's information as well. This data was obtained by Elong through his company's connections, and a proud smile appeared on his face. The Blue Sky Group had always been a software company. Under the management of the former president Xiahou Ba, they ventured into the gaming industry and achieved initial success. In front of Elong's desk stood a statue as tall as Xiahou Ba himself, alongside the emergence of planetary civilization. All players in other online games gradually lost interest as the era of planetary civilization online games was about to dawn. Boss, this is the list you wanted, the bodyguard and secretary beside him said. The names on the list before him were the players Elong intended to recruit, though one familiar name stood out: Zhou Long. The Blue Sky Group had already become a behemoth. As long as Elong was not foolish, Blue Sky would not collapse. What Elong wanted to do now was to form a team, or perhaps a studio. I will personally negotiate with this person, Elong said, pointing at Zhou Long's name. Yes, President. The invitation letters have already been sent out, the bodyguard replied. Peeking out from the door, Zhou Long could only see with one eye. Just moments ago, he had severed the robot city lord's head and picked up the body, rushing back to the cave he had just exited. Zhou Long observed the smoke rising in the distance and the two figures rushing toward him. Wan Bing, Fei Wu, Zhou Long thought to himself. At least they can be considered allies. Just as he was about to raise his hand to signal them, he quickly withdrew his outstretched foot. Close call, Zhou Long thought. It wasn't that he didn't want assistance, but just then the two running toward him were followed closely by The mechanical cat appeared right behind them, clearly intent on tearing them apart without letting go. What a close call. It's better to be alone, Zhou Long thought to himself. Damn it. Zhou Long shouted as the two rushing figures crashed into him, causing the mechanical cat outside to skid past without stopping. You think hiding your foot means I can't see you, eh? Wanbing said, gripping Zhou Long's neck with both hands. There. Sister, I was signaling you. Zhou Long protested. Go die. Wanbing shouted, tightening her grip. If he dies, don't squeeze me. Fei Wu exclaimed, wedged between the two as he rushed in. His neck was firmly grasped by Wanbing. Cough, cough, cough. After being freed, Fei Wu stood aside coughing. The two pairs of eyes exchanged icy glares, lowering the temperature in the air to freezing. Zhou Long said, Sister, I can cooperate now. As they separated, Zhou Long's eyes locked onto Wanbing's. Did we not cooperate quite well before? Wanbing said, puffing out her chest and stepping toward Zhou Long. Hurry up and let's go, Fei Wu urged. Rushing over, they reached the cave entrance where the mechanical cat was already clawing at the entrance. Its massive body could not fit inside, and its claws unleashed a barrage of lasers. Zhou Long said while putting the body of the robot city lord into his pocket, Ladies and gentlemen, let us move. Fei Wu said as he stepped forward with the mechanical cat's claws continuously releasing lasers just half a meter behind him. This place is quite nice, Fei Wu remarked as his palm gun erupted with lasers. Since entering, he had been clearing the path surrounded by the parts of ghost robots scattered on the ground. Zhou Long followed behind with a laser sword. For the monsters that Fei Wu couldn't take down with a single shot, Zhou Long would swiftly finish them off, their cooperation remarkably seamless, while Wanbing slowly trailed behind. Although the three of them appeared quite in sync, Zhou Long always felt that the laser pistol in Wanbing's hand was aimed at his head. Damn it, Zhou Long shouted. The laser sword in his hand suddenly lost its energy. No power left. Zhou Long shouted, instinctively standing behind Wanbing. Facing the puzzled looks of the two, he shrugged and said, the laser sword is out of power. I need protection. After all, very few players in the game possessed laser swords, so Zhou Long said whatever he wanted, completely disregarding the feelings of the two in front of him, and the trio continued forward. Zhou Long continued to act as the guide. How did you discover this place? Wanbing asked from the front, constantly firing her laser pistol. Of course it was after we separated. Zhou Long gritted his teeth and said, then it seems I will have to. Wanbing turned around and aimed her laser gun at Zhou Long. Sister, you don't actually hate me that much, do you? Zhou Long said, subtly gathering strength in his legs, moving slightly forward. He believed that in this cramped space he could definitely kick the gun out of the opponent's hand. Bang! Come out! Wanbing shouted, firing her laser gun. Zhou Long immediately dropped to the ground. Just a second ago he had noticed that the laser gun was already charged with energy, its glow incredibly dazzling. However, Zhou Long realized that the barrel was not directly aimed at him. Just then soft breathing sounds came from not far behind him, and without thinking, Zhou Long dropped to the ground. Don't shoot, it's me, a voice called from behind. Why does that sound familiar? Zhou Long wondered as he turned his head to look behind. Come out, Wanbing shouted, raising her gun. A figure in tattered military uniform stepped out, looking like he had been transformed into a strip by something. Li Donghu raised his hands and emerged. Damn, it's you. You almost got me shot in the head, Zhou Long said, getting up from the ground and grabbing Li Donghu by the collar, looking furious. Brother, I came in with them, Li Donghu replied weakly. You are, Wanbing said, stepping forward and using her laser pistol to move Zhou Long aside. Trash Planet Colonel Li Donghu stated, even deliberately tossing his messy hair. Of course it was all because of Wanbing's gaze, which looked like that of a predator, but to Li Donghu it felt more like a case of infatuation. Very well. What is this? Li Donghu exclaimed, pointing at the handcuffs on his wrist, which were also attached to Wanbing's wrist. Zhou Long immediately stepped forward. Zhou Long recognized at a glance that the handcuffs had definitely been upgraded. For your safety, Wanbing said without looking back. No, I am a senior officer, miss, Li Donghu exclaimed. Smack. Wanbing turned around and slapped him, saying, call me sister. Then sister, I don't seem to know you, Li Donghu, who was following behind, said weakly while covering his face. I was entrusted by General Li Guang to bring you back, Wanbing said. The gun was once again pressed against the back of Zhou Long's head, the cold feeling rushing to the back of his skull. You can die now, Wanbing stated. As she finished speaking, the metallic mechanisms inside the laser pistol turned with a click. With just a bit more force, Zhou Long could return to the base. Hold on, Fei Wu shouted. Turning around, he aimed his palm gun at Wanbing, saying, what do you want to do? Any grievances can be settled once we leave here. I just want to leave here, Wanbing replied. Fei Wu felt that Wanbing was looking at him with a very strange gaze, her eyes darting over to Zhou Long, fixing her stare on him. You have done something to wrong her, Fei Wu said with a solemn expression. No, you misunderstood, Zhou Long said, feeling quite embarrassed. Really? Fei Wu said, widening his eyes as he looked at Zhou Long and Wanbing. Do you want to live or return to the base? Wanbing said, forcefully pointing her laser gun at Zhou Long's head. What do you think? Zhou Long said with a faint smile. Can I say something? Li Donghu, who was at the back, said, I'm so cold and hungry. Do you have anything to eat? Shut up, the three shouted in unison. Take us out immediately, Wan Bing commanded, raising her gun. All right, no problem, Zhou Long said, turning around and heading forward, saying, then hurry up. As they walked, Zhou Long took out the map detector, pointing the way ahead with precision. This cave was indeed quite different from before. Perhaps due to the start of the siege, or perhaps because of the shot fired by Wan Bing, every few steps the four would encounter falling dirt and debris in the cramped space. Constantly shaking, the dirt above seemed like it could fall at any moment, burying the four alive. Hurry up, you're not lost, are you? Wan Bing said from behind. I shouldn't be, Zhou Long replied. While looking at the map detector in his hand, as the cave continued to shake, there were still no monsters decreasing. Zhou Long was just frustrated that suddenly there were more forks in the road ahead. Zhou Long certainly did not want to exit so quickly. The imprisoned Machine King had given him instructions. He didn't want to give up so easily. Zhou Long studied the map detector, searching for the location of the imprisoned Machine King. Boom. With a sudden rumble, the tremors in the cave decreased significantly, or rather calmed down a lot. At the same time, Zhou Long spotted the small door that held the Machine King and immediately urged the others to move forward. Wait, Fei Wu, who was at the front, said in a low voice. There are monsters ahead. Then let's get rid of them. Zhou Long replied, his heart racing as he looked at the entrance not far away. All right, you take care of it, Fei Wu said softly, turning around and yanking Zhou Long over. His body crackling with electricity, holding two laser guns in both hands. The entire body was made of shiny metal with red light glimmering from its eyes. It stood a head taller than the other ghost robots, clearly sturdier. Perhaps it was merely a booze. Being yanked over by Fei Wu, Zhou Long stumbled and fell forward, while the robot opposite, perhaps hearing something, turned around just in time. The two collided face to face. Alt! A piercing scream shattered the air, and before Zhou Long could cover his ears, the robot had vanished without a trace. Young man, you are truly impressive. Fei Wu walked over and patted Zhou Long on the shoulder. What? Zhou Long shouted. What are you talking about? Zhou Long stared with his innocent big eyes at the few people in front of him. There is a door, Fei Wu said. Go in, Wan Bing added, and the group entered one after another with Zhou Long trailing behind. In the vast space, the Machine King lay there, iron chains connecting its arms scattered all over the ground, and the cables on its body continued to flicker with electric light. Until the four entered, the Machine King remained completely still. Hey, be gentle, big sister, Li Donghu shouted as Wan Bing dragged him, causing him to stumble a few steps forward. His mutated body was indeed extraordinary. Zhou Long looked at the others, swaying left and right as he slowly approached the Machine King. Hey, Zhou Long whispered, even kicking the Machine King lightly. The Machine King showed no response. What the hell, does it get shy just because a few more people came? Zhou Long thought to himself. What a weird place, let's leave, Fei Wu said, signaling to Zhou Long. Oh, what did you say? Zhou Long asked, putting his hand to his ear in an exaggerated manner, pretending he couldn't hear. Humph, Wan Bing said. It's a miracle that you can log out here. With that, Wan Bing disappeared. Zhou Long glanced at the display screen in front of him. Heavens, what a wonderful place. I didn't notice it before, Zhou Long thought, only to see Fei Wu also logging out, while Li Donghu had been knocked out by Wan Bing. All right, I'll log out too, Zhou Long said as he clicked. With a pop, as soon as he exited the game, Zhou Long immediately pushed open the small door of the gaming pod and rushed out, heading to the restroom. Perhaps due to the prolonged login time, the urge to urinate suddenly struck Zhou Long's brain. Heavens, Zhou Long stepped out of the small toilet in the room. Just as he pulled up his pants, he glanced around, and on the only table in the cramped space, that tattered book was surprisingly opened. He glanced at the small window beside him, which was just tall enough to let in the morning sunlight and a gentle breeze. Could it have been blown open by the wind? Zhou Long said softly. Knock, knock. A slow and rhythmic knocking sound came. Zhou Long quickly opened the door and shouted, Who is it? Then he took a look at the door and quickly shut it. He swiftly turned around to find a mirror and, of course, the hair gel he hadn't used in years. Wait a minute, Zhou Long shouted as he rummaged through the small cabinet, and 15 minutes later, he emerged dressed in a neat, clean shirt. With shiny leather shoes and slick-back hair, Zhou Long opened the door and said, Officer Wan, with a gentle yet faint smile, raising his right hand confidently. He felt mature to the utmost. This is your mail. Oh, it fell on the ground. I am Officer Wang, guy here too. Officer Wang said, I apologize for being a bit rough with you last time, his face almost pressing against Zhou Long's. What the hell, it was clearly Wan Qing. Just now, how did it turn into this guy? Zhou Long exclaimed, staring wide-eyed. Fine, I accept it. And with that, he was about to close the door, glancing at the distance. The leader of the Silver Sword Group was attending to a police officer. Although Zhou Long could only see the back, he could clearly make out it was Wan Qing's figure, and of course beside her was the bouncy Wan Ru. Wait! Officer Wang, guy shouted, rushing over. As Zhou Long was about to close the door, a foot wedged it open. Zhou Long pushed forward with both hands. I just need to ask you a few questions. Please cooperate, Wang guy said, his face flushed. Their faces were almost pressed together now, and Wang Gai's face was beet red. Look, it's this guy again. Oh, indeed. A colleague passing by muttered, hurrying away. Let's talk inside, Wang Gai suggested. Half a minute later, the two were seated at a small table. Mr. Zhou, I heard you're the master of the deceased son, Wang Gai said. Just at the door, Wang Gai suddenly used force, but couldn't push Zhou Long back. Zhou Long was taken aback. The last time they met, Wang Gai recognized Zhou Long at a glance. There was no way he could have any tricks, and now even when Wang Gai tried to use strength, Zhou Long stood firm. Wang Gai was a retired Special Forces soldier who became a police officer after some events. Although retired, he was quite confident in his skills, but just now. At the door, Wang Gai's attempt to push Zhou Long had no effect whatsoever. Even though he didn't know why Zhou Long suddenly exhibited such strength, out of respect, Wang Gai's tone became increasingly polite. It's nothing but just an arrangement for work, Zhou Long said nonchalantly, his face indicating for Wang Gai to leave quickly. What do you know about Xiao Huang? Wang Gai asked, flipping through his notebook. What do I know about him? Just because I'm his master, it's merely interactions after leaving the game. To be honest, I don't even know my neighbors when I step outside this door, Zhou Long said boldly. If you notice anything odd about Xiao Huang, it's best to think it over carefully, Wang Gai said slowly, his low voice seemingly about to tell a ghost story. Everything's fine, he's just a child whose father has passed away, nothing strange about it. Sometimes he even dreams about his dad who visits him in dreams, Zhou Long said loudly. Little brat trying to scare me. Zhou Long thought. Then you. Wang Gai was about to ask something further. Knock knock. Xiao Huang, let's go, Wan Qing's voice came from outside. At that moment, Wang Gai witnessed what real speed was. Zhou Long dashed towards the door at a speed that even Wang Gai found incredible, flinging open the door. Oh, officer, what a coincidence. Zhou Long said, blushing. Aren't you going to prepare? There's a meeting soon, the Silver Sword leader shouted, his face seemingly filled with anger. After speaking, he smiled at Wan Qing beside him and gestured forward as if indicating to proceed. What the hell is going on? Wang Gai and Zhou Long exchanged looks. Goodbye, I have to attend an early meeting, Zhou Long said casually, seeing Wang Gai out and closing the door. Returning to his room, feeling the coins under his pillow, Zhou Long turned and walked out the door. Along the corridor and at the staircase corner, countless passing colleagues jumped back in surprise upon seeing him. Some looked at Zhou Long with strange expressions, while others hurried down the stairs to order noodles at the stall. Zhou Long could feel someone behind him pointing and whispering. What the hell happened? Zhou Long silently thought as he pulled at the hot, dry noodles in his bowl. Hey, you deaf? Are you still eating? Huang Pengzi said as he sat down and sipped his soy milk. What else can I do if I don't eat? Starve to death. Zhou Long replied, rolling his eyes. It's about your disciple. Huang Pengzi hesitated. What about my disciple? Why does everyone look at me strangely today? Zhou Long mumbled while chewing the noodles. Xiao Huang has gone crazy. He was taken away by the mental hospital last night, shouting for his master as he left, Huang Pengzi said slowly. Cough, 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 what? I didn't do anything. Zhou Long exclaimed, swallowing his noodles. But Xiao Huang has indeed lost his mind, and everyone knows you are his master. After his father's death, he talked to you the most, Huang Pengzi said blandly. But to be frank, I only have a work relationship with him, Zhou Long said a bit agitatedly. People in the company don't think so. So what? Just because I was his master for a few days, does that mean I'm responsible if he goes crazy? Zhou Long nearly shouted. All right, let's go to the meeting, come on, he said, standing up to pay and not caring about Huang Pengzi behind him. In the meeting room, Zhou Long walked to his usual spot, as always, the familiar scent of perfume filling the air. Of course, it was Xia Dai's perfume. Beautiful lady, come join our group, he called. That's right, beautiful lady, I have a bright future ahead. Stick with us, and you'll understand the essence of the game. 3 people gathered around Xia Dai, talking animatedly. Zhou Long walked in and saw this scene, shouting, get lost. Zhou Long yelled. What? The 3 turned around sharply, watching Zhou Long raise his fists and step forward. The smiles on their faces disappeared instantly. These 3 were the golden tier gamers in the company. They were in the same group as Zhou Long, but such meetings were rarely attended by them. It was said the company spent a large sum of money to recruit them for some event. They were the main faces of any promotions within the company, and these 3 generally ignored regular employees, often acting superior, treating Yin Jian as if he were a subordinate. Seeing the 3 rush towards him, Zhou Long shouted, ah, grabbing the collar of the person in the middle and striking him fiercely, ignoring the fists coming from the other 2. Damn it, dare to touch my woman, Zhou Long thought as he swung his fists down at the person in front of him. Hey, stop fighting. We're all colleagues, right? Quick, stop. Colleagues around them tried to intervene, but none stepped up to break it up. Some even had amused expressions on their faces. Slap. Facing the assault from the 3, Zhou Long took a step back, creating some distance, leaning against the wall. The movements of the 3 seemed to slow down significantly in his eyes. Looking at the furious Zhou Long, the 3 golden gamers were momentarily stunned, none daring to strike first. Almost 2 seconds passed as they exchanged glances. Suddenly, they lunged toward Zhou Long. Perhaps they were momentarily overshadowed by Zhou Long's momentum, but in that brief moment, they quickly formulated a plan relying on their years of experience in gaming. Their synergy in real life was still there. Anyone could fight together, and working together would be even easier. However, the next scene left the three wide-eyed. Zhou Long squatted down, and with an extraordinary speed threw several punches at the lower bodies of the three. Ow! The three screamed in agony as they collapsed to the ground. The other colleagues who had just been surrounded hadn't seen how Zhou Long struck, and now looked at him in fear. Or rather, their eyes were filled with pity. These three were usually so arrogant, but now they were the company's treasures. Having beaten them, Zhou Long pondered who the company would side with. Stepping over the three on the ground, Zhou Long angrily sat down on his usual bench. What was that just now? Why did I get so angry all of a sudden? Zhou Long himself was a bit puzzled. Looking around, not a single colleague dared to meet his gaze, or they wore expressions of schadenfreude. Heavens, who did this? Huang Pengzi, who had just entered, asked. I did, Zhou Long replied softly. Huang Pengzi, upon hearing this, approached slowly, pretending not to recognize Zhou Long, and touched Zhou Long's forehead, saying, You're not burning up. Just wait. Yes, just wait. I won't let you off easy, the three said as they slowly took their seats, groaning softly. Upon hearing their words, the expressions of the surrounding colleagues changed. In the past, Zhou Long would never have acted out. When seeing the three golden gamers, he would normally avoid them, and even when he did encounter them, he would greet them with a smile. Sitting in his chair, Zhou Long calmed his breathing. Just as he entered, he noticed the three standing before Xia Dai, who seemed displeased. Zhou Long felt a surge of anger rising in him, as if Xia Dai were the object of his ire, and these three were the robbers. His fury escalated to an uncontrollable level. Everyone is here. Yin Jian walked in with a blank expression. The three gamers looked painfully distressed, but Yin Jian seemed completely oblivious and took a seat surveying the room. Hello, everyone. Yin Jian was about to speak when Zhang Ming, the closest to him among the three, said, Little Yin, I need an assistant. Perhaps Zhou Long's punch had been too heavy, causing Zhang Ming's features to scrunch together. But, Yin Jian said, glancing around. Silver, it's just an assistant. Oh, what's the difficulty? Zhang Li beside him immediately chimed in, I think he's fine. As he spoke, Zhang Hua pointed at Zhou Long. Looking at the three with their unpleasant expressions, but speaking in perfect harmony, Yin Jian slowly said, Having an assistant is not a problem, but he simply cannot be it. What? Little Yin, you need to understand that we are all golden tier gamers. If we cannot perform well, the company will suffer the losses, Zhang Li said, glaring fiercely at Zhou Long. True top employees are indeed the company's asset. If things go awry, it would also be a loss for the company, Yin Jian said, so he is even less qualified to be your assistant. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Long felt an instant fondness for Yin Jian. Looking at the ever-changing expression of Yin Jian, Zhang Ming and the others felt somewhat confused. Zhang Ming said, Xiao Yin, without this assistant I think our work would be quite troublesome. Indeed, they all agreed, we're all very busy right now. Zhang Li and Zhang Hua chimed in, recalling that in the past, even when facing company executives, they always wore this same expression whenever they made requests, not to mention now in front of Yin Jian. Since you are all busy, go find work, then Yin Jian said as he pulled out 3 documents from his briefcase and tossed them in front of the 3, stating your contracts have expired. So what? Does the company not plan to renew our contracts? Zhang Ming replied coldly, while the other 2 also looked uneasy, their expressions suggesting they wanted to devour Yin Jian right there. I believe you all have heard about the company facing many issues recently, and most importantly, there is a significant gap in the company's financial chain, Yin Jian remarked, his eyes scanning the surroundings. So what? Among the employees in the company, we 3 have connections in the game, know many people, and have multiple sources of information allowing us to acquire a large amount of equipment. Zhang Ming spoke passionately about his past glory. Zhang Hua and Zhang Li remained silent. Perhaps these 3 were not the top players in the game, but through their cooperation, they had gained a bit of fame. To have reached a position as golden level gamers in the company is quite an achievement, at least in the eyes of people like Zhou Long from the bronze level. These 3 could be considered symbols of the company. It's time to move on from the old records. The achievements you 3 created have been fairly compensated by the company. It owes you nothing, Yin Jian said, shifting his gaze to Zhou Long. Yin Jian seemed hesitant, as if wanting to say something, but then continued, yet now that the company is looking to open new markets, you are hesitating. So what? We 3 entered the planet civilization a bit late, but we can still help the company expand its market, Zhang Ming nearly shouted. Due to their proximity, Zhang Ming's spittle splattered onto Yin Jian's face, and the surrounding employees caught a glimpse of this scene, holding their breaths in silence. This was a scene of internal struggle within the company. The lower-level employees could only gossip among themselves as no one would dare to intervene. But the company only looks at current performance, so regarding past achievements, the company will only extend your salaries for 3 months, which is already quite generous, Yin Jian stated nonchalantly. Extending salaries for 3 months means that employees should ideally seek new jobs within that time frame. This is already special consideration for senior employees from the company. Ordinary employees could be dismissed at any time, and as Yin Jian's words hung in the air, the faces of the surrounding employees turned gloomy, with many lowering their heads in contemplation. I am not afraid. After all, I have gained quite a bit in the game, Zhou Long thought to himself, yet like the others he bowed his head, his face full of lewd smiles. The faint yet fluctuating snoring from the chubby man on Zhou Long's right lingered in his ears. Thank you, said Xia Dai beside him softly, her voice so low it seemed only Zhou Long could hear. Just as Zhou Long felt a bit smug, he heard Xia Dai say, if it weren't for you, I would have dealt with them ages ago. Upon hearing this, Zhou Long abruptly raised his head to look at Xia Dai, who had long hair, cascading over her shoulders, smooth skin, and delicate features. Dressed in a light fur coat, she wore black stockings and sharp red high heels, captivating Zhou Long for a moment. However, the low voice of the chubby man interrupted his thoughts. Zhou Long snapped back to reality, only to find his colleagues watching him with pity. Zhou Long, tell me what you have gained in the game, Yin Jian said loudly. What could he have? He doesn't have as many friends in the game as I do, Zhang Ming teased. As the two exchanged barbs, their spittle nearly flooded the meeting room, while the colleagues around only watched Zhou Long, hoping that if he spoke the others would stop their verbal onslaught. After half an hour, both were tired from their exchanges and temporarily ceased fire. Looking around, Yin Jian took out a list and said, as mentioned earlier, the company is facing financial issues and thus layoffs are necessary. He cleared his throat and prepared to read the list, and the meeting room fell completely silent, with only Yin Jian's voice breaking the stillness, accompanied by the sound of everyone's breathing, while Zhang Ming and his companions reacted with indifference. Since the company could bring these three in, they certainly wouldn't let them go easily. At the very least, their value was still above that of most ordinary employees, and those whose names were called left one by one. Of course, some couldn't take it, shouting, "Why is it me?" And there were more than just one. Several female employees screamed. Before they could protest, much security burst into the meeting room and escorted them out. They continued to shout along the way, claiming the company had wronged them, and particularly blaming Yin Jian. As they reached the company entrance, some even yelled about sharing a romantic night with Yin Jian. Of course, this only provided gossip material for employees to chat about privately. In today's society, it has become a company-centric one. Thus, laws have formed to protect company interests. Once you join a company, you certainly receive various benefits and guarantees, but the company can also employ various means to make you leave. Individuals should not think about shaking the tree with an ant. That would be a waste of time, especially in the aftermath of financial crises, where protecting the company's interests equates to safeguarding the majority's interests. The number of people in the meeting room kept decreasing. The chubby man on the right was shaking his body, occasionally bumping into Zhou Long. He wasn't worried about layoffs, but rather dreaming. On the left, Xia Dai quietly looked at her small notebook as if it contained something important. At the edge, Wanru, dressed in a light yellow dress, was bouncing around, comforting each employee who had been laid off. Her long hair fell to her chest, adorned with a silver hairpin, and she wore white cloth shoes, cheerfully walking back and forth. Originally, there were still people planning to cause a scene, but upon seeing Wanru's innocent eyes, they could only sigh and leave quietly. Keep it up. I believe in you, Wanru said to each departing employee. Zhou Long, whose heart had been in turmoil, finally relaxed. He noticed that all the departing individuals were employees who had not entered planet civilization, giving him a sense of security. However, Zhang Ming and the others looked less than pleased. From the moment Yin Jian entered, he had shown no friendly demeanor, speaking in an ambiguous tone while directly addressing layoffs, clearly intending to assert his authority. Before long, the list was finished. The meeting room, which had felt slightly crowded before now, seemed much more spacious, leaving only Zhou Long, the chubby man, Xia Dai, Wanru, and Zhang Ming's trio. After Yin Jian finished reading, the room fell oddly silent. Zhou Long remained quiet, thinking, no way am I going to stick my neck out. The slow snoring of the chubby man resumed while Xia Dai and Wanru whispered to each other. I want him. Zhang Ming pointed at Zhou Long, speaking loudly to Yin Jian. Looking surprised, Yin Jian stared at him in disbelief. You like him? No, Zhang Ming replied. That's not it. However, I really need an assistant to help the three of us develop in the game, as it would also benefit the company in expanding business in new games, Zhang Ming continued. He appeared entirely focused on the company's interest. Zhou Long, do you have anything to say? Yin Jian asked blandly. Team leader, do the statements from the meeting at the start of the month still hold? Zhou Long inquired. Yes, Yin Jian answered succinctly. I now have the items needed to establish a guild, and with some friends' help, I believe advancing to silver level shouldn't be a problem, Zhou Long stated, looking around. You. Zhang Ming had not finished speaking. All right, congratulations, Zhou, on reaching new heights in your career this year, Yin Jian said, not allowing Zhang Ming to speak further, pulling out a contract and handing it over, saying, sign this, it's the silver level gamer contract. Okay, Zhou Long exclaimed, grabbing the contract, but not yet signing it. Just then a delicate hand snatched the contract away. As a member of the team, we should have a copy too, Xia Dai said, carefully examining the contract in her hands. The chubby man next to them surprisingly woke up, stretching and moving his chair to sit beside Xia Dai, looking at the contract. Beside him was Wanru, and the three quietly discussed the contract. Cough, cough. Zhou Long coughed. What are you coughing for? Xia Dai said, placing her legs down as she looked at Zhou Long. Yin Jian chuckled at Zhang Ming, saying there's nothing to be done. He is now also a silver level employee. Zhang Ming huffed. What did you call us here for? His face twitched as he spoke, and beside him Zhang Wan and Zhang Li wore similar expressions. To introduce you to a few new colleagues, Yin Jian said, looking at Zhou Long and the others. This might drag us down in the game, Zhang Ming said lightly. Even if they have gained some things through luck, it won't be long before everything depreciates. In the end, it will still rely on us. Zhang Wan and Zhang Li seemed to want to say something, but were silenced by Zhang Ming's hand. For Zhou Long and the others, they were practically in the position of beginners in front of Zhang Ming and his group. In the company, there are contracts for seniors to lead newcomers. During the period of mentoring newcomers, most of the profits go to the seniors, while the newcomers only do the labor. This is definitely a boon for Zhang Ming and the others. Only those involved understand this kind of contract. But the three of us are enough, Zhang Ming shouted, glaring at Zhou Long and the others. This is the company's decision. If you disagree, you may leave. You have connections, and so does the company. Xiaoyin, we are not newcomers. Your tricks won't work on us, Zhang Ming said. I want to see the boss. With that, Zhang Ming confidently looked at Yin Jian. This is the boss decision, Yin Jian said. I don't believe it. Then you can call and ask. Yin Jian smiled. The boss is shopping in Paris. You should have his number as a golden level gamer. After saying this, Yin Jian took out a contract and handed it to Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming scoffed, a faint smile appearing on his face as he said to Zhou Long, pleasure to cooperate. He then stood up and left without any discomfort. Zhang Hua and Zhang Li followed closely behind. Zhou Long and Zhang Ming, vice team leaders, you can recruit more people, Yin Jian said. As they were about to exit the meeting room, Zhang Ming said, that's good. Watching the three leave, Zhou Long did not look back, but took the contract that Xia Dai pointed at and studied it carefully. Kid, are you really going to jump into the fire pit? The fat man said slowly in his ear. This contract came from Yin Jian. Aren't you afraid it's a trap? Not afraid, Zhou Long said, glancing quickly. Silver level contract details, 4 days off per month game. Ranking must be within the top 5 in the Any level equipment obtained must be turned in to the company, which will provide appropriate compensation. There are no restrictions on daily online time. Fixed monthly salary of 200. A game equipment obtained will be bought at internal company pricing. Enter the gamer market. Valid for 5 years, 3 years, 1 year, 6 months, or 3 months. During the contract period, changing games without reason is prohibited, and if changing games, the company must be notified with compensation for losses assessed as necessary. During the contract period, selling obtained equipment to individuals or organizations outside the company is prohibited. Leaking any company-related game information is also prohibited. The final interpretation rights belong to the Party A company. Cooperative contract signed by Party B. Zhou Long signed his name and handed it to the fat man beside him as a few people started to circulate it, all signing their names. Very good, Yin Jian said with a smile as he took the contract, and after glancing at it, his expression subtly changed. They're all for 3 months, Yin Jian said slowly. Ha ha ha, Zhou Long and the others laughed together. This contract is clearly a trap with only 4 days off per month. For every gamer on any day not fighting in the game world who would remember the date. The fixed salary sounds nice, but it's paid by monthly. It's a miracle if the company doesn't find ways to deduct pay. The validity period can't be too long, as one might not get good items in the game if luck runs out over a long time. In addition to losing face, one might also be warned or fined by the company. Some gaming companies even kick employees out, so 3 months is the best choice. This type of contract is also known as a probation contract or short-lived contract. Perhaps the next step could lead to becoming a golden level gamer, or perhaps one would have to work for the gaming company for a lifetime. The only benefit is entering the gamer market, a marketplace where major gaming companies buy and sell gamers. No matter your level, as long as you are listed, you will be traded among various gaming companies. This is also the first step to fame for gamers. Although countless gamers are traded by the company every day, it's hard to ensure that a major gaming company will notice you, allowing you to soar and start a beautiful life. Zhou Long saw this potential and signed the contract without hesitation, with drool almost spilling from his mouth. It seemed Zhou Long could already envision his lucky day. What is this guy thinking about now? Xia Dai said, rubbing her hands. There's no helping it. Is Zhou Long's body faced Xia Dai directly. Hey, forget him. Let's celebrate in our room, the fat man immediately said to Wanru beside him. Fine, Wanru replied. The three talked as they walked out. Yin Jian had long left, returning to his desk, leaving Zhou Long alone in the meeting room, still lost in thought. Kid, I heard you're quite lucky now. A deep and unfamiliar voice suddenly pulled Zhou Long out of his reverie. Hello, Zhou Long replied. He greeted the man politely, and as he was about to stand up, Pang was standing in the doorway of the meeting room, said the company is about to undergo significant changes. Xiaozhou, aren't you considering it more carefully? With that, he exhaled a puff of smoke. Pang Hua walked into the meeting room, followed by several people. Zhou Long glanced at them and thought to himself, damn it, murmuring inwardly, sure enough, they are rivals with Yin Jian. The people entering behind Pang Hua were all those recently laid off by Yin Jian, though not all of them. I'm just a small employee and I don't want to get involved in your affairs, Zhou Long said as he started to leave. Yin Jian will ruin you, Pang Hua said. However, Zhou Long had already exited the meeting room. The hallway was much less crowded and many rooms had posted idle signs, a sense of desolation and bleakness rising in Zhou Long's heart. It was the aftermath of the financial crisis. Every company was laying off employees. Throughout the journey, Zhou Long still saw a few people clearing out their already scarce belongings. Zhou Long pushed open the door. Perhaps the scenes from the hallway had dampened his mood. As soon as he entered, he closed the door and collapsed onto the bed, casually grabbing the mail from the desk. Hello, Mr. Zhou Long. As a newcomer in gaming, don't you want to secure a better future? By the time you receive this email, your company should have begun large-scale layoffs. Your company is in significant trouble. Don't you want to find a gaming company that can offer you a better future? If you are interested, come find us at the address here, and we can discuss it properly. What's there to discuss? Zhou Long said, crumpling the email in his hand and tossing it toward the door. Bang. Hey, you deaf, come help me. As soon as the fat man entered, he was hit by the paper ball rubbing his nose. What is it? Zhou Long said, too lazy to get up. Moving came Xia Dai's voice from behind the fat man. Is that so? Then I should help, Zhou Long said, pushing the fat man aside, and walked out. What are you all doing? Zhou Long looked at the furniture in front of him. We just happen to have space, so Xia Dai and I are moving in together, Wanru said softly beside him. Then why move next to me? Zhou Long asked, trembling. We are a team, so isn't it better to live together? Really, the fat man said as he walked over. After a busy day, Xia Dai, Wanru, and Huang Pengzi successfully moved in, becoming neighbors with Zhou Long. All right, I'm hungry too, Zhou Long said as he headed downstairs, completely ignoring what Huang Pengzi was shouting behind him. Hurrying down the stairs, Zhou Long rushed to the cafeteria. After a morning of moving for the three of them, he wasn't really tired, just extremely hungry. Uncle, I'll have the beef rice bowl, Zhou Long shouted. The chef behind the serving window showed no reaction at all. Something's off, Zhou Long thought as his eyes caught the reflection from the opposite window, and he suddenly had a realization. Hey, it's Annie, I'm hungry, Zhou Long said with a big smile. Oh, young man, I'm new here, my hearing's a bit poor, sometimes I can't hear anything, the chef said as he turned around. Beef rice bowl, right? It'll be ready soon, Zhou Long thought. What the heck, how old is she to still be called Annie? The cafeteria lady brought over Zhou Long's order. Okay, Annie, also bring 2 bottles of beer and 2 dishes, Zhou Long said, while holding his meal. He quickly finished his food, clearing his plate. Why am I still hungry? Zhou Long wondered, feeling a persistent hunger in his belly. It can't be that I'm going through my second growth spurt, right? He thought as he got up to pay and headed back upstairs. Even in death, love is everlasting. Suddenly his phone rang again. Zhou Long took it out to answer. What? You? Before he could finish, the call ended. Final come, Zhou Long said. Counting the change in his pocket, Zhou Long walked to the company entrance. Just as he was about to hail a cab, a sedan pulled up, and without hesitation, Zhou Long got in. M.E. Long, I trust you've received my email regarding the gaming studio. I think we can have a good discussion about work, E. Long said on the phone. Without giving Zhou Long a chance to respond, E. Long hung up. Just as Zhou Long reached the entrance, the customized sedan arrived, driving quickly. As Zhou Long left, he failed to notice a figure standing by a window in the company, watching him depart. The 2 people in the front seat of the car remained expressionless, not uttering a word to Zhou Long. The car sped along, and Zhou Long felt like he might cry out, yet when he looked again, the vehicle was driving safely. If it weren't for the fact that the caller was E. Long himself, Zhou Long would have suspected someone was trying to kidnap him. After half an hour's journey, the car came to a steady stop beside a grand building. As soon as he saw the door, the 2 men in black suits led him inside, taking the elevator up. This was the most luxurious building in the area, and based on Zhou Long's income, he would never have imagined entering it. The security guard thoroughly checked Zhou Long before allowing him through, after the 2 suited men paid a small tip, leading him into the immaculate white room. On either side were projection machines displaying images of plants, with a wooden table covered in documents and an antique chair beneath a bright light bulb. Sitting in the chair, Zhou Long looked across at E. Long. Zhou Long, Mr. Zhou, you should remember me, E. Long said, gesturing with the cigar in his hand, then casually tossed one to Zhou Long, which was definitely better than what he had in the past. As Zhou Long took the cigar and examined it, he replied, What do you want? I'm busy, putting the cigar to his nose, seemingly savoring the tobacco scent. The gaming company you work for might collapse at any moment while I am preparing to open a gaming studio. If it develops well, I will invest to turn it into a company, and I want to hire you as one of the first employees, E. Long said earnestly. Why choose me? Zhou Long asked, glancing over the documents on the table, all containing information about various individuals, or rather detailed profiles of China's top players. After a casual glance, Zhou Long recognized several names that frequently appeared on game posters. Because I only met you not long ago, E. Long replied calmly. It seemed like just a business transaction similar to other gaming companies. Although the bosses often needed renowned gamers to support them, the ones managing the company were likely to be unknown figures. An individual with no background would surely work hard for the company once they entered a big firm. In that instant, Zhou Long understood. Your income can absolutely guarantee a luxurious life for the rest of your days, E. Long continued. No, Zhou Long immediately replied, getting up to leave. The two suited men quickly stepped forward, placing their hands on Zhou Long's shoulders. All right, Long said, waving his hand, causing the two men to step back, their faces looking quite displeased. Boss, one of the thinner suited men said. What is it? Long asked, watching as Zhou Long exited the building and got into a taxi, leaving. He is not an ordinary person, the thin suited man remarked. Just when the two men had placed their hands on Zhou Long's shoulders, they felt a burst of powerful energy emanating from him instantly, instilling a sense of fear in them, their legs feeling weak. The suited men were martial arts experts in China, definitely not third-rate. When they mentioned Zhou Long, their faces showed fear. This is getting more interesting. Let's meet others, Long said. Not everyone will refuse my offer, smiling as he looked at the list on the table. Smack. While sitting in the taxi, Zhou Long slapped himself hard several times. Why didn't I just agree? Zhou Long muttered to himself. If he had accepted earlier, his future life would have definitely been a paradise. His phone rang again. Mr. Zhou, I hope you consider it again. My door is always open for you. Just call this number to reach me, Long said before hanging up again. Damn, Zhou Long shouted, clenching his fist tightly. Crash. Zhou Long lurched forward as the taxi driver slammed on the brakes. Can you drive or not? Zhou Long shouted as he steadied himself. Sorry. The driver wearing sunglasses kept apologizing. Once the car started again, Zhou Long noticed the taxi driver glancing at him through the rearview mirror. What the heck, what's so interesting about me? Zhou Long thought to himself. Damn it, my phone. Zhou Long shouted, looking at the cracks on his phone screen. What a piece of junk. He immediately took out the electronic chip from inside. He instructed the driver to head straight for a phone store. After getting out and purchasing a new phone, he exited the store only to find the taxi had vanished. Damn it, that bloody taxi, Zhou Long shouted. Well, maybe they had something urgent. After all, I didn't pay, Zhou Long muttered as he waved down another taxi. After a long ride, the taxi finally arrived at the company. Zhou Long jumped out and rushed back to his room, where the nearby rooms were quiet. Perhaps everyone was busy battling in the game. Upon entering the room, Zhou Long glanced at the tattered book on the table, sat down beside it, and began to flip through its pages, though he felt that the book was somewhat eerie. However, the game content recorded within was still worth reviewing. After all, he was now a silver-level gamer, and it was time to recharge his mind. Zhou Long stayed up all night, specifically looking for information related to the trash planet. A sudden chill swept over him, and Zhou Long woke up. Cold wind was seeping through the window, so he hurriedly got up to close it. Zhou Long then shut the book and stuffed it under the bed, which he deemed the safest place. After reading all night, Zhou Long felt that this book was essentially a guide to planetary civilizations with reliable records for each task and map. By deep night, he could no longer hold on, and fell asleep with his head resting on the desk. Stretching his body, Zhou Long peered through the window and noticed that a food stall had just set up at the bottom of the building. He took out his phone and made a call. Shortly after, a bowl of steaming hot dry noodles, a cup of soybean milk, and a boiled egg were delivered. After paying, Zhou Long finished his meal, used the restroom, and took a short nap before he opened the game pod and stepped inside. Entering the official website, he directly checked the displayed monster information. He carefully reviewed everything and then examined various equipment details and the different maps currently available. The book, however, did not record information with such detail. Nevertheless, it mentioned that after the game officially launched, the data or content from the internal test would be modified. He needed to find those modifications which would be beneficial for his development in the game. Eventually, Zhou Long reached the official forum, where most of the posts were filled with complaints. Originally, many players enjoyed leveling up by hunting monsters outside the trash city. While the rewards might not be much, most players were already quite satisfied. Additionally, some players discovered that after being defeated by robots, they flew back to the city and encountered the lieutenant who issued the quest. Players could also log off, and since this map's tasks were uncompleted, they kept it open. Most players were quite happy, not expecting that someone had unexpectedly activated the robot siege battle. For 3 consecutive days, many players had entered countless times and had been killed numerous times, leading to countless complaints on the official website. The most common complaint was about how the siege battle was opened at this time, and what would low-level players do? Was the game company out of their minds? Some even called for a collective withdrawal from the game. A bunch of fools, Zhou Long muttered as he exited the official website and entered the game. It was still the vast cave, and Li Donghu the Major was no longer on the ground. That woman arrived quite quickly, Zhou Long thought to himself. Looking at the mechanical king in front of him, he said, "Hey, wake up. You really fell asleep. How will you give me the data if you're asleep?" Zhou Long kicked and nudged, but the mechanical king showed no response. "This is strange," Zhou Long remarked. "Do you not want this new body?" After saying this, he pulled out the headless robot body from his pocket. Bang! The huge body crashed to the ground, and the seemingly motionless mechanical king stirred. Zhou Long's body swiftly moved backward, but he unexpectedly got caught in the iron chains on the ground. "Not bad, haha, it's actually his body," the mechanical king remarked, looking at the body before him. "Data," Zhou Long immediately said. "Could come a bit closer," the mechanical king replied. As Zhou Long stepped forward, the mechanical king downloaded 3 portions of data from him. You just need to find the key to these chains, and you can obtain all the data, the mechanical king said, pushing himself up, revealing his upper body. His body was entwined with countless iron chains, and there was a rusty padlock on his lower abdomen that seemed like it could break at any moment. Humph! Zhou Long took out his laser sword and swung at the electric light, flashing in 4 colors. Useless, your laser sword can't possibly cut these chains, the mechanical king said coldly. Then where is the key? Zhou Long put away the laser sword and asked. It's in the head of the current Machine City Lord. What you see is just his avatar, the mechanical king replied. Then you have to provide me with some help. I can't just go find that city lord for a key, Zhou Long said, turning as if he was about to walk out the door. Standing at the door, Zhou Long tilted his head to look at the mechanical king, seemingly waiting for something. Of course you have to break into the city and obtain the key. I can't offer many methods to help you, the mechanical king finished. Zhou Long picked up the new body in front of him and stepped back. Damn, he said, kicking out as he walked through the cave looking for a way out, or rather searching for that mysterious merchant. System announcement: the siege battle will end in 30 minutes. Players, please hold the city with all your might. The announcement echoed 3 times in the air. Zhou Long quickened his pace, muttering, damn, I haven't even turned in the quest yet, and I still don't know how to upgrade the troop. He quickened his speed. Perhaps due to the siege battle, there were significantly fewer robots in the cave, allowing Zhou Long to advance much faster. With a detector in hand, he finally found that shop. Upon seeing the shop again, without even greeting, Zhou Long dashed out. There wasn't a single robot on the street, nor was there any sound. Just as Zhou Long reached the city gate. Bang! Heavens, I can actually trip over. Zhou Long exclaimed as he stood up at the city gate, looking at the ground where a hole had appeared, and a pair of hands reached out, followed by a person crawling out. Seeing Zhou Long, the person displayed surprise, but quickly looked around and turned back to cover the hole in the ground. Heavens, I finally see an officer from the mother planet. Are you here to save us? Covered in mud, wearing gray clothes adorned with white stripes, and bearing the face of a man in his 30s, Zhou Long resolutely replied, stay away from me. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I'm also a law-abiding citizen, the man said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. All right. I'm very busy, Zhou Long said, preparing to leave. Please help us, the man shouted. Upon hearing that Zhou Long was about to leave, he immediately rushed over, hugging Zhou Long's leg and pleading, but Zhou Long couldn't shake him off no matter how hard he tried. Fine, tell me what it is, Zhou Long said, glancing around, fearing that robots might suddenly appear from somewhere. We were captured by these trash robots, forced to help them mine for, or the uncle in front of me said, his face full of sorrow, shaking off the dirt from his body. It seems the mother planet is not planning to rescue us anymore. If you can provide us with some help, that would be wonderful, the burly man in front of me said, looking around. Zhou Long looked at the dialogue box before him, which presented 2 options. 1. As an excellent officer, I should help you. 2. I am not interested in this matter. Thank you so much. We, the people of the Forgotten Village, will never forget your great kindness. The burly man knelt before Zhou Long, shouting, which was the result of Zhou Long's choice. We need a lot of food, and weapons would be even better. The uncle in front kept talking, while Zhou Long could not hear a word, gazing at the display in the sky. Congratulations, player. You have accepted the rescue mission for the Forgotten Village. Upon completion, it will accelerate the speed of population acquisition for the base and reward the village chief of the Forgotten Village, as this is an unlimited time task. As soon as Zhou Long finished reading, the uncle across from him said, the ring you have is quite special. It looks very familiar, like an old friend's ring. Good things are coming, Zhou Long thought to himself, and said, yes, this is from the jewelry store's owner. It is said to help find his daughter. If she still remembers, the uncle pondered. Zhou Long suddenly saw a flicker of surprise, anger, and anticipation on the uncle's face, a myriad of expressions flashing across in an instant. She is still alive, the uncle muttered to himself. His daughter. Zhou Long seized the moment and asked. The uncle looked at Zhou Long, seemingly making a decision, and said, if you can bring us what we want, I will take you to find his daughter. Okay, Zhou Long replied immediately. Take this, it's the map I drew. Enter through the tunnel behind me, and you will find the Forgotten Village, the uncle said as he handed over a piece of cloth, then leaned against the city wall and lay down, unsure if he had found something to cover himself with. Climbing over the basin, Zhou Long ran forward quickly with not a single robot in sight. It seemed to have suddenly become a very quiet place. Walking over the grassy field, looking at the vast flat land before him, Zhou Long crouched down and began to crawl forward, spotting something on the city wall in the distance. Countless robots moved back and forth, numerous lasers shooting into the sky, completely chaotic without any order. Are there still living people in the city? Zhou Long continued to mutter to himself as he advanced. In this situation, charging forward recklessly would undoubtedly be seeking death. He knew all too well how grim the current state of the city was. There was no way the current players could match these monsters. Crawling on the ground, Zhou Long used both hands and feet to move quickly, soon pressing against the wall, where he heard the huge shouts of the robots above, with debris from destroyed automatic turrets scattered on the ground. Holding his laser sword, Zhou Long moved slowly forward. Perhaps due to the lag in the game warehouse, every step he took felt considerably slower, reminiscent of network latency. Damn, what kind of game is this? Zhou Long said as he slowly approached the city gate, watching robots continuously rushing in and out. Bang! 202 ghost robots fell to the ground, and Zhou Long immediately crouched and ran towards the first alley he saw, thinking, "Oh no, my buildings," as he waved his laser sword. In the alley, he swiftly eliminated one robot after another, his pace noticeably quickening, while robots fell around him, dropping numerous pieces of equipment. But Zhou Long didn't even glance at them, fixated on the map displayed in his visor, hastily searching for his buildings along the path, all the while being watched by countless silent eyes. If it were any other time, Zhou Long would surely notice the people hiding in the buildings flanking the alley. Heavens, that's the expert. A god. What nonsense, he must be using cheats. Seeing the ground of the alley scattered with so much equipment, the players hiding in the houses were salivating. These pieces of equipment might not be top tier, nor were these monsters top tier. But the equipment they dropped was definitely better than what the current players had. Bang! After a while, a player finally opened the door, charging out with a laser gun. "Bastard, close the door," someone yelled as they watched the people in the house rush towards the door. Without hesitation, they raised their guns, and the shouting player yelled, ready to pull the trigger, only to find that in the small room, countless gun muzzles were simultaneously aimed at them from the darkness. Bang! 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 The room was already in chaos. Ha 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 ha, I finally have top-tier equipment. A frail player lay in the alley, hugging the laser gun on the ground, and howling, unaware of the huge shadow suddenly appearing behind him. Though the frail player was howling, he seemed to have reacted, glancing aside, and suddenly darting to the side, pressing against the wall. With the laser gun now in hand, he unleashed a barrage, and in an instant lasers erupted, the light of the gun flashing across the frail player's face, filled with determination and excitement as he watched the robot before him collapse. The frail youth's eyes darted as he slowly ran forward. As soon as the siege battle began, players all wanted to test their skills competing against the robots outside the city, and it was also a good opportunity to loot some equipment. But just as the players surged out, a large number of NPCs appeared, or rather a large number of officers suddenly appeared, blocking the player's path, and after instantly taking out a few who rushed towards the city gate. They began to command the players, claiming that General Li Guang had ordered to lure the robots in and then attack. Anyone who dared to disobey would be dealt with until they complied. Following that, the players began to enter the surrounding buildings. Watching the robots enter the city, some players rushed out of the rooms impatiently, only to be instantly taken out by the robots. Later, the players gradually figured out the method and gathered together. Hiding in the houses, they concentrated their fire on the robots outside, but regrettably their attack power was insufficient to draw any aggro from the monsters, while those NPC officers who rushed out were. The artillery and laser cannons operated by NPCs could inflict damage on the monsters that rushed in. Moreover, the monsters destroyed by NPC officers surprisingly did not drop any loot, which further frustrated the players hiding in the house. From time to time, players wanting to be heroes rushed out, only to be instantly killed by the robots. Upon respawning, they would immediately be taken out again by the robots. And because these robots had a certain level of intelligence, they would seek out players, causing those who rushed out to also endanger the players hiding in the same house. At the end of the narrow alley, Zhou Long turned around and saw his construction ahead, with the wreckage of robot limbs scattered behind him, while the barracks and the prophet's house remained intact. However, the area was crowded with countless robots, all standing there firing at the NPCs on the surrounding buildings. Damn, isn't that asking for death? Zhou Long thought to himself. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed from afar, some light, and some heavy, clearly indicating someone was approaching stealthily while carrying a heavy object. Thanks to his acute hearing after his body mutated, Zhou Long turned around sharply at the sound, and his laser sword thrust out. "Master, I've finally found you," said a frail boy in front of him, holding something. A massive laser cannon, clearly from a robot, appeared before Zhou Long, exclaiming, "Following me is very dangerous. You could be taken out in a heartbeat," Zhou Long said softly. Placing a finger to his lips, the frail player replied, "Understood, I Red Dragon will follow you closely," his face filled with longing, as if Zhou Long was a guiding light on his path. "Very well, since you're following me, let's see your abilities first," Zhou Long said nonchalantly. "No problem. As long as I can hang out with a master like you, I can do anything," replied the player Red Dragon. His eyes fixed on the laser sword in Zhou Long's hand, drool instantly dripped from his mouth. "Listen, there are some monsters outside. You provide cover fire while I rush in to take them out," Zhou Long said, expressionless. Whether you're a true newbie or a fake one pretending in front of me is just asking for death," Zhou Long thought to himself, saying, "What's the problem?" The player Red Dragon hesitated. It seemed Zhou Long had guessed correctly. He was intentionally pretending to be a newbie to get close to Zhou Long. "But my laser gun doesn't have enough energy," Red Dragon said timidly. It seemed this issue was definitely not a problem for Zhou Long, but for Red Dragon, it was a significant one. A look of shame quickly appeared on Red Dragon's face. During an attack, you need to maintain a strong firepower at all times, then shoot and change positions. As for energy, Zhou Long whispered into Red Dragon's ear. Stepping out of the alley, Red Dragon fired the massive laser cannon he was holding, targeting the cluster of robots not far away that were shooting at the nearby tall buildings. Numbers like 10 and 10 floated above their heads, indicating not only how much health was lost after taking damage, but also the rising hatred value after being hit by the monsters. This was recorded in the book on Zhou Long's table. During the internal test, it was concluded that when monsters fired at NPCs, there would be a hatred value. However, when attacked by players, as long as they took damage, a hatred value would also be generated. Moreover, it would accumulate the previous hatred value generated by NPC attacks, transferring it onto the player. This was also documented as a cooperative way to deal with monsters, requiring a player to act as a bait. At this moment, a horde of robots seemed to be enraged by Red Dragon's gunfire, marching over with their weapons. "Come on," Red Dragon shouted. Aiming the laser cannon he was holding at the heads of the charging robots, he fired a shot and immediately ran back into the alley, following the sound of heavy footsteps. Dozens of towering robots entered the crowded alley, roaring, "Coward! Get out here!" They fired aimlessly with the automatic cannons mounted on their shoulders and the laser cannons in their hands. Boom! Countless explosions erupted around Zhou Long, making him feel as if he could die at any moment. Initially, he intended to use others as bait, but he found himself trapped instead. Zhou Long's original idea was, player Red Dragon dashed out, firing his gun while attracting the monster's firepower, allowing himself to reach the barracks to find some soldiers. Unexpectedly, Red Dragon not only shot at the monsters, but also managed to draw them back. In the alley, Zhou Long leaned against a corner with a massive broken stone wall before him, perfectly shielding his body. He could feel the vibrations of the robots moving around. "Come out, coward! I see you," shouted a robot in the alley. "Let's battle for 300 rounds. The robot's massive body did not hinder its two eyes from rotating 180 degrees, scanning everything around. Slowly, as Zhou Long listened to the footsteps, he discerned the robot's patterns. In the 1,000-meter-long alley, several robots walked back and forth, occasionally firing at suspicious spots. From the sounds, Zhou Long could feel that at most 5 robots were approaching him simultaneously. At the very least, there was one. After some contemplation, Zhou Long slowly maneuvered his body, holding the laser sword in reverse. "Damn it," Zhou Long thought as his eyes just peeked out. He saw player Red Dragon standing at the corner of the alley, gesturing at him. The meaning was simple: he wanted Zhou Long to come out and create chaos among the robots in the alley. Then player Red Dragon could take them out one by one at the corner. The only reason for doing this was that Zhou Long was seen as a master in Red Dragon's eyes, so he believed Zhou Long would not die easily. Looking at player Red Dragon's last gesture, a thumbs up directed at him, Zhou Long thought, "I swear I will never pretend to be a master again. Damn it, masters are just bait for attracting monsters." Zhou Long nodded helplessly. "I found you, haha." A huge voice sounded in his ears, and Zhou Long instinctively withdrew his gaze to see a robot facing away from him, shouting at a pile of stones ahead, its laser cannon firing. Boom, boom. A cloud of dust rose. Good opportunity, Zhou Long thought, leaping out. Although he couldn't see clearly at that moment, relying on the memory from the previous seconds, he swung the laser sword down. Hiss 300. After the swing, seeing the damage dealt to the robot, Zhou Long thought, high-level monster. Due to the close distance, he saw the robot that had just been hit half kneeling on the ground, shouting, "Shoot next to me. Don't hit me. It's a trap." Zhou Long shouted, leaping and bouncing onto the robot's neck. Zhou Long then noticed that several robots were already standing opposite, targeting the spot where he had just stood and opening fire. "You bastard, get down here," shouted the robot beneath him, barely getting up, raising its hands to wave as it tried to grab Zhou Long. Seeking death. Zhou Long stood up abruptly and leaped down, simultaneously thrusting his sword at the robot's eyes. Just as he landed, Zhou Long ran towards the back of the robot. Boom. Immediately, several explosions erupted behind him. Standing at the corner of the alley, Zhou Long watched as the robot he had stabbed in the eyes frantically fired around. "Boss, I did well, right?" said player Red Dragon behind him, wearing a proud expression. "Not bad. Stick with me, and you'll have a bright future," Zhou Long said. "Hee, I won't let you die then," Zhou Long thought, turning to look at the robot with its eye injured. In its frenzy, it unexpectedly took out all its nearby companions. "Red Dragon, it's up to you now. Go out and take it down," Zhou Long said, just as Red Dragon jumped out. Holding the massive laser cannon, Red Dragon advanced step by step. "Damn it, shoot," Zhou Long thought to himself, glancing at the other end of the alley. The robot stood there as well, but had turned around, its automatic cannons already destroyed. Holding the laser cannon pointed at the ground, Red Dragon took a few steps forward. He similarly aimed the gun at the ground. "Pretender," Zhou Long muttered from behind as the sporadic sounds of cannons exploded nearby, the gunfire in the city echoing one after another. A system warning appeared, indicating that the buildings were under attack and durability was decreasing. Zhou Long, upon attacking the robot, naturally became the target of the robot's assaults. Zhou Long looked at the warning appearing in the air, eager to leap out immediately, while both sides in the alley began to move slowly, their fingers trembling slightly, and the laser guns were charging energy. The gun barrels grew increasingly bright, and the alley fell into a brief silence. Fire! Zhou Long yelled from beside the wall, stepping forward. His shout may have had some effect. At the moment Zhou Long stepped out, player Red Dragon suddenly threw himself to the side, raising his laser gun simultaneously. Hurry! Zhou Long remarked, fool. Boom! Zhou Long's eyes widened in shock as the robot opposite suddenly leaned to the side, getting hit by Red Dragon. Its massive body, already battered from previous attacks, was now completely obliterated by player Red Dragon. Player Red Dragon quickly ran over to pick up the newly exploded laser gun on the ground. Ha ha ha, green equipment. Player Red Dragon exclaimed excitedly, as this could be considered a relatively high-level equipment among players. Zhou Long couldn't care about that. He dashed out of the alley. There were only about 10 robots left near his construction, with 3 of them attacking his barracks. Red Dragon, cover me. Zhou Long shouted back, brandishing his laser sword as he charged towards his barracks. Okay, boss. Red Dragon shouted from behind him, and several beams of laser erupted from Zhou Long's back, aided by his extraordinary speed and Red Dragon's covering fire. Zhou Long swiftly took down the 9 robots before him. The laser sword sliced through them, like cutting vegetables, quick and fluid. Boom. Just as Zhou Long's sword pierced the final robot, he was suddenly countered. Impossible, Zhou Long thought. Without waiting for the opponent to fire, he hurriedly swung his sword, even using his skills against the robot in front. A gigantic axe erupted with lasers swung by a robot in the air, crashing down, as Zhou Long sidestepped, saying, "Too slow. At this speed you still dare to make me surrender." Before Zhou Long could attack, the robot raised the laser-emitting axe again, hurriedly moving away without striking. Coward, Zhou Long said, turning to check on his barracks. Relying on his keen hearing, Zhou Long sensed an object approaching from behind. He sidestepped just in time as a massive axe grazed past him. Damn long-range attack, Zhou Long shouted, turning to see the robot in the distance, somehow holding another axe waiting for its next strike. Boss, I've got this. You hurry up and do your thing. Player Red Dragon shouted, firing his laser gun at the distant robot while moving closer to Zhou Long. Whenever the robot lifted its axe, Red Dragon would unleash firepower, knocking the axe from the robot's grasp. For a moment, both sides were at a stalemate, but as the axe robot gathered strength, it was struck by Red Dragon just as it raised the axe. The axe-throwing robot, a leader, generally appeared near the robot city lord, protecting its safety. In addition to regular melee attacks, it excelled at ranged attacks, throwing axes with astonishing accuracy and damage, and its defense was equally formidable. It generally had a high chance of dropping grade or above weapons or equipment. Zhou Long had read this on the official website. All right, hold on, he shouted as he rushed into the barracks, which resembled a factory with its vast space, and approached the control console. Zhou Long clicked to resurrect heroes, creating soldiers. After a brief flicker in the barracks, a familiar voice echoed behind him. Master, you are summoning me. Bloodthirsty, bring your men to me, Zhou Long commanded, darting into an alley. Yes, master. Bloodthirsty responded, bringing along the 4 newly created devourers. As he looked at his brand new body, Bloodthirsty felt a surge of excitement. The devourers behind him were created with the rank of lieutenant, a significant leap from before. Seeing the massive figure reappear in the alley, Zhou Long thought, indeed impressive. He swung his sword, recalling the events documented in a book from his room. Monsters that were eliminated for the first time in a location would respawn in the same place. Zhou Long swung his sword, causing the robot in the alley to explode again. Quickly change, Zhou Long urged. Bloodthirsty and the devourers immediately approached, equipping the automatic turrets and laser cannons found on the ground. Good, Zhou Long said. Bloodthirsty, you take the devourers to fight monsters. The devourers that come out later must be equipped with new weapons quickly. Our time is running out. Yes, master, Bloodthirsty replied, ensuring the devourers were ready, positioning them for an attack. Zhou Long dashed back to the barracks, about to click the controls inside. A chill ran down Zhou Long's back, yet he continued giving orders to create devourers. The small-sized mini-robot, the Reaper, had a ground range of 1,000 meters, attacking power of 1535, a defense of 515, unable to carry items, and utilized laser attacks. The small-sized mini-robot, the Howler, moved at high speed on the ground, had a range of 800 meters, attacking power of 1520, defense of 1015, unable to carry items, and utilized laser attacks. Spit it out quickly, Zhou Long said without turning his head. The gun at the back of his head vanished, something he had grown accustomed to. Most of the time his head was under the threat of a gun, except for that one person, Wan Bing. Bring your men and accompany me to the general's mansion, came Wan Bing's voice from behind. Turning around, Zhou Long was startled to see 4 or 5 people standing in front of him, Wan Bing and Li Donghu, as if they had just emerged from the ground covered in dirt. Also standing nearby was the familiar Fei Hua. What a miracle to survive in the arena. I actually wanted to see Fei Wu more, Zhou Long thought, exclaiming. Wow, you even brought back my prophet. looking at the nearby Dandan, and then at these people. Zhou Long could hardly fathom how they managed to escape together. "This is all thanks to your prophet," Wan Bing said. Perhaps understanding Zhou Long's expression, Wan Bing stepped forward and briefly recounted how when they were in that cave, she had logged in before Zhou Long, leading Li Donghu around in chaos. They finally crawled into a tunnel and appeared outside Garbage City. By the time they reached the city, the siege battle had already begun. Upon entering the city, they found countless robots shooting. Meanwhile, Fei Hua and Dandan were hiding on the street being pursued by a group of robots, while the constantly reforming Dandan attracted even more monsters along with Wan Bing and Fei Hua. Together they slowly took down the robots surrounding Dandan, and only then did they follow Dandan to the prophet's small house, where they were immediately trapped inside by the robots outside. Until Zhou Long arrived. "Alright, why should I help you? I'm doing just fine fighting monsters here," Zhou Long said blandly as a laser handgun was raised against his head. Click, click. Red Dragon returned from a distance, having finally taken down the robot, holding new weapons and pressing one against Wan Bing's head. "Put it down," Fei Hua yelled, raising her gun at Red Dragon. Zhou Long picked up a laser sword, aiming it at Wan Bing's throat. "If I die, you won't get anything," he said nonchalantly. "I'm a woman, so you have to help me," Wan Bing replied. The laser gun in her hand surprisingly lowered. "As long as you're willing to help me, I'll do anything you ask." After Wan Bing finished speaking, her body slowly leaned closer to Zhou Long. Though she was covered in dirt, a beautiful woman is still a beautiful woman. Wan Bing's body was almost pressed against Zhou Long's, an enticing fragrance mixed with the scent of soil. With their bodies slightly touching and enticing gazes exchanged, Wan Bing transformed into a sensual woman. "That reason seems insufficient," Zhou Long remarked, inhaling deeply. It would be impossible not to be moved. As a single nobleman under Wan Bing's seductive charm, Zhou Long was already captivated, with the only regret being that this was still in a game. If this were in real life, Zhou Long would have long since lost his defenses. Without a sufficient reason besides, "I am a real man," Zhou Long continued. "Oh my God," Zhou Long thought, "tears again." At that moment, tears welled up in Wan Bing's enchanting eyes as her delicate hands touched Zhou Long's chest. Slowly, Wan Bing's jade-like hand opened and pressed against Zhou Long's chest, gradually sliding down until it brushed against his abdomen, accompanied by another jade hand. It then lifted, caressing Zhou Long's back as her tender red lips were mere millimeters away from his, when Fei Hua shouted no. Bang! Wan Bing's laser gun fired at Fei Hua missed, billowing forth. Zhou Long suddenly felt something soft and warm pressing against his legs, while his own member responded instinctively. With a sigh, Wan Bing pushed Zhou Long away gently and said, "I am a woman, and I need a source of income. You should know a few days ago was the Spring Festival, and I didn't even have money to buy high-end cosmetics. To maintain a decent life, I must continuously take on tasks." As she finished speaking, her eyes reflected not only tears, but also a glimmer of hope. "Fine, but you must give me half of the rewards you earn," Zhou Long replied expressionlessly. "Oh, I haven't even bought a floral dress for the new year," Wan Bing said sweetly, her captivating gaze piercing through. "You get 40, and I get 60, Zhou Long stated, gesturing at the military uniform and adding, "Bloodthirsty, bring the others here quickly." "I say, are you really going to hand me over to my old man?" Li Donghu remarked from the side. "I can provide what that old man can give." Slap. Wan Bing snapped back, "Shut up." Master Bloodthirsty said as he appeared before Zhou Long, flanked by 500 Devourers, 200 Reapers, and 200 Howlers, all equipped with new gear. The group began to advance towards the general's residence, where the officer responsible for assigning tasks was located. Along the way, Zhou Long and his companions had eliminated numerous robots, and the number of followers behind them steadily increased. Although no one came forward to speak, it was evident that many were watching Zhou Long and his entourage. Only those with strength emerged from the houses they passed. "Bloodthirsty," Zhou Long called out. At a turn, Zhou Long came to a stop, and the others halted as well. Along the way, the Red Wolf was chatting with the players trailing behind, boasting about how glorious it was to follow the leader. Without looking back, Zhou Long could feel countless curious gazes upon him. "Prepare to fire," Bloodthirsty shouted, and the Devourers and Reaper robots in front unleashed a barrage of lasers. System announcement: the siege battle has ended. With the sound of the game announcement, the robots encircling the house suddenly scattered, fleeing towards the outskirts of the city, followed by rows of NPC officers rushing out. Standing at the entrance of the house, as if waiting for something, the door was soon opened. A pair of officers stepped out, and an older officer began to speak. In essence, they praised the officers for their bravery in battle, deeming it worthy of commendation, stating that this would be the glory of their mother planet, and they approached only when the nearby players were nearly asleep. Battle merit 5000 planetary coins. Watching the officer in front of him directly bestow the rewards upon himself, Zhou Long was about to speak when he noticed a distortion in the space before him. "What the hell? What does this mean?" Zhou Long howled, having already returned to the base. "Master," a cold voice echoed behind him. "Ah, Xiaobai," Zhou Long exclaimed, facing Xiaobai, feeling as if he were a child caught by an adult after doing something wrong. "Master, please pay attention to our resources when building troops next time," Xiaobai said slowly. All right, Xiao, by my most considerate steward. Tell me how the base is doing now, Zhou Long said, while pacing, observing that all the buildings had transformed into high-rises. Most had been installed with automatic cannons and laser artillery, giving the place the appearance of a small city. Master the war between the Tauren and the Winged tribe. Xiaobai hesitated as she spoke. What? Hasn't the victor been decided yet? Zhou Long asked, holding a display screen. The Winged tribe has been exterminated, Xiaobai replied. Then, that's a good thing, Zhou Long remarked. But the Tauren, after merging with the robots, no longer obey commands, Xiaobai stated. What? Zhou Long paused, asking what happened. Master, look, Xiaobai said, bringing over the display screen. Originally, the Tauren were merely biological entities, but after merging with mechanical bodies, they mutated, gaining formidable combat prowess that allowed them to annihilate the Winged tribe without contest. However, the consequence was that the victorious Tauren seemed to have gone mad, gathering in the territory of the Winged tribe, where anyone who approached would be blasted to bits. After hearing Xiao Bei's explanation, Zhou Long gazed at the display screen, observing the Tauren sprinting on the ground, their bodies half mechanical and half primitive life forms. One half wielded a crude spear, while the other brandished a laser gun. Unnamed formatted planetary coins 1500, civilization, level 500, reputation 500, battlefield merits 500, technology, level 1, attack power 1, defense power 5, mineral energy 300 tons, gas energy 100 tons. Zhou Long glanced at the resources of his base, muttering still a bit lacking. As he finished speaking, a chill surged up behind him. He turned to see Xiaobai. The eye on her spherical body appeared to be coldly scrutinizing him. Master, before completing tasks and building troops, the base has 800 tons of minerals and 1.5 million tons of gas. Ah, is that so? Xiaobai, it's all thanks to you, Zhou Long exclaimed loudly. Where's the drummer? In the entertainment center. Hasn't come out since, Xiaobai said, turning to look at the entertainment center. Looking at Xiao Bei's spherical body, Zhou Long was quite skeptical. He couldn't believe that everything concerning the Tauren had nothing to do with Xiaobai, who aimed to eliminate the lower life forms on the planet. Xiaobai insisted that the Tauren attack the Winged tribe, while the combination of the Tauren and the junk robots could simply be achieved by downloading a virus. Master, we should now recruit a hero, Xiaobai turned and said. Indeed, Zhou Long replied, immediately stepping into the control room. The green gem still rested in the corner, its green light shimmering on the surface with not a speck of dust around it. Bloodthirsty has returned directly to Colony No. 2. It is time to acquire the second hero, Zhou Long thought as he gazed at the green gem. Master, creating this hero requires immense energy, and the defensive array also needs energy, Xiaobai said from behind. Zhou Long acknowledged, contemplating. We must choose between the new hero and the defensive array. Having thought this, Zhou Long turned and tapped the display screen in his hand, and 2 devourers entered carrying the green gem away. The white liquid in the hero cultivation chamber continued to flow, and the emerald was placed on top. Start, Zhou Long said while tapping on the display in his hand. 2 minutes later. Half an hour later. There was no change in the hero cultivation chamber. The emerald showed no signs of transformation. What's going on? Zhou Long said, raising his hand to tap the hero cultivation chamber, and even kicked it with his foot. It's not broken, Zhou Long said as he circled around the cultivation chamber. Master may have a small issue, Xiaobai said, holding the display in hand. What issue? Master, you need to upgrade and require a physical entity to have a second hero slot, Xiaobai replied calmly. Each gem contains immense energy, and the hero cultivation chamber is the device that converts the energy within the gems. Moreover, the conversion does not always succeed if the first attempt fails. The next time the gem is converted, more mineral energy will be needed. As for the physical entity, it's quite simple. Just place a robot and a gem in the cultivation chamber. However, this would lower the attributes of the produced hero, so the choice of the entity is crucial. For instance, Zhou Long could choose a devourer robot and upgrade its level to that of a general. Using a proper entity for conversion will result in higher hero attributes. After hearing Xiao Bei's words, Zhou Long suddenly recalled the introduction of heroes on the official website. Good, Xiaobai, order the excavator robots at the base to accelerate the collection of minerals. As for the entity, Zhou Long said, looking outside the base. Master, I have a good idea, Xiaobai said. Speak. The mutated minotaurs are definitely near something, otherwise they wouldn't be going crazy around the Winged clan and not leaving, Xiaobai continued. All right, I'll head there, Zhou Long said, tapping the display to begin the production of soldiers. 20 barracks lined up before him, glowing as they began to produce soldiers. This time Zhou Long watched as his resources were consumed while someone behind him fell silent. A total of 800 devourers were to be produced, and with 10 minutes remaining, Zhou Long wandered around the base. The ground had long turned into reinforced concrete, and construction robots were busy installing steel plates around the base. At this rate, the entire planet would soon have a reinforced concrete surface, marking the first step in the planet's formatting. Master, Xiaobai's voice came from the military uniform. Zhou Long turned around to see 800 devourers already completed standing there. Good, let's set off, Zhou Long said, tapping the display to issue commands. The mountains stretched endlessly, adorned with lush greenery. Not far from his feet flowed a small river with fish frolicking in it. Various strange animals dashed about in the forest hunting. Before Zhou Long was a field of grass up to his knees. Walking on the soft grass, he noticed insects he had never seen before flitting by, resembling little fairies, observing Zhou Long, the unfamiliar guest. This was a small path through the mountains previously traversed by the Minotaurs during their attack on the Winged Clan, and now Zhou Long was leading the 800 Devourers through it. The team, which should have been advancing swiftly, slowed down due to Zhou Long's pace. What a beautiful scene, Zhou Long muttered, fully aware that this was a virtual game world. Yet the scenery before him was something Zhou Long had never encountered in his real life. A rabbit, Zhou Long said. Through the transparent cover, Zhou Long zoomed in on the distant end, which was the entrance to a valley. At that moment, a snow-white rabbit lazily grazed on the grass below. In the real world, rabbits had become national treasures, the only animals that hadn't been genetically engineered by scientists. To see a wild rabbit, one would have to visit the National Zoo, and typically one only gets that chance once in a lifetime. As if sensing someone was watching, the grazing rabbit glanced towards Zhou Long. What a cute little fellow, Zhou Long said, watching the rabbit's bright red eyes fixate on him. Bang! A beam of laser flashed, and the little rabbit before Zhou Long instantly transformed into a cloud of thick smoke. What the hell? I haven't given the order to attack yet. Who fired? Zhou Long turned around and shouted. The Devourer robots beside him turned their heads. Although they lacked skin, their movements seemed to convey, it wasn't us who fired. Then who was it? Zhou Long appeared genuinely angry. It felt as if something dear to him had been snatched away, igniting a fire of rage within Zhou Long. Before he could speak again, all the Devourers around him raised their laser guns. Not bad, although the weapons lack the bloodthirsty efficiency of those Devourers, the experience can indeed be downloaded and replicated, Zhou Long thought to himself. Alert, don't fire yet, he commanded. Looking ahead, he spotted 3 mutated Minotaurs standing at the bottom of the valley, half their bodies organic and half mechanical. Form a triangle and approach slowly. If they don't fire, we won't fire, Zhou Long instructed. The entire team moved forward slowly. Zhou Long didn't doubt Xiaobai's words, but he preferred to see for himself whether the Minotaurs had truly gone mad as he gazed at the approaching mutated Minotaurs. Hey, do you remember me? Zhou Long called out from a distance of 1,000 meters, just beyond the attack range of the Minotaurs. Hey, who said they were mad? Zhou Long said as he watched the 3 Minotaurs charge towards him. They're here to welcome me. Boom. A series of lasers exploded just 50 meters in front of Zhou Long. Fire, Zhou Long awkwardly commanded, and the surrounding Devourers immediately pulled the triggers, causing the 3 Minotaurs to explode. Congratulations, player, you have discovered the Mad Minotaur spawn point. Reward 30000 planet coins. Damn, how did the Minotaurs become monsters? Is the system malfunctioning? Zhou Long muttered, looking at the sky, while gesturing for the Devourers behind him to advance slowly. In truth, this couldn't be blamed on the game system. If anyone was to blame, it would have to be Zhou Long himself. On every planet where players reside, the elimination of low-level creatures must be carried out by the players. If not eliminated by players, the system would have to create a creature, since this is a task. The extinction of low-level creatures must be executed by players. Thus, when the system discovered that the low-level creatures were being eliminated by other beings, it forcibly altered the data of the Minotaurs. The madness of the Minotaurs wasn't due to Xiaobai. The mid-level energy box and rusty laser cannon lay on the ground as Zhou Long approached, observing the scattered equipment. The Devourer behind him walked over, and those who had just fired their weapons instinctively picked up the items on the ground. Other Devourers stood by, seemingly eager to snatch the items, but were deterred by the raised gun barrels. Wherever there are people, there are conflicts, Zhou Long mused, watching the small movements of the Devourers. Zhou Long remained silent. Some matters were better left unattended. As he admired the scenery, he realized he had arrived at the gathering place of the Minotaurs, with a massive mountain looming beside him. Zhou Long walked over and beheld a city built atop a protruding hill, blood flowing across the ground. He could even see the bodies of the Winged Clan lying sprawled on the ground. Boom. An explosion echoed from behind him, where the mutated Minotaurs had just been exterminated. New monsters emerged, and the Devourers behind him immediately opened fire. Advance slowly, Zhou Long instructed. Surrounded by the Devourers, they moved forward gradually as countless beams of laser fire erupted. Facing the mutated Minotaurs, each one was swiftly dispatched. The attack power of the mutated Minotaurs was only slightly lower than that of the robots outside the garbage cities on those trash planets. In just a short while, the 800 Devourers surrounding Zhou Long dwindled to only 700, but all the Devourers had updated their equipment to match Zhou Long's advancing steps. The entire team progressed slowly, with the Silver Snake laser gun strapped to his back and a laser sword in hand. Zhou Long crouched, darting behind the Devourer robots. It was as if he were observing the outside world from amidst a crowd. While worrying about exposing his head and getting shot, he also wanted to see the situation outside, mainly to check if any valuable items had been dropped. Looking at the energy boxes and laser guns scattered across the ground, Zhou Long remarked, "There's nothing valuable here," and commanded advance as the entire team moved forward in a circular formation. The sound of cannon fire echoed in his ears as Zhou Long scanned the massive body of the winged clan before extending his hands to search. Some nearby Devourer robots happened to witness this scene and recorded it. As Zhou Long's actions were recorded, little did he know that in the days to come the robots under his command would develop a peculiar habit, learning to loot items off the bodies of the deceased. In the robot's perspective, this was merely a standard operational procedure, but to other players who witnessed it, such behavior was undoubtedly looked down upon. As a player, it was one thing to do this yourself, but to teach your robots to adopt such behavior was another matter entirely. That was a discussion for another time. System notification: a damaged map has been found. Hearing the voice from above, Zhou Long had just extended his hands, and after some searching, he discovered a map. "Haha, I knew it," Zhou Long exclaimed. The primary reason for searching the body of this winged clan member was that this individual had some adornments and a robe draped over their shoulders, along with a small pouch at their waist, indicating they were no ordinary being. "Gather and advance slowly," Zhou Long said, examining the map. The surrounding robots closely followed Zhou Long as they progressed, while behind him some robots were also rummaging through the corpses on the ground, albeit with more meticulousness than Zhou Long. The map not only displayed the terrain leading to the hill, but also depicted the defensive layout of the winged clan. According to the map, the winged clan had set up 8 defensive lines to fend off the Minotaur's attack. Zhou Long found himself at the outermost first defensive line, where the mutated Minotaurs could no longer pose a threat to the Devourer robots. With a loud bang, the Devourer in front of him was taken down. "Stop!" Zhou Long shouted through the onboard computer in his military uniform, commanding the surrounding Devourer robots to halt and retreat. Yet the explosions continued unabated, and the nearby Devourer robots were instantaneously obliterated by a beam of laser. "Damn it!" Zhou Long exclaimed, glancing up to see 5 mutated Minotaurs appear not far away. Their mechanical parts made up a significant portion of their bodies, and they wielded only a laser gun, having discarded their long fur. Alongside the original mutated Minotaurs, the entire team suddenly faced immense pressure. "Fall back quickly," Zhou Long yelled as the 5 Minotaurs charged forward with speed. They directly pursued, forcing the entire team back to the previous valley. "Hold your ground and fire," Zhou Long shouted, raising the Silver Snake laser gun, charging it with energy. Pulling the trigger, lasers erupted. Boom. With a series of explosions, the 5 robots ahead finally exploded. 100 of them, Zhou Long remarked to the Devourers in front of him, saying, "What a loss." The only relief was that the remaining robots had already been promoted to the rank of Major. "Master, another batch of 100 newly manufactured Devourers is on the way," came the voice of Xiao Bai from the military uniform. "Good job, Xiao Bai. I find myself liking you more and more," Zhou Long replied. However, there was no response from the military uniform. "Advance, attack slowly," Zhou Long instructed as the surrounding Devourers gathered around. "Congratulations, player. You have grasped the circular formation attack strategy. Reward 1000 battlefield merit." You should have said this earlier. This is quite impressive," Zhou Long thought, noticing the information in the sky, while also spotting a new team of 100 Devourers approaching from a distance. This time, Zhou Long reorganized the team, stepping back a bit, placing an old robot between every 2 new robots, forming a circular formation as they advanced slowly. They halted at a defensive line, continuously attacking the newly spawned Minotaur robots. Meanwhile, Zhou Long was waiting for the new robots arriving, steadily ready to incorporate them into the team. Looking at the ever-expanding team and the numbers rising above the heads of the Devourer robots, Zhou Long remarked, "This is how to level up," as 100 robots reported in every 10 minutes. The sounds of cannon fire diminished, not due to the robots' ineffectiveness, but because there were simply too many robots. Whenever a new mutated Minotaur appeared, countless lasers would rain down. Gazing at the sky where the sun was slowly setting, Zhou Long shouted amidst the Devourers, "Advance." The entire team moved forward, with the lowest rank in the team now being lieutenant. The highest rank was now a senior colonel. Zhou Long had arranged for each of the initial 100 robots to lead 20 to 30 subordinates, effectively assigning ranks and ensuring that each robot had an appropriate number of followers. Although Zhou Long could not see the expressions of the Devourers, he could clearly sense the excitement of those appointed as commanders. His actions were subtly recorded by the robots. With the increase in rank, the robots not only enhanced their attack and defense capabilities, but also saw a boost in intelligence. It was evident that all the robots now eagerly aspired to rise in rank. The effects of their attacks had significantly improved. Standing amidst the swarm of robots, Zhou Long was almost being carried forward by them, watching as they approached the second defensive line. The entire team slowed down on its own, perhaps due to the vivid memories of the past, advancing gradually except for the mutated Minotaurs that were about to confront them at the approaching second defensive line. The Devourers largely ignored the robots of the first defensive line. Boom. A tremendous explosion resounded as the two-layered mutated minotaurs charging at them were reduced to fragments. Not bad, brothers. Forward, Zhou Long shouted as the entire team pressed on. Just as the team was advancing steadily, Zhou Long could gauge from the gunfire around him that something was amiss. A sudden gust of wind swept by, carrying a sense of danger. Not good, Zhou Long thought, quickly turning around and pulling the trigger of his laser gun, which had been fully charged. If the entire team had a weakness, it was the rear. Zhou Long had unwittingly placed the most powerful robots at the front, while the robots in the back half of the circular formation were undoubtedly the weakest. Just as the entire team entered the second defensive line, the slower rear half of the formation had yet to catch up, and Zhou Long caught sight of something. A minotaur standing about a person's height, with the upper body of a minotaur and the lower body of a mechanical construct, wielded a hammer raised high in the air. It fiercely smashed through the Devourer robots, standing right before Zhou Long as he unleashed lasers from his gun. Information appeared before Zhou Long: name, failed mutated minotaur, level 20 attack power, 5075 defense power, 80250. Due to failed mutation, it lost its ranged attacks, but gained formidable close combat power, harboring vengeful thoughts to destroy any appearing enemies. It prefers to hide and deliver fatal strikes, and the more it fights, the more it can evolve into a mutated minotaur warrior. Damn it! Zhou Long shouted, firing his silver snake laser gun at the creature in front of him, but it inflicted minimal damage. However, being too close to the failed mutated minotaur, the sprayed lasers merely pushed the failed mutated minotaur back a few steps. It regained its footing and began to advance, swinging its hammer while enduring countless beams of laser fire. Help me out, Zhou Long shouted as the surrounding Devourer robots quickly turned around, disregarding the other monsters, and began firing at the failed mutated minotaur. How is it that this thing can still approach? Zhou Long remarked as the failed mutated minotaur retreated a few steps under the team's assault, seemingly on the verge of exploding. Its entire body seemed to shimmer with a glow, rejuvenating it. Raising its hammer, it withstood numerous lasers and continued to advance. Wait, Zhou Long said, lowering his weapon. He raised both hands and shouted at the failed mutated minotaur, fall down, you bastard. In an instant, both the surrounding Devourers and the failed mutated minotaur froze, taken aback by Zhou Long's voice. Upon hearing Zhou Long's shout, everyone seemed to freeze in place. Bang! The formidable minotaur before him toppled backward. With a swift flick, Zhou Long discarded the silver serpent laser gun and activated the laser sword in his hand, lunging forward. The yellow glow of the laser sword flashed as the minotaur's massive head fell to the ground. Before Zhou Long could give orders, the surrounding Devourer robots swarmed in. 300. The numbers indicating the minotaur's attacks slowly faded into the negatives, but Zhou Long paid no heed. He crouched down, eyeing a large pile of medium energy boxes on the ground. Zhou Long tossed the boxes to the robots while rummaging through the other items. One item was the frenzied armor hero equipment in blue, which increased attack by 20 when worn. Good stuff, Zhou Long remarked as he tucked it into his pocket. A medium vitality potion increased vitality by 40, used to heal player damage. An accuracy necklace enhancing the attack precision of robots. Zhou Long glanced around at the scattered equipment while gunfire echoed in his ears as the surrounding Devourer robots opened fire. Though he did not turn, Zhou Long could feel countless eyes fixated on the equipment below. With a quick glance, he stood up and declared, "This is all yours, maintain formation." No sooner had he spoken than several Devourers approached from behind, all holding the rank of colonel, quickly gathering the equipment scattered on the ground, though some did not equip it themselves. Instead, they equipped the lower-ranked Devourers around them. Not bad, Zhou Long thought to himself, his eyes filled with admiration, though it was fleeting. Most of the colonel-ranked Devourers chose to don the gear themselves. Zhou Long quietly noted the few Devourers who distributed equipment. This only took a moment, but he thought if only an outstanding Devourer could be selected from the team as the physical embodiment of a hero. He called out, "Advance slowly and watch your firepower distribution." The surrounding Devourer robots stabilized their slightly scattered formation and continued to move forward slowly, drawing on previous experience. Zhou Long no longer allowed the team to advance too quickly. They remained at this second line of defense for 2 hours. By nightfall, only about 500 Devourer robots remained by his side. However, the whole team had firmly established its position here, easily handling the newly emerged major Devourers. Very good, Zhou Long murmured, watching the display screen before him. Outside the valley, 200 new Devourers had gathered. Through the onboard computer, Zhou Long immediately ordered them to engage in a first-layer defensive battle against monsters, aiming to reach the second layer within the limited time. Zhou Long gave several commands to the higher-ranked Devourers, then leaped out of the team. In the darkness, he moved quietly and swiftly with the laser sword in hand. Not far from him, various minotaurs wandered mindlessly through a forest ablaze with fire. Ahead lay the city Zhou Long had seen during the day, if the reptilian tribe could even be considered a city. The city of the winged tribe ahead could be called a nation. Along the way, Zhou Long realized that as long as he did not make any loud noises, the mutated minotaurs would not notice him. With the cover of night and the raging fires around him, the glow of the laser sword in Zhou Long's hand was less conspicuous. Crouching low, he continued to advance. Although it was dark, Zhou Long could still see that this was a vast city with a relatively high level of civilization. Emerging from the forest, he stepped into the edge of the city. This was already the 7th line of defense. Aside from a few areas still smoldering with fire, the surroundings were eerily quiet, and before him stood a high wall with a large breach. The surroundings were extremely quiet, not a sound could be heard. Surely there are no monsters around, Zhou Long thought to himself, holding the laser sword in reverse against his body as he moved along the blown-open city wall. Stepping over a pile of rubble, Zhou Long approached the city wall, leaning in for a quick glance. He began to call out only to quickly shut his mouth. His body tensed as he jumped back, pressing against the city wall, daring not to take a breath. Boom boom. Countless loud gunfire erupted, and Zhou Long watched the beams of laser erupting from the breach, breaking into a cold sweat. Just moments ago, when he leaned and he discovered before him stood a swarm of mutated minotaurs, utterly silent. As Zhou Long drew closer, he was startled. The moment he shouted, "What the heck?" All the minotaurs seemed to awaken from their slumber. Raising the laser gun in his hand, he fired. Damn it, so many of them, and not a sound. Zhou Long muttered to himself as explosions rang out, causing the wall beside him to tremble slightly. Fortunately, they didn't chase me out, Zhou Long thought, switching off the laser sword, but still holding it tightly, his thumb resting anxiously on the button, fearing a monster might emerge from somewhere. After a while, the explosions within the city wall subsided significantly. Zhou Long glanced around, seemingly finding no way in. "I don't believe this," he muttered, pressing against the wall. Once again, he approached the breach in the wall. With the previous experience in mind, Zhou Long observed the newly emerged monsters. Without surprise, he had come here to scout the terrain. Before him stretched a wide corridor filled with mutated minotaurs, though they now seemed to have their eyes closed, appearing to be asleep. Just then, Zhou Long's shout had startled the mutated minotaurs awake, and they randomly opened fire on their kin in front of them. After a chaotic battle, the new mutated minotaurs had emerged. They stood quietly in place. At least there's some space, Zhou Long thought, cautiously observing as he stepped inside, surrounded by mutated minotaurs. In contrast to the outside, these minotaurs were not half mechanical and half biological. Rather, they appeared to be complete minotaurs, but their entire bodies had transformed into metallic machinery. Zhou Long moved extremely slowly, almost exaggeratedly, spreading his limbs among the crowd of mutated minotaurs, shifting through various poses, as if he were a thief in a bank, trying to avoid triggering countless infrared alarms. Glancing down the straight corridor where the path was invisible, Zhou Long felt like turning back to join the Devourer robots. It would be better than this. Just then, his onboard computer suddenly began downloading the map. The terrain of the entire city was laid out before him. So it's him, and he's still alive, Zhou Long thought as he saw the repairer sending messages and transmitting data to him on the display screen. Gazing at the map before him, Zhou Long searched for a route and maneuvered through the mutated minotaurs. Behind him, a horde of the creatures, and ahead, a vast expanse opened before him. Countless streets, circular houses, fruits scattered all over the ground, and the enormous statues of the Flying Wing clan standing at intervals along both sides of the street. "Repairer, I've come to find you," Zhou Long spoke to the onboard computer, scanning the map before him. He chose a street ahead and stepped in. "Master, you must be careful," a faint voice from the onboard computer warned. "Don't worry," Zhou Long replied, studying the map in front of him where a white marked the location of the repairer. As he drew closer, Zhou Long slowed his pace. The repairer had come with the minotaurs, which meant he was in the heart of their territory, where high-level monsters likely resided, rendering his laser gun ineffective. Holding the handle of his laser sword tightly, Zhou Long moved cautiously, surrounded by countless destroyed houses, each illuminated by a dim light. He carefully observed his surroundings. Following the dilapidated houses, Zhou Long advanced step by step. The white dot on the map was just ahead, inside a ruined house, where he lifted his leg and stepped inside. "Repairer." Zhou Long crouched down and called out. Upon entering the room, he saw the Devourer robot lying there. Had it not been for the faint glow of its eyes, he would have almost thought it was dead. Leaning against the wall, one leg missing, sparks flickering from the break, the repairer's head turned to him, saying, "Master, you must run." After finishing his words, the light in the repairer's eyes extinguished completely. "What? You don't explain clearly," Zhou Long lamented, feeling a pang of regret over losing a free mechanic. He stood up and surveyed his surroundings, tapping the onboard computer in his military uniform. "Connect to the control room, download the map and monster information," Zhou Long murmured. "Understood." The computer responded. Oh, perhaps it was due to a lack of trust in Xiaobai or a desire to prove itself. Zhou Long refrained from transmitting the gathered information to Xiaobai. Meanwhile, the onboard computer displayed that the number of Devourers in the second-level station had reached 1,500 and was continuously upgrading. After reviewing the information, Zhou Long stepped out. Bang bang. Just as Zhou Long stepped out of the house, the ground beneath him began to tremble, as if something massive was moving nearby. What is that? Zhou Long turned to look and flinched, retreating along the wall. All black, towering at 20 meters, a colossal minotaur walked slowly past him, wielding a massive laser gun and occasionally firing at the nearby houses. Behind it followed a large group of minotaurs. Though not as tall, they were undeniably larger than those Zhou Long had seen before. I better get moving, this place isn't safe, Zhou Long muttered. Just as he was about to turn, he noticed the giant minotaur that had moved away suddenly stop. Oh my god! Zhou Long immediately turned back and began to run as he spotted the massive minotaur. Quickly turning, it started to charge towards him. What kind of ears are those? Zhou Long exclaimed, sprinting away, hearing the tremors behind him grow louder. He wished he could sprout 2 more legs. Heaven won't let me down, Zhou Long shouted, and by the faint light of the fire he saw a small pit ahead. Without a second thought, he quickly jumped and squatting down like an ostrich, burying his head. Bang bang. The vibrating sounds echoed in his ears, drawing ever closer. Come on, chase me, Zhou Long thought to himself, not daring to lift his head as the ground shook repeatedly. It seemed the giant minotaur was stomping its feet in frustration, and gradually the rumbling sounds faded away. Zhou Long slowly stood up, brushing off the dust from his body. Zhou Long looked around at the dug-up pit, resembling a trench surrounded by the scattered remains of the deceased Flying Wing clan, none of their bodies intact. Thank goodness I didn't take a wrong turn, Zhou Long thought, studying the map before him as he slowly moved forward in the trench. This was the last line of defense. Occasionally lifting his head to glance outside the trench, he spotted a massive palace ahead, shimmering with a faint light just outside the trench Zhou Long occupied. Constantly changing directions within the trench, Zhou Long was cautious, fearing that as soon as he stepped out, some monster would suddenly appear. After nearly half an hour, he finally crawled out. Zhou Long crouched as he stood up, slowly bending forward to advance. The palace before him was nearly intact, which made Zhou Long vigilant, as everything behind him clearly bore the marks of a great battle. After circling around, Zhou Long found the entrance to the palace and stepped inside. It was clean, exceptionally so, as if someone had meticulously tidied up, illuminated by the soft glow inside. Zhou Long surveyed the scene before him. Is this what they call the work of low-level beings? He remarked as countless echoes filled the palace, of vast space with paintings adorning the walls on either side. Before him stood rootless columns intricately carved with various wild beast engravings. What kind of place is this? Zhou Long said while moving forward. The moment he stepped inside, he sensed something unusual. It seemed something had changed since Zhou Long entered. Walking alongside the towering columns, he spotted a tall staircase in the distance with a chair atop it. Alala! Zhou Long exclaimed, for upon the high platform sat none other than Alala, the representative of the Minotaurs, leaning on a cane, his piercing eyes fixed upon Zhou Long. Alala's body was noticeably smaller than the other Minotaurs. Back at the base, Zhou Long remembered this person, often standing behind the drummers. He had only spoken to him once, inquiring about his name. Were it not for the Minotaur tribe surrounding the base, Zhou Long might have forgotten there was a Minotaur representative always hunched over at the base, but now Alala sat above. His gaze was one of superiority, looking down on Zhou Long. Should I call you master, or what should I call you? Alala's voice echoed throughout the vast space. Allies, Zhou Long replied without hesitation. We were allies before and now. He intentionally left his sentence unfinished, looking at Alala on the high platform. Ha ha ha. Alala laughed heartily. Alala appeared to have seen something exceedingly amusing. His laughter was exaggerated. Then suddenly, he sobered, clapping his hands, causing a dull sound to resonate through the palace. Suddenly on Zhou Long's right, the ground contracted, revealing a bound member of the Flying Wing clan, their massive body tied to a cross with totems drawn on their muscular frame. You lost, Hong Hu. Alala stood up, taking small steps down. As his words finished, Hong Hu's eyes opened wide. Glancing at Zhou Long, Hong Hu turned his gaze to the approaching Alala. Yes, I lost. He successfully made it here. Go ahead and kill me. He slowly spoke, his enormous body marred with bloodstains. Hee hee. Alala chuckled darkly, slowly approaching Hong Hu. His left thumb unknowingly grazed his cane, and suddenly a massive curved blade appeared on the ground before Hong Hu, embedding itself in his body, rendering him immobile. Alala continued to chuckle, looking at Zhou Long as he approached, now only 5 meters away. Chief Alala, what has happened here? I am very curious, Zhou Long said, cautiously moving his feet. Ha ha ha. Alala laughed again at Zhou Long's words, and Zhou Long even noticed Hong Hu beside him, giving him a pitiful look. I'm merely an elder among the Minotaurs, and now there are no Minotaurs left, Alala said, a hint of madness in his tone. Stop pretending to be a master, awaken to reality. He continued, his left thumb moving towards the cane again. Wait! Zhou Long exclaimed, taking a large step forward 4 meters. He thought, eyeing the distance, his laser sword ready to activate at any moment as he stared at Alala. Zhou Long remained on high alert. Alala was clearly waiting for him to approach, and as he watched Alala casually manipulate the mechanisms within the castle, Zhou Long grew even more cautious. The Minotaurs had once appeared to Zhou Long as a simple and kind race, but such races, when turned enemies and resorting to cunning, could be exceptionally dangerous, so Zhou Long refrained from acting recklessly. Hong, who bound nearby, seemed to see through Zhou Long's intentions, his head shaking slightly. "Do you have any final words?" Alala asked, stepping forward. 3 meters, a perfect opportunity, Zhou Long thought, aiming the handle of his laser sword at Alala, waiting for him to take another step. "Previously at my base I treated you well, helping you break free from the control of the Flying Wing clan, and you lived well. Later, when attacking the Flying Wing clan, you were willing to help." Zhou Long had not finished his sentence. "So what do you really want to say?" Alala interrupted Zhou Long abruptly. "Give me a chance," Zhou Long said decisively. "Chance," Alala said, stepping forward. Whoosh. What an opportunity, Zhou Long thought as the pale yellow laser erupted, striking forward with a thrust bang. A bizarre scene unfolded. Alala's body was pierced by the laser sword without inflicting any damage, while a curved blade simultaneously flew towards Zhou Long, striking the ground beneath his laser sword. As the figure of Alala vanished before him, Zhou Long felt regret wash over him. He shouldn't have acted so impulsively. Since the other party dared to approach, they must have had their defenses in place. Ha ha, Alala laughed. He found himself back in the chair on the high platform, as if he had never moved at all. "Is this your so-called ally?" "My master," Alala said with a smile. "I was helping to block the curved blade behind you," Zhou Long said, surprised at his own words, while the figure of Red Beak stood before him, blood spilling from its mouth after it had just spoken. Suddenly biting down on the curved blade in front of him, Red Beak yanked it free and flung it towards Alala, embedding it deeply into the ground, demonstrating the force behind the action. "I merely discerned his nefarious intent. Now that I am in this state, as the leader of the winged clan, I, Red Beak, am at your service." Red Beak said, blood continuing to flow from its mouth. Upon hearing Red Beak's words, Zhou Long recalled how he had been ambushed during the extermination of the reptilian tribe. Indeed, a formidable character, Zhou Long thought. Watching Zhou Long and Red Beak exchange loyalty pledges or mutual insults, Alala merely smiled lightly and said, "Since you both wish to become my allies, I will only choose the strongest." As soon as Alala finished speaking, Zhou Long and Red Beak immediately fell silent. "Humph." Zhou Long snorted softly, raising his hand to adjust his clothing, casually pressing the switch on the onboard computer communicator in his military uniform. "How will you choose?" Zhou Long shouted with his mouth wide open, gradually moving his body as if filled with anticipation. "No problem," Red Beak replied. "Very good," Alala said. Pressing down on the armrests of the chair, a loud bang echoed. Suddenly the ground beneath Zhou Long's feet cracked open, shooting forth an abundance of light. Although it wasn't laser, Zhou Long could see that the light was cutting through the rocky surface. The beams of light shot up from the ground, gathering in the air, transforming the space Zhou Long occupied into a spherical domain with another person present. The steel bindings restraining Red Beak suddenly snapped. Out. With a forceful effort, Red Beak broke free from its restraints and stepped towards Zhou Long, saying, "Those who are alive may seek me out," while Alala's thumb slid across its staff as it vanished once more. Holding the laser sword in his hand, Zhou Long cautiously probed forward, saying, "Birdman, I think we can have a good talk." His face twitched noticeably as Red Beak took a large step forward. With a brilliant claw, Red Beak swung fiercely, shouting, "Impossible." Its wings flapped vigorously from behind, propelling its body into the air as Red Beak gazed at Zhou Long in astonishment. Just moments ago, when Red Beak had confidently launched its attack, it realized that the speed advantage it prided itself on had suddenly vanished as Zhou Long, standing still, thrust his laser sword forward. Red Beak believed that as long as the speed didn't surpass its own, it could easily defeat Zhou Long in close combat with any weapon. Just then, Zhou Long swung his sword forward. Red Beak was confident that only in its prime could it contend with such speed. After releasing its wings, Red Beak landed softly and began to step closer, watching Zhou Long's movements. Following suit, Red Beak began to walk as well, occasionally swinging its claws in an attack towards Zhou Long. The two unknowingly began to circle each other. "You little brat," Zhou Long thought to himself. Learning to be fast is quite the task, while gripping the laser sword. How could someone so slow become a leader? Zhou Long mumbled, recalling how in Red Beak's eyes that previous swift sword strike had only used a third of his strength. Wielding the laser sword, Zhou Long occasionally swung it, saying, "I suggest you surrender, Birdman. You look tough and resilient," as he casually advanced step by step. "I have an idea," Red Beak said with a serious expression, which made Zhou Long feel that this creature truly had something to discuss. "Go ahead," Zhou Long replied, not forgetting to watch his footing. "You can go die," Red Beak said, looking at Zhou Long as he drew nearer, its arms outstretched, shooting forth countless invisible projectiles. "Damn it," Zhou Long muttered under his breath, forcing his legs to propel him. He suddenly leapt into the air, but the altitude brought him closer to the top, surprising Red Beak momentarily. "What a chance," Red Beak thought, stepping forward confidently and swinging its claws. In midair, Zhou Long saw Redbeak's movements and immediately extended his hand, shouting, "Fall down." Upon hearing Zhou Long's call, Redbeak found it amusing. Suddenly, Redbeak felt a weakening in its calves, followed by an inability to move as its head tilted back and its center of gravity shifted. With a thud, Redbeak sadly discovered it had fallen to the ground, and more importantly, the figure in the air had taken the opportunity to strike down with the laser sword, leaving no power to evade. Facing Zhou Long's final blow, Redbeak closed its eyes. It seemed several seconds passed. It felt a slight pang of anticipated pain, but it was sure it wasn't dead when it opened its eyes. Redbeak found Zhou Long standing before it, the laser sword resting across its neck. "You want to kill me? As the leader of the Winged Clan and its last member, this is my final request," Redbeak said calmly. "Hey, what are you doing?" Redbeak yelled while lying down, the pain at its neck making it furious as it glared at Zhou Long with unwillingness. "Well, I really like you," Zhou Long said, chuckling, and the laughter was all too familiar to Redbeak. After every slaughter with its kin, this was the same laughter that echoed when facing the last remaining female foe. "Rest assured, I won't do anything to you," Zhou Long said slowly, seeing a flicker of fear in Redbeak's eyes as the laser sword pressed firmly against its neck. At such close range, Zhou Long dared not let his guard down. Even with the curse ring that could knock someone down in his possession, everything still felt delicate. Suddenly, the two were locked in a standoff. A small stone fell, and the two noticed simultaneously. "You won't keep that position forever, will you?" Redbeak remarked, trying to move its body slightly. "Wait," Zhou Long shouted. Pressing down on the laser sword, Zhou Long replied, "Haven't you noticed that the palace is about to collapse?" Redbeak said urgently, and Zhou Long could certainly feel that the palace seemed a bit different. Suddenly, the surrounding lights vanished, and the entire palace began to shake violently. "Listen, you definitely don't want to die, right?" Redbeak said, its eyes fixed on the top of the palace. "You're right," Zhou Long replied, pressing the laser sword against Redbeak's chin. "Turn around quickly and don't try anything funny." A massive display screen showed countless messages. "Is there no creativity? Are there no leveling points? I don't want to go look for goblins to level up," said the player Fei Wu as he typed on the keyboard in front of him. In a large gray room, countless frames of so-called cosmic adventurers hung on the walls. "They are all guys who ventured into the depths of space and never returned," Fei Yu remarked while looking at the frames. "Sister Fairy, haha," Fei Hua said while standing by the window gazing out at the scenery. The trio Fei Rin Fei Wu usually selected tasks and coordinated from the center. Fei Yu was responsible for the main firepower attack, and Fei Hua typically provided firepower cover. The almost dazed Fei Hua pondered, retracting his gaze to look inside the room as a familiar and enticing scent permeated the air. "It's her," Fei Hua thought, noticing an extra person in the room. In brand new close-fitting military attire, the expressionless player Wan Bing stepped in, glancing at the three people already present in the room, a hint of surprise flashing across his face before returning to calm. "Please," said player Fei Wu, gesturing with a raised hand, while Fei Hua stepped forward. Fei Wu sensibly engaged Fei Yu in conversation about the frames on the wall. Earth, also known as the Mother Planet, is one of the birthplaces of free players alongside the United States, the European Union, and the Non-Australian Alliance. Each alliance has an information center that publishes tasks. Based on the player's information and the planetary coins they spend, the information center assigns them to different zones to accept tasks. The information center stands at a staggering 10,000 meters tall. On the first floor, as long as free players input their information, they will be automatically assigned to a room on any floor, thus alleviating the overcrowded situation faced by countless players trying to accept tasks. At the same time, players with similar information will be arranged close to each other. Of course, those who aren't bothered by the crowd may even accept tasks in the main hall. "Haha, Sister Fairy," Fei Hua stood aside, grinning foolishly. Wan Bing showed no reaction to Fei Wu's politeness, seemingly taking it for granted. Typing on the keyboard, Wan Bing focused on the enormous display screen while selecting a task. Without any discomfort towards Fei Hua standing beside it, was as if Fei Hua were transparent. "Not bad, a good place," Wan Bing murmured, glancing sideways at Fei Hua as if afraid of being overheard. The speed of keystrokes quickened, and with a chime, Wan Bing quickly exited. While Fei Hua was now drooling, the way Wan Bing rushed out made it seem to Fei Hua that she had fled out of shyness. "Let me see what she found." Fei Wu approached and typed, saying, "Haha, what luck this girl has. She arrives and immediately has a new task." "What?" Fei Yu, looking at the frame, turned and asked. "Interstellar coordinates 2555556. On planet X10008, located on the outer rim of the 830th galaxy, there are actually 2 leveling points. It truly is a good place," Fei Hua remarked. "Then let's go since there are no major tasks at the moment," Fei Yu said as she reached the door. "Haha, that is indeed a good place." Fei Hua continued to gaze at the doorway, taking a deep breath as if trying to inhale all the lingering fragrance in the air. "Let's go," Fei Wu said, pushing the two forward from behind as they exited the door. This was the 35th floor, meaning the players in the rooms below might not have any knowledge of this task, but who knows how many players are above. Reaching the first floor, the vast space was filled with countless people coming and going. The trio took half an hour to finally exit. If they were beautiful women, it would be impossible to get out, as merely spectating could immobilize players. The three quickly arrived at the landing area in the city where ships of various sizes docked. These were naturally the rides of NPCs from the mother planet along with countless players' small flying devices. Before long, a completely yellow flying vehicle resembling a glider and measuring 15 meters long took off. Surprisingly, despite its erratic flight path, it did not crash. It was nothing short of a miracle. Inside the cockpit of the yellow flying vehicle, "We should accelerate," Fei Wu shouted, gripping the control stick tightly. "No, we should wait for Sister Fairy first," Fei Hua yelled, lunging to grab the control stick. "Enough. It's always like this. Let me drive," Fei Yu shouted with tears streaming down her face as she kicked at the two. "Hey, is that a flight performance?" a passing player asked, looking up at the sky. "No, it's just someone showing off their flying device," replied another passing player. "Damn, showing off. How could there be such a person? Take them down for the sake of civilization and to keep the flight routes clear," said a newly spawned player, raising the weapon in his hand. "Idiot," remarked one Bing who was passing by as she climbed into a silver demon fighter, a reward she had obtained. "Computer, lock the coordinates, full speed ahead," one Bing commanded. "Boss, they came down from the 35th floor," player Wolf Cub said obediently. Nearby player Fat Lion turned to look at the sky and said, "They must have accepted the same task as us." "Yes," player Wolf Cub replied softly, his body still trembling slightly. After the last task, Wolf Cub had become Fat Lion's devoted little brother. "Good, our people need to go too," Fat Lion said. "You take some people with you," he added as he noticed people in the landing area already starting their flying devices. "You know the rules, hurry up," Fat Lion urged. "Yes, boss," player Wolf Cub nodded, leading a few subordinates toward the landing area. "Heh, player Fat Lion chuckled in a low voice. The next round of internal elections within the Wild Wolf Guild had begun. Just 3 days ago, the Wild Wolf Guild's on Sever 3 years leader election had commenced, and now was the time for Fat Lion to rally votes. Otherwise, player Wolf Cub wouldn't have become Fat Lion's devoted little brother. It was rumored that the management of the Wild Wolf Guild was being valued by a consortium with intentions of significant investment, and the success of that investment relied on the abilities of the 5 vice presidents. Therefore, Fat Lion was unwilling to miss any opportunity, whether to increase popularity or pursue tasks, as long as it could bring immense benefits to the guild. It could help him become the leader. Only by becoming the leader of the Wild Wolf Guild could one qualify for the title of China's top game player, attend the Global Players Conference, and participate in the modification and formulation of game codes. This was not just Fat Lion's dream, but also the ultimate pinnacle of the gaming careers of all players. After 5 hours, which in reality only took half an hour, a planet appeared in the sight of the trio. Fei Yu, controlling the joystick, said, "It's already taken." "Oh," Fei Hua and Fei Wu, who had started fighting behind Fei Yu, replied in unison, relaxing and coming over. "Heh, capturing the next colony wouldn't be bad," the three said in unison. The yellow flying vehicle headed toward the planet ahead, while a slightly larger black flying vehicle followed closely behind. "Boss, why don't we take them out?" player Earth Dragon asked, pulling his gaze away from the display screen. Player Wolf Cub replied slowly, "Because we need a scout." Looking at Earth Dragon, who was shorter than his knees, player Wolf Cub felt uncomfortable. He was a newcomer introduced by Fat Lion, forced into this task team. Whenever they departed from the mother planet, every time Wolf Cub issued an order, Earth Dragon would always be surprised, asking all sorts of questions like a novice. Could he really be a novice and not a spy arranged by Fat Lion? Player Wolf Cub thought to himself, "Earth Dragon, in our guild, everyone has their own unique skills. Since you could get in, you must have some too." As soon as player Wolf Cub finished speaking, the other 4 players in the flying vehicle slowed their keystrokes. Though referred to as unique skills, it essentially meant how ruthless or cunning one could be, or how well one could play the role of a pig to eat the tiger. Aye. Woo, player Earth Dragon suddenly burst into tears, choking as he said, "My nephew didn't say all this just that I should follow you, and if someone bullied me, I could just tell him." Who is your nephew?" player Wolf Cub asked slowly. He must be a relative of that elder in the guild, or a relative of Fat Lion, Wolf Cub thought. "My nephew will give you money. I went to my nephew's house for summer vacation and started playing this game, woo, but I can't," player Earth Dragon sobbed. "Give you money," player Earth Dragon repeated. "Fat Lion, I curse your grandpa." Wolf Cub immediately understood that Earth Dragon was a relative of that investor. If he didn't handle things well, the guild's punishment would not be a joke. Huff, just as player Wolf Cub was about to speak, the flying vehicle tilted sharply. Bang. "What happened?" player Wolf Cub asked with difficulty as he was suddenly pressed down by 5 people. "Boss, this planet has defense cannons. My flying vehicle is currently following the program, changing posture to enter the planet," one subordinate said. "Okay, can you all move a bit?" player Wolf Cub said, being pressed down by someone sprawled out on the floor. "No, it's so comfortable like this," said the top player Earth Dragon cheerfully. Heavens. The other members of the Wild Wolf Guild, including player Wolf Cub, internally cursed Fat Lion countless times. Achoo. On Mother Planet Earth, someone sneezed while selecting tasks from the options. With the wind whistling by his ears high above, Zhou Long felt his legs go weak, but with his right hand gripping a laser sword, he held onto the neck of the winged tribe chief Hong Hor, while his left hand continuously clicked on the onboard computer in his military uniform to issue commands. Looking at the base approaching closer to the ground, Zhou Long's face broke into a gratifying smile. "Shall I prepare the items?" Zhou Long spoke to the onboard computer. "What do you want to do?" the leader of the winged clan Hong, who asked nervously, fearing Zhou Long had ill intentions. "Rest assured, how could I be that kind of person?" As the stones around them fell like rain, Zhou Long's sword remained unmoved. "If you don't let go, we will both die," Hong Hu continued. "It's fine with you, the clan leader by my side, I definitely won't die," Zhou Long said, lying on the ground as if taking a stroll. Boom. A massive stone crashed down. "Whatever you say, I will agree to it," Hong Hu responded, his eyes darting around. A huge crack appeared on the roof, and the stones could fall at any moment. Just moments ago, a falling stone nearly struck Zhou Long's head, if not for the laser sword he held at his neck. Without Zhou Long's threat, Hong Hu desperately tried to escape. "All right, take me back to the base, and don't say you don't know the way," Zhou Long said as he slightly raised the laser sword. "Ah, okay," Hong Hu responded, and as Zhou Long rode on his neck, he immediately flapped his wings. "Now that's obedient," Zhou Long said, facing the wind while riding. "Oomph," Hong Hu grunted as he took off. The palace behind them began to collapse entirely. "Walala, until we meet again," Zhou Long thought as he looked down at the shrinking ruins of the palace, murmuring to himself, "I still need to come back." "Land now," Zhou Long commanded, and Hong Hu landed steadily in the base. Thud. "Stop playing dead, Hong Hu," Zhou Long said, lifting his foot to kick Hong Hu beside him. As soon as he landed, Zhou Long was ready to be on guard, but unexpectedly Hong Hu collapsed right there. Whoosh. Xiaobai approached, his eyes shooting out white lasers. The wound on Hong Hu, which was bleeding continuously, began to heal. "Thank." Hong Hu opened his eyes slightly and looked at Xiaobai, whispering, then fainted. "Master, now is the best time to have a hero," Xiaobai said immediately afterward. "That will do, this half-dead fellow," Zhou Long said, skeptically looking at the unconscious Hong Hu. "Of course it's the best time. If he were fully healthy and resolute, even forcibly converting him would result in a very short time of loyalty to you." Nodding, Zhou Long understood the implication. It was like a setting in an ancient game where a player had to reduce a monster's health by half to recruit it. "Then we should." Zhou Long was about to speak when Xiaobai interjected, "We should upgrade the base level first, master." Yes, we should," Zhou Long awkwardly replied, selecting on the display in his hand. "No problem, upgrading only requires 1,000 civilization points," Zhou Long thought to himself as he initiated the upgrade. "Congratulations, player, your pioneer base has been upgraded. Rewards 1,000 planetary coins, 2,000 civilization points, and 3,000 prestige points. Keep going to unify the universe. Congratulations, player, you have reached level 5, completely lifting the novice protection period. You receive 3 defense sensing orbs. Congratulations on your upgrade. A gift package has been awarded." Zhou Long was filled with joy as he watched the system messages appearing in the sky. Boom. The surroundings turned pitch black with several options floating before him: revive, exit, delete account, record, revival location. Revive at the spot costs 1 civilization points, while selecting base revival is free. What the hell, system? This is my first death. How did I die? This is absurd. I'm still at the base. Zhou Long roared at the spot, watching his body dissipate into mist. The system warned that players who curse would be considered attacking the system. You? Zhou Long swallowed his words, raising his hand to select the base revival. After Zhou Long clicked, the space in front of him twisted and deformed, and he appeared in the control room of the base. The system warned that your planet is under invasion, enemy identity unknown, scanning. The system prompted that due to your demise, the entire base's buildings would suffer a lasting decline, deducting 8,000 planetary coins. What is happening? Zhou Long said as he pushed open the repair escape pod. He saw on the control room's table that 3 spacecraft had entered the planet, and the information detector beside the planet immediately followed to investigate. Uninvited guests, Zhou Long gritted his teeth. All of this was thanks to the defense sensing orbs, which could detect approaching ships, and even had anti-invisibility functions. Although their attack power was extremely low, they were undoubtedly premium items for Zhou Long at this stage. Zhou Long was furious due to his sudden death. "Devourers, go eliminate them immediately at all costs," he shouted while selecting the onboard computer in his military uniform. "Master, you mustn't," Xiaobai, who had entered the control room, said, while also controlling the Devourer robot. Back in the palace, Zhou Long had ordered the Devourers to return to the base using the onboard computer. "What do you mean I mustn't? They've already invaded, and they haven't contacted us first," Zhou Long shouted from the doorway. "Master, please calm down," Xiaobai said. "Instead of actively seeking them out now, it would be better to wait and see." "Don't worry, my dear," Zhou Long said, pulling Xiaobai close and kissing him. "What is that?" he asked, pointing at a metallic box standing at the spot where he had just died. "That game company is definitely doing this on purpose," Zhou Long shouted. "Is it just because they wanted a few more boxes that they had to be such stingy?" Zhou Long stood there mentally greeting all the relatives of the game company's employees, especially the female relatives. Though no words were spoken, Xiao Bai felt a chill behind him. Zhou Long walked over and irritably selected the metallic box in front of him. Congratulations, player, you have opened the mysterious box and obtained the construction trading shop. Not bad items, Zhou Long murmured as he looked at the returning devourers. He was about to speak when Xiao Bai suggested, Master, I recommend making initial contact with those visitors. Very well, Zhou Long said, somewhat surprised by his change in attitude towards Xiao Bai. As he was about to give the robot another order, Xiao Bai spoke up again. Say it, Zhou Long said briefly. They are definitely not here for you. Perhaps they are after the Taurens, Xiao Bai replied. So what? My planet isn't a place they can just come to, Zhou Long shouted. Master, we can approach it this way, Xiao Bai suggested slowly. All right, let's do it your way, Zhou Long said with satisfaction after hearing Xiao Bai's words. Produce more excavator robots and builder robots. Hey, I want to check out this shop, Zhou Long said, while walking toward the shop before him. Zhou Long, I have arrived, Wan Bing said as she stepped out of the Silver Demon war machine, gazing at Zhou Long's base in the distance. After a moment of contemplation, she walked over. Observing the developing base, a look of admiration emerged in her eyes. The variety is quite impressive, Zhou Long remarked as he looked at the buildings before him, a trading shop, where players could buy and sell potions and equipment storing planetary currency, with 20 of each transaction going to the mother planet as tax. Damn it, we have to pay tax on transactions, Zhou Long said as a voice came from the onboard computer in his military uniform. Master, a Silver Demon war machine and an unidentified individual have been detected. Turning towards the sound, Zhou Long glanced back, saying, I thought so. He stepped forward, and Wan Bing was being escorted by 3 devourers, guns drawn, yet her expression resembled that of a guest visiting a neighbor. Looks like it's developing well, Zhou Long remarked as he entered, noticing Wan Bing's body sway slightly. It was evident that the base had expanded significantly since his last visit, with several new structures. Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, Wan Bing spun around sharply, unleashing a burst of laser from her hand. With a sweeping motion backward, the lasers from the 3 devourers behind her immediately shifted aside. Following that, with a second strike, the 3 Captain Devourer robots were severed at the waist, collapsing to the ground. Zhou Long quickly raised his hand, performing a downward pressing motion. Otherwise, the surrounding devourers would have already opened fire. It was clear that the devourers returning to the base were showing loyalty despite not knowing what anger meant. What do you mean, my lady? Zhou Long said, stopping 6 meters away from Wan Bing. I just wanted to showcase my strength. What you have, I have too, Wan Bing replied confidently. But it seems I don't need it, Zhou Long was saying, when Wan Bing's eyes suddenly became filled with emotion, seemingly on the verge of tears. All right, what brings you back to this desolate place? Just to show off your swordsmanship, Zhou Long said, spreading his hands. Someone missed you, Wan Bing said softly. See, I told you that was the master's mistress. Xiao Bai, standing beside the devourers, recounted the events that occurred when Wan Bing visited last time. Oomph. Clearly she is a discarded woman, Dandan, who appeared out of nowhere, said. In any case, she is the master's woman, the pale-faced drummer said, looking rather emaciated as he joined the two's line of sight. I bet she is the master's mistress, Xiao Bai stated firmly. Ha ha ha. Zhou Long laughed heartily, taking a few steps back, turning to look at Xiao Bai, Dandan, and the drummer gathering together with the serious-faced devourers behind them. Zhou Long felt relieved at the sight. Xiao Bai is definitely plotting to protect himself, he thought. Upon seeing Wan Bing, Zhou Long unconsciously touched the back of his head. Every time he met Wan Bing, it had started with her at the back of his head. It had almost become a ritual for their meetings. Watching the black laser sword in Wan Bing's hand, Zhou Long's hand moved toward his military uniform pocket. She appears to be a dangerous woman, Zhou Long silently mused. All right, I came to hunt monsters, he said, looking at Zhou Long, who wore a disbelieving expression, while Wan Bing spoke calmly. You brought friends along, Zhou Long continued, pulling out the laser sword. I don't recognize these guys, Wan Bing said, glancing towards Zhou Long's base. Wow, Wan Bing exclaimed, you also have a trading shop here? Yes, Zhou Long replied, not wanting to elaborate further. All right, if you have something to say it quickly, Zhou Long said, clasping his hands together, bowing his head, and twisting his waist. Wan Bing surprisingly seemed shy, and Zhou Long felt a chill at the sight. I want to buy things at your base, Wan Bing stated as she walked towards the base's exit, not waiting for Zhou Long's response. Xiao Bai was right, this is indeed a good thing, Zhou Long said. Since one had come, a second would surely follow. If someone wanted to come, Zhou Long couldn't possibly stop them. Xiao Bai's suggestion was to charge a fee from all incoming players, which was undoubtedly a good idea, sending a few devourers to find those players to convey this message. Zhou Long had been hesitating, but hearing Wan Bing say this made him incredibly happy. Having someone come to deliver money was certainly a good thing. However, he did not expect that from all directions of the universe. Countless flying vehicles were heading towards Zhou Long's planet. Zhou Long strolled around the base, occasionally glancing at the buildings beside him to see if there were any new features. Congratulations, player, you have completed a special task and received a reward of 100 reputation and 100 civilization points. Hearing the sound from the sky, Zhou Long felt both delighted and puzzled. He pulled out the display screen from his pocket and thought, special task. Zhou Long said, selecting the screen in his hand. At the end of the page on the screen, he finally saw the special task. Page 1. Talk to a free player and make them temporarily stay on the planet. 2. Collect the hair of low-level creatures for research. 3. Visit a friend's planet. 4. Form an alliance with a friend. 5. Assemble robots for a parade. Various bizarre tasks appeared before Zhou Long's eyes. Master, we still have a lot to do, Xiaobai, who had come up behind him, said. Indeed, Zhou Long replied, raising his head. What is that thing? Zhou Long shouted, pointing at the sky. Could it be another player, he asked. Those are my subjects, Dandan, who had appeared nearby, answered. Master, he is correct, Xiaobai said. Seeing Zhou Long's inquiring gaze, Xiaobai began to explain. When each planet develops to a certain scale, the mother planet Earth will send immigrants. This not only alleviates the increasingly severe burden on the mother planet, but also strengthens these planets' loyalty to the mother planet. After all, those who have just immigrated still hold some loyalty to the mother planet, and those planets that develop well are the targets of the mother planet's focus. Over time, turning into rebels would be undesirable. Am I developing quickly, Xiaobai? Zhou Long asked Xiaobai. Aren't you always saying my game ranking is dropping? As he looked up at the sky, seeing a number of flying vehicles approaching, like satellite retrieval pods, drifting towards the base, Zhou Long felt a surge of anger. Master, that's because. Because what? Zhou Long shouted. Because you have a prophet, and when the resource ship came last time, they reported the discovery of the prophet. If you want to know, go check the remote sensing center, Xiaobai pointed at Dandan and said. All right, Zhou Long said, glancing at Dandan, and then walked toward the remote sensing center, raising his hand to click on the keyboard in front of him. Glory of the mother planet, star of adventurers, greetings, pioneer. Due to your diligence, your planet has left a profound impression on the mother planet. To encourage and comfort your ambition, the mother planet has specially arranged for outstanding citizens to come to your planet and prosper our civilization together. Special reward, a pioneer honor medal awarded by the immigrants. Zhou Long chuckled darkly after reading the information on the display before him. A prophet, huh? Xiaobai, do you have any way to deal with the prophet, Dandan? Zhou Long said, raising his hand in a knife shape. Yes, Xiaobai replied directly, but I haven't done anything wrong, master. Dandan outside the control room shouted as he rushed in, hugging Zhou Long's leg and crying out like a resentful wife. Your existence is a mistake, Zhou Long gritted his teeth and said. Since returning to the base after completing the task, Dandan had stayed in his room, completely treating Zhou Long as if he weren't the master. That would have been fine, but Zhou Long had already thought out of sight, out of mind. He didn't want to waste energy on something almost useless, but now. You useless thing, keeping you around will only bring trouble. Zhou Long said, looking at Dandan, who was clinging to his leg, raising the laser sword in his hand with a gloomy expression. Hey, I can't help it either, Xiaobai outside the door said with a helpless look. No, you can't kill me, Dandan weakly protested. That's fine, then I'll just keep killing you over and over, Zhou Long shouted, raising the laser sword to strike down. I am willing to do anything, Dandan shouted loudly. Looking at Dandan, who was clutching his leg, a devious glint emerged in Zhou Long's eyes. Xiaobai, with a look of disdain, walked in with the drummer behind him and closed the door to the remote sensing center. Do you know who I am? I'm a high official sent by the Mother Planet headquarters to award medals to your master. Why hasn't your master come to greet us personally? This is unacceptable. A group of people approached outside the base, flanked by devourer robots holding laser guns facing inward, while the team consisted of a large group of individuals dressed in brand new military uniforms. One of them, walking in from afar, shouted, disrespect, protest, bastard, unreasonable. Various exclamations poured from one man's lips. I demand an explanation, he said, looking at Zhou Long in the base. Oh, Zhou Long replied, keeping his voice low as the devourer robots on both sides raised their laser guns towards the sky, firing in unison 3 times. Perhaps it was their first encounter. Most of the people in the team had pale faces, looking down and not daring to meet Zhou Long's gaze. What is your name? Zhou Long asked coldly, his eyes devoid of emotion as he stared at the crowd before him. Retired Colonel Wang Biao, said the middle-aged man, shaking his head as he gazed at the base before him. Are you the burdens cast away by the mother planet? Zhou Long said, showing no hesitation, as if he was looking at a group of useless people and he was the one accepting the waste. We are the elites of the mother planet, while you are merely the low-level personnel sent to develop the planets, Wang Biao said slowly as the crowd behind him coldly stared at Zhou Long. Ha ha ha, elites. Zhou Long replied, in my eyes you are all worthless. As Wang Biao shouted, several younger individuals stepped forward, clearly his people. Zhou Long slowly remarked, the worthless have come in groups. 1. Upon arriving here, I am your leader. 2. Do not act high and mighty around me, or you will meet a grim fate. 3. If anyone is unwilling, then return to the mother planet. Those who stay should not leave casually. 4. We will follow your arrangements. A young man stepped forward and said to Zhou Long. Smart choice, Zhou Long thought to himself. Wang Meng, you traitor, Wang Biao gritted his teeth and shouted. Bang. A beam of lasers shot out from behind Zhou Long, and before Wang Biao could even scream, he was reduced to ashes. Xiao Bei's laser burst forth as Zhou Long thought the NPCs are still so arrogant. "You are the leader of this group. I will promote you to the rank of second lieutenant." Zhou Long said, his face still expressionless, as if the arrival of this group was a significant burden to him. "Now those who follow him will consider him your prophet. He will choose your place of residence," Zhou Long said casually. Upon finishing, he added, "Is this food?" A voice from the crowd timidly asked. "I am your prophet, guiding you in the right direction." Dressed in a large cloak with a circular body adorned with strange black totems, Dan walked forward with a cane in hand, while Wang Mang immediately approached him. With a beaming smile, Wang Mang reached out to assist Dan instantly getting into character. This trick won't work on me," Zhou Long thought as he watched the departing figures. Upon hearing that immigrants had come from the mother planet, Zhou Long sensed something was amiss. Although these were NPCs, after a long time interacting with them, he had realized that these NPCs possessed considerable intelligence. The immigrants sent would definitely not be ordinary. In the planetary civilization game, there were rebels, which constituted the largest force outside of the mother planet and aliens. According to the official game description, the stronger a player's planet developed, the more residents it would attract. Of course, with more people, the civilization level would also grow, which was a good thing. The official site described it this way, but after Xiao Bei's explanation, it became different. These immigrants, when they arrived, they were all granted various honors by the mother planet before coming to the different planets. As their numbers increased, it was to develop the planets and ensure that the main developers of the planets would not have any intentions of leaving the mother planet. "Xiao Bai, didn't you say it was to develop the planet for civilization?" Zhou Long asked while walking along the road. "Yes, master, I am here for the civilization of this planet," Xiao Bai replied succinctly. Zhou Long responded, looking at the still sleeping Red Beak. He said, "Now we can begin." "Yes, master," Xiao Bai replied. Two devourer robots approached, lifting Red Beak and placing it in the hero cultivation chamber, arranged as if holding a green gem. "Begin," Zhou Long said excitedly as he pressed the button. "On the grassland, this is perfect. The monsters here are just right for us, but unfortunately, there are no shops." Fei Yu said, looking at the mutated minotaur in the distance. "Maybe we should pay a visit to the owner of this planet," Fei Wu suggested. Boring Fei Hua quickly added as the three of them landed their flying machine right next to the mutated minotaur's spawn point. They immediately crouched in the grass, watching the wandering, mutated minotaur in the distance. Snap! Just as the three finished speaking, they felt something pressing against the back of their heads. "Hee, I'm afraid you won't get that chance," the player Wolf Cub said. "No," player Drill Dragon shouted. He ran in front of Wolf Cub, arms spread wide, as if to say, "Go ahead, shoot me." "All right, you all should hurry and leave. This is our Wild Wolf Guild's territory," player Wolf Cub said slowly. In his mind, he had already cursed the fat lion a million times. "All right, you three young men, hurry and go." Player Drill Dragon turned back to Fei Wu and the others. Blinking, Fei Wu could hardly believe this was real. He nudged his two companions, and the three of them immediately scrambled up, smiling friendly at Drill Dragon. Without saying a word, they turned and walked into the grass behind them. "If I see you again, lasers will be waiting," shouted player Wolf Cub from behind, causing the three to hasten their steps. Of course, they weren't really running away. They were looking for the owner of this planet. Quickly, Fei Wu shouted, with Fei Hua and Fei Yu closely following behind. It was common to have monster spawn points taken over. However, encountering people from the Wild Wolf Guild and still being able to leave alive would be hard to believe if posted online, and yet it was happening right before the three's eyes. "What are we going to do?" Fei Yu asked while running. "Of course, we need to find the owner of this planet," Fei Hua quickly replied, "and then take down those guys." "Exactly," player Fei Wu said, looking at Fei Hua with a glint in his eyes. "My brother has finally recovered," Fei Wu thought. "Then we'll find the fairy sister and level up together. I'll fight monsters while she picks up the gear," Fei Hua said, finishing his sentence, causing Fei Wu and Fei Yu to nearly stumble. "Snap! Please stop advancing." As the three were progressing, several devourer robots suddenly emerged from the grass ahead, laser guns pointed at Fei Wu and the others, shouting, "Take us away." "Ka!" The devourer robot in front stepped aside, raising a hand in a gesture of invitation. The three stepped forward as they walked. Second lieutenant rank, Fei Wu thought to himself, observing the ranks of the devourer robots beside him. It was evident that the owner of this planet possessed significant power. There were not many construction-type players who could send out so many second lieutenant-level robots for reception duties. Moreover, there weren't many monsters at the spawn point now, and it wasn't surprising for construction-type players to have numerous robots, but the ranks were earned through hard battles. As they followed the devourer robots, Fei Wu suddenly felt that the spawn point appearing here was certainly not a coincidence. It was closely related to the strength of the players here. Before long, the three reached the base. Looking at the scale of the base and the other devourer robots, Fei Wu could hardly believe his eyes, having spotted at least 4 major kernel-level devourers. Experts. Fei Wu made the simplest and most direct judgment in his heart. Standing beside him were a few individuals, and with just a glance Zhou Long could tell they belonged to a new ethnic group, a non-mainstream tribe comprising 4 people, and to Zhou Long's left was a person with a tall cylindrical hairstyle. 2 hairpins were surprisingly inserted into it, and although there was nothing hanging from their ears, the numerous ear piercings clearly indicated they were not mere decorations. In their hand was a silver-white iron ring roughly the size of a palm. Rolling in their hand again and again, this should be a... Zhou Long murmured to himself, finding it impossible to determine the gender of this individual in front of him. With a completely bald head dressed in suspenders and stockings and vaguely tattooed, with 2 dragons on their back, the other 2 were equally inscrutable, leaving Zhou Long bewildered as to whether they were human or ghost. At least it's going upwards, Zhou Long thought as he glanced at the elevator display. He didn't dare to press any buttons after seeing these 4 individuals. Countless tragedies had arisen from non-mainstream interactions in society, and he had no desire to try again. "Hey, are you going up too?" One person in front turned around to ask. Zhou Long stuttered while speaking. With jet black hair, earrings dangling from both ears, and a red hairpin among the flowing locks, everything seemed fine until his gaze landed on that face. Heavens, it's Rome Mama. Zhou Long instantly thought of a character from a very old TV series. Could it be that non-mainstream members are aging, or have I been playing online games for too long and become out of touch with society? Zhou Long pondered. "Non-mainstream, don't speak," the person in front said to Zhou Long, and with a ding the door opened. The 4 exchanged glances and walked out. "At least it's the 37th floor, Zhou Long murmured. He also stepped out. "Oh, Zhou Long, is there something wrong?" "Oh, nothing, I took a wrong turn," Zhou Long said, retracting the foot he had just stepped out with and hastily pressing the elevator button. Yin Jian was calling out to the 4 individuals, seeing Zhou Long, and shouted. Originally, he wanted to ask Yin Jian about meeting the new employee tomorrow, but seeing those 4 talking to Yin Jian, Zhou Long immediately lost any thought and retreated. After a while, upon exiting the elevator, Zhou Long returned to the room, checking if the door lock was secure. He collapsed onto the bed and said, "Hee hee, you can't escape this time." "No," Zhou Long shouted. Before him, countless elevator doors opened, and the 4 non-mainstream individuals stepped forward, approaching Zhou Long 1 step at a time. "You cannot escape," they said in unison. "No," Zhou Long shouted, sitting up abruptly, drenched in sweat. "It was just a dream," he murmured, and as he gasped for breath, he suddenly sensed something was off. The air was laced with the scent of perfume. "Hi," a voice suddenly came from beside him. "Oh," Zhou Long cried out, without looking, diving straight into the covers. In his dazed state, he caught sight of someone even more terrifying. Xia Dai was sitting on the edge of the bed, smiling at him. "Am I still not awake?" Zhou Long thought as he lay in the covers. "All right, don't scare the deaf one, silly." Huang Pengzi's voice rang out, and as he pulled down the covers, Zhou Long said, "Everyone, this is my private space." After speaking, Zhou Long casually glanced at his door, which seemed intact. "Rest assured your lock is fine," Huang Pengzi said, swaying completely unfazed by Zhou Long's disdainful gaze. "I opened this door." Xia Dai seemed to know what Zhou Long was thinking as she spoke. "You seem to be from America." Zhou Long hadn't finished his sentence. "I caught thieves while volunteering during school and learned a few tricks," Xia Dai said, raising her red-painted nails, while Huang Pengzi immediately stepped out from behind. Seeing Jian, Zhou Long glared at him, prompting him to retreat. "All right, we have something to ask you." The gentle voice of Wanru floated over, her eyes fixed on Zhou Long. "Heavens, what is it?" Zhou Long asked, crossing his arms. Although he didn't feel cold, he sensed that something seemed different about his body. He had inexplicably gained some muscle mass in his limbs. His upper body was undoubtedly much stronger. Urine from a young boy can also have fitness benefits, Zhou Long thought, while looking at his body under the covers. "It's about your welcoming the new employees," Xia Dai said slowly. "That seems unrelated to you guys," Zhou Long replied indifferently. After a recent wave of layoffs, the company had suddenly recruited new employees, whether for show or a rebirth from the ashes. Zhou Long and Huang Pengzi, both veteran employees, were merely playing the role of guides for the newcomers, while Xia Dai and Wanru were not to be thought of, having just joined the company not long ago. "Who said that?" Huang Pengzi leaned against Zhou Long's cabinet and said, "The employees you bring in must join our group. What if they are not presentable and cause us trouble?" "I'm hungry, I haven't had breakfast yet," Zhou Long said mildly. A bowl of steaming hot dry noodles was brought over by Xia Dai. "Actually, I still need to wash my face, brush my teeth, and use the restroom," Zhou Long said as he quickly got dressed and pushed the 3 of them out. "Ha ha, hearty breakfast," Zhou Long said as he closed the door and turned around. On the only table in the room, there was not only the hot dry noodles, but also 2 tea eggs, a cup of soy milk, and 2 youtiao. Especially that bowl of hot dry noodles, which contained not just noodles and sauce, but also peanuts, diced radishes, and half a spoon of chili. Absolutely a luxurious breakfast. "Let's dig in," Zhou Long said as he moved over. Half an hour later, Zhou Long's door opened. "Let's go." Xia Dai approached first. "What's the matter?" Zhou Long turned around and asked, "You didn't eat it all, did you?" Huang Pengzi asked, touching Wanru's shoulders. "Of course," Zhou Long said very formally, while also giving Huang Pengzi a knowing glance. He was the only one who knew what he liked to eat. It was definitely him who mentioned his preferences. Oh, otherwise how would Xia Dai prepare all this? Of course this was Zhou Long's current judgment, and Wan Ru who was about to open her mouth shut it. While they were talking, Zhou Long come over. Yin Jian called as he walked over, but behind him were the 4 individuals Zhou Long had encountered in the elevator last night. Up! Zhou Long exclaimed as he was about to step forward, but was stopped one by Xia Dai, Wan Ru, and Huang Pengzi. What are you guys doing? Zhou Long asked anxiously, but saw Yin Jian approaching. 3 pairs of eyes immediately focused on Zhou Long, as if he took another step forward the 3 would immediately finish him off. Don't let those 4 in. Xia Dai whispered to him. Watching Yin Jian get closer, he said, "Oh, let's go, we still need to get breakfast." After saying that, the 3 lowered their heads and turned to run. Glancing at the direction in which Xia Dai had run off, Yin Jian seemed to have only watched for a few seconds before kindly saying, "Xiao Zhou, the equipment for receiving newcomers is in the cafeteria on the 1st floor, go ahead." So who are these people? Zhou Long asked, cautiously fearing that Yin Jian would take advantage of his distraction and let them in. "These are engineers here to handle network issues, hurry up," and Go. Yin Jian seemed a bit anxious. "I see," Zhou Long said as he immediately headed towards the stairs, the flashing lights constantly dazzling him, and countless reporters swarming around with a larger crowd of applicants in front. The floor was covered with a red carpet, and the surrounding high-definition screens in the large room displayed the company's past achievements, with Zhou Long's accomplishments being the most important. A few meters away was a wave of fans, countless voices shouting "Long go." Zhou Long merely glanced over, and many beautiful women fainted on the ground. As Zhou Long walked down the stairs, his mind was filled with these images. Just over a year ago at the newcomer recruitment fair, it was this kind of promotional scale that brought in countless colleagues for him. Of course, the spotlight at that time was clearly on someone else. However, the scene was deeply etched in Zhou Long's mind, and he never expected this day to arrive so quickly. Upon reaching the 1st floor, Zhou Long excitedly ran towards the entrance. Even if there was no luxury car to pick him up, he would be satisfied with any car. "Hey, young man." Hearing the voice, Zhou Long turned around and shouted, "Uncle from the cafeteria, aren't you from the cafeteria?" The person in front of him was the cafeteria uncle who had asked Zhou Long for meal money that day, but now he was standing there in a suit that looked obviously cheap, pushing a tricycle with several large wooden boards inside. "What do you mean? I can change careers, can't I?" the uncle said as he pushed the tricycle closer to Zhou Long. "This is the transportation tool provided to you by team leader Yin Jian." "For what?" Zhou Long asked, looking confused at the uncle. The aftermath of the financial crisis had left the market sluggish, leading the company to have limited funds. Recently, some high-paid employees were laid off, and now the company needed to hire more people. You understand, the income of newcomers is certainly lower than that of old employees. Only when people come in will the financial backers behind the company be willing to spend money. "So you are now." Zhou Long swallowed hard after hearing the uncle's introduction. "Team leader Yin Jian's secretary," the uncle said, sporting a leadership demeanor. "All right." Zhou Long took the tricycle from the uncle and walked out of the company gates. "Yin Jian," Zhou Long thought, "isn't it just because I scolded you last night that you want to retaliate? Let's see what kind of people you bring in." "Hey, go to the talent exchange market. There are many people there," the uncle shouted from behind. "Hee, many people, huh?" Zhou Long muttered as he pedaled the tricycle away quickly. Look, Bohemian deep-sea extraction produced by a high-end biopharmaceutical company in France, giant God revival pills, fitness and mental clarity calcium supplement to enhance physique, overnight rejuvenation, or make the skin 10 years younger, not dreaming of being 20 anymore, just $388 for a bottle. At the train station entrance, Zhou Long found a windbreak position, parked the tricycle, checked the front and back exits, and took down the promotional board from the tricycle. Why check the exits? That's to avoid the city management, Zhou Long thought to himself. Why come to the train station? To find the person I want, Zhou Long thought, looking at a person in leather jacket and trousers who was loudly selling the pills to the few passers-by, their eyes meeting. "What do you do?" The person walked over and asked. "See for yourself," Zhou Long pointed at the sign on the tricycle, though he himself had not looked at it. It was only a recruitment notice. Free meals and accommodation, all utilities included, work for a day only requires meeting the standard content, a salary over 10,000 is not a dream. Wow, this advertisement is better than my bullfighting, Lu Ziqiao thought as he looked at the sign. "Bro, what do you do?" Lu Ziqiao asked, ignoring the well-dressed female customer who had approached from behind. Zhou Long glanced at him sideways and said, "Hiring employees, can't you see?" After Zhou Long finished speaking, he leaned against the wall and looked into the distance, seeming completely indifferent to whether the person in front was willing or not. "I've walked the world and have never seen recruitment like this." Thinking of this, Lu Ziqiao blurted out, "Is this for real?" Zhou Long lazily turned his head and said, "Under 50 years old, no heart disease, high blood pressure, diabetes, or infectious diseases. Present a health certificate from a hospital, and once the contract is signed, you get a single room to live in and can start work immediately. As long as you achieve results, weekends and holidays are just clouds." "All right, I'm in." Lu Ziqiao patted Zhou Long on the shoulder and shouted, "That's me. Look at my health, no illness or disability. I'm the one you're looking for." Drooling and with shining eyes, his hands rubbing together, Zhou Long looked at Lu Ziqiao and recalled his own appearance when he was recruited back in the day. We need responsible employees, Zhou Long said as he rummaged through the tricycle, thinking to himself, of course, it's the contract. Where else can I find such good employees who willingly bite the bait? I am very responsible. But I didn't see you sell anything earlier, Zhou Long said disdainfully. What is that supposed to mean? They just don't know what's valuable, Lu Ziqiao said as he quickly snatched the contract from Zhou Long's hand, signed it, and wrote his name down. Let's go. I am now alive as a company person, dead as a company ghost, Lu Ziqiao said, thinking to himself, with meals and accommodation provided, all utilities covered. If I do well, every month I can earn money. Where else can I find such a good job? What? I need to work, and if I can get any of those female superiors in bed, wouldn't the income be soaring? A rookie, but it doesn't matter. Yin Jian didn't say how many to bring in, ha, Zhou Long thought, as the two of them pushed the tricycle forward, each with their own agenda. Is our company big? In the elevator, Lu Ziqiao shook his head and asked. Zhou Long didn't want to talk and took out his phone to call Yin Jian. On the 37th floor in Yin Jian's office, Zhou Long first pushed the door open and walked in, followed by Lu Ziqiao. As Zhou Long stepped in, a hand reached out to block his progress. You can't go in, but he can set a security guard from the company, his massive arm extending as he spoke in a deep voice. Damn. Zhou Long felt his anger rising as he thought, not giving me face in front of the newcomers. He immediately sidestepped and barged in. The security guard nearby, who had been wearing a smug expression, instantly turned pale, his arm bending back as he pulled it away. Team leader, I'm leaving, Zhou Long said as he handed in the contract, looking back at Lu Ziqiao with a gesture to come in, ignoring the security guard beside him, and turned to walk towards the stairs. Watching Zhou Long leave like that, Lu Ziqiao thought, what a show-off, but soon I will be your boss. Before he could turn around, a large hand reached out from the room and pulled Lu Ziqiao in. Hey, this is real leather, very expensive, you can't afford it. Lu Ziqiao fiddled with his clothes, looking at the two people standing in the room, one of them being quite large. In front was a chair and a large table with someone sitting at the end of the table, leaning back, smoke curling from his head, obviously from smoking. Lu Ziqiao felt a bad feeling rising within him. Hey big brother, I really don't have much money on me, please don't take my kidney, Lu Ziqiao shouted, initially wanting to run out, but was grabbed by the two beside him and pressed down onto the table. You little punk. I won't be intimidated, the burly security guard thought. He had been called in by Yin Jian to do community service today, getting 0 benefits, and was already unhappy. Seeing Zhou Long enter made him even more displeased. The last time he had been given the so-called equipment by Zhou Long, it had only lasted a month before it was gone. That anger had to come out, and he had enjoyed it for a month. He had planned to teach Zhou Long a lesson, but unexpectedly Zhou Long's strike made the burly security guard's heart race. How could such a thin body have such great strength? Fortunately, I pulled away quickly. That guy won't dare provoke me again, the burly security guard thought, increasing his grip a little. I don't want your kidney, Yin Jian said, sitting in the boss chair, turning around and exhaling a puff of smoke. Uncle. Lu Ziqiao called out to Yin Jian with a sideways glance. Yin Jian waved his hand, and the two security guards in front loosened their grip and took 2 steps back, their hands resting on their chests by the door. What, uncle? Look clearly, Yin Jian said, raising his hand to snap his fingers. The burly security guard casually turned on the big lights in the room. You don't recognize me. Lu Ziqiao rubbed his face and shouted, then sat down in the chair. You still think you're Lu Bu? Yin Jian said, taking a puff of his cigar. My nickname is Lu Bu, Lu Ziqiao shouted loudly, then reached out to grab a cigar from the box on the table, putting it in his mouth and fumbling for a lighter. Cough, cough, cough. Yin Jian choked on his breath. I am not your uncle, Yin Jian said, extinguishing the cigarette, but since you have signed the contract, you are now a member of this company, my team member. I have a task for you with generous rewards. I am a serious person, not from the underworld, Lu Ziqiao said with a serious face, ready to get up and leave, but the 2 security guards behind him immediately approached. We are a gaming company not involved in the underworld, but we have plenty of brothers from that world. At least these 2 can take you down if you try to leave, Yin Jian said in a low voice. I won't say that since I've signed the contract, I will definitely work hard, Lu Ziqiao said, sitting back in the chair and looking at Yin Jian. Very well, your task is to flirt with girls while playing games. Yin Jian said slowly. When it comes to picking up girls, I am a master, but the game. Before LV Ziqiao could finish, Yin Jian casually picked up a thick book and said, take this home and study it overnight. The woman you want to pursue is named Xia Dai. You will find out at the next meeting that the person who brought you here is the deputy team leader, Zhou Long. After finishing, Yin Jian exchanged glances, and the burly security guard behind him escorted LV Ziqiao out. Hey, my clothes. LV Ziqiao shouted as he walked through the corridor, still disoriented, before being pushed into a room. Listening at the door, hearing no sound outside, LV Ziqiao suddenly pushed the door open. What do you want? Just getting some fresh air, LV Ziqiao said with a smile, retreating back into the room, while 2 security guards stood firmly outside the door, leaving him in utter despair. Listen, do you want to make big money and pick up girls? The alarm clock on the only table in the room rang clearly, signaling Yin Jian's voice. Of course I do. LV Ziqiao replied with utmost determination. Then I will give you a chance to get rich. Hurry up and finish what I gave you, and you will understand, Yin Jian said from the alarm clock. Once you finish, I will kick you out tomorrow, and you won't be able to leave. Okay. LV Ziqiao sat down and said, I want cocktails and late-night snacks. Almost 3 seconds later, wait. With a snap, the sound of a switch was heard from the alarm clock. LV Ziqiao glanced at the thick book in front of him, grabbed it, and mumbled Zhou Long. As Zhou Long stepped out of the stairwell, not even passing the entrance, he immediately withdrew, leaning against the wall, where 3 people waited at the door of his room. Damn it, I'm the deputy team leader, why would I be afraid? Zhou Long chuckled, stepping out with a serious face, his gaze blankly fixed on the 3 who were approaching. Oh, I thought you weren't coming back, Xia Dai said coyly, one hand on her hip, and the other raised her super short skirt, revealing her bare thighs, which swayed slowly. Beside her, the chubby Huang said, I really don't know what kind of person you brought back, looking at Zhou Long's menacing approach, and immediately hid behind Wanru. Oh, I believe Long Go will handle it. Wanru smiled slightly, and tilted her head, saying, Of course, I'm a professional. Zhou Long rolled his eyes, and this expression had been directed at the mirror more than once. With a slap, Xia Dai smiled slightly at Zhou Long, raising her fist to strike at Zhou Long's door. A fist-sized crack immediately appeared. Big sister, does your hand hurt? Zhou Long asked, reaching out to touch Xia Dai's delicate hand. Heavens, this isn't a butterfly of summer, but a summer demoness, Zhou Long thought to himself. Wanru and Huang's mouths hung open in shock. Humph, if the person you brought is a burden to our team at the end of the month, I'll hold you accountable for your performance, Xia Dai said, waving her hand as she walked into her room. It seems I am the deputy team leader, Zhou Long said, lightly looking at his door. Wanru and Huang immediately looked at him with pitying eyes. Zhou Long, came Xia Dai's roaring voice from behind. Isn't it just the deputy team leader? What's so great about it? Tomorrow I'll go back to my room. Suddenly, an unprecedented chill surged from behind. Zhou Long dashed into his room in a flash, but Xia Dai's roar still penetrated through the crack in the door. It even transformed into a gust of cold wind, blowing directly into the room, causing the tattered book on the desk to flutter wildly. Zhou Long glanced as if he saw something, and walked over, pressing down on the rapidly flipping pages of the tattered book. Outside, Xia Dai may have tired from shouting and fell silent. Game Secret Realm, good stuff, Zhou Long said as he sat down and examined it closely. Strange, I didn't notice this content last time, he thought. In fact, the content was minimal, just a few hundred words, plus the book itself was in tatters with many records hastily scribbled. In this era, the Chinese still used Chinese characters, but they were all typed out. This was the result of technological advancement, but the consequence was that finding someone who could write beautifully was even rarer than seeing a rabbit in a zoo. In less than half an hour, Zhou Long finished reading the content. The main point was that the highlights were in color, visible only when the book was flipped. Okay, I'll go take a look, Zhou Long said as he closed the book. Looking at the time on the wall, it was 5 o'clock. Damn it, no more meals or sleep, Zhou Long said, opening the nearby cabinet, taking out a stamina pill, and swallowing it in one gulp. He casually waved, and the game pod door opened with Zhou Long stepping inside. Of course, Zhou Long did not rush to enter the game, but first checked the official website, keeping an eye on updates and events, which was something a professional player should always do. Major tasks, epic cinematic visuals, and the atmosphere of a grand scale. The mission to snuff out the rebel forces with rich rewards and an even larger scale battle about to unfold. All players are invited to join. At this moment, the war officially begins. Lead your soldiers and grip your laser sword tightly to protect your civilization and unleash the battle cry of spring. It's starting, Zhou Long muttered. The tattered book recorded the beginning of all major battles in the planetary civilization game, where all factions would make their appearance, while the current player's strength could only be described as cannon fodder. Zhou Long had a grasp on this task, then clicked on the official forum, where a post regarding an upcoming task was not particularly popular, but was about a guild entering planetary civilization. God-level guild entering planetary civilization, recruiting 3 newcomers. Recruitment criteria: under 70 years old, above 3 years old, no heart disease or high blood pressure, over 10 years of experience in online gaming with actual rankings in most online games over the years. The profession in which they excelled the most in past games. The following is the application format. Profession, level, game, achievements in a certain task or event, previous guild name, ID number. Gaming life is like a play. God-level guild brothers working together, sincerely recruiting new members. Serious inquiries: only let us continue our glorious past and create dreams in the game world. Then came countless player replies, all, without exception, following the application format, and many more players posting about their experiences facing off with God-level guilds in certain games, enduring numerous rounds before ultimately being defeated. Staring blankly, Zhou Long said, all right, God-level guild, how amazing can it be? The Divine Guild, the second strongest in China, claims it is not the first, as no other guild dares to make that claim. Oddly, for 30 consecutive years the Divine Guild has outperformed all others, yet still refers to itself as the second guild. People merely say this is the Divine Guild's humility, but many suspect there is a hidden truth. In every game, whenever a member of the Divine Guild undertakes a task, just at the last moment, a mysterious player always appears, interrupting the crucial actions of the Divine Guild members, annihilating them, and subsequently claiming the final rewards. Whenever a member of the Divine Guild is the first to complete any game task, that mysterious player suddenly shows up. They always perfectly snatch the final victory. Undoubtedly, all members within the Divine Guild are a secret. Some rumors suggest they are billionaires, scientists, politicians, the elite of Chinese society, or the next generation of these elites. In any game, whether it is a shooting game, a turn-based PK game, or a leveling PK game that leads to guild wars, the members of the Divine Guild can always calculate the most precise timing, attack, power, and defense. In any game, the Divine Guild has no allies. If there are any, they can only be called logistical guilds. Anyone upon entering a game can develop their character around a supplementary profession or focus on resource production. As long as you provide sufficient rich and top-notch resources, you can become an exclusive resource supplier for the Divine Guild. Of course, the Divine Guild purchases at market prices. As long as the Divine Guild enters the game, you are, and you can do this. Moreover, as long as you become an exclusive resource supplier when the Divine Guild exits the game, you will have a chance to meet them, albeit just once. Don't underestimate this single opportunity. This meeting could change your life. The arrival of the Divine Guild is bound to trigger a storm in the online world and will undoubtedly attract more followers of the Divine Guild into the game. I've never heard of it, Zhou Long said while looking at other content. If he were in an internet cafe or out and about, saying he had never heard of the Divine Guild would surely make him the subject of ridicule. If the game company found out, they would certainly reconsider Zhou Long's employment contract. However, this cannot be blamed on Zhou Long, who joining the company to play games was something that happened 2 years ago. At that time, Zhou had not yet mingled well with Liu Ziqiao, his mind filled with various university subjects. When he attended job fairs, he simply handed out resumes lacking any standout talents. He had never been successfully hired until one day, a day he would always remember. It was a dismal rainy day when Zhou Long was holding a resume interviewing at yet another company. The response was always, "Not bad, go home and wait for a call. Young man, I think the company across the way needs you. Oh, our company is already at full capacity." As Zhou Long walked dejectedly beside a building in the rain, pondering whether to enter or not, his stomach grumbled as a fragrant aroma wafted by. Zhou Long rubbed his eyes in surprise to see that this company had a cafeteria. As he relaxed his grip, his resume dropped to the ground, and a gust of wind blew it away. Snap! Zhou Long hurriedly picked up the paper from the ground, and upon seeing the resume floating in the air, he jumped up and slapped it down, feeling the soft sensation from his palm, which caused several people in the cafeteria to spew their food. "Hello, I am Silver Sword, and you have been hired," said the person in front of him. Zhou Long seemed to hear the most beautiful voice he had ever encountered in his life. "If you can refer someone else, there's a bonus in it for you," in Silver Sword's office. Zhou Long immediately called Huang Pengzi, who was also unemployed at the time. Despite recalling the bizarre expressions of the people in the cafeteria, Zhou Long stepped into the game company. That night, Zhou Long acquired his first place of residence ever, with Silver Sword's voice echoing in his ears. "You have made the wisest decision." Sitting in the gaming pod, Zhou Long reflected on the past, simply shaking his head in indifference. "All my classmates must have found their paths by now," Zhou Long said. "Finally, I have too." It turned out that in the official forum, there were a few posts all about buying equipment. Naturally, not many believed it, as it was just the official site and wouldn't provide any guarantees. But as a member of the game company, Zhou Long knew these were the people he needed to communicate with, those dedicated to reselling game equipment. As long as their transactions did not conflict with the equipment stipulated by the company would not interfere. Zhou Long certainly had ways to confirm whether they were scammers, and he had some clients' contact information, so he was not worried about finding buyers. After reading the official website, Zhou Long closed the page and entered the game. The surroundings were dark, and he thought, "Damn it, another mysterious gift pack." Zhou Long thought to himself, his mouth curling into a smile. He was now eagerly anticipating the occasional visits from the game company, as he certainly welcomed game gift packs. "Hello," said a voice as a figure stepped out of the darkness in front of Zhou Long. To his surprise, this person looked exactly like him, even the way their lips curled was the same. "Oomph," Zhou Long snorted, saying, "I'm busy, don't disturb my gaming time," wearing an expression that seemed to see through the worldly affairs. "Hee," the person said, "You are from the game company, aren't you?" "What a joke," Zhou Long's eyes widened as he replied. "You are the game company, your entire family is the game company." Slander, defamation, petty person. In the span of half an hour, a barrage of phrases burst forth from Zhou Long's mouth, while the person in front of him maintained an unchanging expression. "Wait a minute, after all this talking, it seems I'm just cursing myself," Zhou Long said, raising a hand to stroke his chin. "Sir, I am an equipment vendor, I am Xiao Zhang," the person with a face identical to Zhou Long said, winking at him. Nonsense, I don't know anyone named Xiao Zhang, Zhou Long replied, crossing his arms and looking back. Xiao Zhang was the person Zhou Long had traded equipment with online. In real life, they had only met once just to establish a signal for future trades. The game company would employ various methods to investigate players' natures. Many people in the industry had stumbled because of this, so Zhou Long had to be cautious. At this moment, Zhou Long had already struck a pose, turned his head and shouted, "The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger," after saying that one hand was on his waist while the other was raised to the sky. Opposite the treasure tower town river demon, Xiao Zhang immediately shouted, leaning back, his hands flipping backward. "A wild chicken cannot ascend Mount Tianwang." Zhou Long shouted, hands on his hips, eyes wide open. "There's plenty of rice on the ground, feed it, there's got to be a foundation." "Maha maha," Zhou Long said, "who doesn't have a home at noon?" Xiao Zhang clasped his fists and said, "He." Zhou Long smirked, "You can get into this game." "Bro, I've leveled up recently," Xiao Zhang shouted, hands on his hips, twisting his body to turn away. "The signal is on point." Zhou Long stepped forward and said, "What good stuff do you have, and can you stop pretending to be me?" Of course, the customer is God," Xiao Zhang said, his body twisting. 1 second later, a beautiful woman appeared clad in a red, open-chest robe, standing 1.7 meters tall with long black hair and an alluring face, a figure that was irresistible. "Hee Xiaodai," Zhou Long instinctively said. "What Xiaodai I am, Xiao Zhang." "Oh, how did you turn into Xiaodai?" "All right, quickly tell me what you have," Zhou Long said impatiently. Whoosh. Just as Zhou Long finished speaking, Xiao Zhang pulled out 2 boxes from behind, squatting on the ground with a serious expression, looking at the dark surroundings as if something was troubling him. Xiao Zhang glanced back at Zhou Long and was about to open the box, but closed it again. "Hey, you didn't come just to greet me, did you?" "That's wasting my time," Zhou Long said, raising his voice by 8 degrees as he watched Xiao Zhang's actions. "Of course not," Xiao Zhang said. "The wind is tight," recently opening the box halfway again. "Damn, are you saying the price is going up?" Zhou Long said, walking over to squat down, ready to open the box in Xiao Zhang's hands. "No," Xiao Zhang shouted, forcefully pressing down the lid of the box. "Aha," Zhou Long shouted, retracting his hands. "I'm sorry, I'll give you a discount next time." Xiao Zhang hurriedly stood up, picked up the box, and ran towards the darkness behind Zhou Long. "You." Zhou Long looked at Xiao Zhang, who slipped into the darkness, unable to shout out, because a huge vortex suddenly appeared in the dark space around him. "Damn, you're a Western cowboy," Zhou Long shouted as a person walked out of the vortex wearing a wide-brimmed Mexican hat with a Colt revolver at his waist, dressed in cowboy pants and a leather jacket, and sporting high boots adorned with spurs. With a pair of blue eyes, a face covered in stubble, and a somewhat hesitant gaze, he could easily captivate any young girl or woman. "Hello, I am Game Safety Officer James. What you say now will become testimony in the Planetary Civilization Arbitration Hall. You also have the right to remain silent." In clumsy Chinese. "I am innocent, I want to enter the game, but a guy suddenly appeared here, and he ran that way," Zhou Long shouted, clasping his fists and looking at the Game Safety Officer, pointing to the dark area on his left. "Very well, your words are very helpful to me," Game Safety Officer James said, not looking back as he walked towards the direction Zhou Long pointed. Just as Game Safety Officer James stepped into the darkness, the surroundings twisted again. In the control room of the game, Zhou Long looked at the 3 people leaning against him, who seemed very familiar. "People outside, prepare a silver demon warship quickly, or he'll take out your butler," Nanyu shouted, aiming his laser gun at the round body of Xiao Bai while looking outside. "Yes. Do as we say," Nanwu, holding a laser gun, shot at the window. "Don't move, I sense the aura of the fairy sister. It's the aura of an acquaintance appearing not far away." Nanhua raised his hand, his nose twitching, looking very serious. "Enough, what fairy sister, what acquaintance? Just because of your feeling we've become robbers now," Nanyu shouted loudly. "3 friends, may I say a few words?" Xiaobai, who was squeezed in the middle, said slowly. 6 eyes swept over, making Xiaobai in the middle feel nervous. Of course, if Xiaobai had hair, it would be even worse. "You see, our master hasn't logged in yet. He has no idea about your situation," Xiaobai said, glancing around at the 3 people. "Go ahead," the 3 said in unison. "I can't give you the warship you want because I don't have that authority, but you can kidnap me outside the base, and then you can run away. How about it?" Xiaobai said, turning in place before standing still. Fortunately, Xiaobai had a metal body and no human appearance, otherwise Xiaobai would surely have shown an unusual expression. 1 meter away, his master had already appeared in the control room, standing behind the 3. "System warning. The base is under attack. System warning. The base butler has been kidnapped. System warning. Enemies within the base have not yet been eliminated. System warning. The base is still under threat." I see, Nanwu stroked his chin, thinking. Although Nanwu had only a scant amount of stubble on his chin, he felt this gesture was very cool and tasteful. "Wait, the aura of the fairy sister is getting stronger." Nanhua raised his laser gun. Whoosh. A light yellow laser suddenly appeared on Nanhua's neck, and at the same time, both Nanyu and Nanwu felt something poke at the back of their heads. "Big brother, we were wrong, don't kill us," the 3 said in unison, not even glancing at the situation behind them collapsing to the ground. "3 of you come to visit me without any advance notice," Zhou Long said, holding a laser sword in one hand and a silver snake laser gun in the other smiling, as if warmly welcoming guests. Pioneer Nanwu said, getting up from the ground, rubbing his back head, realizing he had just been poked by Zhou Long's silver snake laser gun and did not resist. I was wondering why there was a second person who owned the giant landing pad. It turns out to be you, Nanyu said lightly beside him. Sorry for scaring your butler, Nanwu said, and Xiaobai immediately ran to Zhou Long's back. Wait, Nanhua at the edge said with a serious expression, what are you going to do? Zhou Long said, feeling a chill all over. It wasn't that he was afraid of Nanhua's actions, but Nanhua was like a police dog. Sniffing, circling around Zhou Long again and again, then standing in front of Zhou Long, Nanhua slowly said, she's here, right? Ah. Zhou Long turned and took 2 steps back, saying, I have a lot of people here. Which one do you mean? Fairy sister. Nanhua suddenly pounced, hugging Zhou Long's thigh, dropping the laser gun on the ground, and cried out, please tell me where the fairy sister is. Otherwise, Nanhua said, still holding onto Zhou Long's thigh, without moving, he'll strangle you. After saying that, Nanhua jumped up 3 feet high, stretching out both hands to pounce at Zhou Long. Go! Nanyu and Nanhua shouted as they lifted Nanhua in midair and threw him outside, quickly closing the door. Please tell me. Nanhua cried, banging on the door. What's going on? I don't know. Does the master like homoeroticism? Very likely. The ones of his Zero devourers surrounding the house looked bewildered after Xiaobai gave the order to deactivate the alarm, whispering about the thrown-out Nanhua. Looks like we'll be on this planet for a long time, Nanwu said, extending his hand. Welcome, Zhou Long said, extending his hand. It seems like you're not the only ones here. How did you know I have a leveling spot here? It's the rookie city of the home planet, the mission release building released it, Nanyu said slowly beside him. Some guests have also arrived, especially the last few words that Nanyu emphasized. Oh, Zhou Long said. Who? The Wild Wolf Guild, Nanwu said. Look, this is a trading shop. You can buy some medicine you need here, and you can also sell off some unwanted equipment. How about it? Zhou Long said, leading the non-human trio outside the control center. The appearance of the Wild Wolf Guild surprised Zhou Long, but he was not afraid. As it stood, the Wild Wolf Guild could not pose much threat to him. Just by imagining with his heel, he knew that this Minotaur spawn point was definitely a target for players, especially free players fighting for territory, and monsters was something that could happen at any moment. Zhou Long only thought they can just come here to trade at the shop. Nanwu and the other 3 seemed to have no strong reaction, just coming to take a look at the trading shop. After a moment of silence, having a shop is definitely a good thing, Nanwu said, pulling the 2 beside him to leave. She's right here, Zhou Long shouted loudly, looking at Nanhua's departing figure. Can't let him cling to me, Zhou Long thought, watching the 3 who had walked far away. Xiaobai gathered the devourers. Master, there are movements from the pirate warships outside the planet, Xiaobai said, holding out a display screen. Oh, Zhou Long replied, turning his head to look. Before him lay an endless grassland and an even more expansive forest. The grass felt soft underfoot, and a few rabbits ran by without a care in the world. Equally attracting the trio's attention, the pioneer doesn't seem worried about the Wild Wolf Guild, Nanyu said, looking at the scenery. Although there are virtual forests and grasslands in other games, they all look very fake. Yet the scenery before them captivated the 3, giving them a feeling of nature that seemed only possible in textbooks. Don't worry, he will make his move. I believe we will be great allies, Nanwu said, looking at the road ahead and walking forward. Master, this is not advisable, the small white creature said. Concentrating our forces to the monster zone is not a wise choice. I am the master, I will strike whoever I choose, all right. Zhou Long shouted, and as he roared, he saw the small white sphere descend, seemingly mumbling something. Master, as a member of the base and your robot butler, I firmly oppose your decision. The small white creature floated up again, addressing Zhou Long. You need a reason to persuade me, Master, the small white creature said slowly, considering Zhou Long's hungry gaze as it expressed its viewpoint. There are things you do not understand, Zhou Long said blankly. What things, eh? Zhou Long asked, pressing his face close to the small white creature. Your butler, the small white creature replied, almost without thinking. Heavens, you are my butler, but you must understand this is a game world. You are merely an NPC. No, Zhou Long shouted. You are even less than an NPC. The small white sphere swayed as it spoke. Master, my programming instructs me to be loyal to you, to assist in developing the base, and eventually, to successfully format the planet. What are those people to you? Zhou Long asked, pointing into the distance. They are extraterrestrial beings. If you are not present and they do not show sufficient goodwill, I will order an attack on them, the small white creature stated, as if it were a completely normal matter. All right, small white, remember those 3 people from earlier, as well as that woman. There will be more beings like them in the future. The small white creature said, yes, more, with innocent metallic eyes expressing confusion. More of them, you see. The more people there are hunting monsters here, the more people will come to trade at my shop, and then, Zhou Long said, gesturing enthusiastically. Then we will have a large amount of star coins, the small white creature said nonchalantly, though its trembling body indicated that it was excited. But Master, what is it? Zhou Long finally began to mobilize the devourers. The small white creature did not stop him and asked the thieves might launch an attack at any moment. Oh, Zhou Long said impatiently, looking at the small white creature. Master, I need permission to mobilize the bloodthirsty and red beak. Very well, I am a professional, and I hope you are a professional butler as well, Zhou Long said, clicking on the onboard computer within his military uniform and issuing commands to the two heroes. Without looking back, he set off with the remaining 100 devourers from the base. Sigh. The small white creature sighed, returning to the control room and clicking on the keyboard in front of it. In an instant, all the barracks in the base shone with electric light again. The excavator robots rushed to gather minerals, and the builder robots began repairing or increasing the number of all automated cannons and defensive laser turrets in the base. Outside the planet, numerous metallic spheres appeared. If Bloodthirsty or Zhou Long were present, they would certainly recognize these as the objects used by Yijin Piao. Now, however, they appeared around Zhou Long's planet, all of which were things that the small white creature had previously destroyed, which had been repaired and produced one by one with the devourers. If only there were a heavy industry factory, how wonderful it would be, the small white creature said, tapping the keyboard as the entire base began to operate. Good news, the small white creature remarked upon seeing the information about the subbase on the display. Redbeak must have arrived. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind whooshing through the sky brushed past the ears, and the gentle sensation felt like taking a bath. In fact, the winged clan preferred wind baths, using the gentle breeze to disperse the stray hairs on their bodies, then enjoying a good sleep. This was a long-lost feeling. Stretching out its enormous wings, Redbeak led 500 devourers circling above the destroyed arms dealer's tent. Land and maintain formation, Redbeak shouted at the onboard computer. The 500 devourer robots beside it executed the command in perfect unison. Upon landing, Redbeak habitually preened its wings, even though there was not a single flea left on them. From the moment it was born in the hero cultivation tank, Redbeak certainly remembered the events that transpired before, but after its rebirth, the new memories and its goals occupied its mind. The former so-called leader of the winged clan seemed to be a thing of the past. Upon emerging from the hero cultivation tank, Redbeak accepted the reality after just a few seconds of gazing at Zhou Long, perhaps due to the success of the cultivation tank's transformation. Upon arriving at the subbase on this planet, Redbeak encountered Bloodthirsty, and it was clear that both parties were merely conducting their routine business discussions, scattering Zhou Long's blood throughout the control room of the subbase. The two heroes were engaged in a deeper understanding, and it was evident from Redbeak's panda-like eyes just how profound their mutual understanding was. Disappointingly, Bloodthirsty received orders and flew away with its own devourers and the behemoth battleship, while Redbeak began what was referred to as developing the base, gradually familiarizing itself with the terrain. Redbeak led 10 devourer robots to the almost ruinous arms dealer's encampment, where two figures stood at the entrance, one on the right being a person. Wearing a black top hat, dressed in a silky green suit, and sporting black leather shoes, a white handkerchief was tucked into the breast pocket, and he leaned on a cane, a middle-aged man. The figure on the left could only be described as a tree or a tree person, but the prominent features on its bark were enough to indicate that it was facing Redbeak. In Redbeak's original memory, there were records of tree people in the legends of the winged clan. They were gentle, polite, and rigid, but if the tree people became angry, it would spell disaster for the world. For unknown reasons, the tree people left the planet where Redbeak resided, but once the tree people decided to take root on another planet, no one could stop them. We are here to negotiate, Lieutenant. My name is Luo Quan, the deputy manager of the Merchant Alliance, the human across from them said politely, removing his hat, pausing for a moment before putting it back on. I am here to warn you. Redbeak instinctively glanced at its rank and said, you cannot build new encampments without our permission. By the way, my name is Redbeak. But those people can no longer know your thoughts. They belong to the arms dealer Gun King Zhang. The deputy manager of the Merchant Alliance, Luo Quan, pointed to a spot not far behind them. Redbeak glanced over and saw people moving around in the distance at the camp, still billowing black smoke. Go, capture a few of them, Redbeak ordered the devourers behind it. 5 devourers immediately took off into the sky. I am Kai Miao, the deputy branch chief of the Tree Clan, the treeman said in a deep voice, glancing at the inquisitive gaze of the Redbeak and surveying the two individuals before him as the Redbeak folded its wings behind its back. Is this your sincerity? First you set up camp without informing us, and then you send these two rascals here. The Redbeak pointed its laser-emitting claw at the two and spoke. With every rise and fall of its chest, the Redbeak waved its hands, continuously spouting words such as scoundrel, shameless, bandit, thief. If the treeman had skin, his face would surely be red. However, the falling leaves on Kai Miao, the deputy branch chief of the Tree Clan, indicated his embarrassment. He wanted to say something, but found his voice failed him. He turned his gaze to Luo Quan, the deputy manager of the Merchant Alliance, seeking help with his eyes. However, Luo Quan was busy adjusting his clothing, checking if leaves had fallen on his hat and if his shoes had gotten muddy. Half an hour later, the leaves on Kai Miao's head finally fell off, and the Redbeak stopped its tirade, declaring, My lord, we were initially meant to coexist peacefully, but it seems that is no longer necessary. As the red beak turned to leave, it was actually on its way to interrogate the captured slaves, prompting the two behind to speak in unison. Are you not going to negotiate further? How do you propose to negotiate? The red beak replied, still turned away. In 3 days we will provide you with a satisfactory response, the two behind answered in unison. Good, said the red beak, spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. Some people thrive on excitement and thrills every day, while others prefer to keep their feet on the ground. Zhang, the arms dealer known as Gun King, gave this impression to everyone, at least before he became the leader of the Arms Dealer Alliance. The Arms Dealer Alliance was originally formed by several loosely organized merchants who had left Earth behind in the cosmos. Zhang, coming from the Zhang family, earned the title Gun King due to his exceptional marksmanship. He was originally the fourth child in his family, a good student who attended school daily while his brothers fought over family positions. Zhang was focused on the display screen before him, answering the teacher's questions, preparing to study hard and return to Earth to attend university, not knowing that this diligent student would soon be perceived as practical. On a pitch-black night, facing an attack from rival families, he took over the family leadership at his father's deathbed, as his other brothers either lay bedridden or had disappeared. Thus began the 3 years following that fateful night. A bloody vengeance began in the name of avenging his father and brothers, as Zhang swiftly eradicated all arms dealer families within the alliance, making the Zhang family the sole arms dealer. Afterward, Zhang discovered 2 other equally matched forces emerged: the Merchant Alliance and the Treachery clan. In a large room, a complex diagram displayed on Zhang's screen showed a wandering asteroid in the cosmos on a specific trajectory at a certain time and space, slowly flying towards a planet. Yet no significant tremors occurred. No scientist on Earth would believe this was true, but Zhang indeed made it happen, as the Zhang family had originally survived on an asteroid. Utilizing the asteroid's movement, they adjusted their course to traverse the universe for trade, and after unifying the Arms Dealer Alliance, Zhang was determined to establish a foundation on a planet. To change the family's lifestyle, the elderly members of the family, who were vehemently opposed, put forth an unreasonable demand. They could reside on the planet, but the asteroid must land steadily and remain mostly intact. Failure would require finding another asteroid for habitation. Subsequently, Zhang truly buckled down, spending 3 months in the house and eventually fulfilling the unreasonable demands of the elders amidst everyone's astonished gazes. Since then, he has not done anything similar and focused on family matters. Boss, something serious has happened. The door burst open and an elderly voice rang out. The lights brightened as the recently awakened Zhang quickly sat up, squinting, saying, Uncle Guan, you can call me Xiao Zhang when no one is around. This is not the time for pleasantries. Uncle Guan, with graying hair, said anxiously. What happened? Zhang asked, heading directly to the cabinet by the bed where a military uniform was stored, obtained under his alias on Earth. The Merchant Alliance and the Treachery clan suddenly attacked us tonight. They are coming in full force. Uncle Guan exclaimed. What should we do? Disperse the personnel and meet in secret using code. Zhang quickly devised a plan, watching as Uncle Guan hurriedly exited the room. Zhang turned and lifted the sleeping platform. Beneath it lay a control panel. Zhang raised his hand and began tapping at it, muttering, The Zhang family will not perish. As he accelerated his tapping speed, numbers flashing on the screen, all directed to planets in the universe capable of receiving the information. This city, though not large, was ablaze tonight, with countless cries, screams, and wails blending together, as almost everyone here belonged to the Zhang family. Roots suddenly surged from the ground of every street, madly rushing towards all the houses with life signs, followed by numerous members of the Merchant Alliance charging in with laser guns. It was destined to be a bloody night. The flying red beak watched everything from above. This city had gone unnoticed by it before. Had it not been for the captured slave as a guide, no one would have known. As the captured slave mentioned, this planet, which once had several forces, had now transformed into 3 factions where no one could entirely dominate the others, and the emergence of bloodthirsty entities shattered the peace. Very well, it's time to descend, the red beak commanded, gazing at the approaching dawn. On the grassland, 1,000 devourers lined up, with Zhou Long positioned 500 meters ahead of the formation. Advance slowly, do not fire, minimize movement, Zhou Long ordered through the onboard computer in his military uniform. The devourer robots behind him skillfully executed the corresponding actions. If other players were present, they would surely be astonished at Zhou Long's proficiency, even suspecting he was cheating. This was primarily due to the low levels and civilization of the robots beside players, while the robots following Zhou Long even engaged in quiet communication with the surrounding machines. How is it that no one is here? They can't even defeat the first line of defense monsters, Zhou Long thought to himself, observing the leisurely wandering mutant minotaurs 5,000 meters ahead. Everyone down, keep quiet. Zhou Long issued another command, and the devourer robots immediately froze, though their laser guns remained aimed forward. I told you to bring him here. Fei Wu pointed to the hiding place of the devourers. What is he up to? Asked Fei Yu, who was lying beside him. I don't want to offend anyone, Fei Wu replied, but we have to take action. I know the fairy sister must be here, Fei Hua said determinedly. The two beside him completely ignored Fei Hua's words. You two, are you still brothers? Fei Hua whispered. If you are brothers, let me go, she said softly, feeling trapped here, unable to do anything but speak. This is outrageous. Fei Wu and Fei Yu quickly covered Fei Hua's mouth. Fortunately, we were not discovered, Fei Wu said softly. But we have to change positions, he added as he and Fei Yu moved with the squirming Fei Hua. After moving 1,000 meters, the three settled down. Fei Hua twisted her body trying to shout, but no sound came out. He's fine, Fei Yu assured. If we let her go, then there will be trouble, Fei Wu said without looking back. What do we do? This waiting isn't going to work. Fei Yu leaned into Fei Hua's ear and said. Enough. Fei Wu covered his ears and said, what can we do? Just wait. Wait for what? Wait for the Wolf Guild. Do you see them now? Fei Wu gritted his teeth. I see them, Fei Yu said calmly. Where? I don't see them. Fei Wu hurriedly looked around. Let's switch places. 2 seconds later, listen, Fei Hua, do you want to find that woman? Fei Wu said kindly to the tied-up Fei Hua. Fei Hua frantically nodded her head. You forget your friends for beauty, Fei Wu thought. Look, the fairy sister is right there, captured by the Wolf Guild members. Woo. Upon hearing this, Fei Hua immediately froze, her eyes blankly staring at Fei Wu. What the hell is this? Fei Yu shouted beside her. Shh, quietly. Fei Wu whispered. Damn it, how can you treat our own brother like this? Fei Yu said, suddenly untying Fei Hua. Hey you. Fei Wu exclaimed, still astonished, not yet realizing what was happening, when Fei Hua suddenly dashed out. You bunch of bastards. What kind of skill is it to capture a girl? Come on, she shouted, running while raising her laser gun. She's gone mad again, Zhou Long muttered as he observed the scene from the grass, but I like it. This guy has gone crazy, the player wolf cub remarked, lying under a large tree, watching the crazed Fei Hua run in the distance. What is she shouting about? Asked a nearby guild member. Damn, bastard. Fei Hua's roar echoed. All right, should I take him out with one shot? Said a member of the wolf guild, raising his gun to aim. Boom, boom, boom. A few beams of laser shot out as Fei Hua, agile and swift, leaped forward, the lasers in front of him resembling a symphony performed in his eyes. Oh, ha ha ha. Fei Hua shouted while leaping forward with his laser gun. For the fairy sister, you can't hit me. He charged ahead, accelerating towards the erupting lasers. Crazy, Zhou Long said as he lay in the grass, watching Fei Hua's frantic behavior. I would never act like this for a woman in my life. This is simply madness. Advance, Fei Wu said as he picked up his gun and stood up. What? Fei Yu behind him also stood up, questioning, but not opposing Fei Hua's decision. The two followed closely behind Fei Hua, their laser guns gleaming, fully charged and ready to fire. Damn it, let's get him, Player Longzai shouted. Several subordinates beside him fired continuously, while the distant figure, as elusive as a flea, seemed to have extraordinarily good luck. If it weren't for him, how could there be such trouble? Player Longzai thought, turning back and saying, oh no. The player's Wang Dailong behind him had vanished without a trace. Damn it, fire. Player Longzai turned back and roared, hit hard for 3 minutes, then retreat. Blood was almost biting out of his mouth as Player Longzai wildly swept his laser gun. According to his plan, he was supposed to have enough people here. First, scout the map in the dark and eliminate all the players coming to level up. Then, when the main force of the Wolfpack Guild arrived, he would undoubtedly achieve great merit. However, player Zhuangdalong's actions had already disrupted his plan twice, and he could not afford to offend Zhuangdailong, as he was a relative of a potential investor. If he inadvertently offended him, faced with a choice between the investor and Longzai, Player Longzai knew without thinking what the answer from those bastards in the guild would be. Go. I'm not going. Player Longzai shouted reluctantly as a fierce assault had firmly suppressed the opponent, yet he had to retreat. Fei Hua shouted while holding the laser gun. What are you scared? Hand over the fairy sister. He chased after them once more. Advance, don't fire unless necessary, Zhou Long ordered through the onboard computer in his military uniform, thinking to himself. Why are they running when they were doing so well? Leaning against a tree with a laser gun in hand, tears glimmered in Wan Bing's eyes, though she would never admit it was because she was touched by Fei Hua's reckless actions. The wind felt a bit stronger today. She wore a black bodysuit, her full thighs clad in black boots with glimmering wheels that shone sharply. A round hat tilted on her head, and her loose long hair danced in the breeze. Watching the mutated minotaurs lurking not far away, Wan Bing slowly raised her laser gun. Sister, can you play with me? A childish voice rang out behind her. Wan Bing froze. After her mutation, very few could approach her without being noticed. Little brother, are you alone? Wan Bing turned to look at player Zhuangdailong, her laser gun also turning to face him. Looking at the seemingly innocent boy, Wan Bing smiled brightly. Wan Bing absolutely did not believe that the boy before her was ignorant. He was definitely a skilled player. But since he was pretending, she decided to play along. I have a few friends, but right now I'm alone, player Zhuangdailong cheerfully said. Is this a subtle expression of your power? Wan Bing thought to herself, saying, then why not find them to play with? A look of grievance immediately appeared on player Zhou Long's face as he softly replied, "They're no fun, too boring. They don't let me fight monsters either." "I see," Wan Bing said, her eyes shifting. "Let's play a game." "Sure." Player Zhou Long bounced in place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Player Zhou Long covered his eyes with both hands facing a big tree, slowly counting. He thought to himself, "I love hide and seek. Play with me, you'll make you die, pretend with me, and you'll be dead." Wan Bing said, using the speed granted by her mutation to leap out of the forest with mutated minotaurs all around. With swift movements, Wan Bing wielded her black laser sword, striking at the mutated minotaurs. If she didn't kill them with each strike, she would swiftly retreat, relying on her incredible speed. A large group of mutated minotaurs followed closely behind her, the laser fire intensifying. As she spotted an opening, Wan Bing jumped out, counting 15, 16, 17, and landed only to see player Zhou Long still counting. Boom, boom, boom. The lasers fired by the pursuing mutated minotaurs abruptly halted. "Sigh," Wan Bing sighed, feeling a pang of sympathy. "Who is it?" she heard a voice. Wan Bing picked up player Zhou Long and ran. "Damn it, in broad daylight, stealing my person." Player Longzai shouted as he rushed over, seeing Wan Bing bending down next to Zhou Long, and to his surprise, she was running away with him. "Chase!" Player Longzai shouted as he ran forward, raising his gun to shoot, and his subordinates followed. Boom, boom, boom. Just a few steps and several mutated minotaurs popped up from the tall grass beside them, firing wildly. "Damn it, shoot!" Boom, 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 whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind rushed past Wan Bing's ears. Carrying player Zhou Long on her back, she didn't slow down at all. Listening to the distant roar of Longzai and the intense gunfire, she wore a broad smile. At least 50 monsters had been lured over. Wan Bing could easily imagine the expression on player Longzai's face. "Ha ha ha." Player Zhou Long laughed, still on Wan Bing's back, watching Longzai's predicament. "What kind of little brat is this?" Wan Bing thought, her face darkening after running for nearly half an hour. She set player Zhou Long down, saying, "Little friend, this place isn't suitable for you to play in." She tried hard to put on a fierce expression. "No." Player Zhou Long yelled as he got up from the ground, looking at Wan Bing. "You," Wan Bing shouted, rubbing her hands together, staring at Zhou Long, who seemed to be intimidated by her gaze. He lowered his head in silence. "Kids are just kids," Wan Bing said, stepping away. Wan Bing ran towards the forest in front of her, pondering what could be inside there. Throughout the journey, her vigilance never wavered, relying on her superior insight. Wan Bing always felt as if someone was following her closely. If it weren't for her mutation, she wouldn't have been able to detect those faint sounds. Snap! Right there. Wan Bing thought, using her intuition to determine that the person was behind the dense foliage. To avoid alarming any nearby monsters, she stealthily reached for her waist. Oh no, Wan Bing's heart sank as she realized her laser sword was missing. Before she could regret it, she hurriedly turned the laser gun on her back. With a whoosh as Wan Bing turned her laser gun, she thought, it's too late. A laser sword emitting black light suddenly pierced through the thick leaves, aiming straight for her neck. With her eyes closed, Wan Bing felt nothing. Is this the feeling of death? She thought as she felt something soft and moist on her forehead, a strange sense of anticipation rising within her, as if she was expecting someone else with a laser sword. Wan Bing opened her eyes wide. Ha ha ha. Player Zhou Long was holding the laser sword in a very twisted angle, looking at her. "You?" Wan Bing exclaimed, her face flushing as she reached to snatch back her black laser sword. Whoosh. Ha ha ha. Player Zhou Long vanished into the dense branches. "Big sister, how's the little child? Can I still play?" Wan Bing walked forward, occasionally hearing player Zhou Long's voice around her. Wan Bing paid no mind, not angry, just occasionally checking her equipment to see if anything was missing, following the small path outside the dense forest. Every half hour she advanced, new monsters appeared, stronger minotaurs, and Wan Bing became increasingly cautious as some of these monsters had keen insight not inferior to her own. If Zhou Long had been nearby, he would have recognized from the map that this was already the 6th defensive line of the Fade clan. "Huh, big sister, you really don't want this." "Big sister, as long as you play with me, I'll give this back to you. Pretty big sister, please." The voice of Zhou Long echoed in her ears repeatedly. Wan Bing felt a mix of irritation and astonishment. How could a player who hadn't undergone mutations like him speak so loudly without being detected by monsters in this environment? In truth, Wan Bing misunderstood, as she thought the minotaurs were everywhere in the forest, which made her hesitant, while Zhou Long's childlike innocence caused him to toy with her. "What skills do you have other than hiding?" Perhaps frustrated, Wan Bing shouted. "If you can take anything from those monsters on the ground, I'll play with you, and you must return my laser sword." Not far in front of Wan Bing, 5 large minotaurs stood scattered. She didn't dare to go out easily. It was clear these monsters were aggressive and adept at detecting movement. As soon as Wan Bing finished speaking, perhaps because her voice was too loud, the minotaurs glanced this way, intentionally or unintentionally. "Little one, let's see how you die," Wan Bing said confidently. A gust of wind swept through. Wan Bing noticed the dense branches not far ahead, shaking violently. This ghostly spirit knows how to hide, she thought. Just as she prepared to move, she suddenly froze. On the ground outside the forest, the player's burrowing dragon had quietly emerged at some point, lying still on the ground, its little head watching her. You. Wan Bing was about to speak, but closed her mouth instead. The player's burrowing dragon seemed indifferent, grinning as it looked back at Wan Bing, then slowly began to move. The player's burrowing dragon lay there like a toad, gradually extending its hands and legs to crawl forward, while the 5 minotaurs nearby showed no reaction at all. Underestimating them, Wan Bing remarked as a loud bang echoed when one of the minotaurs fired a shot, nearly hitting the massive body of the player's burrowing dragon. Suddenly it froze. Perhaps feeling a hint of concern, Wan Bing raised the barrel of her laser gun, aiming at the minotaur. After a moment, the shooting minotaur did not approach. The high-level monsters are learning to test the waters, Wan Bing muttered, a bit surprised. If the intelligence of monsters continued to rise, it would become increasingly difficult for players to thrive in the game. Another case of map stealing. In another part of the forest, Zhou Long commented as the 1,000 devourer robots behind him moved slowly, having been spotted by the minotaurs along the way. Now only 900 remained. Congratulations to the player's devourer robots for improving their agility. This was good news for Zhou Long, and he of course recognized the enormous body on the ground. It was the corpse of the winged race, but larger than he had seen before, with noticeably more clothing on it. I just don't know, is it only a map? Zhou Long thought to himself as he raised his laser gun, just about to shoot, when suddenly 5 minotaurs were joined by a new creature. This creature was clearly much larger and resembled the one that had forced Zhou Long into the trench, except it was entirely yellow, standing only 15 meters tall, wielding a spear. The spear tip glinted with laser light. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Long immediately froze. If that yellow robot turned to chase the devourers behind him, would surely be obliterated. You don't know what's good for you, Zhou Long thought, observing the player crouched on the ground in the distance. He paused for a moment, then began to move again. Blind one, how could you possibly find me? Thought the player's burrowing dragon. Its limbs agilely maneuvered. Bang, bang, bang. The enormous minotaur seemed to sense something and approached the player's burrowing dragon. Not again. Zhou Long widened his eyes in astonishment. Of course, Wan Bing was equally surprised, watching the newly appeared minotaur step over the player's burrowing dragon, who was exploring the corpse of the winged race and fiercely thrusting its spear into the nearby woods. What kind of luck is this? Zhou Long tilted his head, noticing Wan Bing in the opposite forest, and at the same time Wan Bing looked over, a thought flashing through her mind. Wait, if there's a map, that could be bad for me. Sigh. Oh. Zhou Long regretted it in his heart. His body once again became motionless. Looking again at the yellow robot, it suddenly turned around, as if sensing something. The player's burrowing dragon remained still, watching Zhou Long crouched in the grass. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the defense line map. The player's burrowing dragon looked at the information that appeared, feeling a surge of joy, its face flushed, remaining completely still. Just as it obtained the map, the player's burrowing dragon noticed something. The monster that had just passed stood right in front of it, staring blankly at itself. At least it hasn't moved, thought the player's burrowing dragon, feeling its chest's breathing gradually calm. Perhaps a bit puzzled, the minotaur in front wondered why the player didn't flee. It was used to hard fighting with enemies or pursuing them, and in its pitiful brain, it could not comprehend this situation. Although it was confident in its perceptive abilities, it still frowned, lowered its body, and opened its nostrils for a deep sniff. This was the oldest and only method the minotaur could think of. As it inhaled and exhaled, the player's burrowing dragon noticed that its entire body was covered in unpleasant foul substances. Don't you dare! Zhou Long and Wan Bing thought simultaneously, their eyes meeting for a brief moment. I just came to take a look, no other intentions. Please, this is your planet after all. You can go wherever you want, it has nothing to do with me. You might need a guide. I don't need one. Aren't you going to charge a toll? Oh, good idea. Heavens. What is this? My innocence is ruined. The player drill ground dragon spun around as he yelled, looking at himself covered in filth, pointing at the yellow, bull-headed monster in front of him. The momentum even forced the bull-headed monster back a few steps. In that instant, Wan Bing and Zhou Long, hidden in the trees on either side, conveyed their thoughts through their expressions. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bull-headed monster, drill ground dragon, Wan Bing, and Zhou Long all froze, while a few small trees nearby shook violently. Run! Wan Bing shouted. This way, come to me. Zhou Long stood up simultaneously. I should go over there. Drill ground dragon looked at Wan Bing and Zhou Long, saying wah with a loud roar. The massive bull-headed creature erupted in a roar. The bullet, which had come from who knows where, struck its forehead. Its once yellow head had turned pitch black, and now it scanned the few people in front of it with its long-haired gaze. The small trees that had been shaking violently finally stilled. What's going on? The player wolf cub shouted, stepping out with his gun. Time seemed to pause for 2 seconds. It was him. He shot you. Zhou Long pointed at the bewildered wolf cub, abandoning his laser gun. Yes, it's him. Both Wan Bing and drill ground dragon pointed at the same time. Wah! The The enormous bull-headed monster's eyes turned red immediately, letting out a series of increasingly loud roars that even attracted 5 nearby, small bull-headed monsters. Gathering around, they roared in response. Wah! After that shout, the massive bull-headed creature charged at the player wolf cub, while the 5 small monsters flanked him from both sides. Heavens! Wolf Cub screamed as he turned and ran frantically away. Going against the Wild Wolf Guild, you won't end up well. Oh! Distantly, Wolf Cub's screams echoed. Come on! Zhou Long shouted, thinking himself quite cool. Friend, I can help you. No way! Drill Ground Dragon shouted as he turned around and hugged Wan Bing. But the identity of the boss cannot be known by anyone outside the guild, player Wu Dalong said grimly. Kill me if you must, it's no big deal. Ooh, I can always log in next time, Wan Bing said nonchalantly. Hee, I can make sure you never log out again, player Wu Dalong said, stepping forward and speaking in a low voice. Player Wu Dalong hummed. As if sensing something unusual, he rushed over and pulled Drill Ground Dragon, shouting, friend, come out. If Wan Bing was a beauty, then the person who appeared now could not be described as beautiful. The aura they exuded was enough to make any man feel both intrigued and respectful. As soon as Wu Dalong finished speaking, several women suddenly appeared around them holding laser guns aimed at the group. They seemed to have been standing there for a long time, making it impossible to gauge their speed. The leader among the players stepped forward. Unlike the female players, he wore a flowing white robe that danced in the breeze. Every step he took resembled a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. He quietly approached player Wu Dalong and gently said, get lost. The angles of the female players behind had firmly trapped Wu Dalong's group, and the glowing laser guns indicated that their energy was fully charged. Go! Player Wu Dalong gritted his teeth and said. Taking Drill Ground Dragon and his subordinates, he turned and left. Whoosh! The bound Wan Bing, as soon as the ropes fell, turned to leave. Old sister, we haven't even said hello, Manhwa said, putting away the knife in her hand. The people behind her aimed their guns outside. She paused her movements. Should I thank you? To repay you? Wan Bing turned around, organizing her belongings. As long as you rejoin its wave, Manhwa said. If other players heard this, they would agree without hesitation, simply because the speaker was Manhwa, the vice president of the Manhwa Guild, a renowned beauty guild in China. Players who could join the guild had first-rate figures and faces. How many people would crowd to get in? The influence of the Manhwa Guild was not to be underestimated, and it was rumored that the guild's headquarters was in Wenzhou, Zhejiang. The core players in the guild with their wealth and powerful backgrounds needed no introduction. It was said that the previous Wenzhou real estate group had stirred up the online gaming scene because of the Manhwa Guild, which led to a rapid development of online games. At the same time, it resulted in the downfall of certain games. Looking at Manhwa, who always exuded a charming gaze, Wan Bing said, one day, I will personally bring down the Manhwa Guild. Do you hate her that much? Manhwa asked, hands on her hips, showing no decorum as she tucked her hair. Not at all. I certainly don't hate her, it's just my goal, Wan Bing said as she walked, disappearing from Mingyu's sight with a few swift movements. Boss, who is she? So ungrateful, player Red Spider said, walking over with her laser gun aimed forward. If Wan Bing is the ice beauty, Manhwa is the shy flower, then player Red Spider is a fairy. Although she wore military attire, she exuded an aura that would make any man jump up and ignite a desire to conquer. Smack! Manhwa turned and slapped her. Some people are beyond your reach. Yes, player Red Spider said, lowering her head as she retreated, showing no discomfort on her face. Looking at Manhwa, Red Spider thought, he'll get back at you sooner or later. 3 months ago, Red Spider met a man in a bar. At that time, she was dancing seductively in the bar, using her dance skills honed since childhood to captivate all the men present. One of the men walked straight up to her, revealing a rare diamond. However, no romantic occurrence followed. The next day, the man sent her a gaming pod, and Red Spider began her gaming career. Maybe I was enchanted by that man, or rather by the diamond, Red Spider often thought. Crawling slowly through the grass, player Wolf Cub miraculously dodged the deadly attack from the bull-headed monster, while his companions behind him were taken down, dissipating into mist. Looking up, player Wolf Cub saw the flying machine not far away, hesitating in his heart. His subordinates had all been wiped out, and the monster hunting area he had captured was lost. While evading the bull-headed monster, Wolf Cub also noticed that many players were already fighting monsters in that area. But that wasn't the most important thing. What mattered was the disappearance of Drill Ground Dragon, who was the financial backer for the Wild Wolf Guild. Hawk! Wolf Cub spat out the grass he had been chewing. The bull-headed monster's keen sense of smell had been experienced by player Wolf Cub. In order to evade attacks, he dodged everywhere, watching as the flying machine drew ever closer. Player Wolf Cub slowly stood up, advancing step by step. Great! Wolf Cub exclaimed, looking at the sky, where 3 more flying machines appeared overhead. On his home planet Earth, Wolf Cub had seen these flying machines before. Perhaps there's a glimmer of hope, he murmured, crawling toward his flying machine to send a signal. The methods of punishing members in the Wild Wolf Guild are not as lightly described as in the guild introduction. Only those who have just joined the guild know this, as the guild always needs some lackeys. Wolf Cub had been in the Wild Wolf Guild for some time and understood its internal rules. "Boss, you have to stand up for me," player Wolf Cub cried out, looking at the hefty lion in front of him. With an expression of indecision after listening to Wolf Cub's report, the hefty lion showed almost no reaction, while the 30 guild members behind him didn't even glance at Wolf Cub. "What's the matter? This isn't a big deal," the hefty lion said dismissively. "Really?" Wolf Cub asked softly, his face full of surprise. "Wolf Cub, your registered home address when you joined the guild is correct, right?" the hefty lion said, waving his hand to signal the people behind to be on guard. "Correct," Wolf Cub replied dully. As the saying goes, a group, an organization, a country, all need rules. Without rules, nothing can be established, the hefty lion said, shaking his head. Wolf Cub nodded vigorously. Everyone who joined the Wild Wolf Guild like him had submitted their real home addresses and information. In real life, they had all met with someone from the Wild Wolf Guild. Only in this way could they be considered official members of the Wild Wolf Guild. Originally, this wasn't a big deal, but during the meeting, Wolf Cub also saw a copy of the internal punishment regulations of the Wild Wolf Guild. There are over 300 rules, starting with 1. Do not say what should not be said. 2. Do not ask what should not be asked. 3. Do not do what should not be done. 4. Do not write what should not be written. 5. Do not look at what should not be looked at. Those who speak will have their tongues cut out. Those who ask will be slapped. Those who write will have their hands chopped off. And those who look will have their eyes gouged out. This is the lightest consequence. Thinking of those 300 rules, the Wolf Cub felt a shiver of fear. "Ha ha," the plump lion chuckled amiably and said, "Disconnect and cut off your left pinky. If you want to move, the friends in the guild will greet your family one by one." "All right. Thank you, boss. I, the Wolf Cub, will follow you for life." With that, the Wolf Cub vanished on the spot. "Very good," the plump lion replied, momentarily startled, then turned to the surrounding players and said, "Let's take back our territory." In the gaming pod, Wang Guy stepped out, his face weary. It was a small room, and on the other side of the left wall lived Wan Qing, who was also battling in the game. On the right wall lived Xiao Huang, who had gone mad and entered a mental hospital as merely a cover. Wang Guy himself found all these changes unbelievable. After retiring from the army, Wang Guy returned to his hometown, and by some strange twist of fate ended up in the police station. Not long after, he became an intern detective paired with the beautiful Wan Qing. Just half a year ago, during a city meeting after drinking tea from a new colleague, Wang Guy started convulsing and rolling on the conference floor after half an hour. His colleagues were shocked, and the leaders were even more astonished. After being rushed to the hospital, a blood test confirmed Wang Guy was positive, meaning he had done something no policeman should do. The leaders were furious, colleagues were regretful, and ultimately Wang Guy was kicked out. "It was my colleague who gave me the tea." This was Wang Guy's last complaint in the station, but regrettably that colleague died in a car accident the next day. Wan Qing also protested, but was expelled from the team. Days later, in a fit of rage, Wang Guy didn't go home, but wandered the streets of Jianghan City, drinking with cars rushing by. Faced with the traffic, Wang Guy felt he might leap into it at any moment. At that moment, Wan Qing found Wang Guy. This was all arranged from above. The two were to enter the game. Wang Guy, having the cleanest background, was assigned the task of joining a designated guild, the Wild Wolf Guild. In the game named Wolf Cub, at this moment their identities were distant relatives of Xiao Huang. Leaning against the door, Wang Guy contemplated, "Do I really have to cut my finger? I was a famous combat champion in the army. If my old squad leader found out I was cutting fingers to play, he would surely come charging out from the barracks." With a creak, "What's up, handsome?" As the door opened, Wan Qing stepped out from her room, standing in the living room in a white nightgown that accentuated her alluring figure. A faint body fragrance lingered in the air. "Worth it," Wang Guy thought after catching a whiff, bypassing Wan Qing and heading straight for the kitchen. Bang! "Ah!" Wang Guy clutched his hand, blood streaming. "What are you doing, you fool?" Wan Qing rushed over to bandage him. "No way." As they were busy, Xiao Huang shouted from the kitchen door, "Didn't you say it was fine?" Saying this, Xiao Huang turned and ran. "Hey!" Wan Qing shouted. "You go chase him." Wang Guy gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Half an hour later, in the living room, the three of them faced each other. "Your finger needs to go to the hospital for surgery tomorrow afternoon. Fortunately, someone from the Wild Wolf Guild will come to verify your situation early tomorrow morning," Wan Qing said, clicking on the communicator on her ear. She had just finished communicating with her superior and learned about the Wild Wolf Guild's operational patterns. "I'm scared. I want to find my master." Xiao Huang shivered all over. "What kind of nonsense master is that?" Wang Guy gritted his teeth and endured the pain. "It'll be fine very soon." Wan Qing gazed out at the brightly lit buildings which housed Zhou Long's company. For the sake of benefits in the game, people kill and set fires, and of course no one cares. Bringing grievances from the game to resolve in real life, while it does happen, the Wild Wolf Guild has gone too far. For decades, due to interest in the game, the Wild Wolf Guild has done countless things in real life. The authorities have deployed many undercover agents, but ultimately failed to capture evidence of the Wild Wolf Guild's crimes. Now there are finally signs of legal amendments, and it seems the Wild Wolf Guild has offended powerful figures. While investigating the case of Xiao Huang's father's accidental fall, Wan Qing accepted this task assigned by her superior, gathering evidence to destroy the Wild Wolf Guild once and for all, and the superior, who just informed Wan Qing, said that there was now a whistleblower within the Wild Wolf Guild willing to provide clues. After a night of turmoil, the three fell into a deep sleep. Bang, bang, bang. Lying in the grass all night, Zhou Long deeply regretted it. Watching the distant players fighting monsters, seeing their joyful expressions made Zhou Long feel displeased. Is the Wild Wolf Guild made of softies, hey? Zhou Long was waiting for an opportunity, a chance to charge admission, but he didn't want to incite public anger. That would be troublesome. This planet belonged to Zhou Long, and he had the authority to drive these people away. However, doing so would only offend the majority, so Zhou Long needed someone to take charge. When most players became furious, he could then make his appearance. At that time, leading his Devourer robots under the pretext of being the planet's master, he could control access to the monster respawn area, facing minimal resistance, without causing much resentment. In fact, after being bullied by the Wild Wolf Guild, players would hope someone would do so. Zhou Long thought, envisioning the scene of money coming in. You want act Wild Wolf Guild? Zhou Long remarked as the sun began to rise. Just as the players excitedly killed monsters, boom, boom, boom. Dozens of explosions erupted and countless lasers shot out. The exhausted players from the night of leveling quickly reacted. Although they did not know each other, they all recognized that someone was taking over the area. Several hundred players were clearly caught off guard, or perhaps the ambushers were quite experienced, as they instantly wiped out around 200 players, and the rest quickly gathered together. It's fine, they're not many. Brothers, let's go. A Sharpie player in the group shouted. Members of the Wild Wolf Guild walked out of the nearby forest without a word and immediately opened fire again. Boom, boom, boom. Bastards. There's a mole. The gathered players were the first to explode in chaos. They are the Wild Wolf Guild. Oh, I've seen them do this before, someone shouted, and the players who were fighting monsters lost their resolve. Most of the crowd lowered their heads and ran, but a few resisted, including some familiar to Zhou Long. Wild Wolf, come and taste my laser, you bastard. Tang Jige shouted as he crouched down, pulling the trigger. Uncle, I'll help you. Hong Lang shouted, standing beside Tang Jige to form an angle. Go. Fei Wu shouted as he and Fei Yu and Fei Hua sprang out, raising their guns to shoot. There were only about 30 members of the Wild Wolf Guild, but relying on their rich experience and skilled teamwork, their explosive firepower temporarily halted the players. Why are you running? If you run, you'll only die. The Wild Wolf won't let you go. Tang Jige shouted back. Perhaps the counterattack from a few had an effect as retreating players slowly began to regroup. Don't. Keep a distance of 3 meters. Tang Jige shouted as he watched the players getting ready to cluster together. Bang, bang, bang. The gathered team exploded again, and the remaining players fled without looking back. However, what awaited them was the lasers from teammates behind, all undercover agents planted by the Wild Wolf Guild, just waiting for dawn to attack. Kill them. Retreat. Tang Jige grunted, rolling on the ground with his gun. The spot where they had just fought was immediately swept by lasers. Oh, uncle. The player who got hit cried out, lying on the ground. Several laser guns were aimed at their heads as Tang Jige, Hong Lang, and Fei Rin, along with some players, were all captured, surrounded by members of the Wild Wolf Guild. Friends watching the show, come out. The plump lion approached, shouting to the surroundings. What the hell? I'm not calling you. Zhou Long thought, his body tensed, yet still not getting up. If you don't come out, don't blame me. The plump lion shouted to the sky, seemingly waiting for someone. Brother Fei, how's it going? A voice unexpectedly emerged from behind the Wild Wolf Guild members. They immediately turned their guns around. Wu Dalu, are you also here to mess with the monsters? What are you doing? This is a friend from the Thieves Guild. Move your guns aside, the plump lion said. Hee. Player Wu Dalu said without looking at the surrounding guns. Isn't the game just a place to level up? The plump lion responded, stretching his voice. This new brother looks familiar, isn't this? The plump lion shouted as he walked behind Wu Dalu. Why are you following them, Earth Drill Dragon? What do you mean? He is my boss now. Wu Dalu said loudly. Oh, I see, the plump lion said casually. We wild wolves still have some business to attend to, you all carry on. Sure thing, Wu Dalu thought. Let's hurry up and leave. Watch out, brother Wu. A crisp voice rang out, and at the same time, boom, boom, boom. The surrounding members of the Wild Wolf Guild opened fire. Are you kidding me? Steal people from my Wild Wolf Guild. The plump lion shouted at the mist in the air. Earth Drill Dragon watched as several people turned into mist, then saw the plump lion's amiable smile, and walked over. Sister from the Manhwa Guild, come down, and have some fun, the plump lion shouted, raising his left hand in a knife shape. 3 people emerged from a distance, and Manhwa Guild leader Manhwa shouted, You guys come up. All right. The plump lion shouted, about to wave down. Wild Wolf, I curse your mother. Damn Wild Wolf Guild, all trash. A bunch of bastards. The captured players suddenly realized their fate. They shouted frantically, cursing. A gust of wind swept through. Wan Bing noticed the dense branches not far ahead, shaking violently. This ghostly spirit knows how to hide, she thought, just as she prepared to move, she suddenly froze. On the ground outside the forest, the player's burrowing dragon had quietly emerged at some point, lying still on the ground, its little head watching her. You. Wan Bing was about to speak, but closed her mouth instead. The player's burrowing dragon seemed indifferent, grinning as it looked back at Wan Bing, then slowly began to move. The player's burrowing dragon lay there like a toad, gradually extending its hands and legs to crawl forward, while the 5 minotaurs nearby showed no reaction at all. Underestimating them, Wan Bing remarked as a loud bang echoed when one of the minotaurs fired a shot, nearly hitting the massive body of the player's burrowing dragon. Suddenly it froze. Perhaps feeling a hint of concern, Wan Bing raised the barrel of her laser gun, aiming at the minotaur. After a moment, the shooting minotaur did not approach. The high-level monsters are learning to test the waters, Wan Bing muttered, a bit surprised. If the intelligence of monsters continued to rise, it would become increasingly difficult for players to thrive in the game. Another case of map stealing. In another part of the forest, Zhou Long commented as the 1,000 devourer robots behind him moved slowly, having been spotted by the minotaurs along the way. Now only 900 remained. Congratulations to the player's devourer robots for improving their agility. This was good news for Zhou Long, and he of course recognized the enormous body on the ground. It was the corpse of the winged race, but larger than he had seen before, with noticeably more clothing on it. I just don't know, is it only a map? Zhou Long thought to himself as he raised his laser gun, just about to shoot, when suddenly 5 minotaurs were joined by a new creature. This creature was clearly much larger and resembled the one that had forced Zhou Long into the trench, except it was entirely yellow, standing only 15 meters tall, wielding a spear. The spear tip glinted with laser light. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Long immediately froze. If that yellow robot turned to chase the devourers behind him, would surely be obliterated. You don't know what's good for you, Zhou Long thought, observing the player crouched on the ground in the distance. He paused for a moment, then began to move again. Blind one, how could you possibly find me? Thought the player's burrowing dragon. Its limbs agilely maneuvered. Bang, bang, bang. The enormous minotaur seemed to sense something and approached the player's burrowing dragon. Not again. Zhou Long widened his eyes in astonishment. Of course, Wan Bing was equally surprised, watching the newly appeared minotaur step over the player's burrowing dragon, who was exploring the corpse of the winged race and fiercely thrusting its spear into the nearby woods. What kind of luck is this? Zhou Long tilted his head, noticing Wan Bing in the opposite forest, and at the same time Wan Bing looked over, a thought flashing through her mind. Wait, if there's a map, that could be bad for me. Sigh. Oh. Zhou Long regretted it in his heart. His body once again became motionless. Looking again at the yellow robot, it suddenly turned around, as if sensing something. The player's burrowing dragon remained still, watching Zhou Long crouched in the grass. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the defense line map. The player's burrowing dragon looked at the information that appeared, feeling a surge of joy, its face flushed, remaining completely still. Just as it obtained the map, the player's burrowing dragon noticed something. The monster that had just passed stood right in front of it, staring blankly at itself. At least it hasn't moved, thought the player's burrowing dragon, feeling its chest's breathing gradually calm. Perhaps a bit puzzled, the minotaur in front wondered why the player didn't flee. It was used to hard fighting with enemies or pursuing them, and in its pitiful brain, it could not comprehend this situation. Although it was confident in its perceptive abilities, it still frowned, lowered its body, and opened its nostrils for a deep sniff. This was the oldest and only method the minotaur could think of. As it inhaled and exhaled, the player's burrowing dragon noticed that its entire body was covered in unpleasant foul substances. Don't you dare! Zhou Long and Wan Bing thought simultaneously, their eyes meeting for a brief moment. Cold hands caressed Zhou Long's nape. I am Hong Zhizhu, the woman said, her fingers tangled in Zhou Long's hair, while her nimble tongue attempted to pry open his tightly closed lips. What do you want? Zhou Long quickly shut his mouth, a thought flashing through his mind. Flattery without reason is either deceit or theft, he reassured himself, confident in his resolve. Oh. In the next moment, those alluring red lips pressed tightly against her agile tongue, prying open Zhou Long's teeth. Paw. Player Hong Zhizhu spat to the side in disgust. Sliding down from Zhou Long, she extended a finger to gag herself. How long has it been since you brushed your teeth? Player Hong Zhizhu said, while gagging. Every day, but in the game. Zhou Long replied blankly, I've never brushed. Ugh. Half an hour later. Player Hong Zhizhu sat elegantly on the bed in Zhou Long's control room. You are the representative of the manhwa guild, Zhou Long said, standing beside her. Yes, Player Hong Zhizhu replied nonchalantly. The enchanting woman from earlier seemed to have vanished. Then why don't you go level up? Zhou Long leaned against the control room door. I'm a girl who I need a place to stay, Player Hong Zhizhu replied. She kept glancing around at the furnishings as if it were a privilege of a beautiful girl. Hee hee, Zhou Long chuckled and walked over, asking, how much do you plan to pay? What? Player Hong Zhizhu said with surprise. If it were any other player, knowing a member of the manhwa guild was staying at their base, would have them setting off firecrackers, something they would beg for, not to mention money. Seeing the look in Zhou Long's eyes which resembled that of a landlord player, Hong Jiju felt uncomfortable. She suddenly stood up and walked toward the door. Beautiful, come to me. I just bought a house in the village outside, you can rest there. If you want to level up and hunt monsters, come find me, he added. Beautiful. As soon as she stepped outside, player Hong Jiju was surrounded by players observing the control room, all vying to offer their services. Any frustration, she had vanished in an instant. Previously, when Zhou Long eliminated the Wild Wolf Guild, player Hong Jiju was ordered by Vice President manhwa to stay behind, while she led a few subordinates deeper into the forest. Xiaobai, there are many people at the base now. Take the Devourers and keep an eye on them. Bring everyone to the village next to the base. I'm logging off, Zhou Long said, clicking away. Yes, sir. Xiaobai responded, looking at the players scattered around the base. He had long wanted to take action. With Zhou Long's command, Xiaobai tapped on the display in his hand, and the nearby Devourers immediately raised their guns, shouting to the players in the base, please maintain order, as they approached. Zhou Long stepped out of the game pod. Damn it, it's 7:55, he muttered as he began a quick wash-up, contemplating what to eat for breakfast. The meeting starts at 8. The alarm clock on the table chimed with the message from Silver Sword. Another meeting? How many meetings do we have every day? Zhou Long said as he quickly finished washing his face. 5 minutes later, Zhou Long appeared in the conference room. Everyone except him had arrived early. Zhang Ming, Zhang Li, and Zhang Hua sat like statues, silent, yet their eyes all fixed on the incoming Zhou Long. What's going on? Zhou Long whispered to the nearby Huang Pengzi as he sat down. I don't know, Huang Pengzi replied, his eyes glued to Wanru, saying, don't you know? Zhou Long looked at the side where Xia Dai was also watching him. Looking around, Zhou Long noticed that someone he had hired yesterday was already sitting next to Silver Sword. Let me introduce everyone. This is our new member, Mr. Lu Ziqiao. He is a newcomer. Silver Sword raised his hand and introduced. Clap, clap, clap. The crowd applauded in unison. I am still a newcomer. If there are any questions, please guide me. Also, everyone, please note that I have Bohemian deep-sea refining products from a high-end French biopharmaceutical company, the Giant God Awakening Pill, which enhances fitness and mental clarity. It can rejuvenate your skin by 10 years. Being 20 is no longer a dream. A bottle is only $3.88. Lu Ziqiao stood up and smiled at everyone. Then, under the stern gaze of Silver Sword, he sat back down. This is true, boss, Lu Ziqiao said solemnly to Silver Sword, who listened to his words. Excluding Silver Sword, Zhang Ming, Zhang Li, Zhang Hua, Huang Pengzi, Xia Dai, and Wanru all looked at Zhou Long with cold expressions. It was clear that they all knew this person was brought in by Zhou Long. Oh, Zhou Long chuckled. He really is a newcomer. Such newcomers should belong to us, Zhang Ming said slowly without averting his gaze. It seemed that he considered himself an authority. Although there were no written rules in the company, there were still customary practices among players. Generally, newcomers were chosen by higher-level seniors first. Why? He isn't someone you found, so why do you get to choose first? Wanru said, looking quite angry, while Huang Pengzi hurried over to say something. Little girl, these are the rules, Zhang Ming said lightly. Next to him, Zhang Li and Zhang Hua wore victorious expressions. What rules? Wanru said. As long as there are no formal regulations from the company, it doesn't count, she added, pushing Huang Pengzi, who had come over aside, pouting. That's true, Huang Pengzi said quietly, seeing the gaze from Silver Sword. His voice fell silent. If you're capable, go find one too, Xia Dai yelled. After saying this, she glanced at Lu Ziqiao and asked, is this thing useful? Of course it is useful, only $3.88. I'll give you a discount, Lu Ziqiao quickly chimed in. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Silver Sword coughed, shooting a glare at Lu Ziqiao. Last time I didn't get the assistant I wanted. There should be some rules this time, Zhang Ming said, looking at Zhou Long and the others, his eyes squinting. What rules? Rules are made by people, Wanru interjected. Little girl, don't speak recklessly, Zhang Li shouted, slamming the table. Who are you talking about? Huang Pengzi said, standing up. What do you want to do? Zhang Hua stood up in a flash and shouted. Wow, bullying. Wanru closed her eyes and screamed with her mouth wide open. Everyone quiet. Silver Sword raised both hands and hurriedly said. Everyone shut the hell up. Xia Dai said, slamming her hands on the table, causing a crack to appear from the center of the table. Silence fell. Zhang Ming, Zhang Li, and Zhang Hua all sat down, legs crossed, staring at Silver Sword. At this moment, Silver Sword indeed looked terrified as he gazed at Xia Dai. What does this little girl want to do? Silver Sword thought, casting a glance at Lu Ziqiao. I want to team up with the beautiful lady, Lu Ziqiao said blandly. Take care, Zhang Ming said as he stood up and walked out of the conference room, followed by Zhang Li and Zhang Hua. Oh my god. Zhou Long sat there in silence, suddenly feeling that life wasn't as beautiful anymore. What's a newcomer worth fighting over? Zhou Long thought, these people. His heart felt shattered. Zhou Long certainly understood the unspoken rules among players. He brought this person in hoping Zhang Ming and his two companions would take him away. Watching Xia Dai and the others argue, Zhou Long didn't want to say anything, but Huang Pengzi was meddling too, making him feel a bit dizzy. Zhou Long could sense how pleased Zhang Ming and the others were when they walked out. If they truly wanted Lu Ziqiao, it would be a disaster. Very well, Zhou Long, you are the deputy team leader, and this person was brought in by you. You two work well together, Silver Sword said with a smile as he walked out. You all want this thing. You are something else, Zhou Long said, propping his head with his hands and rubbing his hair. Isn't it better to have more things in hand? Wanru said, pouting at Zhou Long. Exactly, we are fighting over it, because we saw that you brought him back. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xia Dai said, rubbing her palms together. Huang Pengzi naturally fell asleep. What should we do about this thing? Zhou Long raised his head and suddenly felt a discomfort, as if something was shaking in his heart, as though his heart was being tugged at. Beautiful lady, your complexion is really lovely, but it's the best face I've ever seen, Lu Ziqiao said, sitting beside Xia Dai, without her noticing, saying softly, a beautiful lattice skin needs to be cared for. You little rascal, keep talking. Xia Dai's previously unpleasant expression softened considerably. Actually, I'm not a rascal, Lu Ziqiao said. I mean, let me reintroduce myself. I am Lu Ziqiao, not a rascal. You? Zhou Long said as he lunged forward. Calm down, calm down. Huang Pengzi behind him hugged Zhou Long, saying. Then look at mine, Wanru said, jumping over and touching her face. Sorry, I can't see any problems, Lu Ziqiao said, spreading his hands. It's too perfect. Damn, Huang Pengzi shouted at the sight and ran over. You calm down too. Zhou Long turned around and said, look at mine. Turning back, the two sat down again. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Zhou Long coughed, clapping his hands on the table. Mr. Lu Ziqiao, come here for a moment, Zhou Long called in a low, deep voice. That thing, come here. Wanru and Xia Dai turned to Zhou Long, saying, he is not a thing, his name is Lu Ziqiao. With his eyes calming Wanru and Xia Dai, Lu Ziqiao coldly glanced at Zhou Long, slowly walking over, his expression serious, as he said, Deputy Team Leader, you don't look well, your appetite isn't good either, right? After Lu Ziqiao finished speaking, he turned to Huang Pengzi, his expression even more serious, saying, your appetites must not be good either, right? How do you know? Huang Pengzi exclaimed in surprise. Welcome to the team, Lu Ziqiao, Zhou Long said slowly. Outside the company, Zhou Long sat beside a noodle stall holding hot, dry noodles ready to feed himself. Hey, mister. Zhou Long, is this all you're eating? Lu Ziqiao looked at the bowl on the table with disdain. Just a moment ago, Zhou Long suddenly decided to invite everyone for breakfast. There wasn't much to discuss. The only issue was who would join Lu Ziqiao in playing the game. What do you have any objections? This remark wasn't made by Zhou Long. Lu Ziqiao turned to look at the source of the voice. It was Boss Wang, who had escaped when Zhou Long was questioned that night, now looking over with a frying pan in hand. Nothing much, ha ha ha, Lu Ziqiao said. The taste is quite good. Boss'll have a bowl too, just like him. Huang Pizzi, Xia Dai, Wanru. Zhou Long pointed at the few people across from the noodle stall after finishing a mouthful of noodles. Good names. Lu Ziqiao surveyed the three in front of the noodles, but his gaze was firmly locked on one person. Huang Pizzi, he's all yours, Zhou Long said, looking up. Why? Huang Pizzi said, looking wronged. PFF. Zhou Long, chewing the hot, dry noodles, saw three people walking from a distance, and he sprayed out a mouthful of noodles. Huang Pizzi was unfortunately hit, while Xia Dai quickly changed tables. Sister, Wanru called out as she turned around and ran over. Wan Qing was dressed in a pure white dress, wearing gray long shoes with long flowing hair. So beautiful, Zhou Long, Lu Ziqiao, and Huang Pizzi exclaimed simultaneously, while Boss Wang, standing nearby, had his hands wrapped in bandages. Isn't he crazy? Zhou Long said, surprised. The appearance of Xiao Huang beside him was the reason Zhou Long spat out his noodles. What do you miss him? Huang Pizzi said, wiping the remnants of noodles off his body. Go to hell, Zhou Long said, continuing to pull noodles from the bowl, sipping soy milk, yet his eyes were fixed ahead, where Wanru had run off to speak to Wan Qing. Her originally bright smile had suddenly vanished, and she occasionally glanced back. Wan Qing walked over, linking arms with Boss Wang, while Wanru followed Xiao Huang, talking about something as they approached. Hello, Wan Qing said as she sat down, still holding on to Boss Wang, and ordered 3 bowls of noodles. Officer Wan, Zhou Long tentatively said, his arm having been bumped by Xia Dai, who had sat down unbeknownst to him. We're no longer that. I hope you won't bring up the past anymore. After Wan Qing finished speaking like a wife, she straightened Boss Wang's collar. Does your company still need people, eh? Boss Wang said, taking a mouthful of noodles, his left hand wrapped in bandages with some bloodstains. Zhou Long looked and said, there should be. Watching the expressions of those around him, Zhou Long initially thought it wasn't necessary, but seeing Wanru's starry-eyed gaze, he said yes. It's just that the treatment. Zhou Long hadn't finished speaking when Boss Wang interjected, the treatment is not an issue as long as you still need people. He explained the story that had already been concocted. Beside the noodle stall, a black commercial vehicle slowly came to a stop in the distance. The windows were tinted black and passers-by couldn't see what was inside. At this moment, a young man was holding a camera, closely filming the few people at the noodle stall. Number 1, I've caught up, the young man said, raising his hand to touch his ear. What, not close enough? The young man said with a look of frustration. All right, tomorrow I'll buy that noodle stall. Will the expenses be reimbursed? As soon as the young man finished speaking, there was no sound in his ear. All right, Always be a loyal guardian, the young man said, turning back to open the box in front of him. After a while, a listless middle-aged man appeared in the car. That's too much, Zhou Long shouted after hearing the story, and everyone around looked over. Their expressions seemed to say, why are you so anxious when no one has mentioned you? Don't worry, you'll go back and tell the leader as long as he agrees, Zhou Long hurriedly said, finishing the remaining noodles and gulping down soy milk. Zhou Long thought to himself, after all, it's about Yin Jin now, I won't bother with all that. I should go with you, Boss Wong said slowly, his expression lacking any sense of losing a job. As the music played, Boss Wong skillfully took out his phone from his waist. It was about the size of a lighter, and Boss Wong was using the new version. Zhou Long looked at his hand and thought, the police salary is still quite decent. Okay, I'm right here at the noodle stall, Boss Wong said after hanging up and turned to Wan Qing. He's coming. Although they were speaking sweet nothings, it seemed like a subordinate reporting to a superior in the eyes of those around. Really, where is he? Wan Qing said softly, her face filled with anxiety. The observer from the Wolf Guild is coming. If he doesn't hurry, Boss Wong's chance will be smaller. Wan Qing thought, her face anxious, but to others this expression seemed like that of a devoted wife. All you know is eating. Wanru looked at her sister and suddenly turned back to Huang Pizzi, exclaiming as she pinched him. Ow off! Huang Pizzi shouted, shrinking his body and saying, is there something wrong with eating? Humph! Wanru snorted softly and turned her head away. Huang Pizzi hurriedly put down his chopsticks and tried to appease her. Boom boom boom. With the roar of a motor, a brand new blue motorcycle appeared. Although at first glance it wasn't a new model, the pristine condition indicated that its owner took great care of and maintained it. It stopped right behind Boss Wong. I bet 100 yuan it's a beauty, Lu Ziqiao said to Zhou Long. You're sure? Zhou Long replied, observing the scene before him. As the blue motorcycle came to a halt, the rider, dressed in a tight blue suit with the name Schumacher on the upper arm, had a slender, yet curvaceous figure that effortlessly rode the large motorcycle. Gently getting off the motorcycle, the person glanced at Wang Gai wearing a helmet and swiftly grabbed Wang Gai's left hand, directly unwrapping the bandage. Too much. Wan Ru shouted angrily, ready to stand up, but was restrained by Wan Qing. Look carefully, Wang Gai shouted in pain, his missing pinky finger receiving only a cursory glance from Zhou Long and the others. $500 it's a man, Lu Ziqiao quickly added. Then I bet it's a beauty, Zhou Long said, covering his face. The bloody scene was enough to turn one's stomach. Perhaps due to poor visibility, the newcomer took off the helmet and pulled out a camera from her bosom, taking pictures of Wang Gai's finger and full body from 3 different angles. Pay up, it's a beauty, Zhou Long said to Lu Ziqiao as the helmet was removed, revealing tousled hair and a striking face. The intense focus in her eyes on Wang Gai's severed finger combined with her innate wildness was enough to captivate any man. My name is Gulang, this is my contact information, and I will inform the guild about your situation immediately, the woman said, throwing the business card onto the table before speeding away on her motorcycle. Sister, what's going on with you all? Our family. Wanru seemed about to say something, but was stopped by Wan Qing raising her hand. This has nothing to do with the family. We'll come back tonight to meet the company boss, Wan Qing said, pulling Wang Gai up to leave with Xiao Huang following suit. All right, Zhou Long said under the murderous gazes of those around him. What else could he say? Let's gather again tonight, Zhou said, preparing to stand up. Hey, Xia Dai shouted. What? Zhou Long replied, still not having left, when Xia Dai pressed him down with her hand. It's my treat, Xia Dai said, then ran inside the company with the others. Are you kidding? I seem to be the vice team leader of the company, shouldn't it be you treating? Zhou Long said, helplessly pulling out change from his pocket, about to hand it over. Hey, robbery. You can't rob like this, Zhou Long shouted, looking at a middle-aged man in front of him who appeared lethargic but moved quite agilely. Old Wang's stall has already been sold to me. My surname is Zhou, the middle-aged man said, raising his hand. All right. Zhou Long glanced around and handed over the money, asking, how's the late-night snack you're making tonight? Guaranteed satisfaction, Boss Zhou said with a smile, counting the money in his hand. These days everything can be exchanged, even a ticket can come to play games, Zhou Long muttered as he turned and walked into the company building. At the very moment Zhou Long turned around, Boss Zhou's previously lifeless eyes suddenly became spirited, but it was just for an instant. Damn it, I still have to guard the stall, Boss Zhou muttered, turning back towards the food stall. Back in the room, Zhou Long fell asleep, immediately feeling that something was wrong with his body, yet unable to articulate what it was. Why am I still so sleepy after taking the pills? It shouldn't be like this, Zhou Long murmured as he turned into bed. In a daze, Zhou Long felt he was sleeping very soundly, and even had a wonderfully warm dream in which he became the most powerful man in this world, slaying gods and demons. In the end, Zhou Long found the long-hidden silver sword just about to unleash a lethal strike, when the alarm rang and Silver Sword's voice echoed, Zhou Long, come to my office for a moment. This abruptly pulled Zhou Long back from his dream. Damn it, that was lewd and cheap. At 8 p.m., Zhou Long got up, fumbling to put on his clothes, feeling a lingering daze in his head. After getting dressed and splashing water on his face, Zhou Long stepped out of his room. You need to help my sister, Wanru said as if she had been standing outside the door for quite a while. Strangely, the fat man was not nearby. Wanru, you need to understand we still have to consider future income, Zhou Long said as he walked towards the corridor. My sister and the others are already in Silver Sword's office. It's up to you now, Wanru said from behind. The first 3 months are a trial period, just 500, and any equipment obtained belongs to the company, Zhou Long said, casting a sidelong glance at Wanru. Okay, if they come back I will talk to them, Wanru nodded in agreement. All right, they'll give it a try, Zhou Long said as he walked into the stairwell. What company? The equipment must be mine. The company will understand the old rules, Zhou Long thought as he dashed up the stairs. In Silver Sword's office it was quiet. Silver Sword sat at the desk staring at the papers on the table, his eyes devoid of any distractions. To Zhou Long, Silver Sword looked more like a vampire calculating how to withhold the money. On the left sat 3 people, Wan Qing, Wang Gai, and Xiao Huang, all silent, their dry lips indicating that they had clearly communicated with Silver Sword. Silver Sword called Zhou Long over, perhaps just to go through the motions. Xiao Zhou, Silver Sword said without lifting his head. Hey, boss. Zhou Long walked over, grabbed a cigar from the box on the desk, offered it to Silver Sword, and lit it with a lighter. Puff. Half a minute later, Silver Sword exhaled smoke contentedly. It doesn't matter how many people the company brings in, but those who come must achieve the expected results, Silver Sword said slowly, while puffing out a smoke ring. What's with this guy? Did he take his medicine today? Zhou Long thought to himself. Is this still the Silver Sword from before? The past Silver Sword was one who spoke with a smile, while setting traps for you. With such a serious tone, Zhou Long doubted whether he had walked into the wrong room. Sit, Silver Sword said, and Zhou Long plopped down, glancing at the 3 people nearby. Wan Qing's intangible aura still emanated from her, although there was a hint of displeasure on her face. Wang Gai didn't need mentioning. It was unclear what he had been busy with during the day. Had the injured left hand been rebandaged? However, looking at Wang Gai's face, it appeared as if he had lost too much blood, resulting in a pale complexion and a sickly demeanor. Then there was Xiao Huang, who seemed to have gained quite a bit of weight over the past few days. He spoke little, but the slightly sad expression made Zhou Long feel a chill. The 3 of them sat there without saying a word. Yeah, Zhou Long said with a pious expression, as if he were a student listening to a mentor imparting profound life lessons. The company needs newcomers, but not useless ones. We need employees with potential. Not everyone can just show up. I don't care what they did before, Silver Sword said indifferently. As the smoke rings continued to be exhaled, a chair nearby creaked loudly, producing a shrill sound. Do you understand? After finishing that sentence, Silver Sword's face once again displayed his signature smile. Old fox, playing deep, putting on a front, digging pits, huh? Zhou Long thought one phrase after another. Speaking in a way that's ambiguous, neither here nor there. Damn it, Zhou Long said. Boss, I think these few people are quite good. With Silver Sword's amiable smile, 3 contracts were brought out, with Zhou Long as the guarantor. This meant that if these 3 did not meet the company's requirements, Zhou Long would bear the losses. Conversely, if they performed well, Zhou Long would receive a proportional share. Hurry up and come over. Zhou Long called the 3 people beside him over to sign the contracts. Trial period 500, and the equipment obtained belongs to the company, he said directly. Silver Sword showed no adverse reaction. Although it was likely that whatever equipment obtained would belong to Zhou Long, Silver Sword did not point it out and maintained his amiable smile. Before long, Silver Sword delivered a speech on his expectations for new employees and similar matters. Normally this would take half an hour, but seeing Wang Gai's pale face and gradually swaying body, Silver Sword decisively halted the address. The 4 of them filed out of Silver Sword's office. Let's go, I'm hungry, Wang Gai said, suddenly spirited as he stepped forward. Wait up, Wan Qing said, grabbing Wang Gai. Let's take a look at your rooms first, Zhou Long said with a smirk. All right, Wang Gai replied irritably. In the office, Silver Sword chuckled softly. Take your time. Thank you, master, Xiao Wang said to Zhou Long as they walked. And then Zhou Long led the 3 to familiarize themselves with their new rooms, which were of course on the same floor. While exchanging a few words in the corridor, Xia Dai and Wanru suddenly darted out, pulling the 3 of them along. Before long, well, Zhou Long, what about your equipment in the future? Wang Gai said as if he already knew something and turned back. All that. Zhou Long turned and walked into the fat man's room, a wave of alcohol scent hitting him. The fat man lay on his bed with a white bottle of erguo beside him. Kid, what's wrong? Zhou Long covered his face and said. Although Zhou Long drank, he wasn't numb from the alcohol. The high alcohol content in the air made him immediately open the door to the room. Did you know? The fat man said, taking a swig of alcohol. Wanru, she. What about her? She's not cute, Zhou Long replied, breathing in the fresh air coming through the window. Her family, the fat man said, sitting up on the bed. Her family. Zhou Long turned back and said, Kid, you're fast meeting the parents this quickly. No. The fat man shook his head. Wanru. Her family. Is. What is it? Zhou Long continued, breathing in the fresh air coming in from the window. Creak. Still drinking. Wanru shouted from outside the door. Seeing the fat man like that, she immediately walked in and snatched the bottle of alcohol from his hand, shouting, "What's wrong with you?" At that moment, the fat man had already dozed off. Zhou Long slowly backed out. Just as he was about to close the door, he heard Xia Dai's voice from behind. "Zhou Long, what are you doing?" Zhou Long turned around. Xia Dai, Wan Qing Wang Gai, and Xiao Huang were all staring at him, their gazes like they were hunting a pervert. "What do you think I can do, eh?" Zhou Long said, lightly waving his hand. There was even a small gap left in the door. Let's take a look together," Xia Dai said, and the others immediately rushed over, pushing Zhou Long out. "Hey, that's my spot," Zhou Long whispered, a lone man and a group of women in one room. "Oomph." Including Xiao Huang, they all glared at Zhou Long. "Fine, as if I never said anything," Zhou Long said, trying to squeeze back and make some room. "Hey, my spot." As everyone was trying to peer through the tight gap, the door suddenly slammed shut, followed by the sound of a lock being secured. "Sister'll be back on time, you go to sleep first." Through the door, Wanru shouted. "All right," Zhou Long replied, while the others glared at him, blaming him for speaking too loudly. "Hey, what did I do wrong?" Zhou Long said as he walked back to his room. He took out a stamina pill from the cabinet and swallowed it in one go, then sat down in the gaming pod. In the game warehouse, Zhou Long clicked on the official website of Planetary Civilization, where the page for the anti-rebel mission still floated on the homepage, reminding all players that the mission could begin at any moment. He then clicked into the official forum, saying, "I've become a celebrity now," as he looked at the posts detailing how he had annihilated the Wild Wolf Guild on his planet and firmly controlled the entry and exit rights of the Torrens Fresh Points. The information had already been posted online, especially the several rules Zhou Long had laid out, which were also brought forth by those with ulterior motives, followed by countless replies, some supportive and others questioning. However, no matter how much noise was made, the Wild Wolf Guild had not issued any news, not even a hint of a threat, but this was not the most popular post. The post titled Game Codex Chinese Treasures was pinned to the top. The Game Codex is considered the most sacred and mysterious guiding principle of action among online gamers worldwide. The term sacred refers to the time 80 years ago when gamers from around the world gathered to compete and established a set of conduct guidelines representing all players. The mystery aspect refers to the fact that for 80 years no one knew where this game codex was or where it was born, yet its content was well known to every gamer. The individuals who formulated the codex had long since vanished. Some said they had already passed away, yet the game codex had become the highest moral standard for players. The most direct manifestation of the game codex in the game is actually some data. After the codex was established, all online games downloaded the codex data, which cannot be altered. Currently, it is said that the descendants of the masters who formulated the codex have been found. These individuals hold the most original data of the codex, with each person having a part. Legend has it that when all this codex data is gathered together, the codex will be re-established and the original data will be injected into the Planetary Civilization game, while Chinese players must find the item formed by their portion of the data. This will be the highest honor for all players to participate in and amend the game rules. "How boring, it would be great to make some money," Zhou Long said as he closed the page and entered the game. In the vastness of space, a colossal battleship floated there, its body nearly merging into the darkness save for the intermittent flickers of light across its hull. Inside the battleship, in the command room, the Devourers busily moved back and forth, organizing line after line of data and transmitting it to Bloodthirst, who was seated at the control panel gazing at the enormous display screen before him. If Bloodthirst had skin, it would have wrinkled up in frustration. Report. It shouted. 3 flying vehicles destroyed, 10 small pirate ships destroyed, reported a nearby Devourer robot holding a display screen. This was Bloodthirst's chosen adjutant, and perhaps due to the increasing civilization level of the base, or perhaps because of the rise in the rank of the robots, some robots had begun to communicate with Bloodthirst rather than merely executing commands. The adjutant had also learned to engage in conversation with Bloodthirst, occasionally adding flattering remarks. "Commander, under your brilliant command, we have once again repelled the enemy," the adjutant said. Raising a hand to rub its head, Bloodthirst now understood what a headache felt like, having just realized that upon entering space, it had spotted numerous flying vehicles near the level 10 pirate fresh point. Countless flying vehicles were attacking the pirate fleet. This was no issue, as Bloodthirst was only there to monitor, not to engage in battle, yet unexpectedly those flying vehicles discovered the presence of the colossal battleship. Whenever a pirate ship was drawn out and could not fight back, they would rush towards the colossal ship, drawing fire towards it. This forced Bloodthirst to take action. Without Zhou Long's orders, Bloodthirst could not truly engage those aboard the flying vehicles. Watching the vehicles flying past on the screen, Bloodthirst raised a hand and tapped the onboard computer within its body. As Zhou Long just appeared in the control room, he received Bloodthirst's message. "Master, what should we do?" Bloodthirst said, transmitting the image to the base. "Bloodthirst, those people are attacking pirates. You should engage them too, but be cautious," Zhou Long said, turning away. "As you command, my master." Bloodthirst responded, shouting, "Begin the attack." The surrounding Devourers began to strike the keyboards before them. "Protest! Protest! 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 Protest!" Zhou Long had just stepped out of the control room when he was surrounded by countless stones and branches retreating back. Master Xiaobai shouted as he rushed over, pushing Zhou Long into the closed door. What is going on? Xiaobai, you need to explain this, Zhou Long asked, hands on his hips, his righteous eyes fixed on Xiaobai. Finally caught Xiaobai making a mistake, I can give him a good scolding now, haha, he thought to himself. Master, this cannot be blamed on me, Xiaobai replied word by word. Then what about those outsiders outside? What are they protesting about? They are protesting that the houses are too expensive. Zhou Long said loudly. What? I'm not selling houses. If I were selling houses, what game would I still be playing? Moreover, why aren't the devourers firing? Zhou Long roared, spitting as he spoke, hitting Xiaobai's round ball-like form. They are not attacking, they are just shouting. Master, you should probably go out and ask, Xiaobai said calmly. Very well. Zhou Long raised his hand and tapped the onboard computer in his military uniform, shouting fire. Boom, boom, boom. A burst of gunfire rang out, and within 2 seconds there was silence. Good, I can go out now, Zhou Long said as he walked out amidst Xiaobai's contemptuous gaze. Protest, 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 protest. Zhou Long had just stepped outside and looked at the countless players surrounding him, saying everyone, but was drowned out by the shouts of protest, prompting him to tap the onboard computer again. Boom, boom, boom. Standing beside him, the Devourer robots wielded laser guns, unleashing a barrage into the sky for half an hour, after which the players surrounding the control room stopped protesting. They merely glared at Zhou Long with killing intent while the ground was littered with branches and stones, turning the base into a garbage dump. What is going on? Everyone, this is my planet, what do you want? Zhou Long's voice rang out. The surrounding Devourers aimed their laser guns at the sky, pointing directly at the players who had been shouting just moments ago. As the main character appeared, the players surrounding the control room fell silent. Although they might have had much to say, they were now faced with the barrel of the Devourer. They suddenly turned mute, fearing that the first one to speak would be shot by Zhou Long. Why is everyone silent? I'm a reasonable person and certainly don't kill innocents without cause, Zhou Long said, glancing around. In the crowd, Zhou Long surprisingly spotted the trio of Fei, Hua Tangji Guda, and Hong Lang. Although he recognized them, they were desperately trying to hide behind the crowd, yet Zhou Long still noticed them. The encircled crowd exchanged glances, not daring to speak in front of the main character. Someone speak up, or weren't you all shouting just moments ago? Zhou Long glared and shouted. After finishing his words, he scanned the trio of Fei Hua, who looked like children caught misbehaving, unable to meet Zhou Long's gaze, while Tang Ji Guda and Hong Lang looked at the sky and the ground, avoiding Zhou Long completely. In that case, Zhou Long shouted, Devourer, get ready. Yes, master. The Devourers on the outer perimeter shouted in unison, slightly raising their guns. Their index fingers rested on the triggers, ready to unleash a torrent of laser fire with just a little more pressure. Wait, someone shouted, stepping forward. With a peculiar accent and distinctive attire, standing at 1.8 meters tall, he introduced himself. Hello, I am Mickey Mouse. And you are? Zhou Long replied, slowly gesturing for the surrounding Devourers to point their laser guns at the sky. We are here to protest, not to seek you out. Player Mickey Mouse said, struggling with his broken accent and noticeably poor Chinese. If it's not my business, why are you all shouting around my control room? Zhou Long stepped forward, partly because there were a few bricks in front of him, allowing him to stand without straining his neck, giving him a level view ahead. Tisk tisk. From the crowd, someone made a disdainful sound. Of course, it was one of the few female players. Though not particularly attractive, upon seeing what seemed to be a foreigner here, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She whispered to her companions about Zhou Long's behavior. Not that high up, yet still seeking the summit. I hope you don't fall. Hey, be careful with your words, you tongue-tied girl. Zhou Long retorted. Your housing prices are too high. Player Mickey Mouse exclaimed, looking at Zhou Long in confusion. What housing prices? When did I ever sell any houses? Zhou Long shouted. It's that. Player Mickey Mouse pointed. The nearby player glanced over, and Zhou Long followed the direction of the finger to see the village beside the base, where several houses had chimneys emitting smoke. Those NPC houses have nothing to do with me, Zhou Long said, looking at player Mickey Mouse, raising his hand to cut him off. If that's all, you should hurry and go hunt monsters. I am very busy. Zhou Long began to turn away. They should be expensive for a reason, Zhou Long thought, showing no expression on his face and even appearing somewhat anxious. The monster hunting tokens cost a staggering 500 star coins each and disappear after a single use. This is outrageous. As soon as his voice fell, Zhou Long quickly turned around, honing in on the speaker with his keen hearing, immediately stepping forward. You said it was expensive. A pair of small eyes, a narrow face, and a buzz cut. The speaker wore a faint smile, like a thief who had just stolen something without being discovered. As he moved through the crowd, Zhou Long appeared right in front of him, speaking and looking at him. Yes, it is expensive, the buzz cut replied, his gaze towards Zhou Long betraying some trepidation. Those players who had been shouting loudly just moments ago had suddenly turned mute, tightly closing their mouths. They either stared at the beautiful clouds in the sky or counted the ants on the ground. What can I do? That's the game system's decision. Zhou Long said, his face showing helplessness, even more indignant than the players around him. He raised a hand. The outer devourer robots squeezed in, dividing the surrounding players into several groups. Now I declare that no outsiders are allowed to enter or exit this base freely. Anyone wishing to enter must pay 6,000 star coins. Zhou Long shouted. The devourers aimed their guns at the players, pushing them outward. TCH. Who wants to come to your base anyway? Coming to your base is already giving you face. What a pathetic base. Players were driven away by the devourers, grumbling under their breath, yet none dared to strike back. At this stage, no free player wanted to lose levels over a trivial matter. Watch out, several voices called out. Zhou Long quickly paced back and forth a few steps. With his sharp hearing, he sensed an ambush and saw several flying knives swiftly cut through the air. If it weren't for Zhou Long's mutated body, he would have never managed to dodge them. He glanced over and saw the few whispering female players who had now stepped back into the crowd, while the surrounding players remained oblivious to it all. Looking at the suddenly enthusiastic female players closing in, Zhou Long immediately recognized that the one who had just given the warning was Fei Wu, along with the rather loquacious player Mickey Mouse. Tang Ji Guda and Hong Lang far away had not seen what had just happened. However, Hong Lang had been jumping towards Zhou Long while exiting the base, seemingly wanting to greet him. Zhou Long was just about to cast a grateful glance at player Mickey Mouse and Fei Wu when suddenly boom, boom, boom. The devourers opened fire, unleashing countless lasers. Within 2 seconds, the players in front of them were vaporized without even a scream. From the moment of the ambush to the devourers opening fire, it was merely an instant. Zhou Long had no time to give orders. The devourers deemed the actions of the female players attacking him as an assault. Thus, they had to retaliate to ensure the safety of their master. Oh no, this is escalating, Zhou Long shouted. But who told them to cause trouble? Master, we should immediately construct new buildings, the little white robot said, slowly approaching. Oh, Zhou Long replied, turning to look at the little white robot, not feeling the need to comment on the recent events as he was still somewhat unaccustomed to it. Master, it's not your fault. The devourers merely acted on instinct, the little white robot said, looking at Zhou Long's large face. Actually, I thought you would take action soon. Zhou Long, with a twitching face, looked at the little white robot in front of him and said, of course. By the way, let me see what needs to be built. Oh, and Little White immediately set the weapons outside the planet to defense mode. Anyone wishing to enter the planet must be strictly controlled. No one can enter without 100 star coins. Devourers remain on standby and continue building. Resources, my master, resources. The little white robot hadn't finished speaking. Not enough again? Zhou Long asked. No, it's just that the collection speed of energy crystals is too slow for the current base. I suggest we build a heavy factory and manufacture excavators. As soon as the little white robot finished speaking, a 5-story building appeared on the empty lot beside the control room, entirely red, with a large chimney constantly emitting thick smoke. With the appearance of the heavy factory, 2 huge trucks arrived, each equipped with massive drill heads. Without taking 2 steps, they began drilling into the ground. This is a great thing, Zhou Long exclaimed, flipping through the display screen in his hand as new content appeared. However, a chill suddenly crept up behind him, freezing his good mood. Master, we could actually wait for more resources, and then you could authorize me to build, the little white robot said leisurely. But it's already built. Zhou Long quickly replied. Don't overthink it, little white. Just hurry up and build something. Oh my, Zhou Long thought to himself, feeling as if he could no longer feel the presence of circuits. If the little white robot had a physical body, he would surely spit out a mouthful of blood as he stepped forward and began clicking on the display screen. Little white, I should also have a separate battleship, right? Zhou Long casually asked from the side. Yes. Now that the heavy factory is built, you will have a battleship, the little white robot replied without turning back. By the way, little white, if I need to do missions, I can't always use the behemoth to rush over, Zhou Long said, slowly, observing that the little white robot did not even tremble. As soon as Zhou Long finished speaking, the little white robot turned around and said, Indeed, master, you need a battleship. Of course, Zhou Long said, his eyes brimming with tears. Finally, the little white robot no longer opposed his ideas. What? A follow-up visit? Are you joking, little white? Zhou Long exclaimed in surprise. Of course not. Do you remember that resource ship? It came from the mother planet to visit you, so you need to return the visit, the little white robot continued, without waiting for Zhou Long to respond. He turned back and began clicking on the display screen, operating something. But what about the development of the base, eh? Zhou Long said, nervously, standing beside the little white robot, though his face was filled with smug satisfaction. Master, I assure you that in the current area where the planet is located, no one will pose any threat to your base. The players coming are all free players. And if you truly need to return, you can just kill yourself, and you will come back quickly, as you have no teleportation portal, but the mother planet does, the little white robot said, while focusing on the keyboard in front of him. In truth, Zhou Long did not absorb much of what the little white robot was saying. He looked up at the slowly opening heavy factory roof, taking its time. Congratulations to the player for activating the revisit mission. Completing the mission will grant a B level reward. Basic battleship unnamed used for player travel between planets, defense 50, attack 80. Although small in size, its speed is astonishing with an effective payload of 80 tons. When fully loaded, it will affect the spacecraft's speed. Length 15 meters, height 6 meters, width 4 meters, overall round streamlined shape, outer color grayish-white. Overall it resembles a shooting star. Good stuff, Zhou Long exclaimed as he adjusted the spacecraft using the display screen in his hand. Why won't it open? What's going on? Zhou Long shouted at the slowly descending spacecraft, stretching out his hand to tap, but there was no response. Master, you need to give it a name, said the small white figure behind him. Touching his chin, Zhou Long pondered and said, Meteor. Congratulations to the player for successfully naming the battleship, rewarding 2 powerful thrusters. Hee hee, Zhou Long chuckled, and after the voice in the sky echoed, 2 thick steel pipes appeared at the tail of the Meteor battleship. All right, Xiaobai, where should I go? As Zhou Long spoke, the front circular transparent cover opened, and he rummaged through himself, taking a laser, sword map, detector, curse, ring, map, guide, compass, and silver snake laser gun, ensuring he had everything. Master, hurry up and come back, Xiaobai said as he walked over. Okay, no problem, Zhou Long hurriedly replied. Xiaobai, what are you doing? While typing on the control keyboard of the Meteor spacecraft, Xiaobai turned back and said, Of course, I'm entering the coordinates of the home planet. Aha, no need, just tell me, Xiaobai, Zhou Long said as Xiaobai pushed him out, and the circular transparent cover came down. Very well, let's set off, Zhou Long shouted. The Meteor battleship stood still. All right, Zhou Long muttered, raising his hand to point at the control room. With a tremor and a roar, the Meteor battleship shot into the sky. In the vast universe apart from the 2 stars beside the planets, Zhou Long was surrounded by countless small stars. Without coordinates, anyone who ventured far would be lost, spinning in endless darkness, though some might stumble upon opportunities. Please select coordinates. The mechanical voice of the computer echoed in the small control room. Zhou Long laughed. Of course I have coordinates. He raised his hand to save the coordinates input by Xiaobai previously and then entered new coordinates. These coordinates were recorded on the colorful pages of that tattered book on Zhou Long's desk at home, which he had memorized for this moment. The coordinates of the home planet must be saved to avoid getting lost, while the coordinates of his own planet were set by default by the computer. Forward game secret realm, Zhou Long shouted, pressing a button on the control panel. The steady Meteor battleship suddenly erupted with a long trail of fire heading into the dark universe. Hey master, Xiaobai sighed while looking at the display. He had witnessed all of Zhou Long's actions. Turning back to look at the heavy factory ahead, Xiaobai fell silent. As Xiaobai tapped, more heavy factories appeared, all shimmering with light. May I ask where the commander is? A voice sounded from behind. I have something to attend to. You can tell me anything, it's the same, Xiaobai said calmly, while Wang Meng curiously observed the base. He had only seen Zhou Long once, and as an immigrant it was essential to maintain good relations with the local powers. Have you encountered any difficulties? Xiaobai inquired while Wang Meng wore a look of disdain on his face. I have some matters to discuss with the commander, Wang Meng said slowly. Wait until the master arrives at the home planet. You can contact him through the remote sensing center. What? The master has returned to the home planet. Wang Meng seemed a bit startled. Xiaobai replied. You should go check on your village. All right. Wang Meng quickly departed the base. Game Secret Realm is described in that tattered book as the most mysterious place in planetary civilization during the internal test, bar none. A player who arrives there may lose everything or perhaps immediately become a dominant force in the game. It is even possible that once you enter you may never want to come out. There one might find everything or nothing at all. In the vast universe, a small meteor advanced, trailing a long silver flame as it streaked silently through the cosmos. Upon entering the coordinates, Zhou Long chose the sleep system. Upon arrival, the computer was likely to automatically wake Zhou Long. However, the destination was too far, a lonely journey of over 30 hours, and Zhou Long did not want to simply sit and admire the starry sky. In his dreams, countless players gathered around Zhou Long, gazing at him with awe as he walked step by step toward an ancient palace not far ahead. A pure white chair sat there in silence, and everyone awaited Zhou Long to take a seat. Smiling, Zhou Long approached and soon settled into the chair. The countless people before him were just about to shout something when the entire hall suddenly shook violently, and Zhou Long saw the world split in half, his heart jolting. Damn, that was scary, Zhou Long exclaimed in surprise and awoke, noticing that the entire control room was also shaking. In front of him, a huge transparent cover revealed a person lying on it. Dressed in a brand new military uniform, the insignia on the uniform was only half complete. A pale face bore a smile, and the person lay sprawled across the transparent cover, staring at Zhou Long and shouting something. Save me, Zhou Long mimicked, watching the other's lip movements. The other party immediately perked up their gaze towards Zhou Long, resembling that of someone seeing a beacon. Say it, General Huashan. Zhou Long pointed and clicked the keyboard to open the communicator. Save me. General Huashan shouted loudly. Zhou Long chuckled, wondering what else could be said. In this vast universe, the chance of two people with a history meeting again, one an NPC and the other a player, was slim. Zhou Long slowly remarked, I'm quite busy, General Huashan. I'm on my way. Just save me, and I will unconditionally help you with 3 things. Huashan declared. In the cramped space, Huashan sat to one side, munching on the food provided by the battleship. Zhou Long had no desire to eat because he had learned from that tattered book that once a player eats, once they will feel hunger in the game thereafter. Zhou Long did not want to experience that sensation. Friend, tell me, how did you travel thousands of miles, crossing numerous planets to lie on my battleship in this vast universe? Zhou Long asked, holding out the activated laser sword. Looking at the endless deep space outside the transparent dome, Huashan slowly said, Great wealth and the secret to immortality. After speaking, Huashan turned to Zhou Long and extended both hands. Huashan slowly crawled over, her eyes filled with longing. It seems you really enjoy the feeling of floating in the universe. As Zhou Long spoke, he raised the laser sword in his hand and pressed it against Huashan's throat. Do you not want wealth? Huashan asked, her body not moving forward, her eyes staring fixedly at Zhou Long. I'm not a child, let's talk reality, Zhou Long said, slowly glancing at the vast starry sky outside the transparent dome. Looking at Zhou Long's indifferent expression, Huashan said, I know of a huge fortune. If you are willing to help me, I'll give you half of it. Half? Zhou Long smiled and said, General, it seems you have nothing left now. After quietly observing Zhou Long for a few minutes, Huashan hesitantly retreated, leaning against the side, and said, Have you heard of the Devil's Warship? Zhou Long was just raising his hand to click on the keyboard in front of him. Operating the meteor warship to continue moving forward, the ship's computer was set to stop automatically upon encountering obstacles, so the meteor warship had been stationary for a while. The Devil's Warship, Zhou Long muttered as he turned. That seems to be the legendary warship that comes without a trace and goes without an end, leaving no hope of survival for those who encounter it. Of course, there was information about the Devil's Warship on the official website, a top-tier pirate warship that traversed the corners of the universe, looting, killing, and destroying at incredible speeds. Legend has it that after each raid, the Devil's Warship would always hide its plunder in a location possessing unimaginable wealth. All attributes could only be known by the ship's owner. Perhaps the attack power of the Devil's Warship would leave you utterly astonished, and its speed was beyond comparison. Zhou Long's mind flashed as he recalled the information from the official website, saying, without changing his expression, That's just a legend. Do you think I really believe that? I am the owner of the warship, Huashan said calmly. The leader of the rebels in the Human Pass star domain has become the owner of the Devil's Warship. Don't joke around, Zhou Long laughed heartily. I am but that bunch of bastards betrayed me, Huashan said through gritted teeth. Zhou Long could see that Huashan's eyes had instantly turned blood red. All right, tell me your story, Zhou Long said, looking at the vast starry sky outside with indifference. Congratulations, player, you have triggered a hidden level loop mission, which can be accepted repeatedly. Completing the mission grants you a non-level reward. Congratulations, player, you have gained 500 favor from the rebels. Looking at the task that appeared in the empty interface, Zhou Long felt a mix of joy and worry. He still did not fully understand the game's secret realm, yet here was a level loop mission. Zhou Long had no choice but to lower his head and look at Huashan, listening to her recount her story. The rebels around Human Pass were merely a small faction of the rebels in the entire universe. As the leader of this rebel faction, Huashan had to continuously launch attacks and needed a powerful backing, which was naturally the main force of the rebels. Everything was originally going well. The rebels led by Huashan were best suited to fight in the Human Pass star domain, which was only natural as it was equivalent to their homeland, and these people were familiar with the area. However, one day the team, led by Huashan, suddenly left the Human Pass star domain, advancing deep into the universe, and the reason was that they received a strange combination of numbers. Of course, these numbers were sent out by arms dealer Zhang Yi. Originally, according to Zhang Yi's plan, that piece of information was like a mass text message that anyone could receive. Even a base on Mother Earth where Zhang Yi had a foothold could receive it. It was just that the situation was urgent at that time. Zhang Yi had no choice but to choose to send out the information indiscriminately. Of course, these numbers were encrypted, and some additional items were needed to decipher the contents. Many people received this string of numbers, but mostly did not take it seriously. This was also the reason Zhang Yi felt at ease. No one would care about the meaning of a string of numbers 1231, 1231, 345, 345, 565, 43, 1565, 4312, 51251. Of course, there were definitely those familiar with music. In that distant Human Pass star domain on a rebel warship, there was a person who enjoyed fiddling with new gadgets and receiving information. When this person saw these numbers, he casually read them aloud. 2 tigers, one has no ears, and the other has no tail. How strange. How strange. Then through a brief calculation, that person obtained a coordinate, handed it to Huashan, and subsequently send a small team to investigate, returning with astonishing news. At a certain point in the vast universe, a warship came to a halt without any damage, quietly resting there, its energy abundant and clean. It was named the Devil's Warship. Then the entire human past military force rushed over, but along the way a riot broke out, leading to internal fighting among the military forces. The final result was that the entire rebel faction's strength was significantly reduced, and leader Huashan was thrown into the dark void of the universe. What else do you have to say? Zhou Long supported his chin with his right hand, his expression seeming to say, "You really are useless, wasting my time." As Zhou Long spoke, he was about to click on the keyboard in front of him, intending to open the transparent dome and throw someone out. "I am still useful," Huashan immediately replied. Zhou Long responded, "Go ahead. I'm busy and I don't want to be enemies with the rebels." His raised arm froze in midair. "The person who decoded it is still on the Devil's Warship," Huashan said. "So what?" Zhou Long replied, appearing somewhat impatient. "He only listens to me," Huashan said, her gaze firm. You mean for me to use this small warship to launch a surprise attack and simultaneously seize the Devil's Warship?" Zhou Long said with a smile. "This plan is feasible," Huashan said, "because they are still dividing the spoils and the warship hasn't even been activated yet." Zhou Long clicked on the computer in his military uniform and said, "Bloodthirsty. Give you a coordinate, come here immediately. Don't give any reasons." Without waiting for a response, Zhou Long quickly raised his hands and clicked away. The coordinates had been input into the computer by Huashan, and the meteor warship suddenly erupted with flames, speeding forward. "Are you so sure that your former subordinates haven't taken control of the Devil's Warship?" Zhou Long asked with a sidelong glance. "They all want to monopolize it. Do you think they can cooperate?" Huashan said, then merely stared at the vast space ahead. After flying for a full hour, the meteor warship dodged countless meteors and space debris and finally approached. "Slow down, or I have something to do," Huashan said, squinting. She quickly clicked on the keyboard in front of Zhou Long. As the transparent dome opened before the meteor warship could slow down, she crawled out and began to climb towards the back of the warship little by little. "This guy is really working hard," Zhou Long said slowly. After a while, Huashan returned from outside the meteor warship, having covered half of the warship's insignia disguised as a rebel warship. She sat down panting and said, "Slowly and gently approach it." "Yes, sir," Zhou Long replied sarcastically. The meteor warship began to move again, but its speed was not as fast. "Retreat immediately or show no mercy." The display screen in front showed that a message had been received. "Don't mind him," Huashan said calmly. "Little Hua, let's talk." Zhou Long leaned against the side and said, "The warship is mine and the wealth is yours," Huashan said directly without thinking. "All right. What do you want?" Huashan said, looking at Zhou Long, who had remained silent. Feeling a shiver down her spine, perhaps it was the after effect of that night with the goblins. Huashan always had to say whenever she mentioned it, "That goblin didn't do anything to me." But the people around had a look of skepticism. Now facing Zhou Long again, it was already good that Huashan did not explode. Another reason for the rebellion among her subordinates was that Huashan's general-grade laser sword was missing. Scratching his nose, Zhou Long said, "I can help you take revenge on your subordinates, but the warship and wealth are mine." After speaking, Zhou Long looked ahead, not caring at all about Huashan's emotions. After a long silence, Huashan said, "Okay." The warship was entirely black with a number of scratches on it. However, according to Huashan's description, the scratches on the lower part of that warship were originally there, marking the Devil's Warship's battle-hardened history. It measured 1,000 meters in length, 400 meters in height, and 300 meters in width, with an oval shape. The upper body was lined with countless automated cannons and laser turrets. All the gun ports were configured densely, yet orderly, while at this moment the warship was continuously emitting flashes of light. "What a great opportunity," Huashan said. "Stop the thrusters, rely on inertia, and slowly approach." At this moment, Zhou Long did not speak, merely clicking on the keyboard in front of him, listening to Huashan's instructions step by step, thinking to himself, "This guy is not new to this job. Sometimes it's better to leave things one isn't good at to others, as the results can be better. For instance, learning how to stealthily approach someone else's warship without being discovered. Lower the energy frequency to the minimum. Adjust the angle." "Good," Huashan said, only looking at the giant warship in front of her, her eyes filled with hope. "I need weapons." Turning back, Huashan said, "I don't have any extra." Zhou Long replied, holding his laser sword, "You should learn to go up and get some." Looking at Zhou Long with disdain, Huashan turned back. The thrusters of the meteor warship had already been shut down, and with the force of gliding, it had slowly approached the Devil's Warship. Compared to the Devil's Warship, Zhou Long felt that his meteor warship was truly just a shooting star. "Hurry up, don't you want the warship?" Huashan said, stepping out with one foot, turning back and shouting. "Damn it, why the rush?" Zhou Long shouted in a high-pitched voice, stepping out right after. In front of him was a broken window. Zhou Long stepped through it, pulling out his laser sword, as the figure of Huashan, who had walked ahead, suddenly vanished. Sporadic explosions echoed around him, and flashes of light flickered. Zhou Long slowly advanced through the narrow passageways, murmuring, "Damn it." She ran off as he took out the map detector. The area displayed on the device was larger this time, showing the nearby paths. Dots of light occasionally flashed on the map detector, with the walls around him dark, unusually clean and smooth. These light spots must be moving people, Zhou thought to himself, crouching slightly as he moved forward, taking large strides down the passageways. Along the way, Zhou Long avoided countless passers-by. The map detector showed many people ahead, and Zhou Long leaned against a nearby box, slowly lifting his head. In the distance was a hall, or rather a large control room, immense like a grand opera house, with a semicircular ceiling. The edges above were clearly carved with various monstrous faces, and below were numerous thick black pillars, each one hiding someone firing lasers outward. Deeper inside, Zhou Long could no longer see. Damn chaotic battle. He thought, retreating, then using his keen hearing, he looked back to see someone with their back to him firing a gun. Slowly approaching, Zhou Long lifted his laser sword, aiming at the back of the person's neck. With a whoosh, the sword erupted, and the person collapsed to the ground without a sound. Zhou Long quietly eliminated several others in the darkness. "I told everyone to stop fighting. If this continues, none of us will survive," a voice suddenly shouted. The lasers around diminished noticeably, and upon hearing the voice, Zhou Long recognized it was Huashan speaking from somewhere. Perhaps the influence of her former authority was at play. "General, I didn't expect you to be alive," a nearly hoarse voice echoed. Everyone cease fire. Suddenly, there was complete silence, followed by the sound of countless footsteps. Zhou Long turned to see the person he had stabbed with his sword getting back up and running outside. "Lubo de, my most trusted comrade, I cannot forgive your betrayal. I will not pursue the others," Huashan's voice rang out. Zhou Long realized Huashan was constantly changing positions, her voice floating around. It was clear that the cat and mouse game had begun. In the vast control room, Lubo de, clad in military attire, was listening to someone beside him. "My dear general, I heard you have reclaimed your sword." "Ha ha," Lubo de said, waving his hand, causing the surrounding officers to step back. For a moment, there was complete silence, so quiet that Zhou Long could feel the flow of air, but what puzzled him was that despite the silence and his keen hearing, he could not hear even a single breath. Zhou Long took a few steps, glancing back at the corridor, and moved in the opposite direction of the control room. As he boarded the Devil's Worship, Huashan began to probe forward. On the way, he encountered former subordinates, knocking them unconscious with a swift strike and seizing a laser gun. Although these people had betrayed him, Huashan believed that many still held loyalty, having bled and sweated together. Hearing the sounds of gunfire erupting around him, Huashan quickly realized that Lubo de had betrayed him, and with his authority gone, the officers following him had once again plunged into chaos. Huashan was confident he could bring his brothers back to his side, believing they had only been misled by Lubo de's deceitful words, and he began to call out. Using practiced tactical movements, Huashan knocked down officer after officer without lethal intent. These were once his subordinates, yet today Huashan had to face them with a laser gun, which he found hard to accept. "As long as I take down Lubo de, my brothers will return," he murmured, quickening his pace, and before he knew it, he had entered the hall where all his subordinates were already lying on the ground. Before him stood only Lubo de. "I have returned to end you," Huashan said, holding the laser gun and walking step by step closer, seemingly unaware of Lubo de's presence. Lubo de stood still, not moving, showing no signs of unease. Instead, Huashan noticed that Lubo de's expression was one of sheer terror. "General, go ahead and kill me," Lubo de said flatly. He even walked over, pressing the barrel of Huashan's laser gun against his own chest, his expression transforming into one that seemed to say, "This is what you should do." Looking at Lubo de before him, Huashan suddenly remembered that during the Human Past Star region, when he led the rebellion against Huatsubing, it was this Lubo de who steadfastly supported him. Yet it was this very Lubo de who, on the way to the Devil's Worship, led the officers into the control room and cast their general Huashan into the vast cosmos. In the darkness, he rolled for an unknown amount of time. The computer in his uniform indicated that oxygen would run out at any moment. Huashan's mind was in chaos, perhaps due to the lack of oxygen. Scenes from his childhood slowly emerged in Huashan's mind, everything from his growth played back rapidly and vividly before his eyes. It felt as if he had lived again. Suddenly his body stopped rolling, and Huashan saw a meteor battleship approaching. This is the last chance. With that thought, Huashan sprang into action. Later, he and Zhou Long arrived on the Devil's Worship. Seeing Lubo de's indifferent expression, Huashan slowly applied pressure on the trigger with his finger. Thudding footsteps echoed from behind. Without needing to look back, Huashan knew it was the sound of officers approaching. Just moments ago, they had been knocked down, but in Huashan's eyes, it seemed more like comrades showing loyalty. Perhaps this was their way of expressing it. Huashan noticed a flicker of fear in Lubo de's eyes. "Kill him." "Yes, General, kill him." The officers behind him shouted, and Huashan suddenly felt himself returning to the position of general, the pressure on his index finger increasing. Boom. With the eruption of the laser from his gun, Lubo de fell to the ground. "He's dead. Look, he's dead." The officers behind shouted excitedly. Turning around, Huashan felt a strange sensation, unable to pinpoint what was odd as the officers shouted in excitement, "Look, he's dead." Huh. A peculiar feeling surged in his heart, and Huashan suddenly turned around. Zhou Long bent down and walked for half a day. The surroundings were quiet, and the battleship was connected by one room after another, clearly just passing through the quarters for the supply personnel to rest. Now in front of Zhou Long was a room with a tightly closed door positioned towards the rear of the battleship. Zhou Long glanced back and saw countless automated cannons and laser guns. The eerie quietness of the room seemed unusual. Just as Zhou Long took a couple of steps, his enhanced hearing from his mutated body picked up noises from within. Thud, 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 thud. The continuous banging sounds made Zhou Long press his body against the wall, his ear against the dark wall. Bang, 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 bang. Zhou Long raised his hand and tentatively tapped, receiving more frequent responses from within the wall. Is it a stunning beauty or a peerless master waiting for me? Zhou Long thought. Straightening up, he looked at the room ahead, which was almost as wide as the battleship itself. Let's go in first, Zhou Long murmured as he fumbled with the door. Glancing around, a complete silence enveloped the area. Even the distant sounds of gunfire had vanished. Zhou Long grasped the door handle with one hand and yanked it open. A wave of decaying odor rushed out, and a chilling, frantic aura surged from the doorway. Although there was no wind, Zhou Long felt a bone-chilling cold erupt as he opened the door, causing the entire devil battleship to shudder. The previously lifeless battleship suddenly exuded a hint of vitality, and centered around the devil battleship, every player on the planets in the universe seemed to sense a feeling spreading. A sense of death, a desire for slaughter swiftly roamed through the vast universe. A massive planet, its surface already covered with metal and countless laser cannons and more automated guns. Surrounding it were rows of gigantic battleships patrolling to safeguard the planet's safety. If one were to steal hearts and pluck the moon here, it would surely say the rebel headquarters has grown considerably. In the largest building on the planet, in the top room, sat a figure whose age and gender were indiscernible, cloaked in a long black robe with their head hung low. The large circular room was covered with carpets, and from above a faint light shone down. The circular walls had numerous windows, each half open, and it seemed there wasn't a trace of airflow in the room. As a cold breeze blew in, all the lights in the room and on the entire planet flickered. The robed figure abruptly lifted their head, revealing a pale face. Slowly extending a fair right hand, they pressed a control panel beside them, their arm adorned with intricate patterns only obtainable by high-ranking officers. Summon an urgent order. All generals of the Free Alliance must attend. The voice that emerged was exceptionally gentle yet authoritative. Huang Ying, a woman, was indeed a headache for both the Earth and the aliens. As the leader of the rebels, everyone knew Huang Ying was a woman, yet they all recognized she was no ordinary female. The rebel generals regarded her as a man born in a female form, while the officers beneath her, though they had never seen Huang Ying in person, they treated her like a god of war. For it was she who transformed the once homeless and weak Earth into a formidable army. It was also she who, when this powerful army faced annihilation, used her unparalleled wisdom to save everyone, ultimately making those mysterious yet extraordinarily powerful aliens hesitate to wage war. In the end, it was still she who, with her extremely transcendent charisma, established the Free Alliance, though the Earth authorities often referred to it by another name, the Rebel Alliance. Of course, Huang Ying, this NPC in the eyes of the planetary civilization players, was the #1 boss. However, aside from those with extraordinary luck, like Jian Piaohong, it was impossible for players to meet her at this stage. Nor did they have the strength to meet her. Squeak! From afar, a small door opened, and a petite figure bounced in, leaping towards Huang Ying Mom. With a head of yellow hair cascading to her waist, a youthful face, she wore a modified military uniform, exuding a sense of heroism, with wide eyes and a small mouth, flailing her small hands while Huang Yi returned her gesture. Essentially a miniature version of Huang Ying. Huang Buhui, 16 years old, looked up curiously at Huang Ying with her violet eyes. "Little rascal, why aren't you going out?" Huang Ying scolded loudly. Yet that gentle gaze was irresistible to anyone. "Humph," Huang Buhui murmured, "if I have to go, then I'll go." She pouted and walked out just as a few people entered the doorway. "Ha ha ha, for the Free Alliance," Huang Buhui shouted, punching towards the few individuals. Several older generals with high ranks fell to the ground without a second thought. Their faces contorted in pain. Even the last one to fall displayed a look of unwillingness. "Not bad. You all performed well today." Huang Buhui clapped her small hands and cheered. "No one is allowed to get up. You must count to 100 before you can move," Huang Buhui declared loudly, while the few senior generals of the Free Alliance on the ground felt as if they wanted to die. But they still complied. "Buhui, slap." Huang Ying stood up, draped in her robe, hurried over, and waved her hand at Huang Buhui with a slap. Woo! Huang Buhui fell to the ground. Tears welled up in her eyes. "I'm leaving," Huang Buhui said, pulling her head down and running out. "Leader, it's nothing. We love playing with Buhui." Tu Lai Zhong, the commander-in-chief of the Free Alliance army, aged 60, with a square face and a height of 1.8 meters. At this moment, he was smiling at Huang Ying, his face beaming. Anyone who saw him would think he was a simple-hearted man. But who would have thought that the army he led never took prisoners, killing anyone they captured, for which he was prominent on the wanted list back on Earth? If military affairs are delayed, my daughter cannot escape responsibility, Huang Ying said as she loosened her clothing, revealing a form-fitting white robe underneath. It perfectly showcased Huang Ying's absolutely alluring figure. The several generals in front of her, not young themselves, had strong psychological qualities from battles, yet upon seeing Huang Ying in her lingerie, they still felt their faces flush. The subtle calm aura of a woman pervaded the air alongside an indescribable sense of desire. Immediately the generals before her did not shy away. Gazing at Huang Ying's noticeably full chest, a necklace hung around her neck, golden chains dangling a palm-sized gemstone. What? Impossible. Great. The generals seemed to lose their composure, rushing forward as Huang Ying's graceful body swayed. Her long hair floated in the air while the generals fell to the ground. Hee. The generals on the ground lifted their heads, looking at Huang Ying, who had already seated herself not far away, smiling with an embarrassed expression. Leader, our good days are coming, the generals shouted excitedly, climbing up and closing all the windows in the room. In the vast landing area, a frail figure climbed aboard a gigantic battleship. Heavens, that's the princess. What do we do? The high-ranking officers at the landing area, looking at the display screen, exchanged glances and said, hurry and report the little princess has run away. In that room, several generals began a heated argument. Our army should go first. The assault must rely on the ground forces to unfold. The commander-in-chief of the Free Alliance Army, Li Zhong, spat as he shouted. Meanwhile, on Earth, in the highest building on the nearby moon, a circular room likewise hosted a debate. Our great Chinese alliance has always valued peace, believing that a defensive strategy is the most suitable, said a bespectacled man. The American alliance believe that proactive aggression, ruthless bombings, and cleansing dissenters is the correct approach, replied a dark-skinned man in a suit. Two others remained silent. Suddenly, the large circular room's door swung open and a woman in a robe entered, radiating opulence. Her regal presence silenced the two arguing men, as she too wore a necklace adorned with a bright red gemstone. In a misty planet entirely enveloped in inexplicable white fog, a massive circular building soared into the clouds within its largest room. There was only a golden chair upon which sat a figure cloaked in a robe, sitting motionless, as if a statue, while the only exposed eyes were now blood-red. It was unclear how the figure moved, but the entire palace shook as a small house rose amidst the layers of fog. A man's body was sent into the circular room, a lifeless male body lying before the seated figure, whose red eyes suddenly shot forth two beams of red light, converging on the man's body. After a long time, your will is my action, the man said, standing before the chair, his body trembling continuously. The seated figure appeared quite weak. The figure trembled again, the chair lowering with them, as the remaining person turned to look outside the room, where layers of white fog parted to reveal countless peculiar battleships. Come out, all of you, the man shouted. In the misty world, a house rose up and countless people emerged from it. The bespectacled fat man shouted, frantically typing on his keyboard, his speed dizzying to his colleagues around him. You fat idiot, are you looking for trouble again? Mei Ji exclaimed, waving her hands. Suddenly someone patted the fat man's back again. You fat idiot, speak. Look at you. Mei Ji shouted, hands on her hips. Looking around, she yelled, what are you looking at? Never seen this before. The colleagues around her lowered their heads again, typing on their keyboards, but unfortunately the screen in front of them only displayed the logo of the Planet Civilization game, nothing else. Behind the Blue Sky Group building in the control room of the Planet Civilization game, there was suddenly silence. What the hell, what did you do, fat man? Mei Ji said as she reached out to grab the fat man. Get lost, he shouted, turning around, fiercely glaring at Mei Ji with bloodshot eyes. Instantly his colleagues all closed their eyes, and after a while he said, honey, I'm tired. Sit down. Mei Ji's extremely sweet voice emerged. All the colleagues suddenly felt their heartbeats racing from 120 beats per minute to 1,200 beats per microsecond. Just stay there, the fat man slowly said, turning back his hands, continuing to type rapidly on the keyboard. No one spoke. The fat man's surname was Mi, and he was the only son in his family fond of computers since childhood. However, he didn't enjoy playing games, but was deeply engrossed in programming, claiming to be a top-notch technician despite never having attended any university. He was directly recruited by Zhou Long and placed here. After a while, sweat poured down Mi's body while his colleagues were all graduates of top universities. They knew there was a major problem in the game now. And now the only one saving the game was Mi. Mi sighed, raising his hands and putting them down, turning around to see Zhou Long standing in front of him. Mister, you tell me, what's wrong with this game? Xiaomi said, tears filling his eyes. What could possibly be wrong? Speak, Zhou Long said, sitting down in the chair behind him. The game's progress was suddenly advanced, which would impact the company's revenue. That was not the main issue. The game was under attack, and now I could only maintain the authority to shut it down. Mi slowly said, glancing at Zhou Long's calm face. Can the game still run? Ilong asked. Yes. I can guarantee that, Mi said. Is there any way to resolve these issues? Ilong inquired. I can forcibly shut down the game, but if I do that, Mi was saying when Ilong interrupted, that method won't work. Our Blue Sky group only publishes and operates the game, nothing else. Then we can only enter the game as destroyers injecting some data in the game world to attack the virus. But the game system will also retaliate. If that doesn't work, we can send someone into the game. The fat man Xiaomi said. That's doable, you manage it, the game cannot stop. Ilong said as he walked out. Honey, are you okay? The fat man Xiaomi said, taking a step back, looking at Meiji beside him. Now you know to call me. Meiji said, occasionally lifting a stool in her hand. In the corner of the room, Xiaomi's scream echoed once again. Meanwhile, Yilong's car raced down the road, heading straight home. He casually ate something before entering the game pod, looking at posts on the official forum. The Despicable Butcher, a post concerning the indiscriminate slaughter by the pioneers, had been bumped up. Countless players condemned the pioneers' actions, but there were also some who praised them, believing that a man should act this way. Decisive in killing Ilong squinted as he exited the official site, clicking to enter the game. Before him lay an endless expanse of land overgrown with weeds, while behind him was a barren stretch. This was a garbage planet. Since the last mission here, Ilong remembered its coordinates well. It was obvious that others remembered the coordinates too, but not many. More people were interested in battling goblins rather than facing the unknown invading army of garbage robots, but Ilong was not one of them. Swinging his laser sword, Ilong charged towards the distant garbage robot monsters. Gag, gag. Pushing open the heavy door, a breath of air that had accumulated for who knows how many years flooded into the room, bringing with it the stench of decay and a hint of blood. Ugh! A muffled sound came from inside. Zhou Long covered his mouth and nose, peering inside to see a person in rebel uniform lying there, bound all over with the sound of tapping against the wall. It was made by the person using their head, and from the disheveled hair it was clear that it was a woman. However, Zhou Long did not step inside. The heavy air in the vast room had already dissipated. In the enormous room, there was only one thing, a giant coffin, and the lid was askew, clearly having been opened before. Zombies. Zhou Long murmured. He stepped inside, and the woman on the ground let out a sound. Ugh. Ugh. Wait a moment, Zhou Long said as he walked towards the coffin. A coffin in the game world, how scary can it be? Can it really claim souls? Zhou Long thought as he slowly approached. Ugh. 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 The woman on the ground desperately made sounds, watching Zhou Long's actions. All right, beautiful. I will save you soon, you better think about how to repay me, Zhou Long said as he walked over and pulled the cloth out of the woman's mouth. Ugh, ugh. Before the woman could speak, Zhou Long attempted to shove the cloth back in. Ah, you little dog, Zhou Long exclaimed, quickly stepping back a few paces as the woman bit down on his wrist, causing the cloth to fall to the ground. Don't touch the coffin lid, the woman said, her body moving little by little. Why not? I want to touch it, Zhou Long said, moving closer to the coffin. Curse, the woman shouted loudly. Whoever moved the dead person's coffin will suffer eternally. Everyone on this ship will die. Zhou Long, having extended his hand, withdrew it. Who are you? Zhou Long said as he walked over. He lifted the woman's chin with his hand. I'm not bad, Zhou Long remarked. With a rosy face and a distinctive beauty, she may not be stunningly gorgeous, but possesses her own charm. Oomph. The woman turned her face away, seemingly a bit shy. Who? Zhou Long reached out and picked the woman up. A faint scent emanated from her body, subtle enough that one would hardly notice, yet once detected it would be unforgettable. The woman at the door called out softly, Zhou Long turned back and moved towards the coffin, casually asking, What's your name? Enchanting, the woman said slowly, perhaps reluctant to say more. Are you a player or an NPC? Zhou Long asked as he reached the edge of the coffin. The coffin lid had already been opened by someone, revealing a large skylight above, through which countless stars shone down. Following the light, Zhou Long grasped the laser sword in his hand. To be cautious, he raised both hands and pushed down forcefully. With a whoosh, the coffin lid was pushed open halfway, and the starlight suddenly poured in, revealing a pair of legs before Zhou Long. It was merely bones. Ah! Zhou Long shouted, trembling, and stepping back a half step. Under the starlight, the legs before him suddenly became flesh and blood, revealing a pair of male legs. Scary, isn't it? Zhou Long gathered his courage and stepped forward, pushing again with both hands. Bang! The coffin lid fell to the ground, revealing a complete skeleton. Under the starlight, flesh appeared on the skeleton from the bottom up, and a man's face emerged before Zhou Long. He had hair down to his ears, a square face, small ears, thin lips, and unblinking eyes. Impossible! Zhou Long shouted, retreating several steps, but with a crack he stumbled over the threshold. The man's face looked exactly like his own, except it was a ghastly blue. It must be an illusion. Zhou Long hurriedly stood up, but just as he was about to enter again, he saw the person in the coffin suddenly sit up, eyes wide open. Indeed, it was the same face as his own, but those eyes exuded a chilling aura along with a natural regal presence. He raised his hand, and reached into his clothes. He pulled out a necklace which had a palm-sized diamond embedded in it and tossed it over. The necklace landed directly around Zhou Long's neck. The man smiled at Zhou Long, saying, "Hee, you will return." After saying this, he surprisingly turned and picked up the coffin lid from the ground, covering it again while the large door slowly closed. Everything happened too quickly for Zhou Long to believe it was real. Zhou Long lowered his head, quickly pulling open his military uniform. The gold necklace didn't seem like much, but the large diamond embedded in it was now radiating with flames. More importantly, it had merged with Zhou Long's body. He could feel the diamond as if it were a part of him. What is happening? Zhou Long turned his head and saw that the woman on the ground had disappeared, leaving only a trail of blood. Damn it! Find her and get some answers. Grasping the laser sword, Zhou Long followed the trail of blood. During this time, Zhou Long even pulled the laser sword and cut into himself, but the diamond felt as if it had taken root in him, or rather it had already become a part of his body. Furthermore, Zhou Long noticed that the diamond had started to turn bright red. That woman must know something, he thought, focusing intently on searching for something. Ha ha ha. Ludford laughed heartily, and all the officers around him erupted in hysterical laughter. Huashan slowly turned to look at Ludford. At this moment, Huashan realized that her former comrades seemed to have changed significantly. Although each stood alive before her, their faces were tinged with a bluish hue. Puff! All the officers around laughed, their flesh tearing and falling to the ground, leaving only skeletons standing. "General Huashan, do you really still want our loyalty?" Ha ha! Huashan abruptly turned to look at Ludford, who had spoken. There was not a single fresh piece of flesh left on them, just white skeletons. You? Huashan stuttered as she raised her gun to shoot. Bang! A shadow suddenly charged forward. Huashan's body flew back, her head striking the wall, plunging her into unconsciousness. Perhaps a long time passed, and then a heavy voice whispered in her ear, "Do you want to live or die?" Huashan suddenly opened her eyes. The familiar comrades were still there, but under the starlight their flesh constantly appeared, yet also kept falling to the ground. In front of her stood a person dressed in a tight black outfit. A martial arts master, agile and nimble, Huashan concluded in her mind. "Answer me, do you want to live or do you want to die?" The person in black pressed closely, demanding an answer. "What does it matter whether I live or die?" Huashan replied, lying down, knowing this wasn't the best time for a counterattack. "If you want to die, I can kill you right now. If you want to live, you can live forever and become their leader again," the person in black said slowly, standing with arms outstretched. The surrounding officers, including Ludford, had stopped laughing, all intensely staring at Huashan, waiting for her decision. After a long pause, she declared, "I choose neither." A delicate voice rang out. The unseen woman rushed over and leaned close to Huashan, saying, "Hey." The person in black responded, "Lady, this isn't your game," before approaching with a kick. Slap. As she saw the incoming kick, the woman closed her eyes. Whoosh. A gust of wind rushed past her, and she felt no pain, opening her eyes in confusion. Another leg had come out of nowhere, firmly blocking the attack from the person in black. Looking up, she saw a man with hair down to his ears, a square face, small ears, thin lips, and eyes filled with determination. It hurt so much. Zhou Long shouted in his mind. Did the opponent also mutate? The determination in his expression was clearly caused by intense pain. "Player, are you?" the person in black asked cautiously. "What about you? Are you an NPC?" Zhou Long also withdrew his leg, asking defensively, "What are the bosses saying?" A skeletal officer replied, "It must be a code." Ludford mumbled ambiguously. The black-clad figure before them appeared very mysterious. After throwing Huashan into space during the rebellion, Ludford and his men successfully boarded the Devil's warship. However, while searching for a way to activate the ship, they encountered the person in black outside the ship, who possessed an immortal body, quickly becoming everyone's nightmare. "I only need 200 living people," the person in black declared, causing the surrounding officers to start firing at their comrades. The living would become the living in the black figure's words. The thrill of eternal life had not yet ended when the horror of seeing their own hearts being ripped out and eaten by the black figure tormented them. "The price of immortality requires you to find a captain." The last words of the black figure echoed as they remained hidden in the shadows. Bored, the crowd began their killing game. "Aren't you?" Zhou Long said, taking a slight step back, his expression blank. "Ow." Zhou Long suddenly crouched down, clutching his leg and shouting, "It hurts so much. Your leg is so hard." "Ah." The person in black yelled, also bending over and stepping back 2 paces, saying, "I am definitely not a player nor an NPC, just a bored hacker." Whoosh. Zhou Long suddenly thrust the laser sword in his hand forward. The pale yellow blade erupted, aiming at the person in black. Zhou Long was confident, believing that his mutated bota's speed was beyond that of any ordinary player. With a face full of confidence, Zhou Long swung the laser sword, only to witness a surprising scene. The person in black lunged forward, sidestepping and swinging an arm, reaching out to grab him. The woman crouching beside Huashan suddenly displayed a hopeful expression. The player Enchanting had entered the game and appeared on the Free Alliance planet, becoming Huashan's subordinate. She later joined the Wild Wolf Guild and it was she who attended to Wang's wounds. Calm and composed, sometimes to the point of seeming less than feminine, perhaps it was this quality that allowed her to join the Wild Wolf Guild, though she was just an ordinary member. Seeing Zhou Long swing the laser sword, the player enchanting felt there was still hope for victory. Zing. The military uniform on her chest was suddenly torn open, a cold sensation washing over her. Zhou Long's laser sword was mere millimeters away from the neck of the person in black. "What have you done?" the person in black roared. Beneath Zhou Long's torn uniform, the diamond embedded in the necklace had turned red and shot forth a beam of light. It pierced through the body of the person in black and went straight through, hitting the control room behind him. "Oh!" the person in black shouted, swiftly dodging. Avoiding the beam of light, but clearly injured severely, he staggered unsteady on his feet. In front of everyone, he unexpectedly tumbled off the warship, saying, "I will return." The last words of the person in black as he fell. Boom. The ground shook and the devil's warship suddenly moved. This was the last sensation Zhou Long felt. As the diamond on his stomach erupted with a beam of light, it seemed to drain all of Zhou Long's energy, causing him to fade into unconsciousness. With a dizzying sensation, when Zhou Long awoke again, he was sitting in a chair. A massive display screen in front of him showed the course ahead, while countless officers moved busily around. Beside him stood Ludford, quietly watching Zhou Long with an impassive expression. "What happened?" Zhou Long said, slowly looking around. "Congratulations, player, you have acquired the Devil's Warship, a bound non-tradable item, the top-tier battleship from the Legend of Cosmic Pirates. Attack 2000-5000. Defense 80000. Red level attacks below black warships are ineffective. Automatically generates a protective shield. Full speed ahead can break through enemy attacks, and when fully loaded with ammunition it can engage an entire fleet. Extremely powerful, with very few nemesis." Hee. Zhou Long chuckled. Although he didn't know what was happening, it was evident that he had obtained a supreme battleship. "You are now the new master of this warship," said Lubode beside him. But his face showed reluctance. "You don't seem very happy." Zhou Long tilted his head and said. "There's no choice, you are the one who can make this warship move," Lubode said seriously. He stood up, and the surrounding officers all focused intently on their display screens, their expressions more concentrated than the last. "My subordinates and I are the best members of this warship," Lubode said slowly. "Indeed, every batch of members on the Devil's Warship is immortal. If not for the emergence of another warship, they would live for a long time." A woman's voice echoed from a distance. Zhou Long turned his head to listen. It was the same woman in military uniform, with short hair, looking very composed, standing outside the control room. "You seem to know a lot," Zhou Long said as he walked over, ignoring Lubode beside him. "Of course," the woman replied. Lubode followed slowly behind. Player Manhwa said, "When humans began to explore the universe, the farthest travelers were not the official warships from the home planet. Instead, they were a group of people who had left the home planet manufacturing and piloting warships, sailing into uncharted starry skies, discovering new life forms, and embarking on plunder. On distant alien planets, they left their footprints and cannon fire everywhere on the home planet. Wealth and women became their goals, and they were known as thieves, with the Devil's Warship being the most famous and legendary among them." Player Manhwa looked into the distance, as if reminiscing about her family's past. "Ah. Actually, my profession is a hidden profession, a thief," Player Manhwa said to Zhou with a smile. "Once you become this profession, you automatically know these things." Looking at Zhou Long's puzzled face, Player Manhwa resumed her calm demeanor. "Where is Huashan?" Zhou Long asked, turning around. "He's locked in the last room." "Don't worry, he will be like me soon enough," Lubode said, raising his bloodied hand, which had a heart he had swallowed. "Okay, where are we going?" Zhou Long quickly shifted his gaze to the massive display screen in front of him. "This woman is left for you," Lubode winked at Zhou Long. "The warship seems to be moving in a fixed direction." At this moment, the Devil's Warship shone brilliantly, like a seductive woman clad in black, the clothing reflecting the lights. "No response whatsoever," the nearby officers said as they approached. These skeleton officers operated for a long time, but the warship showed no response. "If only we knew where to go," Zhou Long frowned and said. "Target the end of the universe," a voice suddenly echoed from the control room. It sounded like a programmed voice. "Shall let it move at full speed," Player Manhwa whispered beside him. "Full speed ahead." Zhou Long shouted loudly. Boom. The entire warship shook violently, and a voice in the control room responded, "Understood. Speed set to maximum." "Indeed, it's an intelligent computer," Zhou mumbled, "but the place it's going is. That place no one can return from there. How do we get back?" Lubode, who hadn't spoken for a while, suddenly pulled out a laser gun from behind and aimed it at Zhou Long. All the surrounding officers stopped their movements simultaneously. Killing him would be useless. The Devil's Warship must go where it is destined. Player Manhwa slowly said, raising her hand to press down on Lubode's laser gun. "Why should I trust you?" Lubode pointed the gun at Player Manhwa and said, "Professional secret, do you really want to know?" Player Manhwa looked around, and everyone, including Zhou Long, was staring at her. "All right, I'll tell you, player Manhwa said slowly. The devil's worship always goes to many places to plunder money, but they need a place to hide their wealth, and that place can only be accessed by them. The end of the universe, although it is merely a legend. However, the owner of the devil's worship found that place years ago, player Manhwa said, looking around at everyone. To enter the end of the universe, one must proceed in a fixed direction to reach it. This is also the program of the computer on the warship. After reaching the destination, the warship will only leave after 15 days, and then it will sail freely. Player Manhwa finished speaking and looked at Zhou Long. Can I go see Huashan? No. Zhou Long and Lubode both said at the same time, exchanging glances as they clearly had the same answer. It was apparent that this woman knew too much. It was imprudent to let her be unmonitored. Seeing the two men speak in unison, player Manhwa fell silent, coldly staring at Lubode and the skeleton officers behind him. Zhou Long felt a bit uncomfortable in his heart. These people will undoubtedly be loyal to themselves, if not, damn it. If player Manhwa hadn't stopped me just now, I would have flown back to the base to revive. Zhou Long thought to himself. Have you seen my warship just next to the devil's worship? Captain, I'm afraid your warship can only drift there if no one discovers it in a short time. Lubode shrugged and said. Oh my god, what is that? Someone shouted from the side. Boom, boom, boom. Zhou Long looked ahead where the countless star seas had vanished, revealing endless warships charging straight at them, with countless lasers shooting toward them. Get down. A delicate body lunged forward and pressed Zhou Long down, shouting. Quickly activate the protective shield. Generate protective shield. Zhou Long yelled mechanically. Suddenly, the entire warship vibrated and emitted a transparent energy sphere, shielding the entire hull, and countless lasers were immediately blocked outside the energy sphere. Thank you. As he stood up, Zhou Long extended his right hand toward player Manhwa amicably. Zhou Long certainly hadn't suddenly become more polite. He just felt more attached to this woman, at least on this warship. That was close. Lubode stood up, looking utterly incredulous. Due to the assault, the speed of the devil warship had significantly slowed down. Only Lubode remained among the skeletal officers on board, as the others had been blasted off the ship by the lasers from the first wave of attacks. Although only 3 remained, it did not hinder the progress of the ship. 3 days had passed, during which the devil warship had endured countless assaults. First, it was besieged by countless silver demon fighter jets, followed by bombardments from large warships. Without the protection of the shield, the devil warship would have been shattered countless times. Now the 3 of them took turns sleeping, surrounded by an endless fleet of ships. The deeper they went, the older and more dilapidated the ships became, yet they continued to attack, all without any control. According to Lubode, there should be a powerful frequency source in this cosmic space that disrupted all the warship's computer systems, causing them to fire indiscriminately. Heavens! What ancient warships! Lubode exclaimed, gazing at the laser-firing satellites around them. This must be the site of an interstellar war. What war? Zhou Long, lying there, curiously looked at the surrounding warships, saying, he definitely doesn't know. Player Manhwa sneered, her expression indicating that she thought Lubode was ignorant. You. Lubode sat cross-legged and said, don't you know? Many centuries ago, there was a great war between humans and aliens, a life-and-death struggle. What was the outcome? Zhou Long said rudely while lying on the ground, picking his nose. After 3 days of interaction, the 3 had developed a certain understanding of each other. This increased their trust somewhat. It was during this time that Zhou Long learned that Lubode and the other officers had become this way due to the actions of a man in black who was a hacker, and that the virus he wielded was what transformed Lubode into this state. Of course, this was something that the hacker had accidentally let slip, overheard by Lubode. Today was the 4th day. The warships in the sky had remained densely packed. The 3 had long since transitioned from shock to a state of calm. They looked at each other, unsure of what to say. I want to go see him. Player Manhwa said slowly, as she still had a charm mission involving Huashan. As for the details, Zhou Long could not get her to tell him. All right, let's go take a look. Zhou Long said, and Lubode did not object, perhaps because it was too dull. The 3 stood up together and walked toward the back of the warship. Perhaps due to the ship's activation, Zhou Long clearly saw that the layout of the ship had changed. Some new rooms had appeared, but the doors were tightly shut. The 3 hurried past, as no one wanted any unexpected surprises. Having one more person would mean a bit more strength. Bang, bang, bang. The originally pitch-black door had turned blood red. The sounds coming from the red door indicated that there was significant movement inside, with Huashan clearly causing a ruckus. What have you done to him? Zhou Long turned to look at Lubode. I knocked him out and tossed him inside. Lubode answered honestly. Could he be scared by that coffin? Zhou Long said slowly, vividly recalling the events related to the coffin. Open it. Manhwa said calmly, reaching to open the door. Wait. Zhou Long and Lubode both raised their hands in unison to stop her, exchanging glances. Looking at the movement, it seems powerful. Zhou Long turned and said, what if he comes out and takes us all down? Then we just throw him out, player Manhwa said flatly. As the 3 were speaking, the warship suddenly trembled violently. They all fell to the ground, and before they could comprehend what was happening, they noticed that the large door in front of them had opened a crack. Slap. Before the three had time to close it, a skeletal hand reached out, slapping, causing the door to swing open again. The three looked, and Huashan had turned into a skeleton, just like Lu Bod. Her face was filled with terror, and as soon as she appeared before the three could see clearly, she quickly fled, disappearing from sight. Close it, Zhou Long said. The three quickly got up and shut the door again. During this, Zhou Long secretly glanced inside. The coffin lid had been completely opened, and at that moment the person inside was sitting up. While Zhou Long was peeking, that person unexpectedly sat up, sporting the same face and hairstyle, raising a right hand to wave at Zhou Long, only that the eyes displayed an eerie glow. Slap. This was merely a fleeting moment, and the door quickly closed. What was that? Lu Bod shouted, pointing ahead. A gigantic planet, at least from the outside, appeared to be composed of metal. It was clear to see that the metal was already rusted. The recent tremor was simply the sound of the devil warship landing. The entire planet showed no signs of life and was eerily quiet. Let's go up, Lu Bod said. Others have already arrived, pointing to a nearby location. Zhou Long then noticed a few items in the distance, but they were not warships. They were several escape pods. Let's go, Zhou Long said, glancing at player manhwa beside him. Once on the ground, Zhou Long remarked, he came down too. The scattered bones on the ground clearly indicated that Huashan had also run down. This place hasn't activated the game yet, player manhwa said slowly, and with a loud noise the devil warship once again took off into the sky, flying far away. Looking at Zhou Long, she seemed to want to find some answers in his eyes. Perhaps it was a natural fear of unfamiliar places that made her keep her distance from Zhou Long. Lu Bod, walking in front, had remained silent, holding a laser gun, while pointing as they walked, seemingly afraid that something might suddenly jump out. Don't you think he hasn't said something? Player manhwa whispered in his ear. Maybe so, Zhou Long replied, ambiguously, unable to shake off his suspicions. He definitely doubted that Lu Bod was so eager to clear the way for him out of loyalty. Hey, Lu Bod, slow down, Zhou Long shouted, knowing that this was player manhwa's provocation. But it never hurts to ask. Unexpectedly, as soon as Zhou Long shouted, Lu Bod up ahead suddenly quickened his pace and vanished in a flash. Damn, chase him, Zhou Long said, stepping forward to run after him. Player manhwa frowned, following behind. Ahead was an uphill path strewn with rocks, and various metallic debris lay before them. This guy runs so fast, Zhou Long exclaimed, gazing at the mountain that had suddenly appeared before them. Apart from the looming mountains before him, the surrounding area was an endless expanse of wilderness. Zhou Long took a step forward, walking in silence, with his companion one in front and the other behind. Before long, they reached the summit, where a vast plain lay ahead. Lu Bod stood there in a daze, confronted by what appeared to be an ancient structure. General, aren't you going to take a look at the scenery? Zhou Long approached and spoke. The structure was nearly 30 meters high, its exterior a dark gray, with countless large pillars standing at the entrance. The walls were intricately carved with entirely different patterns on both sides, yet they perfectly converged in the middle. At the entrance there were dozens of steps filled with people lying on them. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Long realized that none of these individuals had decayed, leaving him to wonder how many years they had been here. From their appearance, it seemed as though they had just died a minute ago. Player manhwa walked over, crouched down, and pulled something out from her military uniform, inspecting it. As Zhou Long turned around, he saw that Lu Bod's eyes were filled with murky tears. His expression was one of shock. Tell me what you know, Zhou Long said, slowly gazing at the lifeless house before him, but Lu Bod remained silent. He slowly walked inside. Hey, Zhou Long called out to Lu Bod's retreating figure, but there was no response. This is a mission scene, we've just arrived here early, player manhwa said as she stood up, looking at Zhou Long. But there are others here. Those escape pods outside. Lu Bod is just an NPC, what can he say? Player manhwa spoke slowly. All right then. Would the beautiful lady care to explore here with me? Zhou Long said as he stepped forward. Be careful. I'll watch your back, player manhwa said calmly as they ascended the steps, with the ground beneath them occupied by those who appeared to be dead. Yet their skin remained rosy. Perhaps feeling a bit scared, Zhou Long sensed player manhwa gently linking her arm with his, while Lu Bod continued to walk ahead, disappearing from view. There were a total of 99 steps, and with each one they ascended, Zhou Long glanced at the ranks of the soldiers below, each one higher than the last. So many doors. Zhou Long seemed to be questioning, his face showing confusion. Upon finishing the steps, they were met with over a dozen stone doors extending outward from the center, each door smaller than the last, yet the carvings on the walls beside them exuded majesty. It seemed this place once held a solemnity. Let's go, player manhwa said, linking arms with Zhou Long as they moved forward. There were no luminous objects around, but the light within the doors had a very tangible quality. This was the largest door. Upon entering, Zhou Long discovered an endless corridor with numerous people standing along both sides, dressed in clean military uniforms, their expressions stoic and their eyes resolute. They looked like living beings, yet lacked any sign of life. As Zhou Long walked forward, the arm he was holding tightened instinctively. Don't look at them, Zhou Long whispered. He quickened his pace, repeating, "Don't look at them. Don't look at them. Don't look at them." The originally soft voice echoed infinitely in the corridor. The words reverberated deeper into the corridor, and the two exchanged a quick glance before continuing forward. Boom, boom, boom. As Zhou Long's words echoed and the sounds of explosions grew ever closer. "It's gunfire," Player Manhwa exclaimed. "Run," Zhou Long said, pulling Player Manhwa with him as they dashed forward, their eyes fixed on the walls as they progressed, nearly half an hour passing. In the distance, they finally spotted the end of the corridor, also catching sight of several beams of laser light zipping by. "Shoo!" Zhou Long suddenly stopped and turned, raising a finger to his lips toward Player Manhwa behind him. Zhou Long intended to indicate to keep quiet, but as he turned, Player Manhwa's lips unexpectedly pressed against his. "You." Player Manhwa's face flushed crimson as she opened her mouth in silent protest. Zhou Long felt a sudden pang of pain in his arm. His body, now mutated, was indeed strong, yet he wore a look of extreme pain. This was undoubtedly caused by Player Manhwa's grasp, who knew what other tricks this woman had in store. Zhou Long wore an apologetic expression, turning back just in time to see the front of the corridor. It appeared to be a conference hall, with a large stone table at its center around which several humans were seated. Their postures suggested anger. Some were pounding the table, while others raised their hands in protest. Some were deep in thought while seated, yet they all shared a commonality, appearing frozen in time, while at the other end of the table there was nothing but emptiness except for a circular stone on the surface. Behind those varied postures, Liu Bode crouched there with a laser gun in hand, observing the two. He raised his hand and fired a shot. "Damn it!" Zhou Long cried out, rolling away. Player Manhwa also lunged out, rolling across the ground. When Zhou Long looked up, he found that Player Manhwa had rolled out and tumbled down a slope. Zhou Long immediately got up, as rescuing the damsel in distress was not his forte. Pressed against the wall, he glanced at the round table, noticing it was circular in shape, with several people perched atop it firing shots. "What is going on?" Zhou Long wondered aloud. Suddenly, he felt a small hand on his back, gently caressing him before gradually resting on his shoulder. With no warning, Zhou Long felt goosebumps rise as the hand patted his shoulder. Slowly, he turned to see who it was. It felt like walking alone on a dark road in the middle of the night, when suddenly a pair of hands landed on him, sending a shiver down his spine. Turning around, he saw a small child, or rather someone resembling a child, with brown skin and features similar to a human, dressed in an obviously oversized gray robe. Though filthy, it bore distinct patterns. With friendly eyes, the small figure stepped back 2 paces, extending its little hand and waving. "Do you want me to come over?" Zhou Long thought to himself. Seemingly aware of his thoughts, the little one cheerfully nodded and looked ahead where laser blasts erupted in the hall. Zhou Long quickly nodded in response. The little being, full of joy, took Zhou Long's hand, leading him forward. Zhou Long said nothing, merely following obediently. They had walked nearly 100 meters when the little one suddenly stopped, raised a hand, and tapped the adjacent wall. With a rumble, as if triggered by a mechanism, the wall in front of them lifted, revealing a small path. The little one pulled Zhou Long in, and despite not being particularly curious, he was still contemplating whether to enter. The strength from the child's hand compelled him inside. They entered an endless corridor with vast spaces on either side, illuminated by various shaped light tubes. Along the corridor, enormous open areas were dotted with countless large pillars. What surprised Zhou Long even more was that between every pair of pillars stood giant robots, densely packed together, formidable weapons, all the top-tier robots described on the official site. Beneath these massive robots, countless smaller robots were present, leaving Zhou Long in awe. "What is this place?" Zhou Long asked instinctively. "What is this place?" The little one across from him seemed to mimic Zhou Long, asking, "Who are you?" Zhou Long replied, "Who are you?" The little one repeated the question. "I'm a good person who I'm asking who you are." Zhou Long pointed at himself, and then at the little one, whose innocent eyes stared back at him. The little one said, "I'm a good person who I'm asking who you are." Zhou Long exclaimed, "Oh my God." The little one echoed, raising its head. After a moment, Zhou Long and the little one locked eyes. "He's a robot. I'm me. What are you?" Zhou Long suddenly pointed at a crooked robot in the corridor. The little one, looking very understanding, immediately pointed at the robot outside the corridor, saying, "He's a robot. I'm me. What are you?" Zhou Long's brain felt frozen. He stared at the little one at a loss for words. Seeing Zhou Long's frowning face, the little one approached slowly, its eyes lighting up. It said, and then it grabbed Zhou Long's hand and ran off. "Hey, what are you doing?" Zhou Long struggled to keep up. He had no choice but to run again. After a while, the end of the corridor revealed a coffin. The child hurriedly pointed at the coffin and then at itself. As they ran, Zhou Long noticed various warships on either side of the corridor, all intact and exceptionally clean, as if someone could board them at any moment. Noticing Zhou Long still looked puzzled, the little one raised both hands and clapped towards the front of the coffin. At that moment, Zhou Long realized the patterns on the coffin. They were unlike any patterns he recognized, appearing very foreign. Just then the side of the coffin that the little one had clapped against suddenly moved, the metallic exterior shifting. It transformed into images depicting the little one's ancestors gradually developing planets. Perhaps the planets became extremely advanced until only one person remained to control them. Every day was filled with relentless construction until one day a human battleship arrived. After several skirmishes, both sides decided to negotiate, but during the talks, someone secretly sabotaged the negotiations, activating the secret weapon on the planet. Subsequently, without the leader's guidance, both sides engaged in a grand battle. Of course, the consequences were tragic. This planet fell into silence, and after suffering heavy losses, humanity never returned here. Zhou Long shouted at the little figure after reading, but to his surprise the little figure seemed to see something and ran towards the darkness behind the coffin, feeling a chill at the back of his head. Zhou Long regretted it deeply. He had just been focused on the scene before him, forgetting to guard against what was behind him. Turn around, Zhou Long gently said as he slowly turned around. Pioneer, you can see him. Vice President Manhwa of the Manhwa Guild said, watching Zhou Long with a playful look. It's just an accident. Perhaps this is fate, Zhou Long said with a grin as he stepped forward, but suddenly slap. Vice President Manhwa directly aimed the laser gun at Zhou Long's mouth and said, Fate. Huh, don't say useless things. Did you sneak onto our warship and come here? Vice President Manhwa of the Manhwa Guild said, looking as though it was only natural, as if he had caught a thief. No, my own warship had a problem, that's why I came here. Zhou Long replied with a smile, nonsense. Vice President Manhwa said sternly. On our home planet Earth, coming here is a high-level exploration mission. We were all elected by many players to board the specially made warship, risking our lives to get here. You must have secretly boarded the warship, right? Vice President Manhwa of the Manhwa Guild said in rapid succession. Seeing Zhou Long's expression, Manhwa took it as a comical twist of a conspiracy being exposed, while Zhou Long simply didn't know what to say. Anyway, on the way here, the overwhelming firepower of the warships was formidable. Ordinary players couldn't possibly come on their own warships. Since you are a master, you must be prepared to die. Manhwa said, pressing his index finger on the trigger of the laser gun. Aren't we allies? Zhou Long quickly said, looking towards Mingyu's back. We are indeed allies, but not here. Manhwa said, you should understand that knowing too many people about certain matters is not good. He was about to pull the trigger. There is someone behind you. Zhou Long pointed behind Manhwa and shouted, Humph. Still a master, do you take me for a child? Manhwa scoffed, there really is someone behind you. Zhou Long widened his eyes and shouted, there really is someone. Yes, there really is someone, haha. Manhwa laughed, and then with a whoosh a hand passed through Mingyu's body and directly pierced through his heart. Bang. With the sound of a gunshot, Zhou Long instinctively dropped to the ground. It was a skeletal hand, and in its palm was a still beating, vibrant heart. Impossible. Vice President Manhwa looked at the heart in his chest. This was not the main concern. The most important thing was liquid was spreading on the skeletal arm, and Mingyu's body was gradually transforming into a skeleton. Suddenly, the skeletal arm retracted. Hee, another companion has joined us. As Manhwa collapsed to the ground, Zhou Long saw that the person holding the heart and feeding it to himself was Huashan. He swallowed the heart in one bite. I like this taste, Huashan said, looking at Zhou Long. What do you want? Zhou Long stood up, seeing Manhwa trembling on the ground. It's nothing, just waiting for the time to leave. Huashan said. Bang, bang, bang. Run. Lu Bode ran over from the corridor, shouting with a surge of explosive lasers behind him. Clearly the two were together again. Oomph. Huashan snorted coldly, waiting for Lu Bode to run towards the back of the coffin. Save me. What's happening to me? Manhwa on the ground trembled and said. Just go with the flow. Zhou Long slowly said, Pioneer, what a coincidence. Vice President Fei Shi of the Wild Grain Guild slowly walked in. He didn't even glance at Manhwa on the ground. Hee, what a coincidence. Zhou Long said, yes, very coincidental. After Fei Shi finished speaking, he unexpectedly walked over and tightly wrapped his arm around Zhou Long's shoulder. His demeanor seemed very friendly, but his smile was exceedingly fake. What's up with this woman? Vice President Wu Dalong of the Thief Guild said as he walked over from the corridor. Originally looking proud, his expression changed slightly when he saw Fei Shi and Zhou Long embracing. This is my friend Pioneer, Fei Shi said with a smile. Following closely behind the arrogant Vice President Ci2 walked over, saying, since we are all friends, let's do it together. Vice President Wu Dalong said slowly. Haha, of course. Fei Shi said, tightening his grip on Zhou Long's shoulders, seemingly very close to him. Kill him. Vice President Manhwa of the Manhwa Guild stood up. The once graceful and enchanting long wind now grew on the skull, while the military uniform she wore still highlighted Mingyu's exquisite figure. The surrounding male players were left speechless, imagining that beneath the clothes was all bone. Behind the coffin was also a corridor, but the group no longer wanted to search and returned to the hall where they had just fought. Player Manhwa was waiting there, and no one asked Zhou Long how he got there. Clearly this issue was of no concern to the group. Sitting around the round table, Manhwa was familiarizing herself with her new body and spoke little, while Zhou Long sat beside player Manhwa. Fei Shi insisted on sitting beside them, while Wu Dalong and Ci, sat on the other side, next to several officers with various expressions who seemed as if they could awaken at any moment. We are here to find the lost data. Fei Shi, sitting beside Zhou Long, was about to say something when Vice President Ci of the Arrogant Guild said slowly, Fei Shi, don't tell outsiders about the mission. What outsiders? The pioneer is my friend from the Wild Wolf Guild. Right. Fei Shi patted Zhou Long's shoulder and shouted, of course. Of course. Zhou Long nodded in agreement. You sister, you are clearly trying to eat me. Those two on the opposite side clearly don't get along with you, and they just want to bring me along to make a show of force. If the fact that he was a friend of the Wild Wolf Guild got out, it would be impossible not to become famous. Zhou Long secretly thought as he smiled faintly at the two in front of him. Wu Dalong and Ci looked at Zhou Long and fell silent. That lost data is very important to the home planet, and is right here, Fei Shi said slowly. It's that simple. Zhou Long looked coldly at Fei Shi. That gaze seemed to say Fei Shi was lying. Of course, just ask them if you don't believe me. Fei Shi shouted, pointing at the two people across the table. To his surprise, those two remained silent, staring blankly at the ceiling. Based on the reputation of the Wild Wolf Guild in the game, it is still trustworthy, said the silent player Manhwa, looking at Zhou Long. What are you? It's not your turn to speak, shouted the Arrogant Guild Vice President Cito. She is mine. Zhou Long immediately shouted, and she's also a member of our Wild Wolf Guild. Fat Lion shouted, his expression clearly showing these are all my people. I'm not interested in lost data, I just want to know how to leave this place. Zhou Long looked at the others and said, once we find the data, we can naturally leave. Fat Lion replied indifferently beside him. Of course, you can also commit suicide, that way you can return to the base. However, this is everyone's last resort. Let's split up the search. Manhwa, the president of the Manhwa Guild, said slowly. As Manhwa spoke, she walked towards Wu Dalong and said, let's go. Wu Dalong looked at Mingyu's skeletal body, momentarily speechless, only nodding in response. Is that hacker's virus really that powerful? Zhou Long thought, looking at Manhwa in the distance. Shall we go too? Fat Lion said coldly. Have we searched everywhere here? Zhou Long asked. Yes, I've searched everywhere. This place is like a library except all the books are gone. Manhwa, the player beside him, said, all right. Zhou Long said, so where do we go now? Follow them, Fat Lion said. We've been here for a few days, we know our way around. Only the newly appeared corridor hasn't been carefully explored. Good idea, Zhou Long said, and the three of them got up to follow, but no one noticed that above them a small figure silently stood on the second floor of the meeting room. The three of them then arrived at the corridor, walking slowly. A bunch of bastards, Fat Lion said as he walked ahead. I knew what these people were planning. Zhou Long followed Fat Lion's gaze, and Wu Dalong and the others unexpectedly climbed down the corridor, looking at the gigantic robot, before them contemplating how to activate one, hoping to release a few. With the power of the guild, it is enough to integrate players in the game, strengthening their guild's power. The entry of the Divine Level Guild has already put considerable pressure on various guilds. Originally, some experts were prepared to join the guild, but due to the entry of the Divine Level Guild, they changed their minds. The game is undergoing updates and guilds are also competing. Over the years, how many guilds have become history due to their inability to adapt to new games, and whenever a new game appears, countless professional guilds are born. Therefore, recruiting underlings is a mandatory lesson for every professional online game guild. Of course, a Divine Level Guild is just a special case, and now if Wu Dalong could activate those giant robots or battleships, it would create an irreparable disadvantage for other guilds. Thus, Fat Lion slowly raised his gun. Seeing this action, Zhou Long did not stop him, nor did he want to. He was here to make money, not to create enmity. Player Manhwa also said nothing, simply staring blankly at the coffin at the end of the corridor, holding his laser gun, while Fat Lion slowly took aim, the energy on the gun glowing brightly. No response. Wu Dalong said, raising his hand to click on the gigantic robot in front of him. You're just too stupid. Arrogant Guild Vice President Cito said, let me do it. After saying this, he stepped forward. Whoosh. Bang. What happened? Arrogant Guild Vice President Cito felt a great force attacking him from behind, but it vanished without a trace. Someone ambushed us. This was the first thought that crossed Cito's mind. He raised his gun and turned around sharply, only to see the vice president of the Manhwa Guild staring blankly at him, while Mingyu's right hand had inexplicably lost a segment. Cito shouted as he looked into the distance. Damn it. Fat Lion, you're dead. Cito saw Fat Lion in the distance with his gun aimed at him, the aiming posture unchanged. Cito said, Manhwa, I owe you a favor this time. You took a bullet for me, Cito said as he stepped forward. Just as he reached Manhwa with a swift motion, Cito saw Mingyu's severed right arm suddenly thrust towards him. If you want to repay your favor, do it now, Manhwa said softly. Her right arm grew back, swiftly retracting, and Cito knelt on the ground, watching as his body began to change. No. What is this? Cito shouted, his face filled with fear. No. No, no. Vice President of the Thief Guild Wu Dalong said as he backed away, tripping and falling to the ground, looking at the approaching manhwa as if he had seen a ghost. Getting up, he held his laser gun behind him while countless giant robots rushed towards him. Wu Dalong fired. Hee. Why are you running? I will still find you, manhwa said, turning to look at the three in the corridor. Raising her skeletal hand, the middle and index fingers crossed over her lips, she made a gesture of blowing a kiss. If it weren't for her entire skeleton, this action would definitely enchant all male players. In the Manhwa Guild, manhwa is not only a subject of fantasy for many male players in online games at night, but her promotional posters in the game are also cherished by male players. Let's go, Zhou Long shouted. This woman wants to turn everyone into that. Holding his laser gun, Fat Lion did not move, still holding his gun. He said, wait. Then well, leave first. Zhou Long said, stepping away. Wait. We need to go with him. Player manhwa shouted loudly. What? Zhou Long said. The player manhwa in front spoke, raising the laser gun in his hand. It trembled up and down as if unconsciously, but Zhou Long was afraid that manhwa might accidentally fire and send him back home. On both sides of the corridor there were steps for people to go up and down, and now manhwa was walking up step by step. Fat Lion was not scared, rather just at that moment when he fired his gun. At that moment a shadow flashed by, blocking his laser, while simultaneously breaking Mingyu's arm. It seemed that his actions had been precisely calculated by the opponent. Thus Fat Lion was frozen there. The sudden appearance of that shadow seemed to stun him. A dazed figure flashed in Fat Lion's mind. Over the years, Fat Lion had transformed from a gaming enthusiast into a professional player, encountering one expert after another, each one being trampled beneath his feet, where they became his underlings. Among all these experts, the only player who made Fat Lion feel fear and was invincible was just one person. No one knew his name. Very few people even knew of his existence, and Fat Lion learned of it purely by chance, relating to an encounter with the Divine Level Guild in the game's one-time battle. Many years ago, in an online game, the Divine Level Guild was in Fat Lion's eyes like the king of kings, a god, the deity of this online game world, an invincible existence. And during that time, Fat Lion felt he had a chance to win. His teammates fell one by one, but the Divine Level Guild had long run out of healing potions. Fat Lion felt victory was within reach. Defeating the Divine Level Guild once would also be his capital for the future. After all, many players had never even seen a member of the Divine Level Guild. Just when the last member of the Divine Level Guild was about to fall, a shadow appeared, and with incredible speed eliminated the members of the Divine Level Guild and himself. There was no opportunity for any counterattack. It seemed that the person had calculated everything, not giving the opponent a single chance, delivering the final blow at the most critical moment. After that time, Fat Lion finally learned from the boss about the existence of such a person, a godlike being. Years passed, and he experienced countless successes. Fat Lion thought he had forgotten that memory, but just now, when that shadow appeared again, it broke his attack. He has come. Fat Lion said, frozen in shock. Run! Zhou Long shouted, seeing Fat Lion acting dumb. He and player manhwa each grabbed Fat Lion and ran. What is wrong with this guy? Zhou Long shouted. How could the Wild Wolf Guild choose such a person to lead a mission? Zhou Long and player manhwa thought to themselves, dragging Fat Lion out of the corridor, looking at the wall. Zhou Long slapped down with one hand. Boom. The rising wall fell down, making it impossible to see that a door had ever existed here. Go! Zhou Long shouted, but Fat Lion remained motionless. What about him? Player manhwa shouted, pointing at Fat Lion. Slap. Trouble. Zhou Long turned around and gave Fat Lion a slap. You. Fat Lion seemed to wake up. Touching his face and looking at Zhou Long, he had a puzzled expression. What do you mean? I saved you. Zhou Long said, now can we leave? Player manhwa said as he followed along. The three of them rushed out, looking at the vast wilderness before them, running wildly. Wait. Fat Lion shouted, stopping and looking at the two in front of him. We still need you to go back. Fat Lion said, panting. What? Zhou Long shouted. Are you out of your mind? In this situation we can't go back. I'm tired. I don't want to go anywhere. Player manhwa said, bending over and sitting on the ground. That person we can't defeat, Fat Lion said. That's why we ran. Zhou Long said, what good is running? Without the data, we're just going in circles here. That's your problem. Zhou Long said, nonchalantly, thinking, anyway, I just need to wait for the demon warship to come, and I don't need to commit suicide. Do you know what the lost data is for? Fat Lion said slowly, as if having made a huge decision to tell Zhou Long. That's your mission. I can't grab it right. Zhou Long said lazily. The home planet just needs us to fetch something, and it didn't specify who. You can find the data first, and then return to the home planet Earth to complete the mission. Fat Lion said sincerely, that's a public mission. You can find it in the novice city on the home planet Earth. I swear by my reputation as Fat Lion. At the top of the Blue Sky Corporation building in a vast conference room, Long was reporting to the other shareholders seated around a circular table. Gentlemen, regarding the Asia-Pacific region, the number of players entering the Planet Civilization game has reached 1.8 billion, and we can proceed with the game's progress. The surrounding executives each held a copy of Yilong's speech, and the data on it brought a spring-like glow to their faces. With cigars wafting through the air, Yilong's words spread like ripples in the atmosphere. Suddenly, bang! The door of the conference room swung open. "Gentlemen, you cannot enter without an appointment." "Izong." The secretary at the door shouted with a face full of grievance as 7 men in suits walked in. Carrying boxes in their hands, they walked directly behind the shareholders, and though they wore sunglasses, their expressions clearly reflected that someone had taken their places. The atmosphere was quite awkward. Yilong glanced sideways and noticed that the company's security guard had already collapsed outside the conference room. All of them were elite soldiers retired from the military. "All right, Meijia, it's not your concern. Please prepare 7 cups of coffee and make sure they are warm." Yilong reassured the female secretary, then turned back to say, "Thank you for your cooperation." The executives in front reluctantly stood up as they looked at the logos on the boxes carried by the 7 men, while Yilong smiled at the door. "This is unavoidable." Before long, the executives had all left. The 6 men on either side remained silent, simply opening their boxes, and instantly 3-dimensional images of Huashan, Lu Bod, and Mingyue transforming into skeletons appeared before them. Of course, there was also the shadow of the man in black. "You did not report the attack on the game," said the only suited man in the middle, who had not made a move, his tone akin to addressing a subordinate. Or perhaps it carried a hint of interrogation. "This small matter we can resolve with single maintenance of the game will suffice," Yilong said, leaning on the table without sitting down. Bending slightly to look at the man in the middle, since becoming the son-in-law of Xia Hoba, no one had spoken to him in such a tone anymore. "Maintain the game." "That's a good idea. Oh, we want to take control," the man in the middle said as he removed his glasses. "What do you mean by take control?" Yilong slowly sat down and replied, "You have not realized the danger this virus poses to the game, and ordinary viruses cannot attack it. Yang Fan, are you too eager for revenge?" Yilong said coldly as he leaned back in his chair. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 men beside him glanced at Yang Fan in the middle, then returned to calm. "It's not about revenge, it's just reclaiming what's mine," said the suited man in the middle, who was Yang Fan. The two locked eyes, recalling a past event. When Xia Hoba was still conscious, Yang Fan and Xia Dai were originally promised to each other, but unexpectedly, Yilong intervened, and as the wedding unfolded, Yang Fan's company went bankrupt due to a lack of funds, and was in massive debt. Of course, Yang Fan attributed all of this to Yilong. "I would never stoop so low during the game maintenance. My people need to enter the game," Yang Fan said lightly. "Without JH Corporation's authorization, you have no right to do so." Yilong gritted his teeth. "I certainly do," Yang Fan said as he pulled a document from his pocket and threw it on the table. Yilong snatched it up, saying, "You'd better pray my people can eliminate the virus, otherwise this game will truly be finished," Yang Fan said, grinning. "You scoundrel." After Yilong finished speaking, he slammed the document on the table. "Pretty boy," Yang Fan said coolly. "Snotty," Yilong retorted. "Glutton," "Eunuch," "Premature." In an instant, countless derogatory terms for men or women erupted from the 2 men, while the 6 people nearby hadn't heard the same words for half an hour. It should be noted that Yang Fan and Yilong were actually college buddies, and Yilong met Xia Dai at a banquet hosted by Yang Fan, leading to the 2 buddies becoming bitter enemies. Just as the 6 men beside them were starting to scratch their heads, the conference room door opened again, and Secretary Meijia entered with several female staff members carrying coffee. Standing at the door, they were stunned to see the company's president Yilong and another man shamelessly sitting at the table, saliva dripping from their mouths, their hands intertwined. "Ahaha." The 2 laughed together, and amid the strange gazes of the secretaries, they stepped back and sat down in their chairs. "Mr. E, here is your coffee, no sugar," Meijia whispered. "Hey, let's go." Meijia turned around, her face changing, and coldly addressed the other secretaries in the conference room. "I need to use the restroom." The other 6 who were seated stood up, holding their stomachs, and immediately left with the female secretaries. "Let's go to the back." Yang Fan stood up and said, "The coffee is good." "Oomph," Yilong replied, and stood up as well. "Aren't you all feeling sick?" Standing at the conference room door, Yang Fan roared. The 6 men were joking with the female secretaries, and when they saw Yang Fan suddenly fall silent, they muttered, "Humph. If it's not working, hurry up and leave," Yilong said as he walked over. "Aren't you leaving yet?" Yang Fan shouted, and the 6 hurriedly came over. After a while, in the room containing the core control system of the game, the 6 men brought by Yang Fan quickly opened their boxes, revealing a massive sphere which was the core of the game. The 6 boxes had already connected to the game. "Mr. E, what are they trying to do?" Mi Ponzi shouted. "Maintain the game, eliminate the virus," Yang Fan said casually, finding a chair to sit down. "What?" Mi Ponzi looked at Yilong, saying, "That's right." Yilong replied nonchalantly. "The virus in the game has already infected players, and many have spread out, and we can't find them," Xiaomi said loudly, her face filled with anxiety. "Therefore, this maintenance will take longer. If it fails, the game will shut down until all viruses are completely eradicated," Yang Fan said as the 6 men began their operations. "Wait, I have another way." Mi Ponzi was about to speak, but Zhou Long raised his hand to stop him, saying, Xiaomi. No matter what, I will not fire you, so don't worry. Mi Ponzi said, that's not the issue. Xiaomi replied, this game has a self-tycoon program that can be activated, which would. How do you know? Yang Fan said, coldly looking at Mi Ponzi. The self-tycoon program is something only JH Corporation's game planning personnel know. Yang Fan asked, and the 6 men also stopped what they were doing, coldly staring at Xiaomi. That's not some high-level technique. I knew about this game's consciousness control system from day one. Xiaomi said, proudly continuing, the electronic lock you set for the self-tycoon program is utterly useless. Although its function is absolutely powerful, I can crack it, let alone that hacker. What do you want to do? Yang Fan said slowly. Open the self-tycoon program. Mi Ponzi shouted. No way. Yang Fan stood up and yelled. If that's the case, no one will be able to control the game. Unless. Zhou Long said, unless what? Unless our people obtain the fate necklace in the game. There are 3 in total containing the final control data of planet civilization. When combined, they can alter everything in the game. An aged voice echoed. Yang Fan, Zhou Long, and Mi Ponzi looked up to see an elderly man with graying hair standing at the door, a small badge hanging from his chest, which was the pass to enter this place. Who are you? Zhou Long asked, puzzled. Indeed, some people could possess a pass, such as some friends of former President Xiao Ba, whom Zhou Long might not even recognize. This is Nianning, the chief design engineer for Planet Civilization game from the Chinese side, Yang Fan said, raising his hand slowly. He is also part of the maintenance team and arrived a bit late. If the maintenance fails, then activate the self-tycoon program, Zhou Long stated. There was no sound, no one spoke. This idea would mean that no one would ever be able to control the game's process again. The game's core consciousness would operate according to its own design. Very well. I will explain this to the higher-ups at JH Corporation. Engineer Nianning said as he turned and walked out. I should be going too, Zhou Long said as he turned, glancing at Mi Ponzi, his expression clearly implying keep an eye on things, and Mi Ponzi nodded knowingly. Zhou Long walked out. Then let's begin. Yang Fan shouted, and the 6 men simultaneously clicked on their boxes, instantly displaying 3-dimensional images, and the 6 began to operate silently. All the staff around began typing on their keyboards, and Mi Ponzi slowly sat down in a chair watching the flashing data on the monitor. His mouth began to move. System announcement: the game will undergo maintenance in half an hour and will be shut down. Players are advised to log off early to avoid unnecessary losses. The reopening time will be notified separately. In an instant, this announcement floated above the heads of all players in the game, and within less than 5 minutes, countless angry posts erupted on the official forum of Planet Civilization. Many were questioning whether Planet Civilization, this game, was about to shut down. The outcry forced the official website of Planet Civilization to close. The reason was simple: as online gaming has developed to this point, the game developers and players had reached an unwritten agreement that whenever maintenance was required, the game would shut down within 3 months. Every game publisher wishes to showcase that their online game is the most classic. To satisfy players' online time, current online games undergo very little maintenance. Yet to maintain is to declare that the game will soon exit the market, fading from the player's view. As Zhou Long was about to speak, he noticed that the fat lion in front of him had frozen, while the nearby player manhwa also wore a pensive expression. They seemed like characters on a TV show suddenly frozen in place. What is going on? Terrible game, Zhou Long muttered, followed by a fit of coughing behind him. Oh, a ghost, Zhou Long shouted, spinning around and jumping in place. Get lost. I don't want to see you. Once Zhou Long calmed down, he shouted fiercely at the chubby man in front of him, who was looking at him with a broad smile. I need you to help me with something. The man with glasses replied. I'm very busy, Zhou Long said disdainfully, thinking to himself. Gift pack, gift pack, gift pack. There's no gift pack, but I can modify the ring you have. It will be far more enticing than any gift pack. The glasses man said nonchalantly, his eyes revealing a predatory glint. How can I be sure you're not a hacker? I won't engage in illegal activities, Zhou Long said loudly, recalling instances in some games where hackers pretended to be game company staff. In secret, they would send players equipment, but once discovered by the game company, they were immediately taken to court. For someone like Zhou Long, such matters were very troublesome. You wouldn't know if the game is about to undergo maintenance, the glasses man said slowly. Huh, what a joke. This game hasn't even been up for a month, for goodness sake. Oh, at least pretend a bit better. Hacker, the last time I saw you, you fell from a battleship. Now you want to come back for revenge, Zhou Long said, laughing heartily. Have you ever encountered a hacker that can slow down players? The glasses man replied, gesturing to the fat lion and the player manhwa nearby. It's just a program. Oh, I can code too, Zhou Long said dismissively. This isn't just any program. I merely slowed down the game's experience for them to a significant degree. As the glasses man spoke, his form seemed to warp slightly. What do you want me to do? Zhou Long asked, seriously, unwilling to pass up a good opportunity. It wasn't in his nature to refuse benefits. After all, he could just deny everything in the end. The necklace you have can suppress the main virus spread among players. There are 3 in total. Find the other two and combine them to completely eradicate the virus in the game. The glasses man explained, his body becoming even more distorted and his voice slightly off-key. Once he finished speaking, the glasses man looked anxiously at the sky above, where countless battleships floated around the planet, and it seemed something ominous was about to emerge from the endless darkness. Boss, this is a daunting task. You plan to send me off with just this broken ring? Zhou Long exclaimed while the glasses man strode over, disregarding everything, and grabbed Zhou Long's hand. Twisting the ring on Zhou Long's hand, the glasses man said, "The virus wasn't found, but it seems I've been discovered." "What did you say?" Zhou Long asked curiously. The glasses man pointed above and said, "The core consciousness system of the game is about to detect me. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, just shout me Pongzi at the ring and I'll know. Of course, this only applies when you have the necklace." Zhou Long looked up, and in the endless depths of the universe a massive golden eye appeared, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. At that moment, Zhou Long felt an unprecedented pressure, as if his body could be crushed. Suddenly, the golden eye vanished, as if it had never existed. "All right. What did you see?" the glasses man asked cautiously, as if nothing had happened just now. Seeing Zhou Long's unusual expression, Zhou Long responded, looking again at the ring in his hand. "What use is this?" "This is a spatial transfer ring. You can teleport to any location in the game without cooldown, but you can only use it 3 times a day. The curse function remains unchanged," the glasses man said slowly. "If you regret it, I can visit you every day." "You..." Zhou Long was about to speak when the glasses man suddenly vanished. "What? Are you in or out?" the fat lion said, suddenly able to speak. A system announcement stated that the game would undergo maintenance in half an hour and would close. Players were advised to log off early to avoid unnecessary losses. The reopening time would be announced later. Zhou Long was about to speak when the maintenance notice appeared. "I'll wait until we're back online," Zhou Long said slowly. "No way. We have half an hour, we can do this," the fat lion roared. "Well, we need a direction," Zhou Long said coldly, emphasizing to the fat lion to temper his temper. "There are a few big doors nearby, let's split up and search." The player manhwa, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. "All right," the 2 men said in unison, and the 3 of them dashed back, looking at the several big doors in front of them. They didn't say a word and ran into the nearby doors. Inside the doors, guards stood motionless on either side. When the 3 of them rushed into their respective doors, they all failed to notice the officers beside them. Suddenly, the previously unmoving officers moved, running forward. Zhou Long raised the ring and shouted, "Me Pongzi. Me Pongzi. What's up?" A lazy voice echoed from the ring. "It's not about the fate necklace, don't contact me," Me Pongzi said. "But I need your help right now," Zhou Long said while running. "I'm looking for lost data, tell me where it is quickly." "I'm not obligated to help," Me Pongzi replied. "But I have some bad news for you. If you don't help me, how do I know you're not from the game company?" Zhou Long shouted while running. "What bad news?" "Attention, there are monsters around you," Me Pongzi warned. "Besides the central passage at the end of every running path, there's a computer that should have the data you mentioned. Enjoy the game." At that moment, the ring fell silent. "Bastard, there's no good news at all," Zhou Long exclaimed, drawing out his laser sword as he had already seen. The officers who had stood still suddenly began to move. Their speed was very slow, and as long as Zhou Long did not attack, they did not initiate an attack. What an opportunity, Zhou Long thought, taking large strides to increase his speed. The revived officers around him now moved at a pace that seemed like ants to Zhou Long. In the dim corridor, light gradually appeared ahead. "We should be getting close," Zhou Long thought, pressing on, when suddenly several muffled sounds echoed. The entire corridor shook. It must be those 2 making a ruckus, Zhou Long thought as he ran. Player manhwa and the fat lion were not as fast as Zhou Long. Just a short distance away, they saw that the previously motionless guards had begun to move. Without thinking, the 2 men aimed and shot at the officer blocking their path. Unexpectedly, the shot officer lunged at them like a madman, causing their speed to slow significantly. "Damn it," the fat lion shouted, watching as more and more officers chased after them. He felt as if he were going to die. All the officers attacked close range. With agile steps, the fat lion barely dodged, feeling a surge of anxiety. Before logging off, the fat lion had assured the guild that he would complete the task, and the Wild Wolf Guild had invested a great deal to secure this task's quota. If he failed to complete it and logged off like this, not only would he likely lose his current position, but the guild wouldn't kick him out either. He would still have to repay the debt. This was the way of the Wild Grain Guild, where results mattered more than relationships. Thinking of what treatment he might receive in the future, the fat lion even put away his laser gun. With a single-minded focus, he ran ahead, temporarily increasing his speed. The monster officers behind him were no longer pursuing as fiercely, and gradually the fat lion spotted the light ahead. Player manhwa, of course, was the first to notice the unusual surroundings. Although she tentatively fired a shot, she deftly avoided the approaching officer monsters. As one of the few female players in the Wild Grain Guild, although the Wild Wolf Guild acted ruthlessly and darkly, any member who achieved results would receive corresponding benefits. Conversely, those who failed would face repercussions, and might end up working for the Wild Wolf Guild for life. But player manhwa was unafraid, she had to fight for everything she wanted. As the speed increased, the number of officer monsters grew. Player manhwa also spotted the light ahead, panting as she quickened her pace. Just a little more. Player manhwa thought. A system announcement echoed. Dear players, maintenance will begin in 3 minutes. Please log off immediately to avoid unnecessary losses and mental harm. Seeing the announcement flash 3 times above her head, player manhwa took a large step forward. In front of her stood an old monitor. Download. Player manhwa said as she clicked. The voice from the onboard computer in the military uniform sounded, sorry, the database is empty. Impossible. Both Fat Lion and Player Charming shouted simultaneously, I hope it's not him. In different corridors, the two spoke the same words. Turning around to see the dense mass of officer monsters behind them, they both ran out thinking, we can't log off here, and quickened their pace. If they log off now, who knows what kind of officer monsters will be around when they log back in next time. They surely couldn't just log in and wait to die. They had to hurry to log off, but once the game closed, the player's consciousness would forcefully separate from the game, as if someone were wielding a knife and slicing into their brain. The consequences could be mild, such as fainting for a few days, or severe, like becoming an idiot or a vegetable. There have been players who experienced this when the game was shut down. Refusing to log off the game led to fainting, and when they did not wake up, the game company was taken to court and ended up paying a lot of money, yet they continued to operate the game. No one wanted such a thing to happen to them. Watching the exit getting closer, the two runners reached out their hands simultaneously, silently counting the time. Help me. Just as Player Charming was about to run out the door, they saw the terrified face of Wu Dalong rushing past the entrance. Get lost. Player Charming shouted, jumping in place and kicking out in the air. They kicked Player Wu Dalong aside, thinking log off. With a click, a skeleton with long hair stood beside them. This was the last scene Player Charming saw after logging off. Fat Lion also reached the door, clicking to log off. Gulping down a mouthful of cold water toothpaste squeezed onto the toothbrush, Zhou Long brushed his teeth with a smile, having downloaded the data, before quickly running to the door to log off. Feeling quite cheerful while brushing, he muttered, Maintenance. Maintenance. What era is this still under maintenance? After finishing his wash, Zhou Long stepped out of the room. Zhou Long unconsciously opened his mouth to shout. With hair as yellow as sunflowers and wrapped in a blanket, a woman swayed her waist as she passed in front of Zhou Long. Xiaoli, don't forget tomorrow. I miss you. Lu Ziqiao leaned against the door, his eyes sparkling. You have a way. Zhou Long closed the door casually and said, teach me when you have time. Zhou Long jogged over, saying, this is the apartment on the 50th floor. You got it so quickly. What is this? Lu Ziqiao looked ahead and said, as long as it's a woman, I can handle it. You playboy. Zhou Long laughed and asked, how familiar are you with the game now? What game? Lu Ziqiao asked in confusion. I'm certainly familiar, but there are still many things I don't understand. Lu Ziqiao said, turning his eyes. I'll guide you in picking up girls, and you guide me in the game. Can you do it? The apartment on the 50th floor is quite popular, anyone can do it. Zhou Long smiled broadly, saying, to what extent? Lu Ziqiao suddenly became serious and replied, the apartment, right? What do you think? Zhou Long pushed Lu Ziqiao's shoulder and said, then I'll go chase after Xia Dai. Lu Ziqiao said firmly with a sincere expression, this can prove my strength. Lu Ziqiao said nonchalantly, are you sure you want to pursue her? Zhou Long rubbed his hands together and said, it is said that Xia Dai has practiced martial arts since childhood. What a joke. Lu Ziqiao replied, let's eat noodles downstairs. Outside the company building at the noodle stall, Zhou Long chewed on the noodles in his bowl and said, why does it taste different now? Picking up girls. Don't be afraid of the taste. Lu Ziqiao responded to Zhou Long's voice. Every woman is like a bottle of wine. You have to learn to savor it. All right. How much do you understand about the game now? Zhou Long swallowed the noodles and asked. Basically, I don't understand. Lu Ziqiao replied. Zhou Long spat out the hot, dry noodles and said, then what do you understand? Lu Ziqiao dodged the noodle bullet and thought, good lad, definitely intentional. The team leader gave me a few books. Zhou Long said, thinking training new colleagues is indeed a tough task. This relates to our team's performance in the future. But it's all about who played what game, earned how much money, and how many years they've done it, and then it's over. Lu Ziqiao shrugged his hands innocently at Zhou Long. Isn't that enough? Anyone seeing an annual salary of 5 million, a luxury car, a villa, and rumors with a female star would immediately rush into the game. Zhou Long said while eating noodles. I'm not an ordinary person. With an annual salary of 5 million, I can find a rich woman. Luxury cars and villas. I've been in them before. How can I save countless young girls and married women if I have rumors with female stars? After hearing Lu Ziqiao's words, Zhou Long suddenly felt his mind blank, realizing he might have chosen someone not so suitable for gaming. He picked up some soy milk and drank it, looking at Lu Ziqiao in front of him. What you're talking about is a hobby, not the future's treatment, right? Zhou Long said while drinking soy milk. So what, I've enjoyed everything you've mentioned. Lu Ziqiao said, "You're living off your youth. One day, all the women in this city will know you, and by then you'll have to leave immediately. By that time, you'll probably be quite old, and that little girl will still be with you." Zhou Long said slowly. But Lu Ziqiao was about to speak. "If you immediately enter the gaming industry now, wouldn't that count as a job? Moreover, you can do what you want in the game, and the women inside are far away from you. They wouldn't even know where you live as long as you don't," Zhou Long said. "And there are more and younger girls in there." Lu Ziqiao looked at Zhou Long and said, "Let's talk about the game." Sure," Zhou Long replied, not realizing he could persuade the so-called playboy in front of him with just a few words. It was because Zhou Long noticed Lu Ziqiao's strange gaze and smelled the scent of perfume. "Aha! Xia Dai came too early," Zhou Long exclaimed, turning around to shout. "Mph, she's a newcomer, don't scare her," Xia Dai said as she sat down. "Exactly. It should be the fat guy Huang leading her." As if fluttering like a little sprite, she rushed to sit down at the noodle stall. Looking at Wan Qing and Wang Gai, who had just walked out of the company entrance, Zhou Long was about to get up. Now that 3 new members had joined, it was uncertain whether Zhou Long's small group could achieve any results. "What are you doing?" Xia Dai said, reaching out to pull Zhou Long back into his seat. "Of course I have something to do," Zhou Long replied without turning his head. "What is it?" Xia Dai shouted with an unkind tone filled with anger. "It's the game maintenance, didn't you know?" Zhou Long said, gently turning his head because his arm was about to be pinched off. "I know," Zhou Long replied. "So what are we doing now?" Xia Dai asked. "I know." Before Zhou Long could speak, Lu Ziqiao interrupted. "The young man has a bright future. He already knows how to help the higher-ups." Zhou Long thought to himself, immediately casting a look of approval at Lu Ziqiao. "The company's cafeteria has been transformed into a bar. You guys must have seen it," Lu Ziqiao whispered. Zhou Long nodded, looking over to see a notice posted on the company's front door. "The game bar is now open with free entry for women in the first month." Wow. Zhou Long only felt 2 gusts of wind rush past him. Xia Dai and Wan Ru ran inside at an incredible speed. "Hey, what are you looking at? Go inside. Even Huang Pengzi has already gone in," Lu Ziqiao said, pushing Zhou Long's shoulder. "TCH, why would I like a life of drunken revelry?" Zhou Long said, patting Lu Ziqiao's shoulder. "If you want to chase girls, go ahead. What arrow is this?" Lu Ziqiao pushed Zhou Long's hand away, shook off his suit, and said, "We'll be waiting for you there." "All right." Zhou Long paid the entrance fee and stepped through the company door. "Damn Huang Pengzi, pouring vodka into your dog's mouth." As Zhou Long spoke, he immediately snatched the bottle from Huang Pengzi's hand. Wan Ru, Wan Qing, and Xia Dai were sitting on the sofa, sipping their cocktails. The taste here is authentic." Lu Ziqiao, holding a half-full glass, sat on the sofa opposite the 3 girls, gazing into the distance. Wang Gai only stared at the glass in front of him, without speaking, while the little yellow beside him looked miserable. "Comrades, we should be fighting in the game now, not drinking here," Zhou Long said, touching the back of the sofa. "Wow, look, there are goblins over there," Wan Ru exclaimed, pointing into the distance. Everyone looked over to see a few guys wearing goblin outfits from the Planetary Civilization game, dancing in the corner of the bar, who had arrived at some point. "The game is under maintenance now. If you can enter the game, come find us," Xia Dai said, downing her cocktail in one gulp. The others had a similar expression. "You hate it," Zhou Long exclaimed, turning around and walking up the stairs. "Hey, let's go dance together," came Xia Dai's voice from behind. "God, are these people really suited to be gamers?" Zhou Long muttered as he climbed the stairs and entered his room. He casually tidied up, sweeping the floor and wiping the table and cabinets. After a busy half-day, Zhou Long slapped his hands together and the game pod door opened. "Are you really not coming down to join us?" His phone on his waist buzzed with a message from Huang Pengzi. "Let's talk about it tonight," Zhou Long replied and dove into the game pod. "Should we ask Yin Jian to suggest that our group's performance be calculated individually from now on?" Zhou Long muttered. He opened the official website of Planetary Civilization, and the words maintenance were still displayed on the top. The forum was even more lively, with rumors that more content would be released. Of course, there were more voices of abuse, with many complaining about what a terrible game the company had made. A few posts mentioned that the game was attacked by hackers, but they were unanimously labeled by players as attempts to clear the game's name. Exiting the official website, Zhou Long exhaled. The maintenance opening time had not been announced. Zhou Long subconsciously clicked, and suddenly the screen went black. "Damn it, aren't you unable to enter?" Zhou Long muttered. The surroundings remained the same dark space, and from the darkness before him a figure stepped out, saying, "Hello. Me Pengzi," Zhou Long said cautiously. "Any interaction between game company management and players is illegal," Zhou Long said seriously. "Entering the game as a player will also be pursued," Me Pengzi said slowly. "Ha ha ha." Zhou Long immediately laughed. "What do you want to say? You haven't cleared the virus. The game is under maintenance, all right." Zhou Long roared, "I'm not a hacker. Do you think I'm a god? I can help you enter the game," Me Pengzi said. "Why? Just because of that ring," Zhou Long said with a look of disdain, as if he was the one at a disadvantage. "I can take back your ring at any time." Me Pengzi was still speaking. The maintenance won't take long, right? Zhou Long casually asked. Yes. The game will be open before midnight tonight. The other executives of the company will inquire about it. Mi Ponzi had not finished speaking when he suddenly shut his mouth. Zhou Long had unintentionally forced Mi Ponzi to speak. Mi Ponzi was quite displeased, deep in thought, as he said, enter the game and restrain the virus development. Eliminate the 6 guys entering the map, and I will give you more benefits. Zhou Long had not spoken yet when the surrounding space distorted, standing at the enormous entrance, which was exactly where Zhou Long had logged off. Congratulations, player, for entering the universe's end area. Looking at the small characters floating in the sky, Zhou Long rolled his eyes and took out his laser sword as the surrounding officer monsters slowly walked around, still heading towards the largest door. The data in the military uniform was not comprehensible to Zhou Long's onboard computer. Looks like I still need to go to the home planet, Zhou Long muttered, walking into the quiet conference room. Just where Zhou Long had just passed, several officer monsters began to follow him slowly. Unidentified personnel detected. Could it be a hacker? In the game's consciousness control hall, personnel entering the game shouted. One of the 6 people looked confusedly at Zhou Long, who had followed. How could there still be players in the game? Eliminate him. Yang Fan said lazily. Without saying a word, the 6 people began to operate urgently. Mi Ponzi sat beside, watching coldly as his little finger pressed a key on the keyboard in front of the display screen. What is happening? The 6 controlled officer monsters shouted as they had just moved when an officer monster lunged at them and began to tear them apart. After struggling to break free, Zhou had already lost his shadow. Go, it's in there, one of them said, and the 6 officer monsters ran towards the largest door. Still empty. Zhou Long stood in the conference room. Slap. Just as he finished speaking, Zhou Long saw a figure jump down from the 2nd floor. It was the little man. I. The little man pointed at himself and said, you. Zhou Long said kindly. With his keen hearing, Zhou Long looked at the passage that had just come over, and he could obviously hear something approaching. The virus is coming so fast, Zhou Long said to himself. He quickly ran to the side of the passage, fearing that the laser gun would be useless. Zhou Long decided to use the laser sword. There are a total of 6. Not more, not less. Zhou Long muttered, listening to the sound of footsteps. The little man stood on the table, tilting his head to look at Zhou Long, then glancing at the passage, seemingly contemplating something. While carefully listening to the approaching footsteps, Zhou Long suddenly flashed out. The pale yellow laser sword pierced out, sweeping down as it went. Stab. 6 officer monsters were suddenly cut down on the ground. Wait. We are. One of the people on the ground shouted, covering his calf. What is it? Zhou Long shouted, stabbing with the sword, not giving them any chance. We are the game. One of them was about to shout, is it NPC, right? Zhou Long shouted. I can't log off the game, and am just killing NPCs. Zhou Long shouted as he swung the sword. We are from the game company. Another shouted, covering where the liquid was already flowing down there. Although they were in the game, this person clearly took it seriously. Then you should be killed even more. Zhou Long sneered, swinging the laser sword to slash. Don't. Amidst the screams, the bodies of the 6 officer monsters finally lay still. What's the point of pretending? Why pretend to be someone from the game company? Zhou Long shouted, knowing full well that this scene would surely be seen by others. Naturally, Zhou Long wanted to be seen. You. The little man looked at Zhou Long on the table and said. Zhou Long said, dragging out a long tone, good person. They are bad people. The little man shook his head, raising both hands as he shouted, You. Looking at the anxious eyes of the little man in front of him, Zhou Long instinctively turned around, crouched down, and swept the laser sword. Whoosh. With a sound, 2 legs fell to the ground, and a skeleton collapsed. Huashan rolled over and crawled a few steps on the ground. Except for her hairstyle remaining unchanged, if it weren't for the military uniform, Zhou Long really wouldn't recognize it was Huashan. Put down the laser sword. Huashan, who was lying on the ground, said slowly. She was about to pry the legs off and put them on. Are you joking? Zhou Long said, slowly moving his body, knowing that the player Manhwa had definitely logged off. However, there was still a skeleton officer that Zhou Long did not see. Lu Bode was still lurking in the dark, not appearing. No need to look. Following the voice, Zhou Long turned around and saw the little man at the round table. However, standing behind him was Lu Bode, a skeletal hand resting on the little man's head. The little man seemed unaware of the danger and was still extending his little hand, playing with the white bony fingers appearing on his forehead as if this was just a new toy. You wouldn't use this little thing to threaten me, would you? Zhou Long said indifferently. You can give it a try. Lu Bode said as he raised his hand with evident force. I don't even know him. Besides, this is a game. He is an NPC, Zhou Long slowly said, moving his feet cautiously. Of course he was moving towards Huashan. Have you lost your mind? Lu Bode coldly remarked. Oomph. Huashan snorted coldly, but took a few steps back, seemingly seeing through Zhou Long's actions. What are you 2 planning? We are allies, remember. Only I can control the devil's warship. Zhou Long said as he took 2 steps forward. Kill you and the devil's warship will be ours. Lu Bode slowly said from behind, drop your weapons. All right, Zhou Long said as he suddenly turned around. Ha ha ha. Zhou Long laughed heartily as he unfastened his military uniform. Zhou Long looked confused at the diamond on his chest, which at that moment showed no sign of reaction. The anticipated beam of light did not appear. Bang. Suddenly he was kicked from behind, and Zhou Long fell to the ground, the laser sword in his hand, flying a short distance away. What tricks do you still want to pull? Huashan behind him pulled back her foot and was about to pick up the laser sword. Hey! Zhou Long rolled and quickly grabbed the laser sword, placing it directly across Huashan's neck, saying, Lubo Da can betray you once, he can betray you a second time. Oomph. Huashan let out a low grunt. But we are all skeletons now, ha ha. After saying that, Huashan stepped forward, placing her neck directly against the laser sword. Although it crackled, Huashan felt no pain. Bang! Huashan raised her hand to press against Zhou Long's chest, saying, let's become the same. As for this thing, Huashan said, reaching for the gem on Zhou Long's chest, and boom. When Huashan's palm struck the surface of the gem, it immediately emitted countless beams of light, piercing through Huashan's body. A satisfied smile appeared on Huashan's face. He wants to commit suicide, Zhou Long thought, and at that moment he felt immobilized. The gem on his chest was absorbing Zhou Long's strength, and the erupting beams of light were gradually engulfing Huashan's body. With a scream, Zhou Long could only see a small figure rushing over at an incredible speed, pushing Huashan aside, and the gem suddenly shone brightly, engulfing the small figure. No! Zhou Long shouted as he quickly closed his military uniform. Before the light dissipated, Zhou Long felt his hand being pulled up, his body lifted and running. That kid, not ordinary. Chase. Lubo Da observed the scene, the child easily slipping out of his control, moving forward. You have no way out. Lubo Da said, looking at Huashan, who had been knocked away. No, I am still an officer. General, Huashan said from the ground. Really? Whether traders or officers from the home planet, who would follow you? Lubo Da said, raising his skeletal claw. I do not want to become a monster. Huashan said, I'd rather die. She stood up and turned to chase Zhou Long. Why must we die? Lubo Da said slowly, the reason is simply because we are the minority and we can turn everyone into like us. To create our civilization, the skeleton civilization, we will have immortal lives and endless time to change. Including the Jade Gate Pass. Huashan asked. Yes, what we need to do now is to reclaim my devil's worship, General. Lubo Da said, clenching his fist to his chest. All right. For the skeleton civilization, Huashan said, and the two skeletons dashed towards the passage. They ran swiftly out of the great hall, and the surrounding objects moved backward one by one. Zhou Long knew that if it weren't for his mutated body being sturdy enough, he would have collapsed to the ground already. Now the small figure was dragging Zhou Long forward, and they ran to the escape pods. Go! The small figure pointed at the escape pods, following Zhou Long. Only now did Zhou Long take a good look at the small figure in front of him. It was less than his waist height, even only reaching his thigh, wearing a gray robe. With brown skin, especially those pure and bright eyes, Zhou Long thought. These are all broken. Oh, we can't escape. We can hide elsewhere. Seemingly puzzled, the small figure stammered. I have. After saying that, the small figure turned to the endless universe and shouted something loudly. A long, complex phrase was shouted out of the small mouth, and then Zhou Long saw that the countless warships surrounding the planets slowly opened a long gap. It was of course a dark void, nothing at all. However, the small figure's shouting voice gradually rose. At this moment, Zhou Long, standing behind, did not see that the small figure was glowing with veins all over, and his eyes were bursting with light. The small figure seemed to be consuming strength, rely on the restless souls. Zhou Long looked back into the distance. Pioneer, come on. The two skeletons ran in tandem, calling out as they quickly approached Zhou Long. Hurry. Zhou Long turned back, ready to urge them. But looking ahead, he was suddenly left speechless. The entire body was white, forming a trapezoid with several huge flat, circular houses on top. A massive warship appeared before him, slowly descending. Boom. It landed in front of Zhou Long, and at the same time, Zhou Long saw the small figure collapse to the ground, its brown skin already wrinkled like that of an old person. Zhou Long walked over, sat down with no thoughts in his mind, slowly picking up the small figure and placing it on his lap. Ha ha! The two skeletons behind shouted and ran over. Ignoring Zhou Long, one stepped onto the warship. Just wait here to die. Lubo Da said as he vanished from sight, and Huashan had already walked inside. Perhaps after groping for a moment, the warship started up, flying toward the torn gap. The brown small figure in Zhou Long's arms struggled to raise its hand, pointing at the warship in the sky. Its eyes were filled with confusion as it looked at Zhou Long. We are friends. How could I leave you? Zhou Long said with a full smile, feeling the weight of the brown small figure slowly diminishing. The wrinkles on its skin increased. Me? Friends? The brown small figure said, pointing at Zhou Long and itself. Yes. Zhou Long said with a broad smile. As soon as the brown small figure finished speaking, it slowly closed its eyes, its body gradually turning into transparent brown gas, which then floated towards Zhou Long's back. Eventually, it drifted into the round stone on the circular table in the conference room. Could it be reborn? Zhou Long said slowly, and as soon as he finished, the originally bare stone suddenly gained a hint of brown color, even shaking in response. Take good care of it, I will return, Zhou Long said, stroking the round stone. He walked outside, standing again in front of the escape pod. How much longer do we have to wait? Zhou Long looked at the empty, endless universe and those countless warships. The gap that had just been torn was already closed. Zhou Long looked back in confusion. Don't come over. Oh, Zhou Long shouted as he was about to unfasten his clothes, thinking to himself, who knows if the gem on his body can still be used. Having used it once, Zhou Long felt already weak. In front of him appeared two skeletons, and Wu Dalao. Clearly Wu Dalao had not turned into a skeleton. Don't worry, Manhwa said slowly. I didn't expect to see you right after logging in. Come any closer, and I will, Zhou Long said, drawing out the laser sword and placing it across his neck. Manhwa laughed, waving her hands, causing the spiky-haired and Wu Dalao behind her to freeze. I think we are still allies, Manhwa said slowly, walking up to Zhou Long. Take us back to the home planet, Manhwa said gently. After pondering for a long time, Zhou Long said, no problem. However, Zhou Long was just saying. Boom. A loud noise came again from behind. The devil's warship had appeared, slowly descending behind Zhou Long. But what will I get? Zhou Long spun around and jumped onto the warship. Gaining the favor of 3 guilds, isn't that great? Manhwa said, signaling the 2 people behind her to hop on. It was clear that Wu Dalao and the spiky-haired 2 had ulterior motives. The 2 separated as soon as they boarded, perhaps for safety. Wu Dalao walked directly to Zhou Long's side, and with a series of vibrations, the devil's warship sailed into the dark, deep space. In the warship's control room, Manhwa input the coordinates of Earth, and Zhou Long followed suit, controlling the warship as it moved toward the predetermined direction, surrounded by numerous warships. There are many rooms on this warship that I have never been into. You will bear the consequences if you go in, Zhou Long said as he stepped down from the control panel, looking at the 3 people in front of him. Who got the data? Manhwa said slowly. In the control room, without the starlight's illumination, her alluring, devil-like figure was revealed again. What data? I'm not very clear, Zhou Long said lightly. You should ask Feisher or Manhwa. They are also there. But those 2 can choose to commit suicide and leave Larry, Manhwa said. What? Zhou Long asked. A mysterious warship that comes here regularly. If they obtain the data, they can leave in the driving arc, Manhwa said, slowly walking out. I'm afraid they have no chance, Zhou Long muttered. Quick look over there, Wu Dalao, standing at the edge of the warship, said. In the distance at the front of the warship, a white warship was slowly sailing in another direction. Congratulations, player, on reaching your home planet Earth. As part of your return mission, please visit the receptionist immediately. This is Earth, a planet entirely covered by towering metallic buildings. Zhou Long couldn't recognize it at all as the devil warship slowly entered its orbital landing on the massive landing site. Hello. An NPC dressed in a female military uniform appeared before Zhou Long with a smile, her short hair curled under her hat, lively eyes, thin lips, and a sweet dimple. Zhou Long felt an urge to pinch her cheek. Hello, I am a pioneer here for a return visit, Zhou Long said with a smile, while Manhwa and others who came down behind him disappeared without a word. Great. Colonel, you should report to Colonel Wei. He is at the entrance of the landing site, the female officer across from him said with a hint of surprise, pointing with her hand. Zhou Long said as he raised his foot and walked over. With a face full of stubble and murky eyes, dressed in a brand new military uniform and holding a laser gun, Colonel Wei stood majestically at the entrance of the landing site, surrounded by numerous passing players. Oh my. A cycle mission, I have to do it all over again after returning. What is this? I'm still battling mechanical dogs outside the city. Just be content. Oh my. Such a large warship can't possibly belong to that player. Of course not, it must belong to an NPC. Numerous players around were complaining, casting glances at Zhou Long, particularly at his colonel rank, which was undoubtedly eye-catching. Reaching the colonel rank was already impressive for a player at this stage. Is there anything you need help with? Colonel Wei said as Zhou Long approached. I am here for a return visit to the planet, Zhou Long replied. Excellent. Developer flying to the cosmos, I welcome you back on behalf of the home planet, Colonel Wei said. Congratulations, player, on completing the return mission. You receive a B level reward, a teleportation portal. Very well, young man, as a reward, I shall present you with a teleportation portal. Please accept it, Colonel Wei said as he clicked on his military uniform. The teleportation portal is a great item used for remote teleportation. Simply input the coordinates after opening it. Zhou Long looked at the additional item in his backpack, clicked to check, and said, indeed, this is a good item. Zhou Long muttered, sigh, my daughter Hua seems to be having some troubles, crying all day. Colonel Wei said with a worried expression. Could it be a mission? Zhou Long tentatively said, I can go ask. That would be great. Wei replied, you will definitely need a map of the novice city. My daughter is at the city gate. Is there anything else I should do? It's not easy to make a return visit, Zhou Long said. Colonel Wei, who initially had no expression, suddenly showed some emotion, leaning closer and covering his mouth as he said, go straight out 1,000 meters, there is a red bar. The girl's skills are very authentic. If you go, mention my name for a discount. After saying this, Colonel Wei stood there, and no matter how Zhou Long clicked or touched, there was no response. What the heck? I didn't come here to look for girls, Zhou Long muttered as he walked out. The clean street had white pavements with shops displaying various signs on both sides, surrounded by countless players hurrying by. Hey, where are you going in such a hurry? A player rushed past and bumped into Zhou Long. Zhou Long turned around and asked what's happening. Members of the 4 major guilds have returned. Oh, let's go take a look, the player shouted as he quickly turned and ran. Are you also a member of those guilds? Zhou Long shouted, standing on his toes. No, the player replied. We placed bets to see who could complete the mission. The distant player shouted. Boring. You could have said that earlier. As Zhou Long walked towards the city gate, while looking at the map in front of him, as soon as he exited the city gate, he saw a girl in a dress leaning against the city wall crying. Zhou Long approached and clicked. I was carrying my dad's sun badge, but it was snatched away by the mechanical dog at the city gate. If my dad finds out, he will hit me. Wah. The little girl finished speaking and tears burst out like a fountain. I can help you. Zhou Long thought for a moment and said doing this task would help him familiarize himself with the area. Congratulations, player, on accepting the task. Quickly go defeat the mechanical dogs. They are just outside the city in the rocky area. Zhou Long immediately turned and walked outside. Before he had even walked for half an hour, he spotted a mechanical dog ahead. Of course, there were also piles of rocks on the ground. Seeing the mechanical dog, which was as tall as a person, Zhou Long raised his silver snake laser gun and fired. Mechanical dog, level 10 attack power, 1530 defense power, 1015. Too weak. Zhou Long fired his gun, sweeping through the rocky area. The mechanical dogs before him had no ability to resist. All those he saw were obliterated by lasers. Half an hour passed. Why aren't there any badges dropping? Zhou Long looked at the pile of items on the ground: micro energy bottles, mechanical dog legs, and mechanical dog teeth. All of them were things he didn't know the use for. Frustrating. Where are the badges? Zhou Long muttered, having already defeated 200 mechanical dogs. Woof woof. A series of barking sounds came from behind. Zhou Long turned around and shouted, damn. A boss has spawned. Zhou Long thought as the laser gun in his arms fired lasers. Frenzied mechanical dog leader, level 20 attack power, 2050 defense power, 2025. The frenzied mechanical dog leader lunged at him with its mouth open. Zhou Long stepped sideways to dodge while firing his laser gun. A series of numbers emerged from the head of the frenzied mechanical dog leader, the powerful laser preventing it from getting close to Zhou Long. 3 minutes later, amidst Zhou Long's composed steps, the frenzied mechanical dog leader fell to the ground, surrounded by countless energy boxes along with 100 star coins and a pair of dog leg leather boots with attack power 2050, defense power 2025, speed 50, plus 3 fragments of the sun badge. Damn, does this count as top tier loot? Zhou Long muttered, I still need 17 more to complete it. After collecting the energy boxes and star coins which are needed to replenish the laser gun's energy, Zhou Long thought to himself, if the energy runs out while fighting monsters and someone else takes the kill, that wouldn't be worth it. He looked ahead at the newly spawned mechanical dogs advancing. Zhou Long pulled the trigger, sweeping his laser gun over the mechanical dogs that continuously emerged before him, with an average of 1 mechanical dog leader appearing every half hour. An hour and 30 minutes had passed, and the mechanical dog leader that appeared again fell to the ground unwillingly, the shattered fragments of the sun badge finally tucked away in Zhou Long's pocket. Turning around, Zhou Long ran towards the city gate, while the group of players remained in place, their eyes filled with desire as they hurried towards the rocky area since the beginning of the game. There were many players, but they were all scattered mercenaries. The guild members stationed at the leveling point left no opportunity for other players to level up, forcing them to take the simplest tasks in the city. Finally, when the guild members went to fight higher-level monsters, Zhou Long appeared alone, wielding a laser gun to sweep down a large area where even a single mechanical dog would require 5 players to take down. Zhou Long almost ignored the mechanical dog leader, and such a fierce leveling method made others lose any intention to compete. While fighting monsters, Zhou Long wondered, the players here level up so quickly, why aren't they leveling up here? I really should distance myself. With these thoughts, Zhou Long quickly walked to the city gate and handed the sun badge in his pocket to a young girl. The little girl happily received the fragments of the sun badge and handed Zhou Long something in return. He accepted it. Lucky ring increases item drop rate by 50. It also increased the player's charm by 80 and reputation by 10000. What a good item, Zhou Long said as he put the ring on his finger and was about to leave. The little girl beside him burst into tears again, but there's more to it. In fact, Zhou Long had just said it casually and had no intention of paying attention to this NPC's plight. However, upon hearing Zhou Long's question, the little girl cried even louder and suddenly rushed over, hugging Zhou Long's leg and shouting my mother was taken by the Wolf King outside the city hero. If you can rescue my mother, this sun badge will be yours. Zhou Long muttered, damn it. I'm not a free player, I have my own business. Zhou Long grumbled as he tried to pull his leg away, but the little girl held on tightly. To avoid tearing his uniform, he sighed helplessly, alright, I agree. Congratulations. You have triggered a hidden quest, and will receive hidden rewards. Zhou Long smirked at the Sky's message, hey race, a crude map I drew. The little girl, wiping her tears, handed it over. This isn't bad, Zhou Long said as he placed the map into his pocket. Turning around, Zhou Long walked towards a crowded area and shouted, Doghide Boots, attack, 2050, defense, 2025, speed 50. Come by them quickly. As soon as Zhou Long shouted, he was surrounded by countless players. Looking up, he saw that they were pouring out of the red bar in front of him, not even having time to see clearly. The players around shouted, sell it to me. Sell it to me. I got here first. Nonsense, I got here first. Zhou Long slowly said, since everyone wants it, let the highest bidder win. Instantly, most players fell silent. 500 star coins. Chili man. 3,000 star coins. 5,000 star coins. 8,000 star coins. The players here had no gear, proving there was indeed a market. Zhou Long watched as one player outbid another. Is there anyone else? Any more bids? Zhou Long scanned the players in front of him. 5, 4, 3, 2, 3,000 star coins. A player with the rank of Colonel strode in his face, filled with determination, holding a laser gun. Great. It's yours. Zhou Long approached, confirming the trade. The buying player merely grunted politely, took the gear, and left with an indifferent expression. The surrounding players watched as the gear was sold and dispersed, perhaps eager to find good equipment, rushing out of the city red bar. Zhou Long looked at the shop in front of him, stroking his chin. Let's give it a try, murmured Zhou Long as he stepped inside, pushing through the transparent revolving door. The air, filled with a mix of alcohol and tobacco. Enchanting melodies echoed in his ears, and in the center of the hall a singer in red was singing passionately, surrounded by dozens of small round tables crowded with countless officers. The usual image of the officers was completely disregarded here. Collars casually unbuttoned, various laser pistols laid on the tables, and countless people, possibly NPCs, were downing drinks, their mouths filled with nonsense. As soon as Zhou Long entered, the noise abruptly ceased, and countless pairs of curious, provocative, or angry eyes turned towards him. Bars were often a paradise for certain people in a city. Certainly this held true in the game as well. Zhou Long walked straight to the bar, pulling out his silver serpent laser gun and placing it beside him, instantly restoring the noise in the bar. Most people no longer spared Zhou Long even a glance at anyone who could draw a laser gun was not to be trifled with, but Zhou Long still felt a few gazes locked onto him. Slap. What kind of trash song is this? Oh. An officer with a tilted hat approached the singing girl in red and slapped her, shouting, I came to listen to songs, not to hear you moaning. The officer with the tilted hat shouted, kicking the already fallen red-clad singer again, damn it, why aren't you moaning? Why aren't you moaning anymore? Oh. Perhaps her sensitive areas were stepped on. The red-clad singer finally screamed out, hee. The bartender rushed over, bending slightly and speaking softly, sir, with such scum, why would you bother to take action yourself? Today's drinks are on the house. Damn, you think I can't afford to pay, huh? NPCs minding their own business. The officer with the tilted hat shouted, kicking the bartender to the ground, followed by several more kicks. In the hall, drinks clinked and smoke filled the air, while the officers at the table seemed oblivious to the scene before them, continuing to drink and even cheering, beat him up. Beat up this NPC. Spare my brother. Please. The red-clad singer cried as she clung to the officer with the tilted hat's legs, begging, please spare my brother. Sure. Just let me have my fun first. I hate NPCs the most, and nothing has gone smoothly since I entered this game. The officer with the tilted hat shouted, shaking his leg. As he lashed out at the couple on the ground, Zhou Long looked at the red liquid in his cup, thinking love at first sight. This is the best cocktail in the bar. The bartender's confident introduction echoed in Zhou Long's ears. Zhou Long had never considered the question of saving NPCs. Perhaps this was their programming, their fate. He thought while smelling the fragrance wafting from the cup, downing it good wine. Zhou Long thought to himself, damn it. I usually don't drink in the game. Yet the impulse for alcohol's soothing touch surged in his mind. Who will save me? Tonight I'll be his. A loud shout rang out. The tavern instantly fell silent, all the officers seeming to awaken, their dazed eyes fixated on the trembling red-clad singer holding the microphone in the center of the pool. Who the hell wants you? Someone shouted, and the officers continued pouring drinks from their cups, while a bartender appeared in front of Zhou Long at the bar. Dressed in a black and white uniform, his hair sparse and disheveled, his vacant gaze looked into the distance. I've been waiting for you, Zhou Long thought to himself, looking at the old bartender. Zhou Long suddenly turned, watching as the young bartender stood frozen, while the officer with the tilted hat continued striding forward, shouting at the bartender, NPC. NPC. FKU. The officer with the tilted hat abruptly halted the noise in the hall, inexplicably stopping as he looked up to see Zhou Long surrounded by several officers at the bar. Trying to make a name for yourself? In game. You little punk better recognize. Listen to Grandpa keep drinking your piss. As Zhou Long turned around, 3 officers suddenly appeared in front of him holding the rank of lieutenant, but it was clear they did not regard the colonel in front of them. Perhaps this was their playground. Oh. The red-clad singer in the dance floor was again trampled by the officer with the tilted hat. Go ahead and scream. Scream. I've never tasted an NPC before. Today I'm going to get a taste. The officer with the tilted hat shouted, crouching down and ripping the red dress, exposing the fair skin of the singer's back. Turn over. Turn over. Turn over. The officers in the hall shouted in unison. The red-clad singer lay on the ground, unable to move. Hee. Zhou Long smiled, obediently retracting his hands as he watched the 3 men slowly turn back to the bar. Little punks. Huh. The 3 behind him laughed in unison. Whoosh. Zhou Long suddenly turned around, a pale yellow laser sweeping across the throats of the 3 men in front of him. Oh. Before the 3 men could make a sound, they dissolved into white mist in the air. Zhou Long quickly dashed into the dance floor, delivering a kick to the officer with the tilted hat, then slashing down with his laser sword at his neck. Don't kill me. I'm scared of pain. The officer with the tilted hat lay on the ground, looking at the laser sword in front of him, glancing at the officers still drinking in the distance. If you're a hard nut, I wouldn't kill you. Zhou Long shouted, dragging the laser sword along the officer's neck, a thin mist rising from the ground. If anyone causes trouble here, don't blame me, Zhou Long said, raising his laser sword. The officers, who had long quieted down, held their laser pistols, looking at Zhou Long. Class 1 laser sword. Someone shouted, and the officers obediently sat there, continuing to drink. Sometimes a sword is merely a symbol of power, capable of intimidating everyone around. A general-grade laser sword signifies that its wielder possesses the strength of an entire fleet behind them. The mother planet Earth only bestows general-grade laser swords upon high-ranking military officers or fleet generals. Such a sword represents the backing of powerful allies, and it simultaneously embodies the dignity of Earth and the glory of an officer. The officers in the hall sheathed their laser pistols, roaring as they drank their liquor. Zhou Long turned back to the bar, saying, another drink. Zhou Long spoke slowly. Sure thing, sir, replied the old bartender, bringing a bottle and pouring it into Zhou Long's glass as the red-clad singer quietly stood up and ran to the back of the dance floor. Ladies and gentlemen, the Red Bar is closing early today. We sincerely apologize, the young bartender announced to the surrounding officers. Despite still trembling, the officers obediently stood up and walked out. The young bartender, wearing a smile, approached and closed the bar's door. Each table had varying amounts of planetary coins on them. The young bartender collected money and cleaned the floor, wearing a broad smile. It was a good day when patrons paid, helping sustain the bar's operations. Watching Zhou Long drink at the bar, the bartender felt reassured. His sister had already run to the back of the dance floor. Perhaps she is just shy, he thought. I want to do something special, Zhou Long said, setting down his glass and looking at the old bartender. So we only sell drinks, the old bartender said with a simple smile, wiping the glass in his hands. A glimmer seemed to indicate to others, I'm just a bartender. You have already seen my strength. I'm very interested in some special matters, Zhou Long said slowly. Very well, the old bartender remarked, placing the glass aside while glancing at the young bartender still working behind Zhou Long. You are a clever man. The old man's simple and honest face instantly transformed into one of cunning. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing a vividly detailed nightingale tattoo on his arm. The Nightingale Guild, a secret organization within the game world, specializes in dealing with matters that cannot be made public. For instance, certain high-ranking officials on Earth might need a private bank, or a fleet general might wish to offload surplus warships or weapons. Some may desire someone to vanish without a trace, while others, such as aliens, might want to sell off excess energy sources from their planets. Sensitive information is often traded through the Nightingale Guild. All factions feel both hatred and dependence on the Nightingale, desiring to eliminate it while realizing they cannot be without it. The old bartender is merely an ordinary member of the Nightingale. The Nightingale Guild has a branch stationed on the mother planet Earth. The old bartender was once a high-ranking member, but was demoted due to a mistake. Thanks to old ties within the guild, he was not reassigned to another planet and continues to survive on Earth. Zhou Long learned of these matters from a tattered book on the table, which mentioned the Nightingale Guild and specifically noted that newcomers could be found at the Red Bar on Earth. Of course, this was all information from a closed beta. Zhou Long only planned to come in and test things out. Clearing the bar was essential, and rescuing someone was part of that plan as per the game's progression. At least 6 months would pass before players might learn of the guild's existence, and only those who dislike leveling up and prefer interacting with NPCs would likely discover it. I want to join, Zhou Long said, his hands resting on the glass. Your strength, the old bartender replied with a smile. A fully controlled planet. 2 heroes and a subbase. I also have a heavily armed warship, Zhou Long whispered, looking at the old bartender. It wasn't that Zhou Long was too honest, unwilling to lie or haggle, or that he regretted hiding his strength. Rather, the Nightingale Guild excelled in intelligence work. In this universe, Nightingale's intelligence points are everywhere. If Zhou Long didn't mention the warship, the old bartender would learn about it through the intelligence network of Earth the next day. This would be detrimental to Zhou Long himself. He believed that a single devil warship was enough to prove his strength and sincerity. Very well, the old bartender said slowly. He seemed unimpressed by Zhou Long's words, but that was just the expression on his face. Inside, he was already boiling with excitement at the possibility of Zhou Long's appearance being his chance for a comeback. Go outside and retrieve a tail from a mechanical giant ape. Then you can join, said the old bartender, ignoring Zhou Long as he slowly walked toward the back of the bar. Another task, Zhou Long muttered, looking at the floating words above his head. Congratulations, player, you've triggered a profession entry quest. Submit it to the old bartender upon completion. All right. This drink is really good, Zhou Long exclaimed, raising his glass and casually glancing at the distant dance floor. Above the dance floor, beams of light suddenly shone down and passionate music spread through the air. More importantly, in the center of the dance floor, a red butterfly appeared. As the exhilarating music played, it danced gracefully in the air, filling it with an enticing fragrance. Zhou Long's vision blurred, slightly captivated by the fluttering dance butterfly. With the climax of the music, the butterfly leapt into the air, transforming into a woman. Her red wings instantly became a red outfit, tightly covering her private parts. Her alluring figure blossomed with the music on the dance floor, and her sparkling eyes expressed affection towards her only guest, Zhou Long. Am I drunk? Zhou Long said. Shaking his head, the woman from the dance floor approached him rhythmically, saying, Xia Dai. What a ghost, Zhou Long thought to himself. His body remained still, perhaps due to the alcohol in his glass, making him a bit dizzy. Seeing Xia Dai dancing before him, he dared not move. Xia Dai's strong thighs clad in stockings left an indelible impression in Zhou Long's mind. At that moment, he felt a pair of delicate hands gliding across his back. With the rising alcohol buzz and a growing impulse within him, Zhou Long stood up, focusing his gaze on Xia Dai, who extended her arms, caressing his chest, sending waves of excitement through his body. Blinking, Zhou Long picked up the woman before him, swaying as he walked towards the back of the dance floor where a bed was already prepared. He gently laid the woman down. As Zhou Long looked at Xia Dai ready to pounce, she gently raised her hands to hold him back, saying, Do you like me? Gazing at the face of Xia Dai before him, Zhou Long felt his alcohol-numbed nerves awaken, and as he opened his mouth to draw in air, soft and moist lips pressed against his. The soft waist was now against Zhou Long's body. Is your mother pushing back against me? Zhou Long thought as his body became uncontrollable, his mind entranced by the alluring fragrance. Warm red blankets adorned with 2 mandarin ducks lay beneath a red canopy embroidered with dragons and phoenixes, and the lingering scent of a woman still clung to the covers. I really don't want to get up, Zhou Long thought. The woman beside him had long since left, and the warmth of the night felt like a dream. A hunger churned in his belly. Sigh. I still need to eat, Zhou Long muttered as he put on the military uniform that had been laid out beside the bed. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Zhou Long looked at the toiletries beside him and the breakfast laid out on the table. He walked over to wash up before sitting down to eat. A melodious and gentle song floated through the air, further whetting Zhou Long's appetite. It's quite tasty, Zhou Long thought, muttering, I spent the night with an NPC. That sounds like. As Zhou Long was entangled in thoughts about the night with the NPC, the enchanting song was suddenly interrupted by a scream. Ah! The woman's scream pierced through. Damn. Someone is touching my woman. Zhou Long immediately finished his breakfast. Adjusting his attire, he stepped out. Just as Zhou Long appeared by the dance floor, a red figure lunged at him. Hubby. A very flirtatious voice made Zhou Long feel weak in the bones. Xiaohong, the woman's name who had spent the night with him, was now gently nestled in Zhou Long's arms. What happened? Sister-in-law. That group came back yesterday. A voice called out. Zhou Long turned his head towards the sound, seeing the young bartender leaning against the closed main door, shouting in panic. Xiaoli, the bartender and owner of the Red Bar, was partners with Xiaohong, and they managed the business together. It's fine, you just keep singing, you'll see who's causing trouble, Zhou Long said as he slowly pushed Xiaohong aside. He walked towards the main door of the hall, shouting, Open the door. Okay. Xiaoli hesitated for a moment before turning around and opening the door. Fresh air rushed in along with dazzling sunlight, which pierced Zhou Long's eyes, making it hard to open them. Not good. Zhou Long thought to himself, ambush. He raised his hand and pulled out the silver snake laser gun from his pocket. His ears were acutely attuned, so he closed his eyes, listening for any sounds in that direction before shooting. He, the boss, really has the style of a boss. A voice came from not far away. Zhou Long felt a shadow block the sunlight in front of him, and as he slowly opened his eyes, he saw someone beside him holding an umbrella. 3 officers stood before him, the very players Zhou Long had defeated with a single sword the previous day. They held laser pistols, their expressions serious, all staring at Zhou Long. Cough, cough. Zhou Long pretended to cough. Boss. The officer holding the umbrella leaned in with a smirk. It was the crooked hat officer, a player, smiling at Zhou Long. That grin was quite unpleasant. What do you want? Zhou Long said in a low voice, thinking to himself, They'll put on a show too. If you want to PK him up for it. Zhou Long slowly said, his silver snake laser gun trembling slightly in his hand, his expression resolute. What are you doing? Zhou Long said, taking a step back. If I really get killed, that would be bad. Zhou Long thought as the crooked hat officer suddenly threw aside the umbrella in his hand and joined the 3 men in front of him. Kneeling down on one knee with their laser guns raised, the 4 shouted in unison, "Boss, I like to work alone." Zhou Long turned to look at the formation of the 4 before him. He walked into the hall casually, sitting down on a chair facing a round table, stroking the silver laser gun in his hand, remaining silent. Hee, if someone is willing to run errands, that would be nice. Zhou Long thought as the 4 outside looked at each other, abruptly standing up and rushing in with their guns. With fierce expressions they looked at Zhou Long. Could it be that they are coming in to fight? Zhou Long thought as the 5 exchanged glances without saying a word. "Oh, gentlemen, since you've arrived, don't just stand there. Take a seat." The bartender Xiao Li said with a broad smile, gesturing for them to sit. He then brought Zhou Long a drink. Hee. Boss, even though you're used to being alone, sometimes it's nice to have someone handle small matters for you. The crooked hat officer said, snatching the bottle from the bartender Xiao Li's hands and filling Zhou Long's glass. The other 3 stood behind Zhou Long, fanning him with something. Zhou Long replied, looking at the crooked hat officer. "So what can you do?" "Killing, ambushing, playing dirty, smashing bricks." The 4 surrounding him spoke in turn. Zhou Long's expression darkened. "Boss, if you don't like it, well, wash our hands of this," the crooked hat officer said while touching the round table in front of him. "How could that be? Of course I need your skills." Zhou Long thought as he said, "Can't you guys just level up by killing monsters?" The moment the words left his mouth, the 4 around him looked at him with strange or awkward expressions. Last night Xiao Hong had introduced Zhou Long to the situation of these 4, knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Zhou Long didn't believe these 4 would not hold grudges or seek revenge. In every online game, there are always a few players looking for trouble, and this was no exception in the planetary civilization. At the start of the game, all players were at level 1. With little difference in strength, most players were focused on leveling up, but some seemed to come in just to cause trouble for others, taking advantage of the fact that everyone started on equal footing. Soon groups formed, led by the crooked hat officer and his 3 companions. But as time passed, players leveled up. The levels of these 4, however, rose very slowly. Most players didn't want to deal with them, and when they went out to level up, they couldn't even find monsters. Other players tacitly cleared them away. With nothing else to do, the 4 began to target NPCs, chasing them around the city until one day they kicked a hard wall and assaulted a rich heir from Earth, who said NPCs have no temper. They immediately captured the 4 and locked them up for a night. Since then, the 4 had been staying in the red bar day and night, drinking their sorrows away, rarely paying. The 2 running the tavern, Xiao Hong and Xiao Li, were inherently weak in business and had always endured. The 4 exchanged glances, and the crooked hat officer said, "With you as the boss, we'll definitely level up." They said this with very forced smiles. "The 4 young masters of New City, right?" Zhou Long said slowly. "You truly have great power," the crooked hat officer said with narrowed eyes. The 4 young masters of New City, full name the 4 villains of Nava City, was their nickname, also a common understanding among players and NPCs here. "Since you are so sincere, level up to the rank of major quickly. I won't be here long, and I hope when I return you will have already become majors." "I don't want useless people," Zhou Long said as he picked up the silver snake laser gun and walked out. "All right, this bar is now mine." Zhou Long's voice came from outside, and the 4 froze, their expressions stiffening, not chasing after Zhou Long. Instead, they slowly picked up their weapons. Walking down the street, Zhou Long had barely taken a few steps when he stopped. A young female officer blocked his path, wearing standard women's military attire, her dark eyes sparkling as she looked at Zhou Long. Behind her stood several burly officers, all of them of the colonel rank. Beside them was a small warship bearing the insignia of the home planet's military, although it appeared somewhat akin to a go-kart. "Pioneer, the city lord wants to see you." The female officer's clear voice rang out as the officers behind her immediately surrounded Zhou Long. "Lead the way," Zhou Long said lightly. The female officer's dark eyes flashed with surprise, and without saying anything further, she waved to open the door of the warship, and Zhou Long stepped inside, followed by the female officer. With a thunderous roar, the go-kart-shaped warship soared into the sky. Meanwhile, 4 figures burst out of the red bar, sprinting towards the direction the warship flew. "May I ask who you are?" Zhou Long said, extending his right hand politely. The female officer beside him simply smiled lightly and said, "Hong Chun." Under the gazes of the surrounding officers, Zhou Long fell silent, thinking to himself, what's so great about an NPC? He watched as the novice city below shrank to the size of ants. If surrounded by players, Zhou Long would have thought of fighting to the end. After all, a mutual destruction would be possible. But against NPCs, even if he killed 2, what loss would there be? Indeed, after reviving at the base, Zhou Long would likely be hunted by Earth. Since someone was so polite as to invite him, it was better to comply. "Where are we going?" Zhou Long asked, looking at the direction they were flying. He certainly knew the city lord's residence was the tallest structure in Nava City, located in the north, yet the warship was heading east. Your devil worship is quite popular, the nearby Hong Chun said playfully. In the game of planet civilization, the mother planet Earth is home to 4 major alliances. Within the Greater China Alliance, every provincial capital is surrounded by countless novice cities, making the world of planet civilization a mirror of the real world. Naturally, each novice city has a city lord who manages all affairs of the city. Current players do not possess the strength to face the city lord, thus aside from tasks to the city lord, receiving players for their quests is merely a duty. The warship flew eastward, and Zhou Long had lost track of time. If not for the faint scent of perfume emanating from the female officer beside him, he would have already fallen asleep. Boom. With a violent jolt and a tremendous roar, Zhou Long awoke, realizing that at some point his head had leaned against the shoulder of the female officer next to him. His mouth was already full, under the envious gazes of several burly officers around him. Zhou Long straightened up and swallowed hard, saying, "Get down." Hong Chun said this as she stepped down from the warship. The surrounding officers quickly followed suit, standing guard with their laser guns raised. "Please." Hong Chun stood to the side, gesturing for him to proceed. Zhou Long moved forward. He was on a high mountain, certainly one of the rare places untouched by metal. 15 meters ahead stood a solitary towering tree. Beneath it lay a simple tent, and a campfire was roasting a juicy wild boar while an officer tended to it. Inside the tent sat a young man bearing the rank of Major General with slightly disheveled hair and a look of weariness in his eyes. Upon seeing Zhou Long approach, his gaze suddenly flared with sharp intensity. It was only a fleeting moment. "Please sit," Hong Chun said, pointing. Zhou Long took a seat at the designated spot next to the young Major General, while Hong Chun remained silent. Walking over, he pulled out a small knife from his pocket and began slicing the roasted pork in the fire. In no time, a plate of pure lean meat was placed before the young Major General. Delicious. This meat is quite good. Hong Chun, your cooking skills are getting better," Zhou Long remarked, unabashedly biting into the pork and swallowing it down. "Could I have some more? A drink would be even better," Zhou Long added after swallowing the pork. "Huh." The young Major General laughed, raising his hand to pat Zhou Long on the back. Immediately, someone outside the tent brought in 2 bottles of alcohol and set them before Zhou Long and the Major General. "You." Hong Chun looked at Zhou Long, her voice rising in mock anger. "Oh, a drink among friends is never enough." The young Major General intercepted the now fuming Hong Chun, saying, "The drink is good, but the company is even better." Zhou Long drank, addressing Hong Chun. "Humph." Hong Chun turned her head away, her cheeks flushed. "Oh, a hero flirting with a beauty." The young Major General chuckled. "Young master." Hong Chun mumbled, "You're bullying her." Stomping her foot, she ran out. Soon the meat and drink were finished, and Zhou Long contentedly patted his belly. "Aren't you afraid of poison?" the young Major General inquired slowly. "Not at all," Zhou Long replied, picking up a toothpick and poking at his teeth. "What's your surname?" "He. The young Major General laughed, nearly in tears. "Musa." A good name." Zhou Long replied nonchalantly, "I am the pioneer." For a moment, neither spoke. Soon Hong Chun re-entered the tent carrying a tray that held a star-shaped golden medal, the dragon tooth medal. It symbolizes the honor of an officer and the dignity of the mother planet Earth. Wearing it on any planet will ensure that officers below the rank of general have no authority to question you, and within the sphere of influence of Earth you will receive special treatment. Hong Chun spoke slowly, her face filled with the expression of someone who has just gained an advantage. "I wonder what the esteemed general wishes for me to do." Zhou Long picked up the medal and toyed with it. The dragon tooth medal grants immense honor to subordinates when worn in battle, tripling their attack power until the battle concludes. It reduces the enemy's momentum by 50%, and any damage to one's own side will be transferred to the enemy, converting 70% of their energy into benefits for one's own troops. "Let's be friends," the young Major General said gently, and Zhou Long turned to look, finally seeing the young Major General's face clearly. Those deep azure eyes were free of impurities, and his handsome features, coupled with a slender frame, made it easy for Zhou Long to mistake him for a female Major General had he not been in military uniform. "I'm just a developer. There isn't much I can do," Zhou Long said slowly, but his gaze had already returned to the dragon tooth medal he was toying with. "I just need you to deliver something for my friends. This task is not difficult for you. When you return, there will be more benefits," Musa said as he quickly walked out. "Hey!" Zhou Long exclaimed, standing up to chase after him, but was blocked by the beautiful Hong Chun. "This is what you need to deliver to the target planet," Hong Chun said, holding out a black box with both hands. "I'm very busy," Zhou Long replied, taking a step back. "Oh," Hong Chun responded, her previously serious expression suddenly transforming into one filled with temptation. "Besides rescuing the little girl's mother from the Wolf King, do you have any other tasks?" Hong Chun fixed her gaze on Zhou Long as she pulled a card from her pocket and tossed it over. "Planet card." Zhou Long caught it with one hand, saying, "After delivering the item, it will be credited with 3 planetary coins." Hong Chun said as she turned and exited the tent. A tremendous roar erupted. "What's going on?" Zhou Long tucked the planet card into his pocket and rushed out of the tent only to see smoke rising not far away with a cart-like warship already taking off and heading into the distance. Damn, they just left me here, Zhou Long shouted. Shoo, quiet. Hong Chun placed her index finger on her lips, emerging from the smoke towards Zhou Long cradling a laser gun. In other words, a mechanical arm was installed on Hong Chun's right shoulder equipped with a laser gun of an impressive model. Let's go, Hong Chun said as she turned and walked ahead. Hey, Zhou Long ran up calling after her. Say that again, quiet. Hong Chun immediately turned back, pointing her laser gun at Zhou Long saying, Big sister. Where are we? Zhou Long asked, following slowly behind. He had no idea where they were. He felt utterly lost, and there was no displayed task, while the NPC Beauty in front was focused solely on walking. Big sister, Beauty, dear, baby, pretty girl. Along the rugged path, Zhou Long kept switching up his terms as he walked beside Hong Chun. However, Hong Chun showed no reaction at all. Clearly they were on a downhill path, while Zhou Long glanced around saying, I'll find a good path, and just run. I'm so afraid I can't outrun you, little girl. Zhou Long thought, quickening his pace. Without my guidance you would suffer greatly. If you return to the city without me by your side, the officers on Earth will come madly to capture you, because they will receive a wanted notice detailing your theft of the wolf tooth metal. Hong Chun didn't look back lightly, saying, as if she knew what Zhou Long was thinking without turning around, what else do you want to know? Hong Chun paused and turned back, speaking slowly. This is just a game. You are NPCs. I am the player, and you NPCs cannot force us players to do anything. Do you understand what I'm saying? Zhou Long waved his hands. Hong Chun then looked at him with the kind of gaze reserved for idiots which lasted for a full minute. Is the game system converting my words? Zhou Long muttered as he gazed into the sky. Listen, many others have said the same to you before, but they were thrown into prison by the Major General, or they were dealt with as traitors, or locked up in a small darkroom. The fact that the Major General found you means you have great potential. Do you understand, young man? I am just following you, helping you accomplish what needs to be done on this mother planet, and then monitoring you in fulfilling the Major General's tasks. Hong Chun said, her chest heaving, clearly out of breath. So where exactly are we now? Zhou Long looked around, and upon glancing around, he realized they had already reached the foothills. Everywhere were massive metallic boulders and a rugged surface. Zhou Long looked at the scene before him, completely unable to imagine what his planet would look like in the future. The wild wolf prairie, the gathering ground of mechanical wolves. The wolf king you seek is right here, Hong Chun said as she turned to walk away. Actually, we can leave right away. Zhou Long followed closely behind, saying, we don't need to do this task. You. Hong Chun immediately turned her head back, saying, you have no sense of a soldier's integrity. If you promise something to others, you must fulfill it. That is what it means to be an officer, no a man. All right, forward. Zhou Long pointed ahead, taking a few steps until he found himself in an open area, while Hong Chun's pace had already slowed. Holding her gun, she moved forward slowly. Zhou Long observed her movements and didn't need to ask. He knew they had arrived at the gathering place of the mechanical wolves, and at that moment a series of howls echoed through the air. The surroundings were filled with abandoned metal scraps, overgrown with weeds. Zhou Long, aiming his gun, followed closely behind Hong Chun, firmly believing that something was lurking outside the tall grass, perhaps the wild wolves. The grass around them kept swaying, but Hong Chun appeared oblivious, continuing to advance slowly. Damn, is this girl reliable or not? I hope we aren't surrounded by a wolf pack. Zhou Long thought, continuously scanning the area, glancing at the swaying weeds. Clutching his silver laser gun, he summoned strength into his index finger, and Zhou Long suddenly spotted two red, glowing points moving ahead. It's a mechanical wolf, Zhou Long thought to himself as he saw a wolf-shaped silhouette slowly approaching through the weeds, its gray metallic body stretching half a meter in length. With its claws extended and fangs exposed, it stared at Zhou Long, stepping closer with each stride, the red glow in its eyes growing brighter. Die, Zhou Long muttered, his finger tightening on the trigger. No. Hong Chun suddenly turned around and swatted Zhou Long's gun away. Bang. Howl, howl, howl. The laser shot out, hitting the mechanical wolf, which let out a series of howls in response. Howl, howl, howl. In the distance, a chorus of wolf howls echoed. At this moment, the mechanical wolf lay on the ground, its eyes devoid of any light. Run, Hong Chun said as she ran forward without looking back. As for you, Zhou Long muttered, following her. I said, what's there to be afraid of? Just kill as many as come. Zhou Long shouted from behind as he chased after Hong Chun, who remained silent in front, as if she hadn't heard him. Suddenly Hong Chun stopped, asking, what's wrong with you? Zhou Long caught up and shouted, this is the territory of the wild boars. We're doomed, Hong Chun said slowly. Turning around with the laser gun in hand, Hong Chun looked at Zhou Long with a resentful expression. It's just a little wolf cub, you. Zhou Long's voice trailed off as he caught her reproachful gaze. Do you know that wolf packs are the most vengeful? You killed one of their cubs, and the whole pack will track you down by your scent. Even the regular army in the city wouldn't kill wolf cubs. Hong Chun shouted at Zhou Long. Right? Zhou Long replied, his body freezing. Humph. Hong Chun let out a low hum, and suddenly realized she was almost pressed up against Zhou Long, their lips nearly touching. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Long said, "You said ahead is the territory of the wild boars." "Yes," Hong Chen replied irritably, her expression suggesting, "If you had listened to me, we wouldn't be in this mess." "How many are there? Are they strong?" Zhou Long asked as he stepped closer to Hong Chen. "Not many, but strong." Before Hong Chen could finish, Zhou Long had already taken her hand. "Follow me," Zhou Long said, disregarding whether Hong Chen agreed or not, pulling her along as he ran. "What are you doing?" Hong Chen shouted, seemingly unwilling, but her feet matched Zhou Long's pace. Just where Zhou Long had fired, a similar mechanical wolf approached, measuring 8 meters in length and 4 meters in height, its gray exterior adorned with golden spots. It nudged the motionless cub on the ground with its nose, letting out a chilling howl, and countless mechanical wolves behind them raised their heads and howled. Whoosh! All the mechanical wolves' eyes turned blood red, and the howling of the pack filled the entire grassland as they advanced in a single direction. The ground began to accumulate puddles, but Zhou Long continued to run swiftly, gripping Hong Chen's hand tighter. "Ow!" A scream came from behind, and Hong Chen's hand reached out. "What's wrong?" Zhou Long quickly turned to ask. "You're too fast," Hong Chen said, holding her right arm with her left elbow, looking reproachfully at the man before her. "Once we find the wild boars, we'll be safe." Zhou Long approached and picked up Hong Chen, placing the silver snake laser gun in her hands, shouting as he ran, "Shoot! Shoot around you!" Caught off guard, Hong Chen, feeling a bit embarrassed, responded to Zhou Long's nonsensical order. Shoot! Shoot around you!" Zhou Long nearly shouted. Hong Chen was starting to struggle to keep up with Zhou Long's pace. Bang! Lasers erupted forth. "Good!" Zhou Long shouted at Hong Chen in his arms. At this moment, their gazes met quietly, and perhaps due to some feeling, the distance between their heads drew closer. Howl. A very close wolf howl sounded. "Shoot!" Zhou Long shouted as Hong Chen leaned against his shoulder, firing shot after shot. "Have all the wild boars here been killed?" Zhou Long shouted desperately as he ran. "I don't know, maybe they're hibernating," Hong Chen yelled back while firing the laser gun. Zhou Long felt slightly deceived, looking ahead. "Great, there's a hole, let's go in," Zhou Long shouted, flipping Hong Chen onto his shoulder. Hong Chen felt a sudden shyness wash over her, but at the same time she held the laser gun, focusing intently on aiming, and soon Zhou Long carried her into the cave. As soon as they entered the cave, Zhou Long dropped Hong Chen on the ground. "Ow! You!" Hong Chen shouted in displeasure, aiming the laser gun at Zhou Long. "All right, beauty, this isn't the time to be angry," Zhou Long said as he snatched the silver snake laser gun. A series of wolf howls came from outside the cave, but none entered. "What's going on?" Zhou Long muttered, looking outside. "Don't mess around," he said. Suddenly, he felt a very smooth object brushing against him, occasionally brushing against his neck. "I said don't mess around." Zhou Long angrily turned around and shouted. "I'm not messing around." Hong Chen sat on the ground looking at Zhou Long innocently as the smooth sensation came again, and suddenly Zhou Long noticed a serpent appearing rapidly before him. Slowly, Zhou Long turned around, and from the endless darkness behind, a pair of enormous eyes, bloodshot, stared at him. "What are you doing?" Hong Chen said while sitting on the ground. Taking one step and then another, Zhou Long shouted, "Run." He suddenly picked up Hong Chen and shouted, "Shoot backward quickly." Boom. As Zhou Long shouted, the laser gun in Hong Chen's hands erupted again. "Heavens. That's a snake." Hong Chen on his shoulder shouted, "What did you think it was?" Zhou Long shouted. As they rushed out of the cave, Zhou Long was met with a sea of eyes from countless mechanical wolves at the cave's entrance. "Damn." Zhou Long abruptly turned around. Behind him, a massive figure with bloodshot eyes was rushing towards them. "This is it," Zhou Long thought as he saw the cave's entrance drawing closer, knowing the wild boar was just a few feet behind. Stepping out of the cave and seeing countless gigantic mechanical wolves in front, Zhou Long steeled himself and dove to the side of the cave, throwing Hong Chen aside. Both of them tumbled to the ground. "Damn it. It better work," Zhou Long thought anxiously, rolling his body until he gradually came to a stop. Slap. He bumped into Hong Chen. "You, Hong Chen was about to say something when Zhou Long covered her mouth. "Don't say a word." Zhou Long held Hong Chen tightly, covering her mouth and shouting. Hong Chen muffled a few sounds, but fell silent, watching the scene before them. A colossal wild boar, its height indistinguishable, crawled out of the cave, observing its surroundings, while countless mechanical wolves howled around it, seemingly having appeared out of nowhere. Both sides stood frozen. Bang. Perhaps the lead wolf had not yet given the order, or maybe the python had acted too swiftly. The unseen python suddenly collapsed to the ground, moving rapidly. In an instant, many mechanical wolves were swept aside by the giant body of the python, causing chaos within the pack. Howl. A prolonged wolf howl rang out, startling all the mechanical wolves into order as the python that was about to crawl out faltered. "Go." Zhou Long observed the scene before him, releasing Hong Chen's hands. Nearby was a hillside, and the two hurriedly lay down. "You won't get to eat me." Zhou Long sat on the ground, panting. "If it weren't for you, we would have already finished the job," Hong Chen replied, sitting on the ground, hugging her knees and looking ahead, trembling. Zhou Long hurriedly sat closer, opening his arms to half hug Hong Chen. "You don't." Hong Chun said, trying to break free. All right. You'll catch a cold like this. I don't want to drag a sick person along. Hong Chun struggled a few times, but ceased to resist, no longer glancing at Zhou Long, instead watching the scene before her, the enormous python coiling in place, furiously attacking the mechanical wolves. The massive head towering in the air opened its mouth, lunging at its surroundings, while not far away numerous mechanical wolves approached, countless mechanical wolves being crushed by the rampaging python. More mechanical wolves pounced over, and soon the scene was engulfed in darkness, indicating that all the mechanical wolves had arrived, while the python remained agile, seemingly in no hurry. Howl. Another wolf howl echoed into the sky, perhaps the final battle cry, as the mechanical wolves formed a chaotic line, once more launching a desperate attack against the python. At that very howl, Zhou Long's body froze, and Hong Chun in his arms seemed to understand something. Their bodies slowly parted as they looked up. Beside them, on a prominently jutting metal rock, a mechanical wolf stood, its recent roar seemingly having used up all its strength. Its body was covered in wounds, almost devoid of intact skin, missing one ear and a front paw without a claw. Its wolf eyes seemed blurred, and its tail was noticeably shortened. Beneath it lay a paw-sized mechanical wolf cub playing with its damaged tail bone. The distant python seemed to have suffered serious injuries. It crazily slammed its body against the ground, and this frenzy caused most of the surrounding mechanical wolves to be swept away. Look, Zhou Long exclaimed, quickly shutting his mouth. The body of the python was continuously being torn open, with mechanical wolves crawling out from within. Howl. The aged mechanical wolf tried to howl again, but helplessly its voice could no longer reach far. Step by step, Zhou approached, wielding a laser sword as he slowly advanced towards the old wolf in front of him. What are you going to do? Hong Chun shouted from behind. The hot barrel of the laser gun pressed against Zhou Long's nape. Ow. What do you want? Zhou Long exclaimed, his body frozen in place. You woman. Zhou Long thought to himself. Oh, whoa. The small wolf cub lay beneath the old mechanical wolf, glaring at Zhou Long and letting out a series of growls. Fine, it's all your fault. I originally intended to adopt this little wolf, Zhou Long said, shaking his head. Ugh. Hong Chun responded from behind the hot gun barrel, slowly moving away. Oomph. Hong Chun said slowly. Wolves also possess spiritual awareness. As if in agreement with Hong Chun's words, the old mechanical wolf, leaning against the two, slowly turned its head, its eyes already clouded with age fixating on them. Whoa. A low rumble echoed, seemingly pleading or explaining something. With a sudden sound, the mechanical wolf kicked the little wolf cub it had been protecting towards Zhou Long's feet. Whoa. The small mechanical wolf struggled to get up, looking up to see the old mechanical wolf leap away, and in the distance a series of proud and mournful wolf howls echoed. Whoa. The little wolf cub shouted, wanting to chase after it, but was scooped up by a pair of rough hands. Little Gray, be good. Oh. A woman in a long robe appeared. Time had eroded her beauty, but Zhou Long could clearly see that the woman before him resembled the little girl at the city gate when the old wolf was explaining. Zhou Long felt someone approaching from behind, but since Hong Chun's laser gun was pointed at him, he remained still. And you are the little girl's mother, right? She entrusted me to find you and bring you back, Zhou Long said politely. Back. The woman stood up, holding the little wolf cub, looking a bit dazed. The small mechanical wolf was quietly nestled in her arms, its eyes filled with caution as it stared at Zhou Long, revealing its fangs. You won't die so easily, Zhou Long thought as he looked at the little wolf cub in the woman's arms. The woman held the wolf cub without saying a word and took a few steps forward, gazing ahead. Countless mechanical wolves lay in pieces on the ground, while the frenzied beast had also sustained great injuries, struggling with the few remaining mechanical wolves. No. For the sake of the Wolf King, I will not go back, the woman said, turning around. She walked up to Zhou Long and took out a bracelet. This is my bracelet, give it to my daughter, the woman said as she took a step back. This? Zhou Long stared at the bracelet in his hand, rendered speechless. Damn. Get down, Zhou Long shouted as he looked up, turning around and leaping to once again protect Hong Chun, throwing himself to the ground just as he had before. He saw the frenzied beast, which looked as if it was about to collapse, madly swiping at the mechanical wolves in front of it, rushing towards the small hillside. Boom. A massive crashing sound erupted. Zhou Long and Hong Chun rolled down the hillside, not knowing how far they had gone before coming to a stop. You. Hong Chun shoved Zhou Long away. What do you mean? I saved you, Zhou Long said as he was pushed away, rolling a few times before standing up. Whoa. A faint wolf howl came from nearby, seemingly filled with sorrow. They'll settle the score with you later. Hong Chun stood, adjusting her military uniform, her chest rising and falling irregularly. Sigh. Foolish woman, Zhou Long muttered as he walked ahead, leaving Hong Chun momentarily speechless. On the small hillside ahead, the frenzied beast lay sprawled, its body entangled with numerous mechanical wolves, while the old mechanical wolf lay atop its snake-like head. It was desperately clinging to the snake's head, and the massive head of the snake slammed the woman to the ground with tremendous force. Zhou Long stepped forward. Whoa. The little wolf cub watched as Zhou Long approached, spinning around his feet, seemingly in distress. Don't worry about me. The woman lying on the ground softly said, I don't want to go back either, just take him away. After saying this, she fainted. Be good. Hong Chen approached and squatted down as the little wolf cub immediately jumped into her arms, rubbing its small head against her ample chest, turning to glance at Zhou Long with a wary expression. Little lecher. Zhou Long looked disdainfully at the little wolf cub. Oh, whoa. The little wolf cub whined softly, burying its head in Hong Chen's embrace. Sai milk his mother. Zhou Long sighed. Let's go, Hong Chen said, turning to leave, and Zhou Long hurriedly followed, saying, I heard there are giant apes here. Without a word, Hong Chen walked ahead, clutching the mechanical wolf cub. Oomph. Zhou lowered his head, calculating something in his heart, and suddenly shouted, ouch. My leg, ah. He cried out, sitting down as if his leg was broken. In front of him lay numerous mechanical wolf bodies sprawled on the ground, a scene of carnage. What's going on? What? Hong Chen turned her head and said, noticing the mechanical wolf cub already asleep in her arms. My foot, I can't move, it hurts. Zhou Long said, his face contorted. Let me see, Hong Chen said as she squatted down and reached to feel Zhou Long's ankle. It hurts just to touch. It must be a sprain from running earlier, Zhou Long said, pointing at his foot with a painful expression. It's all right, I'm also a soldier and know how to treat sprains, Hong Chen said, smiling as she extended her delicate hand. Oh. A horrifying scream erupted. No fractures. Hong Chen gently withdrew her hand and sat beside him. You really need to rest. Isn't that right, little gray? Zhou Long was already at a loss for words, saying his foot hurt was of course a lie, but he hadn't expected Hong Chen's delicate hand to possess such strength. Now Zhou Long's left foot was already numb. Looking up at the dark night sky, a chill crept in, and the two unconsciously leaned closer together, falling into silence. How did you know about the giant apes? After a while, Hong Chen gently asked. I heard it from an old man. They say the giant apes' tails are very nourishing. Zhou Long said, looking up at the starry sky with an innocent expression, as if this were a good reason. Secret mission? Hong Chen inquired. Maybe, Zhou Long replied. Giant apes possess extremely high intelligence and long lifespans. It is said that in the distant past, with a meteorite's impact, giant apes appeared on Earth, ruling it with unimaginable power. At that time, humanity, after a long struggle, managed to eliminate most of the giant apes, and it was from that moment that humanity began to step into the universe in earnest. It is said that a few giant apes still live in certain places on Earth, hiding in the world using special energy, and some surviving giant apes are being researched in secret human laboratories. The place where the meteorite struck has never been visited by anyone. Hong Chen said slowly, the giant ape you are looking for should be a human ape. Human ape? Zhou Long asked in confusion. Yes, a type of low-level mechanical entity widely distributed across the Earth, often mistakenly referred to as a giant ape. Then let's hurry and find it, Zhou Long said, getting up quickly and striding towards Hong Chen. You? Hong Chen looked surprised. Just now she had known about Zhou's trickery. Starting with a technique to break bones, most people would need to lie down for several days, yet here, Zhou Long stood lively before her. Wait. Hong Chen rolled her eyes at Zhou Long. Holding the little wolf cub in her arms, she fell silent, shivering as a cold wind blew. There's a place that's very warm, do you want to go? You're lying, Hong Chen said, not raising her head. You? Her face turned red as Zhou Long had already scooped her back into his embrace, walking forward while calling out. Perhaps due to the warmth of his chest, Hong Chen did not resist. Before long, the two appeared again in the earlier cave. There won't be any snakes here, Hong Chen said, looking around in the darkness. Don't worry, Zhou Long said as he held Hong Chen. Then please put me down, Hong Chen said, holding the little wolf cub. Oh, whoa. The little wolf cub, cradled by Hong Chen, was sound asleep, seemingly protesting against their noise. All right, Zhou Long said as he spread his arms. Slap. Yumph. Hong Chen felt some pain in her bottom as she moved back, discovering that there was still some dry grass on the ground. Zhou Long unceremoniously gathered more to place beneath him. A night passed without a word, and the two and the wolf fell into a deep sleep. In the morning, Zhou Long felt dazed. Just as he was about to wake, he felt something wet on his face, as if something were sliding across it. Could it be her? Zhou Long squeezed his eyes shut, envisioning Hong Chen leaning over him. Oh, whoa. A wolf howl rang in his ear, and Zhou Long immediately opened his eyes and shouted, "Get up!" Zhou Long shouted as he instantly got up, rubbing his face with his hands. Oh, whoa. The little wolf cub looked at Zhou Long with sparkling eyes filled with pity, gazing at him. Oh, whoa. The little wolf cub stretched out its front paws, touching Zhou Long's foot and howling as if it were complaining. Hey, your mistress is over there, Zhou Long shouted, pointing at Hong Chen. Looking up, he found Hong Chen lying on the ground in a very ungraceful position, sound asleep with her arms sprawled out. I knew you would just sleep, Zhou Long muttered. He then noticed the hem of his pants being tugged, and looking down, he saw the mechanical little wolf cub nibbling at his pant leg. All right, don't bite, Zhou Long said as he recoiled his leg. Snap. Damn, Zhou Long shouted as he stumbled, losing his balance and falling to the ground after being nudged by the mechanical wolf cubs scurrying around. His body wasn't in much pain. Zhou Long simply felt that his hands were grasping two extremely soft objects that seemed to have both elasticity and warmth. What is this thing? Zhou Long, lying on the ground, was about to get up when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in both hands. Ah! He sat on the ground looking at his nearly deformed hands and exclaimed, "Beautiful lady. I really didn't mean to touch you there. It was this little pervert's fault." Oomph. Hong Chun hugged the mechanical wolf cub, tightly stood up, and turned around. Ah. What is that? Hong Chun shouted while stepping back, and the little wolf cub in her arms echoed a whoa. With its entirely black skin and a face resembling a human's, it bared its teeth, holding a red flower in its mouth, clearly gazing at Hong Chun. With a face full of admiration and remnants of leaves stuck in its teeth, Zhou Long exclaimed loudly, "I said it seems to like you." "Is it true?" Hong Chun said as she released the little wolf cub from her hands. She turned gracefully, one hand on her hip, striding towards Zhou Long with a catwalk, her arm wrapping around his shoulder. Then pressing against Zhou Long, one delicate hand roamed down to his abdomen, slowly moving upward until it reached his chest. Hong Chun suddenly turned her head and said, "That's the giant ape you're looking for." As soon as Hong Chun finished speaking, her eyes fixated on the cave entrance, pointing with her hand, then gesturing towards Zhou Long, her body slowly retreating. Whoa. The giant ape at the cave entrance roared. Its massive frame emerged, stepping inside one slow stride at a time. Zhou Long felt uneasy, afraid to move his body, dreading that Hong Chun might strike again, not anticipating the sequence of dance-like movements. The giant ape had already reached in front of Zhou Long. Aoo! It raised its two powerful arms and greeted him with a loud howl. Standing at 5 meters tall, a hulking mass with black skin, "Run!" Zhou Long shouted as he took off running, bending down to reach into his pocket, swiftly retrieving a laser sword. Whoosh! A faint yellow laser swept by, and a black tail appeared in Zhou Long's hand. "You?" Not far away, Hong Chun, seeing this scene, shouted and followed with the little wolf cub. The two had just exited the cave when they halted, facing a mass of mechanical wolf corpses strewn across the ground alongside even more giant apes. Interspersed among the mechanical wolves, the wild bodies were already broken down into countless pieces, while countless giant apes paid no attention to the cave entrance. Step by step, Zhou Long and Hong Chun moved sideways together. "Run!" Zhou Long tugged at her, pulling her to run as they climbed up last night's slope. "Aolo!" A furious roar erupted, shaking the heavens. "Get down," Zhou Long said, and the two crouched on the slope as the black giant ape approached step by step. Facing the countless giant apes, venting its dissatisfaction, it appeared extremely enraged, showing its tail to the giant apes in front. Heavens! Hong Chun looked and was about to rise. "Stay down." Zhou Long suddenly got up and pushed Hong Chun down. "Do you want to die? Don't drag me with you," Zhou Long said, watching the black giant ape raging at the bottom of the slope. On its short tail something was visibly dangling. "Little pervert." Zhou Long thought, "Is it really powerful?" He saw the little wolf cub biting down on that short tail. No matter how the black giant ape struggled, it couldn't shake it off. "We have to save it." Hong Chun whispered, "Are you joking?" Zhou Long turned back and replied, "That's countless giant apes." "Hey." After Zhou Long finished speaking, Hong Chun broke free from his grasp, stood up, and strode down the slope with a large laser gun in hand. "Aolo!" The mighty roars echoed among the giant apes. The black giant ape failed to catch the mechanical wolf behind it, and the little wolf cub swiftly darted down and ran towards Hong Chun. Boom! With a violent burst of laser fire, the other giant apes charging towards Hong Chun were all struck down. Massive explosions erupted, and the first giant ape to near Hong Chun was blown to pieces. Then new giant apes charged in. Holding the laser gun, Hong Chun marched forward. The explosive lasers sliced through the bodies of the giant apes like knives. "Aolo!" A loud cry rang out, and the surrounding giant apes suddenly became orderly. Although some were still hit, it was evident that the circle surrounding Hong Chun was growing smaller. "Damn it!" Hong Chun held the laser gun, feeling regretful, her heart racing as the little wolf cub kept darting around her feet, nearly tripping her several times. To save or not to save? Save, not save, save, not save. Zhou Long remained lying on the ground, holding a blade of grass, tugging at its leaves, while muttering, "Save." The last leaf was plucked. "All right, let me see how to save." Zhou Long continued to lie down, watching everything below the slope, where the entire group of giant apes had encircled Hong Chun tightly. The black giant ape outside the circle was the leader, shouting loudly, seemingly rallying the countless giant apes. "It's a war of attrition," Zhou Long murmured, observing the situation before him. "Capture the king first," Zhou Long thought, picking up the laser sword and quietly descending the slope. With a whoosh, the faint yellow laser sword erupted, slowly circling around behind the black giant ape. Holding the laser sword in one hand, Zhou Long crouched low, moving stealthily. "You're mine this time," Zhou Long mumbled to himself, stepping closer to the black giant ape with the raised laser sword. Seeing the black giant ape just 5 meters away, Zhou Long swung his sword down to strike. Boss, we finally found you. A voice rang out, causing the black giant ape to shake its head and turn around. At that moment, Zhou Long's body froze. Just from that shout, he couldn't bring himself to strike. Oh. Both man and ape exchanged glances. They both turned and ran away. Damn it. You should have called out sooner. Zhou Long looked back while running. Zhou Long only saw in the distance the 4 young masters of the new city being watched by a few giant apes tied up, and looking at Zhou Long with an innocent expression, shouting, "Boss, save me." Humph. Zhou Long snorted, then raised his laser gun and walked toward the giant ape in front, the silver snake laser gun in his hand, unleashing beams of light, while Hong Chun had long since disappeared. Ordinary giant ape. A mechanical species living on the surface of Earth, rumored to be a failed product of human experimentation. Endurance 200. Attack 2555. Defense 1530. Its main attack method is its sharp laser claws. With the explosion of the silver laser gun, the giant apes rushing in front exploded with every 2 shots, and their information was displayed before Zhou Long's eyes. The trigger was pulled repeatedly, causing some items to explode on the ground: small energy packs, giant ape heart cores, and giant ape gauntlets, which increased attack by 20 points and defense by 15 points. Zhou Long moved his feet holding the laser gun and watching the rushing giant apes, constantly changing various postures. Although there were many giant apes, none could get within 20 meters of Zhou Long. It felt like playing the piano in rhythm. Zhou Long had already adapted to the current attack mode. Boom! A loud noise came from afar, and Zhou Long's mouth curled up in a smile. Not far ahead was Hong Chun. Without needing to speak, they came together. "You're too slow," Hong Chun said while leaning against something. "Isn't it all for you?" Zhou Long immediately replied. The two of them stepped in place, slowly moving in circles. "What are you doing?" Hong Chun tilted her head and said, clearly feeling Zhou Long's steps moving towards the giant ape horde. To maintain the attack, Hong Chun also had to cooperate and sit down. "This is not the time to engage in a prolonged fight. We should leave immediately." Hong Chun nudged Zhou Long with her elbow. "4 friends are trapped by giant apes, and I want to rescue them," Zhou Long said calmly. "In any case, I must save them," Zhou Long said, quickening his pace. "This guy?" Hong Chun thought to herself, and also quickened her speed, and the two gradually began to run side by side. "Oh, whoa!" A distant howl echoed, and the attacking giant apes around them suddenly retreated, quickly disappearing from their sight. "Chase," Zhou Long said as he prepared to advance. "Wait." Hong Chun blocked Zhou Long's chest with her laser gun. "We can stop here. If we provoke their hatred, it will be troublesome," Hong Chun said slowly. "What do you mean?" Zhou Long took a couple of steps back, feeling uncomfortable with the hot laser gun barrel in front of him. These mechanical beings, though primitive, also have a sense of hatred. Generally, they do not attack the novice city, but if their hatred value becomes too high, they will collectively attack the city. "I understand, but this has nothing to do with me. I just want to rescue my younger brothers. Besides, isn't the mother planet Earth very powerful? How could it fear this minor offensive?" Zhou Long said as he jogged forward. "You." Hong Chun sighed and could only chase after him. In front was one small hill after another, more like a hilly area, but the small hills were all made of metal, and the ground was covered with giant ape footprints of various sizes. Night fell again in a huge valley, 4 columns tied together with 4 officers hanging on them, wearing lieutenant insignia, heads down, surrounded by groups of giant apes forming a circle. In the center of the circle, a large bonfire was lit, and all the giant apes were cheering and howling around it. The defeats of the day seemed to have faded away, or perhaps they were not important at all. The 4 people tied to the columns were the main theme of the giant apes tonight. What do they want to do? The crooked cap officer urged his companion beside him. "If we guessed wrong, they are going to burn us," said the player on the neighboring column, his face plain and featureless, yet he was still in the novice city. With just a glance at the direction where a battleship flew away like a gokart, he hurriedly chased after it. "I don't want to be burned to death." "I'm scared," said another player nearby, who began to cry loudly. Among the 4, there was one who usually killed the most, while the player on the edge, Baiju, squinted his small eyes and looked ahead, being the best at sneaking up on people. While in the tavern, the 4 had decided to cling to Zhou Long, but unexpectedly, as soon as Zhou Long stepped out, he headed for the battleship and flew into the sky. However, when they saw the atmosphere at that time, the 4 felt that their boss was in trouble. To show their abilities, they stubbornly chased after him, but after wandering for a while, they got lost and accidentally entered the territory of the giant apes. They were ultimately ambushed and captured by the giant apes. The only reason they were not killed on the spot was by the bonfire. A large-bodied giant ape with a red scarf draped over its head twisted its waist vigorously next to the large bonfire, which was thicker than a century-old tree. With a red scarf on its face, its mesmerizing eyes glanced at the 4 people on the columns. "Heavens, which of you will sacrifice yourselves?" the crooked cap officer shouted. "No," the other 3 shouted in unison. "Every race needs to continue, and as mechanical life forms, giant apes naturally need to." The female giant ape, draped in a red scarf, was dancing beneath the columns, not realizing that something was off. Looking at the captured 4 prisoners, she was about to find a mate among them. Naturally, the 4 refused, and the result was being tied to the columns while outside the circle a giant ape stood majestically. Of course, behind it was the one with a missing tail, the same one Zhou Long encountered during the day, now standing there watching its daughter choose the cheers growing louder. The giant ape, draped in a scarf, seemed to be immersed in its dance, unwilling to stop for a moment. On the hillside beside the valley, 2 figures were vaguely crouching. A bonfire party. Zhou Long crouched on the hillside, chewing on some grass, and said it's a courtship party. Hong Chen beside him said the giant apes hold one every year. It was clear this year's courtship target was your friend. When her dance stopped, she would choose a mate, and the remaining 3 would be burned alive by the bonfire below. Hey, you, Hong Chen said, turning to Zhou Long. Zhou Long was aiming with his laser gun. What are you doing? Hong Chen shouted in his ear. With a burst of laser fire boom, the dancing giant ape was suddenly hit. Oh whoa! The huge roar still carried a hint of a cry. The giant ape let out a scream and fell to the ground. Look at the mess you've made, Hong Chen said angrily. Friend, I was just aiming. You startled me, Zhou Long said without looking back. You. Hong Chen struggled to find words and finally said rogue. After saying that, she turned her head. The 2 then noticed that the valley was now silent. All the giant apes had quieted down. The tailless giant ape outside the circle stepped forward, looking at the blackened giant ape draped in a scarf, who raised its head. It then looked at the 2 on the hillside. Oh whoa! With a loud shout from the giant ape, all the giant apes shouted in unison, the tailless giant ape's claws unleashing lasers. Its eyes turned red as it ran toward the valley exit, with countless giant apes following behind, their eyes also glowing red. This is bad, Hong Chen said regretfully. System announcement: Planet Earth species siege battle is activated. Players please prepare. Looking at the announcement that flashed overhead 3 times, Zhou Long knew what was going on without asking Hong Chen beside him. Stay low. Hong Chen pressed down Zhou Long, who was about to rise. Why not run and wait here to die? Zhou Long muttered as he continued to lie down. Hong Chen immediately rolled her eyes and said the giant apes are going to attack the city. They will gather the surrounding mechanical life forms and then collectively head for the novice city. Isn't there a fleet led by so many generals on planet Earth? Zhou Long said lazily. Do you think the upper echelons would mobilize the fleets responsible for guarding the planet's safety for a minor problem? No need to think about it, Hong Chen said slowly. The 2 fell silent, and nearly an entire night passed. The valley didn't know how many giant apes had run out until the sky began to brighten, and Zhou Long had already fallen asleep. Oh whoa! A familiar wolf howl suddenly woke Zhou Long from his sleep. Damn, little pervert. You can still find us. Zhou Long looked at the mechanical wolf cub lying beside him. After the chaotic battle with the giant apes, the 2 had gotten separated from the little wolf cub, but unexpectedly, after just one night, this guy found his way back. Stay here. Wait for us to come back, Hong Chen said, patting the little wolf cub's head. Oh whoa! The mechanical wolf cub obediently replied. Let's go, Hong Chen said, raising her laser gun and getting up. Zhou Long followed suit, and the entire valley no longer had any giant apes running about while Hong Chen and Zhou Long advanced forward, each holding a gun. Boss, I knew you'd come back to save us. The crooked cap officer on the column shouted, watching Zhou Long approach slowly. Who told you to follow us? Behind Zhou Long, the giant ape adorned with a red scarf stood up, gazing affectionately at the 4 individuals who had fallen from the pillar. Any words would be superfluous. Let's go, Zhou Long exclaimed, and the 6 of them hurriedly sprinted without a moment's pause, racing outside the valley, shouting, "A whoa!" A piercing howl echoed through the air. A whoa! The little wolf cub raced alongside the 6, howling, and finally they halted next to the wild entrance where the corpses of the giant mechanical wolves had vanished. You should return on your own, Hong Chen said to the 4 in front of him. Why? Can't this prove our sincerity? The crooked-hatted officer shouted. Looking at the agitated 4, Zhou Long remarked, Come back when you reach the rank of major. He shot a glance at Hong Chen, and the 2 hurried away. After running for nearly half an hour, Hong Chen finally stopped. Zhou Long also came to a halt. The little mechanical wolf at his side seemed to sense Hong Chen's gaze and knew he had something to say. A whoa, it howled. Hong Chen's gaze then shifted to Zhou Long. As long as it doesn't hold you back, go ahead, Zhou Long said, slowly moving forward. All right. Hong Chen watched the little mechanical wolf walk past, squatting down to whisper something in its ear. Return to the city, Zhou Long asked as he walked. Follow me, Hong Chen said, leading the way while the little mechanical wolf obediently walked beside him. Aren't those giant apes going to attack the city? Zhou Long inquired from behind. Are you still going back? They need at least 2 days to regroup, and only then will the mechanical entities launch an attack. We still have a chance to complete your task. Let's just go. Hong Chen quickened his pace as he spoke. Along the way, various howls erupted around them. The so-called regrouping meant the giant ape tribe forcibly conscripting other mechanical entities as cannon fodder to attack the novice city together. On the rocky beach, countless players repeatedly exterminated the mechanical dogs that appeared. You all. Ugh. Hong Chen was about to speak when Zhou Long raised his hand to cover his mouth. Oomph. Several nearby players brandishing laser guns glanced at Zhou Long before turning away. What are you doing? Hong Chun remarked as the two approached the city gate. What do you want to do? Zhou Long asked, hands on his hips, staring at Hong Chun. Of course, to inform them that the giant apes are coming to attack the city. Hong Chun declared loudly. They know, but the giant apes haven't arrived yet, right? Zhou Long retorted, walking towards a young girl at the city gate. Your mother asked me to give this to you, Zhou Long said as he handed over the bracelet. Congratulations, player, you have completed the task and received the Sun Medal. Whoa, the little girl cried, presenting the medal to Zhou Long, saying, Isn't Mom coming back? Zhou Long initially intended to speak the truth, but seeing Hong Chun beside him, he changed his words, saying, Your mother said she has other matters to attend to. After saying that, Zhou Long took a step forward. The little girl seemed to have more to say, but Zhou Long wasn't in the mood to take on any more tasks. Returning to the base was the priority. As soon as he stepped into the novice city, Zhou Long was immediately surrounded by a multitude of curious gazes. One man, one woman, and a little mechanical wolf. It was impossible not to attract attention. Along the way, several female players approached to chat with Zhou Long, only to be repelled by Hong Chun's laser gun. Male players merely shot him envious glances, a major rank, beautiful companions, and a beastly protector. It was hard not to feel a sense of injustice. Zhou Long knew that many people were following him without needing to look back. Suddenly he stopped, and those behind him halted as well. Some scattered, but others were reluctant to leave. Go, Zhou Long instructed, walking towards the Red Tavern. Inside, the haze lingered, and the scent of alcohol was sharp. Clearly no one was looking for trouble anymore. Brother-in-law, you're back. Bartender Xiao Li approached, ushering Zhou Long to a table, emphasizing the term brother-in-law loudly. The patrons in the tavern turned their gazes towards them, and the singing that had filled the air moments ago abruptly ceased. Clad in a red robe, Xiao Hong swayed her alluring waist. She slowly approached Zhou Long and plopped down on his lap, her eyes filled with affection, yet she threw a vigilant glance at Hong Chun across the table. Cradling Xiao Hong, Zhou Long felt waves of chill. Indeed, the fierce glares exchanged between the two women were enough to make any man caught in between want to die. What's your surname, sister? Xiao Hong stood up, smiling. Her expression was that of a generous woman. Hong Chun replied, lifting her cup from the table to drink. Oomph. Xiao Hong snorted coldly, twisting her waist as she moved towards the dance floor, singing joyfully, Aren't you leaving yet? Hong Chun said indifferently, and Zhou Long was surprised, shaking his head at Hong Chun. Are you jealous? Oomph. Hong Chun remarked, the task from the Lieutenant General is urgent, then turned her gaze towards the entrance. Those who had followed them had not entered, and Zhou Long noticed that Hong Chun was ignoring him. He immediately stood up and walked to the bar where the old bartender was still wiping glasses. As soon as Zhou Long approached, he took out the giant ape's tail from his pocket and placed it on the bar. Congratulations, player, you have completed the introductory career task and will receive an introductory career reward. A line of small text appeared above Zhou Long's head, and at the same time a hint of approval appeared on the old bartender's face as he pulled Zhou Long's hand. Hiss! Zhou Long winced in pain, suddenly feeling a burning sensation around his right wrist, and then the old bartender took the giant ape's tail under the bar. What is this? Zhou Long retracted his hand, looking at the new mark that appeared on his wrist, which turned out to be an egg. Nightingale egg. It signifies that you are now a junior member of your guild, the old bartender explained slowly. As Zhou Long completes enough tasks in the future, the tattoo on his wrist will transform into a small nightingale, and with more tasks completed, the rewards will become more generous, and his level will naturally rise quickly. What other tasks do I need to accomplish? Zhou Long asked, pulling down the sleeve of his military uniform over his wrist. Have you seen Musa? The old bartender replied slowly. Yet he continued to wipe the glass in his hand. His focused application and meticulous technique made it seem as if he and Zhou Long were merely chatting about something. Who is he? What does he do? And what does he want? Zhou Long hadn't finished speaking. He suddenly fell silent as Hong Chun approached and asked, finished? Soon. If you're in a hurry, go wait for me at the landing site. Zhou Long said slowly. Hong Chun said nothing as he led the mechanical wolf outside. Zhou Long cast a glance at his departing figure, then turned back with reassurance, saying, I need detailed intelligence on Musa. Musa, 22 years old, is the Vice Admiral Commander of the 13th Fleet based on Earth in the game. Although there are 4 alliances on Earth, it has long been unified militarily. His father was the former Vice Admiral Commander of the 13th Fleet and has been bedridden for 3 years, so Musa took over his father's position. The 13th Fleet was also the core force in the pacification campaign 5 years ago, and the entire fleet paid a huge price, allowing Earth to gain a strategic advantage in the star domain it guarded. However, at that time, the 13th Fleet was recalled by the home planet. Although it received nominal commendations, the entire fleet has been kept in a state of cold storage, and even the reports for repairing the warships have not been approved. In just 1 year, this Musa used the military achievements of the fleet to secure the position of deputy agent of the alliance. The 4 major alliances require several agents to govern together. Although it is only a secondary position, it is evident how grand his ambitions are. The 13th Fleet has yet to receive orders to head out. The old bartender spoke slowly, as if discussing matters of his own home, quite familiar with the subject. Very well. What tasks can I undertake? Zhou Long gently inquired. The old bartender looked at Zhou Long with a hint of surprise, as if anyone else would have reacted differently. Hearing the previous content, anyone would at least feel a bit strange, but Zhou Long remained calm. First of all, welcome to the Nightingale, my friend. The old bartender spoke slowly. Listening to the words, Zhou Long opened his personal information. Character Pioneer. Type Constructor. Physical Ability 180. Intelligence 100. Attack Power 30. Profession Junior Nightingale Intelligence Agent. Thank you, Zhou Long said, finishing his drink. Do you know the legend of the asteroid that appeared before the giant ape? The old bartender asked. Zhou Long responded. The guild needs you to conduct intelligence gathering and map downloading near that asteroid. The old bartender said, tapping his clothes, and the map was transmitted into Zhou Long's military uniform. Oh, another map. Zhou Long looked at the transparent visor in front of him as the data downloaded and generated the map. Next time, if you want to obtain intelligence again, you will need to pay. However, you can also sell valuable intelligence to the guild, as all intelligence is graded, and you can get rich from it. The old bartender said, wiping the cup in his hands, his murky eyes filled with greed as he looked at Zhou Long. Zhou Long was quite familiar with such a gaze. It was the same expression everyone had when Silver Sword arranged tasks, and everyone entered a new game. Got it, Zhou Long said as he turned around and clicked to log off. He pushed open the game pod, turned on the water, brushed his teeth, and washed his face. His stomach immediately protested. I need to eat something. It's been a whole night, Zhou Long said as he pushed open the door. Walking down the corridor, Zhou Long knocked on the doors of Huang Pengzi and Lu Ziqiao one by one, but received no response. What the heck? Don't tell me they are all in the game. Zhou Long mumbled, knocking again on the doors of Xia Dai Wanqing and even Xiao Huang and Wang Gai's rooms, but no one was inside. They are all so focused on the game, Zhou Long muttered as he prepared to turn the corner and go down the stairs. Ding! His phone at his waist rang, and Zhou Long raised his hand to check. It was a text from Huang Pengzi. Come to the conference room quickly. What the hell? Zhou Long grumbled as he stepped into the stairs. Soon Zhou Long arrived at the conference room door, which was shut tight. With a loud bang, Zhou Long unceremoniously pushed open the conference room door. Whoosh! The air was thick with alcohol, making Zhou Long wonder if he had entered a red bar. As he opened his eyes, the people he was looking for all appeared in front of him, but they seemed to be surrounding Lu Ziqiao. Deputy Team Leader Zhou Yu arrived just in time. Lu Ziqiao walked over solemnly and slammed the conference room door shut. What is going on? Zhou Long said, tugging at his clothes to close them. A sense of unease surged in his heart. He glanced at the scene before him. Dozens of bottles of liquor were laid out on the table, and everyone's faces were flushed. Xiao Huang was sprawled over a bottle of liquor on the table, fast asleep. I still have things to do. Zhou Long scanned the room and was about to turn around to open the door. Deputy Team Leader Zhou, your business is all of our business, and all of our business is your business, Lu Ziqiao said, pushing Zhou Long while Xia Dai took the opportunity to pull Zhou Long over. What exactly is going on? Zhou Long steadied himself and sat down as the eyes of several people around him were red. Their bodies reeked of alcohol. Team Leader, you are the professional, Lu Ziqiao said, moving to the other end of the table. Today we were collectively looked down upon. After he finished speaking, everyone turned their gaze to Zhou Long. Looked down upon. Zhou Long surveyed the people around him, thinking, they want to provoke me. What's the situation? Zhou Long gulped and said, bang. Lu Ziqiao slapped the table and walked over, saying, this afternoon Zhang Ming, Zhang Li, and Zhang Hua along with other company employees looked down on us in the bar. Looked down upon? What do you mean by that? Zhou Long asked with a smile. They said that we are not united even when holding events, and that the leaders weren't even brought along. Lu Ziqiao said passionately. Next time we go to the bar, you team leader, Zhou must be there. After speaking, Lu Ziqiao pointed at Zhou Long. Did they not look down on you? Zhou Long looked around and said, what else can I say? They just said we don't have enough people and no leader. As he spoke, he hugged Wanqing's arm beside him. Her mouth seemed like it would throw up at any moment. Zhou Long, what do you think we should do? Xia Dai said, resting her chin in her hand. Huang Pengzi looked at Zhou Long with an innocent expression, then gazed tenderly at Wan Ru beside him. Wanqing was comforting Wan Ru while Wang Gai was looking at the bandage on his hand, which had been mostly removed. His severed finger was still attached and was moving slightly, yet he remained silent. Do you want to look down on them after working hard? Zhou Long said, a sinister smile appearing on his face. Tell me, should we pour manure on their door or splash paint on it? Xia Dai shouted loudly, lifting the liquor bottle in front of her to drink. Stop drinking. I'm still hungry, Zhou Long said, raising his hand to stop Xia Dai's arm. Then what do you think we should do? Lu Ziqiao said, holding 2 liquor bottles and drinking from one. I certainly have a plan. Because I am a professional. Zhou Long slammed the table and stood up, declaring. Cough, cough. There are 8 of us, Zhou Long said as he looked around, and the crowd fell silent. Are you saying we have to challenge them onion on? Lu Ziqiao pondered for a moment and said this is something we can consider. Xia Dai patted Zhou Long on the shoulder and asked is there a spot for a cheerleading team. Wan Qing whispered fighting privately is illegal. As she spoke she glanced at the others and added, all right, forget I said anything. Can we use weapons? I can sell some souvenirs. Xiao Huang said weakly. Humph. Wang Gai merely snorted coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Long. I wonder where your minds are wandering. Zhou Long said, twirling his hands around his head. Do you know what our status is right now? Zhou Long shouted. Drunkards. After a while Xiao Huang murmured no. We are gamers, and we are all newcomers. Zhou Long circled the table and declared we should enter the game and create our achievements. Then I can pick up girls, buy cosmetics, fight against dark forces, inherit my dad's job. Wrong. You can look down on them. Zhou Long said as he felt his head nearly explode. The others hearing this fell silent and raised their bottles to drink in unison. Suddenly Zhou Long felt a wave of frustration rise within him. He picked up the bottle in front of him and gulped it down. That night, perhaps because he had just finished a game, his stomach was empty. Feeling very hungry, Zhou Long unknowingly drank a lot. Initially, he just wanted to shout about the game with everyone, but by the end he didn't even know what he was saying, seemingly delivering a passionate speech while everyone around him applauded. He only felt himself staggering into his room, his body feeling as if it were floating. In his dreams, Zhou Long even saw Yin Jian's furious expression. In the morning, remembering Yin Jian's angry face in his dream, Zhou Long laughed awake, exclaiming, damn. He shouted while rubbing his head and propping himself up with one hand. There wasn't much to it, his clothes were all gone. Vaguely memories of drinking with everyone surfaced along with Yin Jian's angry expression. What happened? Zhou Long muttered as he lowered his head. Ha ha. A loud laugh came from the doorway. You're finally awake. Huang Pengzi stood by Zhou Long's bed and asked what happened last night. I seem to remember nothing, Zhou Long said as he got dressed and crawled out of bed. Standing up, he shouted at the mirror in the doorway, why do I have a bandage on my head? I don't know, Huang Pengzi replied slowly. Then what do you know? Zhou Long shook his head. According to Huang Pengzi's recollection, after Zhou Long drank a large bottle of liquor mixed with unknown substances last night, he crazily ran out of the conference room, racing down to the bar on the first floor, dancing like a stripper. He shouted about wanting to eat fried egg rice, but was forcibly brought back by Huang Pengzi and Xiao Huang. And then, Zhou Long asked, looking dazed. Then Xiao Huang and I went to our room to sleep. What about Yin Jian? Zhou Long asked in a low voice. Didn't you dream about Yin Jian, buddy? Huang Pengzi looked at Zhou Long with an expression as if he didn't know him at all. No, I meant. Zhou Long shook his head. No need to say anything. I have to get back to the game, Huang Pengzi said as he walked out the door to get some water, and Zhou Long washed his face. After tidying up his clothes, he walked out of the room, the hunger in his stomach growing stronger. I want to eat beef noodles and 3 braised eggs, Zhou Long thought to himself as he walked forward. Suddenly a hand patted his shoulder. You were quite something last night. Wang Gai's voice rang out from behind. What happened last night? Zhou Long turned around and asked. Hee. Wang Gai grinned, brushing past him, and said, if you want to know, treat me to breakfast. At the breakfast stall, Wang Gai quickly slurped noodles from his bowl. Spill, Zhou Long said with meat in his mouth. Last night, after Zhou Long was sent back to his room, less than half an hour passed before a series of ghostly screams echoed in the corridor. Wan Qing and Wang Gai rushed out of their rooms, only to see Zhou Long in the corridor stripping and screaming. The two approached to stop him, but unexpectedly, Zhou Long, not knowing where his strength came from, broke free from them. Just as he was about to create chaos, he was suddenly knocked down by Xia Dai, who appeared with a bottle of liquor. It's that simple, Zhou Long said calmly. What more do you want? The bottle of liquor you drank in the conference room was laced with hallucinogens, Wang Gai said as he stood up ready to return to the company. What about Yin Jian? Zhou Long called back and asked. Go ask him yourself, Wang Gai replied without looking back. Zhou Long coldly snorted as he finished the noodles in front of him, paid, and rushed back to the company. On the way up the stairs and through the corridor, countless colleagues, both familiar and unfamiliar, smiled at him. What's so funny? Zhou Long shouted in frustration. Kid, you were crazy last night. A man in a suit appeared in front of him, the former cafeteria uncle, now Yin Jian's secretary. Tell me about it, Zhou Long said as he pulled out a small yellow from his pocket and handed it over. According to the uncle's recollection, after Zhou Long was beaten back by Xia Dai for the second time last night. Less than half an hour later, Zhou Long again ran to Yin Jian's office. But it was a bad time. A woman was in Yin Jian's room, and they were in a critical moment. Zhou Long inexplicably barged in, shouting at the door, come and see, don't miss it as you walk by. Then Zhou Long was chased down the corridor by Yin Jian. The uncle looked at Zhou Long with pity and said, kid, you might as well prepare to resign. Otherwise you'll be in big trouble. The uncle's words echoed faintly in Zhou Long's ears. As he passed through the corridor, Zhou Long pushed open the door of a room. Before he could see clearly, a large hand suddenly reached out and pulled him inside. Bang! The door was shut. Zhou Long. Yin Jian sat at the table and looked at Zhou Long about last night. Zhou Long stammered, thinking, damn, I have no idea what happened. You did very well. Jian came over and hugged Zhou Long. Zhou Long gasped but found a woman already sitting by his bed. Gentle and graceful like a little bird relying on him, beautiful and captivating, dressed in a light yellow dress with big eyes and a slightly moving body, a knowledgeable beauty suddenly appeared before him. Jianning graduated from Tsinghua University with a master's degree in economics. In a time when even PhD graduates were scrambling for jobs, a master's degree was merely a fleeting cloud. While working as a receptionist in a company, she caught Jian's attention, and thus Jianning began her life of swiping cards. Last night, she was with Jian during a critical moment. However, Jian's original partner quietly arrived ready to catch them in the act, when Zhou Long unexpectedly barged in and was mistaken for a savior, while Jianning instantly became the woman deceived by Zhou Long. She came to seek justice from Jian. Don't worry, Xiao Zhou. Once you have a girlfriend, Jianning will find another man to protect her. This was Jian's last voice. Jianning was also assigned to Zhou Long's team and was living on this floor. Jian had left, and Zhou Long slowly sat down in a chair, saying, "Sister-in-law. PFF. Brother Long. Am I that old?" Jianning said gently, her voice like that of a young girl, making Zhou Long's every bone tingle with electricity. Half an hour later in the conference room, Xia Dai, Wanru Wanqing, Huang Pengzi, Wang Gai, Xiao Huang, and Jianning were all seated. Zhou Long stood at the center of the round table, declaring, "This is our new colleague Jianning." Applause erupted. Everyone smiled, stood up one by one to shake hands with Jianning and greet her. "Now our team is complete. I announce that our team is officially in work mode." Everyone looked at Zhou Long in confusion. "Haven't I always been in work mode?" Xia Dai said lightly. "Yes." Wanru echoed. Wanqing and Wang Gai remained silent. Huang Pengzi looked at Zhou Long, hesitating to speak, while Xiao Huang simply observed the crowd. "Ahem, team leader has plans for picking up girls." Lu Ziqiao whispered, "Cough, cough." Zhou Long coughed. "We are all young people who like to play. There's nothing wrong with that, but we must work during our off hours. Why do others ridicule us? Because we have no idea what we're doing." Zhou Long surveyed the room. "Since everyone has joined the company, we should get to work. If anyone has a better opportunity, feel free to leave immediately. I don't want to waste anyone's potential. If someone doesn't understand the game, just read the new books we issued, and if you really don't get it, you can ask me or Huang Pengzi." After Zhou Long finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. "Is there anything else you want to ask?" Zhou Long looked around and asked, "What game are we entering?" Jianning slowly said. Lu Ziqiao, about to speak, closed his mouth, likely having the same question. "Planet Civilization." Zhou Long said, "It's still considered a new game. Then what will I be doing?" Xia Dai raised her head and asked. "Mainly what?" Wanqing said, exchanging glances with Wang Gai. "How much can we earn?" Wanru asked softly. "Oh," Xiao Huang replied. Huang Pengzi looked at Zhou Long with a blank expression. Bang! Just as Zhou Long was contemplating, the conference room door was pushed open and Jian walked in without greeting anyone. Slowly pushing Zhou Long aside, Jian said, "I can frankly tell everyone some very bad news." Zhou Long had a bad feeling and sat down slowly. Although Silver Sword was merely the team leader, his aura was exceptionally strong at this moment. Looking at Zhou Long and the people around him, Silver Sword said, "The company's funds are insufficient. Some bosses believe that there is no future in the gaming industry." In one sentence, Silver Sword concluded, and no one spoke. He continued, "The online gaming market has developed for many years, yet today we gamers are still an emerging industry. It's not that this line of work is unviable, but rather that it evolves too quickly. Our predecessors once made a living by leveling up in games, but what about now? As the games improve, we can forego the role of leveling, focusing instead on fighting within the game, acquiring good equipment, or gaining influence in the game world. The company can then place your achievements on the trading market, where people will buy them or buy and sell in the company's name, allowing you to gain rewards through your hard work." For 3 whole hours, Silver Sword spoke about the gaming industry's development from micro to macro perspectives, discussing the company's growth and the financial potential for everyone in the room. The reason those bosses are unwilling to invest is that they want the gamers in the company to work hard to acquire valuable items. Silver Sword said, "There are always some old-timers in the company who want to live off past successes, becoming lazy, while you newcomers are full of energy. Having a car and a house after your hard work is not a problem at all. Stepping into upper society might just be tomorrow. What you need to do now is for the constructive players to obtain 2 million star coins. Having a base would be even better. Free players should aim for at least 5,000 star coins. At the end of the month, we will review your results." Silver Sword spoke and then left without saying another word. The others remained silent, seemingly digesting what he had said, while Zhou Long stood staring in the direction Silver Sword had gone. "This guy, today, is quite different." Zhou Long thought to himself. "Jianning, you will be a free player when you enter the game. If you have any questions, ask Wanru. If you two have any uncertainties, ask Fat Huang, Wanqing, Wang Gai, and Lu Ziqiao as a group. Feel free to consult me or Fat Huang as well. Little Huang, Xia Dai, and I will be in the same group. Alright, let's get started." Once the play was mentioned, no one spoke anymore. Everyone stood up and gathered according to Zhou Long's assignments. "I say, Deputy Leader, I want to team up with Xia Dai. Lu Ziqiao chimed in. Zhou Long replied, we'll see your performance at the end of the month. After saying this, Zhou Long left with everyone. Pushing open his room door, Zhou Long entered and closed it behind him. He lay down on the bed, never having spoken so much, perhaps still not fully sober from last night's drink. Zhou Long felt very tired. The bandage on his head was still there, and he could feel waves of pain. After resting for a moment, he got up and picked up that worn-out book from the table to take another look. Perhaps Zhou Long hadn't found it, but the book indeed contained no records of whether the end of the universe and the gaming realm were the same place. Could it be that the game has been modified? Zhou Long murmured to himself, reaching into the cabinet to take a stamina pill and swallowing it. He then opened the gaming pod and climbed inside. Behind the Blue Sky Company building in the core consciousness control room of the Planet Civilization game, the staff were still making various efforts to control the game, even though it was all in vain. But this at least showed that they were working and would not be fired by the boss, keeping themselves busy in front of the boss. You bunch of useless fools, Yang Fan said, looking at the 6 people in front of him who had been ambushed by a player. Yang Fan glanced at the distance where the monitor controller Fat Mi squinted his eyes. You can't do this, Fat Mi shouted as he ran over ready to fight everyone. I am sent by JH Company. You have no right to stop me. Yang Fan spoke slowly. You, Fat Mi said, secretly reaching for his phone to contact Zhou Long. Just then Yang Fan was about to send these 6 individuals back into the game, preparing to enter as a GM, to conduct a comprehensive inspection of the entire game and eliminate viruses. No need to fight. Zhou Long won't answer. Yang Fan laughed, having seen through Fat Mi's actions. Humph. Fat Mi snorted coldly, turned, and walked away. Before long he entered his own lounge, which also contained a gaming pod, but it was very special, modified by Fat Mi. Once inside, Fat Mi immediately dove in. In the red bar, bartender Xiao Li was still there serving customers, while Xiao Hong was singing her heart out. Upon seeing Zhou Long appear, she shot him a flirtatious glance, and the old bartender at the bar continued to wipe the glasses. Just as Zhou Long turned to face the revolving door, a soldier burst in, shouting, "Monsters are attacking the city. Hurry up." In an instant, the drinking soldiers and players rushed out. What's the big deal? It's just a city attack. It's not like we've never seen it before, Zhou Long murmured as he walked out. At this moment, there wasn't even a single customer left in the bar. Whoosh. Just as Zhou Long stepped out of the bar door, he suddenly turned around, and a sharp dagger landed beside him, clearly embedded in the ground with a piece of paper on it. He glanced into the distance. The street was filled with crowds rushing towards the city gate, making it impossible to see from which direction the dagger had been thrown. Humph. Zhou Long snorted coldly and picked up the dagger, noticing a piece of paper attached. Red Dust has been captured. Come to save them. In just a few words, Zhou Long frowned, throwing the dagger back to the ground. The paper had a map on it with a marked route. Damn it, another rescue, Zhou Long murmured to himself. If I don't save them, wouldn't I be free? He recalled the background of the general and the role of Red Dust. I'll forget it. Having a bodyguard by my side isn't so bad, Zhou Long thought to himself. He then stepped onto the street. Damn it, Zhou Long shouted as the surging crowd immediately pushed against his transformed body, swaying him left and right, nearly causing him to fall. Who are you? Not fighting monsters, yet blocking the road. Make way. Zhou Long leaned against the wall, glancing at the crowd behind him. Are they all rushing to seek death? Zhou Long's gaze returned, and he was stunned. A wanted notice from his home planet Earth. A bounty for catching a runaway criminal, rewarding 100 star coins, followed by a photo of the fugitive. Wang Meng. Zhou Long's eyes widened as he stared at the wanted notice. He pushed against the wall to steady himself, examining it closely. A serious criminal posing a severe threat to the safety of his home planet Earth, attempting to attack Earth's defense network and steal its resources, who escaped from prison the previous day. Looking at the contents of the wanted notice, a grin appeared on Zhou Long's face. What a talent, Zhou Long remarked as he gazed at the wanted notice, noticing that the crowd behind him had thinned out. He promptly picked up the paper and entered the nearby alley. As Zhou Long walked through the alley, he quickened his pace. A few scattered players appeared along the way, but they merely stood by the roadside, watching with ill intentions. Walking further into the alley, Zhou Long could hear footsteps not far behind him, clearly following him. Most of the players had gone to participate in the siege battle. It was obvious that something was amiss here. Turning around, Zhou Long saw that ahead was a dead end with a few people standing inside. You little brat, a voice came from behind. Zhou Long didn't even need to look back to recognize the footsteps of 2 people. He turned his head slightly to see that one was in a lieutenant's uniform, holding a dagger, while the other held a laser pistol. What do you want? Zhou Long said as he stepped forward. 3 people stood in front of him, all in lieutenant uniforms. They held laser pistols, and Hong Chun was positioned in front of the 3, her body bound, while the mechanical wolf was nowhere to be seen. You? Zhou Long looked at Hong Chun with a hint of helplessness. They said they were looking for you, so. Hong Chun replied innocently. Big-chested and brainless, Zhou Long muttered. Hand over your stuff, said a skinny player in front of him, a triumphant smile on his face, the muzzle of the laser pistol aimed at Zhou Long. What do you want? Laser sword. And everything in your pockets, the skinny player demanded. Why go out to fight monsters? Finding you is all we need. Zhou Long thought to himself, what kind of brainless NPC allows a few players to easily capture her? He felt a surge of confidence. Zhou Long drew out the handle of the laser sword. Don't move, a voice said as a laser gun barrel pressed against the back of his head. You still don't feel secure with me like this. Zhou Long said, gripping the handle of the laser sword tightly. One hand for the person, one hand for the sword. With his thumb pressing the handle of the laser sword, Zhou Long slowly reached forward with his left hand, while his right hand was about to grab Hong Chun. The skinny player in front pushed Hong Chun forward with a smug expression while reaching for the laser sword. Whoosh. Seeing the player before him was only half a meter away, Zhou Long applied strength with his thumb lunging forward as the laser sword erupted in a flash piercing outward. His right leg kicked back simultaneously, sending the laser gun flying from behind his head. Zhou Long turned around, slashing with the sword, shouting, You dare to point a gun at my head. You dare to point a gun at my head. You dare to point a gun at my head. The skinny player in front had already been stabbed in the neck by Zhou Long, turning into white mist, while the person behind him was repeatedly stabbed by Zhou Long's sword. Ayah! The player screamed in agony, while the other players nearby holding laser pistols dared not move. They had only intended to rob. Unexpectedly, Zhou Long retaliated fiercely. Oomph! Zhou Long pointed his laser sword at the side, causing the player on the ground to tremble reflexively with every shake. What do you want? The remaining players behind Zhou Long asked. Get lost, Zhou Long replied. A few players quickly fled as if pardoned, leaving even the player on the ground behind. What's your name? The player on the ground struggled to say. Pioneer. Remember it. Zhou Long said, slicing the ropes binding Hong Chun. So it's you. I admit defeat. The player slowly stood up and walked out. Let's go, beauty, Zhou Long said to Hong Chun, not very kindly. Oomph. Hong Chun raised her laser gun and aimed it at Zhou Long as she walked out. What kind of person are you? With a laser gun yet still can be captured, Zhou Long said as he followed her. However, just as Zhou Long and the others stepped out, a figure emerged from the pile of weeds at the deepest part of the dead end, whispering, Boss. Found the pioneer's trail. Yes. Continue to track, the person said, glancing around before walking out. At the landing area beside the devil's worship. Aren't you going to continue with your mission? Hong Chun said as a mechanical wolf cub jumped into her arms from beside the devil's worship. I must hurry back to my planet. Who the hell is messing around on my worship? Zhou Long gritted his teeth and cursed. Isn't it just a worship? How can there be so many uncivilized people? Sorry, a light voice came from behind. Zhou Long turned around in anger, and instantly all his rage dissipated. In slightly oversized military attire with a head full of yellow hair and a pair of lively eyes, the girl appeared, her prominent curves under the uniform showing she was even shorter than Zhou Long, and her youthful face still bore traces of innocence. Little one, messing up my worship comes with a cost, Zhou Long said, taking a couple of steps forward to look at the little girl. I have no money, the little girl said, looking down. But my mom has money. She then raised her head to look at Zhou Long. Ugh. Zhou Long looked at the little girl with dissatisfaction. I can work. The little girl pouted and said softly, humph. Hong Chun let out a low hum holding the mechanical wolf and said, Don't bully girls. Zhou Long looked surprised as he lowered his head to hold the mechanical wolf cub for the little girl. Isn't it cute? Don't you have enough scratches on your warship? Hong Chun pointed at the warship. That's a feature, Zhou Long retorted. Kidnapping children is illegal, Hong Chun said with her hands on her hips. If you take her away, I will. What will you do? Zhou Long said disdainfully. Oh, come on, officer. This is the devil's worship, a gift from the vice admiral to someone. Zhou Long said, performing theatrically. Clap, clap, you. Hong Chen's face was full of anger, and neither of them noticed that the little girl had already crawled directly into the devil's worship. A row of officers rushed over search. A major officer approached, waving his hand. Stand down. This is a cargo ship from the high command of the home planet. Hong Chen stepped forward, taking out a document from her pocket and handing it to the major. Ma'am, are you sure this is a cargo ship? First of all, I'm a colonel, sir. Of course you didn't make a mistake. This is indeed a modified cargo ship, Hong Chun said, slightly shifting her body. Hong Chen spoke, blocking the mechanical wolf cub behind him. Under normal circumstances, if someone saw a mechanical creature outside the novice city entering the city, they might turn a blind eye. However, at this moment, it was the time for the mechanical life forms to launch a siege. Any mechanical entity appearing in the city would cause panic, indicating that they had found a way to enter. Looking at Hong Chen's calm expression, the major general across from him said, in short, you cannot take off now. He looked up at the devil warship behind Hong Chun, seemingly lost in thought. With a turn of his head, he left with his subordinates. Hurry, Hong Chun exclaimed as he suddenly turned around. Okay, Zhou Long responded without hesitation, quickly turning back to the ship. As soon as the two moved, the mechanical wolf cub cried out, and Hong Chun turned back to see Zhou Long. Without waiting to speak, he scooped up the mechanical wolf cub and brought it onto the warship. You. Zhou Long was about to speak. Boom. A tremor shook the air as the devil warship unexpectedly started up, its body slowly lifting off the ground. What the hell? Zhou Long exclaimed, ignoring the mechanical wolf cub. He quickly ran onto the warship with Hong Chun and shouted as soon as he entered the control room computer. Take off, swiftly breaking free from the planet's orbit. Zhou Long shouted, and the mechanical voice of the warship's computer echoed through the control room. Command acknowledged. Hey, you need to stop quickly or he'll fire. The Major General shouted from a distance as he ran towards the devil warship, waving a laser gun in his hand. Smack! What are you doing? The Major General knocked aside the laser gun in his subordinate's hand. Aren't we firing, right? Are you all out of your minds? The Major General pointed at the sky and shouted, if even one laser cannon on that warship retaliates, I'm finished. Oh, the soldiers touched their heads in response. Ah! The Major General and his subordinates looked up in shock as the devil warship roared, revealing countless cannon openings on its body. Strategic retreat. The Major shouted, but the surrounding officers had vanished. Huh, this is so much fun. The little girl in the control room laughed as she manipulated the controls. Computer, retract weapons. Full speed ahead. Zhou Long commanded. Command acknowledged. Zhou Long walked over and tried to pick up the little girl. Oh, no. The little girl screamed as she saw Zhou Long coming quickly, running behind Hong Chun and greeting the mechanical wolf cub beside her. Hi. Sister, this person is so fierce. The little girl said, wrapping her arms around Hong Chun's legs and burying her head. Zhou Long exclaimed, don't say you are a lost girl. Wow. The little girl cried, leaving Hong Chun and running towards the back of the warship. Hey, Zhou Long shouted, you can't go back there. Well, fine, she's just a little girl. Hong Chun remarked, stepping forward to observe the control room, which resembled an opera house surrounded by numerous large and small screens. It looks quite old. Did you bring it back from Taobao? Hong Chun said, tentatively pressing a button in front of her. Bang, bang, bang. The control room suddenly brightened, then dimmed again, but the light was noticeably brighter than before. Strange sounds echoed throughout the warship. The shape of the devil warship slightly changed as it sped towards the vast universe. Soon after, the warship took off. A small ship flew towards it. Though the ship was tiny, it was highly aggressive, and more importantly, it moved at incredible speed. With his head bowed, Hong Chun continued to type on the keyboard in front of him. Zhou Long, looking at Hong Chun's back, couldn't help but glance down at her curvaceous figure. Hong Chun turned around to face Zhou Long. You say? Zhou Long said seriously. We are here to deliver something to the general. Hong Chun said, slowly approaching Zhou Long, her eyes sparkling as she probed his earlier intentions. Let's go back to my planet first. If we don't go, my planet might become someone else's, and then my status as your general won't hold much value, Zhou Long said slowly. He passed by Hong Chun and walked towards the control panel, inputting the coordinates of his planet. As he typed, the devil warship slowly adjusted its course, then erupted in a burst of flames, speeding ahead. Hong Chun surprisingly did not object. As Zhou Long input the coordinates, he noticed that the display screen already showed a set of coordinates. However, he did not think too much about it. Turning around, Zhou Long wondered if he should enter sleep mode. It would take 5 days to return to his planet, but he saw Hong Chun walking out of the control room, so he followed her. The devil warship was well known. Many planets would automatically surrender and submit treasures upon seeing it, leading many adventurers to imitate the devil warship. The devil warship itself was a code name. Legend had it that the devil warship was originally a fleet of several ships rarely assembled together. Most recorded devil warships were either kept secret on the home planet Earth or vanished in alien territories, leaving behind only counterfeit ships still riding on the devil warship's remnants. In the dim corridor, Hong Chun walked ahead, sharing her knowledge of the devil warship's secrets, while Zhou Long followed behind her, observing the closed rooms on either side. He had never looked closely before, but now Zhou Long noticed that the corridor, though not visibly old, showed faint bloodstains on the doors. It seemed a horrific scene had once occurred here. Oh! A piercing scream echoed from the end of the corridor, and the little girl appeared. Her hair disheveled, she ran over Wowo. The little girl clung to Hong Chun's thigh and cried, "You must listen and behave. Those little ghosts are coming to catch you," Zhou Long remarked from the back. The little girl lifted her head and looked at Zhou Long. "I'm still just a child. Stop pretending to be scared," Hong Chun scolded, then quickly comforted the little girl. "Tch." Zhou Long, unconcerned, walked forward and said, "What is there to be afraid of? It's just a bunch of neglected spirits and ghosts. What's there to fear?" After Zhou Long finished speaking, he noticed Hong Chun and the little girl looking at him with peculiar expressions, as if he were a monster. "You too," Zhou Long said, but the two remained silent, staring at him without moving a muscle. "You too," Zhou Long said, feeling a bit creeped out by their gaze. Suddenly, he felt something was off in the corridor, glancing around in panic. He thought he saw the bloodstains on the walls transforming into spirits. Or perhaps turning into devils with little forks wandering back and forth, while Hong Chun's graceful figure gradually faded into the darkness. "No," Zhou Long shouted, rushing to hold on to Hong Chun, afraid she might vanish. Smack! The Hong Chun he was holding suddenly wrapped her arms around his, and he felt that she was somewhat different from the Hong Chen he knew. Don't talk nonsense, the person in front of him said, slowly moving back. Hey, Zhou Long was momentarily distracted only to realize that Hong Chen had called out to him. Holding the little girl in his arms, he looked around. There were no bloodstains or little devils, and the corridor was much brighter. Humph. What is it? Zhou Long took a breath and spoke seriously. You just looked strange earlier. I thought you. Hong Chen said, releasing her grip on the military uniform at her chest. Hee. It's nothing. What is there to be afraid of? Zhou Long laughed. Just as he finished speaking, the entire corridor shook violently, and all the rooms trembled, as if something inside each room was pounding on the doors trying to get out. Oh, Zhou Long shouted, everyone. Big brothers and sisters, I obtained this warship by accident and never meant to disrespect you. I will come to burn incense during the new year. Have you said enough? Hong Chen suddenly yelled. Zhou Long noticed that he had unconsciously held Hong Chen tightly, their bodies pressed closely together. Ah, that's enough. Zhou Long said, stepping back. Let's go. Hong Chen pulled the little girl beside her and stepped back into the control room. I'm so scared. The little girl hurriedly followed. Hey, actually, I'm scared too. Zhou Long quickly followed, unaware that the little girl had her head down, a sly look on her face with a hidden necklace around her neck. Where are you from? Zhou Long asked the little girl in the control room. Whoa, I'm scared. The little girl cried, turning to Hong Chen. Be good. Oh, tell sister where you're from, Hong Chen said with a smile on her face. Whoa. The little girl closed her eyes and began to wail. After a short period of interaction, Zhou Long deeply believed that the little girl in front of him was no ordinary child. Even if she were an NPC, she wouldn't run towards the landing site, as she was clearly searching for something. The devil warship was the perfect target she sought, while the major general at the landing site, although not high-ranked. Based on Hong Chen's private instructions, any ordinary officer who saw that document would have stepped aside awkwardly. Yet that major general merely frowned slightly. And this little girl secretly activated the warship. If they hadn't discovered it quickly, they would have lost the ship. This girl is definitely not an ordinary NPC, Zhou Long thought as he looked at the little girl in front of him. Watching the display screen as his planet drew closer, Zhou Long turned back and smiled at the little girl nearby. For several consecutive days, he had chosen not to sleep. Instead, he questioned the little girl, saying, Who are you? I am from Earth. She replied. What is your name? Zhou Long gritted his teeth and asked. I'm hungry. The little girl shouted and rushed towards the nearby Hong Chen. For several days, she had almost always evaded Zhou Long's inquiries in this way. An even more important reason was that on the way back to the planet, they unexpectedly encountered a checkpoint where military warships had come to inspect them, and they casually showed a blueprint to Hong Chen and Zhou Long. The little girl's innocent and romantic smile suddenly appeared. Of course, when Zhou Long was at a loss for words, Hong Chen always had to charmingly charm the chief officer of the inspecting military. Half an hour later, in the dark corner of the warship, when the chief officer reappeared, everyone saw the satisfied expression on his face, showing great respect towards Hong Chen, and then he left. After several encounters, Zhou Long and Hong Chen always saw the little girl's photo in the hands of the inspecting officers. It was different, as she was neither a fugitive nor a prominent official. Yet the officers of the Mother Star seemed to be on high alert, searching everywhere for someone who was definitely not an ordinary person. Speak, Zhou Long said, his face turning fierce. Whoa. Sister, the uncle is scaring me again. The little girl cried out, clinging to Hong Chen's legs. Her cries grew increasingly sorrowful, but her big, watery eyes did not shed a single tear. In fact, they held a hint of triumph. Meanwhile, the mechanical wolf cub lay in the corner, watching the daily unfolding of the almost identical drama with heightened vigilance, especially towards the back of the warship, which it had only visited once before. It had not returned since it seemed that some terrifying beast lay there. Step back, otherwise you will be attacked. Zhou Long looked at the little girl in front of him, while a roar came from the control room behind him. That sounds familiar, Zhou Long thought as he turned around. He tapped the keyboard with both hands, and the display screen suddenly showed a bloodthirsty figure. It's me, Bloodthirst. Zhou Long spoke to the large round display. He was almost stunned as Bloodthirst said, Master. The master has returned. Yes, it's me, Zhou Long said, looking at Bloodthirst with some surprise. Please forgive me, Master, for not going to the coordinates you specified. It's not your fault. Ooh, I also left that coordinate at that time. Zhou Long was about to speak when Bloodthirst exclaimed, Master, I seriously doubt whether the red beak has successfully transformed. As Bloodthirst spoke, the other half of the display showed a picture of Xiao Bai. Master, welcome back. Hearing Xiao Bai's words, Zhou Long felt somewhat uncomfortable. It felt a bit like being a guest. Master. Swish. Bloodthirst's image turned into countless snowflakes. Master, the pressure over there is immense. You, Zhou Long replied. All right, understood. He stepped back and sat at the control panel, manipulating the controls as the devil warship headed towards the other side of the planet. Boom, boom, boom. The devourers in the control room walked back and forth slowly, the entire gigantic warship vibrating continuously while Bloodthirst tapped the keyboard. Constantly adjusting, the energy consumed by the warship had not been replenished, and the movements of the surrounding devourers had slowed considerably. But that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the gigantic warship had very little energy left. Bloodthirst could only use the energy in the gigantic warship slowly and meticulously. Perhaps because of a punch given to Xiao Bai at birth, Xiao Bai always said there was no ability to replenish the energy for the gigantic warship piloted by Bloodthirst. Bloodthirst was very angry but could not retreat. Originally that day, Bloodthirst was piloting the gigantic warship, occasionally intimidating players coming to fight monsters. But over time, Bloodthirst realized, in the endless darkness of the universe, more and more warships were flying in. Although they were all small, they were like dripping water wearing away stone. Bloodthirst unexpectedly discovered the entire bandit warship fleet. Gradually moving away from Zhou Long's planet, it was obvious that under the attack of countless warships, the bandit warships' aggro had been raised even though their attack power was weak. However, the sheer number of them, while not attacking together, did not want to see Zhou Long alone obtaining this spawning point. Thus, after a prolonged attack, they forced the bandit's spawning point to shift. The consequence, of course, was to turn this spawning point into a Nunnerland free from Zhou Long's control. Although Bloodthirst did not think so far ahead, he would not give up on something that could serve as a training ground. Every attack had to enter the range of mutual attacks between players and bandit warships, causing the already limited energy of the gigantic warship to suffer damage, while also being attacked from both sides. As time passed, the surrounding players noticed and seemed to reach a tacit understanding. The majority continued to attack the bandit spawning point, while a small number attacked the gigantic warship. A thorough war of attrition ensued. Damn it, attack! Bloodthirst watched the player warships reappear on the display, shouting while on the other side of the screen. More players were attacking the bandit warships. Bloodthirst full attack. I'm coming. Hurry. Zhou Long's voice suddenly rang out in the control room, causing all the devourers to freeze. Hearing Zhou Long's voice made all these devourers feel their energy instantly, filled their movements becoming swifter, and all the robots suddenly full of vigor. Attack! Bloodthirst shouted, and the gigantic warship immediately surged to maximum power, charging towards the warship in front with laser cannons erupting with beams. The player warships coming heat-in were immediately destroyed. Take him down. Yes. He must be running low on energy. Let's fight him. Yes, let's fight him. This spawning point belongs to us. The players attacking the bandit warships saw the gigantic warship rapidly approaching and shouted in unison to the onboard computers, immediately turning their warships around. Completely ignoring the attacks from the bandit warships behind them, they madly charged towards the gigantic warship. Through the display, Bloodthirst could see that many players' warships had already upgraded. Some players had even seized the bandit warships for themselves. Let's go. Use all the energy. Bloodthirst ordered, saying, look at my doppelganger skill. Countless warships controlled by players floated in the vastness of space, their hulls radiating light, indicating that the laser cannons aboard had accumulated sufficient energy. At this moment, the player-controlled warships resembled a swarm of bees charging towards the behemoth with their weakest attacks, calculating that this was the behemoth's final counterattack, as everyone coveted the massive warship. On board the behemoth, all the devourers were fully alert as the bright energy of the behemoth's laser cannons surged, making the entire warship resemble a shooting star as it charged towards the oncoming fleet. Countless laser beams shot forth, and the first small warships to encounter them were instantly destroyed amidst the dense barrage of lasers. Immediately veer right, hurry. Bloodthirsty shouted while the nearby devourers rushed to hit their keyboards. The behemoth suddenly tilted sideways, evading most of the laser attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Fire! Bloodthirsty watched as the laser cannon extended from the left side of the behemoth. It immediately unleashed several laser beams. Although the firepower wasn't concentrated, its long range ensured that all incoming warships were hit. Very good. Slice through, Bloodthirsty shouted. The behemoth now resembled a curved blade with the shooting lasers acting as the blade's edge. With enough speed, it could break free from the encirclement of the fleet and then flip over. On the next attack, it would become a nightmare for the players. Bang! Bang! What's going on? Bloodthirsty exclaimed, noticing on the display that the warship's speed had slightly decreased. Yet the energy had not been depleted. A warship has crashed into us directly, shouted one of the devourers. Bloodthirsty looked at the display and indeed saw many warships. They had not fired but had directly collided with the behemoth. Clearly someone had realized Bloodthirsty's intention, and as long as they reduced the behemoth's speed, it would immediately be overwhelmed by countless small warships. Accelerate. As fast as possible, do not stop. Bloodthirsty shouted, break through. I'm waiting for your return. The massive body hurriedly exited the control room. All the devourers glanced at Bloodthirsty's back for a fleeting moment, but it was just a brief instant before they focused their attention back on their keyboards. The behemoth streaked across the night sky unnoticed by anyone, yet a robot appeared in its wake. Come on, you bastards. Bloodthirsty shouted as the thrusters behind him erupted with flames. Countless warships were still charging at them, accompanied by innumerable lasers, while the behemoth was shaking off the entanglement ahead. Split! Bloodthirsty shouted angrily. What is that? The first player, closely trailing the behemoth, exclaimed, staring at the sudden appearance of 10,000 devourer robots, momentarily stunned. Although it was only for a second or two, what awaited him was simultaneously erupting lasers. Damn! Who is that? Dare to attack me? I will. Following players, clearly flustered perhaps due to operational errors, mistakenly fired lasers at their own warships. At first the player's assault was merely a brief pause. Unexpectedly, the foremost player suddenly jerked the control stick, causing his warship to unleash lasers that struck a nearby allied ship, which then swung its hull. Turning back, it shot again, hitting another warship. Damn! Are we starting to attack each other now? The hit player shouted, angrily pressing the control stick to fire. In an instant, the players' ranks descended into chaos as everyone began shooting at the surrounding allies. A bunch of worthless fools. Bloodthirsty in the air was left dumbfounded. Randomly commanding the avatars beside him, they all raised their laser guns in unison, and the automated turrets suddenly fired. The entire player alliance fell into chaos, with no one having the energy to deal with Bloodthirsty's attacks. Die! Bloodthirsty shouted, controlling his avatars while continuously adjusting firepower. At this moment, Bloodthirsty could not only observe through his own eyes. The perspectives of those avatars were also shared with Bloodthirsty. Stop firing! In the melee, dozens of players shouted through the onboard computers, while dozens of small warships unleashed lasers, abruptly splitting the players into chaos. We are allies, remember. Don't shoot. Watch out for that robot ahead. It might be a top-tier hero. A voice shouted through the onboard computer into the ears of all players, and instantly the players adjusted their warship's directions just as they were about to attack. Boom, boom, boom. Full speed ahead, split fire quickly. Bloodthirsty observed the avatars under his command. Just as the players' melee was about to come to a halt, 300 bloodthirsty avatars formed a group. They surged forward. Without waiting for the players to properly control their warships, they unleashed a flurry of laser fire, causing even more warships to be destroyed amidst the screams of countless players. The cries echoed through the onboard computers. Gather and form a circle, the same voice shouted. These are just low-level robots. Do not panic, just follow orders. After a few consecutive shouts, the players began to move towards their nearest allies. Although the entire player fleet had lost many comrades and warships, they still remained numerous. Attack! Do not give them a chance to regroup. Bloodthirsty shouted, his massive body moving forward, accompanied by his avatars as they charged in. Commander! We are back. Bloodthirsty heard a voice from the onboard computer. Attack! Bloodthirsty said without turning his head, yet he knew that behind him the gigantic behemoth had already flown over, its massive lasers erupting. The avatars that charged out were being destroyed one by one. Bloodthirsty had never thought of winning this battle relying on his avatars. They were merely a means to buy time. To give the behemoth a chance to attack again, or perhaps to provide Zhou Long with time to return to the planet for defense. Come on! Bloodthirsty shouted as he moved rapidly forward, his laser gun in hand, already burning hot. Players controlled their warships, having rearranged their formations, unleashing a barrage at the oncoming robots. Countless robots were destroyed, while countless small warships turned into white mist. Within the fleet, countless lasers shimmered, and a close-quarters battle commenced, while Bloodthirsty, through the shared vision, sensed that defeat was imminent. Boom, boom, boom. A completely black warship marred with several scratches appeared in Bloodthirsty's line of sight, perhaps an older model emerging behind the throng of players. With a hull spanning thousands of meters, it slowly glided through the endless blackness, its width and height over 100 meters, but what caught Bloodthirsty's attention were the countless protruding gun ports on its oval-shaped hull. Whoosh! Countless beams of concentrated laser erupted instantaneously, their brilliant colors bright, yet fleeting. With each target struck, the lasers would automatically split, simultaneously hitting 3 surrounding targets. After a series of chain explosions, the numerous small warships engaged in battle were instantly transformed into a cloud of white mist, rendering them incapable of retaliation. Meanwhile, the explosive lasers took on the most exquisite hues in the bloodthirsty eyes. The once perilous battlefield suddenly fell into an eerie silence, with countless fragments of warships drifting around the bloodthirsty figure, while the clones remained motionless. The bloodthirsty figure felt there was no need to move at all. If this warship truly intended to attack, neither he nor his subordinates would have a chance to counter, making any action an unwise choice. Bloodthirsty, return to the base for rest. My new warship is quite impressive, isn't it? The voice of Zhou Long echoed from the onboard computer. As you command, master. Bloodthirsty replied, and immediately returned to the behemoth warship. Holding the dragon tooth metal, Zhou Long revealed a satisfied smile. It was precisely because of the dragon tooth metal that the devourer inside the behemoth was filled with energy, transferring the originally negative factors to the opposing player, granting Zhou Long the opportunity to attack. At this moment, Bloodthirsty's shock and heartbeat reached their limits. What kind of warship was this? Master, the base's heavy industry factory already has more than 15. Xiaobai was reporting on the display screen. Where is Wang Mang? Zhou Long asked, directly interrupting the display screen. Xiaobai hadn't finished speaking. Yes, Commander, I am here. Wang Mang pushed Xiaobai aside and appeared on the display screen, his honest and cheerful expression, looking at Zhou Long seemingly without any awkwardness. Very good. Zhou Long then turned off the monitor controlling the devil warship to slowly head towards the base. Unnamed formatted planet currency, 305 civilization, level 1 300 reputation, 100 battlefield, merit 500 technology, level 3, attack power 5, defense power, 10 mineral energy 1. 5 million tons gas energy 1. 9 million tons. Many buildings at the base were crowded together, significantly larger than before Zhou Long arrived, but the overall layout appeared quite chaotic, although the construction robots had already covered half the planet with metal flooring. However, the utilized areas combined were not even as large as the novice city. In the base control room, Zhou Long stood looking at the display screen, which marked all the buildings and the list of those currently in production. Wang Mang stood silently behind him, his eyes fixed on Zhou Long, without a word, his eyes darting around as his right hand stroked his chin deep in thought. Upon returning to the base, Zhou Long brought Wang Mang into the control room without encountering anyone else. Whoosh! Zhou Long turned around and drew out his laser sword. As the pale yellow tip erupted, he swung the laser sword, gazing at the blade as he slowly said, "Earth is truly magnificent." Blinking, Wang Mang looked at Zhou Long, his expression calm, revealing no signs of abnormality, as if the master had merely returned from a trip to share the wonders he had encountered. Clearing his throat, Wang Mang still said nothing, while Zhou Long raised the sword's tip, focusing on the laser sword as he remarked, "Even in such a prosperous place, there can still be wanted criminals." Wang Mang's body trembled slightly, raising his head to look at Zhou Long, and said, "But not all wanted criminals are heinous. However, no one is willing to become an enemy of the mother planet Earth for the sake of a criminal." Zhou Long interjected, "We all aim for a better life." Wang Mang spoke, his face filled with righteous indignation, as if discussing a matter of great respect, and then he slowly began to introduce a story as long as a woman's foot-binding cloth. Zhou Long continued to doze off, while Wang Mang, determined to finish the story, persisted. After hearing it, Zhou Long reached a conclusion. This was a group of idle people, or NPCs, all fugitives who had escaped from the mother planet Earth along with Wang Mang. Their original families belonged to the upper class, having lived an incredibly privileged life since childhood. At the same time, they certainly had the opportunity for higher education and to secure high-level jobs on Earth. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was something that could not be attained even in several lifetimes, yet for them, it was merely a matter of course, perhaps a rebellion or a reflection on something. In any case, this group chose to form a secret organization with the aim of destroying the existing management system of the mother planet Earth overnight and creating their dream paradise, ultimately ending in failure. Most of them were captured by the mother planet, many gave up their former positions, while more chose to enter prison, with some unwilling to accept failure. They initiated a jailbreak, and amid the chaos, only a few miraculously seized warships and vanished into the vast universe. Watching Wang Mang passionately recount his story, Zhou Long felt considerable regret, but just like other NPCs, Wang Mang could not stop speaking. Moreover, as long as the NPCs finished speaking, a quest would appear. "Respected Commander, for the future of the mother planet Earth, would you be willing to help us ignite the spark of rebellion?" After a lengthy monologue, Wang Mang smiled at Zhou Long. "Congratulations, player. You have activated the quest to develop a village. Completing the quest will reward you with civilization points, reputation, and a B-level item. Please choose to accept." "I accept," Zhou Long said without hesitation. Although he might face punishment from the mother planet, in his eyes nothing was more enticing than completing a quest. "What help do you need?" Zhou Long asked with a faint smile. A very peculiar expression flashed across Wang Mang's face, but quickly vanished. "Actually, we have many companions hiding in the universe. I hope to send them messages and bring them here," Wang Mang said, and with Zhou Long's approval, he exited the game pod. "Master." Xiaobai entered. "Xiaobai, you?" Zhou Long smiled at Xiaobai, who had an array of colors drawn on his round body. It looked like a little clown. Xiaobai seemed to realize something, holding the display screen at an angle, and said, "Girl." "Ha ha ha." A light laughter came from behind Xiaobai, as a little girl with yellow hair jumped out from behind Xiaobai's round body. "Your planet is too backward. Only this guy is fun," the little girl said, continuously patting Xiaobai beside her. "It's already quite good. At least it has come out of the heavy industry factory." Hong Chun entered holding a laser gun, closely followed by Bloodthirsty. However, there was not a sound, his head slightly lowered, fists clenched, but Zhou Long could still see the corner of Bloodthirsty's eyes glancing at Hong Chun in front of him without daring to look directly. Zhou Long said with a smile, "Bloodthirsty, Bloodthirsty, Bloodthirsty." Calling out 3 times, Bloodthirsty seemed to lose his soul. Master. Bloodthirsty responded, shifting his gaze over. Zhou Long exchanged a smile with Xiao Bai and said, let's talk about Hong Hui, shall we? Hong Hui. Bloodthirsty said, seemingly pondering something while glancing at the two beside him. Let's go. Hong Chun said, leading the little girl out. Once Hong Hui arrived at the sub-base, he tightly integrated with the race on that planet, and no news was transmitted back. My subordinate fears he hasn't truly transformed into a hero. Bloodthirsty said slowly. Zhou Long then shifted his gaze to Xiao Bai. After Hong Hui arrived at the sub-base, he acted swiftly, eliminating a faction, but thereafter there were no further reports. Xiao Bai said flatly. Zhou Long turned around as if he had thought of something, but hesitated to act, turning back to ask, is there anything unusual on the planet right now? Yes. Xiao Bai replied. Those minotaurs have suddenly become quite insane. I have detected inexplicable energy fluctuations near the minotaurs. Very good. Zhou Long said to Bloodthirsty, create 200 more devourers. Patrol the area near the planet with the behemoth. As you command. Bloodthirsty said, not looking back as he walked out. Xiao Bai, can you control the sub-base? Zhou Long asked, looking in the direction Bloodthirsty had exited. No problem, Master. Master, the Phantom Shield can be activated now, Xiao Bai said. Very good. Zhou Long said, immediately walking to the corner of the control room, not waiting for Xiao Bai to speak further, he clicked directly. Congratulations, player. The Phantom Shield has been successfully activated, increasing the planetary defense. Keep up the good work and traverse the starry skies. Zhou Long smiled at the three messages flashing in the air. Master, Xiao Bai said coldly. Zhou Long turned to look at Xiao Bai, feeling as if he hadn't done anything wrong. However, seeing Xiao Bai's gaze, Zhou Long felt as if he were a child who had done something wrong, ready to accept a reprimand. Master, I haven't finished speaking. Xiao Bai said. I merely wanted to say, give me the authority to activate the Great Formation. Xiao Bai said slowly. I see. Zhou Long said, picking up the display screen in his hand, only to feel his vision darken. Unnamed formatted planet currency, 5 civilization, level 1 reputation, 5 battlefield, merit 5 technology, level 3, attack power 5, defense power 10, mineral energy 3 tons, gas energy 9 tons. Zhou Long immediately felt a sense of petrification. Soon an angry roar echoed throughout the base. Damn Phantom Shield. Even Bloodthirsty far outside the planet sensed Zhou Long's explosive anger within the base. It must be something Hong Hui did that angered the master, Bloodthirsty said flatly. Rows of Tiger Roar battle tanks stood before him, their dark green exteriors resembling tanks from a museum, but significantly larger and more imposing, measuring 50 meters in length and 29 meters in width. In addition to a main cannon laser cannon, there were 4 automated artillery pieces on both the front and back, and during battle small laser guns could extend from the edges of the tank with anti-aircraft artillery positioned at the rear. Beside the base, under the guidance of Xiao Bai, the Tiger Roar tanks were deployed to quell Zhou Long's fury, who was advancing forward. The medium-sized robot, a constructor, stood at 10 meters tall in a dark green hue, commonly used as a main weapon for ground combat, after landing on planets often arranged around the main battleship. It possessed exceptionally powerful laser cannons with an attack range of 55 to 110, a range of 990, and the ability to amplify close-range attacks. It also had automated artillery with a defense of 56 to 100 and a range of 70 kilometers, while the vehicle-mounted laser could reach 75 kilometers, and the small laser guns had a range of 30 kilometers with a maximum load capacity of 1800 tons. It could produce 5 units, and during combat the fearless warriors would cooperate for optimal effect, consuming 900 tons of minerals per unit. Fearless warriors. Zhou Long remarked, a slight smile appearing on his face as he looked at the information before him. Master, that is an intermediate robot formed by the fusion of 2 Devourer robots, Xiao Bai explained beside him. Gazing at the 3 rows of 30 Tiger Roar tanks before him, Zhou Long chuckled softly to himself, thinking, this is definitely a killing machine for conquering new colonies. Imagining himself leading the Iron Tide, he thought, Master, to land the Tiger Roar tanks, we must have a large number of transport warships. In an instant, Zhou Long's expression changed, looking as if he had been struck by frost, his face darkening. Laughter echoed from a distance, and Zhou Long turned to look. A little girl with blonde hair was playfully chasing after Hong Chun around the base, looking like a beautiful painting at first glance. Very well. These battle tanks must be well hidden. Zhou Long said, retracting his gaze and taking a deep breath, thinking to himself. Now is not the time to expose our strength. Xiao Bai, what is the situation around the planet? Zhou Long asked as he turned back. Somewhat surprised by Zhou Long's question, perhaps because he finally asked a reasonable one, Xiao Bai picked up the display device and said, in the star system where Master is located, after repeated scans, we found 8 larger planets in close proximity. Oh, Zhou Long responded. Xiao Bai continued, the planet of Yijian Piaohong, which was previously driven away, has a new player appearing, but they are still in the novice stage. The player on the blood-colored planet has been occupied by Red Beak, and another 6 planets have all exited the novice stage, but 3 of them are NPC planets, and the other 3 have not contacted us so far. Zhou Long listened and picked up the display screen in his hand to look. Master, it is also important to note that those super-large asteroids moving between the star systems may also bring in a few troublesome players. Xiaobai was saying, "Warning, the base is under attack. Damn, are those players coming for revenge so soon? Tell Bloodthirst to keep a close watch outside the planet." Zhou Long shouted to Xiao by turning towards the flashing red dots on the display screen. "Yes, Master," Xiaobai shouted, following him while tapping the display screen. "Devourers, stay alert," Xiaobai shouted, catching up as he tapped on the display screen. "What? Someone is invading," Bloodthirst said inside the gigantic ship, staring at the information on the display. "Get to work quickly, you bunch of useless fools. The base is under attack." Bloodthirst roared at all the Devourers inside the warship. "Yes, Commander." All the Devourers responded. Although they were scolded, there was not a hint of discontent. If there came a time when Bloodthirst stopped scolding them, that would be their nightmare. Holding the silver snake laser gun tightly, Zhou Long pressed the trigger firmly. Before him, an NPC village had just been attacked with various rooms damaged to different extents, and many NPCs dead. Zhou Long even saw his base's civilization level decreasing, and right next to the NPC village several players were rushing over in panic, closely followed by a few frenzied minotaurs. The frenzied minotaurs rushed out of their respawn point. Zhou Long could understand, perhaps some players at a lower level just wanted to lure the monsters out to fight. These players had accepted Zhou Long's announcements about entering the planet to battle monsters. Strangely, those frenzied minotaurs, when attacked by the Devourers behind Zhou Long, displayed an unusual ferocity, seemingly reckless, and they attacked exceptionally well. Players being chased down lay on the ground, having barely spoken a few words before their injuries were too severe to heal, turning into wisps of white mist. "What is going on here?" Zhou Long muttered. If such a situation continues, who would come here to battle monsters, and what money could be earned? It would all be in vain, Zhou Long thought, furrowing his brows. "Master, this may have something to do with the energy fluctuations," Xiaobai said slowly. "Very well," Zhou Long replied, preparing to step outside. "Master," Xiaobai called from behind him. Zhou Long stood still and responded, "There are several buildings in the base that need upgrading. Please approve." "Approved. By the way, what other conditions do we need to upgrade?" Zhou Long asked Xiaobai. "We need 300 million planet coins, 5,000 civilization points, 1 prestige, 1 battlefield merit, and technology level 4. Xiaobai replied slowly while tapping the display screen. "Increase mining efforts," Zhou Long said before turning and leaving. "Yes, Master." Xiaobai glanced at Zhou Long's departing figure and then began to operate the controls. "I want to go," the little girl shouted, her eyes brimming with tears. "No," Hongchen said. "Why?" "I'm not going for fun. Look how fun that steward is," Hongchen said, regardless of the little girl's protests, reaching out to knock her unconscious and placing her in the control room. Watching Zhou Long head in a certain direction, she followed him outside. "Ah!" Soon the control room echoed with the little girl's screams, and Xiaobai, who was busy, immediately felt a bad omen. His work halted as he heard the tinkling laughter from behind. Fat steward him coming. With the silver snake laser gun in hand, Zhou Long moved swiftly. "Huh!" he exclaimed as he looked ahead, and suddenly spotted a solitary frenzied minotaur raising his gun to fire. Whoosh! Bang! The laser erupted from the gun, firing fiercely, while Zhou Long continuously changed positions. The frenzied minotaur before him was merely a low-level monster. But at that moment, after taking Zhou Long's first hit, it swiftly dodged the second, its massive body rushing towards Zhou Long in a zigzag pattern. Have they taken stimulants? Zhou Long thought, his feet moving rapidly. If it weren't for his mutated body, he would have been knocked down in just a second. And just like that, Zhou Long had to raise his gun to shoot lasers to create distance between him and the frenzied minotaur. Crack! Die! Zhou Long thought, feeling his heel trip over something, while the minotaur relentlessly charged forward, wielding a massive metal axe aimed straight at Zhou Long. "It's over," Zhou Long muttered, falling to the ground with no time to dodge, thinking, "If I had known, I would have brought the Devourers out as cannon fodder." As he thought this, Zhou Long closed his eyes. Bang! A tremendous explosion sounded beside him, with no resurrection, no death, and not even a hint of pain. Zhou Long kept his eyes shut, thinking, "I thought I was a hero, he turns out I'm a coward." A voice from Hong Chun reached his ears. When Zhou Long opened his eyes, he stood up, saying, "How did you get here?" Zhou Long glanced around, fearing the appearance of more frenzied minotaurs. "To protect you," Hong Chen replied, aiming her laser gun coldly at Zhou Long. "Oh, aren't you just responsible for ensuring my safe delivery of gifts to the general?" Zhou Long said, showing no gratitude for Hong Chen's assistance. "I need to ensure you deliver the gifts alive," Hong Chen said as she moved forward. "You may be fast, but in terms of individual combat, you are lacking." Zhou Long's face flushed red as he put away the silver snake laser gun, took out a laser sword, and mimicked Hong Chun, slowly following behind while observing the surroundings. "Is it a good deal?" I should have mentioned I'm getting a free bodyguard and enforcer. Just a meat shield. Zhou Long thought, following behind Hong Chun as she cleared the path. As they got closer to the Minotaur respawn point, the number of frenzied Minotaurs increased. Just as they approached the valley leading to the Minotaur respawn point, Zhou Long noticed something standing beside the valley. The monster from the 7th layer of the defense line at the Minotaur respawn point. Wait! Zhou Long shouted, and Hong Chun, who was preparing to advance, halted in her tracks. What do you want to leave here? Hong Chun said, retreating slightly with her laser gun, half squatting in front of Zhou Long. Of course not. Zhou Long whispered, we'll just fight our way in. Looking at Zhou Long's questioning eyes, Hong Chun replied calmly, yes. So many monsters. They're fast. Going in like this is suicidal. Zhou Long raised his voice. Shoo. Hong Chun placed her middle finger to her lips, and the two quickly glanced around. Fortunately, the nearby frenzied Minotaurs had not yet noticed them. Thank goodness. Of course. With me here. An extremely loud voice sounded behind them. Huh. The two turned around at the sound, seeing the little girl swaggering in, and immediately pounced on her, exclaiming, You little girl, all you know is to cause trouble. Zhou Long whispered in the girl's ear. Hong Chun, lying beside her, covered the little girl's mouth with her hand. Hee. Perhaps it was Zhou Long's breath that made the little girl giggle with a ticklish laugh. Be quiet. Hong Chun said, looking affectionately at the little girl. The little girl mumbled, turning her eyes to the side, where Zhou Long had just pounced, and grabbed her arm. You have to behave. Zhou Long said, releasing his hands, and half squatting on the ground, looking around with Hong Chun. What are you all doing? The little girl said to the two of them. Seeing their warning expressions as they turned, she immediately closed her mouth. Okay. You should go back. Hong Chun said after assessing the situation. Right. Zhou Long chimed in. No. I finally came out for a bit. The little girl said in a spoiled manner. We didn't come out for fun. Zhou Long replied with a grin. I didn't come out just to roam around either. The little girl bounced up, pulling at the collar of her shirt, revealing a string of bright large pearl necklaces. Seeing the two looking at her in confusion, the little girl lifted her chin and said, I can protect you from being attacked and take you inside. Oh. Zhou Long and Hong Chun exchanged glances, realizing that the little girl could reach here without any weapons and was so brazen about it. The monsters along the way were certainly not blind. The fact that the little girl could find her way here made them feel that she held a secret. After a few words, the three set off again, though not at a fast pace. The little girl stood between them, swaying west and east, and Hong Chun and Zhou Long could only follow. There was no way around it. Their protector was the little girl, or rather the necklace around her neck, which was emitting some kind of glow, small in range, but perfectly enveloping the three of them. From a distance, the three looked like they were walking inside a transparent spherical barrier, while the surrounding bull-headed creatures could not see the three's bodies. The little girl walked with her head held high. The three approached the valley ahead, surrounded by a frenzy of bull-headed creatures. As soon as there was a hint of wind or rustling grass nearby, the bull-headed monsters would immediately pounce. On the way, Zhou Long engaged the little girl in conversation, trying to extract useful information. That necklace looks so beautiful, it must be very expensive. Zhou Long said from behind. His smirk was so exaggerated that he didn't even believe his own words. The little girl walked ahead without looking back, and whenever the necklace was mentioned, she fell silent. It wouldn't be stolen, would it? If it's something from an important person on Earth, I can't take that on. Zhou Long said sarcastically from behind, as if he had really discovered a thief. Nonsense. This is my mother's. The little girl turned back and quickly covered her mouth, then added, This is our family's heirloom necklace. After saying this, the little girl shot Zhou Long a glance and turned back to continue on her way. Hey. Hong Chun paused in response, looking around, then suddenly turned and said, The glow of the sphere is shrinking. The two behind her listened and looked over as well. The necklace's energy is running low. Usually I only use the necklace for hide and seek. The little girl said, lowering her head and reaching up to touch the necklace around her neck, pressing it with her delicate little hands. The necklace needs to be recharged. The little girl slowly raised her head and said, When recharging, it can only protect me. After saying that, she looked at the two ahead. Her small hands tightly clutched the necklace at her neck, as if afraid it would be snatched away, her eyes wide with fear as she glanced around. Along the way, the little girl had witnessed the power of these bull-headed monsters. You can't leave me behind. The little girl said softly, her pitiful eyes instantly filling with tears. Okay, no one will abandon a good child. Hong Chun said, squatting down to comfort the little girl. What should we do then? Zhou Long asked, looking at the scene, but was met with a glare from Hong Chun. Zhou Long hesitated, wanting to say something, his heart burning with frustration. You stay here. Once the energy is full, notify us through the onboard computer in your military uniform. Hong Chun said slowly. The little girl nodded repeatedly, her clear eyes glanced at Zhou Long. Hey, what do we do then? Zhou Long asked from behind. Follow me. Hong Chun came over saying, Hey. Zhou Long called out, looking at Hong Chun as they stepped out of the sphere's range, signaling Zhou Long to follow. You are ruthless. Zhou Long said to the little girl, then stepped out closely following Hong Chun, not wanting to fall behind even a single step. Perhaps this was the territory of the bull-headed monsters. The metallic plates of the base did not extend this far. Along the way the two could hide among the grass and the shadows of the trees. Strange, Zhou Long thought. The deeper they went, the scarcer the bull-headed monsters became. Although there were still high-level monsters, the numbers had noticeably changed from Zhou Long's last visit, and the results seen along the way reflected this. It appeared that most of the bull-headed monsters were outside the new spawning point. Could it be that someone triggered some kind of mission again? Zhou Long pondered as he walked, while Hong Chun flawlessly showcased skills of stealth reconnaissance and sneaking along the way. Slap. As Zhou Long was deep in thought, Hong Chun suddenly waved his hand, slapping Zhou Long's chest, then turned back, holding up a finger to his lips, signaling Zhou Long to be quiet immediately. Then he pointed ahead. Zhou Long looked far ahead and saw a person lying there about 100 meters away, while the surrounding monsters had vanished. The two exchanged a glance, then moved in from the left and right. You guys, the player Drilling Dragon shouted as he lay on the ground, twisting his body, but not having time to stand up before Zhou Long and Hong Chun controlled him from either side. You two wake up okay? The player Drilling Dragon said, looking at the two beside him with an odd expression, staring intensely into their eyes. Wake up okay? Zhou Long said, waving the laser sword in front of Drilling Dragon's eyes. You are awake. Drilling Dragon spoke in a quivering voice. Tears streamed from his eyes as he trembled and looked at Zhou Long, his face a mix of smiles and tears. What's going on? Check if he's sick, Zhou Long said. Pushing Drilling Dragon toward Hong Chun, Drilling Dragon immediately raised his hands, frantically exploring Zhou Long's body. Not knowing what Drilling Dragon was going to do next, Zhou Long was taken aback. Speak, Hong Chun said, lifting the laser gun in his arms, pointing it directly at Drilling Dragon. I don't know what's going on, Drilling Dragon said slowly. After the Wild Wolf Guild was eliminated on the planet, Drilling Dragon found an opportunity to break free from the control of player Wu Dalong, of course, wanting to have some fun here. The most important thing was to find Wan Bing. As soon as Drilling Dragon entered the game, he obtained a hidden profession, thief. With this profession, he quietly moved through the forest. This was certainly a very easy task. While the other players began fighting monsters at the new spawn point, everything was so calm for Drilling Dragon. Searching all around, he couldn't find Wan Bing, so he ventured deeper into the new spawn point, at which point everyone saw fireballs falling from the sky. They landed deep within the new spawn point. If any treasure were taken by others, the leveling players would naturally be unwilling to let it go, and the players were also driven by a tinge of curiosity. What if those falling objects weren't players, or were items that triggered a task? They had to get closer. With the same objective, a large group of people gathered together and walked toward the depths of the new spawn point. Finally, after much effort, they arrived at the depths of the new spawn point, only to find the collapsed palace, which left them disheartened. There was nothing but ruins. That night, some players, unwilling to give up, left the group to search alone. After a night, they returned dejected. Just as everyone was about to leave, player Drilling Dragon's eyes revealed fear. The ground beneath them trembled with a series of vibrations, a huge sound, as if someone had triggered a mechanism, the sound of metal colliding. Suddenly, the abandoned palace before them vanished, or rather transformed into another form. From the ruins, 5 enormous pillars resembling bull horns suddenly stood, forming a circle, and in the center of the 5 bull horns a dazzling red light erupted. Everyone's eyes couldn't open. Then under the illumination of that red light, everyone fell into a deep sleep, their bodies floating in the air. Soon some began to awaken. But they screamed in horror. Countless players awakening to find their companions had changed, especially those with red eyes intent on capturing every player they discovered. Then they didn't know where they were confined. Each person knew when their friend's eyes would turn red, but they didn't know who would be next. All they wished was to escape quickly. The result was that for some unknown reason, no matter how they ran, they couldn't get out. The players who had gathered together suddenly separated, and no one trusted the person beside them. Everyone feared being captured or becoming the target of the crowd after their eyes turned red. By now, player Drilling Dragon had long lost track of how long he had been alone. From not far away, the sound of terrified cries echoed again and again. The player, the Drilling Dragon, lowered its head and said, "They all have red eyes." Trembling, it raised its head. "Your eyes?" Zhou Long looked over and responded, "No. Don't grab me." The player, the Drilling Dragon, shouted while struggling to get up and ran off into the distance. "Look at how scared he is." Red Dust said, seemingly having heard something, raised the laser gun in his arms and aimed into the distance. His eyes have red veins. "I just wanted to say I didn't expect him to run," Zhou Long said. Looking in the direction Red Dust was aiming, there was a small slope ahead covered in grass taller than a person. Zhou Long was certain that once they crossed the hill, they wouldn't go far before reaching the ruins of the palace, where 5 bull horns were now standing. 3 people were leisurely walking down the slope, all in mid-ranking military uniforms, holding upgraded laser guns, lazily watching Zhou Long and Red Dust, their faces filled with surprise. "Pioneer, I knew you would come." Fei Wu said with a broad smile as he approached. This is my planet, of course I had to see what was happening. Zhou Long said, and took a step forward. Bang! Boom! Red Dust shouted, wait. He raised a hand to block Zhou Long, and the laser gun in his hand instantly fired a beam of light that struck the ground right under Fei Wu's feet, halting his advance. What a temper that sister-in-law has, Fei Wu said looking at Zhou Long. They are the non-human trio. Zhou Long was introducing them. How do you know their eyes won't turn red? Red Dust said coldly, casting a glance at Zhou Long. True. Zhou Long thought to himself, taking a step back, slowly raising the laser gun in his hand. Humph. Fei Hua stood there and snorted, saying, You already have one, quickly tell me where she is. Fei Hua shouted, but did not take a step forward. Umph. Who are you talking about? Zhou Long asked, waving the laser sword. The fairy sister. Fei Hua said earnestly. Ha ha ha. You don't even know her name, and you come asking me for her. Zhou Long laughed heartily. You? Will you say it or not? Fei Hua shouted, waving the laser gun in hand. Don't worry. We are safe. Look, our eyes are not red. Fei Yu said, suddenly enlightened. We can uncover the secret here together. Fei Wu said slowly. Breaking free from Red Dust's obstruction, Zhou Long was about to step forward. You? Hey! Red Dust sighed helplessly, but still did not lower the laser gun in his hand. If there is any unusual movement, fire immediately. Red Dust thought the gun's muzzle was pointed at Zhou Long's back. No, it's them. The player, the drilling dragon, shouted from afar, having run back, without anyone noticing, raising his gun to point at the three in front. I've discovered another one, Fei Wu said. The three of them lifted their guns. Wait! Zhou Long shouted, and the non-human trio froze, looking at Zhou Long with confusion, as if he shouldn't have stopped them. How do I know you three are not the monsters? Zhou Long said slowly, and for a moment all six of them fell silent, staring at each other without a word. After a long pause, Fei Hua said, You pioneer are definitely not one of them, since you just arrived and have not been illuminated by that light. Everyone nodded in agreement. What fell from the sky? Zhou Long asked slowly. This was what he was most concerned about. If it was players, that would be nothing. If it was something else, Zhou Long didn't dare to think further. A few people, Fei Wu said. What kind of people? NPCs or players? Zhou Long asked. They should be NPCs. But they are strange, they just want die. Fei Wu said, his face filled with terror. Oh. Zhou Long squinted at the slope behind, regrettably needing to cross over Fei Hua and the others to see. How come I haven't seen the kind of people you mentioned? The player, the drilling dragon, shouted loudly. Zhou Long responded, facing the drilling dragon. Who do you really believe? Red Dust said slowly. Wait, don't move. Zhou Long said to the drilling dragon, Xiaobai, bring the battle vehicle and the devourer here. Zhou Long gestured to the onboard computer in the military uniform. At your command, master. I am already on my way. The voice of Xiaobai came from the onboard computer in the military uniform. The abnormal energy fluctuations, I have figured out what is going on. Master. Xiaobai was about to say something else, when Zhou Long immediately interrupted. Accelerate forward. After speaking, Zhou Long tapped the military uniform, and no sound came out. I have a way to judge. Zhou Long said, looking at the four around him. The player, the drilling dragon, Fei Wu, Fei Hua, and Fei Yu looked at Zhou Long curiously. Only one person is allowed to answer. Zhou Long said, turning his gaze to Fei Wu. Where did we first meet? At the human pass. Fei Wu replied mechanically. Be more detailed. Zhou Long said. Outside the player meeting hall. Fei Wu thought for a moment before answering. Where did we first meet? Zhou Long turned around to ask the player, the drilling dragon. Your question is quite boring. The player, the drilling dragon, shouted, pointing at the non-human trio in front of him. It's them. Oh. Zhou Long had a questioning expression, elongating his voice as he looked at the player, the drilling dragon. While fighting monsters on this planet, the player, the drilling dragon, said, noticing Zhou Long's expression, and he simultaneously saw the triumphant smiles on the faces of the non-human trio. Half an hour passed, and Zhou Long asked the four for their names, heights, genders, and educational backgrounds, even asking Fei Hua whether Fei Wu had wet the bed at the age of 3. I protest. At this rate, when will we reach an end? Fei Wu shouted, raising his hand. Protests are invalid. Zhou Long said, continuing to ask questions. Zhou Long screamed as a sudden pain shot through his arm. What are you doing? Zhou Long said to Red Dust. Don't you see I'm busy? I don't think this will help find out who has been illuminated by that light and has already become a puppet. Red Dust said, aiming the gun at the few in front of her. Zhou Long shouted, reaching out to turn Red Dust around. Download. Zhou Long shouted, tapping the military uniform. Red Dust looked at the downloaded items and fell silent. Half a minute later, Zhou Long began questioning again, smiling as he asked, Fei Hua, when was your first time? My first time? Don't you know? Fei Hua said, becoming somewhat agitated, aiming her gun at Zhou Long. What is that? The player, Earth Driller, shouted, looking into the distance as everyone turned to see a large group of people slowly approaching. They seemed quite dispirited, moving forward like zombies. Scatter! Zhou Long shouted, and the 6 people and 1 cat quickly dispersed. I don't know who the puppets are, but those people definitely are. Zhou Long muttered as Hong Chen glanced at him disapprovingly. Most of the people in front of them had low ranks. The highest rank was merely that of a major. They should all be players. Let's go, Zhou Long said, intending to pull Hong Chen along as they moved slowly. Wait. Hong Chen pulled Zhou Long's hand, watching as the large group slowly spread out, their bloodshot eyes gradually returning to normal until they were completely restored. Where is this? How did we end up here? Huh. Inside. Just a short distance away, a few people seemed to have woken up, expressing their confusion. Hearing this, Zhou Long was about to get up, but Hong Chen pressed him back down. You, Zhou Long shouted from the ground, feeling somewhat irritated, while Hong Chen looked at the distance with an expression that confirmed her suspicions. Who? The few people in the distance seemed to have heard Zhou Long's voice. They suddenly strode towards Zhou Long's direction, looking quite tense. More importantly, their eyes turned red again as they observed everything. Zhou Long swallowed hard and remained motionless, his initial anger towards Hong Chen completely vanishing. After a while, those people walked away. Let's go, Hong Chen said softly, watching the departing figures. Zhou Long followed her lead, mimicking her movements as he gently extended his hands and feet, progressing slowly. The tall grass provided Zhou Long with excellent cover. Occasionally, he noticed the military boots of players right in front of him, yet they failed to spot him. These people must be under mental interference. Hong Chen observed the surroundings as they advanced, saying slowly, "It can't be. How could such a thing happen?" Zhou Long replied. The game is exciting, but if the game company dares to set such a mechanism, then once players log off and suffer consciousness damage, it isn't a joke. What else would this game dare to do? Zhou Long muttered. What? Zhou Long looked at Hong Chen, who was gazing at him curiously. Do you think everything is just a game? Hong Chen said slowly. This was a profound question. Although Hong Chen was an NPC and a powerful shield protecting Zhou Long, she was also a woman. Sometimes women's questions seem simple, but that depends on who is being asked. What may seem trivial can be quite critical in a woman's heart. Not everything. Zhou Long replied lightly. Oomph. Hong Chen muttered in agreement, looking ahead. Look. Zhou Long turned his head to look. In the distance, countless intersecting trenches lay before him, a place he had visited before. Among those trenches, the abandoned palace had lost its original appearance. Instead, there were 5 huge pillars shaped like cow horns arranged in a circle, with not a single minotaur or swaying player in sight. The surface glowed red, seemingly emitting light that split from within. A small sphere radiating multicolored light, floating between the 5 massive cowhorn pillars. Although it was far away, the bizarre scene before Zhou Long prevented him from advancing a single step. What is that thing? Zhou Long muttered as he lay on the ground. Don't get up. Hong Chen said, raising her hand to press Zhou Long back down as he began to rise. There's no one there. Zhou Long said, somewhat unpleased. Still saying? Hong Chen pointed ahead as both of them looked. Suddenly, the colorful sphere within the 5 massive cowhorn pillars rapidly split apart. Boom. In an instant, it emitted countless red beams of light in all directions, and countless fragments on the ground, all enveloped by the red light, floated into the air. It's all your fault. Retreat. Hong Chen turned around, glaring at Zhou Long, then immediately began to crawl backward, using both hands and feet. Wait for me. Zhou Long was speechless, quickly mimicking Hong Chen's movements to retreat. Perhaps their speed was fast enough, or maybe the energy of that colorful sphere was insufficient. In any case, the light that erupted stopped just a few feet in front of them. That was close. Zhou Long looked at the red light, slowly dissipating with lingering fear. Moreover, 5 beams of lightning shot from the tips of the cowhorn pillars towards the central glowing sphere, causing it to swell significantly, as if it were replenishing energy. We should leave, Zhou Long said, shaking his head at Hong Chen. Hong Chen asked, hesitating as she looked at the scene before them. You can't run away. A slightly familiar voice came from behind them. Earth Driller, Zhou Long exclaimed, flipping over with enthusiasm to greet him. Come on, the Earth Driller said, preparing to pounce. Run, Zhou Long shouted, grabbing Hong Chen's delicate hand and quickly standing up. It was the Earth Driller's red eyes that made Zhou Long run as soon as he got up. What are we running for? Don't we have guns? Hong Chen, being pulled along, said. Zhou Long immediately pulled back his hand. That's true. Zhou Long also stopped, grabbing the laser sword in his hand. Before he could switch, Hong Chen fired her laser gun first. A beam of laser struck the Earth Driller in the chest. The Earth Driller yelled from a distance, collapsing. Strange, Zhou Long said, looking ahead. Normally, players would turn into a cloud of white mist and drift away upon dying, but now the Earth Driller simply fell down. Being hit by that red light is indeed not a good thing, Zhou Long thought to himself. The two exchanged glances and slowly approached the downed Earth Driller, moving through the grass. Ha ha ha, you can't escape, a voice boomed amidst their shock. The Earth Driller unsteadily stood up again, the area where he had been shot, now emanating a beam of red light, while his eyes turned even redder. As the beam shot from his chest, the wound completely healed. The Earth Driller chuckled darkly, just like mine. With that, he lunged forward. Damn, Zhou Long shouted, blocking Hong Chen's shots, and leaped forward, aiming his sword at the Earth Driller's neck. Swish. Blood sprayed out immediately. The earth driller tilted his head and fell to the ground again. "Umph. With your neck broken, let's see how you get up," Zhou Long said, walking back to Hong Chen's side. "Ha ha ha." Just as he returned, Zhou Long heard the same laughter. Boom. Hong Chen raised her gun and fired multiple shots at the earth driller until his upper body was smashed to pieces before she ceased fire. "Let's go. It will take him a while to recover," Hong Chen said, moving towards the cowhorn pillars. "Huh." Zhou Long responded, following her ahead. Hong Chen seemed quite interested in the cowhorn pillars. "Hey." Just then 3 figures appeared before them. Fei Hua said, "Don't you trust us yet?" Looking into their bright eyes, Zhou Long said, "Over there, let's go together." Hong Chen ignored him and headed straight for the cowhorn pillars. "What is he doing?" Fei Yu said, watching Hong Chen's back. "An NPC," Zhou Long said, casually, thinking to himself as he looked at Fei Yu's eyes. "What the hell? Is she really attracted to an NPC? What is he doing?" Fei Wu asked. The 4 of them looked, and they saw Hong Chen circling the colorful sphere, raising her hand as if she wanted to touch it. "Ha ha ha. You 3. Zhou Long turned to the 3 of them. Hiss. 3 pairs of blood-red eyes appeared before Zhou Long. Fei Wu, who was closest to him, raised her hand and tore Zhou Long's military uniform. The laser guns in their hands seemed to be useless. They merely picked up the laser guns and swung them like sticks towards Zhou Long. "Hey, if you keep this up, I'll lose it," Zhou Long shouted, constantly dodging and retreating. Perhaps affected by the red light, the 3 of them were now trying to grab Zhou Long, but unfortunately, they couldn't use their weapons and only swung the laser guns at him. "I'm going." Zhou Long dodged and blocked, then lifted his foot to kick. The trio fell to the ground and were about to get up. "Get out of the way, I'm coming." A voice came from a distance. Zhou Long turned around and leaped to the side as laser beams shot his way, knocking the 3 of them down again. "Good. I'm coming," Zhou Long said, walking over and swinging his laser sword at the 3 on the ground, stabbing wildly. "You? How ruthless." The approaching earth driller exclaimed, looking at Zhou Long. "Just average," Zhou Long replied, looking puzzled at the earth driller. "What do you want?" the earth driller asked, noticing Zhou Long's gaze was quite different, thinking, "Why do I feel like he is looking at an animal?" "Nothing," Zhou Long said, walking over and patting the earth driller's body, saying, "I don't mind. Help me out, okay?" "What?" the earth driller asked, taking a step forward. "What's that?" Zhou Long pointed behind him. "Huh." The earth driller turned around. Slap. Zhou Long raised his left hand, forming a knife hand, and struck the earth driller unconscious. "Sorry," Zhou Long said, immediately pulling out the nearby weeds. 3 minutes later, the earth driller was securely tied up, but his eyes had turned blood red again. The player, the earth-digging dragon, was stuffed with countless weeds in its mouth, desperately trying to shout out while its limbs were tied up with rolled-up grass by Zhou Long, and its eyes turned a furious red. "Is that so?" The awakened Fei Wu, Fei Hua, and Fei Yu said in unison. "So he..." Zhou Long grabbed some more weeds to tie up the 3 of them. "Wait, how can we trust you?" Fei Hua struggled, preventing Zhou Long from getting close, while the other 2 looked at Zhou Long with suspicion, as if he were a fraud. "Do you remember what happened before?" Zhou Long asked, squinting his eyes. "This..." The 3 frowned in thought. "I came here to fight monsters," Fei Hua said. Then there was a flash of red light, and some players became different. Fei Wu said, slowly, thinking. "Then we saw you," Fei Yu continued. "This is our second meeting here. I don't want to waste my effort on you 3, Zhou Long stated. "You have also changed." After finishing, Zhou Long picked up his laser sword and said, "Don't push me." 5 minutes later, the 3 members of the Fei family were firmly trapped by Zhou Long. "No." Just as Fei Hua was about to say something, Zhou Long stuffed her mouth with weeds. "All right," Zhou Long said, and then stood up to walk toward Hong Chen. Behind him, the 3 covered mouths let out muffled sounds. "A bunch of restless guys," Zhou Long thought to himself, not looking back, continuing forward. "Oh." Zhou Long looked ahead. Hong Chen was holding something, probing the glowing orb, while Zhou Long's attention was drawn to something beneath that orb. Standing there was a minotaur, specifically the Minotaur clan leader Ulala, standing still, his eyes devoid of any spirit, as if he were a dead person standing there. It's not some trick, is it?" Zhou Long looked at Ulala in front of him, using his laser sword, the pale yellow blade poking into Ulala's body. "Don't." Hong Chen urgently warned from the side, unexpectedly kicking towards Zhou Long, who sidestepped, and Hong Chen kicked into the air, retracting her foot. "We are in trouble," Hong Chen said, looking into the distance. Meanwhile, Zhou Long withdrew the laser sword aimed at Ulala. What neither of them noticed was that Ulala's finger moved slightly, whispering, "Help me." The player, the earth-digging dragon, was shouting loudly. From a distance, a large group of players suddenly appeared, all with red eyes. The bound player, the earth-digging dragon, was lifted up, and the ropes on Fei Hua and the others were already untied. As that large group of players slowly walked over, "Don't move," Hong Chen quickly said from behind. "Not a single movement. Then they won't see you." "All right. I'll trust you once," Zhou Long thought, gripping the laser sword tightly, watching the approaching players. If there was any sudden movement, he would swing his sword. "What are you doing? Hurry and save me." The earth-digging dragon lifted by the players shouted, turning its head to look at Zhou Long and Hong Chun, its body completely motionless. Even its eyeballs didn't move. Are you all dead? The earth-digging dragon roared. Your grandma just died. Zhou Long thought, wishing he could dismember the earth-digging dragon in front of him. How could the Wild Grain Guild target someone like this? Zhou Long thought, remaining utterly still, even holding back his eyelids, slowly ceasing to blink while observing. Zhou Long noticed that these players had red eyes and were moving differently, their bodies slowly advancing. The weeds in front of them were suddenly blown over by a gentle breeze. They completely ignored the immobile objects. The reedied Fei Wu emitted a low sound from his throat, looking at Zhou Long with suspicion, seeming to doubt. Whoa. Fei Wu testedly bared his teeth, making various expressions at the immobile Zhou Long, even drooling on Zhou Long's face. Zhou Long's gaze was fixed on the nonchalant Fei Wu. If looks could kill, Fei Wu would have died 100 times already. Help me. The player, the earth-digging dragon, shouted, unable to break free from the players grabbing hold of him, his whole body inching toward the glowing orb. No. The last voice of the player, the earth-digging dragon, was heard, and then his head was pushed into the orb. Is this brainwashing? Zhou Long thought, slowly glancing sideways. As soon as the earth-digging dragon's head was pushed in, he stopped struggling. The entire orb suddenly turned blood red, then gradually vanished, only to emit light again shortly after. The player, the earth-digging dragon, had his eyes turned red again and was pulled out, while the surrounding players were each lifted one by one, their heads pushed into the glowing orb. Going through the same process as the earth-digging dragon after every surrounding player experienced it once, the crowd, with red eyes, slowly dispersed. In the dark night, amidst the chilly wind, watching the large group of players that had already walked far away, Zhou Long wanted to move, but his legs had gone numb, and he felt nothing, unable to move at all. Beside him, Hong Chun also seemed troubled by this issue. The two looked around again, and apart from the Minotaur clan leader Ulala, between them, there was no one else. Up. Zhou Long and Hong Chun gasped, bending over and slowly rubbing their legs, slightly moving them, and without realizing it, their legs regained a bit of sensation. You are safe now. An elderly voice suddenly echoed, startling Zhou Long, who stumbled to the side, causing his legs to ache. On the other side, Hong Chun simply fell over. Ulala, is that you? Zhou Long said quickly, rubbing his legs, looking at the Minotaur clan leader Ulala, who leaned on a cane and looked weary. He seemed like an old man on the verge of death, slowly shuffling his steps, standing in front of Zhou Long. Master, the Minotaur clan has perished. It's all our fault. The Minotaur clan leader Ulala said slowly. Beside him, Hong Chun seemed to have recovered and was about to take action, but Zhou Long raised a hand to stop her, wanting to quietly listen to what the Minotaur clan leader Ulala had to say. Perhaps it's another quest, Zhou Long thought. Looking at the Minotaur clan leader Ulala, Zhou Long said, Tell me. Yes, master. Ulala replied, raising his almost desiccated right hand to his heart. This seemingly casual gesture surprisingly startled Zhou Long. It was a military salute expressing loyalty used by Earth military officers. The Minotaur tribe was very backward and couldn't possibly know the meaning of this gesture. Ignoring Zhou Long, surprised, the Minotaur clan leader Ulala spoke slowly. On this planet, the reptilian tribe, the Minotaurs, and the Winged tribe each have their own treasures, and the modified Minotaurs are engaged in a great battle against the Winged tribe. The Winged tribe was completely annihilated, and the Minotaurs immediately began searching for the treasures of the Winged tribe, even though the Winged tribe leader Honghu said not a word. Yet they were still found by the Minotaurs, who were astonished to discover that the treasure they found could actually combine with their own, resulting in a tremendous change for the entire Winged tribe. These 5 bull horns are the treasures passed down through generations of the Minotaurs, and beneath this palace lies a secret passage leading underground, where a circular stone radiating light was uncovered. This stone is known as the Stone of Wisdom by the Winged tribe, and it is this very stone that granted the Winged tribe a higher intelligence not possessed by other races. The palace was built by captives captured by the Winged tribe. And now the Stone of Wisdom belongs to me. Ulala said slowly, and suddenly a burst of flame erupted from the staff in his hand. Zhou Long gazed at Ulala, noticing that the gray clothes had transformed into a striking red, a bizarre shade of red that was not glaring, but made one feel extremely uncomfortable. Is it really yours? I heard that your Minotaur tribe has several other elders. Will they agree? Zhou Long said as feeling began to return to his legs. His whole body was gradually moving backwards. Those old geezers. Are they still underground? Ulala said, and the red flame on the staff in his hand flared up even more. As allies, let's return to my base. We will have more room for cooperation. Zhou Long said slowly, rubbing his legs with both hands using his keen ears. Zhou Long could sense that many people were lurking in the darkness not far away, moving stealthily. They were likely those players who had lost their minds. Now is not the time to show off. Zhou Long thought to himself. Ha ha ha. After hearing Zhou Long's words, Ulala stared blankly at him, and then burst into laughter, his shorter stature shaking with mirth. Tears of laughter even flowed from his dry eyes, as if he had heard the funniest joke of his life. Cough, cough. After laughing, Alala began to cough violently. Human, do you think the Minotaurs are still the uncivilized, ignorant, and unintelligent tribe? Alala continued. You still think the Minotaurs would do menial tasks for you? Do you plan to recruit me and my kin as lowly laborers? I never thought that way. Zhou Long replied, looking at Alala. We are here to help each other, right? Indeed. He watched as we faced off against the Wing tribe, yet they would not even deploy advanced robots to help. Let's not even say it was to avoid getting caught up in the conflict between the two tribes. Ever since you landed on this planet, you intended to eliminate the lower forms of life, right? Looking at Alala, whose eyes were filled with bloodshot fury, Zhou Long remained silent for a moment before asking, what would you do in my place? Alala glared at Zhou Long, seemingly contemplating the question. I will take on the task of developing the prosperous planet for you. With a bang, Alala's staff slammed down, and the people in the darkness moved. Zhou Long did not need to listen with his ears. He could already see the players approaching. Die! Alala shouted, the staff in his hand spewing a towering flame toward Zhou Long. It's over, Zhou Long thought, shutting his eyes tightly. Just before he closed his eyes, Zhou Long saw behind Alala a crowd of players with eyes blazing red along with the mutated Minotaurs that had arrived at some unknown time. They charged forward along with the massive fireball. Boom, boom, boom. With his eyes closed, Zhou Long felt no burning sensation or pain. He only felt a violent blast of air from the explosions before he suddenly opened his eyes. Zhou Long scrambled backward as several lasers struck Alala, causing him to stagger back a few steps before finally collapsing to the ground while the fireball in the air vanished. Hongqian fired wildly with her laser gun, pressing Alala tightly, leaving him no chance to evade while the surrounding players rushed toward her. In that instant, as Alala fell to the ground, Hongqian's laser gun ran out of energy. This was a moment of explosive power, instantly releasing enough energy to be several times more powerful than usual, but the drawback was that the laser gun immediately lost its attacking capability. It would take some time to recharge, and as Alala fell, the players who had rushed to Hongqian's side suddenly froze, staring blankly at her. The red glow in their eyes gradually faded while the mutated Minotaurs that had approached were seemingly leaderless, scattering only to be met by a barrage of laser fire. The darkness around lit up with dozens of lights accompanied by thick beams of lasers, and through the brief illumination, Zhou Long saw the armored vehicles, the Tiger Roar, rushing toward them at high speed. The mutated Minotaurs were quickly wiped out, and the awakened players stared in shock at the scene before them as the three non-human members and the player Drilling Dragon slowly approached Zhou Long. Bang! A beam of lasers swept over, blocking the path of the three non-human members and Drilling Dragon. Step back, Xiaobai said coldly as he walked forward, the only eye on his spherical body, focusing energy. You talk too much. Hongqian walked over to Zhou Long and said, I am buying time. Zhou Long looked at Hongqian as she passed by while all the players nearby looked at him with curious eyes. Firebull Minotaur. Attack 80,150. Defense 5,080. The Minotaur Elder, transformed by mysterious powers, possesses furious flames, often accompanied by numerous Minotaur subordinates. What are you looking at? I saved you all, Zhou Long yelled, clapping his hands. Dozens of various laser guns were raised, aimed at Zhou Long, and it was obvious what the players intended to do, while the message appearing in the air went largely unnoticed by Zhou Long. Warning! Xiaobai turned and shouted, and countless Devourer robots immediately rushed out from behind the Tiger Roar, holding laser guns aimed at the players. Take them away from here, Xiaobai instructed as the Devourers holding their guns politely escorted the players out. Hey, Pioneer! Drilling Dragon shouted as he was being herded away by the Devourers, jumping and shouting as if he had a very good relationship with Zhou Long. Come here. Zhou Long pointed at Drilling Dragon and shouted, Oh yeah. Drilling Dragon cheered as the Devourer robots lowered their guns to let him through. Why can he stay? Yeah, it's not fair. The players who had been quietly walking away suddenly shouted, some even confronting the Devourers with their guns. Xiaobai observed the scene before him. Feeling the circuits burning again, Xiaobai had initially aimed to suppress these people with the momentum of his appearance and not give them a chance to speak, but instead it led to complications because Zhou Long shouted. His skills are not bad, Zhou Long remarked to Xiaobai, though Xiaobai showed no expression. However, the slight trembling of his spherical body was enough to indicate Xiaobai's dissatisfaction at that moment. Zhou Long had observed that whenever Xiaobai was happy or angry, his round body would unconsciously shake. The three non-human members in the crowd did not join in, but quietly left the throng. What are you afraid of? Just take him down, right? These robots are nothing. A large group of players began to shift from protest to insults. Most of the players had raised their laser pistols, staring provocatively at Zhou Long, who turned to Xiaobai with a smile. Very well. Everyone come here. I have something to say, Xiaobai said, turning to Zhou Long and raising his arms as all the players cheered victoriously as if they had achieved a triumph. Yet no one noticed the Devourer robots beside them had their fingers already on the triggers, and the laser guns they held were shimmering ominously. Very well. Everyone stand still. Xiaobai instructed, calling to the players in front of him, and all the players flocked together as if Xiaobai had some prize to distribute. Zhou Long's silence made them think he was intimidated. Very well, Xiaobai said as he looked at the encircling players, and suddenly countless laser beams shot out without warning, instantly turning the gathered players into wisps of white mist that swiftly dispersed. "Oomph. You think you can challenge me?" Zhou Long said quietly. "Master, this place is quite special," Xiaobai said as if nothing had happened, and walked over. "Indeed special." Red dust looked down at the ground. Just a few meters in front of Zhou Long, Alala's body was rapidly disappearing. It was disappearing, not rotting, as if his entire body was quickly disintegrating into the ground. "He might come back," Red Dust said, watching Alala's body gradually fade. "To be precise, he won't die, unless the cause is found," Xiaobai said, turning to look at the glowing spherical object beside everyone, which was gradually dimming, while the 5 bull horns no longer emitted electric light. "What should we do?" Xiaobai muttered to himself. Zhou Long walked forward, looking at the ground before him. After Alala fell, it was clear that many items had been dropped, including large energy boxes, stamina potions, and some equipment. Protective golden iron ring increases the wearer's defense by 80, with additional attributes enhancing the endurance of subordinates. When worn, the bearer can ignore local attacks 3 times, and this effect can stack for subordinate heroes and soldiers, providing immense benefits. Protective emblem increases defense by 50, with additional attributes enhancing the endurance of subordinates. When worn, the bearer can ignore attacks 3 times, and this effect can stack for subordinate heroes and soldiers, providing immense benefits. A mysterious underground cave map. Ha ha ha. Zhou Long laughed as he hurriedly donned the equipment on the ground, his face beaming with joy, saliva dripping, prompting the nearby Hong Chen to approach. Whoosh. The map in hand was snatched away. Mysterious underground map. Hong Chen exclaimed loudly as he read it. "This is a military secret. Aren't you afraid others will hear?" Zhou Long said as he tried to snatch the map back. "Don't mess around. Let me take a look." "Wait," Hong Chen said, taking a few steps back, with Zhou Long looking at the map in hand. "You?" Zhou Long said, wanting to move forward. Yet he found himself unable to take a step forward, able to retreat, but blocked from advancing, as if someone were obstructing him. "What is going on?" Zhou Long shouted. "Ha ha ha." A silver bell-like voice emanated from in front, and a little girl twisted her body, stepping back suddenly. This was because Zhou Long had already drawn out his laser sword, preparing to thrust forward. "Yellow-haired girl," Zhou Long exclaimed, looking at the little girl as he swung his sword. "Ah, bad guy." The little girl twisted her body and lunged towards Hong Chen, shouting, "Sister." "Here." Hong Chen turned around, throwing the map to Zhou Long, who caught it, and said, "You can't just hide behind her forever. After all, he's not just a bad guy, he's simply a beast." Player Fei Yu remarked, "No, he's worse than a beast." Player Fei Wu said, "To think there are 2 of them, and they don't even spare a child." Fei Hua beside them said slowly. In the darkness, the trio of Fei Run lay on the ground, watching Zhou Long and the others. They had just quietly left the crowd of players. "Fortunately, we are smart. Otherwise," Fei Wu said, and the 3 nodded repeatedly, remembering the last time they were wiped out at Zhou Long's base. Slap. Fei Hua suddenly felt a chill at the back of her head, realizing she was at the mercy of a cold laser gun barrel pointed at her skull. "Hero, don't kill me. I'm just trying to make a living." Player Fei Hua buried her head and said, "Take whatever you want. I can't see you." Fei Yu and Fei Wu beside her also fell silent, their backs having been struck before, now merely tilting their heads and looking disdainfully at Fei Hua. "What kind of people are they? Not knowing what's going on behind, they are just putting us at risk." Fei Wu and Fei Yu thought simultaneously as a voice came from behind. "I heard you've been looking for me." Fei Hua lifted her head upon hearing, flipping around to see yes. Just as she uttered a word, her mouth was stuffed with weeds, yet she still struggled to make a sound. "Get up," Wan Bing said, and the 3 stood up together. "Go." Wan Bing pointed in Zhou Long's direction, and without a word they turned and walked towards Zhou Long. "Stop moving forward." Xiaobai turned around and shouted into the darkness before them. "Hey, it's us. Remember?" Fei Wu shouted as he walked over, while Fei Yu remained silent, and Fei Hua merely tilted her head, seemingly wanting to see behind. "Pioneer, hand over the map," Wan Bing said coldly. "Why? I owe you nothing," Zhou Long said, signaling to Hong Chen and the little girl not far away. Of course, Zhou Long intended to signal the 2 to ambush Wan Bing. "What are you looking at? It's all your debt of feelings. I want to take responsibility for this," Hong Chen said slowly, crossing her arms to calm the little girl in front of her. Zhou Long immediately felt overwhelmed, thinking, what are these NPCs always thinking? Slap. Wan Bing smacked the back of Fei Hua's head with her gun, saying, "Hand it over, or they will die." Zhou Long chuckled at the 3 in front of him, saying, "I'm not very familiar with them." "Oomph." The 3 scoffed in unison, glaring at Zhou Long with eyes full of grievance, as if Zhou Long shared a deep bond with them. Zhou Long was not a cold-hearted person, but he couldn't just casually hand over the things he had obtained, as sometimes an exchange also depended on whether what was being traded was worth it. As Zhou Long pondered, slap. Hurry up, Wan Bing said, pressing the cold laser gun against Fei Hua's skull, pushing down, as if out of tension, curiosity, or caution. Wan Bing and Hong Chan exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a tacit understanding, or perhaps just wanting to annoy someone. After their exchange, Hong Chan's previously moving steps suddenly halted. Spreading the map before him, Zhou Long looked at Wan Bing and said, "Take it." With that, he tossed the map away. "Hey!" Wan Bing sidestepped to catch the map, nudged Fei Hua, and swiftly retreated into the darkness behind her. "Fei Hua!" Fei Yu shouted, wanting to follow, but was held back by Fei Wu. "Let her go," Fei Wu said, and after pushing Fei Hua out, turned to chase after Wan Bing. Just as I thought, women," Zhou Long said with a smile as he approached. "Didn't you say you weren't familiar with us?" Fei Wu remarked, looking at Zhou Long. Zhou Long's eyes were fixed ahead with a smile, as he had just copied the map into the military uniform's computer. All Fei Wu could see was Zhou Long looking somewhat foolish. You're still concerned about such trivial matters," Zhou Long said, his eyes rolling around. "Where is it?" Zhou Long gazed at the map in front of him, deep in thought. Indeed, it was a very detailed map showing that the underground cave had 5 layers with terrain markings on each layer. However, the issue was where the entrance to the underground cave was. Zhou Long pondered, and also downloaded the map for players Fei Wu and Fei Yu, as it would eventually be sold anyway, so it was better to do a favor. Humanity, I'm back." A particularly arrogant and piercing laugh suddenly shattered the night sky, as lasers erupted from the surrounding darkness, fired by the Tiger Roar War Chariot and Devourer, taking down the newly spawned mutated Minotaurs. Boom, boom, boom. A series of laser beams flickered not far from him, and amidst the shimmering lights a figure leaped forward with fierce lasers exploding just a few meters away. Yet the person showed no fear, fixated on a slender silhouette flickering in the distance, not taking a single step back as the player Fei Hua sped ahead. His eyes never blinked, terrified that the woman in the distance would leave his line of sight, and his pace quickened significantly on the shimmering ground. He saw 2 figures advancing, one in front of the other. The player Wan Bing, watching the approaching Fei Hua, felt a surge of anxiety and simply stood still. Those big, watery eyes gazed at the person trailing behind. Suddenly stopping in his tracks, the player Fei Hua found himself at a loss for what to do. "I can help you." Fei Hua pondered for a long time before speaking. He stepped towards Wan Bing, but boom. A bright laser struck the ground beneath Fei Hua's feet. "Oomph." Wan Bing snorted coldly and jumped away, a clear warning. A regular player would have turned back by now. But for Fei Hua, he shot at me. He has feelings for me, Fei Hua shouted, breaking into a smile as he dashed forward once more. "You bastard," Wan Bing muttered, glancing at the map in front of him. It was evident that certain places had been secretly altered by Zhou Long. For instance, the entrance to the underground cave was missing from the map. "Next time I'll make him pay. Altering the map is one thing, but sending people to follow me is too much," Hong Chen thought to himself while standing still. That shot was a warning. Still unwilling to give up, he lowered his head and studied the map attentively. However, if Zhou Long were present, he would surely argue, as Zhou Long had never meddled with it. The gunfire continued to erupt around him. "Who?" Wan Bing suddenly shouted, realizing perhaps too late that someone had approached him amid the chaos. Hong Chun was startled, but had no opportunity to resist. As a figure lunged from behind, Wan Bing was shoved out, his body flying through the air. With a glimmer of light, Wan Bing clearly saw a bright laser shooting towards him, striking the one who had pushed him. A beam of laser emitted a dim glow. It illuminated a worried face and anxious eyes clad in military attire and wielding a laser gun, as they were caught mid-action of pushing him away. This moment seemed to freeze in Wan Bing's mind. Bang! Falling to the ground, Wan Bing quickly stood up, instinctively scanning his surroundings. "Fool! Fool!" Wan Bing exclaimed, his hands frantically searching the ground. A pounding sensation spread through his heart, as if discovering the most important treasure. "As long as no white mist rises, I should be safe," Wan Bing pondered. Suddenly, he lunged in the direction Fei Hua had just gone. Bang! The ground in the darkness shattered, revealing a hole wide enough for a person. A terrified scream echoed. "No!" "Oh, that was his voice," Wan Bing said as he dove in. After a moment, rows of Tiger Roar battle cars appeared, surrounded by the Devourers. "This vehicle is impressive." Zhou Long jumped down from the Tiger Roar battle car, looking satisfied. "Master, the cave is right here. We can seal this entrance, and that way." Xiaobai was speaking when Zhou Long raised his hand to stop him. "For the prosperity of the planet, this cave must be preserved." "Greedy fellow," Hong Chun said, holding a laser gun and gazing at the distant gunfire. "I'm hungry," Xiaoya said, standing aside, her hands covering her stomach as she began to dig. As Zhou Long handed over the map, Xiaobai had already secretly locked onto Wan Bing's position. It was a vast area, and finding such a cave was a matter of luck. Someone needed to put in the effort, preferably voluntarily. Fei Wu and Fei Yu exchanged glances before stepping forward. "Wait!" Xiaobai exclaimed, blocking their way. The surrounding devourers also cooperatively raised their laser guns. We mean no harm. Fei Wu said, we just want to take a look. Without the master's permission, no one is allowed to act on the planet. Xiaobai shouted, waving her arms at the two. Afterward, the surrounding devourers closed in, encircling the two. Hey, what is this, pioneers? Fei Wu shouted while Fei Yu observed the devourers standing around them, her laser gun still lowered. No matter how one calculated the firepower facing this large group of experienced devourer robots with military ranks, the two were at an absolute disadvantage with no opportunity for a sneak attack. Xiaobai quickly brought Zhou Long to a distance, saying, Master, do you want to go in too? Seeing Xiaobai's spherical form, Zhou Long immediately understood why she asked. As the rightful master of a planet, he indeed hadn't participated in its development for a long time. Observing Zhou Long's knowing expression, Xiaobai asked, Master, do you have the city construction blueprint you brought from the mother planet? Congratulations, player. You have triggered the quest for city construction blueprints. After use, your planet will officially enter the path of city development. Next time, haha. Zhou Long laughed awkwardly, thinking to himself, does such a thing exist? Looking at the cave before him, Zhou Long said, once the cave is surveyed, I'll immediately secure the city construction blueprints. Seeing Zhou Long's determination, Xiaobai seemed undeterred, saying, Master, that Ulala is the chief of the Minotaurs and also one of their elders. Moi? Zhou Long questioned. Xiaobai looked at Zhou Long and explained, as an elder, Ulala can control the Minotaur monsters on the surface. According to Xiaobai's analysis, there are 5 layers in this underground cave, and coincidentally, there are 5 elders in the Minotaur tribe. Thus, at each layer underground, there should be a Minotaur elder guarding it. They are not as easy to communicate with as Ulala, and their attack power is likely very strong. So, Xiaobai said candidly, taking the silver snake laser gun from Zhou Long's pocket. She fiddled with it for a moment before returning it to him. A finely crafted silver snake laser gun, black in color, with a range of 800 meters. Attack 50150, usable with both hands. Ammunition 10000 rounds. Congratulations, player. Your weapon has been upgraded. Ha ha ha. Zhou Long looked at the silver snake laser gun in his hands, unable to contain his smile as he said, once at the base, contact Hong Hui and gather the bloodthirsty and drummer in the control room to discuss. Understood, Master. Xiaobai replied somewhat hesitantly, and as Zhou Long was about to leave, she said, Master, be careful, there may be intelligent beings in there. Already turned around, Zhou Long shook his head, saying, why do you say that? I don't know, it's just a feeling. The intelligence of these minotaurs couldn't have developed to this extent in such a short time. Xiaobai set her single eye on her spherical body, staring at the cave ahead. Before long, Xiaobai led her subordinates away. Watching the tiger roar battle cars leave, Fei Wu and Fei Yes' eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Welcome to cooperate again, Zhou Long said, holding the newly modified silver snake laser gun as he approached Fei Wu and Fei Yu. A pleasant cooperation. Let's go in, Fei Wu said, leading Fei Yu without hesitation into the cave. There are pathfinding stones. It truly is a good thing, Zhou Long thought to himself as he followed behind. Congratulations, player. You have entered the underground cave. Congratulations, player. Due to your entry, the underground cave refresh point has been activated. Game announcement: interstellar coordinates 2555556. 830 A undeveloped X10008 planet on the outskirts of the galaxy. Underground cave refresh point activated. Zhou Long watched the game announcement blare 3 times overhead, and the joy he initially felt had vanished. Having a refresh point is good, but must it be announced every time? Zhou Long thought to himself, originally wanting to develop quietly. In these times, it's not the thief's stealth that worries me, but rather the thief's attention. Being noticed too early by certain people or forces is certainly not a good thing. Many games have had players develop well, but those who were too flamboyant ended up getting plotted against, directly hindering their prosperous development. Zhou Long, who had been stealthily progressing, did not expect that in the vast universe, countless players were operating their battleships flying towards the coordinates announced in the game. Meanwhile, by the planet's side, the bloodthirsty piloting a colossal battleship was stunned by the scene before him. Inside the control room of the colossal battleship, the screens were filled with densely packed battleships of all sizes and colors. The scale of these battleships left the bloodthirsty feeling threatened, as he had no idea how to organize an offensive facing a solid wall of ships with no gaps to exploit. Yet these battleships all shared a common characteristic: each bore a white flag. What has the master done? The bloodthirsty asked, somewhat intimidated. Suddenly, countless pieces of information appeared on the control room screen. The bloodthirsty looked at the information, and his earlier fear began to ease. He raised his hand, clicking on the military uniform, and said, Master. I see, Zhou Long said, listening to the bloodthirsty's report through the onboard computer in the cave. You can do it this way. After a moment, yes. Understood, Master. The bloodthirsty replied, looking bewildered as he turned off the onboard computer and lowered his head to type on the keyboard in front of him. As the bloodthirsty individual struck, the keyboard messages were sent out one after another, and within the vast universe, countless warships began an unprecedented mobilization. All the warships, regardless of size, faced the direction of the behemoth, gradually aligning into a straight line, with the foremost vessel halting 500 meters away from the giant. Previously, these players had discovered information suggesting they could level up and hunt monsters on this planet known for having 3 leveling points, and the name of the Pioneer had already become familiar among the players. The incident where a large group of players was instantly eliminated had spread rapidly among the players through the internet, with some claiming that the Pioneer had received extraordinary luck, while others suggested it was surely a setup by the game company. However, even more people were spreading a rumor that the planetary civilization had undergone secret testing before entering the market, and all players who participated in the internal test had never entered the game. Some claimed this was due to a contract signed with Blue Sky Company during the internal test, while others said that those who had tested the game had mysteriously disappeared, and the planetary civilization had always stated they had never conducted an internal test. Thus, netizens speculated that the Pioneer was among the players who had participated in the internal test and had returned seeking vengeance against Blue Sky Company, resulting in a rampage within the game that disrupted its progress. Although no one came forward to refute the claims, countless netizens believed it to be true, especially considering the mysterious warship that had instantly annihilated a large number of players' vessels, with players rushing in from all directions. What? The eliminated players want revenge. They would face the wrath of their fellow players, as those eliminated that day were merely a fraction compared to the total player base. Zhou Long had anticipated that once the new leveling points were announced, more players would come, and there would be no way to stop it, so he shared a strategy with the bloodthirsty individual along with some other content. However, Zhou Long did not foresee the terrifying power of information dissemination on the internet, nor did he expect the endless number of players in the vastness of space. Announcement: all personnel wishing to enter this planet must park their warships 500 meters away from this warship and align in a straight line. Any reckless handling of weapons during the queue is strictly prohibited. Anyone caught cutting in line is banned from entering this planet for 1 year. To ensure that players can level up in a safe and harmonious environment, the above regulations have been established. Only players who receive a visa from the giant warship may enter the planet, otherwise they will be shot on sight. This was the message Zhou Long sent to the bloodthirsty individual. Though the latter seemed not to fully understand what a visa was, he faithfully executed Zhou Long's orders. Thus, the first individual to process a visa within the planetary civilization game appeared to, of course, the players were well aware of the purpose of the visa. The warship at the front released a person clad in a lieutenant's uniform who was quite hefty as he flew towards the giant warship, exclaiming, "I am here to process my visa." The robust man shouted in a resounding voice. Following him, a nearby devourer approached, shouting as he moved forward, his face displaying an arrogant look, and he was ushered into a room. "Sit," said the devourer robot beside him, raising a hand to point at a chair before swiftly exiting the room and closing the door. The hallway was filled with the sound of wind as the robust man glanced around to find no one and took a seat. As soon as he sat down, the robust man began to feel nervous, staring into the pitch-black surroundings where not a single ray of light penetrated, and he couldn't even discern the size of the room. He peered around, wondering, is there no one here? Suddenly, as if sensing the man's thoughts, 4 distinct sounds echoed in the dark room, followed by bright lights illuminating the area. The robust man hurriedly covered his eyes with his hands, and peering through the gaps between his fingers, vaguely saw a robot sitting in the distance. "Here to process a visa?" "Yes," the bloodthirsty individual replied, while seated there. The tone of the speaker resembled that of a landlord negotiating with an ignorant tenant. "What is your military rank, gender, and where do you reside?" The bloodthirsty individual recited the questions from the paper in his hand, which contained answers written by Zhou Long. "Can't you see?" the robust man retorted, glaring with wide eyes. The bloodthirsty individual leaned back, squinting as he replied, "Your military rank, gender, and where do you reside?" "Damn it, I'm here to level up and hunt monsters, not to," the robust man roared, standing up ready to confront the bloodthirsty individual. "Hey!" the bloodthirsty individual swatted beside him. As the robust man walked on the steel floor, 4 steel claws suddenly shot out, firmly gripping his limbs. "Throw him out," the bloodthirsty individual commanded, not waiting for the robust man to respond before pressing a button beside him. Announcement: a player has severely threatened the safety of this planet and has been expelled into the universe with their warship confiscated. All players are advised to remember this, as the robust man was thrown out of the giant warship. This announcement was transmitted via the onboard computer communicator of the giant warship to the countless players in the universe who were queuing or rushing to enter. "What the hell? So many rules," Player A in the queue remarked through the computer communicator. "Yeah, it's their territory." Player B in the queue responded. "We can fight our way in together. There are so many of us." Player D stated. "Previously, a large group of players fought here," Player B mentioned. "What happened then?" A multitude of players inquired through their warship's communicators, seemingly very interested in the topic. That was an extremely fierce and brutal war. At that time, a large group of players was devising a plan to drain the energy of the giant warship so they could seize the level 10 thief leveling point next to the planet. Just as the giant warship was clearly running out of energy, player B in the queue paused for a moment, pursing his lips. And then, all the players asked, as there had been rumors that this player possessed a powerful weapon, making the incoming players cautious. Just as the giant warship was about to be finished, the pioneer appeared wielding a top-secret weapon and instantly annihilated all the players. Player B recounted slowly, "I saw it at that time. There were countless bursts of thick lasers and a dark shadow. Impressive. What a boast. You must have lost yourself. I was there too, the scene at that time." Countless players who had not yet encountered the bloodthirsty individual for an interview chatted through their communicators. Although no one could truly verify anything, the news that Zhou Long possessed top-tier weapons had already spread. "You have entered the underground cave where dangers and unknown monsters await you, yet your adventurous spirit is your greatest treasure." A segment of red text floats in the air. As Zhou Long steps inside, he notices a faint light emanating from within the cave, and the path leading in is a remarkably neat staircase. Upon reaching the end of the staircase, he finds himself in a spacious corridor wide enough to accommodate 2 Tiger Roar battle carts with walls clearly made of some material rather than dirt. The ground too is no exception, displaying a pale green hue which appears to be faded due to the passage of time. Zhou Long walks cautiously with a laser gun in hand. There are no lights in the corridor, and the light before him seems to emanate naturally from the walls. "What kind of material is this?" Zhou Long exclaims as he taps on the wall. The surface is smooth and perfectly even, as if someone had meticulously crafted this corridor. However, after walking a few steps further, Zhou Long finds the walls behind him becoming uneven. It looks like someone had been crazily destroying the walls. Yet as Zhou Long peers around the corner, he spots a very primitive tool, a pickaxe. Seeing no danger nearby, he approaches and picks it up. Pickaxe. Attack 18. Used for mining, or. It has a rather ordinary wooden handle, but the pickaxe is made of the same material as the walls. "What can this do?" Zhou Long comments as he swings the pickaxe against the wall. "Congratulations. The player has obtained a level 1 spirit stone with a purity of 15. This is indeed a good find." Zhou Long says, looking at the gray stone in his pocket, his eyes immediately sparkling with excitement. A deep yet exuberant laughter echoes through the corridor. Little by. Any player who obtains a visa must report to Wang Mang. This underground cave is classified as top secret, and no one is allowed to approach it without permission. Understood. Little by responded through the onboard computer after hearing Zhou Long's command, and immediately went to inform Wang Mang, while the bloodthirsty overseer began to raise new questions regarding the players in front of him. In the underground tunnel, the sound of metal clashing accompanies the deep laughter that follows. A figure is vigorously swinging a pickaxe against the wall. "Congratulations. The player has obtained a level 0 spirit stone with a purity of 20. Congratulations. The player has obtained a glazed spirit stone with a purity of 22. Congratulations. The player has obtained a rare spirit stone with a purity of 25. Congratulations. The player has obtained a level 1 spirit stone with a purity of 30. Sorry, the pickaxe is severely worn. Please replace the tool or repair it." "Moi." Zhou Long responds, seemingly reacting to the small text flashing above his head, now covered in dust and sweat, having transformed into a laborer. His military uniform is now covered in the lime produced by his mining. "Damn it," Zhou Long says as he stows the pickaxe in his pocket. "Ding. Warning, backpack is full. What are you doing?" Before he could even check his backpack, Zhou Long looks toward the sound and sees a figure at a distant corner of the tunnel, Wan Bing, standing shoulder to shoulder with Fei Hua, both watching Zhou Long. "I just came in to find you," Zhou Long says loudly, taking a deep breath, his expression quite self-righteous as he naturally gazes at the wall beside him, as if he is exhausted from searching for the two. Really?" Wan Bing replies as she approaches with Fei Hua, seemingly trying to read something from Zhou Long's dusty face. "Why would I lie to you?" Zhou Long exclaims, appearing to be wronged. "So why don't you come and help me?" "Walk," Wan Bing says, pushing Fei Hua forward, clearly exhausted, bending over as she occasionally glances back, as if something might come at any moment. Before long, the three appear near the entrance of the underground cave. Fei Hua has been unconscious since the beginning and is now thrown to the ground by Zhou Long, while Hong Chun sits beside the weeds, lowering her head. It seems she is only recovering her strength. Zhou Long glances at the entrance of the underground cave, his eyes sparkling with the same excitement as if he had seen a beautiful woman. If the crystal ore is a resource that development-oriented players must fight for to build their bases, then now that Zhou Long has mined ores, they are the very resources that free players would compete fiercely for. Free players can use these ores to craft and synthesize weapons and equipment, and as an online game player, even a novice knows what these underground deposits signify. Zhou Long is itching to go back in and mine a few more, but unfortunately the entrance is too small. Otherwise, he would have little by bringing the mining robot along, but doing so would definitely expose them. What did you discover? Zhou Long, lost in thought at the cave's entrance, is suddenly interrupted by Wan Bing's unexpected question. I was just wondering what kind of monsters are inside. Zhou Long replies, shifting his gaze back, without making eye contact with Wan Bing, merely staring into the distance, his eyes reflecting the depths of his thoughts. A sound of weeping reaches him. Zhou Long turns his head to look, finding Wan Bing sitting on the ground, head bowed, her body trembling slightly. A chilling breeze sweeps across the grass, accompanied by distant footsteps. Zhou Long looks before him, momentarily taken aback by the sight of a woman weeping, unsure of what to say. In Zhou Long's eyes, tears are a woman's greatest weapon. If a man were to cry and be seen, he would only be regarded as a failure, but it's different for women. A dusty shoulder appears beside him, still reeking of sweat. No! Wan Bing shouts, attempting to push Zhou Long away, but she only manages to shout. After a few struggles, or perhaps due to Zhou Long's strength, he tightly grips Wan Bing's shoulder, leaning against her. The masculine scent overwhelms Wan Bing, leaving her without the strength to resist. Fei Hua remains lying there, clearly suffering significant injuries. Zhou Long begins to breathe rhythmically, and Wan Bing, who had fallen asleep at some point, is now unaware. With their bodies not moving, Zhou Long only holds the woman beside him tighter, not out of any intention to take advantage, but simply because it is too cold. The cold wind of the night causes them to instinctively hold each other closer. On the ground lies Fei Hua, seemingly frozen, and no one pays her any mind. Zhou Long would like to slowly lay Wan Bing down, but perhaps due to the cold, Wan Bing has turned around and tightly clings to Zhou Long, collapsing onto the ground. Zhou Long worries about the non-human entities in the cave, concerned whether they might notice something unusual about the walls nearby. For an entire night, the two embraced each other, and as dawn broke, Zhou Long lay on the grass, feeling quite comfortable. He suddenly thinks that sleeping in the game feels so good. Slap! A sharp pain strikes his left cheek, waking Zhou Long from his slumber, still caught in a pleasant dream. He covers his face, bewildered, and looks at the woman before him, asking, "What are you doing?" Whoosh! You again. Zhou Long shakes his head, instantly sobering up, and grabs the arm that swings toward his right cheek, lifting it back. Zhou Long suddenly rolls to the side, pushing himself up with both hands. Just as Zhou Long attempts to get up, he notices Wan Bing with disheveled hair and an angry glare directed at him. More importantly, a laser sword is aimed at his throat. Whoosh! He swiftly raises his right leg, using the strength of his foot to kick the laser sword out of Wan Bing's hand. Wan Bing seems even angrier, her left hand curling into a claw. She lunges forward, grabbing Zhou Long by the neck. Cough, bitched. Zhou Long gasps, wrapping his arms around Wan Bing, and they begin to roll. Oh! Wan Bing cries out. As they roll, her delicate hands loosen momentarily, but then tighten again. You crazy woman, Zhou Long thinks. He suddenly stops and pins Wan Bing down. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Long, being choked, stretches his arms to retaliate against Wan Bing's body, only to find himself squeezing two extremely elastic, soft, and plump areas. In the chaos, Zhou Long didn't think much of it. Since the other party was choking him, he had to fight back. However, the longer he squeezed, the more he found that he could breathe again. Positioned atop Wan Bing, Zhou Long pries her hands apart. If he didn't get her hands off, he would become the first player in the planetary civilization game to be choked to death. Slap! With both hands pushing down, he separates her delicate hands from his neck and pins them to the ground. Both are engaged in a struggle of strength. You bitch. Everything was fine last night, so what's going on now? Zhou Long firmly holds Wan Bing's hands down, leaning closer to her, while shouting. At this moment, the distance between them has nearly vanished. To emphasize his words, Zhou Long presses his face closely against Wan Bing's soft cheek. Their eyes meet, their rapid breaths gradually calming down. Wan Bing gazes at Zhou Long, who is so close, and seems momentarily stunned. Still quite pretty, huh? Zhou Long thinks, gazing down at the woman beneath him, emotions settling. He realizes that his nose is now touching Wan Bing's nose, and his lower lip appears to be brushing against hers. Oh! A heart-wrenching scream pierces the air, startling Fei Hua, who is lying on the ground. She jolts awake, instinctively shaking her head to look. In the distance, Zhou Long is covering his mouth, crouching to the side, while Wan Bing lies on the ground, her hair, disheveled military uniform, slightly torn, hands spread out, her hair dancing in the gentle breeze. Goddess, what have you done? Fei Hua suddenly roars like an angry lion, glaring at Zhou Long before turning to run toward Wan Bing. However, clearly whether due to injuries or from being frozen all night, Fei Hua crawls toward Wan Bing like a lion. Oh! Covering his mouth with his right hand and bracing himself with his left, Zhou Long let out a wretched cry as he slowly stood up. Just moments ago, in such close proximity, Wan Bing had suddenly opened her enticing lips to bite at Zhou Long's mouth. Then she yanked suddenly. Beast! Zhou Long shouted incoherently, glancing at Fei Hua's expression and immediately stepping back. Ah! Fei Hua, close to Wan Bing, also let out a scream. With disheveled hair, vacant eyes, a military uniform clearly ravaged, and blood flowing from her lips, as soon as Fei Hua approached, She tentatively wiped it with her hand, but unexpectedly Wan Bing's mouth bit down. It hurt, but Fei Hua did not struggle. With a shake of her head, she glared at Zhou Long with a face full of hatred. Two beasts. Zhou Long covered his mouth and thought to himself about the bitten Fei Hua. Don't run. I will kill you 1,000 times. Fei Hua screamed from behind, while Zhou Long ran, without looking back. It wasn't out of fear, but because his keen hearing caught the sound of something approaching nearby. The footsteps were heavy, definitely not from players. The noise was chaotic, and there were many of them. Zhou Long crouched down and hid in the thick bushes. Ah! Fei Hua shouted. Wan Bing finally released her grip, but as she closed her eyes, there was no sign of response. Looking at her own mangled middle finger, Fei Hua thought, disgusting. But I like it. Shaking her head, Fei Hua looked again at the fallen Wan Bing. What happened? She muttered. Suddenly, there was a commotion nearby. Fei Hua turned her head sharply, and before she could see clearly, she was knocked away by a huge figure. A giant bull-headed monster was about to advance toward the fallen Fei Hua. No need. A voice called out, and the bull-headed monster swiftly dodged as a red-skinned Urala appeared holding a staff and squinting at the fallen Wan Bing. At this moment, Wan Bing's skin was spreading a green hue resembling the walls of the underground passage. Impossible, Urala said as he squatted down to examine Wan Bing closely. Urala also spotted a few drops of blood on the ground. He grabbed some and brought it to his nose. There's still someone here. That is our former master. Capture him. Moving through the bushes, Zhou Long held a laser sword slowly advancing. Master, my dear master, don't you want to come out and talk to me? Urala's honest voice echoed. In front of the bushes stood a bull-headed monster, and Zhou Long leaped up suddenly, swinging his sword, bringing down the bull-headed monster with a single strike, the 28th. Zhou Long thought to himself. He immediately concealed himself again in the dense bushes, crouching low as he moved forward, peering through the thick foliage to see that not far away 2 makeshift crosses had been set up. Fei Hua and Wan Bing were tied to them, while Urala stood nearby. Only 2 bull-headed monsters remained, and Urala was still shouting, Master, my dear master, don't you want to come out and talk to me? Am I a 3-year-old child? Zhou Long thought, continuing to move slowly. All right, let's discuss the terms of cooperation. Urala shouted. If Zhou Long were just hiding and hadn't overheard this, he would have surely walked out. But Urala with his staff inexplicably grabbed something and pointed it to the ground. Several flames shot out along the ground, and Zhou Long immediately noticed that the fallen bull-headed monsters were standing up again. Urala. Zhou Long gritted his teeth and thought, do the monsters in this game have such high intelligence? He slowly moved, watching as the bull-headed monsters began to madly search for him. Zhou Long was moving slowly as those bull-headed monsters had already entered the bushes, and Zhou Long had moved to a patch of bushes not far from Urala kill. Zhou Long thought. He sheathed the laser sword, took out the silver snake laser gun, its body shining brightly, energy fully charged, his finger slowly moving towards the trigger as Zhou Long leaped swiftly with both legs. Boom. Get down. Zhou Long leaped out of the bushes, aiming his gun at Urala, and fired. Meanwhile, Fei Hua, who was tied up beside him, shouted at Urala, damn it. Zhou Long thought as he aimed the laser gun and fired. Due to Urala's agile dodging, the shot hit half of his body, yet it still severely injured Urala. Whoosh. Dropping the laser gun, Zhou Long quickly pulled out his laser sword and swung it at Urala. Hold on. Urala shouted as Zhou Long's sword tip was already at his neck. Do you have any last words? Zhou Long said as he looked around. Dozens of bull-headed monsters had also emerged, immediately brandishing their weapons to surround Zhou Long. Your intelligence has proven your strength. I am willing to ally with you again, Urala said sincerely. As soon as he was knocked down, the bull-headed monsters had rushed back, while Urala opened his fingers, signaling the bull-headed monsters not to advance. Zhou Long sneered. With a forceful thrust, the laser sword pierced Urala's throat. All words became redundant, as the outcome represented Zhou Long's intention, and with eyes filled with fear, Urala's body melted back into the earth. Kill him. Fei Hua shouted. Ha. Zhou Long laughed even louder. After a while, both Zhou Long and Fei Hua stopped laughing. While dealing with Urala, Zhou Long had never thought of surviving. Unexpectedly, before he could even close his eyes, he heard Fei Hua's roar. Looking around at the bull-headed monsters, Zhou Long saw that Urala was dead, and they immediately panicked and scattered. Zhou Long then burst into laughter until Fei Hua's laughter stopped half an hour later. What are you laughing at? Zhou Long said to Fei Hua. Humph. Fei Hua turned her head and refused to speak. Wow. A tough guy, huh? Zhou Long exclaimed in astonishment, his shocked expression seemingly genuine. Kill me, and I will never let you go. Fei Hua gritted her teeth and said slowly. I'm so scared. Zhou Long said, bending his body, holding his chin with a terrified expression. After a while he said, Brother, I don't owe you money. Why are you so intent on killing me? Zhou Long said sincerely. You have tarnished my goddess. You must die, Fei Hua declared. I said it was a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? Zhou Long said earnestly. Did you really do nothing? Fei Hua looked at Zhou Long with suspicion and asked. Big brother, this is a game. It was too cold last night, we were just hugging each other for warmth, and besides brothers shouldn't deceive each other, right? The protective earrings increased defense by 30, with additional attributes enhancing the stamina of subordinates. When combined as a full set, the wearer gains 3 opportunities to ignore attacks, which can be stacked for subordinate heroes and soldiers, providing a significant tactical advantage. Hee, good stuff. Zhou Long chuckled as he picked up the equipment from the ground, the result of defeating Urala. Beside him someone was watching Zhou Long. Fei Hua was immediately released by Zhou Long and gently laid Wan Bing down on the ground. What are you doing? A cold voice rang out, and Wan Bing suddenly woke up staring at Fei Hua, who was raising a laser gun. I was just concerned about you, Fei Hua said softly. Slap. Wan Bing grabbed the laser gun and swung it at Fei Hua's right cheek, causing her to fall to the ground. You. Get up, Wan Bing said, looking at Zhou Long, who had his back to her. Hearing her voice, Zhou Long turned around. Wan Bing's expression was complex, filled with both a hint of anger and a certain expectation. Slap. Wan Bing took a few steps forward, raising the laser gun to Zhou Long's forehead. Beauty. I can do nothing, Zhou Long said slowly, but he noticed Wan Bing's body swaying as she collapsed onto him, saying, take me back to the base. Wan Bing spoke as if she had exhausted all her strength. Zhou Long looked at the laser gun beside his cheek and instinctively picked up the woman in front of him, jogging into the bushes. From the side, anyone would interpret their actions as those of a couple. Bastard. Fei Hua, lying on the ground, dazedly watched Zhou Long carrying Wan Bing away. After a moment, she shook her head and stood up. Fei Wu. Standing by the underground cave entrance, Fei Hua thought to herself as she walked back inside. After countless evasions, Zhou Long finally appeared near the base, carrying Wan Bing. The NPC village was bustling with activity, with NPCs tirelessly building their village. Outside the village, a long line formed with players dressed in similar military uniforms, holding various types of laser guns, all carrying bloodthirsty visas to enter the planet. Take a look. The most detailed map of the Minotaurs, not expensive at all, only 300 planetary coins, and it comes with a pass. Wang Mang shouted from the front of the line. Nearly 1,000 people stood in front of Wang Mang, while 300 devourers stood on either side, holding guns without any expression of discontent. Suddenly, the appearance of a figure stirred commotion. Who is that? Doesn't he know he has to wait in line? Carrying a woman is impressive, huh? Hey, I'm talking about you. Brothers. Someone cut in line. What should we do? A player shouted. Take him down. Countless players responded, feeling dissatisfied since the moment they received their visas to enter the planet. According to Zhou Long's design, this was all due to the understanding of Xiaobai and Bloodthirsty. Players who received their visas would head to the NPC village to pick up their task cards, all while being monitored by the Devourer robots, making it seem like they were guarding against thieves. Currently, the line for task cards had grown long, and players were not allowed to move freely, being forced to stand still. Some players were completely broke, having come to earn money by defeating monsters, now finding themselves in a dilemma. Some players had long grown impatient in line, and just then a player covered in weeds and emitting a foul odor, holding someone, approached, crossing over countless players waiting in front. He walked straight up to Wang Mang, seemingly about to say something. You want to cut in line, huh? Several players shouted, raising their laser guns and rushing forward, and those waiting in line unconsciously followed suit. Bang! The queue instantly fell into chaos. It was unclear who fired the first shot, hitting the ground beneath the person. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of laser beams swept over in an instant, and on either side the Devourer robots aimed and shot, releasing puffs of white smoke into the air. The rest are all good, comrades. All free, Zhou Long called out to the players still waiting in line. After saying this, he turned and walked into the base. Wang Mang. Those players who can't afford the cards, you can have them form groups to buy them. For those who are truly broke, we can issue short-term monster hunting cards, Zhou Long said as he walked up to Wang Mang. Players in line immediately held their breath, fearing to anger Zhou Long again. They thought the previous shots fired by the Devourers were ordered by Zhou Long, which was unfair to him. It was all the result of Xiaobai's modifications to the Devourers. After the last incident, where so many were taken down, Zhou Long felt uneasy. It was impossible to eliminate everyone every time, as that would create enemies for himself, and it was due to Xiaobai's modifications. The adjustments made the Devourers' attacks more precise. In the control room, it was noticeably larger than before. Just after laying Wan Bing on the bed, Zhou Long had not even taken a good look at his house when he was pushed out. Looking at the tightly closed door, Zhou Long wanted to say, "Is this my base? Master, you can sell this pickaxe at the trading shop, and then the shop will have brand new pickaxes," Xiaobai said, observing the large pile of ores Zhou Long poured out of his pocket. Like a scientist studying Xiaobai, "Keep an eye on that woman. Master, I believe these ores can be made into equipment for the Devourers," Xiaobai said, looking up. Zhou Long, who had just been speaking, had already disappeared. "Ores," Xiaobai said, taking the ores and heading toward the heavy industry factory. In the room beside the gaming pod, Zhou Long had already logged out of the game and was washing up. Of course, had Zhou Long known Xiaobai's thoughts, he would have rushed back into the game. Manufacturing equipment from ores for the Devourers was definitely more profitable than selling to players. Unfortunately, Zhou Long was still unaware. Everything was ready, and he took the change from under his pillow and left the company. Sitting at a noodle stall, Zhou Long quickly devoured the hot, dry noodles in his bowl. The taste is a bit different, Zhou Long thought, looking up and finding the stall owner staring at him. Just then the owner's eyes met his. Seeing Zhou Long looking at him, he immediately turned away and continued to busy himself. Newcomer, Zhou Long thought to himself. The previous stall was run by old Wang, but now it had changed hands, clearly not to Zhou Long's taste. He quickly took a few bites, and someone sat down across from him. Wearing a duck-billed cap, black sunglasses, a shirt, and white pants, Zhou Long just glanced and got up to call the owner for the bill. Def. A familiar voice rang out. After paying, Zhou Long looked at the man in front of him. His outfit was nothing like anyone he knew. Who are you? Zhou Long sat down, probing. Me, the person shouted as he took off his sunglasses and cap. Bright eyes emerged, and as the duck-billed cap was removed, a head of black hair cascaded down. As he leaned back, his chest immediately pushed out a pair of ample assets that strained against the black shirt. With a simple exterior yet exuding competence, fake boy, Zhou Long blurted out as he sat in the chair. If Huang Pengzi was Zhou Long's best friend in college, then the fake boy across from him was Zhou Long's childhood buddy. They attended the same kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, and high school, though Zhou Long barely passed every exam, while the fake boy aced them all, leading Zhou Long to repeat his senior year twice. On the third try, Zhou Long ended up in the same class as the fake boy, who excelled and got into a prestigious university, while Zhou Long had to struggle to gain admission to a second-tier university. It is said that Zhou Long and the fake boy were very close friends, but after graduating from university, they had not been in contact for a long time. Zhou Long heard that the fake boy went abroad and then lost all contact. Only you would dare call me fake boy, said the old classmate in front of him, laughing, seemingly unaffected by the years apart. With his hands propped on his cheeks, the fake boy quietly looked at Zhou Long. Meijia, how have you been? Zhou Long said slowly, but he looked back at the company behind him, appearing quite anxious. This was Zhou Long's only habit when nervous. Once an old classmate, the fake boy from school not only excelled academically, but also held his own in fights, leading to the fact that no male classmates ever wrote him a note throughout school. Going around begging, Meijia said softly, blinking her big eyes and smiling at Zhou Long, exuding the natural aura of a mature woman. Just kidding. If you're begging, I would starve to death, Zhou Long said, standing up, clearly about to leave. Given Meijia's academic background and her determination back in the day, Zhou Long could easily imagine her life. Inside the house, Meijia actually followed Zhou Long into the company, and as she stood in the room, she looked around Zhou Long's place. Oh no. Sorry, I haven't tidied up yet, Zhou Long said, walking to the bedside to start cleaning up. Xiao Long. Just as Zhou Long bent down, a soft weeping sound came from behind. Meijia suddenly hugged Zhou Long tightly. Up, Zhou Long shouted, turning his body. Before he could speak, Meijia pressed her head against Zhou Long's chest. Perhaps she lost her balance, and the two fell onto the bed with Zhou Long pinned beneath Meijia. Is this a push, hey? Zhou Long thought. Meijia's arms tightened around him. This year has been so hard, Meijia said, raising her head, her body undulating like a snake. Zhou Long looked at Meijia's face, filled with longing, slowly leaning in. Deaf. Just when the distance between them was only a fraction of a millimeter, Xia Dai pushed the door open and shouted, walking in. Oh my. Xia Dai stammered, about to leave. No, Xia Dai, I just happened to have something to find you for, Zhou Long said, pushing Meijia aside and sitting up. What do you need from me? Xia Dai said as she gestured towards the door, then turned around quickly, looking back, her face suddenly a bit flushed as she pointed at Zhou Long. Oh. Zhou Long looked down and saw that his zipper was unexpectedly undone, quickly standing up to zip it up. Is this your colleague? Not too impressive, Meijia said from the side, her arms crossed in front of her chest. Oh. Zhou Long thought to himself. How can this guy be so quick? The zipper below was definitely not opened by him. Listening to Meijia's strange tone, he felt an uneasy sensation. Of course, the source of this feeling was Xia Dai. Hey, why don't you introduce me? Xia Dai said as she sat beside the only table in the room. Her demeanor resembled that of a hostess waiting for Zhou Long's response. Classmate. Zhou Long turned to Meijia and said, didn't you just say you were hungry? I'm just curious about where you live, Meijia said, gently pushing Zhou Long aside with one hand, turning around and walking out. This is my business card. As she reached the door, Meijia tilted her body, waved her hand, and a thin piece of paper flew over, hitting the wall beside Zhou Long. Is this a hidden weapon? Zhou Long broke into a cold sweat. Oomph, Xia Dai said, preparing to walk out. Aren't you busy? Zhou Long asked. What do you mean? Not anymore, came Xia Dai's voice from outside. Strange. Why do I feel like I'm catching someone in the act? Zhou Long thought, turning around to tidy up his doghouse, his eyes drifting to the business card stuck on the wall. Name, phone number. There was even an email and chat software number, but Zhou Long skipped all of that and simply tidied up, pulling out the business card. On the surface of the card, there was something that caught Zhou Long's attention. a cross symbol on the corner of the business card that seemed familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it. Turning around, Zhou Long walked out, and soon found himself in Huang Pengzi's room, the gaming pod door open. Off to flirt with girls again, Zhou Long said as he stepped out of Huang Pengzi's room. Just as he closed the door, he muttered, "How do you establish a guild?" A lazy voice came from behind. Zhou Long slowly turned around, moving his body back, rubbing his eyes with both hands. Opening his eyes, he exclaimed, "Lu Ziqiao, what did you just say?" Zhou Long stared and said, "How do you establish a guild? You must know." Lu Ziqiao shouted, "What was that expression?" Not long after, the two appeared in Lu Ziqiao's room. "What is that smell, eh?" Zhou Long said as he entered the room, immediately covering his nose from the strange fragrance permeating the air. Moreover, the entire room was painted pink. There were company regulations, and he didn't know who decided that. The furniture could be arranged any way, but the color was fixed. Additionally, the walls were adorned with very peculiar colors. At a glance, one might think it was just random black smoke, but upon closer inspection, it turned out to be erotic art. As Zhou Long walked in, he abruptly turned and said, "Why are you closing the door?" Zhou Long suddenly felt a bad sensation in his heart. He stepped back a few paces, squinting at Lu Ziqiao, who smiled and said, "How do you establish a guild?" "I'm not interested in men," Zhou Long said as he took 2 steps forward. Lu Ziqiao calmly looked at Zhou Long, tilted his head, and pondered for a moment before saying, "You don't know." Looking at Zhou Long with a gaze that suggested he was looking at a fool, Lu Ziqiao slowly said, "Vice leader, I'm a newcomer. To help our group achieve better results, don't you think you should give me some unknown guidance on game content?" Lu Ziqiao said, his face full of earnestness. Zhou Long suddenly felt a tingling sensation all over. "All right, step back 2 meters," Zhou Long said calmly. At this moment, Lu Ziqiao had already embraced Zhou Long, his hands unceremoniously caressing Zhou Long's back. "All right, what are you doing?" Lu Ziqiao said, looking at Zhou Long as he suddenly opened the door. "It's nothing. I just feel a bit hot," Zhou Long said, stepping outside, pondering. "How strange. Why is there not a single person passing by? This fragrance has a very special effect on women. Want to know why?" Lu Ziqiao said enticingly. "How do you establish a guild?" Zhou Long looked back into the room and said, "You're talking about that fragrance, right?" At this moment, Zhou Long noticed the most peculiar thing in Lu Ziqiao's room was the bed, which seemed to have something hanging on it, likely round, and the surface of the bed was indeed uneven. "Ziqiao, can I ask a question?" Zhou Long withdrew his gaze and asked. "Sure," Lu Ziqiao replied with a broad smile. "What did you do before?" Zhou Long asked slowly. Hearing this question, Lu Ziqiao glanced at the room's decor and looked at Zhou Long, slowly saying, "I once took it upon myself to save countless young girls and married women, and now I want to save the gaming girls in the game." "Oh," Zhou Long replied. "Don't just say oh," Lu Ziqiao said as he pulled Zhou Long back into the room, shutting the door behind him. "In the game, there are a group of beauties who promised that as long as I establish a guild, they will all join. I want to create a beauty guild called No Disturbing Women." Zhou Long chuckled awkwardly, thinking to himself, "Now I finally understand this guy's motivation for playing games." "What are you laughing at?" Lu Ziqiao said anxiously. "Hurry up and tell me. First, tell me about this fragrance," Zhou Long asked with a mischievous smile. "It can make newly acquainted men and women develop affection and fall in love," Lu Ziqiao said, looking at Zhou Long with a mysterious expression. "Oh, is that so?" Zhou Long said as he moved his feet, slowly placing his right hand on the door handle behind him. A guild is an organization formed by players to team up and defeat monsters. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Long quickly opened the door and ran out. "Is that so?" Lu Ziqiao looked at the now closed door and said, "But you still haven't explained how to establish a guild." Lu Ziqiao shouted, stepping out again, looking down the corridor as Zhou Long slipped into Xia Dai's room, hesitating for a moment before proceeding. In Xia Dai's room, Huang Pengzi was sprawled across the table, scribbling something, surrounded by thick gaming books. As Zhou Long entered, he tossed Meijia's business card over. Leaning over the table, the chubby man squinted at the business card in front of him, then looked up at Zhou Long and said, "This is the emblem of the Flying Eagle Guild. You still haven't explained what the guild is about." Lu Ziqiao shouted as he walked in, noticing the 2 people in the room seemingly oblivious to Xia Dai's absence. "I also want to know everything about the game." A gentle voice chimed in as Jian Ning appeared at the doorway. "Nice figure." Lu Ziqiao turned back and thought to himself. Dressed in a white outfit with a knee-length skirt, she looked completely professional, not at all like someone's mistress, asking questions with a serious demeanor as if she were really going to work. "Fatty, I leave these 2 to you. Take them to the meeting room," Zhou Long said, pointing at the door. "Okay," the chubby man replied as he led the 2 out, while Zhou Long glanced at the business card on the table. He picked it up, rubbed it between his hands, and tossed it into the trash can in the corner. "Wow, that guy is finally gone," a voice came from behind, filled with snacks. She placed it on the table, saying, "Don't be shy," as she obediently settled on the sofa and began devouring snacks, her revealing outfit causing Zhou Long to feel distracted. "Inspecting the work, huh?" Xia Dai, who walked in right after, sat down on a chair. Wearing a red mini-skirt, Zhou Long found it difficult to divert his eyes. What are you staring at? Xia Dai suddenly did a split, her body swiftly retreating as her shiny high heels brushed against Zhou Long, causing him to fall back onto the sofa. Red bottom's not bad, Zhou Long thought as his body slid down the sofa, his head leaning forward. Oomph. Xia Dai seemed oblivious and sat back down. How's the development going? Zhou Long asked the two. We have. Wanru was about to respond, but fell silent under Xia Dai's fierce glare. Wanru continued to munch on the snacks in front of her, apologetically smiling at Zhou Long. Hey, we're on the same team. As the team leader, I should be informed about any movements. Why do I feel like I'm being treated like a thief? Zhou Long said, leaning closer to Wanru. That's true. Wanru pondered, her gaze fixed on the ceiling, while Zhou Long's eyes darted to her revealing outfit. Wow, quite ample, but I can't see the whole picture, Zhou Long thought to himself. Smack. A notebook was thrown by Xia Dai, hitting Zhou Long on the head. So violent, be careful, or you won't get married. Zhou Long exclaimed as he caught the falling notebook. None of your business, both women said in unison. Why do we always have to share our situations, and you never do? Xia Dai complained. As a constructive player, I already have a sub-base and 3 monster farming spots named. Zhou Long said proudly. Pioneers. Wanru and Xia Dai chimed in together, and the chubby man who had just entered, having overheard, widened his mouth in surprise as he looked at Zhou Long. The three of them exchanged sly smiles as they looked at Zhou Long. What's up? Zhou Long scanned the three, instinctively tightening his clothing, thinking to himself. Why do I feel like I'm being cornered by wolves? A leader is a leader, the chubby man said as he sat down between Wanru and Zhou Long. All right, let's hear what you have to say, Zhou Long said as he stood up, looking at everyone. His footsteps kept moving toward the door. Except for you, the leader, we're all free players, Xia Dai said as she stood up, seemingly seeing through Zhou Long's thoughts, and leaned against the door. That's good. You all come to my base, farm monsters at the spots, and level up quickly. By the end of this month, we need to achieve results, Zhou Long said seriously. The three nodded in agreement. We'll discuss the specifics once we get into the game and reach my base, Zhou Long said, turning to open the door. Oomph. Xia Dai huffed and returned to her seat. Phew. Before Zhou Long could look at the door, it was pushed open by itself, and a large bouquet of fresh flowers was brought in, clearly not artificial, but from the surface, they looked freshly picked. In this age of scarce plants, having a pot of growing plants at home indicates that the owner is wealthy. An ordinary person, even when giving flowers, can only buy the kind cultivated by scientists in stores. Moreover, such flowers wilt within a night, commonly referred to as one night stands, while the bouquet in front of Zhou Long emitted a faint floral fragrance, vibrant red, and could still grow in a vase named Eternal Love. The flower delivery man, dressed in a suit, was a middle-aged man, merely the one responsible for delivering flowers. May I ask if Miss Wanru is here? The middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice, smiling. Clearly very polite, with a large bouquet. Zhou Long stepped back a few paces as Wanru walked over gently, her gaze sweeping over the flowers, her expression blank as she grabbed the bouquet. The middle-aged man smiled, closed the door, and turned to leave. As he turned, Wanru walked to the window in the room where there was a small vase, and as if she hadn't seen it, she tossed the fresh flowers out. Then, as if nothing had happened, she sat back down on the sofa, this time tearing open all the snacks on the table and chewing them vigorously, as if she had a deep vendetta against the snacks. During this time, Xia Dai only paused briefly, continuing to write something on her notebook, while the chubby man and Zhou Long stood there motionless, exchanging glances. A small glance conveyed one message: to get out. In the chubby man's room, Zhou Long lit a cigarette, exhaling a puff of smoke, while the sound of crying came from another man in the room. The chubby man was wiping his tears with tissue, sobbing quietly, his face drenched in tears like the surging yellow river. In no time, he had used up more than half a roll of toilet paper. What's wrong? Zhou Long leaned against the door and said. The chubby man looked up at Zhou Long and replied. Nowadays, an ordinary girl would agree to anything if she sees someone giving her a real flower, but Wanru directly threw the flowers away, which proves she's not an ordinary girl. Huh? What do you mean by not ordinary? Zhou Long asked. Are you stupid? Xia Dai is the CEO of Blue Sky, Elong's girlfriend, and it seems Wanru isn't easy to deal with either. The chubby man lamented. How am I supposed to pursue her? After finally spotting a girl, it turns out. He said through tears, taking out a few bottles of erguotu from the nearby cupboard, opening one, and drinking straight from the bottle. Still normal, Zhou Long thought as he turned and said, inform the other team members to gather at my base after logging in. After saying this, Zhou Long left without looking back, knowing if the chubby man wasn't crying, causing a scene, or drinking, that would be a problem. Being able to drink proved that the chubby man would be revitalized and ready to enter the game tomorrow. In college, the chubby man would drink all night each time he experienced heartbreak. It was an old tradition. If he didn't drink, Zhou Long wouldn't leave. As soon as he stepped out the door, Zhou Long noticed that the usually empty corridor was now crowded with people all gathered in one spot, seemingly discussing something. What's going on? Zhou Long murmured as he walked over, surrounded by co-workers he barely recognized. Speak up, what are you doing here? Wang Gai yelled fiercely. A person was crouching nearby, a few sheets of paper scattered on the floor, while Wan Qing stood beside, dressed in yellow, seemingly just getting up from bed. Are you going to talk or not? Wang Gai shouted, raising his foot to kick. I'm not a thief. I'm here to advertise. The frail man in the middle nimbly dodged Wang Gai's kick and stood up, shouting, having received a punch from someone now sporting panda eyes. Stop wasting words. If you're here to advertise, go into the beautiful lattice room. Right? Beat him up, he's not telling the truth. Get him. Not my business, not my concern, Zhou Long thought as he walked and listening for a few moments before deciding to leave. Suddenly Xiao Huang appeared in front of Zhou Long, blocking his way. Leader, that guy harassed Sister Wan Qing. It turned out Wan Qing was taking a shower, and this person had barged into her room, which led to this situation. Xiao Huang's voice was small, almost inaudible, but everyone present heard him, all turning to look at Zhou Long, while Wan Qing's face was alternating between red and pale. What do you want? Zhou Long asked, not even glancing at the surrounding commotion, speaking lightly, as he didn't recognize anyone. The man looked at Zhou Long and suddenly burst into laughter. Clearing his throat, the man said, Tunglong Game Company newly established, recruiting employees with a monthly salary of 3,000, accommodation benefits, full water and electricity, and half the meal cost. If interested, please contact us. The man rapidly spoke, distributing the papers he was holding. The surrounding colleagues eagerly took them, seemingly forgetting the earlier incident. The company has ample funds, signing a 10-year contract upon arrival, allowing everyone to do side jobs, and the company will not interfere, but the prerequisite is to complete the company's tasks. Early arrivals have a high chance of entering management. The man continued to distribute flyers, surveying the crowd and raising his voice with increasing enthusiasm, as if afraid others wouldn't know. Hey Mouse, you didn't even say hello when you came. A voice called out from Silver Sword, causing the surrounding colleagues' expressions to change as they quickly tucked the flyers away. Isn't he at work? The man referred to as Old Mouse replied with a smile, even shaking hands warmly with Silver Sword, as if they were long-lost friends meeting after years. As Silver Sword scanned the surroundings, his gaze paused slightly when it fell on Zhou Long. Then he said to Old Mouse, have you been doing well in there these past few years? Corner cutting happens in every industry, and of course it occurs in game companies as well. However, there are rules. If someone is particularly valued, they will be approached discreetly. Whether through emails or personal discussions, the game company being poached from typically turns a blind eye, as no one wants to take things too seriously or go too far. But the act of promoting oneself directly at another's company would lead to serious consequences. Zhou Long felt a chill for the person known as Mouse as several security guards appeared behind Yinjian, quite naturally. Their fierce expressions clearly indicated their intentions, yet the camaraderie between Yinjian and Mouse resembled that of old friends, which prevented the security guards from acting. Around them, colleagues gradually dispersed. Some walked away while secretly glancing at the papers in their hands. Zhou Long was also preparing to leave, feeling uneasy under Yinjian's gaze just moments ago. On his way back, Zhou Long overheard some senior colleagues in the corridor discussing something. He looked towards the door, straining to listen, as it seemed they were talking about something significant. The newly constructed building across from the company belonged to Longting Game Company. Almost all the employees laid off by his company had found jobs there. Hearing this, Zhou Long turned around to find the corridor empty. Yinjian and Mouse had long vanished. Turning back, Zhou Long entered the room and hadn't even closed the door when Yinjian's voice called out, Zhou Long, come to my office for a moment. The alarm clock rang with Yinjian's voice. Hearing it, Zhou Long's heart raced to its limits. Curiosity killed the cat. Muttering to himself, Zhou Long left the room and headed towards the nearby staircase. Moments later in the office, amidst Yinjian's frozen expression, Zhou Long entered, saying, Team leader, I absolutely will not leave. As soon as Zhou Long sat down, he expressed his loyalty to Yinjian, thinking who knows what tricks this old fox has up his sleeve. Zhou Long spoke for a long time, yet Yinjian's expression remained unchanged. After another half hour, Zhou Long ran out of things to say and simply sat respectfully, while Yinjian continued to smoke one cigarette after another. Regarding Jianning, just let it go, Yinjian said nonchalantly. Don't joke with me. Team leader, I'm still young and don't want to get involved in such matters. To me, everyone regardless of gender is a colleague. Zhou Long immediately responded with a cheerful smile, looking completely at ease. However, at that moment, Zhou Long's heart felt as if it had been struck by a nuclear bomb. A subordinate could shield their superior, but the thought of accepting a superior's woman was something Zhou Long couldn't even begin to contemplate. Zhou Long did not believe that Yinjian was such a magnanimous person as he slowly gazed at a corner of the room. 20 years ago, Yinjian was still a young man, bursting with passion, stepping into the world of gaming and joining a game company. Back then, he was just a naive rookie. In the early years, he faced numerous setbacks, and one night outside the company at a late-night food stall, Yinjian was drinking, contemplating whether to stay or leave. Someone equally unfortunate appeared. Fueled by alcohol, they discovered that both were from game companies, both fledglings lacking any significant skills, and after that night, The two decided to join forces and venture into the gaming world together. Naturally, both achieved their desires, getting promoted and entering the upper echelons of their company, yet people inevitably change. In the subsequent days, the two became rivals, and in the pursuit of advancement, one sent the other to prison, after which the remaining one left the company. For nearly half an hour, Zhou Long listened to Yin Jian tell his story. At that moment, Yin Jian seemed like a different person. After finishing, he quickly picked up a cup of water from the table to drink. Mouse is the one who was sent to prison, Yin Jian said slowly. Looking at you reminds me of my past. You and Huang Pengzi are quite similar to who I was back then. I am training your successor. Perhaps in half a year this company will bear the surname Yin, and then you will be a golden game person. So I sincerely hope you don't leave. In the room, Zhou Long's mind echoed Yin Jian's words, but soon another voice within him said, "Stop deceiving yourself. You actually believe Yin Jian's words." Amidst the extremely complex thoughts, Zhou Long drifted into a deep sleep. In the morning, Zhou Long woke up, naturally washed up, got dressed, took some change for breakfast, and immediately dove into the game warehouse. Rubbing his still sleepy eyes, Zhou Long opened the official website of Planet Civilization. On the homepage, the Sniper Rebel mission was still featured, and directly jumping to the forum revealed several posts that were gaining popularity, one being a recruitment post by a guild. If the entry of a godly guild affirmed the game, the Eagle Guild was indeed a cherry on top. The Eagle Guild is famous not only in the United States, but also worldwide, having achieved godlike accomplishments. Naturally, Planet Civilization also has servers in the U.S. However, the content of this post was recruiting players in China. In fact, whether on the U.S. server or the Chinese server, players could communicate, though the game progress had not yet reached that stage. The Eagle Guild's actions are merely laying the groundwork in advance, and the number of recruits is limited but with high requirements. Zhou Long found none of this particularly interesting. Clicking on another post, Zhou Long saw comprehensive answers to visa inquiries, fee 1000. Looks like it's time for some bloodshed for answers, Zhou Long muttered as he closed the official website. Upon entering the game, the surrounding space twisted. Congratulations, player, the Devourer robot enhancement is complete. Congratulations, player, the Digger robot enhancement is complete. Standing in the base, Zhou Long looked at the two messages floating above him, entering a petrified state. Master, Bloodthirst and Red Beak said in unison. Where is Xiaobai? Zhou Long asked mechanically. In the heavy factory. Bloodthirst replied, prompting Zhou Long to head over immediately. What is that? Zhou Long stood beside the heavy factory, looking at the NPC village nearby. Master, is that an altar? Xiaobai, who emerged from the heavy factory, asked who built it. Zhou Long asked faintly. It's the prophet, Xiaobai replied honestly. What? Forget about that for now. Xiaobai, from now on the ores I bring back are not to be used. Also, can the heavy factory process ores? Yes. But Master, building a technology lab will improve the processing results even more, Xiaobai said. The technology laboratory used to enhance the technological level within the base, requiring various substances discovered by sages to improve the base's capabilities. The construction requires 300 planetary coins and a civilization level of 1500. Zhou Long carefully looked at the display in his hand, saying, we need to upgrade to level 6. Yes, Master, we indeed need to upgrade to level 6, Xiaobai said from behind. A figure gently approached in the distance, and the musician softly said, Master, very well. Zhou Long glanced around at everyone and said, Red Beak, step forward. Red Beak stepped forward, saying, Master, a few days ago the arms dealer Gun King Zhang was eliminated. The other two factions have decided to send people here shortly. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Long said, we must firmly control them, understand them. We cannot be too strict nor too lenient. Yes, Master. I must return immediately. Given enough time, they might develop bad ideas, Red Beak said, understanding that since the remaining two factions intended to submit, they should be utilized well. Since they could survive, they must have some abilities. Managing them well would also help Zhou Long increase his power. This is the sage of the base named Gu Zhe, who has considerable insight into base construction. You should take her with you. She mainly manages the development of the sub-base, Zhou Long said as he watched Red Beak prepare to leave. Understood. Gu Zhe, seemingly in agreement with Zhou Long's orders, expressionlessly walked to Red Beak's side. Very well. Now I grant you the rank of Lieutenant Colonel, Zhou Long said, clicking on the display screen. Congratulations to the player. The hero has leveled up in rank and the base's civilization level has increased by 500. Congratulations to the player for enhanced sense of belonging. Under Zhou Long's smile, Red Beak and Gu Zhe flew towards the sub-base, while Zhou Long said nothing and led the bloodthirsty Xiaobai towards the remote sensing center. Typing on the keyboard in front of him, Zhou Long discovered thousands of friend requests. Filtering through, he added a few as friends, all of whom were from his group. Bloodthirsty, from now on let everyone in except for red-named players, Zhou Long said, looking up. Understood. Bloodthirsty promptly replied, Master. Those thieves are amassing strength. I suspect they will launch an attack at any moment. Zhou Long asked, looking at everyone, do you have any good suggestions? Master, the base is currently developing. Inciting warfare is extremely risky. I suggest allocating more resources to base development. As for those thieves, we can reach out to them and form an alliance, Xiaobai slowly suggested. They are thieves, master. Thieves have no credibility. The only way to deal with them is to beat them fiercely. I suggest we build more starports and mass-produce silver demon warplanes, Bloodthirsty said firmly. Very well, Bloodthirsty. The external security of the planet will be entrusted to you, Zhou Long said, looking at Xiaobai, who seemed to want to say something and raised his hand to stop her. Understood. Bloodthirsty called out and turned to leave, boarding the colossal battleship. With a tremendous roar, the colossal battleship soared into space. Xiaobai, what you need to do now is to increase the scale of resource collection to meet the energy needs for Bloodthirsty's attack on the thieves and for base development, Zhou Long said as he walked out. Yes, master. Xiaobai followed closely without any objections. Whatever Zhou Long decided, Xiaobai would execute. Of course, she could share suggestions before decisions were made. Master, the battleship you brought back is very powerful, Xiaobai said from the side. Of course. It's definitely a good thing, Zhou Long boasted. But it's also very mysterious. Many rooms on the battleship are quite strange. Xiaobai said this while looking towards the battleship docked in the distance. This is the Devil's warship. It holds many secrets, Zhou Long said, slapping his forehead and asking, by the way, Xiaobai, are there any instance quests available? After hearing this, Xiaobai looked at Zhou Long in confusion, as if Zhou Long mentioned something she did not know about. What is this quest mainly about? Xiaobai said as she quickly began tapping on the display screen in her hand. It's about entering a map, passing levels, and earning some rewards. Zhou Long explained the content of the instance quest according to his understanding. Then you should go find the interstellar patroller for a patrol. Where is he? What does he do? Zhou Long immediately asked. In every developing star region, there are developers. To prevent malicious competition among them, the mother planet assigns an interstellar patroller to each star region to oversee and patrol, Xiaobai explained. An NPC that moves all the time. Zhou Long said, how do we find him? Master, as long as you level up once, you will know the coordinates of the interstellar patroller's residence. Xiaobai replied. That's easy to say. Zhou Long clicked on the display screen and saw that he needed 1,500 planetary civilization points. Just as he was about to press confirm, Zhou Long seemed to remember something, looked around, and turned back to the remote sensing center. At least this time I'm at the remote sensing center. Let's see what appears this time. Zhou Long murmured, raising his hand to click on the display in his hand. Congratulations to the player for upgrading the Explorer base, receiving 1,000 planetary coins, 2,000 civilization points, and 3,000 reputation points. Keep up the good work and unify the universe. Congratulations to the player for reaching level 6 and receiving a security badge. Congratulations to the player for leveling up and receiving a gift package. Hey, where's the gift package? Zhou Long looked left and right, but there was nothing appearing in the remote sensing center. Master. Xiaobai quickly stepped out and pointed at the remote sensing center. A large metallic box landed on the roof of the remote sensing center. Damn, it crushed me last time, and it's back again. Zhou Long roared and immediately covered his mouth. Looking at the sky, there was no sound from the game system. Humph. Zhou Long snorted coldly and pointed at the metallic box. Congratulations to the player for obtaining a mysterious gem. It can be transformed to produce a hero or sage. The surface emitted a faint red glow, emitting waves of red light, and it was diamond-shaped on the outside. Zhou Long stepped closer to see that inside the gem there was indeed a red spherical object pulsating like a heart. Outside the planet, Bloodthirsty, Red Beak, and Gouge simultaneously felt that something unusual was happening in the base. Transforming again requires a lot of star coins and civilization points, Zhou Long said, looking at the gem in front of him. Congratulations to the player explorer for successfully leveling up. After arduous efforts, you have gained a full understanding of your strength. Do you want to elevate your power further? Hurry and seek out the interstellar patroller. He has more tasks for you to solve. Zhou Long leaned forward to look at the final information displayed and said with a puzzled expression, where are the coordinates? Master, right here. Xiaobai said, pointing at the display in her hand. Very well. Xiaobai, the development of the base is entrusted to you. I still need to take away 1,000 devourers, Zhou Long said, turning to walk towards the Devil's warship. Understood, Master, came Xiaobai's voice from behind. However, Zhou Long had already approached the Devil's warship. Hurry up and complete the task of the Major General, Hong Chun said as she walked over, returning to the base and heading towards the Devil's warship. As an outsider under Xiaobai's kind reminder, there was no curiosity to wander around. The general's task must be completed, but I have things to do as well, Zhou Long said. He instantly regretted it because he not only saw the expression on Hong Chen's face, but also noticed another head peeking out from behind her. What are you going to do? Adventure. You can't leave me behind, the little girl said, hiding behind Hong Chun. Looking at the necklace slightly visible around the little girl's neck, Zhou Long smiled and said, of course, how could I leave you behind? Just tell me your name. Humph. The little girl snorted, shrinking back and turning to run up the battleship. Let's go. Zhou Long waved his hand and the 100 devourers who followed him immediately boarded. Half were of the rank of colonel, while half were the newly manufactured devourers. Zhou Long initially intended to bring along all the colonel robots, but considering the base's defenses, he only took half. The tattered book on the table in the room contained very few records about the instance quests, perhaps due to the short beta testing period. The recorded content merely stated that it was best to enter instance quests as early as possible. The rewards from the instance quests directly impact the growth of players' power in the game. With a tremendous roar, the massive Devil's Warship soared into the sky, swiftly heading out of the planet. In the control room resembling an opera house, Zhou Long input the coordinates of the interstellar patroller into the Devil's Warship's computer. Then with a click, the entire Devil's Warship faced the vast universe. And behind the Devil's Warship, countless players who had come to level up controlled the battleship, slowly following behind. Chase them. Where the experts go is where we should go. Yeah, what if we can capture that battleship? The players shouted. At this moment, many players remained behind, wanting to continue leveling up. Just as everyone continued to queue, they all saw something through the display screens of their battleships. A pure white battleship slowly broke through the darkness, suddenly appearing before them. The entire battleship was about the same size as the Devil's Warship, but it appeared cleaner. Of course, if Zhou Long were here, he would recognize this as the Ruoye arc he had seen once at the edge of the universe. Now the player battleship outside the planet had come to a halt. The recently departed Devil's Warship had already brought shock to everyone, and just as it left, another battleship appeared, as if to take over, causing the surrounding players to refrain from making any sudden moves. Looking at the display in front of him, Bloodthirsty was puzzled. The surrounding Devourer robots had already entered combat readiness. As soon as Zhou Long left, this pristine warship appeared. Moreover, no messages had come through. Bloodthirsty had witnessed the firepower of the demon warship. Even with all the resources on the planet, it would be impossible to defeat it. Furthermore, Bloodthirsty had already encountered the demon warship when it was docked at the base, and the white warship that appeared now was undoubtedly at the same level. Since the opponent had not taken action, Bloodthirsty naturally would not initiate combat. He had already sent the information about the unidentified warship to the base and was waiting for news from Xiaobai. Contact them. The reply from Xiaobai appeared on the screen, and Bloodthirsty remained silent following the instruction. He clicked on the keyboard, but once the message was sent, there was no response. The countless players in front of him began to panic as soon as the white warship was detected. Bloodthirsty had closed the visa passage, yet an overwhelming amount of information was being sent by the players. They were all requesting visa approval. Ignore it, Bloodthirsty, but increase surveillance and do not fire first. Xiaobai sent another message. All right. Bloodthirsty responded. The visa processing continued, but he entrusted the task to the nearby Devourer robots. Deploy the detectors. Bloodthirsty issued the command, and the surrounding Devourer robots faithfully executed the order. The rear of the colossal battleship suddenly opened, and several basketball-sized spheres were ejected, their flames rushing toward the white warship. Report: no objects detected, everything is normal. The mechanical voice of the colossal ship's computer echoed back from the detectors. Impossible. Bloodthirsty shouted, raise the detection level. With Bloodthirsty's command, the circular detectors flying around the white warship changed shape in the air, resembling several tiny robots, and began to orbit around the warship. Detector has lost trace. The computer inside the colossal battleship shouted, echoing in the control room. Impossible. Bloodthirsty stared intently at the display. The detector that had just changed shape was suddenly absorbed by the white warship with not a hint of reaction. Damn it. Bloodthirsty said, striking the keyboard to contact Zhou Long. Then ignore it. We'll talk when I return. Zhou Long responded after hearing Bloodthirsty's report. As soon as he left the planet, Zhou Long piloted the demon warship, racing all the way to a small artificial asteroid. He was now standing on it with the demon warship behind him. Beside him stood Hong Chun and a little girl, while not far ahead stood an officer with the rank of colonel dressed in a brand new uniform, his face covered in stubble, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Zhou Long. According to Hong Chun, beside him the entire asteroid was made of metal, and the mother planet Earth frequently assigned some officers hopeless of being promoted to higher ranks to serve as interstellar patrollers. Thus these individuals often had poor tempers. Hello. Colonel, Zhou Long approached and said, hello, I am Wang Jing, the brave officer. You are the first officer from this star system to come here for a mission. I have high hopes for you, the officer exclaimed boldly. That's great. Your temper seems fine. Zhou Long thought to himself, glancing back at Hong Chun. What is wrong with you? As an officer, how can you look elsewhere while speaking? You should maintain direct eye contact. Interstellar Patroller, Wang Jing shouted. In the following half hour, Wang Jing relentlessly lectured Zhou Long over this minor issue. And your uniform is too shabby, you look like an unqualified soldier. Wang Jing shouted, spitting as he spoke. Zhou Long did not want to argue, but in order to receive the mission, he had to pretend not to hear. Look at how casual you are, how did you get promoted to colonel? Wang Jing yelled. With each shout growing louder, it seemed as though Zhou Long had committed an unforgivable error that warranted a military court trial. Hong Chen merely stood silently. As someone sent to handle affairs for a lieutenant general, and not performing a lieutenant general's task, Hong Chen was not in a hurry. Wait! A clear and bright voice rang out. The little girl shouted as she stepped forward. Kid, what are you doing? Interfering with an officer's deployment of operations will lead to trial. Wang Jing said darkly, while Zhou Long looked at the little girl with curiosity. At the beginning of the lecture, the little girl still had a smug smile, but seeing Zhou Long at a disadvantage made her very happy. However, watching the so-called interstellar patroller remain silent on serious matters, the little girl grew impatient. Trial. Anyone who dares to insult an officer's honor should face a military court. The little girl said, pointing her small hand at the dragon tooth medal hanging on Zhou Long's chest. Dragon tooth medal. Interstellar patroller Wang Jing stared at the medal nearly in a daze as his eyes seemed to glaze over and his expression toward Zhou Long underwent a strange transformation. It was as if a person's face had undergone a drastic distortion. Zhou Long had never seen such a countenance. Solemn, silent, disdainful, followed by a look of relief. In an instant, multiple expressions appeared on Wang Jing's face. Humph! Wang Jing snorted coldly, glancing at the three before turning and walking into his room. What does he want? Why hasn't he issued the mission? My time is precious. Zhou Long murmured softly. Don't worry, the little girl said, raising her hand to pat Zhou Long's shoulder, wearing a confident expression. Before long, Wang Jing emerged again, but at that moment Zhou Long felt a brightness in front of him, or rather sensed a multitude of reflective objects on Wang Jing. As an officer with countless honors, I have the duty to explain to you the origins of these medals. Wang Jing proclaimed, puffing out his chest, approaching with considerable authority. Like a general, Wang Jing stood before Zhou Long, and seeing Wang Jing adorned with medals, Zhou Long felt his eyes blur, a surge of impulse flooding his heart. An impulse to rob him, with eyes bursting with fierce light, fixated on the many medals, while Wang Jing interpreted that look as jealousy and envy. I've seen plenty of these. The little girl said disdainfully. Many deserters also have numerous medals. Don't be so ignorant, little girl. Wang Jing squinted, saying, why shout so loudly at a child? Hong Chen said angrily, pulling the little girl into her arms, looking as if she had suffered a great injustice. Your past is my future. Now tell me about the mission. Zhou Long said as he took out his laser sword, only to quickly put it back in, grinning. Wang Jing smiled and suddenly pulled Zhou Long aside to whisper, is there more? The expression on her face was like that of a 3-year-old child who has just discovered their favorite toy. Don't you have any more? Zhou Long squinted and asked, his face filled with disdain, hurriedly putting the laser sword into his pocket, as if fearing it would be snatched away. I have everything. What do you want to exchange for it? Wang Jing whispered, I can find you another one. Zhou Long replied with a beaming smile, but what about the medals on you? They're all genuine, absolutely authentic. Wang Jing spread her hands and straightened up, then we can talk. Zhou Long said as he casually took off a medal. Mountain Eagle medal increases subordinates' aerial attack power by 15 points, increases base warship attack power by 30 points, and enhances the wearer's movement speed. Before Wang Jing could react, Zhou Long put it into his pocket and said, consider this a deposit. I want to enter the instance. You? Wang Jing stared and said, the instance missions are divided into white, yellow, blue, green, black, red, and gold levels. Each level allows a different number of participants to enter. Each color instance will yield corresponding equipment, and you cannot skip levels. You must complete the white level before entering the yellow level, and so on. Wang Jing explained, do you choose to enter? Of course, Zhou Long replied. As soon as Zhou Long finished speaking, Wang Jing in front of him stood still, and a message appeared before Zhou Long. Welcome to the instance mission. Please select the instance color. Zhou Long raised his hand and clicked. Sure enough, the options above yellow had no response. Zhou Long had no choice but to obediently click the white option, and another option appeared. Please select the number of participants. The white level allows up to 50 subordinates. Come here. Zhou Long called to Hong Chun and the little girl. Hong Chun walked over directly, while the little girl turned and ran back to the demon warship. What are you thinking, little ghost? Zhou Long said, watching as the devourer robots on the warship followed down, totaling 49. Zhou Long certainly hoped to bring the little girl along. Although she had no attack power, that necklace that granted invisibility was definitely a good item. Hurry up, Hong Chun urged with a shake of her head. All right. Zhou Long clicked confirm, and the surrounding space began to distort. I wonder where he'll be transported this time. Zhou Long thought, not having finished his thought. The space stopped distorting, and Zhou Long hadn't steadied himself before he could see clearly. Don't move. Hong Chen shouted, aiming her laser gun at a certain direction, while the surrounding devourer robots also gathered around. It was only then that Zhou Long could see everything around him. Floating above him in the upper left corner were the words instance, followed closely by 000, as if recording the time. Looking around, there was a sun above and 3 moons. This place resembled a city destroyed by artillery fire, with incomplete houses everywhere, and yet it was eerily quiet, with thin metal flooring underfoot. It was evident that this place had not been entirely metallized. Don't kill me. A trembling voice rang out, and Zhou Long turned to look. Behind a house surrounded by countless weeds was a person, or rather an officer, hiding in the grass, only his back visible as he crouched on the ground. "Hello," Zhou Long said as he walked over. The surrounding devourer robots still held their guns, showing no sign of relaxation, while Hong Chen stood tightly beside Zhou Long, aiming her gun elsewhere. Turning around, the officer looked up at Zhou Long. Although he wore the same military uniform, he did not approach, and his eyes were filled with fear as he gazed at the crowd. "Come out. You're safe," Zhou Long said, pulling out his modified Silver Snake laser gun and aiming it, while the surrounding devourer robots stood guard. "Safe? You mean completely?" "Ha ha." The officer laughed, seemingly a bit hysterical. "Are you scared, silly?" Zhou Long said, moving to approach. "Wait." Hong Chen raised her hand to stop Zhou Long and said, "Look." Following the direction of Hong Chen's finger, Zhou Long noticed that the soldier's military uniform insignia was somewhat different. "What's going on?" Zhou Long asked, tilting his head. "This is a mysterious unit where everyone is a master capable of taking on 100. Of course, the places they are dispatched to are all extremely dangerous zones." Hong Chen slowly explained, while Zhou Long merely looked at the soldier's shoulder, where besides the rank insignia, there was a skull emblem. "Tell me the situation. We might be able to take you with us," Zhou Long said, disregarding Hong Chen's objections, and took 2 steps forward. "Do you know what this is?" The officer said, perhaps having relaxed a bit, sat down, and asked, a look of mockery on his face, as if by simply speaking Zhou Long and the others would be scared into wetting their pants. "Speak," Zhou Long replied with a single word. "In that direction inside the red house, there is a map. If you can bring it back, I'll tell you," the officer said nonchalantly, directly lying down on the ground. It seemed he didn't believe that Zhou Long and the others could retrieve the map. "We should just leave," Hong Chen, who had been observing from the side, said. She didn't believe the man's words at all. "Go find the map," Zhou Long said as he turned to walk away. "What?" Hong Chen exclaimed in disbelief, but still followed with her laser gun, looking puzzled. "Congratulations on triggering the first stage of the mission." Zhou Long certainly didn't want to do any heavy labor, but the small text that appeared above made him realize what he had to do. Hong Chen remained silent, all the way trying to communicate with the surrounding devourers. Rustle, rustle. In the place Zhou Long departed from, the officer lying on the ground remained unmoving, but in front of him the weeds rustled, and a few people emerged holding laser guns and watching Zhou Long's direction. "Very well, newcomers have arrived. It seems we still have a chance," the player Fat Lion said, waving his hand and running forward, but there was no movement behind. Player Fat Lion looked back in confusion. "Why aren't you moving?" Player Fat Lion glared and asked. The 3 people in front looked at each other, then all turned to look at Fat Lion. "Lion, you should give up the position of leader." The player speaking had a face full of pockmarks, and the 2 beside him nodded in agreement. "Hee." The player Fat Lion chuckled and said, "What do you think we should do?" The 3 in front exchanged glances and then walked directly ahead. "Humph." Fat Lion snorted coldly and followed suit. Since the last mission at the edge of the universe where Fat Lion had failed, he had been neglected in the Wild Wolf Guild. Except for retaining his position as an elder, he was no different from an ordinary guild member. For this mission, Fat Lion had paid a great price to secure a task to explore a map that few had ventured into within the game. In truth, he was merely cannon fodder, but Fat Lion would not let any opportunity slip away. However, right behind Fat Lion was another player, Wolf Cub, also known as Wong Guy, who walked closely beside him almost in silence. "You 2 go scout the firepower." The player with the pockmarked face turned around and said to the 2, raising his laser gun. "Don't go too far," Wong Guy shouted as he stepped forward, raising his laser gun towards the pockmarked player, his face showing fierce anger, as if the other had done something infuriating. Perhaps due to Wong Guy's unusual momentum, the 2 players on either side seemed to fearfully take 2 steps back. "What are you yelling about?" the pockmarked player shouted. "It's just a dog," not even aware of the situation. "You," Wong Guy said, his eyes flashing with ferocity, his index finger pressing on the trigger of his laser gun, ready to pull it. "You little brat, do you not understand what it means to act against your superior?" Behind him, Fat Lion shouted as he swung the stock of his gun towards Wong Guy's back. "Hee, the lion understands things better," the pockmarked player teased, while the 2 players beside him laughed, their expressions easing. "You 2 go up from the left, quick," the pockmarked player instructed, leading the 2 players to the right, while Wong Guy in pain crawled up from the ground. "Let's go," Fat Lion simply said, raising his laser gun as he moved forward, showing no expression of guilt. Wong Guy, feeling a surge of joy, followed behind. The original player of the account, Wolf Cub, had already been secretly controlled, of course, before Wong Guy left the police station. Through interrogation, Wong Guy learned some internal situations of the Wild Wolf Guild. The original player of the account, Wolf Cub, had actually been hanging around Fat Lion. From his description, Wong Guy figured out a bit of Fat Lion's character. Seemingly honest, but cunning beyond belief, trusting no one. Perhaps the members of the Wild Wolf Guild all had a similar temper, and as a long-standing member, Fat Lion was naturally harder to approach. Originally, after Wong Guy impersonated the player Wolf Cub, his reconnaissance work had hit a dead end, causing losses to the guild's strength. To get in touch with the inner workings of the Wild Wolf Guild would take an indeterminate amount of time. The organization did not grant status based merely on seniority. Those who could do things beneficial to the guild could rise up, but they had to undergo a series of assessments. Wang Gai had originally planned to hold a protracted stance, but Fat Lion's failure gave him an opportunity. When a person is in despair and someone offers help, who could remain indifferent? After the mission failed, no one in the guild paid any attention to Fat Lion. Wang Gai and Wan Qing analyzed that building a good relationship with Fat Lion was paramount. While others kept their distance from Fat Lion, Wang Gai, masquerading as Wolf Cub, quickly got close to Fat Lion. After being hit by a gunstock from Fat Lion, Wang Gai realized that Fat Lion had already let down his guard. If Fat Lion smiled at him all the time, that wouldn't be a good thing. Thinking this, Wang Gai got up, raised his laser gun, and silently followed, even moving ahead of Fat Lion. Leaning against a wall that was taller than him, Wang Gai suddenly stood up and shot outside, then immediately changed position. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, dozens of lasers swept over. There are 5 firepower points. In the center, 3 are high-tower laser cannons, and 2 are bunker automatic cannons. Wang Gai reported based on the gunfire. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a chill at the back of his head. Wang Gai quickly turned and said, "Boss, what are you doing?" "Who are you?" came the dark voice of Fat Lion from behind the laser gun's muzzle, never leaving him, and the sound of gunfire continued around them. "Who else could I be?" Wang Gai retorted directly, turning his body to face Fat Lion, ignoring the laser gun's muzzle in front of him, glaring fiercely at Fat Lion. "What do you want?" "I can't give you anything right now," Fat Lion said with a naive expression, looking like a remarkably upright gentleman. "Money and women," Wang Gai promptly added. With an expression that suggested as much, Fat Lion calmly said, "Follow me. I don't expect you won't betray me. I just hope we can cooperate regularly." Without a definitive response, Wang Gai merely turned around, holding his gun and slowly walking along the wall. Wang Gai feared that such overt declarations of loyalty would lead Fat Lion to distrust him. Besides, in the Wild Wolf Guild, absolute loyalty was not a tradition. Wang Gai needed to demonstrate his strength to Fat Lion. Bending down as he moved, Wang Gai skillfully executed tactical maneuvers. However, he noticed that Fat Lion had not followed him, as there was no sound of footsteps. "Are you really prepared to be cannon fodder?" Fat Lion's voice came. Responding to the sound, Wang Gai turned around only to find Fat Lion sitting on the ground looking at him helplessly. That expression reminded Wang Gai of the way old soldiers looked at new recruits. "I was just wondering how you got into the Wild Wolf Guild," Fat Lion said, shaking his head as he stood up. "We came in not just to obtain maps, and then..." Wang Gai slowly began to explain. "Yes, you go and fight, and then those 3 get the map," Fat Lion replied with a sidelong glance. After saying this, Fat Lion leaned against the wall and raised his index finger to his lips. Then he raised his hand to tap the computer in his military uniform, shouting, "Obstacles cleared." "Very good, you are heroes." The voice of the pockmarked player came from the computer as Wang Gai's expression froze. Fat Lion fell silent for a moment, seemingly counting something. After about 3 minutes, he tapped the computer in his military uniform and hoarsely shouted, "Not good, there's an ambush." Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, a series of explosions echoed. 14 Devourer robots were slowly crawling on the ground, advancing in standard prone positions, holding laser guns. Not far away, 6 laser turrets stood erect. "Attack!" Red Dust shouted, and the Devourer robots meticulously executed the command, dozens of lasers shooting out. In less than 10 minutes, the 6 laser turrets were taken out, and the emerging bunker on the ground was also shot down by Red Dust. After finishing, he ordered, "Advance." Calmly, Red Dust issued commands. At the back of the team, Zhou Long simply stood there watching Red Dust lead the Devourer robots, continuously clearing the obstacles in front of them and completing another attack. Zhou Long walked over and said, "Not bad, the general's choice to send you was indeed correct." It seemed to trigger Red Dust. After hearing Zhou Long's words, she slightly shuddered and said, "Quickly lie down, do you want to die? What's there to be afraid of? Haven't you taken them all out?" Zhou Long replied nonchalantly, holding his gun and looking at the 6 laser turrets behind which stood a relatively intact house. Crack! Boom! Just as Zhou Long was about to step forward, Red Dust suddenly lunged at him. The spot where Zhou Long had just stood was now a deep pit as the Devourer robots fired their guns. The 2 rolled on the ground, and just then Red Dust raised her hand to look ahead, controlling the firepower of the Devourer robots. "Oh, this..." Zhou Long was about to move. "Don't move," Red Dust scolded. "All right. You told me not to move," Zhou Long replied, looking up at Red Dust as his body stopped rolling with Red Dust pressing down on him. Looking up at the front, a clean and fair neck, a strand of hair fell down, and the 2 prominent hills on her chest stood out in front of Zhou Long. Perhaps due to the weather, body temperature, gravity, sunlight being too glaring, or friction, a certain part of Zhou Long's body bulged out. Crack! Red Dust looked up for a long time, raised her gun, and shot. From the distant house, no laser shot out. Perhaps sensing something, Red Dust looked into the distance and said, "Quick, move your stick away." After that remark, silence fell around them. Even the devourer robots in front fell silent, though there were still one or two firing their guns accidentally. Crack. Row. Lying on the ground, Zhou Long's left cheek suddenly bore a red palm print. 2 minutes later, Zhou Long got up, and the house he had just crashed into had already turned into ruins. Where is the map? Zhou Long asked, holding his gun, walking around the ruins as if he were seriously searching for something, while the devourer robots stood by. Is this it? Red Dust said, handing him a piece of paper. Oh great. You're amazing, Red Dust. Zhou Long said with a forced smile, turning around as Red Dust held her laser gun, gazing into the distance. Congratulations, player, you have collected a fragment of the dungeon map. Return to submit it to the officer on guard to receive a new mission. Looking at the flashing information in the air, Zhou Long said, let's go. Leading the team, everyone returned along the way. Red Dust said nothing along the way, just stood behind, Zhou Long following slowly. 5 minutes later, the group arrived at the spot where they had just appeared. As Zhou Long was about to hand the map fragment in his hand to the officer on the ground, wait. Red Dust interjected, snatching the map fragment. What do you mean? The officer standing up from the ground asked seriously, while Zhou Long remained silent. Sometimes NPC dialogues could lead to new quests. Give it to me now. The standing officer shouted, his eyes darting around, seemingly afraid of something. Who are you? Are you a deserter? Red Dust asked with a look of disdain. You are not worthy to know. The officer replied with a wary expression. We are merely here to execute a mission, and this map demonstrates our sincerity, Red Dust said calmly. Silence. A moment of hesitation lingered in the air as the officer seemed to be contemplating something. Let's go, Zhou Long said as he prepared to lead his men away. Wait, I have something to say. The officer spoke slowly. He belonged to a mysterious unit that had recently been deployed here, commencing a brutal war, or rather a massacre, with most of his comrades perishing. No one issued a retreat order, nor were there any retreating warships. It was uncertain how many officers from the mother planet were still alive here. The remaining officer expressed fear flashing across his face, or perhaps a release of some emotion. So you chose to become a deserter? Red Dust replied as he walked forward. No. The remaining officer shouted. What proof do you have? Red Dust pressed on relentlessly. Ha ha, the remaining officer laughed heartily. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Our unit has no designation on the mother planet, no records. The remaining officer was saying there's no support. We fight there and establish our roots. Red Dust immediately responded. How do you know? The remaining officer exclaimed in surprise, his expression suddenly turning to one of terror, as if he had seen the most fearsome demon, his body instinctively recoiling. Boom. A beam of laser flashed, and the remaining officer fell to the ground, no longer showing any sign of life. Red Dust, having stowed away his laser gun, stood to the side. So what should we do now? Zhou Long said slowly. Follow me. Red Dust said, turning to walk ahead, surprised that Zhou Long did not ask why, and instead returned to the ruins of the house. Though it was in ruins, there was still a room standing with walls around it, and a roof that hadn't completely collapsed. The devourer robots stood watch by the doors and windows. Of course, all of this was arranged by Red Dust. Zhou Long faced no issues along the way. When others were reluctant to speak, he never forced them, as everyone harbored their own secrets. What should we do now? Zhou Long inquired, the empty room filled only with the sound of wind blowing and leaving, just Red Dust and Zhou Long breathing. Zhou Long remarked out of boredom. Find the map, locate the rebels' treasures. Red Dust said slowly. Just now the one who shot at you in the house was the rebel commander, and he has already fled. He will be waiting for you at the next defensive position to launch an attack. Red Dust turned to Zhou Long and said, what are the rebels' treasures? Zhou Long asked. I have never seen them, it's merely a rumor. Red Dust continued, I am an orphan taken in by the military at a young age, spending my days in relentless training. I have completed countless missions, and was in the same unit as that remaining officer. Perhaps by luck a general took notice of Red Dust, allowing her to leave the military and live a different life, one where she was a woman by day and a killer by night. During those days Red Dust was quite happy. The general told her that those officials who were killed were corrupt. Until one day Red Dust stumbled into a room she should not have entered and saw everything. Afterward Red Dust learned that the general needed to send supplies to Allies, but lacked a courier, which was when Zhou Long appeared. Red Dust voluntarily offered to take on this task. It could be considered a form of repayment. Red Dust once wished to be the general's woman, a woman without a title, but was rejected. Afterward, she sought to repay the favor in another way. Of course, if Red Dust hadn't ventured into that forbidden room, none of this would have happened. Listening silently to Red Dust's story, Zhou Long was surprised that even an NPC in a game could have such a complex background. Clearing his throat, Zhou Long said, so the delivery is fake. Not at all. Red Dust replied, I just don't have to return to him. The cost is to help him transport items. I see. Zhou Long suddenly felt as if he was being used. Don't think about refusing. If you do, you will instantly become a wanted criminal on Mother Planet Earth. Red Dust spoke ominously, her gaze fixed intently on Zhou Long. Taking 2 steps forward, Zhou Long stood directly in front of Red Dust, saying this matter must be very risky. Moreover, the general wouldn't want this to be known by others. Even a hint of news could be detrimental to him. Wrong. Many know that the general is transporting items, and sometimes they even know what he is transporting, but they just lack evidence. Red Dust said, pressing closely against Zhou Long. As they conversed, the light outside the house gradually dimmed, and with the arrival of night their bodies were drawn close together, creating an air of temptation. Red Dust looked at Zhou Long and suddenly closed her eyes. Her crimson lips appeared before him, and extending his arms, Zhou Long embraced Red Dust, leaning down as the Devourer robots faithfully kept watch around them, even as the sounds of their passionate encounter pierced through the night. In the morning, as Zhou Long opened his eyes, he found Red Dust standing before him, holding a laser gun, and saying, "We can go now." Rising, Zhou Long looked at Red Dust's silhouette and thought, what a pity she's just an NPC. With a beautiful woman throwing herself at him, one that practically came to his doorstep, Zhou Long would certainly not be that kind of man to refuse. Of course, Zhou Long would never admit that this was the main reason. He just felt Red Dust was not being entirely truthful. This way it was beneficial for both of them, at least increasing their trust level. If he had refused, it would have been difficult to complete this side quest, let alone in the future. As they walked under Red Dust's lead, the remaining 40 Devourer robots advanced in an orderly fashion, forming ranks to attack yet another defensive line ahead. It was evident that the firepower here was even more intense than yesterday. Only 35 Devourer robots remained after the exchange. "Wait, get down," Red Dust commanded. The surrounding robots obediently laid down on the ground, and Zhou Long too complied and lay flat. The once defensive line had been reduced to ruins and was eerily silent. "What's going on?" Zhou Long crawled beside Red Dust. "Over there." Red Dust pointed, and Zhou Long followed her finger, looking to their left, where in the distance a cluster of houses could be seen, with many people visibly moving about. Amidst the ruins, 2 figures swiftly advanced, one trailing the other. Occasionally one would pause to observe, seemingly wary of being followed, their movements shrouded in secrecy. After a day and night of collaboration, Fei Shi and Wang Gai had developed a remarkable synergy. Just yesterday, after Fei Shi had spoken, the 3 individuals had transformed into white mist and vanished. The defensive line before them was instantly shattered by the 2. "It seems someone is ahead of us," Fei Shi remarked, gazing at the ruins of the fallen front line and the scattered remains of robots. "Looks like there are quite a few people," Wang Gai said slowly from the back. "Let's go," Fei Shi declared as the 2 were about to set off, when suddenly bang, bang. Several robots suddenly appeared around them, brandishing laser guns aimed directly at the 2. "Come out, friends," Fei Shi called out, surveying the surroundings, while Wang Gai was taken aback by the formation of the Devourer robots closing in. They stood in perfect tactical formation, leaving no gaps for escape. The 2 had no room for resistance. "Lead the way." A player stepped out from behind the Devourer. Wang Gai would never forget the look in that person's eyes, as if they were merely lab rats. "Let's go," Fei Shi said, and the 2 advanced without any room for negotiation. The momentary standoff ended, and they continued on their path, with a group of robots trailing closely behind them. "What should we do?" Wang Gai whispered to the advancing Fei Shi. Extending his fingers into a scissor shape, Fei Shi quickly gestured, signaling for them to run in 2 different directions. 1, 2. He counted softly. Boom. Before the 3rd count could leave his lips, a beam of laser shot from behind, causing the 2 to freeze in place, standing silently, without moving. "Don't pull any tricks." The player behind them chuckled, saying, "My gun has a tendency to misfire." Fei Shi exchanged glances, and the 2 continued forward. Fortunately, the area ahead was filled with ruins, clearly indicating that someone had cleaned it up before. Unconsciously, Fei Shi quickened his pace. Wang Gai remained silent, following like a loyal bodyguard. The person behind them seemed to have no objections, quickening their pace as well, but not too fast. Wang Gai could sense that the distance was being kept within 10 meters. If it were just one player following them, the 2 could certainly find a way to escape, but with a large group of robots behind it was a different story. A barrage of fire would surely turn them into mist. As they walked, Fei Shi suddenly stopped and turned, asking, "What benefits do we get?" His serious demeanor seemed as if he was negotiating terms with the person behind. Wang Gai, looking at Fei Shi, had no choice but to stop as well. With a fair complexion and a square jaw, his expression conveyed indifference as the player in front raised his laser gun and fired. Boom. The laser exploded beneath their feet. "Don't talk terms with me. The only benefit is that I won't kill you now, but you can watch me complete my task." "Move," the player Cold Wind commanded while aiming his gun at them. "Mf. Run," Fei Shi exclaimed, turning and sprinting ahead. "Up." Wang Gai, watching Fei Shi's figure, wasted no time in following suit. Even standing still, he didn't believe he would face any better treatment. As they ran, lasers continued to shoot from behind, exploding near their heels. "I love playing cat and mouse," Cold Wind said as he followed closely behind with his accompanying robots. Feeling that their pace had slowed, the 2 began to run, and Cold Wind was delighted. Since entering the game, he hadn't participated in any large-scale missions. He hadn't even set foot on another planet, mainly focusing on developing his own planet and training the Devourer robots, resulting in those robots now shooting with great precision. The lasers fired exploded behind the two, showcasing the results of his efforts. He wanted the two lab rats to advance rapidly. Following closely behind Zhou Long guy said nothing as the explosions continued to erupt behind them. He desperately wanted to turn back and fight, feeling quite cornered being pursued in the game. Look, charge ahead. Zhou suddenly shouted, picking up speed. Wang Guy looked up as he ran, spotting a huge stone structure in the distance that appeared quite sturdy, at least not reduced to ruins. More importantly, there were people inside. Seeing this, Wang Guy immediately quickened his pace. Suddenly, Zhou extended his leg backward, causing Wang Guy, unable to slow down in time, to fall to the ground. Don't blame me, Zhou said without looking back as he ran forward. Wang Guy quickly got up, but remained still. There was no place to hide from the lasers. Boom, boom. The lasers swept across Wang Guy's body as he lay on the ground, covering his head with his hands. As he released his hands in confusion, he saw Cold Wind approaching, without any expression. The nearby Devourer robot still aimed its gun at him. Brother, you're quite something, Wang Guy said as he stood up quickly, running towards Zhou without waiting for Cold Wind to speak. Very good, Cold Wind said, watching from a distance as Wang Guy ran into the stone structure. Master, I suggest we conduct a thorough search. A Devourer robot beside him turned and spoke. Blades search meticulously and drive everyone inside. After Cold Wind finished speaking, the surrounding Devourer robots followed Blade's lead, as he was certainly Cold Wind's hero. Watching his subordinates leave, Cold Wind leaned against the wall doing nothing. Blade was a hero transformed from a Devourer robot. Unlike Bloodthirsty, Blade was formed from 3 gems. With this one hero, Cold Wind's campaign to sweep the planet became exceptionally easy. In the distance, unknown explosions echoed as white mist continued to rise. More figures rushed toward the stone structure. They are all quite obedient, Cold Wind remarked as he looked at the darkening sky, tapping his military uniform. Blade, take out all the mice that haven't entered the cage. Yes, sir, Hero Blade replied through the onboard computer. Immediately, countless explosions rang out, and more white smoke billowed. Cold Wind leaned against the wall, pulling out a roll of tobacco to light up. This was what he considered the best thing he had discovered on his planet. Expertly blowing smoke rings, even in real life, Cold Wind was never without a cigarette. He enjoyed having a puff before and after tasks. The feeling was incredibly satisfying. Smoking is harmful to health. A loud voice rang out, belonging to a man in a pristine military uniform without a single medal. However, the style and rank of the uniform were enough to indicate that he was a general, but the insignia showed he was a high-ranking rebel leader. If an ordinary player, especially a free player, saw him, they would probably rush forward immediately, for there were always a few notices posted on the walls of every novice city. Completing the tasks listed would reward them with bonuses from the mother planet, and the tasks involved capturing or killing high-ranking rebel leaders. Now, as Cold Wind listened to the voice and glanced over, he saw someone with an expression of defiance. While others naturally entered the instance as part of the same faction from Earth, Cold Wind had coincidentally encountered this guy first. The Supreme General of the Free Alliance, Wang Shidakai. Thus, it was only natural that Cold Wind became a player in the rebel camp, and he believed he was the only one, for he had not seen any other players when accepting the mission. After completing the task, stay behind. I could use some manpower, Shidakai said slowly as he approached, taking a deep puff from his cigarette. Cold Wind seemed not to have heard Shidakai's words. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Cold Wind looked at the glowing tip of the cigarette and asked, "What's the mysterious reward?" "Wait until you complete the task, and you'll know," Shidakai replied. With a shake of his head, Cold Wind looked at Shidakai and said, "I've already driven all these people inside according to your intentions. The task is complete," he added, fixing a decollecting gaze on Shidakai. "Of course you did well. Here's your reward," Shidakai said, raising a hand to toss a packaged item over. Cold Wind caught the package, the corners of his mouth curling upward, not in happiness, but in a contemptuous expression. "Congratulations, player. You have completed 50 of the instance task. Reward, 18 planetary currency, and a planetary card. Rebel Goodwill, 500, which can be used to purchase arms from the rebels." Cold Wind was genuinely pleased, almost wanting to jump for joy, but in an effort to maintain some semblance of dignity, or perhaps to show his disdain for the meager reward, his expression was one of utter disdain. "Isn't this enough? Don't be too greedy," Shidakai said as he stood beside Cold Wind, squinting his eyes. Cold Wind turned to Shidakai, his eyes clearly expressing immense dissatisfaction. Yet Cold Wind still tucked the planetary card into his pocket. "What's next?" he asked, glancing into the distance. "This," Shidakai said, raising his hand in a grabbing gesture. "How many people do you plan to send?" Cold Wind inquired. "Send people?" Shidakai asked, seemingly puzzled. "You don't plan to only send my people, do you?" Cold Wind remarked his expression of astonishment, suggesting that he felt as if he were jumping into a fire pit, with Shirdakai being the one pushing him in. Just because he had seen Shirdakai's general rank upon entering the instance, Cold Wind had accepted the task, without hesitation, only to later discover that this guy was a rebel. Especially after realizing that this person was Shirdakai, Cold Wind began to feel uneasy. Of course, after you've driven the mice into the cage, you have to deal with them. There are many matters we can't directly resolve, Shirdakai said, his face bearing that official demeanor. Now in front of Zhou Long, he wore an official expression saying, "Attention, everyone, we are all rescue teams sent from our home planet Earth, and you must follow my command. I guarantee that everyone will receive generous rewards." As night fell inside the stone-built house, countless people were chatting and greeting each other, each wearing smiles as if they were long-lost friends. "Hey, let me tell you, this laser gun of mine was obtained from the Goblins' main base. It's a premium product made by the Goblins." "What's that?" "My military uniform was taken off a rebel leader." "Stop bragging. Who can even encounter a high-ranking rebel these days?" "That would be news." "Damn it, who stole my treasure?" "Don't touch anything." "Touch your mother, I'm talking about you." "What do you want trying to provoke me?" "Provoke your mother." Amidst the chaos, the enormous room transformed into a battleground, yet everyone silently set their laser guns aside. They began to fight with their fists in the darkness. No one wanted to shoot, which seemed to be a consensus among all present. In the center of the room stood an officer with a rank of general. With a face full of worry, he watched the players fighting back and forth, looking utterly lost. "Sigh." The general turned around, glanced sideways, and walked in a certain direction. "Don't come over, don't come over." Zhou Long clasped his hands together as if in prayer, but the general continued to walk straight towards him. "Is there really no one willing to serve our home planet?" The general stood before Zhou Long, speaking with a face full of melancholy, seemingly lamenting his own powerlessness. After saying this, he cast a glance at Zhou Long as he came over, mainly because he noticed that Zhou Long's area was the only calm spot in the chaotic room. Earlier in the day, Zhou Long had observed a large group of players rushing about. Due to their unfamiliarity with the mission, he decided to follow them, accompanied by 30 Devourer robots, which boasted considerable strength. Within the running group, no one opposed Zhou Long's inclusion. They couldn't, as everyone else in the room were free players who were reluctant to confront the Devourers, so they tacitly accepted him. Following this group, Zhou Long along with Hong Chun and the Devourers arrived at this house. Because of the Devourers, Zhou Long's group occupied a corner of the room, while the remaining players stood scattered. Coincidentally, the general had already been waiting in that room. Initially, everyone was quite curious about him, but most players who approached him were met with indifference. By nightfall, the players began to stir. It wasn't that they didn't want to leave, some players had grown impatient, and during the day there were attempts to step outside. What awaited them was a barrage of lethal lasers. After a few rounds, the players lost their composure. Perhaps to alleviate their fear, they began to brawl amongst themselves, creating chaos. Zhou Long felt increasingly frustrated. He had thought these people would know more, but to his surprise, they were completely uninformed. These players had come along with the devil warship, though only a small portion remained. Most had returned to the planet to continue processing their visas in preparation for battling monsters, while those who followed had inadvertently entered the dungeon game. Squatting on the ground with a fragment of a map in hand, Zhou Long didn't even want to look up. In this situation, failing to complete the mission was secondary. If he became the only one who accepted the mission, he would turn into a public enemy in the room. Zhou Long did not wish to end up being someone else's scapegoat. He squatted down, burying his head between his arms while his hands holding the map fragment were pointed directly at the general. Whoosh! Zhou Long suddenly felt an empty hand as the map fragment was snatched away. He frowned and stood up, saying, "This is yours." The general looked at the map fragment excitedly and said, "How nice. Wanting to hog it all for yourself?" A Sharpied player shouted, rushing over with a laser gun. This one shout caused all the surrounding players to charge forward with their laser guns drawn. Regardless of whether they understood the situation, they all aimed their laser guns at a corner of the room. Bang! 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 "Step back!" Hong Chen shouted, while the surrounding Devourer robots also raised their guns. In an instant, the previously chaotic room fell eerily silent, with only the sound of countless breaths and the glimmer of laser guns held aloft. "What are you all doing?" "We are here to rescue people." The general shouted, anxiously fearing that someone might accidentally discharge a weapon and become the first casualty. "Everyone, don't be afraid. We outnumber him. Right, I've long seen that he's not a good person. Let's take him down together." Let's go, let's go." Players shouted in the darkened room, seemingly determined to take down Zhou Long. However, Hong Chun noticed that some were shifting, nervously afraid of being shot in the back. "Hee. Without me, you all cannot complete the mission," Zhou Long said with a smile, standing up as a line of text appeared above his head. "Congratulations, player, you have completed 50 of the rescue mission for the soldiers." As soon as Zhou Long spoke, the room fell silent, as if all players were contemplating what was most advantageous for themselves, and their laser guns were lowered slightly. "Don't listen to him, take him down, and we can complete the mission just the same." Bang! A burst of laser shot out, and one player standing at the edge of the group was transformed into a mist before he could finish his sentence. The surrounding players showed no signs of discontent, quietly watching as Hong Chun stepped forward. Holding the gun, Hong Chun stepped forward and addressed the gathered players, saying, "I know where this place is. Killing us will only be detrimental to everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Chun scanned the area, and all players had lowered their laser guns. "I will work with everyone to complete the mission," Zhou Long said as he walked forward. "What's your name? If we're working together, we should have a name to address you by," a player said loudly. "True, I appreciate the respect. For this mission, I will humbly join you all. I usually keep a low profile, so just call me Big Brother Leader, okay?" Zhou Long finished scanning the room and clasped his fists toward everyone. "Good. This is how it should be." The general beside him immediately responded. In any war, both sides wish to annihilate each other. The Freedom Alliance, being rebels, has managed to hold a stalemate against Earth for so many years, primarily because they are, after all, Earthlings. Besides taking away Earth's scientific technology during their defection, they also had enough resources to convert into offensive weapons. The universe is vast and boundless. No one knows just how immense it truly is. As the conflict between Earth and the rebels escalated, the decision-makers on the mother planet finally realized that those who had fled had acquired large warships. Although there were initially aliens intervening in the suppression, they too did not wish for the rebels to grow stronger and escape their control, thus limiting the assistance they could provide to the rebels to merely allowing their existence to create trouble for Earth. However, with the emergence of more and more large or super warships from the rebels, the aliens completely severed their collaboration with them, leading the decision-makers on Earth to deduce something. The rebels had undoubtedly discovered a resource star cluster, a system that neither Earth nor the aliens had ever encountered, thereby providing the rebels with ample logistical support. Due to the rebels' growing power, the decision-makers on Earth decided that in addition to offensives on the front lines, they would open another battlefield to plunder resources while searching for this unknown resource star cluster. Resources are eternally the goal of humans or any sentient beings. The ancient solar system has long become humanity's backyard, and the war between the rebels and the mother planet has evolved from mutual destruction to competition for resource acquisition and utilization. To find and destroy the rebels, while seizing that unknown resource, planet Earth has employed every possible tactic, from spreading intelligence personnel to bribing traitors within the rebel ranks, even resorting to negotiations with them, ultimately discovering from scanned intel. Very few within the rebels knew about the resource star cluster. Subsequently, amid intensifying battles with the aliens, Earth ceased large-scale military operations against the rebels. In its place emerged a new, highly secretive force, undocumented and fiercely capable, where the major members were likely to serve in this unit for life unless unforeseen circumstances occurred. This force was assigned a mission to be secretly deployed to all star systems controlled by the rebels, conducting covert operations with a singular objective to locate the rebels' resource star cluster and return with the information alive. In the areas controlled by the rebels, transmitting signals was undeniably a foolish act, and as time passed, the rebel leaders seemed to finally understand Earth's intentions. Thus, both sides engaged in a game of cat and mouse reminiscent of childlike games. Slowly speaking, Hong Chun surveyed the surrounding crowd. As soon as she finished, she took a step back, while most players around her were too engrossed in their own conflicts to care about the gossip in the game. Some players looked at Hong Chun with keen interest, but their gazes were clearly admiring her voluptuous figure, while Zhou Long caught off guard by this attention. Hong Chun lowered her head and slowly made her way behind him, and in that moment, Zhou Long instinctively puffed out his chest and took a few steps forward, glaring back at the gazes directed at him. It seemed to express a role of a male defending his mate. Yet in that brief moment of observation, Zhou Long noticed two pairs of eyes in the crowd intensely focused on him, like two wolves watching their prey. A fleeting feeling of being hunted washed over him, but it was just a moment. When Zhou Long glanced away, those eyes disappeared, yet that sensation of imminent capture lingered. As Zhou Long observed, he noticed the expression on the officer before him was quite peculiar. He bore a look of someone who had been bullied, yet during Hong Chun's gossip, the officer's expression remained unchanged, only his eyes. Transitioning from pity to a hint of unease now seemingly resolved, all within a matter of moments. A sharp pain shot through Zhou Long's arm. "This general is going to kill me," Hong Chun whispered in his ear, as if confirming. The officer's face immediately twisted into a fierce expression as he said, "Young man, you know quite a bit." "I've only heard a few rumors," Hong Chun said, retreating further behind Zhou Long, while the surrounding players burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, still shy. How do we complete the mission?" Zhou Long said, slowly looking at the officer before him. For a moment, the officer's face looked quite strange, a mixture of surprise and contemplation, but within just a few seconds he said, "Take me away from here." As they boarded the aircraft to leave, the officer turned to everyone and said, "Anyone who helps me return will receive a generous reward in planetary currency and preferential treatment for purchasing arms from the mother planet." Once those words were spoken, all the players' eyes lit up. They saw the planetary card in the officer's hand, which was recognized as a valid currency card on Earth within the rebel domain and even among aliens. With this card, even if it had no funds, one could still take out loans. Even if one could not repay, payment could be deferred due to this card, as there is a common financial bank among all factions. Zhou Long already possessed one and certainly wouldn't mind having another one or two. However, unlike the drooling players around him, Zhou Long was more interested in the preferential treatment for purchasing arms from the mother planet. This requirement was undoubtedly a dream come true for construction-oriented players, Zhou Long mused. Ding. 125832. The box above his head, which had not displayed a number, suddenly showed the time, and the numbers were disappearing quickly, specifically starting to appear after the officer announced the rewards. It was evident that all players noticed the change above their heads. Without needing to say, they all understood this was the time limit for completing the mission, adding pressure on them. What to do? How do I know? Rush out. Just wait. The players around each offered their opinions, with some even suggesting digging a tunnel to escape, which was quickly dismissed, leading to a renewed uproar in the room. Yet time was swiftly slipping away. Listen to me, I know where my warship is. Just escort me there, the officer urged. As he spoke, his face betrayed no urgency, but seemed to have discovered something. He took a step back, and behind him Zhou Long felt a tug as Hong Chen pulled him back, while the Devourer robot stepped forward to block. Almost tripping, Zhou Long was not angry at all, for during the retreat, he noticed that the players in the room were gradually and cautiously clustering together in small groups. They raised their laser guns while some players were completely oblivious, still enthusiastically conversing with those they had just met. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the atmosphere became incredibly tense, several lasers erupted, and the clustered players opened fire around them, just a second before these players had exchanged glances. In an instant, they reached a silent consensus. Dozens of lasers erupted, and those players who were not grouped together screamed and ran utterly defenseless. Cursing and shouting, they fled outside, while the lasers that erupted only managed to kill a few players, with more striking the ground. It was more like herding ducks. Go! Several players shouted as they approached, pointing their laser guns at the officer, gesturing for him to exit through another door. All right, you go ahead, the officer said, his face filled with sincerity, reminding Zhou Long of someone, and he wished to follow. But Hong Chen firmly held him back. Wait, a stern voice came from beside him. If you want to die, go ahead. Zhou Long stumbled, halting his steps. A large group of people had clearly divided into several factions, surrounding the officer as they approached another door. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly from the darkness, dozens of bright lasers shot out from afar, almost as if they were very close, striking the entrance, clearly indicating an ambush. Damn it. Rush out. Damn. Kill. Kill. A volley fired, perhaps because they had only just prepared. The players at the door were not wiped out in one go. The survivors seemed to forget the mission's existence, frantically shooting their lasers outward. In an instant, they seemed to have gained overwhelming firepower. Thank goodness. Fire outward a bit. Knife Edge commanded through the onboard computer. This metallic room had only 3 large doors, and the Devourer robots brought in by the cold wind were few. It was impossible to station forces at every entrance, and even if they were stationed, the firepower would surely be weak, as the players rushing out would certainly come out all at once. Moreover, a true breakout could only happen once. Player Cold Wind's strategy was to concentrate Devourer robots at the middle door, allowing anyone exiting from either side to be released. Immediately moving to another door would certainly ensure success. Originally, Cold Wind had intended to take it slow, but he quickly realized that the players inside were surely getting anxious. Thus, he arranged for this ambush, watching the bright lasers erupt at the entrance, and Player Cold Wind smiled triumphantly, although the firepower seemed stronger for this second breakout. Yet under the control of the hero Knife Edge, it only expanded the encirclement at the door a bit more. In Player Cold Wind's eyes, these players could not possibly break through. He was not concerned about the first wave of players who charged out. Cold Wind was not worried about them. They were merely a handful. Meanwhile, he cast a sidelong glance at the nearby commander of the Holy Divine Electric Army of the Freedom Alliance, Shirdakai. In the 177th Breakout Part 2, while Earth was probing the rebels' resource planet, the rebels would likewise harass Earth's resource planets, escalating their exchanges. Over time, both sides became quite taciturn, unwilling to actively provoke a major war. Yet small-scale skirmishes were rampant, neither side wanting to deploy regular forces, which seemed to become the bottom line for both. Thus, the officers who left the mother planet to explore civilization in the vast universe became the intermediary forces utilized by both sides, observing the triumphant expression on Player Cold Wind's face. Commander Shirdakai of the Holy Divine Electric Army of the Freedom Alliance slowly said, "If you win this battle, I will reward you with resources and deliver my army's arms to you." Suddenly turning around, Player Cold Wind looked at Shirdakai and said, "You want me to be your bigger cannon fodder?" Seeing the distressed expression on Player Cold Wind's face, Shirdakai chuckled. "What do you mean want? You need our assistance, right?" "Oomph." Player Cold Wind snorted coldly, turning to look at the ongoing battle in the room. What he least wanted to see appeared a person emerged from the third door, and it looked like there were quite a few of them. Damn it. Player Coldwind shouted as he clicked on the combat suit's computer. Knife Edge, resolve the battle quickly now. Understood. The voice of the hero Knife Edge echoed from within the combat suit. If I had known, I would have used my strategy earlier. How good that would have been, sure, Dakai remarked from behind. Player Coldwind said nothing, raising his laser gun and charging forward. Young man impulsive. Watching the departing Player Coldwind, sure, Dakai slowly said. Earlier when the lasers erupted at the door, the officer had quietly moved backward. Damn fools. The officer thought to himself. As expected, they are all brainless. As he pondered, the officer suddenly felt his arms being gripped by two powerful hands, and looking over, the senior officer's mouth instantly shut. On the left was the previously encountered officer, accompanied by the talking female officer and a host of devourer robots pulling him, while on the right were an old and a young officer, holding on to him. Observing their expressions, the officer immediately deduced from his accumulated life experiences that there was surely enmity between these two sides, and he froze in place. The officer did not wish to lose his life, but the young officer on the right held him, while his gaze locked onto the person on the left, their eyes crossing. Both were taken aback, for Zhou Long recognized this person, the one who had pushed him toward the player leader position in the human past star region. Although it was nominally his position, Zhou Long gained no benefit and suffered no loss. Yet he would never forget this underhanded maneuver. The face of player Ting Feng remained exceptionally clear in his mind. Looking behind the old man, Zhou Long realized where that strange feeling originated. Player Ting Feng also remembered Zhou Long's appearance. In fact, that time when Zhou Long was pushed into the player leader position was indeed his doing. Had it not been for the players arriving afterward, the leader's position might have been Ting Feng's. Because without the players' acknowledgement, those leaders would not recognize him, and he did not know who that leader that emerged was. It was clear that several leaders had been sowed discord by his few words. Zhou Long was merely a stepping stone, yet losing the position was one thing. Player Ting Feng had suffered immensely because of player Wan Bing. The old man behind him had completely transformed Ting Feng's body using Wan Bing's blood. If Zhou Long and Wan Bing underwent their transformations due to being offline, completely unaware of their own bodies, then player Ting Feng had been forcibly altered while fully conscious in the game, having been injected with stimulants by the old man behind him, experiencing pain of a magnitude he would never forget. At that time, player Ting Feng had shifted the blame onto Zhou Long, who told Wan Bing to call Zhou Long husband in the hall. In excruciating pain, player Ting Feng could only divert his hatred. Now, upon meeting again, both were momentarily stunned. What are you looking at? Hong Chun exclaimed, hurrying forward. Hurry up. Player Fat Lion ran over from the corner, eager to grab the officer. Following closely behind was Wang Gai. The two had said little since entering, but had positioned themselves together, calculating the situation in the room, fully focused on following Zhou Long, seemingly choosing to selectively forget the previous events. Zhou Long and player Ting Feng seemed to react simultaneously, realizing that the two laser guns extended towards them were a reminder from Hong Chun and Fat Lion. Suddenly, they sprang into action, instinctively pushing others aside. Fat Lion and Wang Gai tactfully moved to the side, while Hong Chun hurriedly directed the devourer robots to protect them. In an instant, the few people in the room coordinated seamlessly, rushing out through the third door with their laser guns ready to fire. Don't shoot, accelerate forward, the old man said tersely, and everyone protected the officer as they ran. Boom, boom, boom. After just a few steps, several beams of lasers shot towards them from behind, clearly indicating that those chasing them were also on the move. The lasers fired were wildly inaccurate, prompting everyone to accelerate forward. Along the way, lasers continuously exploded behind them, with the old man Fat Lion and Wang Gai alternating firing back, while Zhou Long and player Ting Feng secretly began to fight for control over the officer. The simplest method was to continuously pull the officer closer to themselves, which made the officer feel as if his body were being torn apart. Both players had mutated bodies, and at this moment the officer felt an urge to die, getting pulled back and forth like a puppet. Can I take a break? The officer yelled. No, came the unified roar from the others. The officer ceased his protests, feeling that after calling out the immense force pulling him from both sides lessened considerably. Zhou Long and player Ting Feng stopped tugging simultaneously, not for any reason, but because they both noticed the time displayed above their heads. 055689. Perhaps once the time was up, the mission would fail, or perhaps it would succeed. Regardless of what it was, both hoped to complete the mission before time ran out. The team accelerated forward, and under the deliberate command of Hong Chun, the surrounding devourer robots quietly surrounded Zhou Long along with the major officer and player Ting Feng. The lasers behind them became increasingly dense, and Fei Shi and Wang Gai at the back couldn't afford to hold back any longer, as the explosive lasers had already struck the ground beneath their feet. The two raised their laser guns. They fired rapidly at the devourer robots that were pursuing them, taking down the ones that had surfaced, but immediately more devourer robots came after them. Unbeknownst to them, Fei Shi Wang Gai and the others had widened the distance from the team, while the old man, despite looking quite aged and occasionally coughing, was not slow in his running. It seemed he saw through the movements of the surrounding devourer robots and stubbornly kept pace with the team, not caring about the pursuers or the intense lasers behind. How much further? Zhou Long shouted to the major officer beside him. It should be just ahead, the major officer replied ambiguously, and as he spoke, Zhou Long sensed something. A hand slipped something into his military uniform pocket, and with a quick glance, Zhou Long realized that the major officer had secretly placed the complete map information on him. For the greater good, split into 2 routes, you go ahead. The major officer shouted as he broke free from Zhou Long's grip and pushed him forward. The terrain around them was a slope with no vantage points nearby. Player Ting Feng wore a victorious smile, pulling the major officer to one side. Aren't you leaving yet? He said, raising his laser gun. You, Hong Chen shouted, directing the devourer robots to turn around, aiming his laser gun at them. What are you doing? Fei Shi shouted as he caught up with the team, while Wang Gai stood aside watching. The old man held tightly to a laser pistol, standing quietly, but his eyes were fixed on Zhou Long. All right, Zhou Long said, looking frustrated. Let's go. Zhou seemed unwilling as he hurriedly left with Hong Chun and the devourers. After descending the hill, there were 2 forks in the road, and Zhou Long ran toward the right path. Trash! Hong Chen shouted, while running, controlling the devourers to block behind him, fearing that the others would launch a sneak attack from behind. Run, see what this is, Zhou Long said as he pulled out the complete map from his pocket. Looking at the map in his hand, Hong Chen's face relaxed. It was clear that the major officer preferred to put all his eggs in 2 baskets. Both forks would lead to his warship. The mission would only be considered complete with the map in his possession, who, once separated, neither side could succeed alone. Very good, Hong Chen said as he put the map into his military uniform. In no time, he took it out and handed it to Zhou Long. With the devourers, the two ran swiftly forward, flanked by towering metal walls on either side. The path gradually narrowed, and the group formed a serpentine formation, with Zhou Long and Hong Chen in the middle and 30 devourer robots protecting them in front and behind. Warship detected. The foremost devourer robot transmitted information through its computer. Zhou Long ran forward, only to find the end of the road was a turn. The foremost devourer robot stood there watching ahead. Good, accelerate, Hong Chen shouted from the side. The entire team sped forward. Zhou Long had just rounded the corner when suddenly, boom. Hong Chen leaped over and tackled him, and the two embraced and rolled a few times, not having time to say anything before they quickly separated and lay flat on the ground, laser guns aimed at the surroundings. The surrounding devourer robots fired aimlessly. Sniper, Hong Chen observed Zhou Long and whispered, what? Sniper. Zhou Long looked ahead. Behind them were tall metal city walls, while in front of them was a vast plain covered in countless weeds and a small warship that seemed to have landed unsuccessfully. After a long glide, it had plunged into the ground less than 1,000 meters from the two. The surrounding devourer robots stood still, even walking around. Of course, this was arranged by Hong Chen. As long as lasers erupted from that place, it would expose the sniper's position. With the current firepower and the cover of the devourers, the two had long since reached the warship. Boom. Soon the hidden sniper took action, shooting down the outermost devourer, and the surrounding devourer robots immediately crouched and began to fire at the source of the laser. Zhou Long was preparing to get up, but Hong Chen pressed him down, saying, "You're going to die. That was my plan. As soon as I came out, you were also setting up something," Zhou Long replied, shaking his head. Without looking at Zhou Long, Hong Chen focused on the surrounding devourers, seemingly deep in thought. Just then, he suspected someone had launched a sneak attack at the previous turn, but did not tell Zhou Long. He treated Zhou Long as bait, which made Zhou Long quite annoyed. "It's your fault for being foolish. I saved you, okay?" Hong Chen said, tilting his head as he observed, seemingly aware that Zhou Long was sulking. "Am I that petty?" Zhou Long said, looking indifferent as he gazed into the distance. Just then the two noticed there was another turn not far away, and they exchanged glances, saying in unison, "Wait." The distant hidden sniper did not shoot again at the fallen devourer. At that moment, they slowly approached the warship, which was part of Hong Chen's hidden plan, but it seemed that the hidden sniper had seen through it. It was clear that someone did not allow anyone to get close to that warship. The surrounding devourers remained unharmed. The two lay quietly, waiting for another exit to see someone emerge. Perhaps by coincidence, they hadn't lain there for long. They heard the sound of silent gunfire, quickly lying flat on the ground and remaining still. "Run!" Fei Shi shouted, pulling the major officer beside him and rushing out, followed closely by Wang Gai, who was firing backward. "What are you looking at? Hurry up!" Fei Shi shouted, pulling the major officer forward. "Know them," the major officer shouted, trying to break free. "They're all dead." "No way. How could they still be lying there if they're dead?" Wang Gai said, walking over with his gun pointed at them. Fei Shi looked at Zhou Long lying in the distance and whispered, "Oh no, the map is still on them." The major officer shouted and ran forward. "Oh!" Fei Shi shouted, stomping his thigh as he was about to follow, when suddenly he felt a tremendous force from behind and his body flew out. In midair, Fei Shi turned around and shouted, "It's you." Before he could finish, his body turned into a swirl of white mist and vanished. Wang Gai, confused, turned around with his gun and crack. A palm struck down, splitting the laser gun in his hand into two halves. Covered in dust, his military uniform was stained with blood, and his eyes radiated a vengeful glare. "Big brother, you really can't blame me for this," Wang Gai cried out, clutching the leg of the person in front of him. Player Ting Feng, standing still, said nothing, but slowly raised his palm and said, "I don't blame you, but you can go accompany your boss now." Meanwhile, on another path, Fei Shi once again showcased the excellent tradition of the Wild Wolf Guild, attacking the old man from behind. Unfortunately, the old man seemed to be prepared. He counterattacked, but was shot by Wang Gai, turning into white mist. Player Ting Feng was knocked unconscious in the chaos, but perhaps due to his mutated body, he recovered quickly and caught up with the two. As he spoke, Player Ting Feng's palm was about to strike, while Wang Gai, who was holding onto his leg, suddenly changed his expression, bending his body and hugging tightly, attempting to throw him with a leg kick. Boom. Just as the two were about to exert their strength, a beam of lasers suddenly appeared beneath Player Ting Feng's feet, exploding, perhaps awakening him significantly. "Let go!" Player Ting Feng shouted, and Wang Gai instinctively released his leg, standing abruptly with a startled expression. "Who is it?" Player Ting Feng shouted at the surroundings. Lying on the ground, he struck down Fei Shi. Then, with another strike, he broke the laser gun in Wang Gai's hand. Zhou Long was stunned, not in shock. But he felt that this mission would definitely succeed with such a powerhouse around. No matter what task, it would be a breeze. Meanwhile, Hong Chun was also watching the surroundings, waiting for the sniper to appear. Hee. With the emergence of a laugh, a figure appeared from beside the warship, seemingly unafraid of any threats against him, slowly walking out. He casually pointed the gun at the ground. Dressed in a metallic outfit of mixed colors, very stylishly worn with hair slicked back, and wearing what seemed like glasses, his eyes were sharper than ordinary. "Prepare, move." Zhou Long spoke while issuing commands to the Devourer robots through the computer in his uniform, but his mouth was covered by Hong Chun beside him, saying, "Be careful." Zhou Long made a sound, looking at Hong Chun, who nodded. "Good," Hong Chun said, retracting his hand. "What's wrong? Are you reluctant to shoot at a handsome guy?" Zhou Long mumbled quietly from the side, his face filled with disdain. Hong Chun looked into the distance, emitting a sound from his throat, seemingly responding to the question. "What?" Zhou Long looked at Hong Chun in surprise. "Don't mess around." Hong Chun turned to Zhou Long, saying, "He is not ordinary. It could be very dangerous." His cheeks flushed, eyes sparkling with an expression similar to a little girl looking at a star. "Really? I don't feel anything special about him," Zhou Long said, glancing at the person walking from afar. "Impressive," Hong Chun remarked, continuously asking, "Who is he?" "Come out. You are no match for me," the man shouted towards Zhou Long's direction as he walked, seemingly as if he were merely strolling in his own backyard, taking leisurely steps. He stopped at a distance of 200 meters from the players Ting Feng and Zhou Long. In Ting Feng's puzzled gaze, Zhou Long and Hong Chun stood up, surrounded by the Devourer robots. The officer stood quietly beside Zhou Long, shifting his feet to move behind him, seemingly wary of the man not far away. "There were 5 of us when we arrived. The other 4 were taken down by him, including our battleship, which he shot down." The officer's voice gently reminded Zhou Long of how dangerous this person was in front of him. Right after Zhou Long tightly gripped the modified Silver Snake laser gun, Hong Chun beside him appeared completely unguarded. "Who are you? You don't seem like an NPC," Player Ting Feng said slowly, as if the wild temper he had shown earlier had subsided. Player Shuese, filled with great anger and unwilling to abandon the planet, re-entered the game of planetary civilization, perhaps influenced by his immense negative emotions, or perhaps due to his luck. Upon re-entering the game, the system assigned him a special role. In the planetary civilization, players could be born within the sphere of influence of their home planet Earth, or in the sphere of the rebels. Currently, players born in these two areas comprised the vast majority of the entire game, while those born within the alien sphere of influence were indeed extremely rare, with only a few among billions of players. Player Shuese was one such fortunate individual, re-entering the game right in the alien sphere of influence, with both his weapon equipment data and personal data shrouded in mystery. There was no way for players born among the aliens to be many, or perhaps it was something the system arranged, or merely a matter of personal luck. "My name is Zhu Luren, previously known as Shuese," Player Zhu Luren said, surveying the few people in front of him. "What's wrong with you?" Hong Chun suddenly noticed that Zhou Long's body was trembling and turned to ask. "It's nothing, haha," Zhou Long replied with a smiling face, looking off into the distance. "Ting Feng," Player Ting Feng said, stating his name while gazing blankly at the ground. Player Zhu Luren turned to look at Zhou Long, his beautiful and captivating eyes conveying a single message. "What is your name?" "Aha. Are you planning to chase us down?" "I'm not that foolish," Zhou Long said with a smile, his face filled with pride, as if this was truly the purpose of Player Zhu Luren. "Speak quickly," Player Ting Feng said, his face showing impatience, while Wang Gai stood still, seemingly observing something. Watching the appearance of Zhu Luren, he suddenly thought of an idea. Boom. In an instant, under the eyes of everyone who did not see clearly, Wang Gai transformed into a puff of white mist and drifted away. Mph. Unappreciative, player Zhu Luren said slowly, casting a suspicious glance at Zhou Long. Though he bore a deep grudge against Zhou Long for taking his base, Zhu Luren certainly did not forget, but perhaps too much time had passed, or perhaps Zhu Luren had drunk too much at the bar after going offline. Zhou Long's appearance in the game had become quite blurry in Zhu Luren's eyes. Watching Zhu Luren stare at him, Zhou Long felt uneasy, uncertain of his chances of winning in this situation. Just now, Wang Gai aimed to draw his gun swiftly, his body already leaping up, raising the laser gun in his hand. Generally speaking, the person being targeted would undoubtedly face death. Wang Gai was quite confident in his shooting skills, but what he miscalculated was that this was a game world. In real life, such a situation would certainly be no problem for Wang Gai. However, facing player Zhu Luren, who was born from the home planet, the outcome would be different. With a smile curling at the corner of his mouth, player Zhu Luren held his weapon with one hand and began shooting at a speed that astonished both of the people in front of him. Hong Chen took a step back and said, "This is alien technology," her face suddenly serious. "You are right." Player Zhu Luren said slowly, "Originally, I could take you down one by one, but I suddenly found that this was extremely boring." "What do you want to do?" Player Ting Feng stared straight at him and asked. "I want to duel you. Your body is quite suitable to test how strong I really am," player Zhu Luren said. "Don't expect any sneak attacks in the middle. I will definitely take you down before you even know it." There was no other way. If a person does not interact with others for a long time, the outcome is likely to be this way. After entering the game and getting a new role, player Zhu Luren stubbornly completed various tasks and training on the alien planet. Finally finishing the task, he could leave, and his first mission upon coming out was to return to the rebels to undertake tasks. "What benefits do I get?" player Ting Feng asked. "Letting you go to complete the task," player Zhu Luren said with a smile, "but that is impossible." "I still have one request," Ting Feng said. "Speak," Ting Feng said. "After I defeat you, you must kill him," pointing at Zhou Long. "Well, I actually only want to kill one person, and his name is..." Player Zhu Luren looked at Zhou Long, saying this with a reluctant expression, fully aware that killing without cause would be remembered with resentment by others, whether in the game or in reality. After all, no one wishes to encounter more obstacles on their path. While player Zhu Luren was surprisedly looking at Zhou Long, suddenly player Ting Feng moved, leaping into the air and executing a flying kick towards player Zhu Luren. The speed was extremely fast, and even Hong Chun was watching with a conflicted expression, as if her face was saying, "I cannot withstand such speed," while player Zhu Luren on the opposite side did not even turn his head, merely gazing at Zhou Long's face, a smile suddenly appearing. Yes, it was a smile of a victor. "He won't recognize me, right?" Zhou Long thought, startled by Zhu Luren's smiling face. Player Zhu Luren slightly turned his body, allowing player Ting Feng's flying kick to sweep past his military uniform. "Damn, this person is trained too." Player Ting Feng was taken aback. Seeing that the opponent did not counterattack, he immediately changed his posture to deliver several palm strikes. Although Zhou Long had never practiced any martial arts, one could tell from player Ting Feng's stance that he possessed extraordinary skills. Then as time passed, a shocking scene unfolded. Player Zhu Luren did not make a move, or rather he seemed to have no intention of attacking his body, merely moving slowly. Player Ting Feng had not landed a single hit on him. Their actions resembled a coordinated performance, and at this moment the smile on player Zhu Luren's face grew even brighter. Boom. A beam of laser shot at Hong Chen's feet, and he lowered the laser gun he was holding, watching the black smoke rising from the ground as he glared defiantly at the player Zhu Luren, who was battling in the distance. Just as the player Ting Feng launched a melee attack on Zhu Luren, Hong Chen secretly lifted his laser gun, planning to ambush him. Unexpectedly, Zhu Luren warned him with a shot. Zhou Long was utterly astonished. He could see that Ting Feng was exerting all his strength, yet he couldn't even land a hit on Zhu Luren, who appeared to be strolling leisurely. There was even time for Zhu Luren to notice the two spectators, accurately warning them with a shot. He watched as the smile faded from Zhu Luren's face, and then bang. With a very simple punch, or rather a very straightforward jab, Zhu Luren sent Ting Feng flying like a fly into a cloud of white mist. What a show-off! Is he using some kind of cheat? Zhou Long thought to himself. Seemingly seeing through Zhou Long's thoughts, Zhu Luren slowly said, "Don't worry, the cheats for this game haven't been made yet. Be careful. He must be a mutant," Hong Chen whispered in his ear. "What, a mutant?" Zhou Long exclaimed, surprised and loud. "Aliens are mysterious and powerful. It is said that when humans first encountered aliens, the aliens were pure beings existing beyond life. They are another species of intelligent beings possessing extremely advanced technology, capable of rivaling the powers of the gods and capable of creating unknown life forms. They allow it to develop for 10,000 years and then watch it perish, never intervening, purely to explore philosophical theories. Aliens are eager to learn, and upon encountering highly developed humans, they became students themselves. However, during the process of learning, the aliens underwent changes influenced by human civilization, leading to conflicts among themselves. After the internal strife, the aliens deciding to enter a long slumber until a designated day would secretly select humans who met their standards. They extracted DNA and combined it with their own to create a new type of human mutants. However, the vitality of human DNA was beyond the aliens' imagination. The extracted human DNA took the dominant position in the new life forms. After the aliens fell into slumber, the mutants controlled everything with a singular goal to wage war and continuously deplete humanity. Beside him, Hongchen was introducing Zhou Long's background. You seem to know quite a bit about the general. Zhou Long thought to himself, having a strategist like NPC by your side is quite beneficial. It's your turn, Zhou Long said casually from a distance, seeming to enjoy everything, his smile still intact, as if he had already seen the outcome. Zhou Long felt uncomfortable under Zhou Long's gaze, which was like looking at a corpse. Boom, boom. Suddenly bursts of gunfire erupted behind him. Several Devourer robots ran out from around the corner, and closely following them was the player Lungfeng, who paused for a moment at the scene before him. Damn it, Shurdaka, Lungfeng thought. I knew I wasn't the only one working for the rebels. He stepped forward without looking at Zhou Long. Instead, he stared at Zhou Long in the distance, his expression as if someone had stolen his belongings. He is mine, you can go now. Lungfeng commanded the Devourer robots beside him to surround Zhou Long. Don't move. Zhou Long was about to instruct his Devourer robot, but he was abruptly interrupted by Hongchen's admonition. Boom. Get lost, Zhou Long coldly said. The smile on his face vanished instantly, and he held a weapon that looked very peculiar, unlike any ordinary laser gun. It was yellow with handles extending outwards on both sides, resembling handlebars from a bicycle, but without any other parts, just the handles. However, from those simple handles, a beam of light erupted, striking the Devourer robots surrounding Lingfeng. Each hit destroyed one, and the beam didn't dissipate, immediately targeting another Devourer robot. Moving at incredible speed, within the blink of an eye, all the robots Lungfeng brought were destroyed. Just using cheats, Lungfeng said, his face filled with disdain. This is not a cheat, Zhou Long seemed to insist in rebuttal. Who believes that? Lungfeng turned to Zhou Long asking, do you believe it? Nodding obediently, Zhou Long reacted. What? Zhou Long glared at Zhou Long and immediately shook his head, while Zhou Long silently mimicked the action. See, you're getting anxious, Lungfeng said, laughing, wearing a look of having seen through someone else's trick. No, this is my new character, Zhou Long shouted as he moved forward. Hey, a character that hasn't even been introduced on the official website. Lungfeng shouted, raising his voice significantly, his expression growing even more intense as he unconsciously moved closer. Say whatever you want, this person is mine, and no one can steal him. Zhou Long shouted at Zhou Long. Wow, I'm so scared, Lungfeng said, his face full of fear. You? Zhou Long pointed at Lungfeng, trembling with anger. His earlier focus on Zhou Long immediately shifted as he walked towards Lungfeng, shouting, I want you to call. Lungfeng replied, ready to step forward. Whoosh. Both of them swung their fists simultaneously, only to be firmly held back by a pair of hands. Gentlemen, it's just a game, why take it so seriously? Zhou Long grabbed both of them and said. That face of a peacemaker seemed to be genuinely for their benefit. Exactly. I can't let you two fight, Hongchen said from behind Zhou Long. Her voice was so charming that it made the four of them, including the general, feel a shiver down their spines. True, Zhou Long suddenly realized and said to Zhou Long, you should start with. Whoosh. Before Zhou Long could speak, Lingfeng struck first with a rapid series of punches. Zhou Long immediately stepped back. Clearly, this time his evasion was not as effortless as before. With a smirk, Zhou Long gradually stepped back, but the smile on his face was slowly fading. This smile was familiar to Hongchen. It was the same smile Zhou Long wore when he was plotting something. You are still too young to play with me, Zhou Long thought, raising his hands to pull both the general and Hongchen with a clear intent to escape together. If Tingfeng's attack earlier was like a gentle breeze, then Lingfeng's attack now was like a raging storm, with deadly moves following one after another. Zhou Long didn't know what to do. His speed could be increased faster than most players, but now Lingfeng may not be as fast, yet he struck first. As the saying goes, the first strike is crucial. Lingfeng's initial move put Zhou Long at a disadvantage, and he no longer had the previous calm demeanor. Having already retaliated, he unleashed all his skills, desperate to escape Lingfeng's grasp. However, his speed was suppressed as Lingfeng's moves seemed deliberately aimed at hindering Zhou Long's counter. With a sharp glance, Zhou Long unleashed a brilliant light as he attacked, and to his surprise, Lingfeng cheered him on as if he were counterattacking. Zhou Long's body underwent a strange transformation. Taking advantage of the light, he turned defense into offense, his punches becoming incredibly solid, while the rest of his body remained surprisingly agile, easily countering Lingfeng. In no time, a long-lost excitement surged within him. Back in the military, Lingfeng was a master combatant, and when facing a strong opponent, he could unleash his full potential. For this battle, Lingfeng would mobilize all his energy, but Zhou Long felt a wave of depression. He actually knew very little about combat. He rarely got into fights, but in this game with this new character during his time in the alien base, the aliens had transformed countless human combat techniques into data, inputting them into this new life form. Thus, Zhou Long's moves were very orthodox, and he realized this himself. His speed might have masked the issue, but now he faced Lingfeng, a combat expert from a mysterious unit of the Chinese army known among his comrades as a martial arts enthusiast. Not bad, the general said as he moved alongside Zhou Long. As soon as he finished speaking, he caught the stern gaze of Zhou Long and Hongchen as if they wanted to devour him. The general immediately shut his mouth. Zhou Long pulled the two of them slowly moving. Even the devourers behind them were moving slowly, heading towards a battleship 1,000 meters away. Just now, when Lingfeng first appeared, Zhou Long hadn't noticed anything. But upon hearing Tingfeng's remark, "Are you cheating?" it immediately alerted Zhou Long that Lingfeng had been spying in the shadows. Knowing about Zhou Long's incredible strength, he stepped out intending to provoke him, cleverly approaching to launch a close-range attack, but Zhou Long saw through it immediately. Both of their targets were him, and stopping him from completing his mission was their common goal. However, both wanted to achieve it alone, leading to a clash. Lingfeng, confident in his own skills, hadn't anticipated that Zhou Long would be more formidable than expected, igniting his fighting spirit. "Look, they're running away," Zhou Long shouted. The television played an entertainment program, the overhead lights dim, and the walls around were peeling in several places. A nearby window was half open, letting in strands of spring breeze. On the coffee table sat a bowl of instant noodles steaming with white vapor, topped with slices of ham, and a visible marinated egg. The air filled with the enticing aroma of instant noodles. On the sofa sat a person, his throat bobbing as he looked at the bowl of noodles in front of him. Perhaps due to hunger, his right hand trembled slightly as he raised it, grabbing chopsticks and devouring the noodles. Currently, Fei Wu was eating dinner without any decorum, as if he hadn't eaten for days. Having graduated from university, he did not follow in the footsteps of his classmates by sending out countless resumes. Instead, he opened a game studio with another brother, Fei Hua, and Fei Yu, a minuscule venture with only 3 employees in a house left to them by their deceased parents. The three spent their beautiful university days mostly playing online games, earning a little money at the time. After graduation, they decided to invest their limited lives into the infinite world of online gaming. However, life had become like a butcher's knife, wearing down their enthusiasm with daily necessities, leaving them with little but the hope that online games would fill their stomachs. Suddenly, the door beside them swung open. Fei Yu stood at the entrance holding an empty bowl of noodles, still chewing on a plastic fork, staring blankly at Fei Wu as he devoured his meal. He was still wearing his school uniform. "So did you get in touch with the buyer?" Fei Wu asked while looking down and eating. He walked over and closed the door behind him while the frail Fei Yu plopped down onto the shabby sofa. His eyes were fixed on the unfinished noodles in Fei Wu's hand. "Brother, we might have money," Fei Yu said slowly, but his voice lacked any tone of joy. Without any intention of stopping, Fei Wu raised his head using chopsticks to drain the last bit of broth from the bowl into his stomach. A satisfied expression plastered across his face. "What money?" Fei Wu said, just as a loud rumbling sound erupted, shaking the house. Dust even began to fall from the ceiling. "If the house is being demolished, won't there be compensation?" "Compensation has already been used to renew our parents' tomb and buy us 3 game pods," Fei Wu said as he stood up. "So what should we do?" Fei Yu said, lowering his head, his hands painfully clutching his head as he ran his fingers through his hair. "Hee. What else can we do? Let's go find a fairy sister," Fei Hua said, chewing on a piece of paper as he walked in. Outside, an excavator was demolishing the wall connected to the house, and the 3 were in a house that was on the verge of collapsing. "Third brother." The 2 looked at Fei Hua, whose face was full of smiles. Tears welled up in their eyes. "It's all right, we can go find our parents," Fei Wu said as he caressed the most expensive game pod in the room. Beside it was the stove with a plastic gas line that had been forcefully pulled out, held in Fei Wu's right hand, while his left hand already grasped a lighter. Fei Hua still wore a bewildered smile, while Fei Yu raised his head, staring blankly at the television screen. It has been reported that a new game company has opened in Hubei Province, Hanjiang City. Notably, this is the Th game company in China, which indicates that the online gaming-centric industrial chain has achieved a stable scale in China. A young and beautiful female host stood in front of a building introducing Tunglong Game Company has grandly opened. With a monthly salary of 300, including food and accommodation, we need newcomers the most. Early arrivals can choose their residences first, and the first year is free of utility bills. To revitalize China's gaming industry, what are you waiting for? Suddenly, a person appeared in the corner of the frame, not tall, snatching the microphone from the beautiful host and shouting out his promotional slogan in rapid succession. If Zhou Long were present, he would recognize this person as the one who poached talent. The lighter in his left hand had already been lit, but Fei Wu hesitated to ignite the plastic pipe in his right hand and turned to ask, "Second brother, third brother, actually we still have 300 yuan. Big brother, do you want to find a girl on the street to end your virginity?" If the three of us ask Little Hong for a discount, it would just be 3-0 Fei Yu said as he calculated. A lighter was thrown over hitting Fei Yu on the forehead. Ha ha flying kiss. Fei Hua laughed heartily, while Fei Wu wrapped his arm around Fei Yu's head with their heads touching, saying let's take the high-speed train to Hubei and find that person, and pointed at the mouse on the television that was still spouting off. Do you think I would believe you? Show me your trump card. Player Lung Feng shouted, continuing his assault. The resistance of player Zhu Lu Run had ignited his fighting spirit. In player Lung Feng's eyes there was only player Zhu Lu Run with no one else. The offensive was growing fiercer as player Zhu Lu Rin countered with all his might, while occasionally glancing at the approaching battleships where Zhou Long and others were. Damn it! Player Zhu Lu Rin thought to himself, desperately wanting to shake off player Lung Feng, but finding it completely impossible. Lung Feng was like a piece of chewing gum clinging tightly to him. Perhaps it was Zhu Lu Rin's small movement of looking elsewhere that angered Lung Feng, who shouted, "You dare to underestimate me. Take this." In an instant Lung Feng's attacking moves became extremely fierce. Player Zhu Lu Rin focused entirely on defense, no longer caring about anything else. Hey, hurry up, Zhou Long shouted, gripping the officer tightly as they dashed forward. The two had already been running, but they could feel Zhou Long in front of them practically flying. The distance of 100 meters was neither long nor short, yet Hong Chun could feel her feet leaving the ground in extreme time. Hurry, go faster, Zhou Long shouted, looking at the battleship within reach, his steps suddenly quickening. Ouch! Just as they reached the side of the battleship, Hong Chun halted her forward momentum, shoving Zhou Long away, gripping her hand in pain, which had turned red from being held too tightly by Zhou Long, bending over and glaring at him with resentment. Very well. Boom. A sudden laser appeared, flashing past the officer standing beside Zhou Long, who was about to speak, a hole suddenly appearing in his chest as his body fell. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding Devourer robots immediately raised their guns and fired into the distance. Zhou Long quickly hugged the officer's body, crouching down and asking, "Tell me, how can we complete the mission? Speak quickly." The officer's face turned pale, unable to speak, slowly raising his finger to point at the battleship beside them. "I understand, come on," Hong Chun shouted, grabbing Zhou Long and running towards the battleship. With a thud, the officer was thrown to the ground, mumbling in a small voice, "Actually, I can still be saved." Upon boarding the battleship, Hong Chun led Zhou Long to the control room. "Bring it here," Hong Chun said. "What?" Zhou Long asked. "The map," Hong Chun replied with hands on her hips. "Oh, why didn't you say so earlier?" Zhou Long said as he handed over the map from his pocket. Hong Chun took it and inserted it into a machine in front of her, then began tapping. "I was saying," Zhou Long began, but the surrounding space twisted and deformed again. In no time, the face of Interstellar Patrol Officer Wang Jing appeared before Zhou Long. Around Zhou Long, countless people appeared, almost a sea of humanity, making it nearly impossible for him to move. Hong Chun, not far away, navigated through the crowd with ease. The Interstellar Patrol Officer Wang Jing continuously answered various questions from the surrounding players, but his expression was completely blank, standing there like a robot. Zhou Long raised his hand to click, "Hello, brave officer of the Mother Planet Pioneer, you have completed the mission, accept your reward." The Interstellar Patrol Officer Wang Jing spoke, suddenly holding something in his hand, which was the map Zhou Long had sent back. He raised his hand to select accept, and Zhou Long looked up at the sky with an expectant face. System announcement: Player Pioneer is the first to complete the instance mission. In addition to the normal rewards, 3 instance passes will be awarded. Congratulations to the player for completing the instance mission, rewarded with 200 star coins, 500 civilization points, and 100 prestige. Congratulations to the player for receiving purchasing discount cards for Mother Planet Earth's military arms, 10 cards in total. With 3 rounds of game announcements in the sky, the surrounding players fell silent for a moment, then rushed forward with red eyes, shouting, "Get out of the way. If you don't move, I won't be polite." Countless players shouted, relying on their mutated bodies. Zhou Long managed to stand firm, which was already commendable. The sudden surge of the crowd caused many players to be knocked to the ground, trampled into white smoke. Zhou Long even saw people in the crowd secretly taking out their weapons, directly eliminating players in front of him, while his own Devourer robot, perhaps due to its large size, merely swayed in place. There were also many other Devourers nearby, and in the crowded throng, countless battleships were parked, trampling through the masses. At this moment, Zhou Long was against the entire tide of people. Just as he took a step toward the outside, he was pulled back 3 steps by the crowd, having to be cautious of ambushes. Sometimes carrying a high-ranking military title wasn't a good thing, as it could mean having valuable items on him. In an instant, Zhou Long noticed numerous unfriendly gazes scanning over from the surrounding chaos. "Damn it," Zhou Long shouted, pulling out his laser sword from his pocket, ready to fight his way out. Suddenly, Zhou Long felt a hand grasping his wrist. Turning his head, he saw that Hong Chun had appeared beside him, pulling his hand. "Damn it, it's him, the Pioneer." The player Zhu Lu Rin thought to himself, looking at the game announcement in the sky, a surge of anger swelling within him. Perhaps distracted, he fell victim to a gap exploited by the player Long Feng in front of him. A kick came flying, and Zhu Ren was sent flying away. "Why can't you two cooperate?" shouted Shidakai, emerging from the metallic wall holding a laser gun. "This doesn't count as a comeback," said Long Feng, not turning back, extending his right hand towards Zhu Ren, who was not far away, embodying the demeanor of an unparalleled master. "No!" Zhu Ren on the ground shouted explosively, as if filled with immense resentment. Without saying a word, he stood up, and his body suddenly split into several parts running in different directions. "Next time I will definitely not let you go," Long Feng said, watching. "You will meet him again," came Dakai's voice from behind. Perhaps the power of Hong Chun was not great, but it was indeed a clever force. A gentle pull moved Zhou Long's body, and for a moment Zhou Long felt like a fish darting through the crowd. The air was filled with the shouts and curses of players. Perhaps due to his mutated Bodhi's unusually keen hearing, Zhou Long felt as if his ears were about to explode as he navigated through the waves of people for half an hour. Finally, Zhou Long emerged from the crowd, looking at the Devourer robots still among the throngs. He felt helpless as 29 major-grade Devourer robots struggled to move within the tide of people, each step proving extremely difficult. Zhou Long had come out, and they naturally had to follow. However, Hong Chun couldn't pull them out one by one. What should we do? Zhou Long was now completely bewildered. Take off, move forward, and gather. Hong Chun issued commands through the computer in the military uniform. The Devourer robots in the distance immediately activated their thrusters and flew into the sky, quickly reaching Zhou Long's side. Covering his face with his hand, Zhou Long felt embarrassed to look as his own robot still didn't know how to use its functions, which he found quite humiliating. Perhaps it was the immense resentment from someone earlier that made Zhou Long feel this way. After a moment of reflection, Zhou Long looked up and discovered that near his dark, menacing battleship many people were gathered. "Why are they trying to rob it?" Zhou Long muttered. He stepped forward and found that a voice was echoing in the crowd. 300 planetary coins for a stall, great location, excellent spot, economical and practical. A silver bell-like voice was ringing repeatedly. A little girl stood beside the battleship, greeting a player and haggling, beads of fragrant sweat diffusing in the air. "I offer 100 planetary coins for everything," a voice from behind chimed in. The little girl turned around in surprise, but her previously delighted expression immediately froze. "Well done," Zhou Long remarked, observing the stalls around the battleship. Indeed, some individuals were setting up stalls on the ground, displaying various weapons and equipment. "Up!" The little girl shouted and tried to run away, but Hong Chun blocked her path. "People are bored, and it's better to be with an older sister," the little girl exclaimed as she darted behind Hong Chun. Peeking out with half her head, she was still calling out about buying stalls. Zhou Long suddenly felt overwhelmed. Having the demon battleship was great, but if everyone knew, it would not be good. Zhou Long understood the principle that a gentleman does not put himself in danger by possessing treasures. Looking around, he saw the little girl directly extend the laser cannon or automatic artillery from the battleship, and those players setting up stalls sat under the cannons. "Isn't anyone coming to trouble you?" Zhou Long stroked his head and said, "No, at most some people looked at the laser cannons and then left," the little girl replied loudly. "How much is this battleship?" A voice arose as a major officer approached, questioning the little girl dressed in tattered military attire with numerous holes. But his eyes, which clearly had something to say, were fixed on the little girl. "No, this battleship is not for sale," Zhou Long declared, signaling for Hong Chun to quietly lead the little girl towards the demon battleship. At that moment, the little girl was exceptionally obedient, showing no resistance. "Just name a number, any number will do," the officer said slowly. But his gaze was directed at the little girl who was walking towards the battleship. "Ahem." Zhou Long cleared his throat, blocking the officer's line of sight, and said, "Not for sale." With that, his face was filled with disdain. Indeed, just based on that military uniform, Zhou Long felt the person must be destitute. But at that moment, Zhou Long's expression changed, turning into a broad smile, the kind one gives to welcome customers. The major officer was now holding several planetary cards. "Besides the battleship, what else do you want to buy?" Zhou Long said with a grin, "I want her." The major officer pointed at the little girl standing on the battleship. As he pointed, the little girl immediately hid behind Hong Chun, her eyes darting around. With a tremendous roar, the massive demon battleship powered up, but it was met with countless shouts of curses. The players who had set up stalls near the battleship had paid to do so because they believed in its formidable firepower. No one expected the battleship would launch so suddenly. The ground was filled with players cursing, yet no one dared to fire. Those numerous cannon barrels on the battleship were not mere decorations. "Tell me how much you've earned," Zhou Long shouted, trying to grab the little girl. "It's all mine. You're the bad guy," the little girl yelled, tugging at Hong Chun, constantly changing directions and hiding behind him. "I'm a good guy, be good, big brother has brought you a gift," Zhou Long said with a beaming smile as he lunged towards the little girl. "Bad uncle," she replied, pushing Hong Chun forward. Turning, she ran towards the back of the battleship, occasionally glancing back with a furious look at Zhou Long. Hong Chun said nothing, giving Zhou Long a disdainful glance as he walked towards the control room, typing on the keyboard. Ahehet. Zhou Long turned around, rubbing his hands together with a broad smile, saying, "You see, my bond with this girl is deep. Ooh, I see her as my little sister." The major officer, listening to Zhou Long continually, pulled out one planetary card after another from his pocket, showing no signs of feeling the pinch. The major officer looked at Zhou Long, weighing the planetary cards in his hand. His eyes were indeed fixed on the direction the little girl had run off to, saying, "Each card has 5 million. For a little girl, you've hit the jackpot." As the major officer pulled out the planetary cards, Zhou Long enthusiastically invited him onto the demon battleship, warmly greeting him, and the look in the major's eyes changed dramatically. Typically on a pirate ship, those pirates who are to be dealt with meet their end in a rather thrilling fashion as a wooden plank extends from the ship's hold, and the pirates on board push their doomed comrade forward. With swords or torches in hand, they gradually force the pirate to the other end of the plank. Of course, the pirate walking the plank usually has a final request, perhaps to keep a knife or a gun on him, or to express his last wishes. This process is both surprising and exhilarating. The pirate standing on the plank faces countless swords before him, with many companions ready to thrust their blades, but not from too far away. With the sea breeze blowing, or through a moment's carelessness, the one standing on the plank may find himself plummeting into the sea. This is essentially the only outcome for the pirate on the plank: either be reclaimed by the sea, or return alive for revenge, armed with that gun or knife to fulfill his final curse, which is his dying wish. In the control room, Hong Chun casually typed away at the keyboard, directing the devilish warship towards a specific coordinate in the vast universe, with a small box beside him, which was of course a gift meant to be delivered by the general. Next to the devilish warship, a metal plate extended outward, and a major stood atop it, staring blankly at the figure across from him, Zhou Long, who was wielding a laser sword, and said, "You are an idiot." "Oh really?" Zhou Long replied with a smile, thrusting the laser sword forward. Just moments ago, the major had pulled out countless star tokens, which certainly stirred something in Zhou Long. But for such a little girl, someone was willing to pay so much money. Zhou Long thought to himself that this person must be willing to pay even more or offer something else. Turning to look at the surrounding darkness, the major suddenly exclaimed, "Big brother, just let me go. Oh, I can work like a mule for you," as he pressed himself against the not so spacious metal plate, crying. "What's your name?" Zhou Long asked, maintaining his guard with the laser sword still pointed forward. "Sure, Dingjong," came the reply. "How old are you this year?" Zhou Long continued to question. 22, "Sure," Dingjong replied. "What do you want this girl for?" "Look at her looks, as she matches me well. I want to buy her as a child bride." "Bah." Zhou Long spat, shouting, "Do you think I believe that?" Meanwhile, a girl crouching by the wall behind Zhou Long made various faces at Shi Dingjong. Pointing behind him, Zhou Long said, "You say it." The girl was taken aback, doubting whether Zhou Long had eyes on the back of his head, but seeing his finger pointing at her, she turned and stepped forward, lowering her head with a look of sorrow. The girl's demeanor transformed instantly, like a refined lady walking beside Zhou Long, lifting her head, her eyes filled with sorrow, resentment, and melancholy, all converging in her glistening gaze. "She killed my whole family, violated my mother, and stole my family's wealth. He is my cousin." The girl trembled as she spoke, seemingly unleashing long-buried emotions. Holding the laser sword, Zhou Long cast a glance at the girl beside him, clearly still unsure. "Kill him," the girl shouted, perhaps sensing Zhou Long's doubt. With Zhou Long's hand gripping the laser sword, he lunged at the person on the metal plate. Thrust. It seemed Shi Dingjong was unable to evade in time. With a swift motion, Zhou Long withdrew the laser sword, declaring, "I will be back." Shi Dingjong cried out in pain as his body leaned backward, already disappearing into the dark universe. "All right, we can return to the base now," Zhou Long said, putting away the laser sword and placing it in his pocket, clicking to go offline, unaware of the glimmer of purity that flashed in the girl's tear-filled eyes nearby. Meanwhile, in the control room, Hong Chun watched the coordinates on the screen, a smile creeping onto his lips. After exiting the game pod and relieving himself, Zhou Long stood still, stretching his limbs. He then turned to wash up as the sound of firecrackers echoed from outside. "Damn, it's been months since the new year, and they're still setting off firecrackers," Zhou Long said, while wiping his face and looking out the window. Unfortunately, the window was too small, and Zhou Long twisted his body to see across the street, where the so-called mouse was joyfully greeting people at the entrance of a large building. Like a doorman, he stood there while on the street nearly 100 tables of food were laid out. Although he was some distance away, Zhou Long could already smell the enticing aromas. However, more importantly, a familiar figure was seated at one of the tables, the back of the plump Huang. He seemed to be waiting for someone. "He must be waiting for me," Zhou Long thought as he got dressed and tidied himself up in front of the mirror before heading out. Knocking on the doors of his teammates one by one, he called out, "What are you doing?" "I'm working on the latest strategy." LV Ziqiang shouted from behind the door, wearing a white pajamas that wafted a hint of fragrance, with messy hair, and oddly holding a book titled Complete Game Guide. "All right, there's a good opportunity downstairs to hit on girls." "Since that's the case, never mind," Zhou Long said as he prepared to leave. Of course, how can I miss out on such things? LV Ziqiang replied, flipping over. With a speed so quick that Zhou Long couldn't even see, he changed into a dapper outfit. Let's go, LV Ziqiang said, about to close the door when a sweet voice called from inside, I'll wait for me. I'm going out to buy breakfast. LV Ziqiang turned back to say this, closing the door. You actually, Zhou Long said, but was silenced by LV Ziqiang's hand. All right, I'll go down now, LV Ziqiang said, leading Zhou Long forward. That's Jian Ning, the boss's woman. Ooh, do you dare touch her? Zhou Long said, his expression fierce. He could pretend to take care of it, but as a man, LV Ziqiang wouldn't want to be cuckolded by his own woman. Zhou Long didn't need to think to know the consequences. Brother, it's mutual consent, LV Ziqiang said, directing his gaze into the distance. The doors of the neighboring rooms had opened, and every room Zhou Long had knocked on now stood ajar. Xiaodai Wanru, Wanqing Wangai, and Xiao Huang emerged one after another, and it was evident that several of them had red eyes, a clear sign of an all-night gaming session. At this moment, everyone was dressed and looked at Zhou Long with confusion. LV Ziqiang's playful expression suddenly froze, as if he had seen something terrifying. Zhou Long turned around and immediately understood the reason behind LV Ziqiang's expression. Very well, you're all here. Let's head downstairs, Yin Jian said as he stepped out of the elevator, speaking directly, without the usual pleasantries. In the elevator, everyone entered, and Zhou Long stood in a corner, actually quite wanting to take the stairs. However, seeing Yin Jian's somewhat unusual attitude today, he closed his eyes and stepped inside. Once we arrive, you can be as arrogant as you want. We are going to make a scene, Yin Jian said coldly in the elevator, without any room for negotiation. The few people around exchanged glances, silently looking at Zhou Long. At that moment, Zhou Long inexplicably became very interested in his shoes, staring intently at them. Ding! With the sound of the bell, the elevator doors opened, and the aroma of meat wafted in from the street. The leading Yin Jian said, whoever is arrogant, I'll give him a raise at the end of the month. Zhou Long followed behind, taking small steps, while the expressions of those around him varied. However, their gazes were filled with a peculiar light. When the boss said there would be money, who wouldn't be happy? A continuous table stretching nearly 1,000 meters was laden with countless delicacies from mountains and seas, and of course, there were countless guests seated, some of whom Zhou Long recognized as former employees who had been laid off, while further away were employees from other gaming companies. All of them were strangers, but their clothes bore the names of their companies. Hey sir, this place only serves members of the gaming industry, a young man dressed as a waiter said, with a smile pointing elsewhere, as Silver Sword approached to take a seat. Ahem. Silver Sword's face immediately turned slightly red. Clearing his throat, he suddenly shouted, everyone, what do you think I do for a living? With that shout, all eyes turned to Silver Sword, and someone exclaimed, I don't know you. What? Silver Sword shouted, genuinely a bit angry. He turned around to find out who had spoken, but to his surprise, everyone simply ignored him and continued eating. Sir, look here, the waiter in front said, his smile already stiffening. Behind him appeared several burly men, and the atmosphere grew tense. Zhou Long contemplated and stepped forward, ready to speak. Oh, isn't this Silver Sword? Long time no see. Mouse shouted loudly, having somehow approached to shake Silver Sword's hand. Come, come. Everyone knows this is the famous Silver Sword. Mouse exclaimed loudly. Oh, the surrounding crowd immediately looked at Silver Sword with a sudden understanding. Zhou Long glanced over, recognizing these were the previously laid-off employees now enjoying the sumptuous feast with smirking faces. After Mouse finished speaking, he enthusiastically welcomed Silver Sword, while the others behind Zhou Long with their attitudes would make anyone unfamiliar think they were surely good brothers. They seemed to have an incredibly close relationship. However, just as Zhou Long sat down, a waiter approached to pour wine, and while Silver Sword dealt with him, he cast a smiling glance at Zhou Long. It was that kind of smile, but his eyes revealed a hint of sinister intent. Zhou Long immediately raised his wine glass and gulped it down, only to spit it out while shouting, what the hell is this horse piss? In an instant, words like dog shit, garbage, dung, leftover food, and other derogatory terms spilled from Zhou Long's mouth. Judging by just that one sip of wine, Zhou Long concluded that this table of food was the most unpalatable meal in the world. Cursing loudly, Zhou Long could feel countless gazes sweeping over him. Some were curious rather than reveling in the chaos, but many were filled with anger. Especially those former colleagues who had been fired now stood up and strode toward Zhou Long, holding bottles of liquor, seemingly to offer a toast, but more likely to use them as weapons. Oh, Silver Sword, this young man is quite something. The mouse, rather pleased than angry, looked at the roaring Zhou Long, his gaze indicating that he bore no resentment toward Zhou Long. Over there, you young troublemakers. Mouse, don't take offense, Silver Sword said, loudly emphasizing the word mouse, as if it were a mockery. As he finished speaking, Silver Sword did not utter a word about Zhou Long, but kept piling food onto his bowl, truly resembling someone there just to eat. Suddenly, Xia Dai Wang Gai Wanqing Huang Pongzi and the forcibly dragged Lu Ziqiao appeared in front of the few holding liquor bottles, while Wan and Xiao Huang simply stood there in a daze. Seeing the sudden appearance of a few people around him, Zhou Long immediately felt emboldened, and the previously dwindling curses erupted into shouts. Get lost, you little brat. shouted the approaching person attempting to push Xia Dai aside with the liquor bottle. A series of screams erupted as Xia Dai, Wan Qing, and Wang Gai simultaneously struck down the advancing men. What kind of behavior is this? Hurry up and apologize, truly ignorant of the rules. Silver Sword scolded the group, yet anyone could see that his expression was actually praising them. Perhaps because the few acted fiercely enough, the many who had originally stood up immediately sat back down. If all three had been men, it would have been no big deal even if they lost the fight. The crucial point was that this first batch of people were not from the gaming company at all, but security personnel invited by the mouse, all of whom were quite capable, having been swiftly dealt with by Xia Dai and the others who would dare to come back. Losing to women would be a huge embarrassment. Sit down. Zhou Long shouted for a long time, sweeping his gaze over the crowd as the few of them sat back down. What kind of dish is this? Rubbish. Lu Ziqiao slammed the table and shouted, what kind of company is this? Look at all these tables, all rubbish. Do you dare to come to work? Upon hearing this, those who had not intended to listen to nonsense also paused with their chopsticks. Evidently Lu Ziqiao's goal was being achieved, and there were also passers-by who had come to eat. Just out of curiosity, they sat down. These people were living advertisements. As Lu Ziqiao's shout resonated, the mouse's smile grew even wider, appearing to outsiders as a smile of amusement at the show. However, the mouse was entangled with Silver Sword and could not free himself. The smile on his face had long since become frozen, or rather oddly unsettling, as it seemed to be a smile that made others uncomfortable. What's wrong? Are you envious seeing others thriving? Of course, some people just can't stand it when others are better than themselves. I see. Zhang Ming, Zhang Li, and Zhang Hua walked in, tilting their heads and looking at Zhou Long and the others with disdain. What brings you here? Silver Sword slowly asked, tilting his head. We're here to celebrate the establishment of Tunlong Game Company. Zhang Ming turned and shouted loudly at Silver Sword, causing laughter to erupt from the crowd. Some had already been saying that these three were employees of the same company as Silver Sword and were golden tier game professionals, instantly bringing excitement to the scene as many recognized their identities. Then you can leave now, Silver Sword said, putting away his smile. He had come to cause trouble for the mouse today and did not wish to divert his attention to others. Seeing this scene, Zhou Long felt a very bad premonition surge within him. If these three had conflicts with Silver Sword, they were still company personnel and shouldn't be helping outsiders. Zhang Li and Zhang Hua each turned their heads, not looking at Silver Sword at all, while Zhang Ming looked at Silver Sword, a faint smile appearing on his face as he said, I announce that we three are joining Tunlong Company from today. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent, the venue was enveloped in quiet, and everyone's peripheral vision flicked towards Silver Sword and Zhou Long, feeling as if their faces were burning. No one can play with me as long as I can play with others, Silver Sword said, standing up. Oh, Zhang Ming, Zhang Li, and Zhang Hua responded, looking at Silver Sword as if they had witnessed the most ridiculous thing. Just wait, I'll sue for breach of contract. Silver Sword said angrily, standing up to leave. It won't be that easy. Silver Sword turned his head in the direction of the voice. He then noticed that three people were sitting beside the table, all in high-end suits, looking at Silver Sword, and said, we are lawyers, we will take on any lawsuit against them. Oh, I forgot to tell you, these three are big lawyers, very familiar with the judges, the mouse said nonchalantly from his seat, watching Silver Sword as if he were eager to see Silver Sword's distressed face. Let's go. Zhou Long gestured to the people around him, and they immediately rushed over to encircle Silver Sword and leave, all without speaking, truly unsure of what to say. Do you still need people? A voice inquired, and although Zhou Long and the others heard it, they hurriedly walked away. Yes. Silver Sword said, abruptly stopping and turning to look. Not far away, three people in obviously tattered clothes, carrying bedding on their backs, looked exhausted as they stared at Silver Sword, completely ignoring the mouse, who was also greeting them. We need newcomers, Silver Sword said, pushing through the crowd and rushing toward the three in front. We want to join too. The mouse exclaimed, rushing over as well. The three immediately ran toward Silver Sword, exclaiming, you are Silver Sword, right? We've heard so much about you. Their voices were quite loud. Not at all. Silver Sword said, smiling broadly at the three. Sometimes a person will do many things for the sake of face, and today Silver Sword had come to cause trouble, but ended up losing face. He was originally going to leave in dismay. However, being able to regain face on the spot, Silver Sword didn't mind taking in three more people into the company, warmly greeting the three as he spent half an hour receiving them at the company entrance. Smiling among the newcomers, the person in the middle was Fei Wu. In fact, Fei Wu and his companions had been standing far away all along, watching the scenes unfold. Upon observation, Fei Wu along with Fei Yu and Fei Hua decided on a whim to join Silver Sword's company, as the mouse was already showing off and had evidently gathered many people. On Silver Sword's side, it was clear that he needed people. Providing timely assistance was far more appreciated than merely adding glory. Inside the conference room, Fei Wu and three others sat together, Lu Ziqiao, Xia Dai, and Wan Qing. Wan Ru, Wang Gai, and Xiao Huang, feeling quite aware, had gone off to handle their own matters, while Zhou Long entered and took a seat. The smile on Jian's face was merely a facade. His eyes revealed a sense of helplessness, as if he had picked up a key from the street, yet regrettably had no idea which door it opened. His gaze slightly shifted towards Zhou Long, seemingly conveying a message. The three of us spend more time playing games than studying. Now we have come here with our last bit of fare, hoping to find a platform. Fei Wu said. His eyes shifted from Jian to Zhou Long, having clearly seen the exchange between the two. Fei Wu understood that Jian wanted Zhou Long to play the villain to present some difficulties and articulate some grandiose reasons, after which Jian would have to regretfully apologize. As soon as we step out of the company door, your authority will vanish too, Fei Yu said slowly. I only want the fairy sister. Fei Hua said mysteriously. I want these three people, Zhou Long declared to Jian, his gaze firm, devoid of any hint of jest. Very well. Jian glanced at Zhou Long with indifference before rising and walking out. I am the pioneer, Zhou Long said, gazing at the three people in front of him. It seems you already know our identities, Fei Wu, Fei Yu, and Fei Hua. Fei Wu pointed to himself and his two brothers, knowing that Zhou Long was not familiar with many who casually mentioned the fairy sister while playing games. Go to your room, it's just across from mine, Zhou Long said, his face displaying routine business. As he walked down the corridor, he pointed at 3 rooms and said, this will be your new accommodation. Very good, Fei Wu replied, while Fei Yu merely observed Fei Hua. Water and electricity fees don't count for the first month, but the cost of the gaming pod will be deducted from your end-of-month salaries, and Zhou Long recited like a script, unaware of the expressions on the faces of those behind him. By the end of the month, results are required, Zhou Long said, exchanging a few pleasantries with the three as he walked downstairs. They had just arrived and would surely need some time to settle in, so Zhou Long deemed it unnecessary to interfere. However, waking up early, it was already noon and his stomach was empty. Shouting outside the company had also required energy, so Zhou Long quickly made his way to the bar on the first floor of the company. Sitting on a soft seat, he ordered 2 chicken burgers and a cola, then began to savor his meal, with Lu Ziqiao, Xia Dai, Wanqing, Wanru, Wang Gai, and Xiao Huang seated around him. As Zhou Long approached, they all shot him sidelong glances that seemed they had just been engaged in conversation, but now upon his arrival, they fell silent, creating an atmosphere of stillness. What do you mean? Zhou Long asked, biting into his chicken burger and shifting his gaze to the chubby Huang, who immediately turned to Wanru, laughing, as if he had not noticed Zhou Long's questioning look. You've deceived 3 ignorant youths again, Lu Ziqiao remarked, sipping his blue drink with a straw resting beside it. He sat opposite Zhou Long in a separate soft seat, looking as calm as a landlord. What do you mean deceived? Do it? Xia Dai, seated in the middle, interjected. Right. Zhou Long nodded, returning her a friendly glance. It's clearly trafficking, Xia Dai exclaimed, lifting her drink to her lips. Xiao Huang, it's time to test your work abilities, Zhou Long said, gesturing to Xiao Huang, who stood behind Xia Dai. Aye. Xiao Huang replied, his eyes filled with questions. Work abilities. In the strongest, a light voice came from behind. Jian Ning, dressed in professional attire, walked directly to Lu Ziqiao's armrest and sat down. Lu Ziqiao stared straight ahead, while the others fell silent, their eyes filled with bewilderment. What is she planning to do? Is she about to publicly reveal Jian's green hat? Zhou Long thought, his heart racing. Of course it's not what you think, Jian Ning said, as if she could read his mind, wrapping her arms around Lu Ziqiao and addressing everyone. I have truly broken up with that Jian. Zhou Long was the first to laugh, clapping his hands, as if something joyous had occurred. The others, however, stared at him in confusion, as if someone had told a bad joke that was not funny at all. Meanwhile, Lu Ziqiao's eyes sparkled, or perhaps were filled with tears, as he thought, heavens, how could I, the charming prince, end up like this? I still have to save countless young girls and married women. Congratulations. Wang Gai approached, raising a glass to Lu Ziqiao and downing it in one gulp. Congratulations. Wanqing followed suit, also coming over to toast. Throughout the entire day, everyone indulged in drinking. Zhou Long naturally did not fall behind consuming drinks without knowing how many, only recalling that he was having a great time. Especially as he always drank with a hazy figure, gradually losing consciousness. It felt soft and warm, as if there was a warm body beside him providing heat to his own. Perhaps due to the alcohol, Zhou Long's mind remained muddled. He felt so comfortable that he didn't want to open his eyes. At that moment, a gentle breath caressed his lips, as if someone was breathing right in front of him, the familiar scent filling his nostrils. Yes, it's a kind of perfume, Zhou Long thought, still keeping his eyes closed. Perfume. As these 2 words exploded in his mind, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Before him was a woman with messy yet flowing hair, her skin white and extraordinarily elastic, exuding a faint yet enticing body fragrance. The angelic face unfolded right before Zhou Long's eyes. He held the woman beside him in his arms, both of them completely unclothed. This was originally a perfect picture, and any man waking up in the morning would hope to see such a scene. However, upon seeing the woman's face, Zhou Long thought, what have I done? Xia Dai's sweetly sleeping face was just a few centimeters away from him. Withdraw was the only word that appeared in Zhou Long's mind. He slowly withdrew his hands from Xia Dai's body, bent over, climbed out of bed, put on his shoes, donned his clothes, and surveyed his surroundings. It's 12 o'clock. Luckily, it's not my room, Zhou Long thought as he adjusted his clothes, slowly walking to the door and reaching out to open it. In that instant, he even glanced back. Xia Dai's enchanting eyes suddenly opened wide, just in time to see Zhou Long walking out. Heavens, what should I do? Zhou Long sat in his room pondering as he recalled Xia Dai's last dazed gaze, wondering, could it be she just woke up unintentionally? He drank until evening, and before long Zhou Long lay on his bed contemplating how to deal with the situation before drifting into a deep sleep. Meeting. The sound of Yin Jian's voice once again resonated from the alarm clock in the morning. Zhou Long immediately opened his eyes, glancing around while thinking, whatever, it's not the first time. She's a Ritter if she won't mind. 10 minutes later, Zhou Long appeared in the conference room. Lu Ziqiao, Xia Dai, Wan Qing, Wan Ru, Wang Gai, Xiao Huang, and Jian Ning were gathered around the table. However, Jian Ning was sitting closely beside Lu Ziqiao, while the chubby Huang still clung to Wan Ru. Wan Qing sat there lovingly beside Wang Gai, resembling a model couple, while Xia Dai kept her head down, still jotting down notes in her notebook. They hardly reacted to Zhou Long's entrance, sitting beside him with a slight sense of discomfort. It should be fine. Zhou Long scanned the room and cast a glance at Xia Dai, then looked away again. As he cast a third glance, Xia Dai said, "Thank you for escorting me back to my room last night," while simultaneously giving Zhou Long a piercing look. Right? Huh. Zhou Long laughed, feeling a sense of relief. Today's main agenda is that my team has new recruits, Yin Jian remarked, shooting Zhou Long a glance, after which Fei Wu, Fei Yu, and Fei Hua entered in sequence. Seated together, they filled the table. Now that we are starting, our team is officially full, Yin Jian said slowly, simply giving everyone a chance to breathe. In a gaming company, the departure of ordinary employees might not mean much, but when golden gaming talents collectively jump ship, it will undoubtedly affect others. Yin Jian aimed to minimize this impact. I can announce something to everyone, a company secret. There is a benefactor who intends to invest in our Tianyu gaming company. The benefactor is very low-key and has not revealed their identity, Yin Jian said, watching the expressions of everyone. Naturally, the responses were all of uniform surprise. Perhaps satisfied with the reaction, Yin Jian continued, because of this, the company will seek to unearth new golden gaming talents. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Ziqiao, who had been indulging in his drink, reacted. His expression seemed to reflect anticipation, while the trio of Fei Wu, Fei Yu, and Fei Hua stared intently at Yin Jian. In the Planet Civilization game, those who enter and rank within the top 100 will be considered golden gaming talents of our company, Yin Jian said as he stood up and walked out. Top 10000. Isn't that quite easy? Lu Ziqiao exclaimed, his eyes sparkling, while Zhou Long, Xia Dai, and even Xiao Huang looked at Lu Ziqiao with expressions of disbelief. What? Is it not? Lu Ziqiao questioned the others. Within Asia, over 2 billion people have entered the Planet Civilization game. While many may be cannon fodder, you must know that the remaining few skilled players and even fewer top-tier experts number at least 100. Zhou Long stood up and said, I believe that if everyone ranks within the top 500, the company will elevate you all. All right, then let's aim for the top 500. Xiao Huang chimed in, his face filled with hope as he looked at the table before him. Let's go. Entering the game, Zhou Long declared as he walked out of the conference room. From beginning to end, the non-human trio hardly spoke, perhaps feeling that it was inappropriate to engage the newcomer in conversation. However, this was not a concern for Zhou Long. The fact that he introduced himself with his player name upon their first meeting was already enough to demonstrate his sincerity. Zhou Long rarely cared about how others developed. Leaving the conference room and walking down the stairs, Zhou Long's body was still swaying. Perhaps the effects of the alcohol haven't worn off yet, he thought, and he stopped at the company's entrance to have a bowl of food. He immediately returned to his house, took out a stamina pill from the cupboard, swallowed it in one gulp, and dove into the game pod, celebrating the simultaneous online players of Planet Civilization, exceeding 6 billion worldwide. A huge red headline appeared on the official website. What the heck? There are only 18 billion in total worldwide and 6 billion are in the game, Zhou Long muttered to himself, somewhat incredulous. There were no new events, and Zhou Long clicked through the forum, where all kinds of leveling strategies were crammed in with prices ranging from 100 to 1 yuan. Yet the most clicked post at that moment was not a strategy, but a decryption post claiming that the extremely successful players in the game were all pawns of the game company. They were all secretly arranged by the game company, and the post even featured an interview with a mysterious figure willing to expose the truth. Originally, this wasn't much of a concern. The sudden emergence of Planet Civilization indeed dealt a devastating blow to other online companies. Those who couldn't make money and didn't get a share of the cake would always retaliate. However, this mysterious figure revealed something that everyone was unaware of. The Planet Civilization game was about to launch a mission, the Counter-Rebellion mission. The post detailed this mission thoroughly, even listing the game names of several accounts, among which Zhou Long surprisingly saw the name of the pioneer. With a face full of disbelief, Zhou Long shook his head, closed the forum, and entered the game. Regarding the content of the post, Zhou Long was only half convinced the appearance of his name could only mean that the author was being deliberate or trying to add some credibility. It was obvious that the Pioneer had become a trend on the forum, with several detailed posts outlining the places the Pioneer had been serving as a leveling compass for players. As he clicked to enter the game, a distortion occurred around him, and soon the surroundings became a shade of gray. Zhou Long looked around with a cold gaze. It was evident that he was intercepted midway while re-entering the game. A person in gray clothing slowly approached, asking, "Need any weapons?" With a direct demeanor, the gray-clad individual opened his coat, while looking at Zhou Long with a cold expression. Several small boxes appeared before Zhou Long's eyes, armament boxes, which had been prominently featured on the official website. Any one of them could hold 5 Zero laser guns, or 5 warships. Absolutely a favorite among constructive players. Only $300, not expensive at all, the gray-clad man said, observing Zhou Long's greedy eyes. This was definitely something that could entice any player. "Is there anything else?" Zhou Long asked coldly. "There are also these." The gray-clad man, not knowing how it was done, pulled out a large bag from behind him, laid it on the ground, and displayed a variety of weapons and items before Zhou Long. Laser guns and military uniforms were laid out before him, yet Zhou Long didn't reach out, his expression clearly one of disdain, which seemed to perplex the gray-clad man. Previously, any players who saw these weapons would rush at them like starving dogs. Some didn't even inquire about the prices and just paid outright. "How much is this?" Zhou Long asked, holding an object resembling a hand grenade. The gray-clad man looked blankly, his eyes fixed on Zhou Long with a peculiar gaze. "Haha, this guy must never have visited the weapons subpage on the official site. This is going to be profitable," the gray-clad man thought, still wearing that expression. Smoke bomb can generate substantial smoke, causing anyone in the smoke to immediately collapse for 1 day. "Only $200 each," the gray-clad man said, and although his face was blank, Zhou Long could still see the subtle hint of a certain expression in his eyes, the kind that indicated a trap. "Is there anything else?" "Of course there is. Shock bombs, flashlights, stun grenades, trigger mines, fire bombs, laser bombs." The gray-clad man listed countless items in one breath. Looking at the items before him, Zhou Long was naturally very eager in his heart. He certainly wanted them more than anyone, but there was one issue: these items were also available on the official website. However, they were not currently for sale. It wouldn't be long before they would be available, perhaps as members-only sales. What Zhou Long was concerned about was whether the prices were high or low. "I estimate these must have been brushed by that online expert. They'll probably last a day at most," Zhou Long thought, picking up the smoke bomb and trigger mine. He said, $300, you're definitely scamming me, right? The time isn't long, right?" As Zhou Long spoke the latter part of his sentence, the gray-clad man's expression changed. He stared blankly at Zhou Long and asked, "Are you a game investigator?" "Of course not." Zhou Long rolled his eyes and said, "How do I pay?" "This is my online banking account. Just transfer the money to me, if you don't then," the gray-clad man was saying as he picked up a weapon and handed it over. "I understand the rules," Zhou Long interrupted, taking the smoke bomb and trigger mine. Indeed, there were once individuals who bought weapons without paying, but afterward the sellers relentlessly harassed players. No matter what game the players played, those sellers pursued them relentlessly. In the end, there was no conclusion. Players went mad in the game, while the seller vanished without a trace. Once this incident broke out, that game immediately lost all its players. It was rumored to be cursed, associated with a previous game of Planet Civilization. Even though the game had changed, there were still legends that the curse continued to seep through countless lines into the Planet Civilization game. With the transaction completed, Zhou Long found 2 items in his pocket and appeared on the deck of the Devil warship, surrounded by the vast universe. Yet Zhou Long felt somewhat unsettled at the scene before him. "What is that?" Zhou Long asked loudly. In the control room, the alluring figure of Hong Chun turned around and said to Zhou Long, "We are heading to our destination." "Ha ha ha." Zhou Long immediately clutched his stomach, originally wanting to hold back, but ultimately couldn't. In the dark and vast universe, countless stones of various sizes floated, their shapes peculiar and bizarre. These floating stones had existed for countless billions of years. The Devil battleship navigated through these stones, moving along a specific trajectory. Looking at Hong Chen's painted face, Zhou Long felt a mix of anger and amusement. He was irritated because Zhou Long immediately recognized that this was definitely not the route back to the base, but he found amusement in Hong Chen's expression as soft footsteps approached from behind. Zhou Long turned around, and the little girl's stealthy figure appeared before him. "What do you want to do?" Zhou Long asked, but as soon as the little girl realized she had been spotted, she turned and ran towards Hong Chun. Seeing Zhou Long's displeased expression, Hong Chun seemed to have no intention of explaining. She stepped towards the control room while Zhou Long typed on the keyboard, and the screen immediately displayed a strange coordinate. "This is where the general wants us to go," Hong Chun said beside him, showing no signs of embarrassment. "Where is it?" Zhou Long asked curiously, turning his head. "If there's nothing beneficial, I wouldn't do it," Hong Chun said slowly. "The Forgotten Planet. That's the last refuge of the thieves, a hell or a paradise. Once all factions filled the universe, the thieves faced the fate of being hunted down by various powers. Yet there was always a small group of thieves who managed to escape. In a place known only to them, they lived freely waiting for a signal assigned for a comeback. As soon as this signal appeared, the thieves hiding in the depths of the universe would sweep across the entire cosmos once more. Listening to Hong Chen's storytelling, Zhou Long felt as if he had entered a new map that had not yet been activated. However, just as Hong Chen finished speaking, a black planet appeared in his line of sight. On the display screen, a small planet appeared surrounded by several small asteroids, all equipped with various laser cannons, all in a state of readiness. One could say that those few satellites along with the central planet formed a perfect defensive circle that would be difficult to conquer without a large fleet, and as for that main star, it was not entirely dark. The surface of the planet was even erupting with countless beams of laser. As the Devil battleship entered the planetary orbit, Hong Chen struck the keyboard. The entire Devil battleship seemed to flicker for a moment, and certainly Hong Chen sent a message. Welcome to the Forgotten Planet, where you can find anything you desire. Thieves. A line of text flashed on the screen, which could be considered a reply. Watch your pockets, Hong Chen said softly, while continuing to control the battleship forward. Pondering over Hong Chen's words, Zhou Long watched as the ground drew nearer. Boom, boom. The first sound was issued by the Devil battleship as a beam of laser erupted, destroying a battleship on the ground. The second sound was the sound of the Devil battleship landing. We are guests, we should be polite. This might not be very good, Zhou Long remarked, following Hong Chen as they disembarked from the battleship. He did not see the little girl, but Zhou Long did not feel like caring about her for now. We are thieves, you know. This is the best etiquette for thieves. Hong Chen, who was leading the way, turned around to say, raising her fist fiercely at Zhou Long, embodying the image of a thief. Zhou Long quickened his pace to catch up with Hong Chen. The Devil battleship was dark on both sides, and amidst the continuous bursts of laser light, Zhou Long could see various types of battleships parked around, all bearing a unified emblem, a giant skull. With his keen ears, Zhou Long could tell that there were quite a few people around, but they were all moving about. This is the paradise of thieves, so here weapons speak for themselves. As they walked, Hong Chen occasionally explained, teaching Zhou Long about the most ruthless and cunning thieves gathered here. They killed mercilessly and were incredibly evil. They would go to great lengths to obtain even a single star coin from you, but sometimes they were also very simple-minded. So simple that if you offered them a bottle of alcohol, they would follow you anywhere. Betrayal was their specialty, escaping was their frequent activity, greed was their nature, freedom was their greatest love, and alcohol was their only friend. Before Hong Chen could finish her sentence, Zhou Long had already pulled out the modified Silver Serpent laser gun. Here, a level laser sword would not play any role in intimidation, it would only be a joke. The ground was completely metallic, even more so than their home planet. The two walked in single file for less than half an hour. Finally, they entered a city, if it could be called a city, along a dirty street littered with all sorts of garbage. On both sides of the street stood various houses, and everyone inside was occupied with one thing: drinking, or robbing others' drinks. If they couldn't win, they would simply open fire. Therefore, on the way, Zhou Long witnessed countless lasers flashing by, while Hong Chen clutched a box in her arms. They advanced slowly as if they were very familiar with the route. It seemed this wasn't their first time here, and they didn't even glance at their surroundings, just moving forward. Countless women dressed in various outfits called out to the men nearby. What could there be in this place? Zhou Long remarked, looking left and right in confusion about what the general from the home planet would bring here. That's not for you to worry about, Hong Chen replied as a tall building, or rather a bar, appeared before them. Inside, countless people were drinking. Hong Chen walked straight and turned a few corners and began searching for someone in the corridor. Zhou Long followed behind, step by step, feeling bored. Hey there, Nana, come have a drink. A woman with exposed cleavage approached, holding a bottle of alcohol and trying to pour it into Zhou Long's mouth. Wait, let's play a game. Whoever loses drinks, how about that? Zhou Long replied, seeming quite familiar and enthusiastically responding as he pushed the bottle away with his hand. Sure. The woman on the opposite side, with one hand on her waist and a tipsy expression, said seriously, what game are you talking about? He'll guess the hand, or we can play a drinking game. Whoever loses drinks, Zhou Long said, glancing at the nearby room where Hong Chen had already entered, placing the box on the table while speaking with a man. Quickly shifting his gaze back, Zhou Long holstered the laser gun behind him, extended both hands, and said, see, it should be like this. Whoosh. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Long suddenly saw Hong Chen appear before him, suddenly grasping his hand and rushing out the door. You jerk, are you running to your death? Nana exclaimed, throwing the bottle to the ground as she watched Zhou Long disappear. She then laughed and walked over to another man. In the dark alley, the two remained vigilant, having stayed there for an hour. Earlier, Zhou Long had been led by Hong Chen to countless places. It seemed they were hiding from something. We've been sold out. You go, Hong Chen said coldly. As he glanced at Hong Chen's back, a feeling of loneliness and isolation surged within him. What a joke, I'm not that kind of person. Zhou Long had just finished speaking when Hong Chen turned around and said, good, I knew you were loyal. Zhou Long felt somewhat deceived. Before them was a dimly lit alley as Hong Chen said, "Let's go," and began to walk out with Zhou Long closely following behind, not asking any more questions. However, looking at the direction they were heading, Zhou Long was certain this was definitely not the way back to the battleship. It seemed Hong Chen was heading somewhere, the two figures weaving through countless alleys. They occasionally saw numerous drunks fighting over bottles and men and women kissing openly. Perhaps after all the commotion, Zhou Long had lost his sense of direction. If it weren't for Hong Chen leading the way, he probably wouldn't have found his way out. Before long, a house appeared before them. Hong Chen looked around briefly before walking inside. The house was still in chaos with countless people shouting wildly, some even sprawled on tables holding empty bottles and mumbling incoherently. Hong Chen merely glanced around. Then she proceeded to the back of the house, with Zhou Long closely following. They arrived at a cellar filled with countless iron barrels, the ground damp, while a person lay there like a wild dog. Continuous snoring echoed through the space. Bam! Hong Chen approached and delivered a fierce kick, causing him to remain standing. That bastard dared to kick me. The person on the ground immediately woke up, reaching for something at his waist. He leaned slightly and sat up, pulling out a laser gun, squinting at the shadowy figure before him. Zhou Long grabbed a nearby iron barrel and splashed its contents over the man, who wiped his face and stood up. "Let's talk about what's going on inside." It was clear this person knew Hong Chen. He had almost pulled his gun, but seeing Hong Chen, he lost his temper and stood up, saying, "A married woman like spilled water," shaking his head afterward. Back in the house, the man directly found a table, while a woman who had walked over grabbed a bottle of alcohol, following Hong Chen. Zhou Long also approached to look at this man, whose face reeked of alcohol. He wore thin clothing, had unkempt hair, and a scruffy beard. His unbuttoned shirt exposed a beer belly, and he swayed as he drank from the bottle. Hong Chen approached and sat down, while Zhou Long quickly sat beside her, covering his face, feeling a sense of despair. With no task at hand, what was he doing here accompanying an NPC? Looking at this scene, Zhou Long couldn't help but doubt what this person was capable of. He took a sip of wine and asked, "What's going on?" The bearded uncle squinted his eyes in response. "I need information," Hong Chen said calmly. "Right now." "Then what will be exchanged?" the uncle replied as he downed another sip of wine. "A gift from the general," Hong Chen said as he pulled out something wrapped in paper from his military uniform. Upon seeing this scene, Zhou Long suddenly remembered something from earlier at the tavern. When Hong Chen ran out, he wasn't carrying a box. The gift was actually on him all along. Squinting his eyes, the uncle reached out to take it. Hong Chen quickly withdrew his hand and said, "Speak." "It seems someone in your organization betrayed the general, which has made everyone in the organization distrust one another, as no one knows who the traitor is," the uncle said as he took another sip of wine. "Have you heard of the Devil Battleship?" Hong Chen asked, holding the paper package in his hand. "Just kidding, who hasn't heard of it? That's just a legend, no one believes it," the uncle said with a smile. "I found him, he is the new master of the battleship." Hong Chen pointed at Zhou Long. In truth, Zhou Long didn't care what the NOC was discussing, he was merely tilting his head, watching the openly dancing women in the room. Suddenly Zhou Long turned his head and found both of them staring at him, their gazes akin to seeing a beautiful woman, causing him to shudder. "What do you want?" Zhou Long said, crossing his arms. "Does your battleship still need people?" And the uncle looked at Zhou Long and asked. Zhou Long was about to speak when Hong Chen directly interrupted, saying, "You know what the Devil Battleship signifies?" After speaking, Hong Chen looked at Zhou Long meaningfully. That gaze conveyed a single message: shut up. "It's been a long time since I've seen an officer from Earth." The uncle fiddled with the bottle of wine, saying, "Of course, at this point in the game, players still couldn't come here. Perhaps their levels weren't high enough. The NPCs here certainly couldn't see players other than Zhou Long. If you leave, you'll be taken out," the uncle said, casually looking outside. Unbeknownst to them, some people passed by on the street, but it was clear they weren't part of the same group. They were all drunkenly shoving each other together like drunkards. "What do you want?" Hong Chen turned his gaze and asked. "I want to do business with the general. The Devil Battleship should also have my share." Hong Chen looked at Zhou Long, seemingly waiting for his answer. "Sure. No problem," Zhou Long said, glancing at Hong Chen's expression, afraid of saying something wrong. As soon as the words left his mouth, the uncle tapped his finger on the table. Both men saw the people on the street immediately splitting into two factions, with the smaller group being driven away. Soon the street was empty. "Young officer, welcome to the Forgotten Planet. To prove your abilities and deepen our friendship, are you willing to do something for me?" The uncle in front spoke blankly, just like other NPCs issuing tasks. "Congratulations, player has unlocked a quest, please choose." Zhou Long raised his hand and clicked to accept. "Very good, young officer. My wine is finished. Please go to the cellar and bring me a bottle. Remember, I want the one with the red X symbol on it," the uncle said calmly. "Are you kidding me? What kind of task is this?" Zhou Long thought to himself, looking at the two in front of him, and then he stood up and walked towards the cellar behind him. Staring blankly as Zhou Long turned the corner into the cellar, the uncle immediately smiled and said, "Is it a deal?" "Oomph. Of course," Hong Chen said with a proud expression. "Is that battleship real?" the uncle asked with suspicion. "You still don't trust my vision? Wait a bit." Hong Chun covered his mouth and whispered something to the uncle. In the dark cellar, Zhou Long looked at the rows of barrels and walked in, burying his head to search for red X, red X. Zhou Long muttered to himself as he groped around. All he saw were metal barrels, and Zhou Long couldn't find any wine bottles with a red X symbol. Where could it be? Zhou Long wondered, staring around the small cellar. Half an hour passed, yet he still found nothing. There must be a secret passage, Zhou Long thought as he took out the laser sword from his pocket. Just as he was about to activate it, a voice came from behind him, making Zhou Long shudder and shout, "Ah, such a coward." It was Hong Chun, who appeared out of nowhere holding a wine bottle with a red X symbol and handed it over, looking quite self-satisfied. "Scaring someone to death," Zhou Long said as he took the wine bottle and followed Hong Chun out again. The uncle in the room took the bottle and started downing the wine. "Congratulations, player explorer has completed the quest, rewarding 10000 star coins." Looking at the small characters that appeared above his head, Zhou Long felt a strange sense of unease welling up inside him, but he couldn't pinpoint what felt off. However, Zhou Long did see the uncle putting the paper package into his pocket, and suddenly a beam of laser shot through, striking the uncle in the chest. Without a sound, the uncle collapsed onto the table. "Run!" Hong Chun immediately shouted, not even glancing around. He grabbed Zhou Long and ran outside. After running a few streets, the two remained silent, and Zhou Long was completely confused, having no idea what was happening. At the same time, he regretted not bringing the Devourer robot down from the battleship, otherwise he could have known the direction the shots came from. Now he was just being pulled by Hong Chun. Running quickly, the wind whooshed past Zhou Long's ears as he closely followed Hong Chun, while also scanning his surroundings, fearing that lasers might shoot out from anywhere. Boom, boom. Just as Zhou Long slowed his pace, lasers shot out from behind, hitting the ground beneath him. "Damn," Zhou Long thought, quickening his pace and unexpectedly grabbing Hong Chun's wrist. In an instant, their running speed increased, and Hong Chun once again felt like she was flying, while also pointing the way for Zhou Long. Before long, the lasers behind them ceased. But Zhou Long still did not stop. They had already exited the city, yet Zhou Long continued to run. Hong Chun remained silent for a while, merely following him quietly. Metallic ground swept past their eyes, resembling the scene they had seen when they first landed from the battleship. It was also dark, but unlike before, there was no large group of battleships around. "Are we lost?" Zhou Long said while running. As the words were spoken, an uncanny flame ignited before the two, with a pair of hands swirling around the fire and a face materializing above it. Perhaps the firelight reflected upon the face, which bore a faintly enchanting red hue. Without the red glow, Zhou Long would have surely concluded that this person was a pretty boy. "Of course you are not lost," the face slowly spoke. Indeed, he had kept his eyes tightly shut all along. "Charlatan." Zhou Long gradually uttered a smile blooming on his face, accentuating the eerie red visage. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Long and Hong Chun had clasped their hands tightly together, both calming their breaths. They had not moved an inch, and Zhou Long felt astonished, now relying on his mutated body. As long as one remained focused, anyone approaching would be sensed, yet the person before them had appeared without a sound. "I am certainly not a ghost." "It seems you are pondering something," the face remarked. "You have merely arrived at your destined place." It gently continued, suddenly spreading its hands toward the central flame, producing a loud bang. "Be careful," Hong Chun whispered softly in Zhou Long's ear. The central flame rapidly expanded, splitting into several smaller flames that circled around them, the light dazzling. In the bright glow, a slender figure emerged before their eyes. Dressed in grayish-white garments that trailed to the ground, obscuring the feet, it was impossible to discern whether the figure was male or female. From a superficial glance, one would assume it was a pretty boy, yet the slender physique suggested it could also be a delicate girl, though lacking long hair, having only a short bob. With a tug, Hong Chun stood beside Zhou Long, who felt a surge of confidence and remarked, "A fortune teller." The person chuckled lightly. "That could be considered true. I have no time for fortune telling here," Zhou Long said, pulling Hong Chun behind him, turning sideways to stride into the darkness ahead. Having walked less than 5 meters past the figure, another burst of flame appeared, and the figure re-emerged before them. "Split apart," Hong Chun instructed, and the two swiftly ran to opposite sides. The figure remained still, its eyes still closed, yet a subtle smile appeared on its face, seemingly a natural expression that appeared eerily in the firelight. Half an hour later, the two returned from the darkness on either side. Zhou Long looked at Hong Chun in surprise, having just used his utmost speed. He believed it was impossible for anyone to have caught up with him. Seeing the light ahead, he ran toward it, only to realize he had returned to the starting point. Adjusting his breath, Hong Chun had drawn out a laser gun, aiming it at the figure and saying, "Who are you? I've never seen you before." "The guide," the figure responded. Turning slightly toward Zhou Long, it said, "You possess a powerful warship." "Those who are well-informed know this," Zhou Long replied nonchalantly. "There is a devil within, waiting for you to take it to where it belongs, and then it will re-enter the world." As the figure spoke, the surrounding flames grew increasingly brilliant. Zhou Long and Hong Chun had to shield their eyes with their hands. "Ah!" Zhou Long shouted as he stepped back. Just as he lowered his hand, the figure's eerie face appeared right before him. Bang! Speak! Who sent you? Hong Chun demanded, pointing the laser gun unwaveringly at the figure, a calm smile gracing her lips, while the expression on the figure's face turned blank. The Forgotten Wizard, the figure stated. Zhou Long was completely unaware of the figure's purpose, but he clearly noticed Hong Chen's steady laser gun trembled slightly before quickly regaining its composure. Despite this, Zhou Long's keen ears detected that Hong Chen's breath had become extremely rapid. Without needing to see her face, he could tell that she seemed very excited or perhaps quite frightened. With a snap of his fingers, the Forgotten Wizard caused the surrounding flames to vanish. Zhou Long felt Hong Chen's grip on his hand tighten, trembling slightly. The Forgotten Wizard is merely a legend, she said, her voice quivering. The Devil's Worship is also just a legend, the Forgotten Wizard continued. Upon arriving on this planet, one will be cursed, and only the owner of the Devil's Worship can lift the curse. He's a lunatic, let's go, Hong Chun exclaimed, pulling Zhou Long back, ready to run. Wait, Zhou Long said, gripping Hong Chen's hand tightly, pulling her back as he turned to ask, what do you want? Perhaps out of fear, or perhaps because Zhou Long's strength was too great, Hong Chun was pulled into his embrace, resting her head on his shoulder, resembling a cat seeking her owner's caress and comfort. The Forgotten Planet was the last refuge of the thieves. When the thieves were being hunted down by various forces at the last moment, the warships they fought with were the Devil's Warships. Perhaps driven by the will to survive, the thieves' leader prayed to the Guardian of the Cosmos. This was a legend among thieves. Before each battle, they would pray to the Guardian of the Cosmos. They believed there was a place in the universe unreachable by humans, and that place was the star domain where the Guardian of the Cosmos resided. As long as one prayed sincerely, the Guardian would manifest. At that time, when the thieves were under assault from countless warships, the leaders gathered together and sincerely prayed to the Guardian of the Cosmos, willing to sacrifice everything for it. Perhaps spurred by the final prayer, the besieged thieves broke out like madmen, their combat power surging several times, and in the end they finally opened a small gap in the encirclement. A small group of thieves escaped, miraculously evading capture, and drifted to a planet beginning a debauched life. Not that no one wanted to leave, the thieves were not the type to settle for the status quo. What they craved was continuous plunder. Any warship that attempted to leave would explode before everyone's eyes. At the moment of despair for all on the Forgotten Planet, a figure appeared, calling himself the Forgotten Wizard, distributing wine to everyone, claiming they could leave only when the Devil's Worship arrived. Then everyone began to drink without day or night, and no one knew how long it lasted because they were all drunk, forgetting everything except for drinking. Hong Chun trembled slightly, whispering in Zhou Long's ear, "Don't worry." Zhou Long raised his hand to wrap around Hong Chen's waist. Perhaps this gesture worked on all women, as Hong Chen felt much more at ease and her body gradually ceased trembling. At that moment, the face of the Forgotten Wizard before them bore a strange expression, one that seemed to convey a desire to speak, but found it difficult to articulate. "Actually, I am just a wine seller. I wanted to ask if you would be willing to sell my wine on another planet, and then I can still be a wizard. The thieves really enjoy the wine I brew with my ancestors, which is why I say this," the Forgotten Wizard said, smiling widely, attempting to convey goodwill. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings returned to normal. Distant gunfire echoed, and countless lasers erupted, with numerous warships still stationed nearby. "Congratulations, player. You've activated the wine-buying quest. Please make your choice." Seeing the game prompt appear overhead, Zhou Long raised his hand and selected accept. A barrel of wine immediately materialized before him. Before Zhou Long could make a move, Hong Chun swiftly snatched the barrel. "Just this one barrel?" Zhou Long asked. "Just one barrel. If you take it to the home planet Earth, it would be a great help to me." "Sigh," Zhou Long muttered, pondering the shipping fees, when suddenly the figure before him moved, a pale hand pressed against his chest. The face of the Forgotten Wizard momentarily darkened, but it was just for an instant. Afterward, his expression returned to calm, his eyes still closed. Hong Chun, on the other hand, had fallen silent. "What you have on you can suppress the devil aboard your warship, but this is not a long-term solution," the Forgotten Wizard said lightly. "What is it?" Hong Chun asked, looking at Zhou Long with a puzzled expression, as if feeling deceived. "It is," Zhou Long said, slowly beginning to undo his military uniform. At that moment, Hong Chun, like all women, gazed at the gemstone with a look of infatuation in her eyes. If she weren't holding the wine barrel, her hands would have reached out to touch it. If the Forgotten Wizard hadn't brought it up, Zhou Long might have forgotten about it entirely, as the gemstone with the golden chain had almost fused into his being. This caused Zhou Long to feel no sense of strangeness, almost as if it were part of his body. "You don't mind helping with one more thing, do you?" the Forgotten Wizard asked, retracting his hand. "First tell me what the task is, I may be able to assist." Zhou Long casually stepped back a couple of paces as he spoke. Just as he finished, he saw a gilded round gold medallion appear before him. It certainly looked gold, at least from the outside, with a skull engraved on its surface. The Forgotten Wizard held the medallion in his hand and said, "Don't move." Before Zhou Long could respond, crack. The forgotten wizard acted swiftly, pressing the medallion against the gemstone on Zhou Long's chest. The red gemstone immediately reacted, unleashing a fierce red beam toward the medallion in the wizard's hand. In that instant, Zhou Long found himself unable to move, feeling all his strength drained by the gemstone at his chest with no energy left to resist. He heard Hong Qin's anxious cries nearby alongside the crack of a laser gun. Simultaneously, Zhou Long sensed an overwhelming chill, a bone-deep cold that transcended mere physical sensations, almost as if a thought was suddenly unleashed, and Zhou Long was adjacent to this thought. Falling unconscious, Zhou Long could only hear Hong Qin's cries beside him. In the vast starry sky, boundless and gazing, Zhou Long looked around, his limbs moving as he realized he was floating in the dark universe with nothing around him. What is happening? I am already dead, Zhou Long murmured in his heart. Wait a minute. In the game you can respawn after dying. Oh, where am I now? A wave of unknown fear surged in his heart, and in front of him the vast starry sky suddenly revealed a gigantic vortex seemingly capable of devouring everything, and his body was involuntarily drawn towards it. As he watched the vortex drawing closer, Zhou Long shouted, "No!" Zhou Long opened his eyes, holding his head as he sat up, only to find himself lying on the demon warship with Hong Qin standing in front of him, holding several silver needles in both hands. "Aunt!" Zhou Long screamed as he looked at his body covered in silver needles. "Does it hurt a lot?" A little girl who suddenly popped up beside him tilted her head and asked. "Aunt!" Zhou Long yelled again, lying back down. "What are you shouting for?" "It's just acupuncture, and you are a man," Hong Qin said as she walked over. Seeing Zhou Long still not awake, she pressed down on one of the silver needles in his body. "Aunt!" Zhou Long opened his eyes wide and sat up, looking at Hong Qin with a face full of pain, saying, "It hurts." "Well, it's good that you are awake," Hong Qin said, and began to pull out the silver needles one by one. Originally, Zhou Long shouldn't have felt much pain. Acupuncture isn't supposed to hurt that much, but he had just woken from a nightmare. Coupled with his sensitive nerves after the mutation, seeing his body covered in needles, and the psychological effect, he immediately lay back down on the ground, asking, "What happened?" Zhou Long looked at Hong Qin and asked, "Are we going back to your base?" Hong Qin said as she finished pulling out the needles and got up to head towards the control room. "Hey, where is that wizard?" Zhou Long spoke, but attempted to get up only to discover that his body was extremely weak. After straining for quite a while, he finally managed to stand up with the little girl's help and walked into the control room, looking at Hong Qin in front of him. "She's a con artist, don't mind her," Hong Qin said as she tapped the keyboard in front of her. "You seem familiar with that planet?" Zhou Long tentatively asked. "Yes," Hong Qin replied affirmatively. "Are you from that planet?" Zhou Long asked. Hong Qin fell silent. "Or are you also a thief?" Zhou Long asked again. "You are the thief? Oh, your whole family are thieves," Hong Qin shouted angrily, her face filled with rage. She turned and took the little girl's hand, leaving the control room and walking towards the back of the warship. With his hands propped on the keyboard, Zhou Long's body still felt very weak. The gust of wind created by Hong Qin's departure nearly knocked him over. What kind of person is she? I thought she was so fond of thieves. Wasn't she very happy when she first arrived? Zhou Long murmured to himself. Before he could take 2 steps, a sharp scream rang out. "Little girl!" Behind the warship. Zhou Long responded and moved his feet to go over, but the feeling of weakness made him unable to move quickly. Big sister, big sister." As he just stepped out of the control room, Zhou Long saw the little girl running towards him at full speed, shouting, "Slow down," Zhou Long said, and as soon as the little girl approached, she pulled Zhou Long and ran forward. Along the way, Zhou Long nearly fell several times. "Where is this?" Zhou Long asked, but behind him came a surge of thrust. Zhou Long suddenly sat down on the ground. "You..." He was about to shout when the little girl in the distance made a face at him, raised her hand to point, and then jumped away. "Hey, little brat," Zhou Long said, using his hands to support his body. It was a corridor lined with rooms, all dark. Zhou Long leaned against the wall and raised his hand to knock on the door behind him. It was the room the little girl pointed at. No need to say Hong Qin was inside. Women can sometimes get angry for no apparent reason. At this moment, it's best for the man who upset the woman to come out and appease her, otherwise women can remember it for a lifetime. Zhou Long didn't know this, but the little girl's actions clearly indicated everything. "Are you mad at me?" Zhou Long knocked on the door, tilting his head. "Go to hell." Hong Qin's voice came from inside the door, followed by the sound of a wall being slapped. "Die!" Zhou Long shouted in despair, seemingly contemplating how to die. After a while, perhaps his strength had recovered a bit, Zhou Long raised his hand and slapped the wall. "Hey!" Zhou Long shouted. "Go die." "I wanted to," Zhou Long lazily shouted. "Then hurry up and go," Hong Qin screamed, seemingly filled with endless hatred. "But there's a problem," Zhou Long said, his voice tinged with pity. After a pause of 5 minutes, Hong Qin's voice came from the wall again. "What? How to die?" Zhou Long shouted, squeezing his eyes shut. "Take out your laser sword and swipe it across your neck." Hong Qin's voice came from inside the wall, cold and indifferent, as if she didn't care at all. "Is that so?" Zhou Long shouted. "Then I will die." Bang! A heavy object fell to the ground, then there was complete silence. Trying to trick me. In a room, Hong Chun sat against the wall murmuring. Perhaps it was because of Zhou Long's words that struck at the most hidden part of her heart. Hong Chun was indeed an orphan, a descendant of thieves, yet she grew up on her home planet. It was in her nature to be a thief. Hong Chun longed for freedom and disliked staying in one place. In fact, Hong Chun was very good friends with the general privately. They had bet that if they encountered a good opportunity, Hong Chun would leave, and if things didn't go well, she could return. However, Hong Chun knew that since stepping onto the demon warship, the next time she encountered the general, their previous relationship would no longer exist. What they were doing now was merely a cooperative relationship. Zhou Long's appearance seemed more like a hope for Hong Chun, a new beginning. Fearing that Zhou Long would be harmed, she gradually became happy at his happiness, as what Zhou Long needed was also what she needed. While Hong Chun was lost in thought, another scream rang out. The girl screamed. Could that fool really be in trouble? Hong Chun thought anxiously, and quickly got up to push open the door. Bang! Looking at Zhou Long, who was sitting on the ground and rubbing his feet, she immediately slapped him. Hey, I'm innocent, I was shouting for the little girl. Zhou Long covered his face, looking innocent. Hey, help me up. Let's go, Hong Chun said. If you trick me, I'll kill you. She pulled Zhou Long up and headed towards the control room. Not long after, the door that Hong Chun had opened slowly closed itself. In the control room, the little girl stood there in a daze, seemingly having witnessed something terrifying. What a huge snowball! The little girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with countless little stars, as a gigantic ice ball appeared on the huge display screen of the Devil's Warship. Everything on the planet appeared white, every item frozen in place, as if the entire world had succumbed to ice, and beside the frozen planet a warship was also encased in frost. What is that? Zhou Long felt a sudden unease in his heart. Your planet. The nearby Hong Chun typed on the keyboard. What? Zhou Long exclaimed in surprise. How is this possible? He lowered his head as Hong Chun continued to type, seemingly confirming something. I want to have a snowball fight. The little girl shouted, gazing at the planet on the display screen, her face beaming with joy. Seeing Zhou Long's cold expression, she immediately closed her mouth. Boom. The entire Devil's Warship trembled, and Zhou Long distinctly felt the ship accelerate, clearly heading straight for the planet. With a resounding crash, the Devil's Warship halted beside the base. Zhou Long eagerly led the 30 Devourer robots down to observe everything in the base. The entire base was intact, showing no signs of damage. All the robots were busy at work, while Xiao Bai was engaged with something near the energy refining center, and the NPCs in the village were laboring as well. In the distance, the untouched forests and grasslands still existed, but the only difference was that everything the three saw had come to a standstill, as if time had stopped. Hey! The little girl joyfully ran down to dig at the ice on the ground. Hong Chun slowly walked down from the warship, saying, indeed, this is not the effect of ice. What? Zhou Long said, looking at Hong Chun beside him. Oh, what is this? The little girl pouted, squatting on the ground, trying with all her might to move the ice block, but it wouldn't budge an inch. The entire base, or rather the entire planet, had been frozen in an instant. Everything was encased in ice in a split second, so fast that even Xiao Bai had no time to react. Let's go, Hong Chun said, raising her laser gun and moving forward. What's going on? Zhou Long pulled out his silver snake laser gun to follow. The little girl watched the two leave, but did not follow, instead climbing back onto the Devil's Warship. Although the entire land was frozen, the surface was still clearly visible, indicating that the direction of advancement led to an underground cave. Zhou Long was rather emotional as he admired the frozen world. This isn't frozen at all, Hong Chun said ahead. Not at all. Zhou Long beside her said, raising his laser gun and shooting at the large tree in front of him. Boom. The big tree fell with a crash, turning into countless fragments on the ground. Moreover, each fragment was preserved exceptionally well. Zhou Long felt something was amiss, but couldn't pinpoint what was strange, looking around in confusion. The planet is frozen like this, yet you look completely unfazed, Hong Chun remarked, giving Zhou Long a glance as she continued walking. Well, that's true. Zhou Long raised his foot, shouting, then what is going on? After several hours, the two stood beside the entrance of the cave with 30 Devourers standing guard around them. Above the cave, a pristine white warship floated. The Ark of Ruoya. Zhou Long blurted out, glancing at Zhou Long. Hong Chun suddenly realized that Zhou Long wasn't completely clueless, asking, is this the reason? What do you mean? Zhou Long tilted his head and asked. The legendary Ark of Ruoya possesses the power to destroy worlds, freezing planets is likely one of its abilities, and no one knows when it was built, just like the Devil's Warship. But it predates the Devil's Warship by a long history, so ancient that it exists in human myths. Whenever the Ark of Ruoya appears, it marks the beginning of the apocalypse. Hong Chun spoke slowly. With eyes full of spirit, she gazed at the warship named Ark of Ruoya, her expression akin to that of a woman in a jewelry store having spotted her desired jewel. At this moment, the man standing beside her either made a big deal of paying or fell silent, hurriedly diverting his gaze, while Zhou Long undoubtedly belonged to the third category, directly walking toward the cave entrance. If you want to die, go, and Hong Chen's voice rang out, just as Zhou Long stepped into the cave entrance. Perhaps the ground wasn't ice, but Zhou Long was still startled by the suddenly loud voice falling to the ground. Please, Zhou Long exclaimed as he got up, smiling and bowing in a gesture of invitation, standing at the entrance like a butler waiting for the mistress to enter. Inside the cave passage, it remained green, albeit covered with a layer of white. It was undoubtedly not ice, and Zhou Long switched between his pickaxe laser sword and silver snake laser gun, applying them to the walls. Touching the debris on the ground, not a hint of coldness was felt, let alone it melting, and the white covering the debris showed no signs of fading, as if it had fused with the entire planet. Although there was no feeling of cold, Zhou Long felt an intense fear, thinking, since I entered this game, I haven't offended any major figures. Why is my planet like this? In the underground cave, Zhou Long hadn't ventured too deep last time, but now he found that there were many mutated minotaur monsters along the way, all standing still. He also discovered that every layer was guarded by elders, each with a fierce expression. Hong Chun didn't seem to care about any of this. She was just looking for a passage to go down, and Zhou Long kept following her since she didn't speak. There were simply too many passages in every layer, crisscrossing in such a way that each passage looked almost identical. Without someone to guide him, Zhou Long genuinely doubted he would ever find his way out, only to be forced into suicide. After traversing 5 layers, Zhou Long was completely disoriented, unable to tell east from west, but Hong Chen's speed in moving forward had suddenly accelerated, running ahead rapidly. Hey, slow down. I'm feeling dizzy, Zhou Long said, raising his hand to cover his head, appearing quite exhausted, while the rapidly moving Hong Chen paused her body and said, if you want your planet to return to normal quickly, then hurry up. Pure white, absolutely pure white, without a speck of debris, a sphere slowly floated before them, emanating a faint white glow, inspiring an involuntary solemnity in the hearts of those who beheld it. Beside the sphere lay 4 familiar bodies, Fei Hua, Fei Wu, Fei Yu, and Wan Bing. Upon reaching the 5th layer of the underground cave, after crossing countless bodies of mutated minotaurs, the two finally beheld the sphere before them. Hong Chen's eyes were fixed intently on the sphere, afraid it might vanish from sight. What is this? A treasure? Zhou Long cautiously inquired from the side, observing Hong Chen's expression, carefully choosing his words as he pondered what to ask. Did you not notice anything when you arrived? Hong Chen said, slowly stepping closer to the sphere radiating white light, while Zhou Long thought, that's right. The sphere from the Minotaur formation is gone. Could it be? Zhou Long ventured. Exactly. Hong Chen affirmed, raising her hands and gesturing beside the sphere as if she wanted to embrace it, displaying an excited demeanor. Then what exactly is this? Zhou Long asked, pulling Hong Chen closer, as he suspected that without doing so, she would leap toward the sphere. Although unsure of the eerie sensation, Zhou Long did not want any unexpected occurrences. You. Hong Chen glared at Zhou Long with anger as she was pulled back. Zhou Long, however, noticed a faint white covering on Hong Chen's body. With a start, Hong Chen looked at her own body, momentarily frozen in shock. It is said that the Ark of Ryoya contains a computer that can connect to the past and future, located in a place humans can never reach in the universe, where a god controls the operation of the entire universe. Through the computer on the Ark of Ryoya, humans can communicate with the gods and receive their guidance. Hong Chen spoke slowly, and at that moment Zhou Long felt Hong Chen's expression shift to one of solemn desire. Turning around, Hong Chen once again approached the white sphere, raising her right hand and pressing it against the sphere with utmost reverence, showing not even a hint of disrespect. Time passed, with Zhou Long quietly watching from the side, seemingly influenced by Hong Chen's actions, as he too felt a yearning for something to happen. Hong Chen made a puzzled sound, looking at the sphere in confusion. Turning to Zhou Long, she said, come here. Oh, Zhou Long exclaimed in surprise. What do you mean? Hong Chen said, walking over and pulling Zhou Long along, saying, meeting or controlling this computer is our fortune. Hong Chen said, placing Zhou Long's hand on the white sphere. Who? Hong Chen shouted into the distance as a shadow flashed by, while Zhou Long's hand was already resting on the sphere. Input login password. A line of text appeared before Zhou Long, and he said in confusion, a password is needed. Zhou Long whispered, fix it yourself, Hong Chen replied, running ahead with her laser gun. Hey, Zhou Long shouted, but unfortunately Hong Chen had already run off, leaving Zhou Long alone with the passageway in the distance being the same one they had entered. Zhou Long did not want to keep his hand there, but the palm pressed against the white sphere was firmly held by a strong suction force. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it away. This is ridiculous, Zhou Long said, pressing his right hand against the white sphere. The original password has been set successfully. The warship has entered computer control mode. Please log in. Zhou Long looked at the small text that appeared before him, feeling speechless. What have you done? A familiar voice came through. Dressed in military attire with a general's rank, he appeared quite young, exuding an air of authority. As he spoke, Zhou Long glanced over and called out, Huashan. I didn't expect to see you again. Huashan was holding a laser gun, just stepping forward when a loud bang echoed. A laser gun from behind struck the back of her head, causing her to faint and collapse to the ground. Hong Chen stepped forward and said there's one more. Be careful, Zhou Long was saying when it was too late. Hong Chen had not reacted when the stock of a gun struck the back of his head, knocking him out and sending him falling to the side. Also clad in high-ranking military attire with epaulets indicating his rank, Liu Bode entered, appearing somewhat older than Huashan, holding a laser gun with two officers behind him, their bodies a mix of bones and flesh. Clearly it was Liu Bode who had used tricks to lure Hong Chen away. With a hint of a smile, Liu Bode said, "Old friend, we meet again." He didn't even glance at Huashan as he slowly walked forward. "Stop right there. Otherwise," Zhou Long said, pressing a white sphere tightly with one hand, while drawing his laser gun with the other, his face filled with vigilance. He did not believe Liu Bode had come for a friendly chat. "No one can control that computer," Liu Bode said, taking a step forward. Boom. Zhou Long's left index finger pulled the trigger, firing a beam of laser that struck the ground at Liu Bode's feet. "Tell me your terms, and we can continue our cooperation, or I might let you off this time," Liu Bode said, though he did not take another step forward. The two men behind him raised their laser guns. Damn it, I wanted to shoot him in the heart. Zhou Long thought, regretting that he had just drawn his laser gun with great difficulty and fired a shot. Unexpectedly, it startled Liu Bode. "Cooperation," Zhou Long said, his face immediately displaying utmost sincerity. Of course, he mainly noticed Hong Chen on the ground, her fingers twitching slightly, clearly signaling him, "I'm awake, act accordingly." "Of course you have no choice," Liu Bode said, his face bearing a victorious smile, as if Zhou Long was merely a lab rat in front of him. For this, Liu Bode even took a step forward. Only 5 meters remained between them. Getting any closer, Zhou Long would have no room for maneuver. "Kill him," Zhou Long said, looking at the still unconscious Huashan on the ground. "No problem," Liu Bode confidently replied, turning back to shoot while the two men behind him aimed their guns at Zhou Long. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, several beams of laser shot in a burst of lasers erupting at a very short distance, hitting Liu Bode and the 3 men behind him, perhaps due to the tremendous force of the sudden impact. Liu Bode and his 2 companions were thrown against the wall by the laser. "Go," Zhou Long shouted as he grabbed Hong Chen, who was on the ground holding a gun, and ran quickly outside. "What about the computer?" Hong Chen shouted from behind, seemingly wanting to look back. "If you want to die, go ahead," Zhou Long yelled, and Hong Chen immediately stopped resisting, allowing Zhou Long to pull her along. Perhaps by luck, Zhou Long chose the right path and successfully escaped. Along the way, he noticed that the white substance coating the surrounding walls was slowly receding. The densely packed, frenzied minotaurs also began to stir slightly, and of course the sounds of hurried footsteps came from behind. Without needing to look, he knew it was Liu Bode and his men. Standing at the cave's entrance, Zhou Long gazed ahead, watching the white covering on all objects recede as the entire planet slowly returned to normal. "I didn't do anything," Zhou Long said. Of course, this was merely directed at Hong Chen. Making the entire planet stop functioning was the computer's self-defense mechanism. Perhaps when the time is right, it will deactivate itself. What about the computer?" Hong Chen said, aiming her laser gun at the cave entrance. Several hurried footsteps sounded. "Don't shoot," Zhou Long shouted immediately. Hong Chen remained still, and Liu Bode, along with Huashan, and the 2 men stepped out one by one. Under the sunlight, Hong Chen's skin was unscathed, her face filled with astonishment as she looked at the few people in front of her. In the distance, the Ark ship had already landed on the ground. "I think you should be on your way," Zhou Long said as the surrounding Devourer robots turned to face the cave entrance, perhaps a bit confused, but that was not something Huashan needed to consider, as she said, "We will meet again." With that, they took Liu Bode and the others toward the Ark ship. In no time, the ship soared into the vast universe, while at the same time the underground cave was in turmoil. All the mutated minotaurs gathered together, centered around 5 elders, converging at the spot where the white sphere had disappeared. The place that once held the white sphere was now empty, and a wave of anger began to spread. "Ha ha ha." On the absolutely white Ark ship, several skeletal figures laughed heartily around a white sphere without a care. Inside the base, everything returned to normal. The 2 ran swiftly toward the base without speaking along the way. Zhou Long certainly wanted to obtain another ship, but it was evident that leaving a few undead skeletons on the planet was not wise. The robots in the base resumed normal operations as soon as they came back online. The NPCs had no questions. The frozen time was merely a fleeting moment for them. Little Bai could hardly accept Zhou Long's sudden appearance. The most displeased was the little girl, who looked at Zhou Long with a face full of bitterness, as if he had stolen her favorite toy. "Little Bai, you really have no recollection," Zhou Long said, standing in the control room. Hong Chen was wandering around the base with the little girl, seemingly uninterested in Zhou Long's affairs. Watching Hong Chen leave, Little Bai said, "Master, I actually noticed the arrival of that ship right away. Bloodthirsty sent a warning, but..." "What?" Zhou Long asked, thinking, "I've never seen Little Bai encounter a problem before. I was going to investigate that ship, but the anomaly occurred suddenly, Master. I had no time or means to counterattack." Little Bai said, her round body trembling up and down. "Very well. How is Honghua handling things?" Zhou Long inquired. "He hasn't responded yet, Master. I suggest that Honghua report every 3 days." Also, master, regarding the heart data you brought back, last time I've calculated it many times little by, said, bringing over something from a corner of the control room. What is this? Zhou Long asked in confusion, raising his hand to click on it. With a metallic exterior reaching the height of Zhou Long's thigh, its shape resembled that of a bullet. Xiaobai placed it on the ground with great care, clearly cherishing it. What is this? Zhou Long inquired. Master, the heart energy data you brought back, although incomplete, I have worked hard to study it, Xiaobai said. This thing is just a model. If we were to create it, it would be quite large. What can this thing do? Zhou Long said, while touching the object in front of him. Now we can purify the resources we've collected, and this device can replicate the purified minerals into 2 copies, Xiaobai explained slowly. 2 copies, 2 copies, Zhou Long exclaimed, his voice rising as he looked at Xiaobai. What are we waiting for? Let's create it. Master, to operate and construct this device requires immense energy, and we need to collect sufficient minerals first, otherwise it will be a waste, Xiaobai said, slowly revealing a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Master, a bloodthirsty voice emanated from the screen behind him. Congratulations, pioneer. Due to your diligent development, your reputation has risen and immigrants are flocking from across the universe, starting to arrange themselves here. Very good, Bloodthirsty. Continue your visa tasks without setting any obstacles, but make sure to record the information of each arrival, Zhou Long said as he walked out. Understood. Bloodthirsty replied, initially wanting to say something, but prioritizing the execution of Zhou Long's orders instead. Master, Wang Mang said as he approached uninvited. What's the matter? Zhou Long replied, without even glancing at Wang Mang, as the more pressing matter was the object appearing in the sky. With the arrival prompt for the immigrants, a swarm of battleships suddenly appeared in the sky. Like a meteor shower, they streaked across the sky and landed in the nearby village. The villagers are producing very slowly, I hope we can get approval to utilize the minerals, Wang Mang said respectfully. After finishing his statement, he glanced at Xiaobai behind, Zhou Long seemingly afraid he might say something. Then let us use it at my base, will also offer you some help. Let's go take a look, Zhou Long said as he started walking. Wang Mang joyfully followed, as Xiaobai had previously hinted at the need for caution, making Wang Mang wary of angering the owner of the base, who stood behind. Xiaobai did not stop Zhou Long's decision, but turned to busy himself, thinking it better to stoke the flames of the immigrants' development than to restrict it, as long as everything remained within his control. The immigrants falling from the sky briefly observed their surroundings before quickly integrating into village life automatically, pairing up to work. Yet it was still evident. A few villagers were indeed assigning tasks to the newly arrived immigrants. Watching from a distance, Wang Mang greeted them, and the village had begun to take on a rough shape. A wide street with a flat metallic surface was littered with too much garbage. After walking a few steps, Zhou Long almost slipped and said they should pay more attention to the environmental hygiene. Wang Mang, following behind, displayed an expression of wanting to speak, but hesitated, though Zhou Long did not notice him. Both sides of the street were bustling with activity. Houses were under construction, and with the arrival of immigrants, there were naturally more people on the street. Zhou Long noticed that every face was filled with hope. A tavern, Zhou Long observed, and walked over. It was a small establishment with a dozen tables, looking quite simple, likely just opened. However, there were quite a few people inside, all drinking from bottles. Zhou Long found an empty table and sat down, noticing a faint scent of alcohol wafting through the air. What would you like, sir? I am the manager. We have only clear liquor for now, as we are in a hurry to open, said a middle-aged man in military attire standing nearby. Are you blind? Wang Mang was about to say something, but Zhou Long immediately raised a hand to stop him, saying, 2 bottles of clear liquor. Please wait. The manager said kindly, and soon brought the 2 bottles of clear liquor along with 2 cups. Drink, Zhou Long said, pouring the liquor into the cups. Wang Mang, hearing this, directly brought the bottle to his mouth, looking quite satisfied as he said, good liquor, but it's far inferior to the clear liquor from Earth. And with that, he poured himself a cup, preparing to savor it. At that moment, perhaps having heard Wang Mang say something, the middle-aged officer at the bar cast a sharp glance at Wang Mang. Zhou Long did not want to expose his identity during this encounter, as this tavern was clearly the best place to understand what the immigrants wanted to do, whether they aspired for peaceful lives or adventurous ones. In any case, Zhou Long wanted to know what these immigrants were thinking. Wang Mang, being a leader in the village, would likely silence the drinkers if he spoke up, and perhaps they would leave. In Zhou Long's old tattered book, it was also noted that constructive players would grow stronger as the planet developed. Many matters overwhelmed heroes and sages, and the abilities demonstrated by the immigrants could enhance the players' forces, but it was up to the players to decide how to utilize them. If they ignored everything, they would merely have a large group of workers building houses and paying taxes. However, if among these immigrants there were a couple of ambitious individuals, it would not be impossible for them to eventually control the players. Hey, this planet seems a bit small. It is indeed a bit small, but at least it can accommodate people, right? In a corner of the tavern, a few people were chatting, and perhaps the topic resonated with those around, as several tables' occupants remarked, so I'm planning to contact a few more people. They are all my relatives coming here. Why? Aren't you afraid that the owner of this base will haul your entire family out as laborers? Many have suffered that fate, said a thin man nearby. You don't understand how I've been to other planets. The owner of this planet is the best. He never interferes with what the new immigrants do. At least there are no ridiculous regulations. Don't you think so? Indeed, those owners on other planets grab everything good. If we were on a different planet, you definitely wouldn't get to drink this clear liquor, the middle-aged officer at the bar said loudly. While drinking, Wang Mang appeared to be enjoying his liquor, but his gaze never left Zhou Long's face, observing every subtle expression. At least for now, Wang Mang could tell that Zhou Long was not angry. Even though he had enjoyed smooth sailing on Earth due to family connections, it did not mean he couldn't read the room. Those who could infiltrate Earth's elite and instigate a coup were certainly not mere playboys. Zhou Long, however, was oblivious to this, savoring the unique, pure, and smooth taste of the liquor, which left a refreshing aftertaste. This was the sensation of the so-called clear liquor going down in his throat, and Zhou Long felt it was undoubtedly far superior to the liquor he had drunk with that general, and they were not even on the same level. Bang! What a terrible place, I just can't get used to it. A man kicked the door and barged in, cursing under his breath, holding a sword unlike anyone else. It was a black sword clearly broken off from something and forcibly ground into the shape of a blade. The man strode to a nearby table and slammed the sword down. The two people who had been sitting at the table immediately fled in silence, and the man sat down, calling for drinks. What is this? Wang Mang glanced sideways, ready to approach. His arm was suddenly grabbed by Zhou Long, who said, "Be careful." "I know." Wang Mang turned around and walked over, hoping Zhou Long would develop a good impression of the village. If he did, it would greatly help the village. At this stage, if Zhou Long did not lend a hand, the village's development speed would undoubtedly be very slow. If they were just ordinary immigrants, they would not care. But Wang Mang was someone hoping to change the world. What he failed to achieve on Earth, he wished to accomplish here. Anyone standing in his way would be his enemy. Perhaps Zhou Long's influence was almost negligible compared to Earth, but Wang Mang did not mind. A planet that was not under the attention of Earth might develop without interference. If Zhou Long's first impression of the village was poor, it would definitely impact the future development of the entire village and even significantly affect his own hopes of realization. That wild dog is barking here, Wang Mang shouted confidently, stepping forward. The big man sitting at the table remained motionless, and Wang Mang was suddenly sent flying, crashing into the wall, which was clearly just built not long ago, and fell to the ground. The entire tavern shook, and some people's cups were filled with dust, but perhaps due to the enticing aroma of the liquor, they still swallowed it down. The faces of the surrounding people showed confusion. Nearly no one moved. The drinkers almost did not see how the man had attacked. Murmurs filled the air. "Come on, stop stalling." The man downed a drink and turned his head, clearly addressing Zhou Long. "You bastard have the guts to face me in a duel." Wang Mang cried out in pain, clutching his chest as he lay on the ground. Zhou Long slowly stood up, and only then did the people in the tavern notice him, adorned with the insignia of a major. "Don't. I'm coming," Wang Mang on the ground said, sprawled with a pained expression, gazing at Zhou Long. "It's fine. Just take a good rest," Zhou Long said as he crouched down, stepped forward, and naturally brought his bottle of clear wine, sitting down opposite the man. At this moment, the gaze of the people in the tavern toward Zhou Long changed, primarily due to Wang Mang's influence, as he was the highest leader in the village. Fearing for Zhou Long's safety, the people in the tavern shouted, "Run," as they all rushed out, afraid of bringing trouble upon themselves. Anyone who couldn't guess Zhou Long's identity must have been out of their mind. "I am the master of this planet," Zhou Long had just said as he sat down. The man, upon taking a sip of wine, seemed to hear something shocking and sprayed the wine out of his mouth. Meanwhile, the middle-aged officer beside him remained silent, just watching attentively while meticulously wiping his glass. "This is the effect I wanted," Zhou Long thought to himself. "No matter how capable you are on my turf, you must behave. The subsequent events should unfold quite naturally." He intended to inquire about the other person's name and express admiration for their reputation and skills, hoping to recruit him to his base to prosper the planet together. With these thoughts, a smile unconsciously appeared on Zhou Long's face. Still able to smile, Wang Mang, slowly getting up, thought to himself as he sat at a nearby table. He knew he couldn't approach now. It was time for the boss to showcase his abilities. If a subordinate went over, it would be awkward. "Presumptuous," the man said, sipping his drink, even brushing his hand against the knife by his side, wearing an expression as if looking at a country bumpkin. "Brother, I humbly seek your guidance," Zhou Long said, raising his glass and downing the clear wine in one go. He showed the bottom of the cup to the other man, placing it on the table with an eager expression. "What do you want to know?" The man still didn't look away, appearing indifferent, but his tone softened considerably, no longer so aggressive. "Why am I not the master of this planet?" Zhou Long said, his words carrying a hint of anger, yet still maintaining a tone of inquiry. "At the very least, there shouldn't be any other lower life forms or intelligent species on your planet," the man replied as he paid and stood up to leave, his face full of disdain. After a while, Zhou Long stepped out of the tavern and walked down the street. Wang Mang, still clutching his chest, watched Zhou Long with a furrowed brow, not daring to leave an inch, afraid of causing a ruckus. We must completely eliminate other species. Zhou Long mused, suddenly speaking aloud. Master, Wang Mang said from behind. Speak. Actually, that's just nonsense. That's right. Wang Mang rubbed his chest and continued. Go on. Zhou Long said, slowing his pace to walk alongside Wang Mang. Indeed, the mother planet Earth requires everyone who goes out to develop planets to completely exterminate every species present on their designated planets. On the surface, this is the standard set by the mother planet. However, what benefits does this bring to the developers? It only leads to continuous wars, and this situation will only tire the developers, forcing them to expend most of their energy on battles, thus draining their resources. Once a war is lost, developers will seek help from the mother planet, which will intervene, forcing them to fight half-heartedly. This cycle continues, allowing the mother planet Earth to firmly control the developers. One must understand that even on the mother planet Earth, there are still many species. As Wang Mang spoke, he knew that if these words were overheard by the people of the mother planet, he would surely be marked for execution. Yet Wang Mang spoke as if it were common knowledge, showing no hint of caution. Is that so? Zhou Long said, his eyes fixed ahead. A series of banging sounds came from a nearby house, which was rudimentary, lacking even a complete roof. It's that guy again, not knowing what he's doing all day. Master, let's just go. Wang Mang urged with a troubled expression. Zhou Long paid no mind, walking forward. Through the uninstalled window, he saw various semi-finished robots, some with hands while others had only legs. Of course, this was nothing unusual. What mattered was that among these semi-finished robots, a person was continuously manufacturing something with mechanical arms for hands. He was fixated on the robots in front of him, completely oblivious to the stranger watching him from the window. Wow. Upon seeing someone appear, the semi-finished robots in the house immediately scattered, seemingly frightened. Hey, this guy all day long does nothing but mess around with this stuff. Wang Mang said angrily. Of course, it wasn't just this that upset him. It was mainly because after the last hint from Xiaobai, no one in the village seemed to be doing anything. Only this mechanical waste stubbornly defied Wang Mang's orders. Wang Mang feared that if Xiaobai came and saw this scene, it would not end well. Thus, he moved this guy's dwelling deeper into the village. Putting down his tools, the young man turned around in confusion, seemingly no older than 16, and looked displeased, irritated at the interruption while gazing out the window. What are you doing? Zhou Long asked. Repairing robots or making them. They are my friends, the young man replied without hesitation, while Wang Mang observed Zhou Long's expression, feeling somewhat reassured. Wang Mang feared that Zhou Long might get angry about something and punish the village, which was the last thing he wanted to see. A group of people who neither fully obeyed him nor continued to develop was unsettling for anyone. Of course, Wang Mang was completely unaware of Zhou Long's mindset and thoughts. If he knew, he would surely spit out a mouthful of blood, as from the very beginning Zhou Long had at least considered this village to be his own in his heart. Zhou Long even thought about how to transform the village into something most suitable for the development of the base. Sometimes not paying attention didn't mean there were no plans. I once had a friend who liked doing the same things you do. Zhou Long said, of course recalling a robot, the repairer. It could repair robots and even upgrade them, and now Zhou Long had found another such person. Oh, he must be a good person, the young man said, raising his mechanical arm, only to quickly retract it out of self-consciousness, turning away without saying a word. I have many robots here, all of whom are my friends. They always get damaged. I really don't want to throw them away, Zhou Long said, turning around, his face filled with regret, as if he truly couldn't bear to part with those damaged robots. I can repair them. As Zhou Long turned around and hadn't taken 2 steps, the child ran out, shouting at Zhou Long. Very well. From then on, I will bring the damaged robots to you, Zhou Long said as he left under the child's affirming gaze. Standing at the village entrance, Wang Mang looked as if he had something to say, but dared not speak. What do you want? Zhou Long asked, directly gazing at the sky where immigrants were still occasionally descending. Can we develop technology? Wang Mang said slowly. Of course you should have that ability, but for what to do, the details must be discussed with Xiaobai, Zhou Long replied, walking toward the base. Wang Mang remained standing in place, pondering Zhou Long's words. After a while, he ran toward the village with a joyful smile, faster than ever. Inside the colossal battleship, the visa processing had been handed over to other devouring robots. Bloodthirst was currently fixated on the enormous display screen before him. Raising his hand, he continuously tapped the keyboard, activating the search function of the colossal battleship, comprehensively scanning information near the planet. The recent appearance of the Noah's Ark had profoundly shocked Bloodthirst. Bloodthirst even felt a certain innate connection between the search battleship and himself, but for some reason this connection was suppressed. The display screen repeatedly showed the image of the battleship's appearance. Bloodthirst stared intently, watching it over and over, never growing tired of it. What is that? Shouted a devouring robot nearby. Momentarily taken aback, Bloodthirst exclaimed, What have you found? An image was transmitted to the enormous display screen. Next to the planet in the dark area, a silver battleship was slowly appearing, shaped like a rectangle with neatly cut blocks on its surface and slightly larger than the colossal battleship. Battle mode, stop other tasks. Bloodthirst shouted at the display screen. In an instant, the colossal battleship moved, not even giving time to send messages to the players entering the planet, and began to change direction. Perhaps due to the abrupt movement of the colossal battleship, the newly appeared battleship immediately increased its speed, its rear suddenly ejecting a massive flame as it flew into the planet. Intercept it, Bloodthirst commanded, looking at the display screen. The surrounding devouring robots quickly began to tap their keyboards. The colossal battleship roared toward the other battleship, reaching its maximum speed. However, the distance between the two remained out of range, as if two shooting stars were crossing the sky. Bloodthirst didn't want to report to the base and inform Zhou Long. He felt he could resolve this small matter himself. If he needed Zhou Long to handle everything, he would truly be of no use, especially after the appearance of that devilish battleship. The two battleships flew swiftly, one in front of the other, engaging in a chase around the entire planet. Perhaps the base was not yet fully transformed, so Zhou Long would not know this quickly. Concentrate all energy into the thrusters, Bloodthirst shouted at the screen. But the nearby devouring robot raised a question for the first time, as doing so could potentially lead to a consequence. An explosion from the thrusters' excessive energy would obliterate the entire colossal battleship. He'll handle it, Bloodthirst shouted directly sitting in the control room, and began manually controlling the battleship's advance. Boom. With a loud roar, the speed of the colossal battleship immediately increased. The surrounding devouring robots' only task now was to adjust the energy to prevent the battleship from exploding, controlling the handles while watching the screen before them. The distance displayed on the screen was getting closer, and the red targeting frame connected to the control handle was already locked onto the flying battleship. As long as they got close enough, Bloodthirst could fire instantly. The energy in the thrusters would be rapidly injected into various laser cannons and automatic turrets. It might cause adverse reactions in energy, but Bloodthirst couldn't worry about that any longer. 5,000 kilometers, 3,000 kilometers, 2,000 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers. The nearby devouring robot shouted at the distance displayed on the screen, seemingly reminding Bloodthirst that they were close enough. Not yet, still not close enough, Bloodthirst said, skillfully operating the control handle. They had already circled the planet several times around the battleship before them. It was evident that the opponent was very agile, constantly changing direction, clearly aware that someone was pursuing them. Soon the distance between the two began to gradually close. The colossal battleship had tightly locked onto that battleship. Very good. A bit closer, Bloodthirst said, slowly pressing his thumb on the red button of the control handle. As long as Bloodthirst applied a little force, the laser would erupt. Just then, the battleship on the screen suddenly changed direction and abruptly flew downwards. All right, Bloodthirst shouted, controlling the colossal battleship in advance, having deciphered the opponent's trajectory. A victorious smile seemed ready to appear on Bloodthirst's face. Whoosh. Upon returning to the base, Zhou Long felt as if something was approaching him from all around, but he couldn't see it, as if it had an extremely fast speed that could evade his sight. But the mutated ears on his body would not deceive Zhou Long. Something must be out there. Zhou Long pretended to be unaware and walked towards Xiao Bai in the distance. Hi. The little girl suddenly appeared, making a funny face at Zhou Long. Wow. Zhou Long exclaimed in surprise, as if truly startled. Before he could steady himself, a dark figure pounced from behind, and Zhou Long had no temper as he lay on the ground. Xiao Hei is awesome. The little girl clapped her hands and shouted. The mechanical wolf cub Xiao Hei was now sitting on Zhou Long like a victor, sticking out its tongue toward the little girl as if to show off. Clearly the mechanical wolf cub had grown quite a bit. At that moment it was playing with its new master. White-eyed wolf, Zhou Long said, shoving the mechanical wolf cub off him. Oh whoa. The mechanical wolf cub Xiao Hei immediately darted behind the little girl, howling. Bad person. Bullying such a cute little dog. The little girl shouted, looking up. After getting up, the nearly 8-meter-long mechanical wolf cub lay pitifully behind her. Is that so? Zhou Long said, walking over with a fierce expression. Ah! The little girl raised her head and shouted loudly, heavens. In the sky, Zhou Long said, taking a step forward, but saw the mechanical wolf, Xiao Hei, behind him, also showing a look of fear as it slowly turned to look at the sky. Bloodthirst. What are you doing? Zhou Long's voice came through the onboard computer to Bloodthirst's ears. At that moment, Bloodthirst was looking at the battleship he had firmly locked onto, suddenly changing his focus. He then pulled the control handle upward, and the colossal battleship instantly broke free from the front battleship. Master, I was just tracking an unidentified battleship that entered the planet. Good, please don't destroy the base next time you do this. Zhou Long looked up at the sky. Just then, when the little girl was shouting, Zhou Long indeed saw. In the sky, two battleships were racing full speed, chasing each other. This was nothing unusual, but the problem was that they were heading straight toward the base from above. Just then, with a single shout from Zhou Long, the base was spared from disaster. Zhou Long did not know if that battleship would be hit, but he was certain that the colossal battleship would crash the base into pieces. Boom, boom, boom. Before Zhou Long could turn around, a massive explosion sounded, and a soft figure suddenly tackled him, laying him on the ground. Zhou Long immediately knew who had pounced on him. Damn it! Zhou Long lay on the ground, seeing smoke rising from the base, faintly seeing the base's laser cannons and automatic turrets firing back. MMM. The little girl, looking injured, held the large mechanical wolf, Xiao He, and shouted, "What is this place? Why is it always getting blown up? Did you offend someone?" Hong Chun, who had already stood up, said softly, looking around. It seemed she had just rescued someone and was not angry despite not receiving any thanks. "I'm a good person," Zhou Long said as he got up. "Oomph." Hong Chun merely stood aside, ignoring Zhou Long. Her task was to ensure Zhou Long's survival. As long as he was alive, she wouldn't have to return to the side of the general. As for anything else, Hong Chun didn't care much. "Master, I'm going to chase." Bloodthirst's voice came from within the military uniform. Zhou Long did not stop him. Sometimes it was best not to hinder those under him when they wanted to show off. It was also their need. Amidst the smoke, Xiao Bai walked over with the display screen, not saying a word, just silently looking at the screen in his hands, seemingly calculating something without looking at Zhou Long. "Xiao Bai," Zhou Long said softly. "Here, my master." Xiao Bai replied, his round body not shaking, completely unable to tell if Xiao Bai was excited or angry, seemingly indifferent. Has Xiao Bai been damaged by the laser? Zhou Long thought, immediately circling around Xiao Bai once, patting and shaking his right side, as if checking his own room like in a TV drama. "Master." Xiao Bai seemed to have something to say. "Speak," Zhou Long insisted. "I am not damaged," Xiao Bai said, but beside him the little girl whispered something. Zhou Long glanced at the mechanical wolf, Xiao He, who had run off with the little girl. "Sooner or later, dog meat hot pot," Zhou Long said, looking at the departing wolf and girl. "No, that's mechanical. Master, the base has suffered significant losses," Xiao Bai said after tapping the display screen in his hand. The little white figure before him showed no signs of excitement. It was like a butler reporting everything it knew. "Strengthen the planetary defenses and see what needs to be built," Zhou Long said as he walked, pulling out his display screen from his pocket and tapping on it. In ancient times, every city, no matter how dilapidated, had walls for basic defense, but the planet beneath Zhou Long's feet resembled a city completely devoid of walls. Anyone could enter as long as they were fast enough. As he walked, Zhou Long pondered the issue of walls while clicking on anything that could possibly serve as one on his display screen. "Master," the little white figure prompted from behind. "What is it?" Zhou Long replied without turning his head. After a moment of silence, Zhou Long stopped in his tracks and turned around to look back. "Master, the greatest threat to the base right now is," the little white figure was saying, when suddenly boom, 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 an alarm sounded. The mutated bull-headed men launched an attack. Suddenly explosions erupted around the base and countless lasers shot towards them. Ignoring what the little white figure had to say, Zhou Long summoned the 180 Devourer robots and ran towards the base entrance. In the NPC village, Zhou Long glanced at it. But after that first look, he had no desire to look again, noticing that all the NPCs in the village were lying flat on the ground. A few of them could move, since they were hanging a banner that read, "Warmly welcoming the troops." "Little white, go over there," Zhou Long directed, and the little white figure led 300 Devourer robots inside. Not even having a clear idea of who the enemy was, they were lying on the ground, and yet they were welcoming the enemy's arrival with banners. Such immigrants were not what Zhou Long needed. Even if there were just a few, this kind of behavior could be infectious. No team can succeed without a good start, and Zhou Long still hoped that these people could be of use in the future. Leading the remaining Devourer robots, Zhou Long stood naturally behind, watching as a cacophony of drums sounded in the distance. 1,000 meters away, the mutated bull-headed men stood in a line. Without needing to look closely, Zhou Long could tell that more mutated bull-headed men were on their way. The entire earth trembled, and Zhou Long found it hard to maintain his footing. What he didn't know was that the bull-headed men were widely distributed across the planet, and the Urara tribe he had seen before was just a part of it. Now, however, all the mutated bull-headed men on the planet were gathering here, making Zhou Long gaze at the endless sea of bull-headed men before him. Zhou Long felt a bit uncertain in his heart. Indeed, there was a tremendous aura that instilled a sense of fear within him. Just then a sound of footsteps came from behind. Turning around, Zhou Long saw the little white figure approaching, and he noticed a person, the officer who had held a long sword back at the tavern. They were rushing over together. "Master Bloodthirst is on his way back," the little white figure reported, issuing commands to the surrounding Devourers. Like a commander, the little white figure skillfully directed the nearby Devourer robots. "Humph," the officer with the long sword scoffed as he looked at the distant mutated bull-headed men. At this moment, both sides were in a state of calm, with no further actions being taken. However, this was only a brief tranquility. Zhou Long knew that a volcanic eruption of an attack would soon unfold. "What is happening?" Zhou Long asked, perplexed. Perhaps they have lost something important, and you, master, have become the target of their wrath. The little white figure said casually. Lost. Zhou Long responded, immediately recalling the white sphere in the cave. But I didn't take that. It must be them. Looking up at the sky, Zhou Long regretted letting the Ark of Roya go. As soon as he finished speaking, the mutated bull-headed men surged forward towards the base, with countless bull-headed men wielding massive axes in front and those behind carrying laser guns. The entire formation was rather chaotic, but a basic structure was formed. Prepare, shouted the little white figure, and the surrounding devourer robots immediately lined up in 2 rows with 3 rows each, in front squatting and the back standing. Then let's fight. The officer with the sword shouted as he charged alone towards the distant approaching mutated bull-headed men, a single sword without any cover. Madman. Zhou Long could only utter a single phrase as he watched. Soon, once the officer entered the crowd of mutated bull-headed men, chaos erupted within their ranks, and the massive attacking formation momentarily halted. Zhou Long, standing behind, completely couldn't see what the officer was doing. It seemed that the officer's attack had already begun, causing significant disruption among the bull-headed men, making their entire offensive become chaotic. Little White continued to deploy troops. We're coming, Zhou Long urged, disregarding whatever the little white figure had to say. He led the 1800 Devourers, marching forward with strides, raising his laser gun. The Devourer robots charged forward in a rush, yet they still formed a triangular formation around Zhou Long, pushing towards the increasingly close bull-headed men. Zhou Long shouted into the comms of his military uniform, I order you to open fire. This was indeed the best time to attack. The officer's appearance had sufficiently disrupted the bull-headed men's assault, and Zhou Long aimed to seize this opportunity to crush the enemy. Countless stars hung in the sky, and a chill wafted in through the window. The drummer sat on the bed, gazing outside. Everything in the sky stirred his previously calm emotions. While at the base, the mutation of the bull-headed men had dealt a significant blow to the drummer. Participating in the decisive battle against the winged clan, the drummer felt indifferent about it. On this planet, the drummer had lived for many years. However, whether it was the bull-headed men or the winged clan, in the drummer's eyes, they were both lowly beings. A group of ants, no matter how much help they could give a person, still had a gap in strength from before that couldn't simply disappear, especially after following Zhou Long and witnessing the bull-headed men's mutation. The drummer came here to change his environment. After all, one was a race he had lived with for a long time, while the other was his new master. He came here to escape. So having been here for so long, he had hardly managed any affairs himself, with everything being taken care of by Honghui. However, on this night, the drummer suddenly felt a bit restless. Previously, this kind of behavior would only manifest during wars in the bull-headed men's tribe. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, the drummer's uneasy feeling gradually intensified. His hands resting on his knees lifted as he murmured low words, and a blood-red sphere suddenly appeared between his palms. Though small, it emanated a bloody aura, causing all the experts on the planet to feel a faint scent of blood, as if a bloodthirsty beast had suddenly manifested. This made all the experts on the planet where the base was located shiver in fear. Of course, if Zhou Long were present, he would immediately recognize the sphere held by the drummer. It was indeed the sphere used by the drummer before the Minotaur's mutation, and only experts could perceive this sensation, as dense bright red mist floated within the sphere. The drummer's delicate white hands moved up and down in the air, and within just 3 minutes the bright red mist inside the sphere dispersed, revealing a fierce battle within. Clearly, it was Zhou Long leading the Devourer robots, unleashing lasers to attack the mutated Minotaurs before them, perhaps consuming immense energy. At this moment, the drummer was completely soaked in sweat, and looking at the scene within the sphere, the mutated Minotaurs, despite their numbers, were in utter disarray. The drummer did not know how Zhou Long and the Minotaurs had started fighting, but perhaps to evade the arrival of this day, he had come to the base. However, after so many years of connection with the Minotaurs, he found it hard to let go. Suddenly, 2 soft sounds echoed from outside the door. It was the sound of Hong Hu's wings flapping as he landed. With a single hand gesture, the sphere before the drummer vanished instantly, yet the extreme fatigue on his face could not be hidden. Phew! The door swung open, and Hong Hu stepped in directly, taking a seat at the table. Outside, 2 Devourer robots stood guard, and the entire room was wooden, exuding an ancient Chinese architectural style. This was also the accommodation specially arranged by the deputy manager of the Merchant Alliance, Luo Quan, for the 2 of them. Hong Hu poured himself some tea, savoring the flavor with a contented expression. Since returning to the base, Hong Hu had not visited the deputy branch leader of the Tree Clan, Kumiao, or the deputy manager of the Merchant Alliance, Luo Quan. Instead, the number of Devourer robots at the base increased day by day. Before the drummer's arrival, Hong Hu had his own plans, which were to eliminate the remaining 2 factions entirely to maintain the planet's purity. But now that the drummer had arrived, Hong Hu's plans were of course hindered. If he returned and Zhou Long asked what was going on, the drummer would simply say he didn't know. It was all Hong Hu's doing. As for the consequences, Hong Hu didn't even want to think about them. After finishing his tea, he placed the cup on the table and the drummer's fatigue had already caught his attention. Without overthinking Hong, who said, "What do you plan to do about those two factions?" Looking at Hong, who the drummer slowly replied, "That's your concern, I am only responsible for the development of the base. Good, I want you to produce more Devourer robots." Hong Hu's tone became more serious. Looking at Hong, who before him the drummer closed his eyes and lay down, saying, "The master's idea is to value peace. Don't you understand that yet?" "Humph," Hong Hu exclaimed angrily, rising and walking out. Beams of lasers erupted as rows of Devourer robots wielding laser guns advanced forward. Among the countless mutated minotaurs they moved like bulldozers, steadily pushing ahead. "Accelerate! Hurry!" Zhou Long shouted, wielding a silver laser gun. The effectiveness of the Devourer robot's attack was indeed impressive, but there were too many mutated minotaurs overwhelming the countless lasers unleashed. From the initial charge they were now surrounded. Zhou Long had understood the situation. The surrounding mutated minotaurs were now using their bodies to resist the laser attacks. They were gradually closing in the encirclement, and the speed of the entire Devourer robot team was slowing down. If they came to a complete halt, failure would be imminent. "Move faster," Zhou Long urged his onboard computer, relaying his voice to each Devourer robot, but the effect was minimal and their forward speed did not increase at all. In the chaotic battle, a figure emerged from the Devourer team, moving with extreme agility, leaping among the mutated minotaurs. Wherever he landed, yellow lasers erupted, causing the nearby minotaurs to fall instantly. This figure was none other than Zhou Long himself. Just as the two sides were at a stalemate, Zhou Long suddenly spotted 5 figures among the dense crowd of minotaurs. Standing majestically in the distance, surrounded by numerous giant mutated minotaurs, each dressed in different colored garments, and holding a staff with banners resembling those of a proper army nearby. With stern expressions they gazed ahead. More importantly, one of them was a familiar face to Zhou Long, Alala. Though he only caught a glimpse, Zhou Long immediately devised a plan to capture the leader first. Setting down his silver snake laser gun, Zhou Long drew out his laser sword. Taking advantage of the Devourer robot's sudden assault, he dashed out, swinging his light yellow laser sword as he leaped. He carefully advanced toward Alala's direction. Perhaps the number of minotaurs was simply too great. No one seemed to notice a few missing as Zhou Long swiftly advanced, wielding his sword. Slashing through one minotaur after another, Zhou Long's smile grew as he drew nearer to Alala. Just as he pierced through a massive minotaur before him, he prepared to thrust his sword into the 5 elders, certain that they would either be killed or severely injured. It was clear that the other 4 elders, like Alala, were focused on ranged attacks, so their defenses against close-range assaults were relatively weak. Zhou Long seized upon this point in his judgment. "Kill!" Zhou Long shouted as his laser sword plunged forward. The 5 elders, seeing Zhou Long suddenly appear, looked utterly shocked, but time was fleeting. They were given no time to retaliate and could only watch Zhou Long's attack unfold. Bang! In that instant, before the 5 elders could even change their expressions, Zhou Long's laser sword thrust out, and a black shadow of a blade appeared, striking his laser sword at an astonishing speed. "It's him." Zhou Long felt a surge of anger as a tingling sensation shot through his wrist. He nearly lost grip of his sword and quickly pulled back. With a rapid offensive and hasty retreat, Zhou Long's attack was blocked, and he began to feel a desire to withdraw. However, at that moment, a black knife reappeared, striking down beside him, hitting a Devourer. It came slashing swiftly again. Still addicted to fighting, Zhou Long thought, brandishing his sword. Due to the extreme speed of their duel, the surrounding mutated minotaurs were quickly dispatched, unable to interfere with the two. With a furious expression and bloodshot eyes, the attacker swung his knife relentlessly. Zhou Long defended with his sword, perplexed, recognizing this person as the NPC who had defeated Wang Mang with a single strike in the tavern. Zhou Long was quite frustrated. When had he ever had a grudge against him? Why was he now attacking him as if in a life-and-death struggle? He glanced at the encirclement, which was gradually tightening under the pressure of the mutated minotaurs. Suddenly a thought crossed Zhou Long's mind. Without looking back, he spun around and struck, quickly moving away. These Devourer robots were now the backbone of the base. If they were wiped out, Zhou Long would only have one option: escape. Unintentional strike. Success. A message floated above his head, causing Zhou Long to smile inwardly. No wonder that NPC hadn't followed. It turned out his recent sword strike had utilized a technique he had comprehended. Perhaps they were scared off. Zhou Long thought, immediately swinging his sword to eliminate the surrounding mutated minotaurs encircling the Devourer's bang. Just as Zhou Long was enjoying himself, a wave of heat surged from behind. Without turning his head, he executed a rolling maneuver, but still couldn't escape the flames that erupted behind him. What is happening? Zhou Long wondered as flames erupted from the ground behind him. As he slowed down, his military uniform was suddenly ignited. At the same time as his movement slowed, the surrounding mutated minotaurs began to swing their weapons at him. Just as Zhou Long was about to close his eyes, that black knife reappeared. With a few swift slashes, the surrounding mutated minotaurs fell to the ground. The NPC wielding the knife disregarded Zhou Long's willingness and grabbed his collar, hoisting him up. All of this transpired in an instant. To avoid death, Zhou Long had no choice but to cooperate and follow beside this person who had long hair, a sturdy build, and acted swiftly, the long knife in his hand wielded effortlessly. Among the mutated minotaurs, he moved with ease, showing no sign of being burdened by Zhou Long's presence. Kill! Zhou Long shouted as he leaped away from the person. Wielding his laser sword, he charged into the crowd of minotaurs. This wasn't a reckless desire for death. Rather, Zhou Long realized this person was leading him to safety. However, the Devourer robots were definitely doomed. Moreover, the most important thing was that Zhou Long wanted to recruit this person who did not seem like someone who would easily yield. Zhou Long acted this way to demonstrate that he wasn't incompetent, and since this person had just saved him, he surely had developed a slight fondness for him. These thoughts flashed through Zhou Long's mind, and he jumped out again, swinging his sword. He had already figured out that the flames from earlier had been ignited by one of the 5 elders. Still setting fires. He'll make sure you can't escape. Zhou Long thought, quickening his pace. As he contemplated with a wave, Zhou Long was about to advance, when suddenly dozens of laser beams rained down, exploding around him. The main target of the attack was the mutated minotaurs nearby, as Zhou Long noticed several silver demon warplanes flying in from above. Zhou Long almost forgot their existence, primarily due to the devil battleship. Naturally, he wasn't paying attention to any small ships. Where is Bloodthirst? Why hasn't she returned yet? Zhou Long thought to himself, gazing at the sky. In the distance, the circle of Devourer robots had shrunk significantly. Without reinforcements, the base would come under attack, and at that moment Zhou Long stood in place, protected by the silver demon warplanes. Staring blankly at the sky, not for any other reason, but because the devil battleship had surprisingly taken off, flying in a very strange posture. This can't be happening. Zhou Long looked on in confusion. Only he could activate the devil battleship, yet now it had taken to the skies. 3 words echoed in his mind: it's been stolen. Strangely, the devil battleship was now heading straight for Zhou Long's head. The countless laser cannons on the battleship extended outward, presenting a completely offensive posture. Hong Chun. Zhou Long muttered in disbelief, recalling that only Hong Chun would frequently run towards the devil battleship. If it weren't for her, Zhou Long would be in dire straits. Hi. I'm amazing. A loud voice rang out beside the devil battleship, and a little girl appeared alongside the mechanical wolf, Xiaohei, her face filled with joy as she looked at Zhou Long. I'm here to save you. Don't be afraid. As the little girl spoke, she vanished from sight. I should hurry and run. Zhou Long thought, moving to the side. If it were Hong Chun controlling the battleship, Zhou Long might have felt a bit more at ease, but the reality was harshly different. The devil battleship under the little girl's command was undoubtedly an authentic devil battleship. Laser beams from the silver demon warplanes continuously rained down around him. Although a few nearly struck him, Zhou Long was unafraid. What he feared was the little girl using the devil battleship to completely destroy his base. While running, Zhou Long glanced at the devil battleship overhead and was startled. The laser cannons outside the ship had fully extended, and the energy was charging. As it flew towards him, he shouted, "Damn! Can she not pilot it?" Zhou Long hurriedly tapped on his military uniform, calling out to Xiao Bai or Hong Chen for assistance. Don't run away. In the control room of the devil battleship, the little girl shouted, gripping the control sticks tightly focused on the display screen as she watched Zhou Long darting around below, a smile on her face. Beside her, the mechanical wolf, Xiaohei, lay obediently. Hong Chun was no longer on the battleship, but was with Xiao Bai, rapidly summoning troops to assist Zhou Long. Meanwhile, the little girl had somehow managed to activate the devil battleship. All weapons on the battleship were set to optimal attack status. Near the base, the 500 Devourers, led by Xiao Bai and Hong Chun, had ceased their movements. The little girl's potential mishap could lead to the devil battleship destroying the base. It would be meaningless to deploy more troops. Hearing Zhou Long's commands for an attack through his uniform, Xiao Bai and Hong Chun echoed him, and the surrounding Devourers also sprang into action. There was no other choice. The mutated minotaurs were unconcerned about these matters. If the devil battleship did not attack, the mutated minotaurs would come over. Time was of the essence. The two could only fight back. No, Zhou Long shouted as he quickly moved, urging Xiao Bai, who appeared in the vicinity of the base, but it was too late. Xiao Bai and Hong Chun led the newly emerged Devourers. They had already engaged the mutated minotaurs in combat. What should we do? The little girl said, looking at the multitude of keyboards in front of her. She had only managed to get the ship moving through sheer luck. Now the little girl was somewhat at a loss. The entire devil battleship tilted severely to the right, which was precisely why Zhou Long found the devil battleship so peculiar. As the force drove it forward, the devil battleship gracefully arced to the right, hurtling towards the ground. Thank goodness. Thank goodness it's near the base, Zhou Long said, leaping around the minotaurs. Watching the devil battleship plummet, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The worst possible scenario had finally been averted. However, as he looked up at the sky, his expression darkened further. The Xiao Bai and Hong Chun, who had just charged out leading the Devourers, had significantly suppressed the attack of the mutated Minotaurs. Although the Minotaurs were now made of metal and likely wouldn't tire, their momentum had greatly diminished. Just as both sides entered a final stalemate, a massive shadow slowly covered the ground, blocking the brilliant sunlight from the sky, followed by the sound of rumbling approaching from afar. It seemed as though an army was charging forward. In the midst of the chaos, some instinctively looked up, freezing in place. Soon after, 1, 2, 3 individuals paused in the battle on the ground. Almost all of them halted their movements to gaze at the sky. A large group of warships spread out in the air, descending towards the ground. Perhaps those warships were quite battered, and most were evidently small-sized vessels designed for aerial combat. If it were a massive warship controlled by bloodthirst, it would have easily managed the situation. But now it was air to ground, and both sides on the ground had become increasingly tense, hoping that the airborne vessels belonged to their side. Thieves! Zhou Long shouted, looking up at the sky. On those ships, the distinctive marks of the thieves were etched clearly, but what puzzled Zhou Long even more was that at the forefront of the thieves' fleet was a colossal battleship leading the way. Is bloodthirst finished? Zhou Long murmured, squinting at the sky. If he had to rebuild the base again, Zhou Long would rather create a new account altogether. If he had to rebuild again, it would undoubtedly become a colony. Those players who came to hunt monsters were no pushovers. Once the base developed again, it would certainly lag behind others. Zhou Long looked at everything before him, thinking of many things in an instant, hardly believing what he was witnessing. Master, please evacuate the battlefield immediately. A voice from bloodthirst echoed in his ears. Understood. Zhou Long shouted, immediately notifying Xiao Bai and Hong Chun. Now was not the time to delve into how bloodthirst ended up with the thieves. He swiftly leaped away. Zhou Long quickened his pace as he glanced at the nearby devil battleship. Perhaps the sight of the Devourers had triggered a frenzy among the mutated Minotaurs who charged in a mad rush. However, awaiting them were the countless lasers from the flying warships above. Boom, boom, boom. Under the assault of the thieves' warships, the mutated Minotaurs completely lost their will to attack and soon turned to flee. In the lush green forest, countless plants vie for sunlight, yet apart from the flora, not a single insect appears, as an immense towering tree slightly stirs. On its wrinkled bark, facial features suddenly emerge, appearing extraordinarily eerie under the sunlight, causing the surrounding trees to move as well. Facial features also appear on the bark, slowly encircling the ancient tree, and the entire forest seems to come alive, with numerous vines continuously writhing. The massive tree speaks, its voice not loud, yet carrying far, as two leg-like shapes faintly emerge from its roots, while several other large trees move closer. The nearby large tree with few leaves comments, the new humans have stopped moving, they must want to make contact with us. Its leg shapes are quite distinct, moving slightly on the ground. But they also wish to eliminate more factions. What should we do? Perhaps we should talk to them. Several nearby trees eagerly express their opinions, their voices becoming chaotic for a moment, as the encircled giant tree slowly states, "It's time to show our strength." As the giant tree's voice resonates, it carries far, and no other sound interrupts it. This is the highest decision-making body of the tree spirit tribe, each of whom has lived for countless years, and the age of this giant tree remains a mystery. Outside the branch base, the Red Beak Hui continuously trains the Devourer robots to enhance their combat effectiveness, which is the most frequent task he undertakes at the base. In the planetary control room, Zhou Long sits in a chair accompanied by Xiao Bai and Hong Chun. The little girl hides behind Hong Chun, believing that it is the safest place. At their feet lies the mechanical wolf, Xiao He, sprawled out, occasionally rubbing its large head against Zhou Long's calf, while the bloodthirsty one sits at the other end of the table. Just an hour ago, the sudden appearance of the pirate battleships turned the tide of battle, driving off the mutated Minotaurs, while Zhou Long spent an hour repairing the base. He also activated the devil battleship, changing its position, and finally, to the left of the bloodthirsty one stands a man in military uniform, lacking any rank, as pirates bear no ranks, only a pair of skull insignias on their shoulders. A middle-aged man gazes indifferently at the table before him, not uttering a single word. Master, this is a pirate seeking to pledge allegiance to us. The bloodthirsty one gestures to indicate. While he is introducing, Zhou Long notices the man's face seems to twitch slightly, perhaps very subtly, yet there is a reaction when bloodthirsty mentions the pirates. What is your name? Zhou Long begins his routine questions. I have no name. The deep voice seems to emanate from his throat. Then you shall be called Qing Long from now on. Zhou Long declares. Yes, master. Qing Long responds. Qing Long is currently the leader of the pirate refresh point next to Zhou Long's planet. These pirates, originally wanderers, came together due to their shared interest in robbery. Previously, there was infighting among the pirates, resulting in significant losses in power. Eventually, they decided to approach Zhou Long not for any other reason. It was because when Zhou Long's devil battleship first appeared, it had swiftly annihilated countless player battleships, leaving a profound impression on the pirates. Worshipping the strong and following the powerful is a timeless principle. Conversely, aligning with the right person can yield great benefits. Previously, Xiao Bai wanted to warn Zhou Long about these pirates. Because they hadn't attempted a raid in a long time, Xiao Bai felt the pirates were gathering strength, unaware that during that time the pirates were embroiled in infighting. When their infighting had just concluded, the behemoth controlled by Bloodthirsty appeared, of course. While pursuing the fleeing battleship, it entered the territory of the pirates. At that moment, just as Bloodthirsty thought he had to fight the pirates, preemptively sent out a message resulting in the behemoth battleship returning alongside the pirate battleships to the planet. I grant you the rank of Lieutenant Colonel temporarily under the command of Colonel Bloodthirsty, Zhou Long states, glancing at Bloodthirsty. Yes, Master, Qing Long says with a face devoid of any excess expression as he follows Bloodthirsty out. Beside them, Hong Chun looks utterly shocked. Hong Chun is astonished that Zhou Long directly granted a military rank to this pirate. Others would not easily do so, as being discovered by the mother planet Earth would lead to punishment. After all, casually recruiting pirates contradicts the policies of the Earth mother planet. However, in Zhou Long's view, none of that matters as long as it increases his power. Even if it means becoming an enemy of the mother planet, he could find refuge with the rebels. Master, I don't trust them, Xiao Bai bluntly states. Hong Chun takes the little girl and mechanical wolf Xiao He outside, merely wanting to see who had turned the tide, showing no interest in the internal matters of Zhou Long's base. They are quite capable, Zhou Long remarks, providing a solid reason that Xiao Bai cannot refute. Zhou Long's base indeed requires a substantial amount of combat power, or rather a force capable of confronting the still unsubdued mutated minotaurs. But pirates are unpredictable, Xiao Bai begins. Then I shall employ them. Zhou Long interrupts, raising a hand to stop Xiao Bai from speaking further. Xiao Bai, you can hold back a bit. Without waiting for Xiao Bai to respond, Zhou Long strides out. At the door stands a man holding a black knife, casually dressed in military attire. This is the NPC who had caused trouble for Zhou Long on the battlefield. At that time, this man, wielding a black long knife, intended to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the mutated minotaurs, and at that moment, he considered Zhou Long's strength negligible. Believing his own strike was sufficient, he didn't expect Zhou Long to charge in with the Devourer robots firing from behind, completely disregarding life and death. The man was immediately infuriated and angrily sought out Zhou Long. However, his self-confident strike was effortlessly defeated by Zhou Long's unintentional blow. This left him utterly shocked, as throughout his career, no one had ever been able to defeat his most confident strike. Yet today, Zhou Long's one sword completely altered that history. Chapter 200: The Rebel Sniper Campaign commences. My name is Shimin Shui Shui. If there's anything, find me at the tavern. Locked in a stare, Zhou Long's eyes nearly cramping from intensity, the man spoke a line and then left, walking toward the outside of the base. Zhou Long actually wanted to say to stay. Master. Wang Mang reappears, cautiously appearing before Zhou Long. What is it? Zhou Long inquires, looking around. Under usual circumstances, Xiao Bai should be the first to appear at this time. Master, the security in the village is chaotic. We need some personnel to maintain stability. Wang Mang says. So soon you want to assemble your own team? That's quite impatient. Zhou Long mutters to himself. Suddenly, with a snap of Wang Mang's fingers, a group of people steps out from behind him, standing before Zhou Long. Wang Mang states, Master, these individuals are willing to help you build the village and prosper the planet. Congratulations, player. The task to build the village has been activated. Please complete the security mission. All dressed in military uniforms, they seem to be ordinary immigrants. However, Zhou Long feels uncomfortable at first glance. There's a faint aura of ferocity emanating from these individuals. Zhou Long even notices that many of their faces bear various wounds, and their military uniforms fit poorly, as if hastily donned. I do not support idlers. Oh, what skills do you possess? Zhou Long says loudly. He aims to suppress that fierce atmosphere. Just as he finishes speaking, several voices from the crowd ring out murder, robbery, arson, and other such things. Glancing at Wang Mang's self-satisfied expression, Zhou Long immediately understands that those who escaped from the mother planet Earth surely had accomplices, and these accomplices must have an interesting past. However, Zhou Long isn't concerned about that. Very well, you all are the individuals I'm looking for. The village is currently in chaos and needs capable people like you. I welcome you. Zhou Long spoke continuously for half an hour. Yet the group remained silent. Only when Zhou Long mentioned welcome did their eyes light up. Zhou Long added, as long as you contribute, you will receive rewards, whether it be women, money, or power. Clap, clap. Clearly, these final sentences had a significant effect, as the expressions of those in front suddenly sparkled with enthusiasm, some even applauding. Yet the gleam in their eyes was unmistakably one of greed. Exactly what Zhou Long needed, fearing those without desires would be hard to bait. Master, we have trouble. Xiao Bai appears at an opportune moment. What is it? Zhou Long asks, his brows furrowing tightly. Some immigrants haven't arrived at the village. Xiao Bai doesn't finish his sentence. Master, some illegal immigrants landed on the planet, but did not come to the base, instead establishing camps in various corners of the planet. Wang Mang interjects. Zhou Long then sees a line of small text appear next to Wang Mang. Please choose to accept. Very well. Zhou Long says, clicking to accept. You are the first security team for the village. Wang Mang, you are the security officer. Yes, my master. Wang Mang states, appearing quite excited, though anyone can see that his exaggerated demeanor seems a bit forced. Go. Zhou Long gestures towards the distance. Wang Mang's face immediately stiffens, his previously excited expression turning extremely unpleasant. This task is referred to as the campaign against illegal immigration. It's about eliminating illegal immigrants. They are all unregistered. Why aren't you setting off yet? Zhou Long says, spitting as he speaks. Master, we have 200 people, Wang Mang quietly replies. That's right. All are good men. Zhou Long exclaims loudly. We don't have guns. Wang Mang just said. Why should he be in charge? Right? We won't submit. What's he even worth? Clap, clap, clap. Rows of devourer robots approach, of course arranged by Xiao, by carrying laser guns aimed at the group. These individuals are all fugitives, and it's uncertain what they might do. Despite the presence of the devourer robots surrounding them, the noise remains, though it has diminished somewhat. I also won't submit, a loud voice rings out. Zhou Long turns to look at the source of the voice. Shimin Shui appears with his black long knife, yet it's evident that he stands apart from this group, or rather the members of the group visibly shift positions to avoid Shimin Shui. This group clearly harbors some apprehension towards Shimin Shui. Wang Mang seems momentarily stunned. This group primarily consists of prisoners from the mother planet's Earth having escaped alongside him. Each of them is a rebellious figure. Had they not arrived on this planet, Wang Mang would have had to manage them with his authority as a supervisor. Now everyone recognizes who truly holds the power. Zhou Long's eyes narrow, and Xiao by understandingly issues orders. Boom. The surrounding devourer robots raise their laser guns and fire into the air, finally silencing the entire group. Everyone watches Zhou Long make his decision, and certainly, because Zhou Long is formidable enough, the surrounding devourer robots are ready to fire at any moment. Additionally, having subdued the pirates beyond the planet is something no one on this planet would dare to attempt. In fact, Wang Mang is the village head of the new village. Currently, he is merely acting as the temporary security official. Whoever excels in the action against illegal residents will become the security officer. They will be your leader. Zhou Long states as he surveys the crowd. The crowd does not respond, but their eager movements convey everything. Shall I distribute laser guns to them? Zhou Long remarks. Wang Mang, lead this group of brothers, and set off. Understood. The crowd shouts vigorously, and Zhou Long observes them like a commanding officer as they depart, though his gaze lingers more on Shimin Shui. Turning around, Zhou Long walks through the base, having not checked on his stronghold for quite some time. There are nearly 100 barracks, about 50 heavy factories, and not many starports, just 10. Knocking on the display screen, Zhou Long is inspecting when he hears Xiao Bei's voice behind him. Zhou Long turns to see bloodthirsty Qing Long and Hong Chun standing behind him. Everyone from the base has arrived, of course, excluding the little girl, as an unknown person would obviously not appear here. What is it? Zhou Long inquires. Master, the base has now taken shape under your guidance, and we must establish a system. Xiao Bei states earnestly, and the two others nod in agreement. That's excellent. Zhou Long's heart swells with exhilaration. While other players may not know, Zhou Long knows much more from glancing at that tattered book. In the planetary civilization game, as long as a player possesses greater strength and good fortune, they can activate the task to establish a small political entity, which should be a small nation or federation, certainly based on their own planet. However, the tattered book does not specify what must be done to encounter this task. Even if the planet is entirely metallized, becoming a hegemon in the universe without this task, it will always remain a resource planet for the mother planet Earth. To accomplish this task is actually quite simple. It requires encountering the right characters, such as a talented yet underappreciated individual or an exceptionally rare item. If all else fails, directly betraying the mother planet Earth without joining the rebels can also yield results. But the consequence of such actions would be facing military strikes from the mother planet, which occur regularly, each one more fierce than the last. Seeing Zhou Long with a joyful expression, Xiao Bei continues, the first step, Master, is best for you to return to the mother planet Earth to obtain the city construction blueprints. Upon hearing Xiao Bai's words, Zhou Long recollects something, pulling out a display screen from his pocket. Indeed, there was such a task previously. I feel it's necessary to return once. Hong Chun quietly remarks beside him. It is entirely reasonable for Hong Chun to want to return, as she had not yet completed her task of helping the general transport goods. Though the relationship between Hong Chun and the general is no longer close, they still must adhere to their prior agreements and continue assisting the general. I have no knowledge of other matters. Hong Chun states calmly. Haha, that's right. This response is precisely what Zhou Long wanted, indicating that Hong Chun is steadfastly committed to staying here rather than returning to the mother planet Earth. Chatting with the general about everything on this planet, including the devil battleship, the mysterious caves, and a group of fugitives who should not be here, can serve as leverage for negotiations with the general. Any one of these points could suffice to prompt the mother planet Earth to send a fleet to investigate. Rest assured, Master, I will be here to ensure no one dares to take a single step onto this planet. Indeed, Master, under Commander Bloodthirsty's leadership, we will not fail our mission. Bloodthirsty and Zhou Long harmoniously echo each other, which makes Zhou Long somewhat uncomfortable, as it seems everyone wishes for him to leave quickly. Is this ultimately a good thing or a bad thing? Muttering within, Zhou Long says, Zhou Long, lead your people to monitor the players entering the planet, to hunt monsters, report anything to Xiaobai. Bloodthirsty, you patrol the base with 1000 devourers. Xiaobai, you take the remaining devourers, secure the base, continue resource extraction, and maintain strict precautions at the underground caves. Understood. A light voice calls out from afar as the little girl, bouncing joyfully, is met with a collective look of exasperation from everyone present. Only Hong Chen sensibly keeps the little girl behind her. Looking at the little girl before him, Zhou Long finds it both amusing and frustrating. However, noticing the others, it seems he must leave. Alright. As Zhou Long looks up to speak, a game announcement erupts. In the Jiaguan Star region, the Rebel Sniper campaign has commenced. A multitude of rebel battleships has suddenly appeared in the Jiaguan Star region, which is the heart and crucial juncture of the entire Earth Mother Planet's forces. Should it fall, our happy home will be doomed. For our civilization and the planet's prosperity, the summoned righteous forces, it is time to demonstrate your loyalty. Step onto the battlefield against the rebels. In the Jiaguan Star region, there is actually only one planet named Jiaguan, which is immensely large, so large that the other planets here have been drawn in by its massive gravitational pull and have become its satellites. This planet is the supergiant planet that humanity discovered first, its size being tens of thousands of times that of the Sun, with resources so abundant that they cannot be described in numbers. The environment on the planet, whether in terms of climate or temperature, is extremely suitable for human habitation, yet, when humanity discovered it, there were no intelligent beings on it, which remains a mystery for future generations. Subsequently, batches of humans arrived here in warships, frantically harvesting resources, thus earning it its first name, the Treasure Basin. This made it the most important planet contended for by humans, aliens, and thieves alike in the early days. Eventually, due to humanity's strength or the influence of newly emerged forces and rebels, humans finally gained absolute control over this planet, ushering in a significant leap in overall human strength. As time progressed, humanity's footsteps continued to advance, with more and more planets being discovered. As resources dwindled, Jiaguan became the heartland of human power. It became a gathering place for humanity, and perhaps due to its immense size, humans transformed it into a planet more suitable for habitation and commerce, regarded by all as the best planet for retirement. A blue planet appeared under the illumination of several stars, alongside which a massive fleet emerged slowly. This may not be the fleet that has experienced the most battles in human history, but it is the oldest fleet, having saved humanity countless times, known as the Never-Setting Sun. It was first adorned as if a moving artifact, quietly flying alongside the Jiaguan planet, completing its final task of guarding the safety of Jiaguan. When the sunlight from those countless stars shone upon Jiaguan, a large group of massive warships suddenly appeared in the vast dark universe. Under the sunlight, the fleet fully deployed. The laser cannons on the warships extended, and the laser bodies shimmered, a sign of energy saturation. Each warship in the fleet was larger than the Devil's warship. At first glance, some of the warships in the fleet appeared damaged, yet this did not hinder their offensive. Each warship bore the insignia of the rebels, without any sign or warning. The entire fleet opened fire, with the first target being the ancient Never-Setting Sun fleet, which had long become a tourist attraction. Every officer learned about this antique existence in their textbooks from the first page of military school. Currently, there were only a few officers aboard the Never-Setting Sun fleet, all focused on cleanliness. As the rebel fleet unleashed countless massive lasers, the situation escalated. Everyone was stunned. This planet had not endured the baptism of cannon fire for a long time. Watching the scene unfold before them, nearly everyone was caught off guard. The massive lasers shot over, and the slowly moving Never-Setting Sun fleet instantly fell apart. Within less than half an hour, it suffered severe damage. Perhaps the rebel leader found it uninteresting. Immediately, they turned their guns towards the Jiaguan planet, and in an instant the entire planet erupted with countless lasers. The screams of civilians drowned out by the sounds of collapsing buildings. The originally peaceful Jiaguan planet had now transformed into hell. A mission prompt appeared, suddenly displaying the scene of the Jiaguan Star region battle mission, which was quite thrilling, or rather seemed very real. Zhou Long then noticed that when this scene appeared, everyone present, including Xiaobai, bloodthirsty Zhou Long, and the little girl, stood frozen as if bound. After a while, as the scene ended, a passage appeared asking to choose to accept the mission. Zhou Long quickly raised his hand and clicked confirm, saying, "Great. You will do as arranged earlier. If any issues arise, Xiaobai will make decisions. For major issues, you can decide together. Everyone has one vote to veto." Understood. As everyone responded, Zhou Long ran towards the Devil's warship, muttering to himself about the items he had cursed: ring, laser gun, laser, sword, map, Detector Berserk Metal Guild Token Map, Guide Compass Lucky, Ring Dragon Tooth Metal Pickaxe, and Teleportation Portal. Master. Zhou Long, who was about to board the Devil's Warship, halted upon hearing a voice behind him. Originally, he intended to end the conversation quickly, not expecting Xiaobai to approach. Hey, what's up? Zhou Long replied, holding the teleportation portal. Do you know how to use this, Master? Xiaobai asked slowly. This item, Zhou Long replied hesitantly. It can record your current coordinates, and when you're on another planet, just input it to teleport back. Xiaobai spoke at an extremely slow pace, seemingly on purpose. You're doing this on purpose, Xiaobai remarked lightly. Master, as your subordinates, we will not obstruct you from doing anything, just let us know when you're leaving. Xiaobai said, turning away without waiting for a response. All right, I understand. Oh, I need to complete the mission. Zhou Long responded, and Xiaobai paused for a moment before walking away. Congratulations, player pioneer. The butler's loyalty has increased, gaining the skill Laser Destruction, which ignores defenses, cooldown time 47 hours. Zhou Long, who originally felt a bit strange, looked at the information above his head and suddenly felt relieved, murmuring, so there is something valuable. He turned around again. Master, what is it? Zhou Long replied angrily as Wang Mang reappeared in front of him. Seeing Zhou Long's obviously displeased expression, Wang Mang stated directly, the prophet in the village says he is the boss of the village. No one can do anything without his permission. What? Zhou Long exclaimed angrily, stepping down, shouting, who dares to act wildly here? Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately felt a sense of security, but with such a powerful master, what was there to fear? By the way, what is his name? Zhou Long asked angrily after taking a couple of steps. Prophet, Wang Mang replied. Hee. Tell him that if he meddles in affairs again, let him experience the feeling of shattered eggs. Zhou Long said with a dark face. Understood, Wang Mang replied, watching Zhou Long walk towards the Devil's Warship, looking puzzled, and then turned to leave. In a black miniskirt with a nearly transparent camisole, short hair, and a light touch of makeup, Mei Jia quietly leaned against the door. Bending over with a toothbrush in hand, Zhou Long was brushing his teeth, even though there was no toothpaste left. His right hand continued to brush, occasionally glancing at Mei Jia's reflection in the mirror, his legs feeling a bit weak. As the devilish warship took off, Zhou Long logged off, yet his door had already been opened. Mei Jia almost instinctively sought the key from Yin Jian, waiting for Zhou Long. Casting a sidelong glance at the old calendar on the wall, Zhou Long wanted to confirm what day it was. In the past, his dream lover was now actively seeking him. It seemed he had begun to walk into a stroke of good fortune. Are you going or not? Mei Jia coyly asked at the doorway. With water swirling in his mouth, Zhou Long, still waking up, spat it out. In the first half hour after waking up, Zhou Long always felt like he was sleepwalking. Now, after putting on his clothes and brushing his teeth, it had taken him 40 minutes, yet he still felt like he hadn't fully awakened. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Long turned around, walking to the door with his head held high, just as he opened his mouth to speak. Your boss has already approved your leave, Mei Jia said, linking her arm with his. With just a gentle pull, Zhou Long felt his legs grow unsteady, and he unconsciously followed her outside as the door behind him was naturally closed by Mei Jia. Walking down the corridor to the company entrance, Zhou Long was unsure how he got there, but he could feel the countless envious, jealous, and hateful glances sweeping over him. It felt like walking on a red carpet, something most men could only dream of. Even on the street, Zhou Long could sense the many passers-by turning to look. Men turned their heads because of Mei Jia's alluring figure and outfit, completely disregarding Zhou Long's presence, while women turned to look at the noticeably large diamond ring on Mei Jia's hand and her very unique perfume. Sitting in the most upscale Western restaurant in Hanjiang City, Zhou Long awkwardly finished his Western breakfast, only to be pulled up by Mei Jia's snow-white arm. Throughout the day, Zhou Long felt as if his feet were suffering, or rather his entire body was in agony. He sensed that his physical condition was deteriorating. Under Mei Jia's lead, or rather Zhou Long was accompanying her, they spent the whole day shopping in the mall. Wherever things were expensive in Hanjiang City, Mei Jia's figure would appear, with Zhou Long burdened by bags hanging all over him, looking rather miserable as he followed beside her. Passers-by sometimes mistook him for a clothes rack or a bellboy seeking tips. At noon, in a hot pot restaurant that Mei Jia claimed was the spiciest in all of Hanjiang City, they enjoyed their meal. Zhou Long finally found a place to rest. However, just as they finished eating, Mei Jia pulled Zhou Long back into the mall they hadn't yet explored, and he instantly felt his legs weaken, his head dizzy, and his brain lacking nourishment. By evening, standing by the street and watching the sun set on an empty stomach, Zhou Long suddenly felt that the darkness before dawn was about to arrive. Are you hungry? Mei Jia asked, standing by the street waiting for a taxi, her face showing a hint of anxiety. No way do I really have to accompany her back tonight. Thinking to himself, Zhou Long smiled broadly and replied, not hungry. As he watched a taxi slowly stop beside him, Zhou Long felt that the day of liberation was not far off, and he even thought of how to say goodbye to Mei Jia. In his home, the steaming hot water for a bath and a soft bed were what he needed most at that moment, perhaps along with a bottle of beer and a plate of peanuts. Scammer! A loud shout shattered Zhou Long's fantasy. Mei Jia glared at him with anger, her exquisite face only a millimeter away from his. Men always like to deceive. Mei Jia exclaimed, her eyes bursting with endless resentment, as if Zhou Long were a lecher who had deceived countless young maidens. I didn't. Zhou Long stammered, gazing at Mei Jia so closely that he didn't know how to defend himself. Never reason with women, was a saying that flickered through Zhou Long's mind. Of course, this was something Zhou Long's grandfather had said, or rather what his father had saved from his grandfather's diary. Zhou Long always regarded this saying as a maxim. Perhaps due to their close proximity, both their gazes unconsciously drifted to each other's lips, and a strange feeling suddenly spread between them. The distance between their lips was steadily closing, and the surrounding world seemed to fall silent, even time itself appeared to fade away. Hey, are you two getting in or not? The taxi driver already parked beside them impatiently called out. In. Zhou Long firmly replied, nodding at the driver through the window. Mei Jia responded, raising her hand to touch her forehead, smiling as she turned and entered the car. Inside the car, as Mei Jia mentioned the address, the driver stepped on the gas and drove onto the road. The car radio played a captivating love song by a pop singer, and the two of them sat in silence. Perhaps due to the awkward atmosphere from earlier, both of them silently gazed out the window. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped beside a black building. After paying, Zhou Long got out and opened the door for Mei Jia. As the taxi drove away carrying a load of bags, Zhou Long followed closely behind her towards the black house. The Western-style building had only 3 stories with 4 waiters in suits standing coolly on either side at the entrance. The entire street was located in a prime area of Hanjing City. The surroundings were bustling, yet this place was eerily quiet. Every window of the not-so-tall building glowed with light, a place where someone like Zhou Long would rarely ever visit in his lifetime. "Sir, your card," the attendant at the door said, politely raising his hand to stop Zhou Long. "Hi," Zhou Long called out. Mei Jia, already ahead, turned back and showed the card from her pocket, even slipping a tip to the attendant, but the attendant before her showed no intention of letting them through, saying, "Sorry, miss. Our rule is to recognize the card, not the person. Your card only allows 1 entry." Zhou Long thought to himself, feeling a surge of anger. "This should work, right?" "Mei Jia," he said in a noticeably less fluent Chinese, still carrying a foreign accent. "Are you ready?" Hearing the voice, Mei Jia immediately rushed toward a blonde man who appeared at the door. "You can go in." As the blonde man handed over the card, the attendant beside him raised his hand and said, "I know." Zhou Long stood there, feeling as if a century had passed, stunned by the man who seemed to shatter something within him. "All right, what are you standing there for?" Mei Jia shouted, turning back and linking her arm with Zhou Long's as they walked inside. Inside, the lighting was quite dim. To be precise, it was overall very dark, with light only in necessary areas, yet it was not unsettling, mainly due to the surrounding decor. Clearly, the owner of the place had hired a talented designer. Although the room was dim, the decor was exquisite, with soft yellow walls that felt quite comfortable. There were also oil paintings in frames above and columns on either side of the corridor adorned with decorations and faint candlelight, while the floor felt soft underfoot. The gentle sound of a pianist floated in the air, ensuring that anyone who entered would not disrupt the ambience. The blonde man ahead led the way courteously. In the private room, on the table there was indeed a hot pot and several dishes beside it. "Hello," the blonde man said warmly as the 3 of them took their seats. "Hello," Zhou Long said, his mouth full, mumbling as he thought to himself, "So Mei Jia remembers what I like to eat." Besides Zhou Long's mother, only Mei Jia knew what he liked to eat, and the table was laid out with all his favorite dishes. Among them was a plate of fried chicken wings, Zhou Long's absolute favorite. Ignoring the others' expressions, he just wanted to fill his stomach and reminisce with Mei Jia. As for the foreign man in front of him, Zhou Long had no intention of speaking to him. "He'll go pick a bottle of red wine for you," Mei Jia said softly, standing up to walk away. Oh. Zhou Long, still chewing, pointed at Mei Jia and shouted, "I want the 2012 vintage." Without looking at the opposite side, he continued to devour the food on the table. The blonde man's face had grown somewhat stiff, but seeing Zhou Long glance over occasionally with a look of fear of losing food, he relaxed. "Is this person really suitable?" the blonde man muttered to himself. "There's an old Chinese saying to get straight to the point. Let's have a good talk, shall we, Mr. Pioneer?" Cough, 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 cough. A waiter behind patted Zhou Long's back, looking pained. Just after the blonde man finished speaking, Zhou Long immediately choked, and nothing seemed to help. In the end, holding his neck with both hands, his eyes rolling back, the waiter outside rushed in at the blonde man's call, seeing Zhou Long on the verge of choking. He immediately began to pat Zhou Long's back repeatedly, and with all his strength, Zhou Long unexpectedly closed his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Mei Jia, standing at the door, let out a piercing scream, and the bottle of red wine she was holding fell to the ground. The expression on the golden-haired man's face suddenly turned quite grim, mainly because the bottle of 2012 red wine had been shattered, even though he was dressed impeccably in a high-end suit and had even had his hairstyle redone. Now all because of Zhou Long lying on the ground. It was of no use at all. Looking back at the dishes on the table, the golden-haired man was shocked to discover that the best parts of all the dishes had already disappeared, all into Zhou Long's belly. Seeing Zhou Long sprawled on the ground, the golden-haired man took out his phone ready to dial 120 for emergency assistance. Just then Meijia looked at Zhou Long on the ground with a sorrowful expression. The waiter who came in next was nervously lifting Zhou Long and heading outside. The hotel could not afford the news of someone dying, as that would mean closure. Bang! The golden-haired man looked at Zhou Long being carried out, hung up the phone he hadn't connected yet, and stood for a moment before walking out. In the corridor, he heard a hurried breathing sound. Dead ghost. What a bad luck to die here. Yes, hurry, and throw him somewhere else. The two waiters whispered to each other, quickening their pace. You guys, came Meijia's unclear voice from behind. Up. With a shout, Zhou Long exerted force beneath his feet, waved his arms, broke free from the two beside him, and said, What are you looking at? Never seen someone choking. The two waiters were immediately stunned in their eyes. Zhou Long had just looked like a corpse, but of course they could only blame it on how dark it was here. As long as Zhou Long acted a bit, no one could tell. From the moment he stepped out in the morning following Meijia to eat Western food and go shopping, Zhou Long hadn't thought much about it. But when Meijia paid, the ring on her right hand holding the credit card was indeed particularly eye-catching. Her bag contained numerous credit cards, and the large diamond ring on her hand along with her expensive attire clearly indicated that Meijia was doing quite well now, or had found a decent man. During their second meeting, if it wasn't for reminiscing, then it was certainly to show off wealth. There was a man providing financial support for her spending, while Zhou Long felt that someone wanted to meet him. Upon encountering this golden-haired man here, Zhou Long understood that it wasn't good to be targeted for any reason, especially when the other party mentioned his gaming name. Zhou Long immediately planned to leave. Just as he stood up, he walked forward looking for the way out of the corridor, saying, It's all good now. The golden-haired man said, coming from the corridor. 2 minutes later, in the same private room, the three sat down again. Zhou Long had regained his composure, and Meijia seemed not to be hungry, merely admiring her shopping haul from today. Every time she looked at something, she would exclaim in delight. The two men across from each other did not pick up their chopsticks. My name is Mickey Mouse. I'm sorry to meet you in this way. Mickey Mouse said slowly. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Zhou Long thought to himself and replied, Nice name. That's the name of my game account and my friends call me that. Mickey Mouse said in a roundabout way in Chinese. Wow. Meijia seemed to have spotted something she liked the most, picked it up, glanced at the two men, and then walked out. It was a piece of clothing likely to change. You've done well in the game. I'll work with me. Mickey Mouse said straightforwardly. Sir, a waiter walked in holding a menu standing between the two. Very well. Let's order some late-night snacks. Mickey Mouse said, pointing at Zhou Long. Order him something. He's a guest. All right, the waiter replied, bringing over the menu. Looking at the menu, Zhou Long flipped a page, then another, appearing calm on the outside, but internally roaring, What a scam. Is this a menu from China? It's all in English. Holding the menu, Zhou Long slowly looked and turned another page. This one. Zhou Long pointed to a dish and quickly handed the menu to Mickey Mouse, who casually glanced and then made his order. The waiter left. Zhou Long didn't understand, but since the back of the menu had numbers, he ordered the dish with the highest number of zeros, causing the waiter to look quite odd as he exited. The place I'm working at is pretty good and the boss is nice. I haven't thought about switching jobs. Zhou Long said, looking at the dishes on the table, picking up the chopsticks again to take some food. What he had just eaten was merely an appetizer. Now Zhou Long was ready to eat properly. After all, leaving it would be a waste. I heard your company is short on funds. Mickey Mouse said blandly, also picking up his chopsticks, though still not very skilled, but earnestly eating. Indeed, there are rumors. Zhou Long replied as he stuffed food into his mouth, saying, You treat Meijia very well. Mickey Mouse was slightly taken aback, nearly dropping the food on his chopsticks. Perhaps he hadn't expected Zhou Long to ask about Meijia, as originally his plan should have gone differently. A childhood friend he hadn't seen in a long time. After seeing Meijia's luxurious lifestyle, Zhou Long would surely be curious about the man behind her. Upon seeing Mickey Mouse, he would feel some favorable impression towards a wealthy individual. Then he could recruit Zhou Long and ultimately gain a little brother, thus achieving his goal. But now Zhou Long's gluttonous appearance made Mickey Mouse wonder if he had misjudged him. In the game, Zhou Long's planetary development left a deep impression on Mickey Mouse. He was a key member of the American Eagle Union, and this time, he was sent to China by the Union to establish a foundation. Planetary civilization had been released in every country. In the game, players from every continent could actually meet, but under certain special conditions. One could reach another continent's game. However, after investigation, Mickey Mouse believed that Zhou Long was the most suitable pioneer and thus began his search, employing some methods. Spent quite a bit of money, huh? Zhou Long said leisurely as he ate, a slight twitch on his face. This remark struck a chord with Mickey Mouse. Women have vanity, and so do men, especially for someone with a particularly strong sense of inferiority. As Zhou Long spoke, Mickey Mouse seemed to travel back to the time he first met Meijia. At that time, Meijia was still an international student possessing the beauty of an Eastern woman conquering Mickey Mouse in an instant, but in the days that followed, Meijia met his friends. Especially after meeting their wives, everything began to change little by little. Honey, this one is pretty good. Honey, I like that one. Honey, I want this one. Meijia's cooing voice left Mickey Mouse completely defenseless. Men earn money to spend it on women. At this moment, Mickey Mouse was being gently shaken by Meijia, who was sitting beside him as she clung to his arm, saying, "Next time I want." Mickey Mouse wore a face of happiness, seemingly a carefree man with plenty of money for his woman to squander. However, across the table, Zhou Long could still sense the helplessness and even tears in Mickey Mouse's eyes. "Zhou Long, this is my husband Mickey Mouse, an American. If you wish to develop something, you can come to him," Meijia said, shaking her head towards Zhou Long. Listening to her sweet voice, Zhou Long felt his insides churning, akin to a country bumpkin entering the city for the first time, encountering a wealthy relative. Hee. Zhou Long chuckled foolishly, having already dropped his chopsticks to grab the pig's trotter on the table, which was one of his favorite dishes. Of course, Meijia's words were merely a friendly gesture to Mickey Mouse. Zhou Long felt as if he was being introduced to a job by a friend, with Meijia seemingly saying, "Come on, this guy is foolish and rich, let's enjoy life together. Follow me. Your stage will be vast, staying here won't lead you to much fortune," Mickey Mouse said, assuming a condescending posture, as if Zhou Long should be thanking him. Before Zhou Long could respond, perhaps due to the open nature of Americans, Mickey Mouse directly embraced Meijia, their actions intimately ambiguous, leaving Zhou Long feeling somewhat suffocated. "Baby, you smell so good," Mickey Mouse exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Meijia's slender waist, who shyly gazed away for a moment. "I can't stand Western food." Zhou Long swallowed the food in his mouth, articulating clearly, "Who?" As soon as Zhou Long finished speaking, Mickey Mouse pushed Meijia away, a hint of anger evident in his eyes as he turned his head, ignoring Zhou Long altogether. "Humph. I offered you a chance to get rich, and you refuse." Meijia shook her head at Zhou Long, her eyes filled with a kind of hatred, as if he had stolen something from her. Turning back, Meijia continued to cling to Mickey Mouse, making it painfully clear that she wanted to send Zhou Long away. If he didn't leave, the two would soon perform an intimate act right in front of him. Country bumpkin. Unappreciative. In the quiet private room, Meijia's soft voice was surprisingly clear to Zhou Long's ears. Just as he raised his hips, he heard this remark. A wave of humiliation surged within him, and the emotion called anger began to dominate Zhou Long's mind. Just as he stood up, a hand slowly stroked his back from above. The impending emotional explosion was instantly calmed by that hand. More precisely, it was the familiar scent of perfume that restored clarity to Zhou Long's mind. "You didn't introduce your friend." Accompanied by a gentle voice, Shadia sat beside Zhou Long. Wearing a red dress, her jet black hair appeared meticulously styled, and with her ample bosom and alluring long legs, even Mickey Mouse across the table couldn't help but glance over. Women are inherently curious creatures. That morning, Shadia had seen everything and naturally strolled through the mall, which led her to this place. "Let me introduce my fiancé," Zhou Long said, and he could feel Zaidi's body react as if electrified, but she quickly regained her composure. At that moment, a waiter entered again, bringing a bottle of so-called 2010 red wine. "Who?" Without hesitation, Shadia snatched the bottle from the waiter's hands, saying, 2010 vintage red wine, indeed worth preserving and very precious. But this bottle is not genuine." The waiter beside her remained calm, showing no surprise or displeasure. Counterfeits are common in China, and nothing unusual about it. Meanwhile, Mickey Mouse's expression turned particularly grim. It felt as if he had been slapped in the face. "Some people only deserve to drink fakes," Meijia said, holding her head high. "Hubby must be tired." Shadia shook her head, looking at Zhou Long. Her tone was incredibly gentle, yet Zhou Long felt even more afraid, thinking, is this person delirious? "Baby, let's go home," Zhou Long said smoothly, wrapping his snow-white arm around Shadia. She obediently linked arms with him, walking out as if they were truly a loving couple. "What's the matter?" Meijia pushed the man in front of her, speaking sweetly. "Looks good." "What?" Meijia shouted, defensively reaching out to pinch. "Oh, I meant next time they should look good," Mickey Mouse immediately said in pain, glaring fiercely at the couple leaving, but his gaze lingered longer on Zaidi's swaying waist. As he was lost in thought, Meijia suddenly grabbed Mickey Mouse's head and turned it towards her softly, saying, "I want it."